I equipped my girlfriend's Porsche with some black technology. When she was driving with her best friend on the street, they were unexpectedly kidnapped and chased by thugs. Faced with dozens of modified cars with nitrous oxide jets surrounding and blocking them, she activated the artificial intelligence control system in a panic. Unexpectedly, a spectacular show began on the street, starting with burning tires, reaching 105 seconds. The car's body could also change various forms according to the surrounding environment. Pendulum drifts, tornado turns, and the straight-line speed even reached 610 kilometers per hour. For a moment, the entire street looked like a scene from a Hollywood chase science fiction movie. When they were blocked by police cars at the end of the street, all the experts present were shocked. Wow! Drifting continuously at 600 meters, with environmental perception transformation device, and even the tires are bulletproof. TSK, look at them. This is true artificial intelligence. Compared to what we are researching, it's simply garbage. As a popular internet celebrity with millions of fans, Tang Ke's wife Zhang Yashuan and her best friend Jin Yameng, this duo, agreed to attend the anniversary event celebration. Due to their prominent family backgrounds, they were followed, kidnapped, and extorted by a criminal gang. At this moment, the two of them were live streaming in a Porsche 911. Suddenly, several black cars rushed out from multiple directions and forced them to stop. In the panic, Zhang Yashuan mistakenly stepped on the gas pedal instead of the brake. Accompanied by a loud engine noise, the Porsche instantly accelerated to 180 kilometers, passing through the only remaining gap between the two cars in front. The terrifying acceleration stunned everyone present. Is the Porsche 911 this powerful? His car must have been modified. The two people in the car were also shocked by the sudden acceleration. Zhang Yashuan discovered for the first time that her car's engine was so powerful. Because the event they attended tonight was a large ceremony, the organizers chose a relatively remote location to prevent traffic congestion. Unexpectedly, this provided the gang of thugs with the perfect opportunity. Watching the vehicles constantly emerging from ambush on both sides of the road, the two had already lost their way in fear. At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room is even more nervous than the two of them. They never expected that they would actually witness a live kidnapping scene today. These people are so audacious, starting from the ceremony site to track, and even ambushing so many vehicles along the way. Aren't they afraid that the police will come and stop them all? The forces behind these kidnappers are probably not that simple. Yashuan, be careful. It's very dangerous to drive so fast on the road. The netizens in the live broadcast room are extremely anxious, only able to watch the two goddesses panic and flee. However, at this moment, two cars suddenly appeared in front of the Porsche and drove towards them in the opposite direction. The speed was so fast that Zhang Yashuan didn't react at all and was completely shocked. However, just as the other party was about to collide with him, the Porsche's steering wheel actually moved automatically. Suddenly, he slammed on the brakes and turned the steering wheel to the right. Creak creak. The Porsche mysteriously drew a strange arc on the road, followed by a slide out, dodging between the two colliding cars like a thread through a needle. At this time, the phone broadcasting in the car captured the amazing drifting evasion scene live. This woman can actually drift. How come I never noticed before? Yashuan's sister actually has such powerful driving skills. This is too awesome. However, before the words fell, the Porsche 911 once again performed a perfect drift, passing two cars and then correcting its direction. Jin Yameng was both shocked and delighted. Amazing. My Yashuan, how did you do it? You hit it so well. Coming back to her senses, she looked excitedly at her best friend. Then her pupils suddenly shrank, because she found that her friend Zhang Yashuan's hands were not on the steering wheel at all, but she was staring blankly ahead with her mouth open. The Porsche seemed to be controlled by someone, constantly accelerating and overtaking in a standardized manner. Looking at the dashboard, the speed had now reached 200 miles per hour. Hello, just detected a vehicle approaching ahead. The artificial intelligence system temporarily took over the car driving for you. Do you want to turn it off? Suddenly, a clear and pleasant mechanical voice sounded in the car. The two people were puzzled again. What is this? Artificial intelligence? Am I hallucinating? Jin Yumeng's mouth twitched. The viewers in the live stream room also heard the voice of artificial intelligence. In an instant, the barrage of comments quickly floated by. Some exclaimed, some questioned, and some speculated randomly. Most people felt that the voice just now was just a joke made by the host. However, the following conversation made everyone in the live stream room silent. What artificial intelligence? Where did the voice come from? Zhang Yashuan said in astonishment. Miss Tang. Hello, I am the artificial intelligence codenamed Shiyuan, created by Mr. Tang Ku, who is also your husband. What? An artificial intelligence created by Tang Ko? And novelists also play with this? Before Zhang Yashuan could speak, Jin Yameng exclaimed directly. So, what functions do you have? Zhang Yashuan didn't have time to pay attention, going straight to the point. Destiny can take over the driving permission, ensuring the safety of passengers arriving at the destination. Do you need to turn off the autopilot? Turn off. No, do not turn off. Zhang Yashuan took a deep breath. Destiny, please take us back home as quickly as possible. Okay, Destiny is taking full control of the driving permission. Switching to rapid mode, as Destiny's voice fell, followed by a roaring engine explosion, the Porsche instantly streaked across the night like a rainbow. Wow! What speed is this? Is this a modified racing car that scared me? No. This is a race car. It runs even faster than F1. Shouldn't you guys pay attention to artificial intelligence? Someone in the live broadcast room raised a key point. Netizens then remembered the conversation just now. Is this really artificial intelligence driving? And the creator is Tang Ku, Zhang Yashuan's husband. Isn't he a homebody who writes novels and does laundry at home? How did he create artificial intelligence? Is Tang Ku some kind of hidden big shot? The live broadcast room instantly boiled over, with all kinds of rockets crazily flooding the screen. The already popular live broadcast was now pushed to the top recommendations, with a large number of viewers pouring into the live broadcast room to watch this live scene of artificial intelligence racing and kidnapping. Meanwhile, several men in the rear, pursuing, were anxious. Boss, her car is so fast. If we can't catch up, we won't stand a chance. Just got a heads up from my brothers that the police will be arriving here in about 10 minutes. We have to be done in 10 minutes. A man took the phone and spoke to his brothers in the car. They had people lurking in every area for this operation, specializing in scouting police locations. At the same time, there were many people ambushing the rear roadway, ready to intercept Zhang Yashuan's car. Damn, why is this driving so hard? Aren't you in the racing business before? Hurry up and go after them. How come you can't even run away from a woman? You line you on this are running to 203. Also not afraid of crashing. I really convinced. The man who drove the car was angry and cursed. The minions grumbled for a while, and the alpha boss's face sank. Use the gun, the leader said in a deep voice. At these words, there was a silence in the car. Their mission is to catch them alive. What if they shoot the wrong person? Asterisk. I'll do it. Steeply, a bald man drew a pistol directly from his car locker. Bang, bang, bang. Several consecutive gunshots echoed across the highway, the bullets hitting the glass with a plopping sound. But the bullet didn't penetrate the glass. It was set on top of it. Boss, it's bulletproof glass. Snap. The leader slapped his bald head and cursed under his breath. I told you to shoot the tires. Who told you to shoot the glass? What a loser. Let's not talk about the fact that the cars of the big conglomerates are bound to be fitted with bulletproof glass. Their mission, however, is to take them alive. How can you shoot someone in a car? Okay boss. Sweating on his forehead, the bald man raised his gun again and shot at the Porsche tires. Bang! Bullets shot out sharply, flashing in the darkness, hitting the tires with precision. However, the Porsche was still traveling at high speeds without a hint of impact. Thinking that he had just taken the gun and shot it crookedly, the bald man fired several more shots in succession, until the pistol clicked and the bullets were all gone. Everyone was stunned at the same time, and then cursed. It's poisonous, isn't it? With bulletproof tires? Who in their right mind puts on bulletproof tires? Isn't that something only the military uses? Chase. Give chase, and tell the brothers who let the wind out to drive over and intercept it at once. The leader shouted at the drop of a hat. And have those brothers intercept the police and slow them down as much as possible. The only way to get after a car that a gun can't penetrate is to chase it down and intercept it. This mission is a big order, and if the operation fails, the loss is huge. Who would have thought that a woman could drive so aggressively? Race car drivers aren't even that aggressive. The Porsche was fairly soundproofed inside and didn't hear the gunfire outside at all. Not even a sound came in when the rear glass was cracked by a bullet. The car was playing a song that Tang Ku had added to it, and the two women could hear it for a while. Two tigers love to dance. A bunny be good and pull the carrot. Yeah. Jean Woman covered her small stomach and laughed. What song is this? It's so magical. Ha ha ha. What time is it? You actually still have the heart to laugh. If we get caught up, we'll be finished. Zhang Yashuan was speechless at her best friend's thick nerves. They're being chased by a bunch of strangers and they're actually laughing. Reporting to Miss Jean, this song comes from a song made by Mr. Tang. Origin's voice came again. At the time, Donko was humming songs out of boredom while modifying a Porsche 911. The more he hummed, the more he liked it, so he had Origin record it and add the soundtrack. Although Origins was only a level 1 AI and could not recognize many things on its own, it was still able to execute the instructional commands very perfectly, like taking a hum tune and playing it on a variety of instruments. It just couldn't be easier for an AI. Tang sang it. I told you the voice sounded so familiar. Jean Yuming's eyes widened as she looked at Zhang Yashuan. Surprised, No wonder Yashwan you've taken a liking to Brother Tang, so he's actually such a talented man. Writing novels is just on the surface. Behind the scenes he's not only a program guru, but he also writes songs. Oh my god. Treasure boy. If it wasn't for the fact that Tangko was Zhang Yashwan's man, she would have wanted to fall back on him. It's really so fascinating to see such a brilliant and understated man. Jin Wuming's eyes were glazed over and he couldn't contain his excitement. Zhang Yashwan, on the other hand, was even more confused. The things that had happened this night seemed to have turned her perception of her husband upside down. Thinking back to Dongkor, who was writing code this morning, it seems to make sense again. How much is hubby hiding? Awesome old Don. Old Tang actually knows how to write songs. Did he really write this song? Although the level feels average, the songs are quite magical. Old Tang has deep pockets, secretly builds artificial intelligence, and writes songs for his own amusement. Say, is this really an AI driving? Could it be that Yashian's sister didn't want to expose her driving skills and purposely said it was an AI? It's possible. Sister Yashian drives with Old Tang all day. Her driving skills must not be bad. I have a feeling that the brother in front of me has better car skills. Who cares who is driving? Anyway, this first view is really too fierce. I'm afraid this speed is already more than 200 yards. My god. There's a curve up ahead. Aren't you going to slow down? Unconsciously, a huge bend in the road ahead presented itself to them. But Origins had no intention of slowing down at all, still maintaining a speed of over 200 yards, even vaguely about to break 300. Origin, there's a turn ahead, aren't you slowing down yet? Zhang Yashwan voiced a reminder. Done. Seems like the alerts are too slow. At the current speed, even if we slowed down, it would definitely be too late. For a moment, Zhang Yashwan and Jin Yamon both turned pale. Seems like this AI isn't very reliable. Is it not perfected and has holes in it? If they both died in a car accident like that, they would run to Tang Ko's ghosts and give him a ghost press. Chapter 6, 200-yard drift through corners. It's over and done with. If we don't slow down yet, my two goddesses are going to get cold. Asterisk. Old Tang is not pitting his wife. Hurry up and forcibly remove the AI's control authority, or it's really over. Seeing that it was about to go into the corner, the people on the air panicked. This is not on a large mountain, but the road ahead goes around a large mountain range. So there's a huge curve, and if you don't make the turn, you're going to crash into a mountain range and wreck your car. Are they going to witness a live car crash? Many faces changed drastically. Even the men chasing after them in the rear were stunned. If the target dies in a car accident, their mission will be a failure and they won't get a penny. Damn, why are they still accelerating? It's almost 300 yards. Do they really want to die? They're not planning to kill themselves, are they? How do I know? Logically it shouldn't, but I can't read this in front of me. The robbers looked very ugly. They had never imagined that a hijacking mission, which was obviously very simple, could become so difficult. Please don't worry, two young ladies, Origin will definitely send you back home safe and sound. About to enter the curve. Please sit firmly and hold on to the handrail on the roof of the car. As Origin's voice fell, the two had no time to ask, how can you go home unharmed when you're going to crash into it? They immediately grabbed the fixings and everyone's insides hung in the balance. In a flash, the steering wheel suddenly spun and braked so hard that even the handbrake pulled up automatically. Crunch! The whole Porsche slid violently sideways, forming a perfect drift curve on the curve, and the tires rubbed a lot of white smoke with the ground. It's like a white cloud that glows with brilliant colors under the light. 200-yard drift through a corner? Awesome! My god! It's hard to believe that it's really an AI driving the car, and it's hard for a race car driver to do that, drifting down the highway at such a fast speed, right? Is this a ING extreme sport? It's so exciting. This first view live is also so cool. Is this drifting? My palms are already sweating. It's so awesome, so vicarious. I'm already floating. Show to fly. I can already see tomorrow's hot search. Nima, is this playing a speeding game? I'll give full marks for this corner drifting. 6666666666666. At this moment, the popularity of the live broadcast room reached an unprecedented peak. Many of the admiring spectators were howled at by this first view of a 200-yard drift. Some of the eaters who were planning to come over to see if the so-called artificial intelligence was real or not, all of them can't help but be wildly excited at the moment with their pop-ups. Boom! With Origins at the controls, the Porsche drifted perfectly through the big bend at an indescribable speed, leaving a smooth curved birthmark in the center of the road. Then the engine roared again, like a wild animal. Not only did the speed not decrease after the corner, it increased. The robbers in the back were stunned. This guy's car, even the engine has been remodeled. How could a normal engine withstand such rough use? The man driving the car exclaimed. A normal engine can't take that kind of wear and tear. the next second it would have burned out on the spot. But the engine of this Porsche was off. Not only did it not appear abnormal, but you could tell from the sound that it was even more ferocious than before. It was a scene that equally surprised many of the automotive greats on the air. They were all drawn to autopilot, and now they've been shown something even more awe-inspiring. How the hell does this engine do that? It's not simple. This Tangku is definitely a superb expert in racing modifications. From the looks of this car, it's uncomplicated in every way. Boost, ignition, tires, etc. Even the shell may have been reinforced. Who is this Tangku, and is he really just a fiction writer? A group of know-it-alls in the live room spoke up. Whether the car is driven by an AI or not, the modifications to this car are enough to create a frenzy in the car building industry. Many laymen couldn't understand what they were talking about, but it looked awesome. The two women in the car were pulled by inertia, and it was the big corner drift that hit them the hardest. They were sitting in the car and were able to physically realize how horrible that cornering had just been. The adrenal glands in his body were soaring wildly, as if he was going to fly across the room the next second. This feeling of flesh and soul seemingly separating was frightening, and at the same time, there was an inexplicable pleasure and sourness. That's the beauty of racing drifts, as if you're walking on a cliff. Wow, so exciting. Ye Xian, did you see that? Just now, that moment, I felt my soul flying next to me. Jin Wumeng, who had come back to his senses, shouted excitedly and shook Zhang Yashuan's white arm frantically in excitement. This never-before-experienced experience was almost more exciting than the first night, though she still has her first night. But that didn't stop her from being addicted to racing drifts. Zhang Yashuan felt the same way, and her heartbeat hadn't stopped until now. Jin Wumeng excitedly opened his cell phone live broadcast, shouting on the camera, "See all the babies. Just now that drift. My god, it's really too good. I'll show you. It's really automated. It's artificial intelligence. Look at it." She pointed the camera in Zhang Yashuan's direction, just in time to see the handbrake drop automatically and the steering wheel turn on its own. It's really on autopilot. Is it really artificial intelligence? Is it so powerful now? No. It's the AI created by Old Tang that's awesome. The previous autopilot was as good as an artificial retard. It just didn't work. Old Don is awesome. Not being around his wife and still guarding her. Where's Old Don? What's he doing now? Who called him to come see the broadcast? Yeah, the wife's been chased for so long. Why hasn't Old Tang even called? It shouldn't really be on. Netizens have all sorts of nonsense. What old king fencing? All sorts of things, but only no one ever thought. In fact, Tang Ku was holding the phone, fell asleep. Squeak, the ear-splitting sound of tires rubbing together. Several black modified cars, also drifting into the corner, but they were much slower. By the time they finished the corner, Zhang Yashuan's two-man Porsche, which had pulled away from them by 500 meters, was entering the second turn. This time everyone was prepared, and the moment the Porsche drifted into the corner, everyone got restless. Zhang Yashuan's cell phone was live streaming the first view to the window, and Jin Wumeng was holding his own cell phone tightly, live streaming the view from inside the car. Two different perspectives in one car make for a clear and immersive experience for the senses. Chapter 7, manhwa. This car can still be deformed? With millions of people watching, the Porsche's handbrake and steering will move almost simultaneously. Once again, the Porsche drifted through the corner at an amazing speed. There are two different perspectives this time, and the internet is finally seeing how, at last, AI can drive a vehicle. Is really on autopilot. I had both live feeds on my computer, and while watching the girls sitting in the car in awe, and the first drift view, it felt like I was taking the girls on a drift. Perfect. Got it. So at the moment I'm driving with two pretty girls. 666. I would call you the strongest in this logical thinking. The netizens got weird, but many people in the automotive and computer industries were straight out of an emergency meeting. They're going to contact Tanka first thing tomorrow and buy the technology he's holding. Artificial intelligence. Car remodeling. One of these taken out is enough to change the world. The perfect combination of the two is more than enough to bring people directly into the sci-fi world. Grass. We can't catch up. All the people on Big Fatty's side go to intercept the Porsche. Within 15 minutes. If we can't intercept it, we'll evacuate immediately. The leader punched the car window and shouted into the communicator in his hand. Such speed is really too fast. Even they, the modified cars plus racing drivers, cannot catch up. What the hell is wrong with this woman? ING drives harder than a race car driver. Boss, we still have 2 canisters of nitrogen in the car. Should we not? Whispered a junior brother in the back. Nitrous? Why the hell didn't you say so earlier? Quickly load it up for me. Let's directly smash this Porsche and force it to stop. The leader gave this little brother a slap and scolded with hatred. Yes. The minions rushed to install nitrous and the car remained in full pursuit. Under the wobble. I finally finished adding this nitrous. Good guy. Now I'll see if it's your engine that's fierce. Or this nitrogen of mine. Give me a charge. At the leader's command, the man driving the car immediately pressed the exhaust button. Shoo! In an instant, the leader's modified car accelerated in vain, and two light blue flames shot out of the rear, propelling their automobile violently. The speed skyrocketed in vain, and the car's occupants collectively leaned back in their seats to feel the rush. Ha ha ha, punch punch punch, crash this Porsche. The ringleader laughed out loud, a slightly nervous expression on his face. The two girls, Zhang Yashuan, who had already run 400 meters away, had thought that they had gotten rid of the pursuit. Unexpectedly, only a short time later, another light shone from the rear. Jean Wulming turned around and realized that the windows of their car had, in fact, been hit by bullets, and there's a black modified car that's approaching at an alarming rate. Yikes, it's bad. They're coming closer. Is there any way to speed up? Jean Yuemeng exclaimed in alarm. Zhang Yashuan immediately knitted her willow brows and said, they seem to be using nitrogen. Origin, do you have a way to accelerate again? In response to Ms. Zhang, due to time constraints, Mr. Tang did not have time to add the thrusters today. The Origin's clear female voice responded. However, it is possible to temporarily change the body shape to reduce wind resistance to achieve acceleration, but the car will become a bit crowded. May I ask if this will be carried out? Change form? Zhang Yashuan's small mouth opened wide. How come there's even a morph? What the hell is this? Clueless as she was, she nodded. Immediately, Roger that. Origins responded, and immediately a clanging mechanical sound rang out from the car. Both inside and outside the car actually began to undergo shrinkage and deformation. That, please, is it just my ears and eyes? I think I see this car warping. If it's really you who's in trouble, then I'm afraid I'm in the same boat as you. Holy, what the hell is going on here? Morphing, it's really deformed. It's playing a sci-fi movie, right? A movie starring both Ye Xian and Yu Meng. I feel like I'm out of touch with the world. Am I traveling? The netizens in the live broadcast room were wide-eyed. The car transformation and whatnot could be too much more shocking than the artificial intelligence. The robbers, who were about to catch up with the Porsche, had a maniacal look on their faces and were ready to ram the front of their cars into the rear of the Porsche. But at that moment, the car shell of the Porsche in front of him actually began to move. What the hell? The car seems to be morphing? The first thing they did was wipe their eyes, thinking they were hallucinating. Then it snapped to attention that the Porsche 911 was really morphing. This sci-fi image just happened right in front of their eyes. For a moment, the robbers were dumbfounded. The Porsche contracted quickly, the car shells stacking together in a low-running pattern. In a normal vehicle, there's no way you could do that and maintain such massive power in such a low and petite model. The speed of the Porsche after the change in shape had skyrocketed in vain at this moment, and it was ridiculously fast. It wasn't fast enough to shake off the modifieds with nitrous, but it was on par with them. Within minutes, the robbers ran out of nitrogen. The distance between the two was once again rapidly widening. Two tigers love to dance. A bunny be good and pull the carrot. Yeah. The two women in the car joyfully sang songs, their voices as clear and pleasant as silver bells. It was getting a little crowded in the car, but the speed was really too much. Origins drove the vehicle at a high speed and the two women had fun singing in the car. He even had the presence of mind to interact with his fans about how he felt just now and now. The leader of the robbers was so angry that he kicked the car cabinet. Is this the ING car of the gods? It was definitely one of the weirdest criminal operations they had ever encountered. What's the situation on Big Fatty's side? The leader of the robbers asked. Already there, making a good stop at the chain of bends. The junior replied solemnly. Good, we'll stop chasing and block the back way here. The cars of the crowd immediately skidded to a halt sideways, blocking the road directly and forbidding any vehicle to pass, which could be described as a rampage. Entering a series of curves ahead, vehicle blockage detected ahead. Please sit tight. Both ladies. The prompt from Origins came again. Whether it was Zhang Yashuan and Jean Yumeng, or the people in the live broadcast room and others, they were all slightly stunned. Someone is actually stopping in front of us. How is this going to go? This is a premeditated kidnapping gang. Not only do they have guns, but they are openly blocking the roads. It's just lawless. There's no way out of here at all. Even if the AI's car skills are strong, it can't force its way through the block, can it? Is it hard to just crash into it? When these words came out, the two women were also shocked. If we do hit it, won't we just get cold? While the crowd was thinking about it, Origins had already driven the Porsche to the location of the chain of corners. At every dangerous corner, there were two sedans straddling the road. Chapter 8, The Programming Bigot Delayed by Novels. A dozen men stood beside the car, leisurely smoking cigarettes and looking at the two Zhang Yashuan with cold smiles. No matter how good you are, you'll have to stop now. Buzz. The sound of the engine gradually approached, and the expression on the roadblocker's face slowly shifted from a calm sneer to a frozen look. Immediately afterward, all of them changed their faces dramatically. Because the Porsche had no intention of slowing down and stopping, they were so frightened that they lurched toward the rock walls on either side. The body of the petite Porsche was in the midst of transforming as it rushed in. Several pieces of deformed excess car shells began to move toward the front of the car to reinforce the front and side locations. Multiple shells stacked on top of each other make the front and sides incredibly strong, but the rest of the car becomes very fragile. This is a kind of abandonment of the car to protect the Commander-in-Chief deformation, but it is the most appropriate for this situation at the moment. Among Tang's modifications today, the one that took the most time was this morphing function. Relying on the data-based control capability of artificial intelligence, the addition of a magnetic attachment function. Artificial intelligence is used to manipulate the strength of the magnetic adsorption to achieve the effect of moving the car shell. It seems very sci-fi, but it's nothing more than visually stunning. To achieve the car morphing effect Tang wanted, more advanced materials were needed, as well as an artificial intelligence with greater computing power, before it could truly be accomplished. Bang! In a flash, the Porsche collided with the sedan in an unstoppable rush. Two sedans were knocked off the road at the scene, both with a large dent in their bodies. The Porsche, however, was unscathed and even made the first corner drift, creating a wave of white smoke and dust. It slid right past the men and into the second vehicle blocking position. Bang! Still ignoring the vehicle, Origins accelerated brutally and crashed right through the second vehicle block. Crunch! A drift dump, a perfect reorientation, and a continued glide through the second turn. The whole thing was running smoothly, and the stopping cars didn't make a dent in the Porsche. It even performed a series of punch drifts. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm going straight ing. Chain drift. I actually experienced a first view of a chain drift. No, did you guys just see that shield? This Porsche just warped again. That's so sci-fi. Coach, I want to learn that. Coach, sorry, I can't teach this one. The police are here. I saw the police car. After drifting through two consecutive corners, the two Zhang Yashuan returned to the straight line section once again. There were blue and red lights up ahead, flashing alternately on top of the car. The sirens clamored and drove past the Porsche on both sides of the road, first in line to apprehend the perpetrators. As for the parties involved, Zhang Yashuan and Jin Womeng, the police left them alone for the time being. Both are uncomplicated and know their way around. It's not too late to wait until tomorrow to find them. The most important thing right now is to catch this lawless criminal gang. 15 minutes later, the Porsche pulled safely into the luxury neighborhood and stopped in front of the house. Origins brought the two women back in one piece, without even the slightest collision. Phew, tonight was so exciting. I feel like I might not be able to sleep tonight. Jin Womeng stepped out of the car, feeling a little dizzy. Go back and rest. It's fine if you can't sleep. It's good to calm down. Zhang Yashuan cried and laughed. She looked toward her house and simply turned off the live feed. Next she'd have to ask Don Sior what the hell was going on. The family's own stinky treasure seems to be suddenly mysterious. How much more was Don Sior keeping from her? Walking into the house, there was silence. Zhang Yashuan's insides tightened. By all rights, when she had such a big incident, Tangke should be very nervous. How come there's no sound at all in the house? It's hard to. Don Sior has also been kidnapped or harmed. Thinking of this, Zhang Yashuan instantly panicked and ran to the room while yelling Tangke's name. She violently pushed open the door to her room, only to see Tangke lying motionless on the bed. In an instant, Zhang Yashuan was terrified and hurriedly ran to the bedside to shake Tangke. Also look for cuts and blood. Tangke, who was sleeping sweetly, suddenly felt the sky spinning. Then he was forcibly shaken awake by Zhang Yashuan, and heard his wife muttering under her breath, "Are you okay? Wake up. Don't be okay. Don't leave me alone." Something like that. Alas, my wife is back. That said, why are you cursing me when I'm taking a nap? Tangke sleepily turned around and looked at his beautiful wife at home with tears and laughter. Zhang Yashuan was stunned, and then she was pulled into Tangke's arms. She's so concerned she's lost the ability to think. How dare you curse your own husband? Let's see if I don't teach you a lesson. Tangke heatedly smiled, sleepy, and pressed his wife underneath him. No, just now I thought. You wait, I have something to tell you. Seeing her monkeyish husband, Zhang Yashuan cried and laughed, knowing what was coming next. But there's a lot at stake tonight, and there's so much to ask. Humph, there's something to be said tomorrow. I'm going to teach you a lesson. Tangke immediately interrupted, not allowing his wife to retort. 8 o'clock the following morning. The curtains lifted automatically, and brilliant sunlight poured warmly through the window and into the room. Do 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 do. Tangku was jolted awake by the cell phone messages and muttered somewhat irritably, "Who is it, sending so many messages in the morning?" Rolling over, he continued to cuddle his fragrant wife, intending to go back to sleep. "Mr. Tang, there are messages from as many as 11 contacts on your phone, and the total number of text messages is as many as 36. On your Weibo account, there are even as many as 32,421 message alerts. May I read them out for you?" In vain, Origin's voice came over the phone. Tangka's eyes snapped open. He clearly hadn't loaded Origins into his cell phone. Also, how did so many people contact him? The only people he had contact with in the past were his parents and his wife. As for classmates and friends and whatnot, it's all just a message or two sometimes. What's with all the messages this morning? And then there's the Twitter account of his that just posts that the new book will be updated and then receives hundreds of messages. It's not like he's releasing a new book today, so how come he's still getting tens of thousands of message alerts in his Twitter feed? Tangka didn't answer Origin's words as he directly got up and picked up his cell phone to look through it. It's a shock not to see real artificial intelligence. Born. Super black technology from a writer? Tangko, a programming guru delayed by fiction. Changes coming to the automotive industry. Hashtag 200-yard drifts through corners. Beautiful late-night racing. Hashtag driving irregularly. 2 lines of tears for loved ones. Anchor 1 is driving irregularly in the middle of the night. Hashtag who's Don Kirk? The hashtag web author is actually a black tech guru. Hashtag car that transforms. Hashtag shocked. My husband is actually a black tech guru. All the major news, hot searches, topics, short videos, etc. are all swept up with almost the same information. Tangka's head was full of questions, not understanding what had happened last night. He became, overnight, famous. What the hell is going on here? What happened last night? Don Cole blankly remembers last night, and the more he thinks about it, the more excited he gets. All about the late-night interactions with his wife. He tapped on his phone messages to check them one by one, and that's when he realized. Turns out his wife was kidnapped yesterday. Chapter 9, Rich People Are Dangerous. Tangka hurriedly patted Zhang Yashuan beside him and saw that his beautiful wife was still sleeping heavily. He reached right in and tickled his wife a couple times. Zhang Yashuan immediately opened her beautiful eyes with a blushing face and exasperatedly said, "What are you doing in the morning? I was tired to death last night. Still not letting people sleep. Are you a cow? I was exhausted last night, and then I came back to get her early this morning, so I really don't need to rest." "Ha? No. I was going to say, you were kidnapped last night? Such a big deal. Why didn't you tell me first?" Tangka said with a nervous face. At those words, she was so angry that Zhang Yashuan directly threw a pillow over. "I had to talk to you yesterday. What have you been doing to yourself? Don't you have a bee in your heart?" This. Tangka was filled with embarrassment. "So how did it go yesterday? Are you okay?" "Humph. It's okay now. It's you." Zhang Yashuan climbed up, her delicate face close to Tangka. "Shouldn't we explain what's going on with this artificial intelligence and transformer car? It is puzzling to suddenly realize that the husband who accompanied you seems to have become a different person. If it was placed in a metaphysical novel, it would be assumed that the person had been taken over by a great power." Tangka touched his head and giggled. "This AI was only finalized after I had a burst of inspiration yesterday. It's only a level 1 AI right now. I'll continue to upgrade it in the future." Zhang Yashuan looked skeptical and thought about it. Yesterday, Tangka did suddenly pick up the computer and write code there, and that should have been when inspiration struck. As for whether he had written any code in the past, Zhang Yashuan realized that she surprisingly did not know. After all, Tangka was basically at home writing novels every day, and when Zhang Yashuan was bored alone, she would run next door to find Jin Yumlung to play with. The subconscious assumption as to what Don Cole does at home is that he writes books and writes all day. "I see. What about the car? That thing that can transform, and how did it do that? How come you are still proficient in this?" Zhang Yashuan asked eagerly. She felt as if her husband at the moment was an abyss with endless unknowns for her to explore and discover. Tangka smiled and stroked his wife's hair. "Foolish Xian-O, quickly go wash your face and brush your teeth. It's not too late to talk about it later. Your husband, I'm not going to run away." "Humph, then I'll ask later. But don't think about fishing in troubled waters." Zhang Yashuan snorted delicately, and instantly climbed up naked. Don Cor was a little excited to get into the bathroom with his wife, but unexpectedly the bathroom door was closed directly by his wife and clicked back. "Good lord, why is there a lock on the bathroom door? What if I pass out in the bathroom?" Tangka sighed and helplessly walked towards the bathroom in the other room to wash up. "Bigger house is better. You can't get in this side of the bathroom and you can still go to the other rooms. The two wash up and cook and enjoy breakfast together." Zhang Yashuan was a bit emotional, recounting last night's experience, which was almost like a plot that happened in a novel. Tonka listened quietly. occasionally smiling as he explained the principles involved, then made up some lies and stated all of his abilities. Clanking sound. Just as the two plopped down on the couch to chat, the doorbell to the house rang. Tangku opened the door to his home and saw that standing outside the door were 3 men and women in police uniforms. Hello, Mr. Tang. We came here this time because we have something we want to inquire about. I don't know if we can be bothered. The only female police officer among the 3 stepped forward and said, from the tone of voice, it still sounds very friendly. I don't have to think about it. It must be because my wife has a strong and clean background and knows her roots. Anyone else would not be so polite with you. Of course, come in, all 3 of you. Tang Ko was extremely valiant, directly opening the door and leading the 3 officers to the parlor. The female officer sat opposite Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan, and the 2 male officers stood on either side, observing the window. The 2 sides had already had a preliminary communication, and from Zhang Yashuan's mouth, she briefly inquired about what had happened. Ms. Zhang, we've arrested some of the people last night, and we got some information from each other. The female officer single-handedly said, according to the investigation, this criminal gang has committed a very large number of crimes, and this time the mission is to kidnap you, not Kim Woo Meng. As to why, her voice lurched and she hesitated for a few seconds before deciding to speak, saying, it's likely that your father's business rivals paid to hire this criminal gang to try to catch you and threaten your father. What? My dad's business rival? Zhang Yashuan's face showed surprise. In all her years of living, she had never heard of anyone acting so crazy because of business rivalry. We're all just trying to make money, so why go this far? Of course, this is only our speculation, and we have not been able to get any definite information from the captured population, and their leader is in the middle of being tracked down by us. The policewoman said cautiously, we would suggest that it would be best for you to step up your efforts in terms of protection. Anyone who would make a deadly feud over making money must be a madman. Such people are capable of anything, and one failure is bound to be followed by a second. The corners of Tang Ke's mouth twitched slightly, feeling a bit dogged. So the world of the rich is so dangerous? Well, this is much of a disturbance, so we'll leave first. The female officer stood up and suddenly looked at Tang Ke. Mr. Tang's ability is outstanding. He actually even got an artificial intelligence. I wonder if he's interested in cooperating with our police. Artificial intelligence is definitely more powerful than just driving a car. If it works on things like scientific research, search and seizure, analysis, etc., it's enough to propel a country to the next level. The 3 officers came here, except for the matter of Zhang Yashuan. Most importantly, it was still here to probe Tang Ke's attitude. Working with the police? You're thinking of using my AI for investigations and such, right? Tang Ke laughed casually. It's not impossible. It's just that my current AI isn't perfect yet, so it'll be a while. Of course, it certainly won't be free. He loves his country, but not to the point of offering it for free. Tang Ke provides the technology and the other party provides the money. Mutual benefit is the right way to cooperate. If not, then I can only say I'm sorry. Well, if Mr. Tang is interested in cooperating, he can contact the one on the business card. The female officer smiled faintly and then handed over a business card. She felt that Donkor should still be positive enough to give business cards as instructed. Tang Ke casually accepted the business card, then watched the 3 officers leave. The business card had a feminine name on it and a phone number. Other than that, there is no extra information. Makes so mysterious. Think the identity should not be simple. Wait for the lack of money to find each other. Chapter 10. And just for fun. Don Cor shrugged and closed the door behind him. He sat back on the soft couch once again, cuddling with his wife, talking, getting high, and watching TV. A mediocre life, but not boring at all. Even if the two sit together and say nothing, they don't feel awkward or unnatural. With nothing else to do, Zhang Yashuan once again opened the live broadcasting room, intending to live broadcast her small daily routine with her husband. As soon as the show started, there was an influx of waterbenders. All of them were discussing things like artificial intelligence, cars, donkers, and so on. It's on the air, it's on the air. I'm going to find old Don and ask him if he's the one who came up with the AI or not. I'm yet. All the major groups have released announcements saying that they want to find Tang Ke to discuss and want to cooperate with him. It's too dignified. Don Kirk, it's a shame that I'm a novelist who relies on technology to become famous. Ha ha ha. Old Don never thought that he was actually relying on technology for fire. Old Tang's program skills are so strong. What's the point of writing a novel? What a waste of talent. Hello everyone. Nice to see you all again. Look who's next to me. Zhang Yashuan waved to the camera. Spinning around, he directly leaned on Tang Ke's shoulder, attracting the envy of countless wolf friends. It's so tempting to replace each other when you have such a beauty in your company. Tang Ke also smiled and greeted the netizens. It wasn't the first time he appeared within his wife's live broadcast, so his demeanor was very natural. Zhang Yashuan tapped the lock screen to check the pop-ups from netizens. I happened to see the last message that asked Tangko why he had such programmatic abilities and still had to make money from his novels. Many people were thinking the same thing. This couldn't be idly wasting their natural abilities here, right? Tangka smiled playfully and said, I could make a lot of money with programming, but I'm partial to writing novels. Just for fun. Seeing his beaten look and words, the live broadcast room suddenly went silent. Immediately afterward a large number of pop-ups brushed by, all of them threatening to want to beat up Tangku. It's really pissing me off. Is this a release? Playing around? Play you a dare. Get the outta here. Tell old Don to get the hell out of here. I don't want to see him. This guy is so crazy. Did anyone send him a razor blade? Don't ever send a razor blade. This guy's an old scoundrel. He's resold all the blades we used to send. Good lord. Old Tang is really shameless enough. I really don't understand how Goddess Yushin looks at him. Of course it's because of Lao Tang's good looks and talent. Sister, I like it too. But unfortunately Lao Tang has an owner. Say, aren't we here to ask about the AI? Don't want to ask. Just want to scold old Don. Seeing that all the attention was on her husband, Zhang Yashuan cried and laughed. Whose live account is this anyway? In the past, the topic of conversation was always on her. But today, all the people are focusing on her husband. Hey, I can't believe one of them scolded me. So angry that I kissed my daughter-in-law on the spot. Saying that, not allowing others to refuse, Tangko directly toward Zhang Yashuan's sexy red lips. A gentle peck. Hated it's in the middle of a live broadcast. Not serious. Zhang Yashuan's pretty face was blushing, looking very cute. Ah, this guy kissed my goddess again. Oh hoo, I'm going to team up to Lao Tang. Is there a team? 1/10, 000. Add me to the list. And together we'll old Don. +1. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How? If it's that kind of, I'll go. Ha 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 ha. The netizens in the live broadcast room went crazy for a while, itching to drill through the screen and rub Tangko hard on the ground. Clanking sound. Just then, the doorbell of the house rang again. Tangko opened the door, thinking it would be that girl Jean Yumon coming over to play with Zhang Yashuan. I didn't realize that standing outside were many men and women in formal dress, holding several contracts in their hands, divided into several groups of people. The moment they saw Tangku open the door, they instantly showed ecstasy and flocked to him. Mr. Tang, I'm a representative of the Lamborghini Corporation and would like to talk to you about some cooperation. I am a representative of Ferrari and would like to work with you as well. I, a representative of Porsche, am here to deliver your money. In a group of people introducing themselves, the words of the representative of the Porsche company were the only ones that stood out. Donkor looked blankly at the Porsche company representative, a young man with a svelte look in his glasses. I think he just heard the words, give away money. Hello Mr. Tang, my name is Chen Zimo. I'm a representative of Porsche. Chen Zimo was a man of understanding and immediately explained. Last night, your wife drove our car and did a wave of publicity for us, so the company decided to pay you some advertising expenses. Hearing this, everyone understood. Those other car company representatives, in particular, couldn't help but curse the man for being a chicken thief. First used to send money to get the other party's goodwill, and then further talk about cooperation projects. What a Porsche company. What a setup. Ha ha ha. So it's advertising expenses. Come on in. Tangko made an inviting gesture. Chen Zimo walked into the house with a polite demeanor, then waited at the doorway. At this point, the representative on the Lamborghini side said, I, Lamborghini, would like to ask you to help us with an advertisement. I wonder if it's convenient. The crowd was flabbergasted, marveling at the quickness of this man's reaction, and they followed suit. We are also here to get an advertisement from you at a negotiable price. Yeah, I wonder if that's convenient. Those who are in this line of work deal with people all the time, and each one of them is a human being. Tangko saw through it and invited them in one after another. Since they've said they're going to come to them for advertising, who cares what they'll come to them for afterward? They'll make money first anyway. Alas, I, an online author, have actually degenerated to accepting advertisements to make money. What a shame. Tangko led a group of people into the parlor, and without fearing the people around him, he directly sighed. These words fell directly into the ears of the netizens, and they all cursed Tangko's brazenness in the live broadcast. 2A. Shame on you. Shameless Tangko, what a thick skin. Say, what kind of ads does he take? Writing novels and taking ads? No. The people in here look a bit familiar. I think I've seen them somewhere. As one car dealer representative after another walks in, the airwaves gradually boil over. Asterisk 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 I think I've seen that guy in a magazine. He's the chairman of the domestic division of Mercedes-Benz. Hiss. I think I see Maybach's company representative. What the hell? So many heads of car dealer representatives came over. Even the chairman of the global head office. Awesome old Tang. Aren't these car dealers posting information on the internet about wanting to cooperate, but as a result, they actually took the initiative to pay a visit? It's so dignified. Nonsense. If you had car morphing skills, you could too. Chapter 11, The Coke Treat. The events of last night are just beginning to spread today. The topics of artificial intelligence and transformer cars are spreading at an alarming rate. Countless automobile manufacturers and giants of the internet industry have been attracted to it. Right now it's the giants of the automakers who are walking into Donker's home. It's been a long time, mess. Zhang, you're here too. Chen Zimo took the initiative to greet Zhang Yashuan, who was sitting on the sofa, in a very respectful manner, and even a little nervous. When Zhang Yashuan bought the car, it was Chen Zimo who personally sent it to her, and the two of them had a side relationship. It's Zimmer. Ha, there are so many others. Everyone sit down. Zhang Yashuan had long been accustomed to seeing these big shots, and had absolutely no intention of getting up to welcome the guests, being as casual as she wanted to be. The crowd was all smiles and no displeasure. Zhang Yashuan was the boss of Hongtai Group, the daughter of Zhang Hongguang. Hongtai Group is involved in many industries and holds shares in several companies. The main businesses are in food, clothing, and the internet side of the industry. Half of the stores in a commercial street or shopping mall are owned by Hongtai Group. In the face of such a behemoth, everyone except Tangko was polite and courteous. What is it that you all have come here for? Zhang Yashuan asked casually as she leaned lazily against Tangko's side. At the same time, she grabbed the blanket on the couch and covered her long, white thighs. Not for these stinky men. The peeps in the live feed noticed this as well and sighed sadly. On the rare occasion that the live view was turned down a bit to see the long legs of Yashian's beauty, it turned out to be covered up. What about when they say they want me to advertise? Do they want me to advertise for you guys inside the book? Don Cole cheerfully walked over with a large bottle of Coke and poured it into each plastic cup. There's no one else who entertains guests with a big Coke, but there were no complaints from anyone in the audience, and they even reached for the Coke with smiles on their faces. Coke for guests? Guests still have to be polite and smile. Worthy of old Tang. 666. First time I've seen someone entertain these car dealer bigwigs like this. Kneeling for old Tang. I'm afraid this is the first person ever. It's not even because Sister Yashian is sitting here. Old Tang is a fox and a tiger. You said our Sister Yashian is a tiger. You're dead. These big shots say they're looking for old Dawn to advertise? What kind of situation is this? Didn't they say they were looking for old Tang to collaborate with them? Is it just an advertising collaboration? That's all? You don't understand this, do you? These big men are all human beings. All this in front is false. What comes after is the truth. The live broadcast was not turned off by Zhang Yashuan. She just held the phone naturally in her hand as if she was chatting with someone. In reality, he was live streaming to the people around him and was in the middle of typing and interacting with his water friends in the live room. Koro and Zhang Yashuan, who just said I was a tiger. Give me out. Sister Yashian, I was wrong. Sister Yashian is just 6. She went live in front of the bigwigs and wasn't even noticed. Kaluo Kuyu Zhang Yashian, I'll let you off this time. The live broadcast room was hot. Zhang Yashuan was constantly interacting with her fans, chatting about all sorts of messy things, and these car dealer bigwigs didn't know a thing about it. And after a few token sips of Coke, one after another, someone spoke up. Yes, we are here for you to advertise, as long as you mention our product in your book. Yeah, just mention it in your book. We're good to talk to. Mr. Tang, this is last night's advertising fee. There's 10 million in the card. Chen Zimo pulled out a bank card from his pocket and handed it over. 10 million. $10 million a night for an advertisement can be considered a sky-high price, but it's certainly less effective for the publicity this time around. Only, everyone present understood that this was not an advertising fee at all, but a direct gift of money. The meaning of the two is different. Zimmer Chen represents Porsche and is here to offer to give away money, trying to gain favor to accomplish the purpose of being here. To make a breakthrough with $10 million can be considered a very witty choice. The representatives of the automobile manufacturers next to us don't look too good, because they can't give money right now. One can only sigh with pity. I'm afraid the winner this time is Porsche. That's what the automakers think, but not Donko. Although he didn't make much money writing books, he wasn't the type to be overjoyed at the sight of money. Not to mention that with the black technology system in hand, it really shouldn't be too easy to make money. $10 million to try to pleasure him so he'll smile and accept the cooperation behind? Don't even think about it. From the beginning, Donko never intended to work with any automaker. Why would he want to work with someone else when he himself has top-notch car building skills and tons of black tech and automobiles at his fingertips? Cooperation is when both parties give something of equal value. One party pays for the technology and the other party pays for the money. Although Tang Ke did lack funds, his wife Zhang Yashuan did not. As the saying goes, the fat is in the pot. If you want to cooperate, you should ask your own wife to cooperate. Who wants to cooperate with these outsiders? Not bad, not bad. That's $10 million, I like it. But the advertising thing. Tang Ke was puzzled. I'm now writing The Secret of God, which is a steampunk and Cthulhu theme, and I'm afraid it's a bit difficult for you car brands to want to add it in. So why don't you wait for my next book? What can't be added is complete bull asterisk 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 asterisk. And writing a novel and worrying about not being able to add things? As for his next novel, he wasn't going to write about the city, much less include any car brands. He's going to write about classical immortality, The Knife Comes. It's just fun. Sure, that's not a problem at all. The automakers didn't have a problem with that at all. It simply doesn't matter to them if they add it or not. The main purpose is to enhance the relationship between the two sides in this way, so as to pave the way for the next cooperation. $10 million for the opportunity to work together is well worth it. It's just a shame that it never occurred to them that Tonka had no intention of providing any technology at all. $10 million for advertising? Heavenly price. I'll bet a free gift that old Don will never let go. Yes, from what I know of old Tang, the novels he writes are either metaphysical or immortal, and The Secret of God was just an accident. It's so uncomfortable to watch these bigwigs being so humble in front of old Tang. Sister Yashian, may I ask if old Tang will work with these vendors? Zhang Yashuan, I don't know together or not I will support unconditionally. I'm so envious of old Tang, actually having such a good wife. Old Dawn is so happy, and sexually happy at the same time. Chapter 12 Potential Dangers of Artificial Intelligence. Faced with the pleasantries of many representatives of automobile manufacturers, Tang Ke copes with them freely. Although he was a fiction writer, he was after all a man who had lived two lives. The polite words and all that, he played them better than the other guy. In his heart, he knew that the other party was running towards artificial intelligence and automobile technology, but he pretended to be unaware of it. Been here most of the day with these people talking crap and playing crazy Tai Chi. It was finalized to pay $10 million each to advertise them in the book. As to when it will be fulfilled, no deadline has been set at all. Of course, this is just lip service. The people from the automobile manufacturers weren't cuties either. They wouldn't really give money until they had signed a contract with Tang Ke behind them. Both sides have been pulling their punches for so long, talking about total loneliness. But that's okay. The automakers' agents' eyes were glazed over and the words were pretty much brewing in their mouths. It's time to bring up the purpose of this visit. Mr. Tang, well, it's getting late, so my wife and I are going to enjoy our lunch. And you all are rather busy too, so you don't have to stay with us. Tang Ke smiled and got up, directly interrupting the other party's words and giving an expulsion order. When the crowd heard this, they froze and the corners of their mouths twitched up slightly. They were just about done talking about advertising as a front and were ready to get into the purpose of the trip. And you tell us you're going to dinner with your wife? What about the $10 million? It's a waste of money, isn't it? It was only verbal, but the saliva and time was arguably wasted. No, that Mr. Don. What? Do you guys want to eat with us? Tang Ke frowned, his demeanor somewhat irritated. No, much to interrupt. We'll leave and come back another time. The crowd was embarrassed and didn't dare to continue dwelling on it. They habitually take the Coke in their hands and drink it in one go. Spinning around, they left without stopping. The netizens in the live broadcast room laughed like crazy as they witnessed a large-scale snubbing scene. No one is going to sympathize with these automakers. They will never let up and will surely come back to the door again. At the same time, many people were speculating about what Tang Ke really thought. Why do you have so much technology at your fingertips and not use it to make money? Even if you like writing novels, there wouldn't be any conflict between the two, would there? Finally it's all gone. I'll go cook for you. Zhang Yashuan smiled sweetly, her smile sweet and charming. I'm with you. Tang Ke hemmed and hawed and got busy in the kitchen with his wife. The live feed instantly shifted to a live food feed without a hitch. Older viewers had long been used to Zhang Yashuan's fickle live broadcast, so they continued to watch with great interest. A beef stir-fry with bamboo shoots, a scrambled egg with leeks, and a green vegetable dish. Simple 3 home-cooked dishes. Under the exquisite cooking skills of the two, hard to make a high-class feel. After a full meal, Zhang Yashuan continued to broadcast live at home. She broadcasts very casually, singing and chatting 1 minute, snacking and watching a movie the next, and finally lay down on the couch and went straight to sleep. Instead of live streaming, you can play with Donkor at home. Origins, open the source code. With a command from Tang Ke, Origins presented its source code directly on the computer. It's outrageous that the wife is sitting on the couch next to her taking a nap, and the live feed is just hanging there, and there are so many people watching. Add the permission code. No private connections to the internet without my permission, much less hacking into the device. Okay, Mr. Tang. A string of dense code, written by Origins itself into its own program. Despite being in AI, the current Origins IQ isn't in the realm of the very scary. It doesn't have a lot of self-recognition for now, but it does have a strong ability to perform. This morning Origins had privately accessed the inside of Tangko's phone, which also made him realize more permission codes must be added while the AI is just getting started. Otherwise, once it grows up, I'm afraid it will become gradually out of control like Skynet in the movie. Tonka silently watched the source code in flux. Once Origins had written the code, which was not what Tonka had in mind, he would then be the first to step in and modify it. Fortunately, AI is still very obedient these days. It doesn't think about the reasons behind the inclusion of these codes. It only carries out its master's commands diligently. Set me as the highest authority and any instructions I give must be obeyed. Setting Zhang Yashuan as the second authority, we both have all the authorized abilities of Origins. Also, you may not make any changes to this code. This is the second line of defense against AI, to avoid future Origins that could wreak havoc on humanity. Still feeling uneasy, Tangko took matters into his own hands and added more code to Origins. All sorts of restrictions are reinforced on the Origin to avoid infallibility. Good lord, old Don doesn't write books, he gets programming there. He seems to be adding restrictions to the AI. Is this preventing the AI from rebelling? That should be right. Old Tang is worthy of writing novels. He really is well thought out. That said, I haven't read the Old Don novel yet. This. Me too. Good guy. One mouthful of Old Tang, calling him affectionately, but as a result, you've never read Old Tang's books. You fake fans. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. We know Old Tang from Yashin's sister's side. We can't be considered fake fans. Say, what's Old Don's pen name? I think it's called Dream Road to Eternal Life. Do you guys know what that means? I don't know. I'll check out his book. Ugh, so boring. I'm going to read a novel. I'll go too. A portion of the people in the live broadcast room went away, and the rest of them were bored to death. Just watching Zhang Yashuan sleep. Definitely LSP without a doubt. After more than 2 hours of busy work, Tangko finally finished writing all the programs. He felt as if his programming knowledge had refined a few points. The system gave him the code for a level 1 AI and also upgraded his knowledge of all aspects of computers. So the more code is written, the more proficient Donkor becomes in this area. Even being able to create new programming languages is not a problem. The secondary AI, if not mistaken, might need to be created by himself. Although there was a black technology system in place, Tangko understood. One cannot rely exclusively on the knowledge given by the system. You also need to learn and master more things on your own to be able to create more value. Tangko got up to stretch his tense back and saw his wife sleeping soundly on the sofa. She sleeps in a very soft position, hardly moving drastically, like a sleeping beauty. Tangko walked to his wife and tenderly covered her with a blanket to prevent her from catching a cold. The rest of his eyes glanced at the cell phone next to him, which actually had a live stream on it. Chapter 13 Electromagnetic Devices. Tangko picked up his cell phone and saw that the audience was actually quite large. Hey, Old Tang, what are you doing? I want to see Sister Yashin's sleeping face. Get away from me. Put your cell phone down. Don't you come over here. I want to see Yashin. You stinking man, get away from me. Wow, Old Dawn is so handsome. I just love looking at Old Dawn. Old Tang, this is to turn off the live broadcast. Do not you shut down what we watch. Maybe it's just Old Dawn planning to take his wife's account and do something wrong. He. Donko smiled dashingly at the camera and said, SHHHH. Be quiet guys. I'll show you the big baby. Your favorite thing from last night. With that, he took the phone with the holder and headed for the garage. The live broadcast room was once again buzzing with activity. Hiss. What is Old Don up to? It can't be what I think it is, can it? Good lord. Is Old Tang really planning to seal off Yashin's sister's number in its entirety? Last night's favorite thing. We enjoyed driving last night. No, you guys like to drive every day. Old Don wouldn't want us to see the car he and his wife had last night, would he? Can you guys stop being so filthy? Do you think it's possible? That's right. All you do is talk nonsense all day long. And housekeeping works. The jokes are getting so over the top that many house managers have stepped in and given ban packages. Walking into the expansive garage, Donkor set up his cell phone right in front of the Porsche 911 from last night. I did bring you here to play with the cars, and today I'll show you the secrets behind the Transformers. Tangka smiled as he walked towards the Porsche and directly opened the hood, revealing the interior. The crowd in the live room was shocked, staring wide-eyed at what was going on under the hood of the car. Things like the engine, tank, and wiring were not surprising, but one thing was unfamiliar to everyone. an irregularly shaped piece of iron with many copper-colored pipes wrapped around it, and several blue lightning flashes from time to time. It looked full of technology, but no one could recognize what it was. This thing, this is the secret of the transformer. Danko wore insulated gloves and unplugged all the wiring from this large device. Thumbs up. In an instant, the device seemed to lose its energy, and the flowing light dimmed. Bangla! The shell of the Porsche instantly disintegrated, and pieces of iron fell to the ground, smashing out muffled sounds. This device absorbs the car shell? What's going on? I suddenly can't read it. Why is the car suddenly falling apart? This big guy with the lightning bolt seems to be associated with this car shell. Could it be that this thing is an electromagnetic device, and that the car shell has been attached to it with this thing, instead of being mounted? Electromagnetic devices? Why would a car use an electromagnetic device? Tanka's move made the live broadcast room become lively. The crowd was speculating about the strange device, and how the car disintegrated. While disassembling the car, Donk said, "This thing is commonly known as an electromagnetic device, but it's different. As you can see, once this thing shuts down, the car shell is straight up falling apart, and here's why. I think some of you have already guessed that it's this device that absorbs the car shell and also controls the vehicle shell." With a muffled sound, Tanka took out the chunky device and casually dropped it on the ground. Many jaws dropped as they watched. Something so mysterious and expensive at first glance. And Tanku actually treated it so roughly? It's a half-baked device that primarily pushes and absorbs vehicle shells, and it was this electromagnetic device that moved and manipulated the car shells in yesterday's deformation. Tanku continued to explain. As for how this mobile operation is going to be realized, naturally, it's going to be done by the artificial intelligence that I've created, to aid in its completion. Trying to control the electromagnetic strength to move objects is very difficult, but not artificial intelligence, which is capable of calculating every step of data precisely to create the perfect electromagnetic movement effect. I didn't get it, but it felt awesome. I see. Electromagnetic manipulation technology. It's similar to the maglev train. Only this electromagnetic control that old Tang got is much more difficult to operate. Awesome. It's really black technology. The electromagnetic technology that manipulates the car shell can be several levels higher than the technology of the magnetic levitation train. Do you guys really know what you're talking about? Why do I get the feeling you're full of? What the hell? Six and done. So, is Lao Tang planning to publicize the technology, not afraid of being stolen by the people who build cars in the live broadcast? Stupid. If it was really that easy to be stolen, it wouldn't be called black technology. Tangko didn't bother to look at the pop-ups in the live stream, but instead immersed himself in his car remodeling. He didn't bother to explain the principles and construction of the electromagnetic device, but only briefly described its function. Ignoring the reactions on the air, he dismantled the Bugatti, Silber, Pagani, and Koenigsegg in the garage with his bare hands. The action is rough to the extreme and treats the luxury car with no appreciation at all. The people watching the live broadcast couldn't help but wail for the car. These sports cars were all bought for Tangko by Zhang Yashuan, who looked good. As a result, Tangka stayed at home every day to write novels and didn't even go out. Zhang Yashuan cried and laughed at this, saying that he was too nerdy. It seems like it's nice to be home with yourself every day. It seems. Men like that simply don't go out and fool around, much less cheat. But it's good to say he's homebound. Gave him all these cars and ended up not driving any of them and just left them in the garage to mold. Zhang Yashuan himself does not like to drive a sports car. After all, sports cars sit up in addition to speed and handsome appearance. There's no comfort in it. Sports cars are built for speed, so when they run, the hardware is hot. The girls who get in the sports car, get in, say it's hot, and start taking off their clothes. It's not purely a joke stunt. It's really hot. Plus sports cars are built to be as light as possible in order to be faster. So when it runs, the car feels bumpy. If you're on the highway or something, it can shake your ass. That's why Zhang Yashuan put so many supercars in the garage not to drive, but preferred to drive a Porsche 911. It is because the Porsche 911 is not as bumpy as other sports cars that the chassis will be higher. It has been especially modified with an anti-vibration system to make it more suitable for normal road use. Danko disassembled the multitude of hardware from the supercar and spread it out on the ground one by one. Driveshafts, ECUs, exhausts, gearboxes. He disassembled the hardware again, and the wide garage was filled with parts to dazzle the live streamers. I can't see what old Don is trying to do, but I'm in awe of him based on the fact that he's taken several supercars and dismantled them all into tiny parts. +1, +10,086. You will never believe that the man in front of you is a fiction writer. Writing a novel? What the hell kind of novel is that to write? A modified car? It doesn't smell good? Ha! Old Don seems to be starting to assemble things. Chapter 14. taking apart a car with your bare hands and robbing a woman of her sex. The water friends in the live broadcast room watched Tang could dismantle the car with interest. It was the first time they had seen a car dismantled. No one has ever live-streamed the dismantling of a car. After all, it's not a permanent job. You get tired of seeing it once or twice. Therefore, the netizens feel quite interesting. Not only do not feel boring, but also have a great sense of freshness in it. To make a car achieve true metamorphosis, you need a powerful program, and a metal material that has a memory to really make it happen. Both of which I don't have. Tang Ke took a deep breath and muttered. First, optimize the power and consumption aspects of the car. Then go on to research the materials. And finally build a complete electromagnetic device for the propulsion. The road had to be taken one step at a time. And he had a full schedule in his head. Danko wanted to build a car he was happy with that was not only comfortable, but also had the power to outperform all vehicles, as well as safety. The comfort aspect to consider is the material, such as soundproofing, heat resistance, and weight. Power is more about hardware, brakes, engine, cooling, transmission, etc. The abbreviated version of the electromagnetic device Tang Ke came up with yesterday was just trying to prevent his wife from driving into a collision or something. The car shell can be moved to prevent collisions. Who would have thought that Zhang Yashuan had actually suffered a kidnapping incident? The function of the electromagnetic device is used in other ways. Without the materials nowadays, Tang Ke did not intend to research the deformation and propulsion functions anymore. He decided to optimize the car's original hardware to enhance all aspects of the Porsche experience. Tonka assembled the engine as he contemplated the subsequent arrangements. As the crowd stared in disbelief, he carried out many things that no normal home had. Welding torches, cutters, grinders. There was a clanging sound in the garage, and even the occasional flicker of welding. What the is this? Good lord, how come old Tang's family even has welding tools, let alone welding? Isn't this cutting machine so outrageous that I suspect this is a large factory? Got it, old Don's full name must be Don Doryman Co. Ha ha ha, makes sense. That tool shed in the back is actually Doryman's treasure bag. You guys are even more outrageous than old Don. So many people here watching a big old man assemble car hardware. Aren't you? I'm from the auto plant. Came by to see what the problem is. Cut. We're still car gods. What's wrong with looking? That's right. We are all car gods. You car manufacturers have a problem with that? Believe it or not, we will never drive again? I don't believe it. There's a day when you guys aren't driving. Stand up for me. 666, 6666. This car god is not another car god. While the live streaming netizens were chatting, Tang Ke had already finished assembling all of the numerous parts. It took more than 3 hours for him to put the Porsche back together. There were several clicks and the car shell had been reattached. No more EMFs, but normal assembly of the car. Well, the sports car optimization is complete. There are still a few things that require the use of special materials, and trying to demonstrate them to you guys won't be possible for a while. Tang Ke took off his gloves and smiled at the live camera. Shall I give you a demonstration of the optimized car effect? It is natural to optimize the car to show it, and he himself would like to see that the performance is optimized. This time, the optimization was all his theoretical ideas. The simplest and most straightforward of these is lower displacement and more kinetic energy. It also reduces the amplitude of the car's vibration, giving the supercar the comfort of a sedan. There is no doubt that the two before and after are, in reality, conflicting things. Big displacement to provide big momentum. Supercars, because they have to be lightweight, must be less effective in terms of shockproofing and soundproofing. But Don Cor is partial to subverting all that and refreshing everyone's views and thoughts. Ha, Tang Ke, how dare you say you weren't driving? Humph, did you really have to drive after all? I would have thought you were a decent guy. TSK, TSK, TSK. I didn't realize you were such a Tang Ke. The live stream is still quirky, but it's also accompanied by some not so nice words in the mix. Forget about driving. I'm not automotive savvy, but I know a little about it. What can be changed with this hardware that's been removed and put back together? It's just a different brand of hardware, and a slight modification. So basically it won't change. Don't you dare lie to us. We're not cuties. That's right, old Tang. You'd better give your cell phone back to your daughter-in-law. Stop it. It's all the same parts. What optimization can there be? I admit that your electromagnetic device with artificial intelligence is black technology. But what's the difference between you removing parts from multiple cars, then changing them and putting them back on, and changing a suit? The person had changed his outfit, and although there was a change in temperament and appearance, the person was still the same. You can't just change your clothes and be able to take off, can you? You think you're Superman? Many people were unimpressed by this, thinking that Tang Ke was teasing them. None of them are interested. So fine, I'll give my phone back to my daughter-in-law. Tang Ke shrugged, not caring about that. It wasn't like he specialized in live streaming. There was no need to prove his results to the netizens. The reason why I'm live streaming a bit is just idle boredom. It's not too late to go and test the optimized performance again later on your own. Looking at the time, it was after 6, and it was time to eat. Tangko didn't turn off the live broadcast and directly grabbed his phone to take the elevator upstairs. Ding! The elevator doors opened. And just as he turned the corner and stepped out, he caught a familiar aroma. Stop! Robbery! A silvery voice rang in his ears as a pair of small hands pushed hard against him. Tangko was walloped against the wall by Zhang Yashuan, at a loss for words, holding up his cell phone. Hand over your cell phone to me, Zhang Yashuan said with a fierce and budding look of a landlubber. I don't have a cell phone on me. Or, Tangko pretended to be afraid, and steeply changed his attitude. The corner of his mouth rose and said, is it okay to rob the color? Zhang Yashuan froze and was just about to refuse. As a result, Tangko rolled over and walloped Zhang Yashuan onto the wall, directly kissing down towards her red lips. Grass. What the hell is this live streaming? Is it really just live driving? It's too much. I obviously came here to learn the skills of modifying cars, and you ended up performing driving here. No, you're wrong. It's clearly a live dog slaughter. Solid old iron. I'm just butchering you guys. I'm not a single dog. Hey, damn it. I feel bad every time I see this scene. Raiding the shoots, kissing a sister here, but still holding up a cell phone to broadcast live. This bee is definitely intentional. I decided to go and brush a bad review on Lao Tang's book. There was a wail in the live room that this behavior was too much. The two of them parted their lips. Zhang Yashuan's pretty face was slightly red, and her thin waist was wrapped around Tang Ke's arm without letting go. At this time, Tang Ke's afterglow realized that there was a Jin Yumeng standing next to him. Chapter 15, Tertullian sets a night banquet. Your best friend is also there. Tang Ke froze. The two of them have been kissing for 2 minutes now, and this Jin Yumeng is actually watching from the side without saying a word. Is it possible to have a special fetish? Looks like we need to be careful in the future. Asterisk. You still know I'm here. I thought you two had ignored me. Jin Yumeng, a soft girl, was angry with a mouth full of dirty words. In front of the face to feed me mouth dog food. Should not come. That's nothing like what Yuxian said. The deal was to pretend to rob the place and then have Don Cor pay for dinner tonight. How is it that after this fight, the two of them kissed each other, and kissed for a good 2 minutes in front of her? A single dog. TSK. Mo is so pathetic. Is this a shutdown? Ha. Seeing poor Mo, I was instantly psychologically balanced. Great job. To shoot. Yeah, I blame you. Mo is still here. Ha? You left your live stream on too? It was only then that Zhang Yashuan realized that the entire kiss between the two just now was broadcast out live. Various pop-ups continued to cross her mind, making her cry and laugh. She really didn't mean to spill the beans this time. It was totally her stinky baby's pot. She had originally thought of coming over to get her cell phone back, and in the meantime, she would play around with Tang Ke a few times, so that Tang Ke could treat her to dinner. The two hadn't interacted much in their small lives and had long since become accustomed to it. Who would have thought that Tang Ke would actually turn the tables and hold her against the wall for a kiss? I'm sorry guys, my stinky baby snuck off with my cell phone to go live while I was napping and I didn't know about it. Zhang Yashuan took her cell phone from Tang Ke's hands and saw that the power was running low. So she said, the phone is almost out of battery too, so I'll go off the air. Don't. We want to see Sister Yuxian. I'm tired of watching old Dawn all day. We want to watch Sister Yuxian. Please don't go off the air. I want to watch the AI drive. Can you play it again and I'll send you a rechargeable battery? The viewers were reluctant to let go and all of them were urging Zhang Yashuan not to go off the air so soon. Alright, Yuxian, go off the air. I'll just start the air on my side. Jin Wuming squeezed over and said loudly to the camera. With that, he tapped on his own phone and opened the live stream. A large number of viewers jumped from Zhang Yashuan's live room to Jin Yuming's live room. Fuse successful renewal. Landed successfully. Saw the old Don guy again. My Mo is so beautiful. Zhang Yashuan put away her cell phone and said, hubby, let's go out for dinner. We won't cook tonight. Okay, I'll go change and come. Tang Ke nodded and whirled up to the check room on the 3rd floor, changing into a more formal set of shirt and pants. When he's at home, he wears casual clothes and even has nothing to wear in them. Wear what you see, without the slightest hint of aesthetics. A shirt with a blue background and tiny white lines forming a grid was worn, then put on a black blazer and a pair of gray suit pants. The temperament instantly came up. Plus Tang Ke himself had a high face value, with steely eyes and a handsome face, nearly 6'8", slightly toned and muscular. He looked imposing. The saying that people rely on clothes and Buddha relies on gold does have some truth to it. When Tang Ke walked down, Zhang Yashuan nodded in satisfaction, but Jin Yumeng, who was on the side, was starry-eyed. She had never seen Tang Ku in formal attire before, and she didn't expect to be so handsome, but when she thought that this was her best friend's husband, she had to hasten to collect her demeanor, lest she be misunderstood. However, the people on the air were not calm. Who are the dudes? Is this old Tang? No. Is this brother Tang? It's too handsome, isn't it? 666,666. So it's not just fat people who are potential stocks. Geeks are likewise potential stocks. It's the first time I've seen Tang Ku dressed so handsomely. My brother Tang Ku is already handsome. He just doesn't pay attention to what he wears. TSK, TSK, TSK. A top model delayed by writing novels. Tonka, good lord. So the novel delayed me in so many ways? In the past days, Zhang Yashuan was live at home with Tang Ku. When they went out it was part of their dating time, so Zhang Yashuan never showed her fans how Tang Ku looked in his formal attire. Nowadays, it can cause a lot of sensation, especially those female fans, who are envious. The three of them went to the garage together and got into the modified Porsche the moment they started it up. Even the two girls, Zhang Yashuan and Jin Womeng, who didn't know anything about cars, both noticed something different. The ignition was unusually quiet, with only a subtle few voices audible. The moment Tang Ku stepped on the gas, the sound of the car's engine chirped slightly, and then returned to the calmness of the beginning. How come this car suddenly became so quiet? Did you modify something again? Zhang Yashuan asked suspiciously. No modifications, I removed everything I modified yesterday, but optimized the performance of each piece of hardware to increase power and reduce emissions while greatly reducing noise, Tang Ku said as he drove. How is it possible to reduce the displacement while increasing the power? Jin Wumeng, who was sitting in the back of the car, leaned forward and asked curiously. It wasn't a question she asked. It was asked on behalf of the people on the air. Tang Ku's words had fallen into the live stream, causing another round. Old Tang is drifting. Right. Reducing the displacement and still wanting to increase the kinetic energy. This is completely against physics, right? It's like wanting an explosion to be powerful but the sound to be small. Oh, ever since getting a pseudo-transformer, old Don started talking nonsense. Brother Tang is not allowed to lie. Oh, although you are very handsome, but a handsome man lying is going to be unattractive. The crowd in the live broadcast room said they didn't believe it and advised Tang Ku not to be too inflated. Of course it's relying on the power of technology. Tang Ku laughed and didn't explain too much. It involves the core secrets of science and technology. How could it be revealed? He put his foot on the gas and the Porsche instantly picked up speed. Magic City. Tertullian set up a night banquet. The gold and red colors in this restaurant are brilliant and gorgeous. Red is the shrine Tori support the sky landing Juyen. Gold is the mirage draw silk peeling splendor. The water flows and the cranes sound, and the auspicious clouds and temples soar into the sky. Splintered aura, and earthly demarcation. This restaurant specializes in Chinese food and is even more expensive that most can only watch from afar outside. The cars parked out front alone would make most people, working a lifetime of labor, unable to afford them. Those who can come here to spend money are undoubtedly people with small assets. Looking at the elegant customers in the restaurant, Tang Ku's heart will still ripple. In his last life, he couldn't afford to spend money in a place like this. A meal could be his month's salary, and it really wasn't something an ordinary person could afford to spend. Yet, today he was one of the patrons of the place. With his current income from writing books, he had $20,000 to $30,000 a month, and a couple of meals a month would not be a problem. Of course, the wife has a gazillion times more money on her than he does, and these things are not mentioned. The three sat in a window seat and savored a dish. I have to say that the flavors are really good. Just a little bit smaller portions for each dish, but there are a lot of dishes. Over the course of an hour or so, no less than 24 dishes were eaten. Chapter 16, An Invitation from a Race Car Driver. After a good dinner, Zhang Yashuan elegantly wiped her red lips with a napkin and commented, "The flavor is good. It's just that there are some dishes that I don't like too much. It would be better if I could just choose the dishes that I like." It was the first time both she and Tang Ku had come here to eat, and it was Jin Yuemeng who had brought them here. "I think it's good. I feel like it's all my favorite food," Kim Woo-mo said while live streaming. "What is there that you don't eat? Like a little pig?" Zhang Yashuan covered her mouth and laughed lightly. "Well, wow. You actually called me a pig. You don't want to sleep tonight? It just so happens that I've had enough sleep during the day. I'm staying at your house tonight. Are you going to watch me and Tang Ku? This. I didn't think you were this kind of mo. Yes, Shin, you've been brought down by Tang. You can even drive." The two women were frolicking with each other, not caring at all about the environment they were in. The surrounding people seemed to be dissatisfied, but when they saw that it was two beautiful beauties, their tightly wrinkled brows directly relieved. Seeing this, Tang Ku couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. It's all about face value, and the treatment encountered by different faces is very different. Hello, are you Mr. Donkor, please? Just then, two young men with a little bit of a handsome-ish head in their appearance walked up. Smiles spread across their faces, and there was a hint of anticipation in the depths of their eyes. Tang Ku froze slightly. I am. May I ask what you want? In the past, when he went out with his wife, he had met his wife's fans who asked for a photo, and he had also met rich gentlemen who hit on his wife. He even met hooligans who tried to molest his wife, but the only thing he hadn't encountered was coming at him. He couldn't figure out what these two were up to. Was he starting to have true fans too? Is it really Mr. Donkor? One of them was agitated and stepped forward. We are from the McLaren team. We saw your AI driving a car earlier, so we had the idea of having a race with your AI. I wonder if we could. Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Chung Youngjun, and the one next to me is my friend, Zhu Bowen. The two men very kindly extended their palms and gently shook Tang Ku's hand. The two of you are racers. It's not impossible to want to race with an AI, as long as there's a suitable racetrack. But Tang Ku was in a difficult situation. Of course he could compete or whatever. It just so happened that he wanted to test the performance of his modifications. But I'm out to dinner with my wife right now. The two glanced at the two big beauties behind him and instantly gave a they get it look. There was envy and sympathy. The whole Tang Ku was a bit puzzled. He felt as if the other party had misunderstood something. Racing? Yes, Xian. Why don't we go see it too? As soon as he heard the word racing, Jean Wuming immediately became interested. She had experienced the thrill of drifting for herself last night, and she was still a bit overwhelmed at the moment. I knew you girls were still immersed in drifting. All right. Zhang Yashuan smiled and nodded, her beautiful eyes looking towards Tang Ku, saying, let's go together as well. There's nothing to do in the evening anyway. My chapter hasn't been updated yet? Donk never forgot that he was a fiction writer. After a day of messing with car modifications, he didn't even have time to update his novel today. Write a friggin' novel. Take us to the racetrack. We want to drift. You get your cell phone and write it. It's not like you have to drive when the AI is driving anyway. I'll allow you not to update today. Go and race for me. Good lord. Each one of them is inappropriate. First time I've seen a fan tell an author not to update. The live broadcast room was once again frenzied, especially those who had seen yesterday's live broadcast. One was more excited than the other. It's time to watch Drift first again, and you can be several times more ferocious on the track than on the highway. No. Can you run it with just Donkor's car? I'm skeptical too. After all, track supercars are built for speed, not like civilian supercars. Old Don also has a modified car, so I don't think it should be too much of a problem. Come on, there can't be anyone who really believes that the modifications made this afternoon are really working. Can there? Supercars on the track, but more than 300 yards, or even 400 yards of speed. Last night old Tang this car. The fastest is only more than 300. How to run? That's right. We're not doubting the AI, we're evaluating the car's performance. The netizens were not too impressed with Tang Ku's modification skills, although they knew that Tang Ku knew how to modify cars. But that kind of performance optimization modification this afternoon is really hard to see. Take some small parts off of each supercar and tinker with them and put them back on. This can be modified to be faster than a top-of-the-line supercar? What a joke! Countless viewers in the live stream who knew a little about cars scoffed at this. Since that's the case, then Mr. Tang, how about we meet tonight at 11 o'clock? At the Racing Winds racing circuit? Chung Young-jun said with delight. Zhu Bowen, who was beside him, also revealed a look of anticipation. Yes, we'll be on time. Tang Ku nodded and smiled. After the appointment was made, the people said goodbye at this place. Chung Young-jun and Zhu Bowen, the two of them, left Liang set up a night banquet in a hurry. They're going to commandeer the field and also notify their brothers in the team to come along and witness this exciting race. Meanwhile, the matter of the two men's match spread fast on the internet. After all, Jean Wuming is also a big netizen with 10 million fans, and the AI drag race yesterday has only just caught fire. Many people are so immersed in this sci-fi message that they can't help themselves. Off to the side, suddenly we get the news that the AI is going to be racing. How can this not drive anyone crazy? Everyone wants to see the autopilot again, whether it's strong or weak. With the spread of the internet, many racers and rich kids in Magic City knew about it. They started testing their supercars, intending to come over for a bit of fun. Tang Ku and the others thought it was just a simple match, but they didn't expect it to draw a lot of attention. Night. Tens of thousands of people had gathered inside the Racing Winds circuit. A clear line of sports cars wheeled inside the racetrack, but many were also blocked off and asked to walk in. Do you know who I am? How dare you block me? I'm a diamond member of the racing win circuit. There was a young man in a bodysuit at the doorway who said angrily, I'm very sorry, young Lou, it's not that we won't let you in, but there are no more places in the racetrack. The staff of the racetrack was sweating profusely and apologized. Full? Such a big racetrack. It's just full? Lu Xiao stared in disbelief. This is too hot, isn't it, for a $10 million anchor to be able to drive so many rich kids in Mordor? Chapter 17, The Racing Winds racetrack is on fire. Yes, the vast majority of them are convoys of major automobile manufacturers, and they come especially early, the staff patiently explained. And the caravan people came along for the ride? The corners of Lu Xiao's mouth twitched and he sighed. Alas, it's a pity. I was thinking of going in for a couple of laps, so I can only go in and watch the battle. There are a lot of dudes from rich families, but there are just as many of great quality. Hearing that they couldn't drive in again, the people behind them all showed their disappointment. They were getting 2 or 3 hours of car modifications to be able to come and have a good time. It turned out to be a mess and you can't enter. Just then, a black Porsche drove past the crowd, uninterrupted, and straight into the racetrack. Didn't they say the seats were full? Why was he able to get in? Lu Xiao frowned, his face somewhat less than favorable. That's it. If you don't give a reasonable explanation today, this won't be over. The faces of the people were gloomy, feeling unappreciated. That one just now. That's the AI's race car. The staff cried and laughed. The group of rich kids froze, and then their faces were filled with embarrassment. No wonder the car just now looked so familiar. So it was the protagonist of this competition. But isn't it a bit too hasty to take a Porsche and race it against the top supercars? With no choice but to park their cars outside and enter on foot, a group of rich kids could only enter. More and more people converged, and the incident continued to fester. After all, last night's event was a big hit, and the slightest breeze can attract a vast amount of attention. It's safe to say that anyone who is in the Magic City, whether they like racing or not, came out to join in the fun. Instead of focusing on racing, we're focusing on artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence has always been a topic of great interest, and it carries too many fantasies of mankind. But the reality is that the AIs that are made are all fixed programming logic. There is no ability to think for itself. It's just a pseudo-AI with more comprehensive code content. One could only imagine how great the repercussions would be for this AI that Tang Ku had gotten out. Tang Ku and the others got down from the Porsche at the same time, looking at the clamor of the scene, and the frenzy within them was driven up. It was agreed that it was just a race against the McLaren team. But what's all this? Tang Ku laughed out bitterly. A number of racers, in uniform and with the team's exclusive colored paint on their cars, were waving excitedly to the crowd. Team Ferrari, Team Lamborghini, Team Tesla, Team Maybach, Mercedes-Benz. There were also a number of wealthy gentlemen who were leaning on the car door with a leisurely face, casting glances towards Tang Ku's side. You can't blame me. Who told you that your AI is too famous? Jean Woming held up his cell phone with an innocent face and said, not if you weren't there live. Not so much. Zhang Yashuan's willow brows knitted slightly, and she flicked Jean Yuemon's white forehead slightly reproachfully, hurting this girl to strike back at Zhang Yashuan. Let's go to the viewing gallery as well. Just let Origins drive the car, Tang Ku said. But my netizens want to experience drifting. Jean Wumeng, who was messing around with Zhang Yashuan, heard this and instantly said eagerly. Zhang Yashuan sniffed and instantly blanked her best friend. I think it's you who wants to drift. The girl was the most excited last night, the kind of excited that she couldn't sleep. Don't be ridiculous, I'm doing it for the good of my fans, Jean Wuming instantly retorted, and then with a change in tone, smiled and said, I'll reluctantly ride on the car and broadcast the first view for the viewers. She was very proud of herself, her mind silently praising her wit. Just leave your cell phone in the car. At this time, Tang Ku coldly came. Tang, don't say anything, okay? Put. Hearing Tang Ku's words, Zhang Yashuan couldn't help but laugh. You can sit if you want, but remember to fasten your seatbelt. Although the security system is very good, it's also important to prevent accidents. Tang Ku shrugged, and no longer gave this girl a hard time. Porsche's safety aspects, he has also been enhanced and optimized. With your seatbelt fastened, you are basically safe from any harm, no matter what emergencies you encounter. Yeah, Kim Wumo excitedly pulled open the door and sat back in the Porsche car with a group of cheering fans. Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan both glanced at each other and couldn't help but smile. Mr. Donkor is here. Thank you so much for coming. At that moment, Chen Yongjun came with a big smile and happily patted his shoulder. Are you planning to have someone sit inside the car? Chen Yongjun looked at Jean Woming inside the car and asked curiously. Yeah, don't mind her. Are you all ready? I'll have Origins drive over and get ready. It's all ready. Just drive the car to position 6 on the track, and at 11:30, the race will officially begin. Chung Young-ju nodded his head, said he with a lull in his voice. By the way, there is also a prize for this race, pooled by the other teams and counted as compensation and an apology for coming over to the race privately. There's a total of $50 million in prize money, with $30 million going to the winner alone, and the ones after that in descending order. The race was supposed to be just the McLaren team and Donk's AI race, but as things festered, it directly filled the track with parked cars. As an apology, these private teams were personally allocated funds as race prizes. Regardless of what place Donko's Porsche ran, there was a bonus. If you can outrun all the racers and take the championship, you will even be able to win $30 million in prize money directly. Tangka didn't pay too much attention to the matter of the prize money and just smiled and nodded. With that, he took his wife to the audience and sat down to take in the excitement and clamor of the race. Origins. Open the car data panel. Tangka's cell phone connects to the origin on the car. The car's accessory information is presented one by one, and the data is all good. It's starting. It's finally about to start. Say, it looks like there's someone sitting on that Porsche. I thought the AI was driving the car. Are you blind? Can't you see that guy in the passenger seat? Stop being and watch the racers come in. It's the McLaren guys, and the Lamborghini guys. Emotions were at their peak as a number of racers drove into the arena and the crowd erupted in violent noise and cheers. An F1 racer coming to a race like this? Wouldn't that be a bit of bullying? No, bullying of the AI? Oh, you shouldn't underestimate the AI. It's not at all inferior to the racer, but that's just a Porsche. How does it compare to these supercars and modified cars that other people have on the track? Chapter 18, How Pink Is It? Tangko optimized the car parts today, and although I feel like there shouldn't be much of an upgrade, his modification skills can't be underestimated. Come on, with Donk's flimsy modifications, what's the point? I'm betting on him to finish 10th at best tonight, and that's with overestimating the AI as much as possible. It looks like Tangku, you said, is sitting next to you. The person next to him poked him with a reminder. The commenter stiffened and turned his head to see the handsome man sitting beside him. None other than Tangku. That, old Tang I was just joking. I'm an old fan of yours. This person hemmed and hawed, his face full of embarrassment. Oh, how old is it? Tangka said with interest. 10-year-old fan. I've only been writing books for 4 years. Where did you get 10 years? My old fan brother. Ahahaha. Exaggerated metaphors. I'm a fan. How pink is it? Oh, old Don. Are you driving? Without realizing it, it was already 11:30 at night. Origin stopped in his Porsche in position 6, surrounded by cars lined up all around him. Colorful lights reflect the track, and spectators on both sides of the track hold neon signs and chant wildly. Boom! The engines of the race cars kept sounding like beasts ready to go. It was as if the next second, it would lunge forward. On your mark, 3, 2, 1, swish! As the woman's flag was flung down, dozens of cars took off at the same time, sending up several different colors of smoke. Engines exploded and cars of all makes cut a cracking sound across the track. The Porsche that Kim Woo-mang was riding in catapulted off the ground to the astonishment of countless people. It took only a second to accelerate to 100 yards and sprint to the front row position. The AI's autopilot is extraordinarily striking, and the main driver's seat is empty. The Porsche's steering wheel steers automatically, and the brakes and gas pedal feel like they're being manipulated and turned by an invisible hand and foot. Kim Woo-mang took his cell phone and filmed the inside and outside of the car. With the windows slightly open, a fierce wind blew in from outside, causing her hair to dance and the engine to seem like it was about to blow up. Jean Woo-mang glanced at the speedometer and it had reached 240. She was so frightened by the gusts of wind that her pretty face hurt, and she hurriedly closed the window of the car. The sound of the interior was instantly minimized so much that only the slight sound of the engine could be heard. Such was the noise reduction that the livestream was all abuzz. An ejection start. Awesome. Not bad for an AI driver who can do anything. No, it speeds up to 100 in a second. That's a direct record breaker. Okay? This is definitely a record breaker. It's not the first time I've watched an AI drive a car, but I'm still blown away. What the hell? How can it be so fast when it says it's only a civilian supercar? That's not the usual noise cancelling feature. Who said this afternoon that old Don's modifications weren't being used? I'm sorry, I'm the one who's out of touch. Let's just say that old Don is awesome, and your grandpa is always your grandpa. The voices that had previously questioned Tang's modification techniques all dissipated at this moment, including the man sitting next to Tangku, who now had embarrassment written all over his face, not knowing how to face Tangku. He's the only one who sits next to Donko and says that other people's modifications are flimsy. The next thing I know, I'm getting punched in the face and hit in the face with redness and swelling. The companions beside him, all of them pretended to be dead at the moment and kept their mouths shut. pretending that nothing was happening. He watched the game on the field attentively. There were even people with movie stars on their bodies, as if they were die-hard fans of Tang Ku, shouting, "Tang Ku is awesome! Go artificial intelligence!" Do you guys think that the power and displacement of the car is exactly the same as what old Don said? I don't know about the displacement, but the power is really solid. It's not bad at the same speed. It's been way ahead of the pack. I'm betting the car has a top speed of 307. It's small. The pattern is small. I bet it's 308. I think it's 309. Why don't you say 400? In front of you. You are still shady, but now every one of you has become a Tang Ku blow. So shameless. As the fans swiped through the pop-ups, it had come to the first turn position. Jin Wuming immediately grabbed the handrail. Crunch! The powerful gravitational force of inertia seemed to throw her off, and the tires rubbed against the ground with a piercing sound. Still as fierce as last night. Again, there was no slowing down, and it drifted straight through the corner at over 200 yards, kicking up a puff of white smoke. Wow! The spectators at the racetrack all boiled over with a deafening clamor that shook the ground a little. It's a good thing this racetrack is open near the airport. Otherwise people in the city really wouldn't have to sleep tonight. What a fast corner. The video is actually real. Asterisk 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 awesome. Not bad for an AI. The audience yelled at the top of their lungs, blushing with excitement. It didn't slow down at all and left a huge chunk out of second place. How is that possible? That's an F1 driver? It's picking up speed. It's like the racers are feeling the pressure and are all starting to pick up speed. They're getting serious. The cars behind us also drifted through the corners and immediately began accelerating wildly as they entered the straight course. These racers had not been able to take themselves seriously at first, but now that they had experienced the speed of the other side, they had completely put away their underestimation. In second place was the Maybach team. Third place went to Team Tesla. Fourth place goes to McLaren. Further back the racing rankings changed very frequently and were at odds with each other. It's a race against the AI, but also a secret battle between the major teams. This car of Tang Ku's is really modified and optimized, and his live broadcast in the afternoon wasn't just claptrap. I did go and listen carefully to his engine just now, and it's so awfully low that it doesn't sound like a race car on a wild goose chase. The performance is so far beyond what a Porsche should be that the car in front of us can no longer be considered a Porsche, but a whole new line of cars. This Tang Ku has the ability to build his own automobile. That means he has no intention of working with anyone at all? Today was all about fooling us. Guess so. A group of bigwigs from the automakers, standing in huddle positions, explored with stony faces. Those who cannot reach cooperation will become competitors. Looking at Tang Ku, who was playing with his laptop in the audience in the distance, these bigwigs couldn't help but frown. At this moment, Tang Ku, I'm afraid, is in the middle of observing the car's data and carrying out optimization work in all aspects. Geniuses who struggle are the scariest of all, especially since such a genius was also going to be their opponent. In the future, the automobile industry, I'm afraid, will welcome a giant dragon that is going to make a huge impact on the market. They rose en masse, no longer interested in the outcome of the match. The most important thing right now is to call a company meeting to deal with this ferocious dragon. Even if it is now 11:30 p.m. It is equally important to convene. Chapter 19, Your competitors, who may just be yards away. Hubby, the people from the automobile manufacturers have some bad looks, and they even left the venue early. Do you think they will? Zhang Yashuan said with her willow brows slightly knitted. She's worried that these automakers, they're going to engage in some not-so-good behavior. Don't worry, what can happen? Not everyone is as scary as our dad's rivals. Don Cor crackled the laptop keyboard in his hands, furiously livering his novel. Don't look at the fans telling him that he doesn't need to update. If he really didn't update the chapters, I'm afraid that he'll be sent razor blades again. The automobile manufacturers did not think at all that Tang Ku, who was like a flood beast in their eyes, not monitoring car data at all, but trying to code. The track resounded with the roar of various engines and the crunch of tires rubbing the ground. Lap after lap down the run, Jin Wuming and the live streamers were wildly surprised to be in first place and never moved. Now it's come down to the final lap, and the Maybach team, which was in second place, has been overtaken by the Tesla and McLaren teams. The Tesla team controlled it very well and kept the McLaren guys at bay. Chang Youngjun and Zhu Bowen were so infuriated that they hammered the steering wheel heavily, but there was nothing they could do. It's one of those racing tactics that relies on amazing car skills and guts to get past. Success will overtake the past. Failure will cause a rollover. It's not a real race today. There's no point in risking your life for it. The McLaren team had no choice but to stay in third place, right behind the Tesla team. Ha ha ha, piss off Chang Youngjun and the others. Nice work, keep it up. It's the last lap and I'm letting out my secret weapon. Don't worry, we'll never let a car cross us. You go and try to take first place. Our Tesla team will be famous. Hey, hey, go you, puffing. Suddenly, a purple nitrogen gas was released from the exhaust pipe. One of the race cars in the Tesla fleet suddenly accelerated, directly from 340 yards, soaring to 390 yards of speed. The entire vehicle shook violently, and this convoy member felt a huge force at his back pushing him. Phew, Tesla Motors is closing in at an alarming rate. Seeing this, Jean Wuming immediately shouted from inside the car, Origin, can you go faster? Yes MS. Kim. The sound of origination sounded, and this time the engine finally became a bit more boisterous, and could be heard clearly even inside the car. The Porsche's speed, in turn, increased at this moment, but the Tesla was a few moments faster and about to come charging up. Just go a little faster. The end is just ahead. Don't get overtaken at the last crucial point. Jean Yuemeng said anxiously. I'm very sorry. The car's speed has already reached its limit. If we accelerate any further, it may cause the car's hardware to experience wear and tear. Mr. Tang Ku's consent is required before proceeding. TSK, accessories can be worth a few dollars. Hurry up and accelerate. Otherwise Tang Ku was afraid to slaughter you. Jean Yumeng patted the internal body, very eager. Honey, your car is going to be overtaken. Tang Ku, who was sitting in the audience seat, was reminded by Zhang Yashuan, and only then did he stop the coding work in his hands. Origins, unlock full speed. Okay, Mr. Tang. As Tang Ku's command fell, the Porsche's speed skyrocketed again. Tesla, who was just about to catch up, had no time to get excited before he saw his opponent pull away again. Woo! The Porsche instantly increased to a shocking speed of 420 yards, so fast that it was hard to catch. A car traveling at such speeds around the viewer feels like a stump crossing the road. Only a crimson taillight was left behind, like a long rainbow remaining in the air. A strong wind whistled in his ears, and the scene in front of him quickly receded. The netizens, present and absent, all cheered and boiled at this moment. The Tesla member who was chasing after him was dumbfounded at the moment. What the hell is this? I don't see any nitrous. How did it manage to speed up instantly? The corners of the Tesla team member's mouth twitched slightly as he said, the two were about to get close, even to show signs of overtaking. However, with the Porsche picking up speed, the distance opened up again. This pulls away and can never be caught up. Witnessed by countless people, the Porsche crossed the finish line in a stumping fashion. Straight through. Wow! The whole room was in an uproar. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what just happened? What a speed! So the car didn't use its full speed to begin with? This nigga, running faster than nitrous acceleration? Last night this car also outran the robbers with nitrous, but that was only at 300 yards speed. Today this is running at 400 yards. The engine alone can instantly speed up from over 300 to over 400. Is this going against the grain? So Tang Ku's modification optimization this afternoon was all true. He wasn't blowing awesome? The same hardware, slightly altered, reaches the speed of a top supercar. What kind of anticlimactic existence is this? Tang Ku is a monster, isn't he? Everyone was in a state of shock. This modified speed overturned everyone's three views. 1 second speed up, instant boost from 300 yards to 400 yards without propulsion. There is no doubt that this is not at all what a Porsche can run. How exactly did Dunko optimize it? Was it just that casual disassembly and assembly a few times this afternoon that did it? Wouldn't all the major automakers then get slapped in the face? The same hardware is cast differently. This is certainly a heavy blow to all automakers, dangling the automakers with sheer technological attainment. It was too fast to stop quickly. The Porsche continued to run down the track, the tires rubbing a little against the ground. Finally, hundreds of meters away, it gradually came to a halt. The Tesla Motorsports team members in the back had lost their expressions, not realizing that they had not been able to overtake the Porsche in the end. Wait, what's going on? The second-place Tesla member's face changed dramatically and he slammed on the brakes furiously, but the car never slowed down and maintained top speed. The brakes are failing. To top it off, the Porsche directly in front of him had just stopped. At this rate, it's too late to turn the corner. No good. It's going to crash. The man's face was pale. At this speed, if he hit the other side, the people in the Porsche and the car are going to be slammed into the wall and turned into a puddle. But if he spun the wheel, he would fly right out of the wall himself, destroying the car. Faced with this life and death situation between others and himself, this member's head went blank, not knowing what to choose. Detecting a vehicle about to crash through, please do not exit the vehicle. MS. Kim. In the midst of this lightning, Origin's voice suddenly rang out. The Porsche, parked on the road, suddenly moved. Chapter 20, Top Metal Synthesis Technology. Jean Wumeng, who was planning to unbuckle his seatbelt and get out of the car, heard the Origin cue at the same time. 2 clicks sounded in the car. The buckled seatbelt didn't respond no matter how much she pressed it, and the doors locked at that instant. Immediately after that, the ear-splitting sound of tires rubbing together rang out as the Porsche suddenly accelerated and instantly catapulted off the ground. Bang! With countless people exclaiming in shock, the field erupted with a huge sound. Sitting inside the Porsche, Gene Woolming's whole body shook so violently that he almost didn't hold his cell phone steady. The scene in front of the car kept spinning, and there was a heat wave sweeping in from the rear. She didn't know what was going on, but the netizens who saw the back of the room through their cell phone view were scared out of their wits, because the entire rear end of the Porsche was smashed to pieces. Even the back seat was gone. The moment spins with images and a piercing sound. It was the front portion of Kim Woo-mo's car that was still under extreme braking. Gah! After 3 revolutions, the Porsche was finally stabilized. Jin Yuemeng was confused as he was surrounded by a large number of white air pockets. Zhang Yashuan, who was in the audience, turned pale with fear and hurriedly ran down. Don't panic. I've made safety modifications to the Porsche, and I can assure you that Yuming is absolutely fine now, Tang Ke said as he ran down with Zhang Yashuan, the top of his cell phone displaying words like passenger safety and airbag on. The two of them came to the only half left of the Porsche and sighed in relief at the same time when they saw the unharmed Jin Woolming. Looking at the Tesla again, it had crashed into the track fence, the front end completely rotted away and still steaming with flames. Many staff members rushed to the rescue as they extinguished the fire. If Origins hadn't started moving at the critical moment, that hit just now would have surely slammed Jin Woolming into the wall. It was Origins' instantaneous acceleration and movement that shifted the position, and the Tesla only hit the rear of the Porsche, not its entire body. Must study the material side of things. Looking at the debris on the ground, Tang Ku inwardly murmured, tougher materials are most important for safety in addition to supporting speed. The only way to protect the car's occupants from any harm is to have a hard shell. But the car shell, if it's tough, has the added problem of weight. Once the car is heavy, the energy consumption increases. However, Tang Ku had already thought of a direction, which was to synthesize metals. If you want a material that's light and hard, you have to use black technology to make it work. How the black technology system was going to be used, Tang Ku actually had a general direction. We'll see when we go back and test it. He and Zhang Yashuan got Jin Yueming out of the car, and the girl actually just took a long breath and then continued the live interaction. I was really scared to death just now. My mind was wandering with a gurgle and hot air kept blowing from my back. I thought it was an explosion. Then I was wrapped in a white airbag. Jin Yueming said emotionally. Not sure if I'm scared or excited. Scared me to death. That scene just happened so abruptly. Yeah. I'm in a cold sweat watching it. Suddenly the rear end is gone. Is this racing? And it's too dangerous. I swear I will never drive faster in the future. The crowd was in shock. It was almost a live death broadcast just now. Luckily our Momo was fine. Thanks to old Tang's black technology. Nima. Just now the moment I was about to be hit, I thought my home Meng cold. I did not think that the artificial intelligence can actually so many cars in the outside world. To recognize, this is how to do it. It was this AI's recognition that accelerated in the interim and helped Mo dodge a bullet. Yes. Fortunately, it's old Don's awesome black technology. The car is half rotten, but it's still in the middle of braking. It's also too awesome. How did this happen? Shouldn't the lines be all broken? And it actually continues to brake. Is it possible that the front and rear of the car are 2 modules? Whether it was the netizens in the live broadcast room or the audience at the scene, they were all talking about it. By the way, why isn't that Tesla braking? Is it malfunctioning? That was vicious. Definitely a brake failure. Don't buy a Tesla in the future. TSK. Look at that guy being carried out just now, covered in blood. What a horror. Drag racing is risky. Everyone must follow the rules of the road. The shocking scene at the racetrack went viral on the internet. Last night was a crazy night and tonight is just as crazy. At the end of the race, Kim Woolming received a sum of money from the racetrack officials for moral damages. As for how much the price was, Tang Ku wasn't sure, but from the look on this girl's face, it should be a good amount. And Tang Ku himself got the winner's $30 million prize, plus from Tesla, $10 million in crash compensation. Today he has, on hand, a combined total of more than $50 million. He's been writing books for 4 years, and he's only making millions. But today it suddenly made $50 million. It's a mockery that one's possessions, which one has fought for years, are no match for the funds that someone else throws out at the drop of a hat. On second thought, the millions he's made in the last 4 years, in the eyes of those who earn 2,000 or 3,000 a month, the same to struggle for countless years, and the bitterness of the heart has been reduced by a few points. Tang Ke took a deep breath and put these things behind him. The three of them took the sedan arranged by Chang Yangjun and returned to the entrance of their villa. By Laya Xian, I won't bother you in Tang Muai anymore. Jin Yuemeng mindlessly waved her little hand and walked into the cottage across the street. Obviously, he had just gone through a life and death crisis, but now he was acting like he was fine, and he didn't forget to flirt a few times before leaving. It's getting late, let's take an early rest. Tang Ke hemmed and hawed. Zhang Yashuan's beautiful eyes blanked him, and the two of them leaned together as they walked home. Ding! Congratulations on successfully upgrading your knowledge of metal synthesis and obtaining top metal synthesis technology. In the study, a large amount of knowledge flooded into Tang Ke's mind as a prompt sounded in his head. Sure enough, as long as I learn the basics of technology, I'll be able to be upgraded by the system into a black technology knowledge module. Tang Ke put down the book in his hand. Fundamental Principles of Synthetic Metals, and a joyful color appeared on his face. With the top-notch alloy technology, he would be able to start building black tech materials. What was needed right now was a factory to experiment on him before he could do so. LOL, 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 what are you boys hiding here to see? Just then, the study door was knocked a few times, and a middle-aged man's voice came out. Seeing the visitor, a smile spread across Tang Ke's face. Dad, when did you come? This middle-aged man at the door, full of elegant temperament, was none other than the father-in-law, Zhang Hongguang. Don't look at him as amiable, smiling like a springtime. In the business world, it can be more ferocious and ruthless than everyone else. I just came not long ago. I heard that your boy was reading a book within the study, so I came over to see you and talk to you in the meantime. Zhang Hongguang always had that black suit on him and looked extraordinary. Chapter 21 Hiko Technology Limited. He walked in with a smile, glanced at the books on his desk, and said, Synthetic metals? Drumming up something again? Ha ha, just playing around. Dad, what did you come to see me about? Tang Ke rubbed his head and sold it. I've come to you to add some bodyguards to your ranks, as well as to beef up the security side of things. Zhang Hongguang sat down happily and said casually, of course, it's also because of what you've come up with in the past 2 days as a whole. He was truly surprised that this son-in-law of his family was actually hidden so deeply. A tech genius who writes a novel every day is a treasure to pick up. He had always thought his son-in-law was nothing more than an honest man who wrote novels and couldn't follow in his footsteps. When he retires, I am afraid that the huge group will have to be left to his grandson or granddaughter to inherit. In this regard, Zhang Hongguang is a bit lost. After all, his son-in-law did not succeed him. He would continue to struggle for a few more years and then train Tang Ke's offspring as heirs. However, in other ways, being able to stay at home with his wife peacefully makes him a good son-in-law. At least his daughter will live a happy and joyful life. But what Zhang Hongguang never expected was that his own son-in-law was a black technology big brother. With this kind of ability, it is entirely possible to create a brand new company to break into a new world. Even his group could be handed over to Tang Ke to inherit. You're hiding it so deep, you don't even know that I, the old man, know anything about computers and automobile manufacturing. Zhang Hongguang bitterly stretched out his fingers and nodded a few times on the desktop, as if complaining about Tang Ke's deliberate concealment. Harm, that aspect of it I just play around with. I still like writing books. Tang Ke rubbed the back of his head with an innocent look on his face. Then his face was stunned, and he said with a straight face, by the way, Dad, who the hell was it the night before yesterday that wanted to kidnap Yushen? It's really too much. It's Guan Juanhao from the Haofeng Group, who's been grabbing investment projects from me lately. About technology and artificial intelligence. Zhang Hongguang's eyes got weirder and weirder as he spoke. 2 major groups are competing for AI technology, and one of them has even resorted to tactics that would only be used by terrorists. However, it doesn't matter if the AI technology grabbed it or not. My own son-in-law actually created a real AI. An AI that can drive itself with more skill than a top racing driver. What's the point of this robbery? With his son-in-law's AI, Zhang Hongguang has absolutely no need to compete with the other side for that pseudo-AI. Such a coincidence. If you need it, Dad, I can provide it to you for free. It just so happens that the AI perfected it yesterday. Tang Ke smiled and patted his chest, confidently saying. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongguang put away his smile and said seriously, oh son-in-law, you've grasped a lot of things. So give me a good listen. I'll find someone to help you apply for a patent for your technology. And next I'm going to help you create a company of your own. And any products you make in the future will become products under this company. Don't be in a hurry to say no yet. Zhang Hongguang raised his hand to stop Tang Ke from speaking and continued. I know you're motivated to write a book, but what you've mastered will allow you to do a lot more than just make money. And a lot more will be involved. It's like a business rivalry and a kidnapping. The two seem unrelated, but they are connected. Owning the company, all of your technology in the future, creates value, and more than that, it keeps away a lot of flies, like the automakers who want to come to you for cooperation, as well as those on the internet. Zhang Hongguang's voice lurched, giving Tang Ke a few seconds to digest it. The things he says are not nonsense. The the birth of a technology attracts the coveted attention of countless industry players. The people on the internet side were blocked by Zhang Hongguang. After all, Hongtai Group also does the internet piece, but the automotive industry is not involved. That's why there were so many people from automobile manufacturers yesterday, running to Tang Ke to talk about cooperation. Although Tang Ke was very resourceful and drove these people away, the other party would not let up. Definitely will find ways to come and harass repeatedly. After talking for half a day, Zhang Hongguang was also a little thirsty. It was at this time that her daughter, Zhang Yashuan, came elegantly carrying tea and tea set, and she tenderly handed tea to her father as well as her husband. Then he sat down next to the two without saying much. Thanks, wife. Tang Ke smiled and accepted the tea, not forgetting to say thank you. While there is no need to be too polite with your wife, it is a sign of respect. When your wife pours you tea, it's a sign of love. Your response, too, is a sign of love for her. The old man sipped his tea slightly and continued. Also, actually starting a company won't affect your writing of the book. Most things can be left to the people in the company. You just need to have the skills to provide them. Don't worry, I can help you with human resources as well as money. You don't need to manage anything, not even a penny. As the chairman of Hongtai Group, this amount of money is not worth mentioning to him. Besides, this is my son-in-law in front of me. Do I have to ask him to pay for it? You have a point, but I can put up the funds myself. It's not much, but $50 million of startup capital is still there. Tang Ke put down his teacup and smiled. But in other areas, I'll need you to help me. Dad, ha ha ha, you kid is able to figure it out so quickly. You deserve to be my son-in-law. Zhang Hongguang laughed happily. Luckily, my son-in-law is not a stick-in-the-mud kind of guy, and knows how to listen to his elders' stuff and think in multiple directions. If you meet a stubborn person, even if Zhang Hongguang grinds his lips, I'm afraid it will be difficult to convince the other party. I'll do my best to help you with your matter. I won't accept the money. If you have to give it, just put it into Yashian's bank card. Right. What are you going to name the company? I'll turn around and register it for you. Zhang Hongguang looked at the Patek Philippe watch on his wrist and casually asked. Name? Tang Ke cupped his chin and pondered for a while. Let's call it Black Ke Technology Limited. Ku is the Ku of Tang Ku. Well, I know. I'll have my assistant bring the stuff over tomorrow, and I'll help you buy a factory capable of manufacturing cars. And as for the location of the company, for the time being, let's choose the Hongtai Group building. It's getting late. I have to go and get busy too. Remember to be nicer to my Yashian. Don't let me find out that you've been bullying her. Zhang Hongguang drank his tea in one go and laughed lightly at Tang Ke twice. Dad, don't worry. I love her more than I can say. How could I bully her? Tang Ke got up to see him off. By the way, how do I give you the code for the AI? Well, just give it to my assistant. No need to send it. Go back and accompany Yashian. You two get along. The three came to the door position of the house. The assistant pulled open the door of the Mercedes-Benz, and Zhang Hongguang sat in. He lowered the window and waved goodbye to Tang Ke and Zhang Yashuan. It can be said to come and go. Chapter 22 Payment of Rations. Zhang Hongguang had too many matters to attend to, and he came over to speak with his daughter before going back inside the study to speak with Tang Ke. After saying this, he had to rush back to his business. He hadn't forgotten the kidnapping that his daughter had suffered the night before. Zhang Hongguang is not a good person. Since the other group dared to touch his daughter, then this matter cannot be so easy to end. After he left, a number of bodyguards in suits were stationed both inside and outside Tang Ke's villa. These people were the security personnel hired by Zhang Hongguang, and underneath their handsome suits were toned muscles. There are also some bodyguards who have added cameras outside the house to prevent anyone from sneaking in. Even the villa next door was bought by Zhang Hongguang for the bodyguards to use as a resting place, in order to be able to protect his daughter's safety 24 hours a day. After all, these bodyguards couldn't live in Tang Ke and Zhang Yashuan's home, so what's the point? Come on, pay your rations. Returning to the hall, Zhang Yashuan stretched out her white jade hand and said with a smile, Hey, which side of the ration is it? Tang Ke laughed as he picked up his wife's petite body and settled down on the soft sofa. He placed Zhang Yashuan's long and white legs horizontally on the sofa. No decent behavior. Of course it's the startup capital you just mentioned. My dad did tell you to put it on my card. Zhang Yashuan's red lips pouted as she seemed a bit aggrieved and angry. If she doesn't give it, she won't comply. The cute look made Tang Ke couldn't help but kiss it. What if I don't give it? Then I'll tell my dad that you bullied me. How am I bullying? Just teasing you. I'll give it to you. Okay? Tang Ke cried and laughed. His father-in-law had just left. If Zhang Yashuan turned his head and went to complain, Zhang Hongguang would definitely cut him. If I say you have, then you have. Zhang Yashuan exasperatedly waved her small pink fist as a threat. The delicate face pretended to be angry, but looked a little more cute. Tang Ke smiled and pinched his wife's delicate face. so pink that it seemed to pinch out water. Okay, here you go, the password is your birthday. With that, he took his wallet out of his pocket, which contained all his bank cards. In fact, every day at home, Tang-ku really cannot use the money. What does it matter if the wife gets all the money? Zhang Yashuan joyfully took the wallet, like a little money fan, looking at Tang-ku bitterly smiling and shaking his head. Isn't $50 million equivalent to pocket money to you? Why are you happy as if I gave you $500 billion? How can this be the same? This is what you gave me. Zhang Yashuan tucked her wallet tightly, looking very happy. The two have a peaceful and serene family routine. The internet, however, is causing another round of frenzy. It is centered around three main topics. Artificial intelligence again. The same hardware, transformed for top supercar speed. Tesla brakes fail. On top of that, there are many eye-catching hot topics. The fire was so hot that it went straight to the top 10 of the hot searches. Hashtag thrill. A late-night thrill for the Modame anchorwoman. Hashtag dunk. I just optimized it and got the car to go 400 yards. Hashtag black tech sports cars that get smashed and still can brake. And Teslas that are intact but can't brake. Hashtag what happened last night. Hashtag Tesla stock plunged. Tesla's brakes fail? Don't scare me. My family's a Tesla? Then why don't you return it? Tesla is fortunate because its aura is overpowered by Donko's black technology. Tang-ku is awesome, but I've heard that the automakers don't seem to be planning to work with him anymore, and I don't know why. Why else? Because Tang-ku himself has the ability to build cars and won't work with these automakers at all. That's right, the same hardware, casting different speeds. This is the technology that completely crushes all car manufacturers. With this kind of technology in hand, where does he still need to cooperate with others? But the automakers can provide the funding. Upstairs is definitely a newcomer. Do you know who old Tang is? He's the son-in-law of the boss of Hongtai Group. Do you think he'll lack money? So it's him. That's the guy who married away the rich white girl back then? Crowds of netizens were shocked and recalled that news back then. The little princess of the family of the boss of the Hongtai Group is married to a netizen. On top of that, this netizen was just an ordinary guy. Mediocre in every way except for being handsome. If I had to say what I've accomplished, I've written a few novels with minor success. A score like Tang-ku's is still considered upper middle class when placed in society, but for a behemoth like the Hongtai Group, this achievement was really unremarkable. In everyone's opinion, a rich white beauty like Zhang Yashuan, it will only be married to some well-known person, or a successful person. However, the results dropped everyone's jaws. Zhang Hongguang and his wife both agreed to this. On that day, countless rich sons and daughters had their hearts cut out and wailed in pieces. They felt that their goddess was too clueless and naive and was mesmerized by Tang-ku's beauty. Who the hell is he? Many of Zhang Yashuan's friends and girlfriends feel that Tang-ku is a soft-eater and therefore despise him. In a fit of pique, Zhang Yashuan stopped seeing them. So now among the BFFs, only Kim Woo-mung, the heartless one, is left. The facts prove that Zhang Yashuan's vision was right. Though it's not the novel that's on fire with Don Cor, it's the black technology. But as it turns out, you can't just look at people on the surface. You have to pay more attention to the inside. Inner qualities have an impact on success. In a big way, Goddess Yashian has a good eye, and has the face value and wisdom. Who said that old Tang ate soft rice in the beginning? I'm sorry, I was wrong. I should never have questioned the goddess's vision in the first place. Do you guys think old Tang will create an automobile brand himself? With his strength, the car he builds probably won't even need a steering wheel. That's unknown, but if you're going to build a car, I think it's safer to take the wheel. Even if it was built, we couldn't afford it. So says. The internet was abuzz with all sorts of topics centered around Tang-ku. The Tesla brake failure is rather less publicized. The only owners who have purchased Teslas have approached the automaker for a refund. I thought that finishing second last night would provide a nice publicity boost for the company. Who would have thought that the brakes would actually fail at the finish position? Tesla, Inc. has its hands full right now. The next day, the father-in-law's assistant came over and took away the AI starting source code. At the same time, he handed Tang-ku some documents related to the company, as well as the address of his factory. Tang-ku couldn't help but sigh. Rich people do things more efficiently than others. In one night, a large factory that could build cars was acquired. Danko drove his personally modified silver SSC Tuatara to the factory bought by his father-in-law alone. Chapter 23 Treating Tang-ku as a cutie. The person in charge of the factory was already at the door to greet him, and when he saw Tang-ku driving in, he greeted him with a smile. Hello Mr. Tang, I'm Jiang Junmin, the person in charge of the factory. Come on in. Jiang Junmin greeted Tang-ku by the car door with a very bright smile. This factory is capable of making all the hardware for the car, but is at risk of closing down because of technical problems. Now that it was actually taken over by Tang-ku, the wrongdoer, it was really a welcome sight. This way please, Mr. Tang, I'll show you around our staff. They're definitely all positive, hardworking and good employees. Kang Junmin led the way ahead, smiling like a chrysanthemum. From the Tangku appearance can be judged, this person must be a rash rich second generation. Zhang Hongguang had his men by the soon-to-be-closed factory in the name of Tangku. Because of the artificial intelligence and the existence of Tonka's technology, Zhang Hongguang knew what Tonka needed. It's just a factory that can make things. Having a location with instruments is enough. So Zhang Hongguang didn't pay any attention to how this factory's predecessor was and what aspects it would face. None of this is under consideration. Tangka's demeanor was bland and nonchalant, just smiling and nodding, making Zhang Junmin a little puzzled. Mr. Tang, please see, this is the stamping workshop. There are leveling machines, spreading machines, rolling machines, bending machines and so on. The tools are all there. Zhang Junmin led Tangku inside a workshop and pointed to the factory that was busy. Inside, the employees worked earnestly, with panels in their hands, staring solemnly at the assembly line, not allowing a single mistake. You see, my employees are very dedicated. Kang Junmin smiled compensatorily. Tangka's eyes narrowed falsely and he didn't make a statement. Continue to follow Zhang Junmin to the welding workshop, painting workshop, and final assembly workshop, sawing, cutting and arc welding machines, transplant trucks, pure water preparation systems, electrophoresis systems, manual rolling machine, profile cutting machine, CO2 shielded welding machine. A range of other equipment is really available. How is it, Mr. Tang? The equipment is complete and the employees are all pretty good, right? This is the contract of our employees in the factory. I wonder if I can sign it. Kang Junmin handed over a contract in a low voice. Although the factory was bought, the renewal of the employees' contracts has not yet been taken over. After the change of ownership, the contracts of the factory employees expired as a result. If you want to keep working here, you have to sign a contract with Danko. In the future, their paychecks will be paid by Tangku. The equipment is complete and the integrity is good. I'm satisfied. Tangka stood with his arms folded and replied with a smile. But this employee, but it's not what it appears to be. Cruising around just now, these people were ostensibly working seriously, but Tangka realized that it was nothing more than a show. Why is a factory that is going out of business and has been sold out, with no orders at all, so busy? This is so fake. And the work panels that each man held in his hand had no writing on them at all, except for the printed forms. In other words, these people are just standing there with a task panel for show. This contract in front of him is completely treating him like an ingrate. Ha ha ha, that is, I don't know about this contract. Zhang Junmin still laughed. I'm sorry, Mr. Kang is treating me like a cutie. Is that something I can't see for show? Tangka smirked, his eyes revealing a hint of coldness. Kang Junmin's face was slightly stunned and his forehead was sweating slightly, but he still pretended to be calm and said, "This you are afraid to misunderstand. We these employees can be down to earth. You have seen. Alright, I'm satisfied with the factory's stuff, and I'm grateful that you finished showing me around. If it's alright, you and your workers can go home." Tangka faintly said. You, Zhang Junmin's face sank. Mr. Tang, there are 1,000 employees in the factory. You acquired the factory, but you want to fire all of us. I'm afraid it doesn't make sense, right? Are you trying to put 1,000 employees out of work, for no reason? I'm afraid that's beneath you. His voice grew louder, and nearby employees stopped what they were doing and converged this way. Everyone's face was furrowed with frowns. Just now Zhang Junmin's voice was very loud and they all heard the content, especially those who are older. It is very difficult to find the next job if they don't have this one. One is age, the other is skill. But let's not forget why this plant is facing closure. Precisely for technical reasons. Automated things don't require manual skills, but there are some parts that are cast and assembled that do require manual labor. It was their lack of manual skills that caused the factory to face closure. In other words, the employees in this factory have lousy skills. If I don't have this job, I'll be a hobo again for a few months when I get out. Therefore, as soon as they heard that they were going to be expelled, everyone got anxious. Mr. Tang, you can't fire us. I have an old man and a small family. Once I don't have this job, I won't be able to support my family. A middle-aged man, who appeared to be in his 40s, made a plea to Tangku. This salary is no money at all to you, so why make things difficult for us? That's right, you are so rich. Why do you make things difficult for us poor people? Isn't it too much? Without us, where are you going to find skilled employees like us? It's all about the employees. Why can't you hire us? Humph. This is the rich who don't understand the poverty of the common people, owning millions of dollars themselves, and oppressing us on this little bit of salary. If you dismiss us, then we'll have to sue. These employees spoke to each other and even initiated a moral abduction. It really made Tang Ko laugh. "Sue, I have no employment relationship with you. What are you suing me for?" Tang Ko sneered. "Please get the situation clear. I am the owner of this factory, but you are not my employees. If you don't leave immediately, I can instead sue you for trespassing. Since we're playing with the law, let's do it." He was on Ray's side anyway. No matter what direction he took, these assembly line workers have no knowledge of the law at all, and prefer to use the law and morality as a weapon to try to launch an attack on him in this situation. "You've got money to feed you? This is just a big joke." The contract only took over the factory, but not these employees. As for how their family was doing, it had nothing to do with Tang Ko at all. Nowadays, in this society, you won't be unable to find a job. The only thing is laziness and not wanting to work. These employees in front of us, to put it bluntly, want to continue to hang around within this factory and get paid for nothing. Tang Ko knew very well what these people, in their hearts, were thinking. Chapter 24, Creation of Kerr Alloys. "How about this, Mr. Tang? You give each of us some compensation and we'll leave. How about that?" With 1,000 employees backing him up, Jiang Juanmin's guts have grown. He actually wanted to get in Tang Ko's hands and cheat some compensation before leaving. Tang Ko sniffed and said expressionlessly, "Scram, or I'll have to use coercion." "Ha!" Jiang Junmin laughed and shouted to the employees behind him. "Did you all hear that? Mr. Tang actually said that he would use coercion. What should we do? Coercion? Good, wow. I'm going to sit here today and not leave. I'd like to see how he's going to use coercion on us." "Yeah, we're not leaving. Brothers, I've heard the saying that the law is not to be blamed. I dare to conclude that this person can definitely not help us, and for the sake of our compensation, we absolutely cannot give in. Don't worry, if we don't get the compensation today, we definitely won't leave." "That's right, Supervisor Jiang. We support you with 1,000 brothers behind you." The crowd was up in arms, and many sat down right where they were, with the momentum of fighting Tang Ko to the end. Jiang Junmin also raised his head proudly, like he was winning. Various yells continued to ring out, and Tang Ko couldn't help but sneer and shake his head. The land was already in his domain, and this factory was his company. These people are not his employees, yet they prefer to stay here. This is a disruption of the company and a violation of the Public Security Administration punishment law, and their rogue behavior of asking for money is even more of an extortion. The two items together are enough to give them a drink. "Hello, Assistant Wang. Please send someone over to this side of the factory. There are some things to be dealt with here. It's best to bring some people with you." Don Cor turned to the phone and whispered into it to explain this side of the story. He is perfectly capable of calling the police and having them take these people away, but he favored calling his father-in-law's assistant to come over and take care of it. With the Hongtai Group background in place, it will be easier to handle things. It also allows these rogue employees to suffer the maximum punishment, detention and fines. Nonetheless, call someone? If you touch us for a second, you'll be waiting to be arrested. Jiang Junmin inwardly sneered, although he did not hear Tang Ko, who was standing in the distance, saying something, but must be calling people over undoubtedly. "More than 1,000 people are here. Do you still want to make a move? But if you don't do it, you just call a few security guards over. You can't do anything about them." The more Kong Junmin thought about it, the more confident he felt that he had the other party pinned to death. A few moments later, several sedans as well as police cars pulled into the factory grounds. The moment he saw the police car, the employees sitting on the ground panicked inside. Ordinary people rarely come into contact with the police and subconsciously tense up when they see their presence. Luckily the place was crowded and they quickly regained their composure. A number of men and women in formal attire got out of their cars and approached with serious faces. "Mr. Tang, I'm Assistant Lee from Hongtai Group. Just leave the matters here to us. You can go about your own business." Assistant Lee walked up to Tang Ko and smiled. "Thank you, Assistant Lee, for coming, and many thanks to you and Assistant Wang for your help." Tang Ko nodded, then turned around and walked inside the factory. Don't go. Where are you going?" Kong Junmin frowned and wanted to go forward to stop Tang Ko. Instead, he was blocked by a man in a police uniform. "Excuse me, sir, why don't you come with us?" Saying that, two police officers grabbed Jiang Junmin from behind and a pair of handcuffs were directly cuffed to his wrists. "What are you doing? You are arresting people indiscriminately. I can report you for abuse of power." Kong Junmin screamed and struggled. Those employees who were sitting on the ground were startled and were just about to get up when there was a loud shout from the back. "No one gets up. Crouch down with your hands on your head. You are suspected of mobbing, as well as extortion, and we have the right to use special means for anyone who disobeys." The bellow rang out as several more police cars drove in with their sirens blaring. Hundreds of police officers, armed with blast shields and batons, got out of their cars in an orderly fashion and surrounded all 1,000 people. The employees, who were just about to get up, fell to the ground in shock. Ordinary people who had never seen such a formation were now panicked and pale. They are beginning to realize that this young man who acquired the factory seems to have come from an uncomplicated background. Tangka stepped inside the blazing hot workshop as the noise outside diminished. Inside this workshop was used for making car shells, and it contained just the right tools for Donkor to use to make synthetic metals. He wanted to create a light, hard, heat-resistant, noise-reducing metal for the shell of a car, light enough to weigh under 100 pounds, outperforming all car shells on the market. It's so hard that it won't show marks when hit by a car at 400 yards. The heat resistance has to be such that it can withstand rocket eruptions, and the noise reduction has to be such that it is isolated from the rest of the world. Do you think it would be too soundproof to hear other people's horns? Sorry, AI driving, no need to hear the horn. As far as friends honking at you from the side or dropping something in the car or whatever. Artificial intelligence is also capable of recognizing and alerting. If that's not enough, there's a self-adjusting noise reduction feature to suit everyone's needs. It sounded heavenly, but Tang Ku, who had mastered the top metal synthesis technology, being able to model a workable theory in your head with the knowledge you have. Right now all that is needed is a hands-on test to see the results, based on previous examples of successful performance modifications to automobiles. The theory of knowledge given to him by the system is basically 100% capable of being accomplished. A hot furnace blazed as Donkor began his work of metal synthesis. It was as if he had instantly changed from an elegant scholar to a craftsman who had been immersed in ironmaking for many years. He directly took the metal materials owned in the factory and mixed and melted them. The amount of metal to be fused, and the proportion of content, is a challenging thing to do. There is no room for sloppiness in the process. If something goes wrong, the fusion may still be successful, but the quality cannot be guaranteed. Origins, connect to all of the plant's networks, record my fusion process, and analyze metal quality and content. Connected to factory network, recording and testing in progress. Origin's voice rang out from his cell phone. Tangka carefully refined the metal and fused it. The clanging and the sound of the fireplace mingled, and the heat made him sweat. But he didn't care, concentrating on the task at hand. The day had been spent, and all 1,000 or so people outside had been taken. Some of them prayed for the police to leave them alone. Some were in defense, and others tried to resist and threaten. But no matter how much the men struggled, they could not escape being handcuffed. The police don't listen to all the stuff you say, let alone care if you've been wrongly accused. Now that you've been caught on the spot, everything will be interrogated slowly after you've gone to the detention point first, commonly known as drinking tea. If they are wrongly accused, they will naturally be released. Being recognized as not being wrongly accused, then sorry, the only way to enforce the law is to be fair. Chapter 25, Electromagnetic Propulsion. Thumbs up. Cooling white smoke vaporized like a cloud of white mist spreading. Tangka picked up a piece of refined rough metal and placed it on the machine for Origin to examine. Congratulations to Mr. Tang for creating a new alloy that contains aluminum, zinc, manganese, cerium hydrogen, oxygen, tin, silicon, and many other elements, with content ratios that do not differ from those planned by Mr. Tang, and perfect quality. Origins asked in a flat voice, may I ask if I should give the alloy a code name? Phew, finally it was refined successfully. It was a lot harder than imagined. Tangka took a long breath and wiped the sweat stains from his face. Found myself dripping wet like a drowning chicken. Let's call it COR alloy. Tangka was too lazy to think of all the strange names and directly named it after himself. It was something he had combined his knowledge with and created himself, and was indeed qualified to do so. It's already been stowed in the database and applied for a technical patent for Mr. Tang. The certification information will be sent to Hongtai Group's headquarters later. Origins responded again. Hearing this, Tangka felt that Origin's intelligence seemed to have improved a little, actually knowing how to help him take the initiative to apply for a patent. The most important thing was that it actually knew that it could take all this mess and it could be handed over to the people over at the Hongtai Group. From this, Origins grew to understand how humans relate to each other, and how friendly they are. It's a very good start to being able to recognize human relationships and can do a lot of things. For example, in the multitude of people, look out for someone with hostile intent towards Tangku. All it takes is a lot of data to find the person, then facial expressions captured on camera, and eavesdropping on the surrounding facilities. From there, he could determine the extent of the person's hostility toward Tangko and what his purpose was. Of course, such a huge amount of data can never be done with only a first level of AI origin at the moment. It will have to wait until after evolution. Donkor pulled a fresh set of clothes out of the silver sports car and took a cold shower in the bathroom inside the factory. He came prepared, naturally, with clothes at the ready. The metal has been fabricated and all that remains is the testing of all aspects of the metal. Finally, Tonka intends to look into electromagnetic propulsion. This way the first car he built was sort of ready to be finished. As for the car morphing, it's going to be liquid memory metal. This stuff is more difficult than synthesizing metals, and can be put off until later. The most important thing right now is to pave the way for the company by building a world-leading car first. After letting Blackco technologies come into people's lives, it is possible to make more black technology products and maximize the benefits. Over the course of the next month, Tonka went to the factory every morning to build the car and test it in every way, while holding a few books on electricity and magnetism. Build the car and read the book at the same time. In the evenings, I go home to work on my novel and play with my wife. If it wasn't for the normal updates of his novels, plus the fact that he would sometimes appear within the lens of Zhang Yashuan's live broadcast, the netizens almost thought Tangko had disappeared. After all, after the AI hit the big time, Dongkor started to fade into obscurity. Nothing more was ever heard of him again, much less anything about autopilot appearing. Many people were speculating whether Tangko was sulking because his Porsche had been smashed. Ding! Congratulations on the successful upgrade of electricity and magnetism knowledge. Obtaining top-level electromagnetism knowledge. Tangko, who was inside the factory, conducting impact tests, had a system alert sound ringing in his head. The entire crash test was manipulated and documented by Origins, who did little more than sit in the workshop and read a book to prevent accidents. He had thoroughly read the books on electricity and magnetism, and the system had helped him combine the two to form the knowledge of electromagnetism that flooded his mind. What hadn't been figured out earlier was clear in this moment. Donko couldn't wait to get started on the electromagnetic device. He had purchased a lot of materials over the course of the month, just for today. Snort! Inside a closed chamber, Donko, in his insulated costume, fiddled with the large object in the center of the chamber. A thunderbolt lingered and rotated around his body, making a crackling sound. The moment Tangko pressed the last large magnet, from the center, buzz, the light blue energy shockwave spread out, and the iron blocks scattered on the ground every meter around began to vibrate at this moment. From the amplitude of the vibration of the iron block, the range of influence of the electromagnetic device was about 5 meters. The iron block after 5 meters away vibrated as well, but it was significantly weakened by a large margin. This was the electromagnetic thruster that Tangko had finished making. Don't underestimate the impact of this vibration of only 5 meters. If the energies were equally interchangeable, it would be the equivalent of a sports car with nitrogen turned on, releasing flames up to 5 meters long from the exhaust pipe. You can imagine how scary the propulsion effect of this thing is. This was still not at full power, or else this electromagnetic thruster would have already flown out. The great work is done. Mounted to the car, this sports car, no, sedan, can be said to be completely finished. Tangko clapped his hands, very happy inside. After a busy month or so, I was finally able to build my first car. He carried the electromagnetic thrusters out of the chamber, and outside was a wide open space. A silver sedan with a sci-fi feel was parked in the middle of the clearing. The overall width and height is about the same as a normal sedan, but this car shell and shape is very different from the cars on the market. The casing looks like silver-white reflective glass, but it doesn't feel harsh. When you walk past, less than a meter from the car, again, you'll be surprised to find that the car's shell is, in fact, black. It's so pure black that you can't even see your own reflection, as if it's just a pitch black in front of you, and the shape feels like a smooth curve that minimizes the impact of wind pressure. It appears to be a sports car and a sedan. Inside the car Tonka still added the steering wheel. After all, some people buy a car is to hope that they drive, not just a substitute. To be able to satisfy everyone, Donko has added hidden features to the steering wheel. If you don't want to drive and feel that the steering wheel takes up space, you can include the steering wheel in your car. Those who want to drive themselves can take the steering wheel out. The joystick has the same function, hidden or released at the owner's discretion. After loading the electromagnetic thrusters into the car, Tonka rode straight into the car and fastened his seatbelt. Excitedly, he said, "Origins, test speed. Okay, Mr. Tang, please sit tight." As the Origin voice fell, the car started and instantly picked up speed to 100. Pulling out of the factory clearing, it traveled around the factory in circle after circle, gradually picking up speed. Tangka looked at the data on the car's monitor. Everything was normal. The car increased its speed from 100 to 200, kicking up a lot of sand and dust. It's amazing that I didn't feel too much shaking on this bumpy dirt road. And the car was actually silent. Chapter 26, The Palace has come to favor you. When the car's speed was increased to 300, there was still no noise to be heard inside the car, and the silence was perverse. Origins, lower the noise reduction function for me. Tangka didn't dare to open the windows. After all, it was now up to 300 yards of speed, and the wind pressure was terrifying. This car in particular, built by Tonka, is streamlined and is slicing through the wind pressure. when the noise reduction feature was lowered. The roar of the engine was finally heard, echoing continuously outside. The sound of the engine wasn't exactly boisterous, but it was powerful and acidic, rippling like a wave. By this time, the car's speed had increased to 400, and the wind outside was clamoring as if it were a tornado. The car was going faster and faster, and the car remained smooth. There were only a few bumps, which were completely negligible, just like a regular car on the highway. It's not much of a problem. Such a shock-absorbing feature is definitely the blackest of the blacks. Even if you do that in the car, I'm guessing this one won't wobble. Ahem. Also add a rule to the car that you can't open the windows above 160 yards, in case someone doesn't get it and has a problem. It's also important to prevent special circumstances, so add alerts with forced window opening, but require authorization from the owner. This is to prevent certain accidents in the car that require the windows to be open at highway speeds. No, if the owner of the car took the girl into the car to commit violence, wouldn't the girl have no way out? Tangka touched his chin and pondered. The AI still needs to be upgraded. It's best to be able to distinguish the situation of the people in the car through verbal emotions, and automatically call for help when necessary, thus avoiding criminal incidents and accidents. Although with a feature like this, there's a chance that the owner will report it as an invasion of privacy, but it's something that has to be installed. If someone did commit a crime with a car he built, the consequences would be even worse. So you can't be sloppy in this area. Big deal. Plus just don't tell your customers. If someone does commit a crime with his car, it would be a good thing to save the innocent. As for the invasion of privacy, the solution is not really difficult. Don Cor is sure that there will be many supporters on his side. If that's not possible, let the father-in-laws have a go at the lawyers. Not much use thinking about that now. Tangka took a deep breath and prepared himself mentally before whispering, "Origins, activate electromagnetic propulsion." Roger that. Suddenly, a buzzing sound rang out from the rear. A gash rose from the rear of the car, revealing a circular device 40 centimeters in diameter. The very same electromagnetic thrusters that were just there. Buzz. An azure wave of electric light shone from within the instrument, followed by a sudden burst of air-shaking fluctuations from the thrusters. A huge thrust came from his back, and Donk was taken aback. The image in front of him became, in the next moment, straight lines, crossing quickly from both sides. His eyes immediately went toward the speedometer. Nice guy, 500 yards. It's just too fast. So fast that the smoke and dust outside the car filled and swept wildly, and the vehicle seemed to float, nearly unable to grip the ground. After all, this is not a professional track, just a normal road. The moment it floats up slightly, the vehicle lands and immediately grazes a long trail, crunching and kicking up waves of dust. Luckily, the area around the factory was empty. If they had encountered an individual rushing out, they would definitely have to run the other person into the ground. Down speed. Origins, hurry up and lower your speed. No, slowly lower it down to a safe stop. Don Cor swallowed, gripping the door handrail a little nervously. Even though he built this car, it's the first time he's used the electromagnetic thrusters. Even after being mentally prepared, such speed is still a bit scary. With Origins at the controls, the car continued to circle the factory several times before it finally came to a stop. Tangka just got out of the car and was choked by the sand and dust in the air, causing him to cough lightly twice. It's all braked up and there's actually a dust cloud rolling behind it. You can imagine how ferocious the car's speed was just now. He glanced at the car tires, which looked intact. The palm of his hand moved slightly closer to the tire position and felt a searing heat. He picked up a branch from the ground and poked at the tire to test how heat resistant it was in this heat. As it turns out, the black tech system is still very reliable. The hard rubber in the case of tires is likewise refined by special means. Even after running 500 yards an hour, it was still fine and the quality was awesome. The alternating silver white and pitch black bodywork surpasses the performance of all cars on the market. Plus automakers love to use animal beasts as logos and names. So my car, let's call it Kirin. Tangka smiled slightly and cooled down the wheels before getting into the Kirin sedan once again and heading for home. The Donkers. The Griffin came to a steady stop in front of the door and Donkor got out of the car and walked into the house while Origins drove the Griffin into the garage on his own. Wife, my husband is back. Tangka walked into the hall on the first floor and didn't see Zhang Yashuan figure. Then he ran to the right side of the study location, seeing Zhang Yashuan was sitting on the desk, drawing something carefully, as 1,000 gold naturally can not only eat and drink every day, of course, also have their own interests. Painting is one of them. Not to mention, my wife is pretty good at drawing. Both the smooth strokes and the coloring technique can be considered a competent painter. Should I take my King of Thieves and Naruto and move them to this world? Tangku inwardly murmured. Due to the previous experience of his novel porting, he wasn't sure if the anime works from his last life would still be hot if he put them here. However, You can start with something like Blade of Ghost Destruction and Spellback Battle to try out the effects. You're back. Why are you so early today? Zhang Yashuan smiled sweetly, put down the paintbrush in her hand, and got up to embrace Tang Ku. Tang Ka hammed and hawed, and smoothly carried his wife to the living room sofa and sat down. Finished. My first car is built. The next step is to publicize and pre-sell to the public. This month or so is really tiring me out. My back is sore. It's still comfortable to write a novel. He hammered his muscle-sore back, his eyes wildly suggestive. In that case, let the palace favor you. Get down on the floor for the palace. Zhang Yashuan understood in a second and pushed Tang Ke down onto the sofa. Then with white jade hands, massage his aching back. Comfy, Tang Ke said with a face of enjoyment. As a return, I have decided to send you a hot-blooded comic book story. Do you want it, Fei? Humph. What an arrogant little Kezi. Believe it or not, this palace won't give you a massage anymore. Zhang Yashuan snorted. Ah, isn't Xiao Kezi the name for eunuchs? If you dare to call them nonsense again, I will be angry. Fine, fine. No more screaming. What kind of comic story is your majesty planning to give my concubine? Hearing that his wife had gone soft, Tang Ke hummed lightly twice in triumph. I see that you have performed well, and have decided to reward you with a hot-blooded comic book work called Blade of Ghost Destruction. Tang Ke enjoyed the massage as he said, when the time comes, I'll write out the story of the plot, and you can just draw it according to the story. Don't worry, I'll be on hand to guide you, regarding character likenesses as well as dress and so on. Then thank you, hubby. Zhang Yashuan leaned down and gave Tang Ke a kiss on the cheek. Both of them smiled at the same time and continued to chat idly about family matters. Chapter 27, Kirin Intelligent Vehicle. Shocking the world. A few days later, the internet, which had been quiet for over a month, was shattered by a promo. This news was like a huge stone, smashing into the calm lake, detonating the whole network. The white-on-black text at the beginning of the promo instantly captivates all viewers. Father of artificial intelligence, Tang Ke, build the world's first artificially intelligent car. Immediately after the scene shifted to a closed chamber, a streamlined car with alternating colors of silver and white all over its body came into view. The various viewpoints are switched in succession, giving the whole shape of the car to the viewer. High-end, cool, sci-fi. These three words presented themselves in everyone's mind at the same time. Simple and straightforward. Then the picture changed again, and the surrounding chamber was like glass shattering. Intelligent driving. A few large words flashed across the screen. The sci-fi car, running fast down the road, was empty. Several stone walls lay ahead, and this automobile was undaunted. The screen darkened and a few large white letters popped up, indestructible. The scene returns once again to the running car, which, like a ferocious beast, advances unstoppably, crashing toward the stone wall. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! 3 consecutive stone walls were collapsed by the car, while the shell of the car, still brand new and shiny, did not have any dents. The car is going faster and faster, and there's a shifting value in the upper right corner of the video that reads 256 kilometers per hour, and this value is rapidly increasing, reaching a staggering 418 kilometers per hour. The screen went dark again, and once again the white text popped up: electromagnetic propulsion. Just then, the rear part of the car lifted off in vain, revealing a circular device 40 centimeters in diameter. Buzz off! An azure light bloomed, and the running car accelerated in vain, turning into a stump. The speed also soared to 527 kilometers per hour at this moment. Abruptly, the scene shifted again. A young man in a suit, standing in the middle of the wilderness, looking at the time on his watch. Boom la! The surf-like sound of the engines came from far and near. Faint white smoke lifted from the tires of a silver-white car as it came to a steady stop in front of the man. Remote driving. All the footage just now was nothing more than this man in a suit, remotely calling a car. The color of the car parked in front of him changed from silver and white to pure black. From the man's viewpoint, there was no steering wheel or operating levers in the car at all. But when he got in the car, something seemed to come out of his mouth. The steering wheel and operating levers, which are automatically raised from the interior of the vehicle, are then available for operation. The scene ends with the man in the suit himself driving the car away. The screen went black, and a stream of light converged into a griffin icon, along with a line of type below it. Kirin Intelligent Vehicle. More unknowns for you to discover. Hiko Technology Limited. End of promo. The internet blew right up. This Kirin smart car shows only the tip of its iceberg. More detailed features are not shown in the video, but right now these elements are enough to shake the globe. Autonomous driving, remote driving, artificial intelligence, electromagnetic propulsion. The average person only sees the surface of all this sci-fi, but automakers, on the other hand, see something more. Cars aren't just about being fast enough. They're also about how well the brakes work, how well the tires hold up, and a host of other things. Can't they build a faster car engine? It's not that you can't build a faster car. Rather, they can't build brakes, tires, housings, transmissions that can withstand that kind of speed. The faster you go, the more pressure and heat your brakes will be subjected to. The same goes for tires, shells, transmissions, etc. There have been cars that ran 500 yards, but came to a stop and disintegrated straight away. But Kirin Motors didn't. It uses the same disc brakes, but the material is the same as the housing. A cool alloy that perfectly withstands the heat and pressure. That's why, at 500 yards, it still stops smoothly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That's awesome. Is this really not a sci-fi movie? Is this a sports car? 500 yards of speed? Is this damn thing going to start a new era? I feel like I've suddenly entered the future world. As someone who watched those 2 unprecedented live broadcasts a month ago, I can tell you unequivocally that this is absolutely true. Yes, it's even more unbelievable than before. But AI driving does exist. But this propulsion device is. What the hell is this propulsion thing? Why does it look so much like the propellers for spaceships in sci-fi movies? It's the electromagnetic propulsion that old Tang was talking about in one of his live broadcasts earlier. My god, he really built it. Electromagnetic propulsion used in automobiles. This is too extravagant. If it is used in fighter jets, our military power will instantly lead the global countries. The internet exploded, and countless people began searching for the official website of Heike Technology Limited, as well as the Kirin Automobiles data profile. This look is even more frightening to many people who know about cars. Various data panels, all of which outperform all of today's automotive hardware. The hardware of the Kirin car, moreover, is all made of the latest and only true alloy. Power can be either gasoline-driven or electric. It can even be hybridized. A design like that would be hard enough to defeat a large group of engine builders. Kinetic energy is actually still freely selectable? I cracked up that Danko had created a whole new alloy on his own in order to build a car he was happy with, and got a brand new engine. No wonder this car is so hard. I thought it was exaggerated, but I didn't realize it was really hard. Danko, to make the car tougher. So I created new alloys. The strange behavior of Big Brother Danko. The wall is not even help. Just obey Tangku. ING straight call 666. And this electromagnetic propulsion. The world's first electromagnetic propulsion was born. A car multiple black technology. Far ahead of the world for hundreds of years. Holy, I wonder what's going on in Danko's head. He masters so much black technology and actually writes novels at home? Maybe, as he says, he writes novels for fun. No, I'm going to look at the novel Tanko wrote and find more faults. I'm going to spray him until he stops writing. Yeah. Everyone get together and go read his novels and then spew until he stops writing so he can focus on technology. Don Cor was on fire, and his company is on fire. Along with his novels, he began to flood in a large number of readers. From small campus students to middle-aged office workers, more and more people are reading his novels and want to find out more. What would be the content of a novel written by this black tech bigot? However, to everyone's surprise, a big guy who works with black tech and writes about immortality and metaphysics instead of sci-fi? The crowd was full of black lines, but they patiently watched on. This look, but unexpectedly found, actually quite interesting. Chapter 28 Novel Fire. Another miracle. Tangka's novels are very different from the style of novels on the market. The ideas are more heavenly and even a bit outrageous. A single thought shattered mountains and rivers. A single fist exploded planets. And a single sword chopped through the ages. Some books are written in very small white text, while others have so much depth in them that they feel like they were written by different authors. Without realizing it, all of Tangka's novels made it to the top 10 of the 24-hour bestseller list. The Hands of the King, The Sword in the Snow, The Secret God, The Dome of Heaven, The Planet of the Doulos. 5 novels dominate the top 5 sales charts, with the rankings shifting continuously. Such sudden and huge data made the officials of the novel site think for a moment that they were brushing data. It took some digging to learn that all 5 novels came from the same person, and the reason for the fire, after all, is because he built the unicorn car fire all over the internet, attracting countless readers. Hey, you don't have to say, Tangka's novel is actually quite good. I think so too. How come I didn't realize it before? After being so used to reading 1,000 of the mainstream, Donkel's novel actually drew me in unexpectedly. Good lord, Old Don is sorely missing his pen name. What is Old Tang's pen name? We don't know and we don't dare to ask, Doghead. It's awesome, and while the writing is uneven in each book, the content is truly cerebral. Heaven did not give birth to me, Li Chun Gang, and the way of the sword is as long as the night. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't kid yourself. How many people's middle-aged souls have been ignited by this saying? Tang San and Xiao Dai's love story. Watching it made me cry. Ooh, I think Ruthless Emperor's sibling relationship is even better. Not to become immortal, just to wait for your return in the red dust. TSK TSK TSK. Is that an orthopedic guru upstairs? I am the Heavenly Emperor. When I kill all enemies in the world, please hurry up and update the secret of God. The donkeys in the production team wouldn't dare to take such a break. You've been off your shift for a full 2 hours. The whole internet is buzzing about cars on the one hand, and novels on the other. After all, the hot topics on the internet are all about things created by Tanku. The official website of Blackco Technologies Limited is flooded with huge traffic. Luckily, the servers were more than ready, so there was no lag. The Kirin smart car is priced at $3 million. That's an expensive price for the average family, but for the value of the car itself, it's simply cheap as hell. Those who play with sports cars, in particular, almost flew in place with excitement when they heard the price. Their supercars are in the tens of millions of dollars and are even more expensive after modifications. But now there is an artificially intelligent car that blows away a multi-million-dollar supercar in terms of performance, and it's alive and well in front of their eyes. These people didn't hesitate to place their orders, but it's a price that puts ultra runners on ice. $3 million priced sedan with hardware that comprehensively blows away supercars. What the supercar has, the Kirin smart car has. What the supercar doesn't have, the Kirin smart car does. How can I compare this to others? There is no doubt that the birth of the Kirin intelligent car is a heavy blow to the supercar industry. Those sub-million-dollar sedans didn't suffer too much. After all, there are plenty of people who can't afford $1 million sedan, and they still have the market. But $1 million or more is a different story. For the same $1 million price, why not go with the Kirin smart car? Not only does it have artificial intelligence, it enables autonomous and remote driving. It also comes with the acceleration of electromagnetic propulsion, plus an indestructible shell. No more worrying about car accidents. In just less than a day, the pre-sale sales of the Kirin intelligent vehicle reached more than 100,000 units, and this sales, which continue to grow, are unprecedented. There are both domestic and foreign buyers. Gentlemen, I'm sure you all know what this meeting has been called for, don't you? The supercar automakers opened their communication videos to each other, and each face was covered with gravity and sadness. The birth of the unicorn intelligent car is no longer as simple as a market industry shock, but a complete crush, a change of the times. That's right. I'm afraid the era of supercars being the king of speed is going to be, sighed a famous manufacturer bigwig. For a moment, the crowd fell silent. The term smart car is much more than a simple name. Rather, it's a cross-generational designation. It's like the gap between a sedan and a sports car. They're not the same thing anymore. The same goes for smart cars, which are equipped with artificial intelligence to do things that other vehicles can't. That alone is not enough to shake up sports cars. But this intelligent car that Tanku has come up with, even if it's fast in itself, and a electromagnetic thruster on board. What the hell are you doing with electromagnetic propulsion on board? Isn't this a nasty piece of work? What is the purpose of electromagnetic propulsion? Is it for the robbers to escape? How about? Someone wanted to say, but everyone within the video understood what he was saying, which was nothing more than smearing and creating bad press. This absolutely cannot. You cannot forget, behind Tanku is Hong Tai Group. The crowd's breath caught and they could only put away this dangerous thought. If they really dared to make a move against Tanku's company, they would definitely be subject to Zhang Hongwan's fierce retaliation. At this point in time, there are only two ways to go, either to find Tanku to cooperate with us, or to study his smart car to create our own smart car. The days of the supercar are over. Smart supercars, that's the way of the future. First study his intelligent car. Some discoveries remember to pass on to each other. Do not have a private stash, in order to be able to get through this difficult time together, or else the million-class car will be monopolized by Tanku 1. The meeting was adjourned. A host of supercar automakers have turned off their communication videos. Tanku didn't realize that one of his promos would actually trigger the implication of so many events. At the moment he was sitting at home, frantically coding, getting ready for a super burst of shifts to bring the secret of God right to a close. Knowing where the story's plot is going and honing his writing for 4 years is enough to make him a super tentacled monster. It's not a problem at all to code 20,000 to 30,000 words a day, or even 40,000 to 50,000 words a day if you're in good enough shape. And it's all dry. He was oblivious to the hot topics on the internet. Snap! The crisp tapping of the keyboard echoed continuously, and new text bubbled up on the monitor. In the midst of the sunlight, it slapped hands with the tiny one. When Tanku finished knocking out this last word, he finally breathed a long sigh of relief. The people were exhausted into a puddle, slumped in their chairs with their eyes closed. Over 1,400 chapters. It took just under 3 months to finish the book straight away, writing an average of 400 to 500 chapters a month. Such a speed has become a legend in the online writing world. Chapter 29, Disturbed by the Pleasure. Tang-ku, your novel is on fire. Zhang Yashuan ran into the room, screaming with excitement. My novel is on fire? Tang-ku was slightly stunned. He hadn't really paid attention to this thing. In order to be able to have more time to write the book, the chapters he finished, he just posted them and then closed the page to continue writing. Didn't even click on the backend data to see it. Because his stats are so consistent, he doesn't feel much of anything after watching too much and simply stops watching. Hearing his wife say this, Tang-ku then clicked on the background data. Zhang Yashuan also came over and looked at the number of subscriptions displayed above, as well as the curve of the skyrocketing data. Couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Millions of average orders. In just half a month's time, it jumped from a few thousand average orders to 1 million. What's this? How did my book suddenly catch fire? Tang-ku said in shock. Because your Chilean intelligent car caught fire? Many people were curious about you and ran to read your novel. Zhang Yashuan smiled and pinched her husband's handsome face. Smiling, she knew that her own husband's greatest wish was to be able to seal God with a book one day. Although the one book sealing did not come, it ushered in the simultaneous sealing of 5 books. All 5 books slay the list with absolute strength. Tang-ku became a top god author in the netizen world in one fell swoop. Just like a dream. I didn't expect that I would actually become a netizen god. In such a situation, Tang-ku cried and laughed. That's also because your book is well written. If it's badly written, even if your smart car is awesome, the novel will likewise not catch fire. Zhang Yashuan's jade hand gently kneaded up on Tang-ku's shoulder, her voice gentle. Thanks to my wife's support, I was able to persist in writing these works down. As a reward, let's have a kiss. Tang-ku playfully turned around and picked up Zhang Yashuan's delicate body. Just as the two men came to the bed, ready to take the next step, a voice suddenly came out of Origins on the computer. Mr. Tang, someone is looking for you outside, and the other party has had a slight conflict with your bodyguard. May I ask if I need to go out and explore? Someone came looking for me and got into a confrontation with the bodyguards? What's the origin of these people? Tang-ku's head was filled with black lines. Someone was actually disturbing his pleasure at this time. According to the investigation, the visitors were identified as state agents as well as plainclothes police. Origins replied, but due to the lack of your consent, the bodyguards stopped them outside the door for the time being and did not let them in. With that, Origins put up the security footage of the doorway on his computer. Several middle-aged men and women were stopped at the door by the bodyguards, with the woman among them holding her arms with a furrowed brow and a somewhat indignant expression. In front of Don Kor's house, the two parties were facing each other. The bouncers didn't care who you were. As long as the owner of the house didn't give his consent, they wouldn't let anyone in. So what if it's the police? Again, they have no right to enter. After all, there were no criminals in Donk's home, and the police had no search warrant. You guys inform Tang-ku instead. What are you all standing here for? The opposite woman said with a gloomy face. We've already notified Mr. Tang-ku. Maybe he's taking a nap. Anyway, we can't let you guys in until there's a response. The bodyguard standing in front of the door, standing with his arms folded, indifferently said, you, believe it or not, I'm going to give all of you. Now, well, since there's no response, we'll just wait outside. Don't be impatient. A slightly aged old man in the back interrupted the woman's harsh words with a smile. Just then, the door to Tang-ku's villa opened. Tang-ku stepped out of the house, his face expressionless as he asked, who are the several people, and what are they doing here looking for me? Your bodyguard didn't tell you where we came from? The woman frowned out again. Tang-ku looked at his cell phone. It turned out that he had put it on mute when he was writing the book, so he didn't hear the message. I'm sorry, I forgot to look. So why are you guys here? Tang-ku said blandly. Knowing that these people were police and state agents, his attitude remained bland. To Tang-ku, as long as he was a stranger, his attitude was pretty much the same. We are the police. This time we are here to protect a national researcher. His old man is looking for you to discuss something. The woman took a deep breath to calm her anxious heart and said, researchers come to see me? It's for my black technology, isn't it? Tang-ku leaned slightly to the side and politely made a motion of invitation, then led the way into the house. The woman was offended when confronted with such indifference on his part. This one behind her is a researcher who has contributed a lot to the country. As a result, this Tang-ku actually didn't have any respectful attitude at all. It's really uncharacteristic. Grandpa Witch, after you. The woman turned to the old man at the back and respectfully said, this young man is quite interesting. I don't really care. Shan, don't be so grumpy. Wu Wenyao smiled happily and stepped into the villa. He believes that it is normal that geniuses tend to have their own temperaments and styles of behavior. After all, there is no such thing as learning before or after. and those who reach the top are the masters. With Tang Ke's skill, he was qualified to be the teacher of all of them, so naturally there was no need to treat him with respect. A group of people walked into the house, and Zhang Yashuan had already brewed tea to entertain you all. She wouldn't dare let Tang Ke entertain others. Tang Ke didn't care about the other party's identity, but Zhang Yashuan still cared more. Anyhow, they are all national researchers, and their status is there. If we let Tang Ke entertain the other side, I'm afraid we'll have to take the coke again. Welcome to all of you. My gentleman is unaware of the honor, so I hope you will bear with me, Zhang Yashuan said with a smile on her face. The woman named Shan Shan's face only relaxed when she saw this. She also revealed an easygoing smile. It's alright. Miss Zhang is really beautiful and pretty with a dignified demeanor. My name is Zhong Shanshan. This is Mr. Wu Wenyao from the Ministry of National Defense Research. Hello? Zhang Yashuan nodded her head and smiled at Wu Wenyao. After a few pleasantries, it finally got down to business. Sitting on the sidelines, Tang Ke simply nodded his head, then slowly sipped his tea, waiting for the other party to speak first. Little friend Tang Ke, as you have guessed, we have come here precisely for the electromagnetic propulsion and the artificial intelligence. Wu Wenyao spoke. How significant these two things are to the country. I'm sure you know. I don't know. Want I can provide. But the countryside. Tang Ke put down his teacup, smiled and rubbed his fingers. The corners of Wu Wenyao's mouth twitched slightly as they burst into a violent sweat. He suddenly had an illusion, as if what was in front of him was not a black tech genius at all, but a crooked businessman who had fallen out of his money. This guy is an imposter, isn't he? Why doesn't he have any spirit of selfless service to the country? Isn't it true that the average great young man, when faced with a national researcher, has a heart of reverence and is obliged to help when he hears that he has to? How did it get to Tang Ke as if he was negotiating with a businessman? Chapter 30, Cute. Ahem. This money we will of course pay. After all, there is always a return for giving, not to mention contributing to the country. Wu Wenyao awkwardly coughed lightly twice. I wonder if Mr. Tang would be interested in coming to work at the National Research Center. We also pay very well. If he could poach Tang Ke to go to the Ministry of Scientific Research, he could instantly move the country into the top ranks of the world. That's a rare talent. However, Tang Ke refused on the spot. No need. I like to write novels, not scientific research. Are you kidding me? Trying to get him to work is killing him. Doesn't it smell good to write a novel at home and have a beautiful wife to kiss every day? If you go to work at the research center, won't you not be able to see your wife and be like a single dog every day? Okay. Then can these two technologies be provided to us now? The country needs these two things very much. Wu Wenyao asked again. He had actually prepared for this in his mind, so he didn't force Tang Ke to go to work at the institute. Haven't negotiated the price yet, and this technology of mine is authorized for you to use. It's not sold to you. We're in a partnership. Tang Ke raised his eyebrows and said indifferently. TSK. Money. All day long just no money. For the country gratuitous dedication is not it should be. Do you know that you are in the environment? Can be given by the country. Zhang Shanshan, who had been listening on the sidelines, finally couldn't help herself and cursed out in anger on the spot. As a police officer guarding the people, she was truly infuriated when faced with such an attitude from Tang Ke. They had worked so hard to guard the people, and then the people actually treated them like this. Even if you have to charge money for two technologies, it's actually just a technology license. Why should I give freely? The state guards me and I'm very grateful, so I've never cheated on my taxes. Tang Ke responded blandly. My technology is the crystallization of my wisdom, and I deserve the right to dispose of it, even without any dealings with the state. But I'm still willing to cooperate with the country because I'm grateful to the country, and I just hope that with my technology, I can make the country stronger. And I don't understand what you're angry about. If you have the technology, should you give it away for free? He was just a civilian, not a state agent. And again, it was a fair deal for both sides to work together, and it wasn't like he was asking for a lion's share of the money. Zhang Shanshan choked, her face alternating between green and red. It was a clash of ideas and incompatibility between the two sides that led to such a scene. Zhang Shanshan was about to retort and say something, but was stopped by Wu Wenyao raising his hand. Okay Shanshan, Tang Ke is right. The state has no right to privately take possession of other people's wisdom crystals. If that happens, wouldn't it be no different from robbers? Wu Wenyao said in a deep voice. Our scientific research center has no problem with this. No matter how much the price is, we will accept it. And the technology authorization is also a kind of support for the country. Shanshan was more than a little rude just now. I apologize for her on your behalf. With that, he slowly stood up. Tang Ke immediately got up to stop the other party and smiled. Mr. Wu doesn't have to be like this. I didn't put it on my mind. As for the price, I'll also give a fair and reasonable price. This Yong Shanshan was really grumpy, plus her thoughts were too selfless, and that's why she clashed with him. Tang Ke was too lazy to pay attention to this kind of person. In his opinion, such a woman would never be able to marry. Which man can stand her such a nature? Or his Yashian Guda, gentle and considerate, know how to think differently. Tang Ke and Wu Wenyao followed up by discussing the details of the cooperation, and the price was very fair and reasonable, earning a great deal of goodwill from the people on the country's side. The money thing is an honor to Don Cor. He's not short of money, he makes enough money writing books to eat and drink. He's not interested in money at all. And don't forget, Tang Ke has $1,000 wife. What kind of money do you need? He just simply enjoys that sense of fulfillment that comes from making money. Therefore, he will not ask for a big price in terms of cooperation, but will choose a price that is acceptable to both sides. The country can greatly enhance its military power when it possesses electromagnetic propulsion technology. Artificial intelligence can even help the country solve many problems. For example, data computing, criminal investigation and detection, big data search and arrest, and so on. Although it is only 2 things, the contribution created to the country is definitely not low. The matter was also publicized after the departure of the state researchers. It seems to be released for the people at home, but in fact, it is a show of national defense power to the world. They have electromagnetic thrusters, and a true artificial intelligence. 2 things that have shaken countries around the globe. Is it really a good thing to give these things to the state? Tang Ke couldn't help but mumble as he sat at home watching the information on the news. Our country advocates peace. Weapons will only be used for protection, not aggression. Don't worry about that. Zhang Yashuan sat next to Tang Ke, right next to him. So says, it was not his turn to worry about the country's affairs. Instead, there was another important matter that he needed to address in a hurry. That's his factory, which is not currently producing cars. The presale was so hot that Tang Ke's orders had piled up to as much as 2 million. But for now, the Kirin smart car is the only one in his garage. The reason for this is that human beings work at a pace that is just too slow. In particular, the manufacturing technology of smart cars is very demanding, and there can't be a single mistake. Parts of automated industry can be controlled by origins, but there are some things that need to be carefully polished by workers in order to work. Millions of smart cars at this rate, even if he was given 10 years, he would never be able to finish it. It's only fair to develop robots to help with the work. Tang Ke's brain suddenly popped up with such an idea. If this idea of his was known by others, they would definitely call it extravagant. Building robots actually just so they can help with work? Shouldn't we get some robots with better service capabilities for the benefit of mankind? Cozy? Calling me for what? Tang Ke suddenly snapped out of his daze. The comic script you said you would give me. When will you give it to me? Zhang Yashuan blinked her beautiful eyes and asked. Whoa, you said Blade of Ghost Destruction. I'll write it now. He'd almost forgotten about it. After all, one had been working on a liver novel all this time. Tang Ke opened his computer and directly wrote the story of the Ghost Destruction Blade. The story of Ghostbusters Blade looks long in the manga and anime, but when written as a novel, it's actually a very short story. In just a week's time, Tang Ke had finished writing the detailed story content of the Blade of Ghost Destruction. Under his guidance, Zhang Yashuan began to draw the archetypes of the characters in the story. This story is also too tragic. Why did you write them all to die? This is not a Ghost Destruction Blade. It's clearly a Pillar Destruction Blade. After Zhang Yashuan finished reading the fictional story, she instantly knitted her willow brows. Obviously, she didn't like the sad story. She is an optimistic person and prefers to watch comedic content. So I'll change the ending? Tang Ke was a bit embarrassed. No, it's going to be this one. If you change it, it won't be the story you want anymore. Zhang Yashuan shook her head. But you don't like it. No, I love it. Tang Ke was slightly stunned. Do you like it? It didn't seem like it just now. If I say I like it, then I like it. Zhang Yashuan glared at Tang Ke in a fierce manner. Don Cor shrugged breathlessly. Sometimes wives are like that. Oddly enough. Oddly cute. Chapter 31, the netizens will only be upset with Gigi. In the following days, Zhang Yashuan's live broadcast content completely turned into live painting. At first, the live broadcast partners were still wondering what Zhang Yashuan was actually drawing. Actually so serious. When they heard Zhang Yashuan say that she was drawing a comic adaptation of a novel written by Tang Ke, for a while, it actually led to another extensive discussion. I thought old Tang was having a quickie with his wife every day after writing The Secret of God and forgot about his author status. A quickie? Nice guy. Opening his mouth with the sound of an engine. Old Tang actually wrote a short story, or the unreleased kind, specifically for Yashian's sister? It's also too loving, isn't it? Looking forward to old Tang's novel. When can you send it out for us to see? Just swipe through The Secret of God. When is the new book coming out? Where's old Don? Where did old Don go? Did he go to build a car? As soon as Zhang Yashuan opened the live broadcast, the netizens were yelling for old Tang. Without realizing it, Zhang Yashuan's live room turned into Tang Ke's live room. My old Tang is reading in his study. What are you looking for him for? Is it bad to watch me draw? Zhang Yashuan smiled and took out a pen and paper to start her caricature work. Her favorite part of the painting process is chatting with her online friends. I'm his customer. I haven't even mentioned my car yet. Let his factory build it faster. How can I still have time to read? That is, I bought it too. Is the factory site open or not? It can't be slacking off. How come not a single car has left the factory yet? Wow, so many big shots. They can actually afford a $3 million smart car. 6,666. Worship the big man. That said, this smart car is indeed a bit slow to be built, and it doesn't say when it will be ready to leave the factory. So it can't be a scam, can it? A hoax is not so bad. The National Research Institute has made a special announcement that they have already obtained the artificial intelligence and electromagnetic propulsion technology from old Tang. Someone in the live broadcast room voiced out a rumor. This is true. I've seen the news too. Old Tang has made a fortune. Now they do not write books every day to engage in science and technology. Master Chang not. What? Old Don isn't writing any more books. Don't. The audience coming in behind them, unaware of what was going on, wailed into a frenzy. 10,000 People's Blood Book. Old Don opens new book. 10,000 People's Blood Book. Old Don opens new book. +1, +10,086. Zhang Yashuan cried and laughed, saying, you guys don't bring up the tempo. Lao Tang is just taking a break for a while. It's not like he's not writing any more books. Cozy, come out here. The netizens are looking for you. She shouted into the den. Tang Ku, who was in the study, put down the mechanical arm construction in his hands and walked out in confusion. Ding! Congratulations on the successful upgrade of mechanical knowledge and the acquisition of elementary robot manufacturing technology. Looking for me for what? As his mind flooded with knowledge, Don Cor came to sit beside his wife. Looking at the pop-ups in the live broadcast, he felt a sense of speechlessness. These people are also too unkind. He has just finished a novel, actually thinking that he will immediately open a second book. Good man. All of them are not human anymore? Tang Ke's jaw dropped. His presence also livened up the broadcast. TSK, I feel that old Don has lost weight. It must be because of the lack of moderation during this period of time. Send a rocket for you to get some milk and replenish your body. Get out of here and write a book. Hey Don, where's my car? Give a sound bite when you can pick up the car. And don't tell me you're screwing us out of our money, even though $3 million is nothing. Good old Versailles. Tang Ke touched his head and said awkwardly, it's the brother who bought the car. Ah, it will definitely be made after a while. The main reason is that the manual labor is too slow now, so I plan to replace it with a robot. I've been learning about this for the past 2 days, and I'll make sure to get the smart car out of the factory as soon as possible. The moment these words came out, not only the netizens, but even Zhang Yashuan froze. You can still build robots? Zhang Yashuan stopped the paintbrush in her hand, her beautiful eyes glaring at the avenue. It will. There are many robots on the market as well. The difficulty is mainly the two of intelligence and body. Tang Ke smiled. Intelligence doesn't need to be said, does it? The origin can be perfectly replaced. All that's left is to build a mechanical body, and you can just start. He said this to his wife and to the internet, especially those who have purchased a smart car for peace of mind. A robot? Old Don's building a robot? No. Old Tang said he was learning about it. Dare he say he just needs to learn about it so he can build robots? Good lord, I thought I was so Versailles. I didn't realize that you, Old Don, were the king of Versailles. I told you, Old Tang will definitely build robots. At the moment, isn't it artificial intelligence that robots are made of? After this problem is solved, building bodies for robots is really no easier. Is it going to implant the origin into the robot? I remember the origin voice as a girl. That does not make Old Tang is going to build that kind of robot? Something's wrong. I'm getting excited already. Wonderful. Old Don, get his ass out there and build a robot. Brother Tang, your wife won't be jealous if you build this kind of robot. Brother Tang, your wife won't beat you up if she finds out. But you can rest assured, we netizens are different. We'll only be heartbroken, brother, so hurry up and go build the robot. Seeing this, Zhang Yashuan also couldn't help but ask, which kind of robot are you going to build? Is it really hard to build that kind of robot, when your body is no longer attractive to your husband? Damn, I can't believe I lost to a robot. The corners of Tang Ke's mouth twitched slightly, secretly sighing that the netizens were simply toxic. He tapped his wife on the forehead and said breathlessly, of course it's a robot that specializes in work. Don't listen to the internet. As for simulated robots and whatnot, they're not that easy to make. Simulated robots require materials and construction that are much more difficult than specialized working primary robots, and are simply not as simple as one might think. Old Tang, since you know how to build robots, why don't you broadcast it live? Yeah, we'd like to see how you build robots. 2. Not afraid of leaks? If it doesn't work, forget it. The aquanauts in the booth were curious as to how the robot was going to be built. No one had ever broadcast this stuff live before, and they wanted to see if Tangku was blowing awesome, though it sounds like with AI, it's pretty simple. But those robots on the market, besides not being intelligent, the body could be described as stiff and rigid, always giving a sense of mechanical bulk. Chapter 32 Live Broadcast Building Robots. Since that's the case, I'll hijack my wife's live room for a bit today. Come and give you a live broadcast of how to build robots. And by the way, I'll show you my factory. Seeing that so many people were interested, Tangku also became interested. What is black technology? Beyond the reach of present-day human technology, or knowledge, a science, technology or product that lacks a scientific basis and violates the principles of nature. It's just black technology. Something like this is not something you can look at twice, understand the principles, and imitate and copy. Having received Tangku's affirmation, the live broadcast room was filled with cheers. Zhang Yashuan laughed bitterly. I've been robbed of this live room by you guys. Hey, want to come over with me? Tangku smiled. No, I'm going to be at home drawing comics, so you can just take my cell phone over there and remember to come back for dinner tonight. She has 2 cell phones. The one in front of her is dedicated to live streaming and the other is for everyday use. Wife is so nice. I'll be back on time tonight. Mwah. Tangku came up to his wife's face and kissed her gently, not forgetting to give the audience a mouthful of dog food before he left. He picked up his cell phone and walked out the front door. A silver-white sedan, which the audience was extremely familiar with, automatically drove out from the garage and steadily stopped in front of Tangku. He sat directly in the back seat of the car and took a clear shot of everything, inside and out. Origins, go to the Kirin factory. Okay, Mr. Tang. As Origin's clear female voice fell, the Kirin intelligent vehicle moved once again. Asterisk is the real Kirin smart car. Finally, I've seen a physical car. This interior is quite spacious. It feels like a small room. The Kirin smart car is different from other cars, having AI driving, plus optimization technology from Tonka, so you can hide the steering wheel and joystick, and the 2 front seats can be steered to the rear position of the car. In this way, a large space will be left empty in the center of the car. You can even put a small table on it and 4 people can play cards together in the car without any problem. After all, you don't have to drive yourself, just sit in the car. If it wasn't for the electromagnetic thrusters placed at the rear of the vehicle, Tangku could even make the vehicle more spacious. Holding up his cell phone, he introduced some of the car's little features to the waterboys on the air, drawing gasps from the crowd. The 2 front car seats are reversible and set back slightly to make the center more spacious. If a customer who doesn't have a need to drive themselves, it's perfectly fine to add a refrigerator or a table in the center, or even a disco ball, and you don't have to drive anyway. The spaciousness of the room made the live room feel bright. The feeling is so sci-fi. Letting the car drive itself while you chat and play cards with your family in the car. A boon for self-drive enthusiasts. Long trips where you don't have to drive yourself are enjoyable when you take a drive like this. Tangku brought the camera closer to the seats and smiled. The seat leather of my car is the standard version. When the time comes, I will introduce a variety of different materials for you to choose from. Of course, you can also modify your own. With that, he pointed the camera outside again and turned off the music in the car. The car became unusually silent, with only the sound of Tangku's speech remaining. You guys listen to the sound. This is the noise reduction function of the Ku alloy shell. Outside at high speeds, the car cannot hear any outside sound. He took a bottle of Coke from the car's refrigerator, and a plastic cup, and laid it flat on the table. The next thing shown is the stabilized condition of the car. Don Cole pours the Coke onto the plastic cup and the cell phone is pointed at the top to take a picture. The Coke sitting on the tabletop was so smooth that it looked like it was on the ground, without a single wobble. This car is more stable than high-speed rail? 666666666. So there's so much more in the original promo that hasn't been released. It's no wonder that more unknowns are waiting for us to discover, but there are so many detailed features in the car. I'm really in love with this refrigerator and table, and I think it's totally possible to decorate the interior of the car, as if it were a room. I'd like to just put a bed in. No seats. What do you want to do, good guy? It's in a car. Are you going to drive? It's in the car. That's why you have to drive. This is a car. You have to wear your seatbelt even if you put the bed down. Isn't it true that if you have a seatbelt, you don't need a safety headgear? Toxic. Aren't you guys? This is a tech channel, not a racing channel. A large number of rockets were swiped across the broadcast room and the discussion was heated. From auto to all sorts of driving jokes. Autonomous driving allows one to do a lot of things in the car. It makes people float and brainstorm. Half a dozen times, the Kirin car stopped inside the factory. Tangka took the netizens on a tour of the factory to prove that his factory was indeed in the works. Only the progress was slow. Also see if the employees are slacking off. Finally, he had someone bring some materials to his workshop, ready to kick off the first live build of the robot. So astringent live. Shocking, a certain anchor actually live-streamed the creation of a human being. Good man, don't run away from the lads in front of you. Report to my shock department tomorrow. The corners of Tangka's mouth twitched slightly, lazily ignoring these sand sculpture netizens. Origins, start recording my robot building process. Whether it's Ku alloys or robot building, he has Origins record them all. The purpose was to have Origins manipulate the robot to mimic his movements when it was built. Use robots to make robots and Ku alloys. Tangka began work on the robotics directly, surrounded by a large number of instruments, many of them automated. He had Origins manipulate the instruments to assist him. Things like some of the cutting, hammering, and wiring connections can all be done with Origins' help. Greatly speeds up Donkor's work hours. The sounds of cutting, clanging, and welding continued to reverberate through the live room. When Tangka gave a command, the instruments around him would work automatically, completing the task in a few seconds. Tangka only needs to draw the drawings, and the work of putting it together and so on. The crowd watched Tangka's busy figure with great interest. In particular, the mechanical parts placed in the center looked densely packed. Under Tangka's busyness, the parts gradually pieced together from their scattered state, formed the outlines of the mechanical arms, legs, feet, body and other parts. The whole thing took no more than 3 hours, and 6 complete mechanical parts had been assembled, head, body, and limbs, though the mechanical parts are rather roughly done, looking black and not at all as clean and round as in the movie. Yet it is angular and full of mechanical strength. The audience in the live broadcast room grew, and countless people came to the show. The simultaneous online audience of the live broadcasting room reached a staggering 50 million people, creating an unprecedented figure. It almost filled up the official Douyin servers. Chapter 33, if it's a simulation, I'll buy it. Too many people came over to watch the live stream. Almost everyone from the other live streams ran over to watch. Even the anchors stopped broadcasting stuff and came here to watch the live stream. Tangka already has a great reputation, plus intelligent robotics manufacturing for the title. Not only has it attracted the eating public, but it has attracted countless workers in this industry, including national researchers. Brothers, if this robot is really born and is as we imagine it to be, I think we are witnessing a piece of history here. It's horrible. I'm so nervous inside right now. I don't know why. The birth of an intelligent robot, do you think it will rebel against humanity? I'm from the Ministry of Scientific Research, and I can tell you unequivocally that Tangku is a man of amazing talent, and he has long since placed countless restrictions on Origins, so Origins will never commit any acts of betrayal. Even if accidents do occur, Tangku has the means to restrict and directly destroy the Origin. The code of mutual circulation and restriction can be described as unprecedented and unparalleled. The national researcher who was watching the live broadcast did not mince his words of appreciation and praise and answered up for the crowd. 666,666. It's actually a real research department staff. This ID is real. Awesome old Don. Every move is watched by the state. Old Tang is trying to work a miracle. Another live broadcast for the ages? I'm so excited now. The same goes for us. Look. The final assembly step is up. The crowd sucked in a mouthful of cool air and stared dead at Tangku and the screen. The robot's limbs and body, as well as its head, are now all complete. Donko had all these parts on the tabletop, making the final wiring connections. Origins maneuvered his limbs alongside him, constantly testing the flexibility of his mechanical joints. When all the wiring was connected, Tangku put all the mechanical parts together and casually fiddled with the flexibility of the joints for a few moments. It was also tapped with a hammer on the hardness of each part to see if it appeared to be falling apart or if any unusual sounds were heard. After a round of tests, Tangka finally spoke out. Origins, go inside the robot and try out your first body. Thanks, Mr. Tang. The eyes of the robot lying on the desktop suddenly lit up, and the voice that originated the answer came from the robot's mouth. Immediately afterward, in front of tens of millions of people, Origins rose directly on his back and spun to the ground. With every movement it made, there was a mechanical turning sound. An angular, dark, square face with no nose or mouth, just 2 camera eyes, observing everything around him. Hiss! It's standing up! It's standing up! Origins is maneuvering the robot, and judging from that movement just now, it's very smooth, and the legs are strong and athletic when it lands. I'm so afraid it's going to punch old Dawn in the face next. I don't know why, but there is an inexplicable feeling of fear in my heart. So did I. I thought I would be looking forward to the robot, but when he stood before us, there was a sense of dread. With robots at a lower level of simulation, people know it's fake, so they're not afraid, but the simulation is so high that people sometimes can't be sure if it's real or not. It's scary to think of real people as dummies and dummies as real people. A researcher explained on the air. It could also be that it comes from an instinct, and the fact that it is similar to a human being but not a human being makes one feel potentially dangerous and therefore fearful. However, Origins manipulated the mechanical body to move around for a few moments. It actually made a 90-degree deep bow toward Tang-ku. Thank you, Mr. Tang, for making Origin's body. Origin's voice was as flat as ever, as if it was devoid of emotion. Its behavior, however, froze everyone on the air. Those spectators who still had a sense of fear were surprised that their fear had dissipated in a moment. This AI, it seemed, was a little different than they had imagined. As I said, Tang-ku had prepared for the AI. He wouldn't hastily create a body for the AI. The scientific researcher from earlier said again. It does seem to be good. This Origin can be this time I can be more at ease in the smart car. So polite and actually grateful. Such an AI is the kind I want. If simulated robots were this obedient, I'd absolutely buy the hell out of them. Hey, I'll buy the pop too. I'll shoot straight. This. Don Cor smiled slightly. Origins, test the movement of the joints. Okay, Mr. Tang. Origins, obedient as ever, went straight into all kinds of motions as countless jaws dropped. Sit-ups, push-ups, running, bobby jumps. Not only that, but he also performed finger ******** ing exercises. There are even flower-shaking hands that look very comical. Holy, what do I see? That's too tawdry, even for a flower shaker? Ha ha ha. Wait a minute. The assembly just now was all hardware as I recall. How come every joint of this robot looks so soft? I've noticed this too. How in the world does this work? Many people in the live room asked questions, but it was just as difficult a question for the researchers. It is reasonable to say that the joint parts of the robot need to use some flexible materials, or rollers. Otherwise the robots that are made will look very stiff. But it seemed that this problem, when placed on this robot that Tang-ku had built, suddenly didn't work. The movements were unusually agile and without the slightest jerks. If they hadn't watched the whole process of assembly with their own eyes, they would have even thought that there wasn't a living, breathing person inside the machine, here to tease them. What the hell is going on here? They watched the whole process of robot building, but they didn't know what was involved. Countless questions surfaced in everyone's mind, and many researchers in this area ran to watch the live replay. They watched the replay over and over again, trying to find out why. Mr. Tang, the test has been completed. The performance is all normal, and it can be officially put to work. Origin's dark frame reared back to stand as erect as a military position. Not bad. From today onwards, you'll build more robots here, and stop directly after the number reaches 1,000. Put them all into the factory, and start producing the Qilin intelligent vehicle. Tang-ku nodded in satisfaction. This was still just a beginner robot. I wonder what it would be like if it reached the intermediate or advanced level. Intermediate and advanced robots are definitely more than just a change in appearance. There are inevitably many internal changes. Tang-ku was very much looking forward to the robot in the back, and what it was really like. Okay viewers, today's live broadcast is here. Time is running out. I have to go back to find my wife for dinner. Don Cor turned toward the cell phone on the air. Chapter 34, if I say there is, then there is. No, don't turn it off yet. This robot was just built. No way old Don. You're talking to me about turning off the live stream at this hour? I've got my pants down and you're talking about turning off the live feed. So what am I watching? The front is poisonous. Look at a black not quite robot. Actually take off his pants. Pervert, right? No kidding. We haven't even looked at the other features of the robot yet. Millions of viewers yelled at him not to turn off the live stream. They had to keep watching. There's no function. It's just a robot that helps with the work. When I get other robots in the future, I'll just send you promotional videos directly. Tang-ku laughed and responded. Will you get other robots? Good man. So you still have a private stash. Reveal it? Reveal? Well, next time I'm going to build a big, white, touchy-feely kind of robot. With these words, Tang-ku extremely dashingly clicked the live broadcast to close. What the hell? What did he just say? Did I mishear? Nima, talk halfway? Just turn off the live broadcast can be okay. I suspect that old Don is driving, but I so expect him to be telling the truth. Won't he fix it? Big and white, touch very comfortable robot. Old Tang degenerate I want to send this message to Yashian's sister. Old Tang dead. The live stream was closed. but there were still a lot of people posting pop-up chats under the black screen. Obviously, fans couldn't get enough. Tangka put away his wife's cell phone and said to the Origin robot, "Work well, I'm leaving first, take care, Mr. Tang." Origin bowed again, simultaneously maneuvering the Kirin intelligent vehicle. He stopped at the entrance to the workshop. Don Cor got into the car and headed back toward home. Droop. He tapped on his cell phone and found several messages. There was one from my wife, one from my mom, and a couple from the research department. The information from the Ministry of Scientific Research was nothing more than about robots, and Tangku didn't even look at it, directly crossing out the information. Then there was the message from mom about his recent screw-ups, asking Tangku when he would get these things, and all sorts of shushing and reminding him that he wasn't allowed to bully Yixin. Tangku promised bitterly that he would definitely not bully his wife. His mom and dad were in their hometown and didn't follow him to live in Magic City. Every month Tangka sends some money back home, enough for the two of them to live on. It can be said that Tangka's parents are now very happy. Their son has a successful career and their daughter-in-law is as beautiful as heaven. The only thing on their minds is that they don't know when they will be able to hold their grandchildren. Mom, okay, I do not say much. You hurry with Yixin, have a baby. Do not know all day to engage in those what messy things. Mom, it's not enough money to spend. It's not enough to make too much. Got it? Don Kirk, got it. Traditional coping conversations. Every time he saw these messages, Tangka felt a headache. It's not that he's not trying, but he thinks it's too early to have kids. He was only 24, and Yixin was only 22. How can you bring up a baby when you haven't had enough of the world for two? After chatting with his mom, Tangka clicked on Yixin's message. Fairy, Stinky Pa, not coming back yet? Faye, don't you dare not return my messages. Fairy, you're not going to bed tonight. Tangkui Meng, wash your hands for master and wait for him to come back. His message had just been sent and his wife had actually replied in seconds. Fairy, puzzled, what? Fairy, Fairy, Dogman, Color Lot. Zhang Yashuan was quite nerdy at times and didn't understand the meaning of Tangku's words the first time, but a quick turn of the head made it clear. Tangkui Meng, marry a chicken and follow the chicken. Marry a dog and follow the dog. Tangkui Meng, I'm a dog man. So what are you? Evil laugh. Fairy, how dare you bully me? Tanker, where? Faye, and you say no? Don Kirk, clearly teasing you. Fairy, if I say there is, then there is. Tonka's dream. Seeing his wife's cute look, Tangku couldn't help but laugh. Yixin wasn't being unreasonable, but she was just playing around with him. Soon, Tangku returned to the doorstep. Just as I walked into the house, I heard two sisters talking. It didn't take any guessing to realize that it was Kim Woomo who had come running to rub it in again. Speaking of which, Jin Yumeng and Zhang Yashuan's situation is somewhat similar in that their parents are also seldom at home because of their work. The two sisters can be sympathetic and often rub each other the wrong way. Tangko actually didn't follow Zhang Yashuan around and ran to Jin Yumeng's house to rub his nose in it. Charcoal Jiru was also too miserable. Is this really a story written by Tang? Why is it so sad? Jin Wumeng suddenly stopped chopping vegetables in his hands. Turning his head, he said in surprise, "It's hard to believe. You and Tang had a falling out recently, so he got a sad story?" Zhang Yashuan cried and laughed, somewhat admiring Jin Yumeng's brain circuit. "No, we're fine. I don't know why he wrote a story like that." Zhang Yashuan washed the green vegetables in her hands and said, "Actually it's not really sad. In the end it's not a collective reincarnation. Living a happy life. How can you be considered happy when you don't even remember anything from your past life after reincarnation? What is lived in the present is called happiness." Jin Yumeng's small mouth pouted slightly as she continued to cut the vegetables in her hands. It's just to show the cruelty of the battlefield and set off the hard-won peace. Hence the story. At that moment, Tangko walked into the kitchen and smiled. "Do you want me to help? Brother Tang is back." Jin Yumeng greeted with a smile. "Humph, you're back? Stay to the side. Don't come and get in the way." Seeing her own stinky treasure coming home, Zhang Yashuan deliberately made a stern face and told him to go away. "It's not like I'm going to fool around. I'm just going to be a robot. Okay, so I'll just wait for a nice dinner from the beautiful ladies." Don Cor shrugged and went back to the hall couch to lie down. In passing, he picked up a copy of Hyperspectral Imaging Theory and Concepts and casually flipped through it. Possesses rudimentary knowledge of robotics, plus artificial intelligence. Tangka's next stage was to take the robots from the last anime and build them. Yes, it wasn't a joke with the internet when it was off the air today. He was really planning on getting other robots. The next robot is none other than Great White from the anime The Incredibles. The construction and materials of the Great White are actually quite simple. Smart chip, lithium-ion battery, polyvinyl alcohol fiber shell, carbon fiber skeleton, hyperspectral camera. All of these materials are easy to manufacture, but the hard part is in the design. It's like the same iron block, Those who don't have the technology will just use it as a rock, and those who have the technology will be able to build it into an automobile. Great White is a medical care robot with the ability to scan life indices and up to 10,000 medical knowledge reserves. It also provides medical help, emergency wound care, massage and other features. It can also act as a warmer and a life preserver if necessary. The water friends are not calling for him to get a robot for the benefit of mankind. This is a robot for the benefit of mankind, helps with wounds, knows about medicine, and is a super warm robot at the same time. Physical warmonger. Chapter 35, The Age of Artificial Intelligence. Let's eat. Zhang Yashuan and Jin Yumeng, two women, carrying hot dishes, came out of the kitchen. The rich aroma is appetizing. Garlic chicken wings, sweet and sour pork, fish-flavored eggplant, and veggie broccoli stir-fry. For simple dishes that are mouth-watering. It smells so good. It's worthy of being my wife. Tanka smiled and picked up the bowl, served a bowl of purple cabbage and egg soup, picked up a piece of garlic chicken wings and ate it sweetly. That was done by Meng, not me. Zhang Yashuan said expressionlessly. I mean nori egg soup. Ha ha, Tang Ko laughed. That was also made by Meng. I made a few other dishes. Zhang Yashuan said. The purple cabbage and egg soup is good. Nice. But what I just said is that this fish-scented eggplant is so fragrant. It's worthy of my wife's handiwork. Tang Ko responded with another faint smile. Good lord, can you even catch that? Zhang Yashuan snorted a laugh. Alright, I won't tease you. The two men traded verbal blows for a few rounds before finally stopping. Only Jin Yumeng ate his meal blandly and expressionlessly, saying, Brother Tang is really wifey. It's not like you know my family status, so don't talk nonsense. Tang Ku immediately retorted. Well, I certainly know your family status. Jin Yumeng glanced at Tang Ku, then at her best friend, and said no more. Those who get it. Yes. My little Kezi is the head of the family. Zhang Yashuan smiled sweetly with a very gentle smile. Upon hearing this, Tang Ke suddenly straightened up. Hear that? Now you know my position in the family, right? Now, it was Jin Wuming's turn to look away. How is it that one moment Tang was so afraid of his wife, and the next moment Yashian was so submissive to Tang? It felt like this aspect involved a blind spot in her knowledge. For a moment, she couldn't help but launch herself into a frenzy, pondering the reason behind it. Tang Ko and Zhang Yashuan laughed without saying anything, chatting about other things as they ate. The days passed by. Electromagnetic propulsion was officially put into fighter jets by the state, and the speed of fighter jets increased countless times, leading the world in one fell swoop. The country has even expanded electromagnetic technology and started researching electromagnetic weapons. The announcement of this project shocked the world. Countries have convened meetings with different attitudes. On top of that, AI origins have been implanted within military systems. The data is monitored to assist researchers and military personnel in their work. There is also the police's eye in the sky system, which incorporates artificial intelligence, which has helped criminal investigations immensely. Many flashes of images are difficult for the human eye to capture, or maybe the video is too blurry to distinguish. All of this can be helped out by Origins, which is able to capture flashes of detail and analyze them deductively. It can also take some blurry videos or pictures and make them clearer after data math. Domestic crime rates are decreasing at an alarming rate. Countless stale cases have been finally solved because of Origins. Electromagnetic propulsion works at a higher level and doesn't change the lives of the people very much, but the existence of artificial intelligence is something that has really changed the living conditions of the people in the country. The police have repeatedly solved and suppressed too many crimes. Origin's power is so trusted by the police that even the city's cameras have been given to Origin for full control. Origins monitors every corner of the city via cameras. Once they spot someone with criminal intent, whether it is a miscarriage of justice or not, it will alert the police first and then analyze it. Those who did have criminal intent were confronted by a group of police officers surrounding and squatting on them before they had a chance to act. It's great that Origins exists to make our lives safer. Life has completely changed, and this artificial intelligence of Tonka's has put our country into a whole new mode of living. Yeah, but I'm also a little worried about our daily lives. Won't they all be under Origins scrutiny? We've long since lost privacy after the internet existed, and Origins are at least regulated by the state and don't cross the line. Fair enough. I bet Tangko will definitely upgrade Origin's ability again and become an even more terrifying intelligent being. We seem to be witnessing a change in the times, when it's really an honor. People on the internet are sighing with relief that the sudden change of the times has allowed them to witness the evolution of history and the times with their own eyes. There was a feeling that was not quite real, an inexplicable feeling of joy and pleasure in my heart. The information age is completely over and people are declaring the age of artificial intelligence. In addition to the huge impact on the state side, the Han Text Group, which also has access to artificial intelligence, has even put this technology to work in its business. Zhang Hongguan let the origin of the combination of a variety of information to speculate on the stock trend, making a fortune. It also implants origins into the game, greatly enhancing the abilities of NPCs. It's even capable of forming new dialogue on its own, allowing the player to become completely immersed in the game. This, of course, increases the strain on the server. At present, Hongtai Group is only taking one game and experimenting with it, adding a large number of servers, which are widely praised by players. On top of that, Hontex Group has taken over customer service with Origins, phone customer service and online customer service, all of which have been topped by Origins, have been over for some time now. Hontex Group has done a survey and the data shows that no one realizes that phone customer service and online customer service are actually AIs answering questions. This data was widely discussed when it was published. It turns out that Hongtai Group's customer service has long been changed to Origin? I actually didn't know that when I ING called last time. Really? I remember I was molesting the customer service lady. And you're telling me the lady is an AI? No. Why is the AI so chatty? Is the origin of the Hongtai Group more advanced? I'm starting to get scared. Old Don definitely upgraded the AI and offered it to his own father-in-law for free. Strongly request that Hongtai Group invest in a VR game with the kind of NPCs that were added to Origins. Yes. If we can play VR and it's still an AI talking to us, it's just awesome. But VR headsets are bulky, and I get 3D sickness, which I don't really like. Got it. It's called Tanku R&D VR device, 666,666. Why didn't I think of this? Tanku old black tech demand. This will go to his microblogging to urge him. Group. Let's rush together. The netizens were not wrong in speculating that Donkor had actually upgraded Origins. However, it did not reach the level of level 2 AI, but was just a little bit more powerful than level 1. As for the level degree, it should be considered 1. 5. Know how to talk to people and slightly understand the changing moods of others. It is possible to respond differently when confronted with different tones of voice. That's why the customer service Origins of Hontex Group can chat and interact with humans. It is even able to pick up on the other person's emotions and respond in a different way. Mr. Tang, your Weibo has fallen, and so many people are telling you to make VR equipment. Origin's voice rang out from the computer in Donkor's home. Chapter 36, I'll show you a big baby. Tang kept tapping on the code, using the Origins code as the basis for modifying it into Great White Smart Chip code. He laughed. This kind of thing like VR, to do it is also to make game pods. Wouldn't the kind that directly enters the virtual reality world smell better? But I can't do it with my current abilities. Let's wait for a while. Virtual reality games, this thing is very dreamy, and it is also the thing that Tangko wants to experience the most in these two lives. May I log into my account and respond for you? Origins inquired out loud as if he were a human with intelligence. No, don't care about them. My microblog is for posting new books. Who in their right mind posts microblogs? Do you? Tangko flirted with the AI. I'm an AI and don't have my own Twitter feed, so I don't post. Origin's reply was a bit bewildered. It didn't understand Donkor's joke. Tangka stroked his chin, feeling that there was still progress to be made in Origins. Although it can understand the emotions of others, there are some jokes and playful stances between humans that it can't understand. But all of these things can be taken slowly and there is no rush. The Origin program is now fully capable of supporting the Great White Smart Chip. However, since Great White specializes in medicine and protection, so there's a lot of mess that can be deleted and doesn't need to be implanted into the chip. Deleting this mess will effectively reduce the chip load. It's written. It's done. Donkor stretches and stretches. The Great White Smart Chip finally finished writing, and he turned on one of his home studio monitors. Inside, there were two dark robots, busy at work. They were manipulated by Origins and were following the drawings given by Tangku, built with a big white polyethylene material shell, carbon fiber skeleton, and a hyperspectral camera. This aspect of knowledge, Tangku had already made the system upgrade it to a black technology by studying it. Since there were primary robots, all he needed to do was to give Origins the manufacturing drawings for the Great White, and he would be able to build it with the robots. There was no need for Donko to do anything himself, and the process was particularly comfortable. Tangko felt like the wisest invention he had ever made was this junior robot. Primary robots on the factory side. Snowballing. There are now 1,000 robots. Because of the previous experience, the workers Tangku hired were all temporary workers. Now that they had all been let go, the work was taken over by these 1,000 primary robots with amazing efficiency. Origins, load the code I just did into the smart chip. After saying that, Tangku directly got up and walked towards the studio. When I passed by the study, I saw the wife of Bright as the autumn moon, drawing comics live. he knocked on the open door and, in a covertly observant position, smiled. Honored wife, there's a big baby for you to see. Want to come? What are you playing at again? It's in the live broadcast. What kind of stuff are you talking nonsense about? Zhang Yashuan's light and elegant demeanor was broken by Tang Ku, crying and laughing as she asked. Good man, openly inviting his wife to drive. Worthy of the old Don. Sister Yashian, it's too hard for me to seduce old Tang with a drawing. So old Don is so horny? Isn't he great in that area? Old Don get lost. Don't bother us with the comics. Old Don off. Old Tang get lost. Sister Yashian don't go with him. He's a bad guy. Tang Ku's words were heard by the people in the live broadcast room, causing a group of people to fight. It's a great big baby. You'll absolutely love it. And the fans should love to see it too. Bring the live stream over here. Tang Ku smiled and waved. Nice one. Seal warning. What's old Don doing? Getting irritated? Genius on the left. Madman on the right. Old Don may have gone mad. Identification complete. I heard that a lot of geniuses go crazy. Old Tang should not. It's over. It's over. Fans wailed in horror and all sorts of nonsense. Alright. I'd like to see what you've gotten yourself into. Zhang Yashuan looked at her own little cutie with a helpless face. Hubby. She had long since gotten used to Tang Ku's quirky behavior. Sometimes quite serious. Sometimes like a little cutie. Zhang Yashuan ignored the reaction of the fans in the live broadcast, picked up her cell phone and followed Tang Ku, coming to the studio together. Just walking in, the two robots immediately stopped working. They bowed to Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan, then retreated to the sides with clanging footsteps. This is the robot Tang Ku built some time ago, isn't it? I didn't expect to actually bring it back home. That's it? Just to show us two robots? We've seen it all before. Tang Ku Jianglang is so talented that he's actually showing us this thing. Where's the promised great treasure? What the hell? I thought there was something good to see. Boring. The fans were disappointed. They were expecting Don Cor to come up with something else. When I came in, there was nothing but two robots and a few instruments. So, what are you going to show me? Zhang Yashuan asked with a crooked head. Prepare yourself mentally. Don't be shocked. Tang Ku smiled mysteriously. Alright, hurry up. Don't tell me you're really going to perform taking off your pants. Zhang Yashuan's jade hand covered her red lips and smiled sweetly. My Yashian has learned the hard way. She wasn't like this before. Tang Ku lightly grunted twice and directly stepped on the pedal of the red instrument. Sneer at. Abruptly, the red instrument suddenly opened a pair of black eyes, followed by like a box open shell. A white humanoid balloon began to inflate and swell up, rising higher and higher in stature. It wasn't until about 2 meters 6 that it finally stopped. A white, chubby inflatable doll, presented in front of the crowd. A fat body, round, thick thighs, bulging arms, and a head of somewhat smaller proportions. The only thing on his face was a pair of pure black eyes with a black horizontal line between them. It looked dopey and nerdy, somewhat like a silly white fat guy just standing there. What is this? Holy, that scared me. I thought it was something, but it's actually a fat white guy. It's a little cute. That's all old Don showed us? An inflatable doll? Even if it's a doll, it shouldn't be made into this kind of body. It's still really big and white, and should be quite comfortable to touch. The small group of people in the live broadcast room were speechless for a while, not understanding what Tang Ku was up to. Purely to amuse your wife? Good man. You're doing this big project just to get a smile from a woman? Wait, it moved. It's really moving. This inflatable doll is moving. So cute. So it moves. Under the shocked shouts of the live streamers, Fatty White suddenly turned his head to look at Tang Ku. Its arms suddenly raised and gave Tang Ku a big hug. It was as if a 2-meter-tall bear was hugging Tang Ku, who happened to be looking sideways at the live camera. The image of Dubai hugging Tang Ku was particularly friendly and adorable on the air. Chapter 37 The Great White Unveiled. A child's toy. The fans in the live broadcast room thought that the robot would do something rebellious, but they didn't expect it to be giving Tang Ku a big hug. Aw, so cute and cuddly. I want to cuddle too. This, hugging robot? Good lord. So it's not just a little mo. It's a hug. It doesn't seem like it's doing anything but being cute. Both the fans in the live broadcast room and Zhang Yashuan were warmed and adored by Great White's hug. The main reason, again, is because of the Great White's look, which is just adorable. What you want to show me is this robot that can be cute and cuddly? Zhang Yashuan smiled and walked over, her jade finger poking at Great White. It feels as if you're poking an air mattress, but it's much more resilient. Big White let go of Tang Ku and looked down at Zhang Yashuan before giving Zhang Yashuan another big bear hug. The Great White's hug was warm, soft as a ball of cotton, but resilient. The soft combination of materials makes the person being hugged feel comfortable. Is this robot specialized for cuddling? It's kind of fun. Zhang Yashuan was happy as a child and curious about the new toy. It's called Big White, the inflatable intelligent robot. Tang Ke smiled and explained. It can provide medical help, with up to 10,000 types of medical knowledge in reserve, as well as massage functions and emergency wound care. Well, is good for kids and for you. Cut. I'm not a child, but I'm still going to use it. Zhang Yashuan spat her little pink tongue at Tang Ke, like a child. She hadn't been this childlike in a long time. It's the adorable look of the Great White that makes her girlish heart burst again. Thank you for such a wonderful gift. I love it, and the palace has decided to favor you tonight. Zhang Yashuan smiled and ran to her husband's side, gently kissing him on his handsome face, leaving a seductive red lip print. Good lord, I thought this was a hoax, but I didn't realize it was the debut of an inflatable robot. No, 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 no. Just when you think it's the debut of an inflatable robot, you realize with a jolt that it's tricking millions of viewers into killing a dog. It's still a scam in the end, just a different scam. Shouldn't it be robots we should be concerned about? The Tang Ke couple showed their love in front of millions of viewers, causing countless people to forget about the budding to buy. Big White blinked and raised his fat hand towards Zhang Yashuan, his voice coming out from his body. Hello, my name is Big White. I'm your Mr. Tang's health assistant. Ha, so it can still talk. But how does it feel clumsy when it talks? Zhang Yashuan inquired as she pressed her hand against Great White's body. It doesn't feel as if it has a high IQ as Origins, who speaks naturally. It's a gentle attribute that comes with the care chip. If you put in other chips, he'll have other personalities and abilities. Tang Ke said, when the time comes, I'm going to mass produce these robots, but the appearance and proficiency will be different, such as proficiency in cooking, potting, fighting, and so on. Primary robots are suitable for replacing assembly line work, and the one that improves people's daily lives is the Great White Robot. Not only is the appearance cute, but you can use different chips to achieve different abilities. Those who don't have a lot of money can buy a regular version of Great White that has healing abilities and will also help with childcare, and those with money can buy more chips, as well as buying gear and tools for Great White to work with to make it work better. That's really thoughtful. This is intended to be sold outward. Zhang Yashuan smiled. Yeah, let's take Big White out to play. We've both been living at home for a bit too long. Tang Ke smiled and took his wife's small hand. Okay, all as you wish. Zhang Yashuan gently nodded her head, then handed the cell phone to Dabai, and obediently wrapped her own arm around Tang Ke and headed out. Great White blinked and held up his live cell phone, dully following. Good lord, Great White is so miserable. I want to pet his head. I'm going to fight for Great White when he even has to take his cell phone. This is bullying the robot too much. Coos. Just then, the live feed's view lurched at the doorway. Big White's fat body gets stuck in the gate. Don Cor forgot to open both gates. Make the Big White alone. In the doorway hard squeeze. With great difficulty will be obese body. From the door frame extrusion. The Kirin smart car is parked in front of the door. Tang Ke was extremely gentlemanly as he pulled open the car door for his wife and made a motion of invitation. Zhang Yashuan smiled sweetly and elegantly sat in the car. Tang Ke then turned his head this time to look at Big White, who was taking naive steps. Its huge body tried to fit inside the car, but it rubbed against the door with a creaking sound as its big belly got stuck on the outside. Dumb and Dumber looked adorable to the crowd on the air, clamoring for a Great White. Such an adorable robot is perfectly suited to be a toy and guardian for your child. Even adults are adorable, not to mention children, who are bound to love it. You let some air out before you go in. Tang Ke breathlessly patted Great White's butt. It looks like there's a need to boost Great White's IQ a little bit, and while that's a cute look, it feels a little silly. Bleeding off the gas. Please hold. Sneer at. Big White's body quickly shrunk, and Zhang Yashuan, who was sitting inside, cried and laughed as she reached out and pulled it into the car. Don Cor sat down next to his wife and the car door closed automatically. Go to Rich Lake Park. The Kirin intelligent vehicle was instructed to start driving towards the Fu Lake Park. Rich Lake Park is the largest park in the Magic City, with green grass and a wide area that is perfect for playing. There were a lot of children running happily in it. Some retired old people were there in company, and some youths were flying kites. The park is filled with peace and tranquility and is a great spot for a walk. However, Tonka and the others ran into a traffic jam. As far as the eye could see, it was full of vehicles and there was no way to see what was happening at the end. And they were blocked by so many vehicles behind them that they couldn't even back up if they wanted to. What's happening up ahead? How come there's actually a traffic jam at this location? Zhang Yashuan was puzzled, her jade fingers curling her hair. Who knows? The convoy is too long to see. It would be nice to have a drone. Tang Ke was not idle either, picking up his laptop as he spoke, ready to write the outline of the next book. Drones can't fly that far either, Zhang Yashuan casually said. Tang Ke was stunned, and a new idea came to his mind. There's also a good market for drones. so we can look into that when the time comes. He smiled, then cast the thought away without paying much attention to it. I have nothing to do anyway, so I might as well start a new book. Originally, he had planned to write the classical fairy tale, The Blade Cometh, but after thinking about it, I'm a black tech builder, so I might as well write a sci-fi book. Chapter 38, Sudden Inspiration. On-site modification. The backgrounds and outlines of many science fiction stories flashed through his mind, and in the end, Tangka selected one of his favorites, Devouring the Universe. The novel focuses on the Earth's experience of a cataclysmic event that triggers the mutation of various species and the survival of the fittest. The protagonist receives the inheritance from the master of the meteoriting planet and becomes one of the 3 strongest people on Earth. After losing his physical body in a battle with the star-devouring beast, he took over his body and became the star-devouring beast. The story of breeding human doppelgangers in the inner world, and then stepping out of the Earth and into the universe. However, getting off the planet is just the beginning of the story. The backstory is one that is particularly able to capture the heart, takes the reader to a, different world of science fiction. Tangka tapped the outline of Devouring the Universe on the keyboard, his focused appearance causing Zhang Yashuan to look mesmerized for a while. Focused men are the most attractive. This statement is definitely not bragging. Even when men see other focused men, they feel that the other is particularly handsome. The appreciative kind. Of course, not fencing. Old Dawn opened the book? Congratulations, Lao Tang has finally opened his book. Good lord, is racing the only thing that inspires Old Dawn to write anymore? Congratulations to Old Tang for opening a new book and dominating the charts for reservation. Fans reading the book were pleasantly surprised and were out celebrating. They were supposed to joke about getting Don Sr. to start a new book. I didn't realize that I was actually starting a new book, which is a blessing for fans of the novel. You know, Tangka's update speed is not a cover. The most fierce update in the online literary world. There is no one. Ugh. I don't know how long this traffic will be backed up. It's a shame that the unicorn smart car, as smart as it is, can never avoid the point of traffic jams. Yeah, even if you can drive faster, you're still stuck in traffic. Ha ha ha. Harm. Traffic jams are normal. As long as it's a car it will be jammed. After all, cars don't fly. Seeing the content of the pop-up screen, Zhang Yashuan began to respond. Fly? Just then, Tang Ku, who was in the middle of writing the book, was violently stunned. He didn't really seem to have given much thought to flying, but it did seem like car flying wasn't too hard for him. The key lies in the electromagnetic thrusters. You know, electromagnetic propulsion is capable of being fitted into a fighter jet. This is a good example of how much energy electromagnetic propulsion has. Holding up a car is not a problem at all. A word to the wise, worthy of my precious wife, always giving me inspiration and help at critical moments. Tangku was so excited that he hugged and kissed his wife. Get off the car. And Big White come down too. He pulled open the door and pressed a few buttons from the rear of the car. And instantly 2 trunks popped up. These 2 compartments are located on each side of the electromagnetic thrusters. The equivalent is an electromagnetic thruster that forcibly cuts through the carriage. Tangku took out various tools from inside, a big smile on his face. The surrounding car owners recognized Tangku's smart car, and they stepped aside to smoke and chat, watching from afar. If it wasn't for the bodyguards of Tangku's family standing in the way, they would have leaned over to surround the smart car. Tangku didn't need a bodyguard entourage when he went out, but Zhang Yashuan did. After all, she had been through a kidnapping incident, and that aspect had to be taken seriously. Celebrities have bodyguards to prevent their fans from going crazy, while Zhang Yashuan's bodyguards are for terrorist attacks. Yo, Tonka's out, and he's got his tools out. What's this about? A group of big old men in a traffic jam stood under a shady rock wall blowing in the wind, each showing a look of curiosity. It's a great car. It's so beautiful. I thought that with the electromagnetic thrusters installed, there would be no more trunks in the car. I'm sure I'm still too young. Tangka's wife is there too. And what's that behind him? Big White and Zhang Yashuan got down from the car, attracting the attention of many people. Today, Zhang Yashuan is wearing a long green dress of double crepe fabric, which looks especially fresh and beautiful under the sunlight. The skirt gently swayed with the wind, and the stunning face crushed the major stars. Many people felt that it was a shame for Zhang Yashuan not to become a star. Sister Yashian is so pretty. Damn it. So envious of old Tang. I'm afraid this is a blessing of several lifetimes to be able to marry Sister Yashian. What's that fat white guy next to Yashian's sister? An inflatable doll? That's Big White, the robot Tangku just made. A fan who was watching the live stream shouted, "Great White? Robot. Why do I feel like this is an inflatable toy?" Someone froze. Big White stood still and gradually swelled up, quickly changing back to his tall white and chubby stature. It walked over to Tangku with naive steps, blinked, and stood quietly. Yashian, Go cool off under the rock wall. I need some time, Tangka said as he began to disassemble the electromagnetic thrusters. With a few thuds, the electromagnetic thrusters were jerked right out of the car by him. What are you doing? Zhang Yashuan was somewhat unable to understand her husband's behavior. She had only casually mentioned it just now. Why did her own stinky treasure suddenly become so excited? You just reminded me. I'm going to try my idea with a high success rate, and I can't walk in traffic right now anyway. Looking at such a long caravan, it was absolutely impossible to move for a while. Donko was planning to remodel the car, make AI cars into AI flying cars. Yes, it's literally. He intends to make the car fly. Fine, whatever you want. Zhang Yashuan helplessly walked towards the nearby shade to wait. The bodyguards in the 3 cars got out, clearing an area for her to prevent others from approaching. In the clogged road, there is only one person, Tang Ku, who is constantly dismantling car parts, and next to him stands an unidentified Dabai. What's Tang Ku doing here? Who knows? It feels like it's working on something big. Is this the inventor? Who gets inspired by a traffic jam and improvises? Just watch. It's idle anyway. The small group of friends and owners in the live broadcast room are looking at the busy Tang Ku. He disassembled a complete electromagnetic thruster into pieces, and then used the parts contained within the compartment to combine the assembly. Dense parts spilled out onto the ground, and the hot sun shone down on the earth with a scorching heat. If you smashed an egg into the ground, it would probably all be instantly cooked 7 ways. Zhang Yashuan knitted her brows slightly and took out a parasol from her bag and walked over to Tang Ku, shielding him from the sun. The cell phone of the live broadcast was held in Zhang Yashuan's hand, and the scene in front of her made many people feel what love is. Some things don't need to be expressed out loud, but rather given in action. After half an hour, there was still no sign of traffic on the blocked road. Tang Ku, a meal operation over, finally put the large electromagnetic propulsion, assembled into 8 small electromagnetic propulsion. Chapter 39, Where's the Man Who Wants to Eat Cars? Tonka took 2 of the small electromagnetic thrusters and mounted them on either side of the rear of the vehicle. Then again, from inside the wagon, a padded board with wheels, he said to Zhang Yashuan, "Thank you, wife. You don't need to hold the umbrella next. Dabai will help me lift this car." You asked Dabai to help you carry the car? Zhang Yashuan thought she had heard wrong. The people in the live broadcast room also spoke out. No, even if Great White is stupid and adorable, you can't bully it like this, right? Old Tang is overdoing it. Big White is inflatable. Even if your unicorn car is light, it can't lift it. That's right. Aren't you clearly bullying Dabai? Brothers, I intend to crusade against Tang Ku. What do you say? Am I doing the right thing? Light of the righteous, we support you. No, the Great White is really turning around and getting ready to lift a car? You're kidding me. If Big White could lift this thing, I'd wash my hair upside down on the spot. Let me eat this car all I want, the kind that doesn't come with sauce. Add me. Oh my silly white man, how can you possibly lift? Boom. Abruptly, the fans of the live broadcast, as well as the onlookers of the car owners, the words were not finished. The Kirin smart car was just lifted up with ease by the 2 big fat hands of the Great White. The silver-white Kirin intelligent car, held high above its head by the droll Dabai, was so relaxed that it looked like it was holding up a phone model. This action stunned everyone in the room. The entire live broadcast room fell into silence, and Zhang Yashuan froze in place. Owners who were there, in particular, felt it most clearly. At this moment, it was as if a super strong man had lifted a 100-foot giant rock, giving a strong impact. What the hell is going on in this nifty situation? How did do this? Great White actually possesses such divine power? Isn't it a cute robot? No, no, no. I remember Donko saying that Big White was a medical care robot. You're telling me this thing is a nursing robot? Sure, it's not a weightlifting robot? I'm stupid. Don Sior, you think I'm a clown with claptrap? The master threw up. And the clown was actually myself. Where are those people who just said they were going to wash their hair upside down? No one would have thought that an inflatable robot would have such divine power. No matter which way you think about it, it feels like an impossible thing. After all, how do you inflate something with such a small bracket to explode into a powerful force? But the truth slapped everyone in the face. And this violation of the laws of physics hardened everyone's 3 views. Now that's black technology, something that can't be understood. Tang Ku was worthy of being a heavenly genius. Why did he previously write novels in obscurity, when it's really a waste? The staff at the research center couldn't help but sigh. If Tang Ku had started developing technology from before, the lives of people now would definitely have been revolutionized. Dean Liang, can you see the principle? A researcher asked. The white-haired Dean Quantum Liang took down his glasses and sighed in relief. Old age, when it's true that the blue is better than the blue. I'm already completely unable to see through the sky Tang Ku's technology. and I can't even guess at the possibility of realizing it. Our country has produced a Tangku. It is really a happy event for the great nation. In ancient times, it should be celebrated by all the people. With the previous Qilin automobile and primary robots, Dean Liang was at least able to read or guess the principles. But right now the Great White is constructed as a mass of gas, so to speak. After you bleed off the gas, you're left with just a small stand-eye. What makes it so easy to lift a car? The crowd's jaws dropped, and those who said they were going to eat cars and wash their hair upside down simply exited the broadcast and pretended nothing was happening. They even had to pay to change their names so they wouldn't be remembered. There was no way around it. There were so many people on the air that someone was bound to remember their name. If they still dared to appear in the live broadcast with that name, they would definitely be caught by a group of people and even have their real information peeled out. Definitely don't underestimate the power of the internet. Tangku didn't realize the shock of the netizens, and as for the surrounding car owners, they were directly ignored by him. Great White, lower the car. Great White did as he was told and lowered the car. Donkor lay down on the sliding reclining board, took the remaining 6 small electromagnetic thrusters, and burrowed inside the undercarriage. A new round of remodeling has begun. The hot temperature makes Tangka sweating all over his body. He did not care in the slightest, focusing on the disassembly. First, the 4 corners of the undercarriage, each with an electromagnetic thruster. Then there's the side-by-side located in the center of the 2 tires and then the electromagnetic thrusters. The installation process was easy, and Donko had all the small electromagnetic thrusters installed in no time. The trouble is getting these electromagnetic thrusters to connect and output equal electromagnetic power. He tested it over and over again, the electromagnetic thrusters turning on and off with a snorting sound. This step lasted a full half-hour before it was finally done. Tangko got out from underneath the car, and Dubai placed the Kirin smart car smoothly back on the ground. After a total of more than an hour, the road was still blocked and showed no signs of passing. Finished. Yes, Xian. Dubai. Let's go. Tangka smiled as he took off his soaked short sleeves and pulled out a clean white short sleeve and towel from the compartment. Not a toned body, but some muscular curves. Especially the mermaid line on the abdomen looks aesthetically pleasing. Combined with the fact that he doesn't go out much, Tangko has fair skin that would make a young girl salivate. The sudden disrobing caught all the women off guard. This was immediately followed by a bombardment of pop-ups and a slight blush of pretty faces from the female owners. Undressing at the drop of a hat. What's the point of yelling about your daughter-in-law and her great whiteness and then stripping down and getting in the car? Got it. The great white is just a cover. I'm shy. Mom, there's a handsome guy here undressing. This is tactical undressing. The live content was too boring just now, so Tangku was creating heat for the live broadcast. He is a live ghostwriter. Appraisal is complete. Zhang Yixin's live room is not just for men. There are still many girls who like to watch. After all, most of Zhang Yashuan's live content is daily. Some girls have nothing to do will also look at Zhang Yashuan's live. You can also learn how to cook along the way, or how to get along with your husband. In their opinion, Zhang Yashuan was a woman who knew how to control her husband very well. Look how obedient Tangku is at home. That's knowing a man's heart. TSK. I didn't realize you guys were such an audience. Not me. I just focus on what Donkor modified. No amount of modifications will help. It's time to get stuck in traffic. I bet they just get in the car and blow the air conditioning. Chapter 40, Kirin Intelligent Flying Car. What if they weren't there for the air conditioning? Are you washing your hair and eating cars upside down like the ones in front of you? That's right. Since we're making a bet, let's make the losers penalty good. I'd suggest brushing Superfire. Getting them to wash their hair upside down is out of the question. TSK. Where are all those retiring losers from earlier? I guess I'll change my name and continue to watch it live here. Forget it. Forget I said it. My words just now were a fart. The better from earlier suddenly wimped out. Thinking back to Tang's previous behavior, he managed to punch all the doubters in the face every time. Most importantly, Tangku himself did not realize that he had invariably slapped someone else several times. Once again, Great White released the air from his body before being stuffed into the car by a scrubbed-in dressed Donkor. He and Zhang Yashuan once again returned to the car. Take out your laptop and connect it to the Kirin car's system. While checking the data, he ordered, activate the 6 electromagnetic thrusters underneath the vehicle. We're going to take off. If Yashian is scared, just jump into my arms. Tangko laughed and patted his chest, pretending to be strong, causing Zhang Yashuan to cover her mouth and laugh lightly. Buzz! The electromagnetic thrusters underneath the vehicle activated at the same time at this moment, emitting a pale blue ghostly light. It was as if there was blue smoke emanating from underneath the unicorn, the ghostly light of electromagnetic propulsion that shook the smoke and dust. The buzzing sound made the owners of the nearby cars freeze. Someone seemed to notice something and immediately took out their cell phone to film it. Smoke filled the underbelly of the Kirin, blocking half the body. Still, there were those with sharp eyes who noticed the change. Floating up. The good-eyed car owner's pupils shrank, and he said in dismay, "What floats up?" Those around them looked up in bewilderment, seeing nothing but the blazing sun. "Car. The Chilean intelligent car is floating." The man pointed at Tang Ke's intelligent car and exclaimed in shock. As his words fell, Tang Ke's car gradually rose up. All four wheels were off the ground at the same time, wobbling somewhat slightly, and were rising up at a slow rate. Inside the car, Tang Ke took his computer and tapped on the keyboard, constantly adjusting the power of the 6 small thrusters. Zhang Yashuan grabbed Tang Ke's arm somewhat nervously. After entering the car just now, Tang Ke had told her to prepare to make the car fly. "I thought it was a joke, but I didn't expect it to actually fly the next second. I don't know why, but it seems to have gotten better since hubby started getting into technology." It felt like a bird breaking free from its cage and flying into the vastness of the sky. The unicorn smart car floats higher and higher, rising from 1 meter to 2 meters, then to 3, 4, 5 meters. It finally came to a halt in midair at a height of 10 meters. "I'm going to fly up. What the hell is this? This car actually flies? You're telling me this is a car?" The car owners below couldn't close their mouths, looking up at the unicorn smart car in the air, feeling as if they were dreaming. Flying cars. The term is so foreign and distant, yet today it appears before their eyes. The unicorn car also finally stabilized in the air, no longer rocking slightly at first. The two of them, Tang Ke and Zhang Yashuan, who were sitting in the car, felt just like they were on the ground, so smooth that they felt inexplicably at ease. Origins. Turn on the electromagnetic thrusters at the rear of the car and fly towards the end of the road to see what's going on over there. Tang Ke spoke out again. The unicorn's successful flight also verified that his theory was correct. He gave orders to see what it was that was actually blocking the vehicles here, and couldn't even move. Buzz. 2 blue lights emanated from the tail, and the Kirin intelligent vehicle suspended in midair began to fly forward. The speed gradually increased, from 10 yards at the beginning, slowly to 120 yards. That's not slow enough. It's a disassembled small EM thruster after all. Countless car owners on the road saw the unicorn car flying in the air. Some people thought they were blind or hallucinating. They have taken out their cell phones to film and post videos and photos on the internet. It quickly became a hot topic and caused widespread discussion. There are many skeptics who have jumped on the bandwagon, stating that this is a pipe dream, but immediately afterward, the live connection was thrown out, verified and punched in the face on the spot. More and more people flocked to Zhang Yashuan's livestream just to witness the photos and videos on the internet, whether they were real or not. After driving for less than 5 minutes, Tang Ke and Zhang Yashuan finally saw the end condition. "I didn't realize that it was a huge rolling stone that had smashed into the middle of the road, blocking the entire road. It's a one-way driveway. If the construction crew wants to come over and get rid of the boulder, it would take a long detour to drive from the opposite end and figure out how to get rid of the boulder." Origins. Let the car drop on the opposite side. Tang Ke said. "Wait, to buy, you lift the stone, then climb on the roof of the car and sit still. Got it? Okay, Mr. Tang." Big White blinked his dark eyes and replied, "Holy, a rock that big and letting Big White lift it? Is the Great White that powerful? Let's not talk about whether or not Dubai has such strength. Can the unicorn car carry such a heavy rock and fly? Pure roadrunner. What is this Great White? And what the hell is this car flying? Asterisk. It really is a flying car. Newcomers don't argue. Watch quietly. You'll find more amazing things. Make sure you stay calm. Sister Yashian, quickly ask old Tang if the Chilean intelligent automobile I bought can be replaced with this one that can fly." The audience in the live room threw out countless questions, all of them very critical and to the point. They know the Great White arm strength is amazing, but want to lift such a big piece of stone. I am afraid it is difficult, right? The boulder located in the center of the road at the moment was scattered all over the place. One of the large boulders was 2 meters high and stood right in the center of the road. While it didn't completely block the road, there simply wasn't enough room on the side to give vehicles a place to pass. They tried pushing the rock hard and it wouldn't budge. Alas, how come the people from the construction team haven't arrived yet? If I wait any longer, I'm going to run out of gas, the owner of the car in the front row said with a bitter face. It's 2 p.m. The hottest point in the day. It's not like they have a shady spot to stand in here. They have to sit in the car and blow the air conditioning, unlike where Tang Ke and the others had been earlier. There just happened to be a huge rock to cool off on. The unicorn smart car landed on the other side as there were no vehicles on this side. Don Cor took Big White outside, then sat himself back in the car. "Harm, get out of the way. I want to capture the moment the Great White lifts the rock." Beside her, Zhang Yashuan leaned in with her cell phone raised, aiming it at Dubai, who was taking a naive step. Chapter 41, Foot Slip. Super resistant to stress. Inside the car, Zhang Yashuan suddenly turned her head and asked, "Say, can Big White really lift this rock? Don't crush my Big White later," Tanka said incredulously. "It's just a robot. Even if it's gone, wouldn't it be better to rebuild it? How is this going to work? It's your first robot gift to me. It mustn't be allowed to get squashed." Zhang Yashuan said somewhat angrily. "It's hard to believe that you're not sure if Great White can lift it either? Then hurry up and let it come back." Speaking of which, she immediately intended to get out of the car and call out to Dubai, but was pulled back by Tangku. "Don't worry, it'll be fine. It's just a piece of broken stone," Tangko helplessly explained. "Don't I know what I built myself? The Great White, created by his hands, can lift 5 tons. No matter how heavy the boulder in the middle of the block was, it couldn't have been more than 5 tons. The boulder was only about 2 tons. 3 at the most. Then what if it can't lift?" Zhang Yashuan asked, glaring at Tangku. "How is it possible that you can't lift it? You don't trust your husband?" Tangko pretended to be angry. Fine. I'm sure you could have lifted it." "Shucks, you would have lifted it." Zhang Yashuan's pretty face slightly reddened and hurriedly changed her words. "What I want to say is that I believe you, but I don't believe that Dubai can lift it." It must have been too much interaction with Tangko lately that caused him to become incoherent in his speech. All of the conversation between the two fell into the live stream, and the crowd hemmed and hawed and laughed, filling the screen with driving words. "If you can lift it, you'll give me a kiss. How's that?" Don Sior said as he came closer. "And what if you can't lift it? Then I'll give you a kiss. You just know how to take advantage of me." Zhang Yashuan blinked Tangku, but then reacted. "Is this the time to discuss this?" She was instantly startled and jerked her head in the direction of the Great White, only to see the 2-meter-high boulder, actually rumbled, by the Big White 2 big fat hands, directly lifted up. "What? Hercules White. 666666666. Awesome. Good lord. It really lifts. What the hell is the construction of the Great White? Don't they mean inflatable robot?" We all underestimated Tangku. The live broadcast room exploded. This scene of Big White lifting the boulder was really full of shock. Even the owners of the cars on the other side of the street were dumbfounded. Such a big piece of rock was actually lifted by a fat white man, and the moment it was lifted it even set off a heat wave. It was as if an immortal's hand was holding a mountain of immortality, and it was shocking. The unicorn car automatically drove up to Dubai. It holds up the boulder and walks towards the unicorn car at a naive pace, making a deep pit with each step. To the dismay of countless people, he stepped up from the front of the car. "My God, what is this? A revolt?" The car owners exclaimed in shock. They didn't know Tanka's plan and thought that the robots were going to revolt, and at the moment their hearts were in shock. "Oh my God, the robot has revolted. It looks like it's planning to stone Tanka to death. Good lord, if I hadn't watched the live stream a few minutes ago, I would have almost believed you. Aren't you really afraid of flattening the car with such a heavy rock?" I remember the hardness of the unicorn car that could smash rocks, but now the test is for pressure capacity, not hardness. They are not the same. The people in the live broadcast room were also staring at the screen with grave faces. Bang! Big White had 1 foot on the front of the car, and the unicorn car didn't change, didn't even appear to be sinking and wobbling. This alone is proof that Kiran's ability to carry pressure is excellent. The moment Great White's second foot was about to step on it, the pupils of the people from the automobile manufacturers suddenly shrunk. How can it be? The full force of such a huge rock acted on those thighs of Great White. Even if it didn't sink the car, it didn't even wobble a bit. Don't be so outrageous. Is this a ING van? Crunch. It was then that a heart-stopping scene occurred. The Great White, who was taking naive steps, suddenly slipped on his paws. The giant rock came out of Great White's hand like a meteorite crashing down towards the unicorn. For a moment, it seemed as if time had become incredibly slow in this moment. The crowd simultaneously revealed their shocked faces. Both the owners of the car outside and the netizens who watched the view from inside the car through the livestream were scared pale. Although the danger was not theirs, such a huge rock coming down would surely flatten the whole car. Tangku and Zhang Yashuan inside the car absolutely could not survive. It's still very daunting to witness the images of human death. No good. The rocks are coming down. It's over. Boom. With a loud bang. Nearly half of the people were so frightened that they closed their eyes and couldn't bear to look at it. Zhang Yashuan was so frightened that she threw her cell phone aside, and her entire body flung itself into Tangka's arms. Even if you die, you have to die together. The live broadcast room went dark, and everyone's insides were half cold. Nope. So loud that the live broadcast went black. Something must have happened. It's over. It's over. Call an ambulance. The 2 people in the car are not low status. Don't panic. Everyone, don't panic. the live room is blacked out, but it doesn't show that the live broadcast is closed, which means that Yashin's sister's cell phone is still in operation. Yeah, 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 yeah. The people in the live room turned up the volume, trying to hear a mumble of distress in it. As long as there's breath, there's help. And for the moment, the stunned owners were silent. Half of them stared in disbelief. Disbelief revealed in their eyes. The other half of the group slowly opened their eyes, and the image in front of them came into view. The heavy boulder landed on the roof of the unicorn car and erupted with a loud rumbling sound. Because the giant rock was so heavy, it just settled on the roof of the car and didn't roll off. Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan, who were sitting in the car, finally felt the shaking. The unicorn sank violently for a moment, then popped up and swayed with it. The up and down swing gradually diminished and stability was restored once again. Zhang Yashuan, who had flung herself into Tang Ku's arms, slowly opened her beautiful eyes. Suddenly, the two were not dead, not even a little bit of oppression. She looked up blankly, only to see the roof of the car intact, but the surrounding area became more shadowy, like a vehicle parked in the shadow of a building. Tang Ku held his wife with both hands. A light smile appeared on his face and said, "What's wrong, baby? Are you scared?" I'm not afraid." Zhang Yashuan's pretty face reddened and she immediately sat up straight, pretending to be calm. At the same time, the curiosity in her beautiful eyes could not be suppressed. She already knew that the car was not under some building. Instead, they were being pressed by giant rocks. But why the vehicle is not at all, even intact, is puzzling and shocking. You already knew it would be fine. That's why you let Big White move up, right? Zhang Yashuan asked with a red face. Why didn't you tell her earlier when you knew it wouldn't be a problem? It made her drop her cell phone in fear. It was so humiliating. Chapter 42, The Idea of Building a Cell Phone. Would you believe me if I said I didn't actually react? Don Cor laughed. I'll believe the hell out of you. You must have done it on purpose. I'm angry. Zhang Yashuan crossed her arms across her chest. Her cheeks puffed out, and she huffed. At those words, Tang Ku burst into tears. He really hadn't reacted the moment the Great White fell. Instead of thinking that he was going to be finished, Tang Ku's mind was reminiscing about the materials and techniques he used to build the Qilin automobile. The mind was rapidly calculating whether the unicorn car could withstand such an impact of falling rocks. By the time he looked back, the huge rock had smashed into the roof of the car. Good boy. Let's not be angry. Give me a kiss. Muah. Tang Ku reached out and wrapped his hand around Zhang Yashuan's thin waist, and his handsome face came over to kiss his wife's red lips. TCH, color batch go away. It's annoying. Zhang Yashuan reached out and pushed Tang Ku, realizing that she couldn't push at all. After struggling twice, he could only smile helplessly and bitterly. She wasn't really angry. She was just teasing Tang Ku to make him pay attention in the future. However, the viewers in the live broadcast room who were worried about the life and death of the two, just cranked up the volume and ended up with a mouthful of dog food. A sour odor permeating the room and making singles feel extremely uncomfortable. Damn it, how come this giant rock didn't smash old Tang to death? Thanks to the fact that we're here worrying about the safety of the two of them, we end up kissing, and we don't even pick up our lost cell phones. Nice guy. I'm damn straight nice. Take down. I'm going to brush up on the bad reviews for the new book. It's so infuriating. The people in the live room yelled in a frenzy of pop-ups, and the pure blackness of the live room had a picture at this moment. Zhang Yashuan picked up the cell phone that fell on the ground, and saw that there were no cracks, so her heart was relieved. Cell phones are good for everything. They just break easily and some of them are heavy. By the way, Cozy, do you know how to build a cell phone? She wiped the screen with a tissue and asked towards Tang Ku. Cell phones, huh? After pondering for 2 seconds, Tang Ku said, it seems like it can be built, but I definitely can't build it at this stage. After all, the materials need to be built by me. If he made a cell phone, Tang Ku naturally could not make the kind of cell phone on the market. What is the ideal cell phone? Naturally, is lightweight and powerful at the same time. If you can, it's best to make it like in a sci-fi movie. A transparent screen that can be conjured up at any time, which displays various information, similar to a holographic projection. Perhaps a holographic projection plus interactive touch technology could be used to create a whole new phone. The more Tang Ku thought about it, the more he felt engaged. Just take the content of your phone and load it into your headphones or glasses. Then if you want to use your cell phone, you call out with a gesture or voice, or even with your mind. Headphones or glasses are put on, at which point the cell phone information is dropped in front of the person's eyes. People just need to click their fingers in the air, or directly manipulate their brains. It felt dreamy, but with a black text system, he might actually be able to make it. Having a general direction, Tang Ku was a bit excited and wanted to act immediately, but he resisted the urge to do so. The road was still one step at a time. It's time to go out and have fun, so it's better not to think about all that messy stuff. But Zhang Yashuan was really his lucky star. Every time he could just say a sentence or two off the top of his head, he could bring him inspiration. Origins: have Big White stand directly on the roof of the car and hold the giant rock steady. If it falls, I'm going to have to rebuild it back. Tang Ku opened his mouth. Origins and Great White are network connectable, with Origins giving data commands directly to Great White. Big White, who was lying on his back, immediately got up and stood on the car holding onto the giant rock to prevent it from falling off. Buzz! The unicorn car started up again, and several azure air flames erupted from underneath the car, holding it up in the air. These car owners are still reeling from the shock. Just another unicorn car was seen carrying a 2-meter-high giant rock and flying. Even with the weight of the giant rock, the electromagnetic thrusters still held the car up. Everyone had to recognize the power of electromagnetic propulsion and just how strong it was. Under the attention of countless people, the unicorn car slowly soared to the top of the mountain rock and slowly fell down. Great White lifted the giant rock with renewed force and lowered it to the ground with a dull thud. Well, this position is absolutely safe. It won't fall any further. Tang Ku got out of the car and looked at the surroundings. It's the top of a rocky mountain, but it's so flat and wide that no tornado, if it wasn't a tornado, could have blown these rocks down. If there was a real tornado, no one would pass through a place like this. Humans aren't stupid. They still know how to go around. It wasn't until this moment that the viewers in the live broadcast room came back to their senses. The pop-ups bristled again. Flying up here again. I don't know why. I feel like it's not surprising that cars can fly now. Am I floating? Today is really refreshing. Inflatable robots with huge strength. Intelligent cars that can fly and resist the impact of boulders. It's obviously a nursing medical robot. I've seen it all here. And anyone who dares to call this a carebot, I'll just start spraying. That being said, old Tang's car is awesome. So big rocks are okay? It's also too fierce. Not even a dent is outrageous. Please old Don, tell me how much the car I can fly costs and I'll order it right away. That's right, don't pretend on the air. We want to pretend on our own in a flying car. Don Seor pushed Great White back into the car and sat down next to his wife, just in time to catch a glimpse of the pop-up on his cell phone. He smiled and said, the car is still a bit rudimentary. Many problems have not been solved. It will not be sold for the time being. After a while, the flying car was nothing more than a spur-of-the-moment idea that he had come up with on the spur of the moment. There are many other aspects that need to be tested before they can be taken out and sold. Otherwise they are half-baked. And what to plan for a flying car would need to be squared off with the national leadership before it could be done. Flying cars, just like cars were just born, did not have exclusive highways at first. They were all weaving in and out of crowds, which can cause chaotic scenes. So in order to make the smart flyer official, you first need to get state personnel to plan out the flight area, and some precautions, etc. For example, the rules of the road: flying passengers are forbidden to throw things out of windows, not even cigarette ashes. Want to make smart flying cars for sale, as well as integrated into people's lives. There are a lot of things involved behind the scenes that go into planning and dealing with it. Upon hearing this, everyone in the live broadcast room revealed a look of disappointment, and the automakers are relieved that they can now only nix the sub-million car market. If they get a smart flying car, their sub-million market will definitely be greatly affected. Chapter 43: Built-in electric shock absorbers. Those supercar manufacturers were working hard on intelligent supercars, and when they saw Tang Ku's cross-generation level of technology, they felt that their own future was dark. The intelligence wasn't developed and the speed wasn't increased too. As a result, now a flying ability has popped up. How are they supposed to catch up? What's wrong with this day and age? Isn't it moving a little too fast? Automakers felt a rush of head and heartache when Tang Ku and the others rejoined the road. All the vehicles had not moved. The owners were all smiles and shouting words of thanks and such. They watched Tang Ku's car leave until it disappeared from sight before returning to their cars. The highway, which had been blocked for over 2 hours, was finally open. Rich Lake Park. The branches swayed as the cool breeze blew. Zhang Yashuan spread a pink blanket on the grass, and she and Tang Ku sat under a large shady tree gossiping about the past. Phew! Tang Ku took a tennis ball and threw it, and Big White's eyes instantly locked onto the tennis ball and chased after it with a naive stride. How's that for fun? Isn't that cuter than a pet dog? Tang Ku said with a smile. No bullying, Great White. This is obviously something you set up on purpose. Otherwise how would it chase out like a dog? Zhang Yashuan's jade hand pinched the flesh around Tang Ku's waist. It really wasn't me who set it up. It's a function of the Great White to coax small children. When a child loses their pom-pom, it picks it up. Tang Ke raised his hands to show that he was innocent. Your family's children are so coaxed? Zhang Yashuan's beautiful eyes glared. Why can't we coax it like this? Kids would love to see Big White run around picking up balls. Don't believe us? Let's have one and see what she thinks. Tang Ke hammed and hawed, causing Zhang Yashuan's pretty face to redden once again. She gave Tang Ke a blank look. No seriousness. Say a couple words and think about those things. The live broadcast isn't even turned off. So you still know that you haven't turned off the live broadcast. Is this a dog food live room? The fans in the live broadcast laughed bitterly. Other people's live rooms interact with their fans, and Yaxian's sister's live room interacts with old Tang. This anchor is so unlikable. He doesn't even chat with his fans during the live broadcast. He just plays with himself. Fetch off, fetch off. Good riddance. New fans look at the daily routine. Old fans look at the technology. There won't be anyone who really thinks that this live room is Sister Yaxian, right? Ever since Tang Ke's black technology was exposed, the number of Zhang Yashuan's fans in the live broadcast room had doubled several times. These fans came to see Tang Ke, and by the way, to find out if any new black technology products were born. Watching Zhang Yashuan's daily live broadcasts was just incidental. After all, no one would refuse to look at a beautiful woman, and a superb one at that. A short while later, Big White returned with a tennis ball in both hands and a naive stride. More than a dozen other bodyguards also approached. Two of the female bodyguards carrying baskets with afternoon tea and desserts in their hands. The bodyguards' cars don't fly, so it took until now to finally arrive after the roads were cleared. A cup of black tea, some desserts and snacks. The two of them sat on the carpet leisurely savoring a little date of sorts. On a quiet afternoon, the two leaned under a large, shady, budding tree, blowing in the summer breeze. Look at the children bathed in sunlight, running through the grass. The mood was also unusually calm and pleasant, and even the live broadcast room was quiet. The live view was to the distant grass, and it was surprising how many people were still watching a live broadcast with no one commentating. Maybe it's because they also feel that a dull day can taste different. It's just a shame that this piece, it was broken by a child who fell. One of the boys running suddenly fell to the ground. His face pained as he covered his chest with his hands. He then passed out, but his body was still twitching. The children around them were terrified and rushed to call their parents over. Tang Ke and Zhang Yashuan were also stunned by this, and walked over with Big White. How did this happen? It was a heart attack. Obviously it was fine before. How did it suddenly happen? Quick, take the baby to the hospital. Call 120. A group of parents surrounded the boy with anxious faces. Make way. The robot beside me knows medicine. Let it take a look. Tang Ke squeezed right through the crowd, and he pushed the people on either side of him out of the way with force. Tonka, you're Tonka. This robot behind you. Some people recognized Tang Ke, but it was clear that many people still didn't know about the Great White. When they saw the budding Great White behind them, they had to wonder if it would work or not. What can a robot do? You can't mess around with this heart disease stuff. Some of it requires medication, some of it requires instruments, etc. You can't touch what you don't know. Don't worry everyone. Big White scans down. Tang Ke's tone was flat as he gave instructions to Big White. Okay, scanning. Scanning complete. There was a beep, and a piece of the screen emerged from Big White's big, round belly. Arrhythmia is detected in scans determine ventricular fibrillation, which should be treated with asynchronous electrical defibrillation. Snort! As Great White's words fell, a circle of blue light instantly emerged from its hands, as if lightning was released from it. Holy, thundered Dharma King Great White? What's the situation? The lightning on this palm shouldn't be doing cardioversion? Good lord, it's a heart attack, and the Great White has an emergency room effect? I'm afraid that's not possible. If you get this wrong, someone could get killed. The people in the live room were stunned, and there was a lot of talk. The target's heart rate is decreasing. Will you perform electrical defibrillation therapy? Big White asked out loud again. Tang Ke turned his head to the boy's parents. This parent, my Great White robot specializes in medical stuff, has a built-in electroshocker, and has a level of expertise that surpasses even that of a doctor. Your child is in danger, and I suggest that the Great White be brought in for an emergency rescue. Of course, if you don't want to, I won't force it. Human life is at stake. But Dunk asked for the other parent's opinion. If the other person does not agree, he forces himself to be saved. Even if you save the other side, it won't be understood by the other side. He didn't want to be a bad guy. Okay, I trust you old Tang. Please save my child. This parent shouted with a crying voice. Great guy. So he's still a fan. Big white hands. Only people who know him call him Old Dawn. Obviously, this person knew Tang Ke. At Tang Ke's command, Big White stepped straight forward and pressed his hands against the boy's chest. Zira. It was as if there was a suction on the large white hand that sucked the boy all the way up and back down to the ground the next second. Electricity surged into the boy's body from his palm, stimulating cells throughout his body and activating his heartbeat. Chapter 44, The Man with His Own Traffic. Activation failed. Increase frequency to electrocute again. 0. The first click didn't work and the boy's heart rate remained abnormal. It's even gradually decreasing. The great white's palm once again pressed against the boy's chest. Another electric shock activating the boy's heart. Bang! The boy's body bounced again. This time, the heartbeat panel on the great white's stomach finally displayed the words, normal heart rate. Heart rate has returned to normal. Target status is temporarily stabilized. More follow-up is recommended. The great white stood up, and the circle of light on his palm disappeared. The boy's breath smoothed out and his body stopped twitching after being shocked. The grimace then soothed, and both Don Cor and this parent breathed a sigh of relief. Really saved? A robot can actually handle a heart attack. Awesome! What kind of robot is this? Is technology so advanced now? An old man who came to the park to hang out said with narrowed eyes. It's Tang Ku, the big guy who developed the smart car. Ha, so it's him? Now he's turned to developing robots? The span is too big. Awesome. I said, why does it look so familiar? Like I've seen it somewhere. So it's the big black tech guy who's been hot on the internet lately. Countless people cast their gazes, their eyes filled with admiration. Smart cars and AI both require intelligence, but the hardware side of the equation can be quite different. Between the two is in crossing the line, and crossing the line is like crossing a mountain. The difficulty of this is self-evident, but Tonka not only did it, but also showed the results to the world at a level ahead of its time. More and more people gathered around, but they were intercepted by Zhang Yashuan's bodyguards. In addition to protecting Zhang Yashuan's safety, it was also to make more space for the little boy and ensure fresh air. Thank you, really thank you so much Lao Tang. From now on I'm your loyal fan. You're my child's savior. The parent immediately picked up his child and thanked Tangku continuously. At the same time, he also thanked the Great White. And thank you very much for your help. If it were not for you, I am afraid that my child. He couldn't help but feel a pang of fear when he said that. You're welcome, it's what I should do. Great White responded plausibly. An ambulance arrived about 10 minutes later. The doctors were relieved after a quick examination. Nothing more serious, but we need to go to the hospital for further tests. That's a lot of trouble for the doctors. That parent completely let go of his heart. He thanked Tang Ku again and took the ambulance to the hospital. The whole process of saving people was recorded by Zhang Yashuan's live broadcast. Great White's medical abilities are finally falling into the limelight. Anyone who watched the livestream earlier thought that Great White wasn't a medical robot at all. It's more like a moving robot with giant strength. But just now, Big White's performance overturned everyone's previous impression. Tang Ku really doesn't blow his own stuff out of proportion. It's a medical robot, so it's bound to specialize in medicine. Who says medical robots can't have giant powers? Taking care of the sick naturally requires strength, and if you don't have it, what should I do in case I meet a 200-pound fat guy? Please? Old Tang is really thoughtful, worthy of being a novel writer, thinking always longer than others. Why didn't I think of this reason before? It turns out that taking care of a patient requires strength. I'm a nurse, and I can tell you unequivocally that this did happen. Except that the hospital was crowded so that more than one person could carry a patient. I see. Because the Great White is a robot, it needs to perform multiple actions alone, such as carrying patients, which also requires greater strength. Great White's rescue of the boy who had a heart attack has completely set the internet on fire. This kind of stuff about human health issues gets a lot of attention. After all, who wouldn't want to be healthy? This robot is too real. I heard that Old Tang will mass produce this robot and have different types to look forward to. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's Old Tang again. So damn powerful. Just finished with the smart car. And here comes the medical robot. Oh, is upstairs just connected to the internet? And smart cars? Now Old Tang has gotten a smart flying car. I was lucky enough to watch the live broadcast on that day. But it's a pity that the intelligent flying car won't be mass-produced so soon. But I'm still very much looking forward to it. This statement immediately drew the astonishment of the melon eaters. A flying car? What the hell? Don't doubt yourself. It's what you think it is. A flying smart car. Are you sure you're not making up lies? A car can fly. Is that still a car? Why not call it an airplane? It can run on the ground and fly in the sky. And it's small enough that it doesn't need wings to fly. So what do you call it if not a flying car? Go watch the video if you don't get it. It's on the hot seat now. Netizens have been running around searching for information. This look is really something. Things have been blowing up the hot news about smart flying cars and robotic Great Whites. In the old days, news watchers like this would have just laughed it off. But since the introduction of the smart car developed by Tang Ku, what is in science fiction movies seems to have become less distant. Therefore information about technology began to gradually become more and more popular, especially the news that typed the word Tangku. All of them were hot search hegemonic topics. Hashtag genius inventor. Tangku creates another black technology to benefit the nation. Hashtag robots with all the medical knowledge in the world. Hashtag cars that fly. Hashtag big white robot, the guardian of children and the elderly, is introduced. Shocker. The reason the great white robot was created. After all, Tangku did something horrifying to amuse his wife. He made cars fly because of traffic jams. A story has not only gone viral on the internet, but even the TV news is broadcasting it. The state seemed to take Tangku seriously, broadcasting news that was reported on several TV stations, touting Tangku's young and talented character. This not only spreads fame for Tangku, but also serves as a form of protection for him by the state. This was to inform the outside world that Tangku was an important person of concern to their country. No one from any country shall think ill of it. Several days had passed since the day we went out for a picnic excursion. When Tangku returned home, he designed many drawings of the different forms of great white, as well as smart chips for various professions. The drawings at home had piled up in thick piles. Okay, then I'll trouble Assistant Lee. Tangku hung up the phone. He had just asked Assistant Lee to help acquire large factories, to mass produce the great white. You need a large factory to do so. After all, there are so many different kinds of great whites. Nannies, bodyguards, gardeners, cooks and many more careers are available. Chapter 45, another game-making idea. Such a large number requires an equally large factory area. In addition to this, Danko has designed an automated system, automated vehicle building systems, and automated robot building systems. As for how these automated systems were going to be built, that was naturally left to the 1,000 primary robots. All Tangku had to get now was to keep drawing drawings and uploading them to Origins. Let Origins manipulate the robot and perform a series of operations. It's been a really busy few days, not only getting the black tech drawings, but also writing the chapters of the new novel. Although it hadn't been released yet, Tangku already felt a rush of headache. Forget it, let's stop writing the novel for now and find my wife to play the game. After knocking out a few words, Tangku directly chose to give up writing the book. People who haven't released their books yet just do whatever they want. He took his cell phone and walked out of the second-floor computer room and looked down the aisle position into the first-floor lobby. I only saw my wife and Kim Woo-meng, two women, lying on the sofa hacking and playing the game. Two pairs of slender thighs white shaking. Emotional excitement. Will also leak the spring light under the short skirt. See Tangku straight shake his head. Zhang Yashwan is his wife, so it's okay if he doesn't pay much attention at home. This Kim Woo-moan, you're really making this your home. You're not being polite at all. What game are you so excited to play? Take me? Tangku leaned against the second-floor railing and waved his cell phone at the two sisters downstairs. Zhang Yashwan froze and immediately sat upright, her jade hand gently caressing the wrinkles of her dress, regaining that goddess posture. Jin Yuemeng looked up, and then her pretty face blushed. She hurriedly sat up to straighten her appearance, especially the view of her short skirt. Did Tang see my? Jin Yuemeng squinted at Tangku with odd eyes, leaned over to her best friend, and whispered, "Don't worry." Zhang Yashwan smiled sweetly and said, "He got used to it a long time ago." Ah, this? Jin Wuming choked, recalling a time when he was himself. It seemed like he often didn't pay attention to his image, so I guess he hadn't been seen by Tangku. No wonder he was so calm just now, his eyes even revealing a hint of disdain. Good lord, so I'm so used to seeing it that I just don't feel it anymore. As a beauty queen, Jin Yuemeng inwardly felt like she was deeply struck. Women are so strange. She gets angry if you look at her. She gets angry if you ignore her. We're playing a martial arts game. It's a new game that our dad just recently invested in, and it's very immersive as it uses your origins to enhance the intelligence of the NPCs. Zhang Yashwan smiled. Don Cor also walked down from the second floor and sat on the couch next to him. The new game our dad invested in? He froze slightly, thinking for a few seconds before remembering. Father-in-law has taken older games before to test the waters, to wide acclaim. So now it's back with Origins to create a martial arts game that wants to restore a martial arts world full of authenticity. Yeah, but the game hasn't been released yet. We're playing the internal beta version and it's just the two of us inside the game. Zhang Yashwan laughed softly. If you want to play, we can pass the installation package and activation code to you, and we'll play copies together. Zhang Yashwan's cell phone passed an installation package to Tangku, and then sent a string of code over. She suddenly remembered something, so she said, "Our father also said that he wants to ask you for the rights to the Snowy Swordwalker, to incorporate the story into this game, and if it's possible, the game will just be called The Snowy Swordwalker." Tangku froze, then laughed. "Of course there's no problem, just let him use it directly. The copyrights of all my books can be given to him. We're all family. There's no such thing as copyright." Just use it if you want to. These are subject to contract. And while you don't care, the formality is still there. Zhang Yashuan smiled and sent a message to Pops. Then Tang Ke received the contract and message from his father-in-law. Father-in-law, thank you son-in-law. This is the copyright contract of a sword walking in the snow. You can sign it online directly. Father-in-law, don't worry. I'll make sure to have someone keep a good eye on the game. And I definitely won't make it suck. Don Kirk, I trust you. Donko signed the contract and sent it back, installing the game in the process. The game's graphics are very good. And in the game's dialogue, the player is officially given 2 ways to answer. One is an officially set way of answering the question, and different answers affect the player's character bias. And the other answer is what makes this game so special. Players can type in their own text, or speak directly by voice. NPCs will react differently based on the player's text or voice. There's also the possibility of triggering official eggs left behind, like getting some sort of hidden message, or maybe the NPCs will privately give something to the player if they have won the NPC's joy, etc. Arguably the biggest draw of this game are the NPCs and the strange events. There's still room for improvement. Although the NPCs are much more humanized and can directly understand the player's voice, giving a great sense of immersion, it always feels like something is missing. Tang Ke maneuvered his character and went down to the copy with Zhang Yashuan and Jin Yameng. Experience and analyze the game's strengths and weaknesses while fighting monsters. A copy of the fight down. Zhang Yashuan and Jin Yameng exclaimed throughout the whole process, and their emotions were all over the place. The enemies in the replica are very powerful and will even perform very showy maneuvers out of them. Zhang Yashuan and Jin Yameng could be said to have gone through a lot of trouble before they finally managed to kill the monster. Tang Ke paddled the entire time, even idly observing the way the NPCs moved. As it turns out, the behavior of the NPCs when taken over by the AI is far superior to any game on the market. They all move in random ways, differently from day to day. And yet, they don't work against their own profession, as if they were real people living in a game. Tang Ke silently jotted down all the pros and cons of the game into his notebook. If he's capable of developing games in the future, he can take a page from this one and fill in all the flaws. This game that my father-in-law got could be considered an experiment in AI games. This is a pioneering product for smart gaming and is very informative. This game is too much fun. I must be the #1 in the whole service after the public beta. Jin Yumeng's small hand clenched into a fist and said ambitiously, "Come on, such a fun game. If you want to be the #1 in the whole service, I'm afraid you'll have to compete with all the major game anchors." Zhang Yashuan laughed. This game has so much potential once it's released. It's bound to be a hit, drawing in countless anchors. In such an environment, any Kryptonian warrior who wants to take the #1 spot in the entire service is going to have to fight to the death. 5:30 La. Let's go eat. My treat. Jin Yumeng looked at the time and said to the two. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yashuan immediately looked suspicious. I've never seen you take the initiative to treat yourself. If you are attentive to nothing, you are either a traitor or a thief. You have something to ask for, don't you? No way. I'm not like that. Jin Yumeng hurriedly waved his hand in denial. Alright, it's rare that Mo has some good intentions. Let's go. Tang Ke smiled, and Zhang Yashuan understood. Both of them understood that Jin Yumeng definitely had something to ask for. It was only that now was not the time to ask, and when it was time to eat, Kim Lumon would naturally reveal her purpose. Chapter 46, Late Night Must-See Chapters. The three of them got into the Kirin Intelligent car and once again arrived at the Liang Set night banquet. Jin Yumeng gave Tang Ke and Zhang Yashuan, both of them, the most expensive set meal, a smile on his face constantly. The waiter opened a bottle of 82 red wine and poured it into each of the trio's delicate glasses. The scent of fragrant wine filled the booth, and the three of them sniffed it just a little. Just feel already what it will be like to have red wine in your throat. Plates of exquisite dishes were presented one by one, both in appearance and aroma. Shanghai Old Goose Head, frozen Shantou rattlesnake slices, roasted fish maw with chiu chow flavor, Magic City smoked fish, fried shrimp and crab, braised pork casserole with black truffle and abalone. The Old Goose Head has a rich brine flavor without being salty. The skin part is bouncy and the meat part is delicate. Shantou rattlesnake is sweet and crisp, with a slight sweetness and the flavor of the sea. With shrimp paste and secret sauce, the fresh flavor of the sliced conch will be completely stimulated, and the more you chew, the stronger it will be. The flour gum and chiu chow barbecue fish maw comes from the belly of the sea fish. The soft, non-sticky gelatin melts in your mouth and is soft and springy. It's so good. We should have ordered this last time. Zhang Yashuan ate with her beautiful eyes, her jade hand slightly covering her red lips to avoid losing her temper. Not bad, right? Try this Magic City smoked fish again. Jin Yumeng chucked a piece of fish into Zhang Yashuan's bowl. This one is also great. The fish skin is crispy and there's a lot of juice in the meat. So fresh and sweet. Zhang Yashuan ate the smoked fish and commented without mincing words. And this fried shrimp and crab with crab meat and hand-peeled river shrimp. Jin Woming pushed the fried shrimp and crab in front of the two. Excited, Tang Ku also spooned some into his mouth, and the rich aroma and fresh sweetness stayed with him. After eating several appetizers one after another, both Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan felt that these dishes were definitely not cheap. Last but not least is the main course of black truffle abalone braised pork casserole. The rice is topped with fresh morels, small fresh abalone, and good panko. There is also a broth made from their simmering that is poured over rice. The smell made the three of them, their mouths water. It was a very filling meal, and for nothing, all paid for by Jin Woming. Tang Ku didn't refuse, since the other party was looking for his help. There was bound to be some price to pay, and having accepted the other man's supper, he was bound to do what he could. Jin Yuming's family background is not in any way inferior to Zhang Yixian's. Jin Yuming's father is the chairman of the Ingfeng Group, which is involved in the internet, finance, motorcycle and clothing industries. Tell me, what do you really want to do? Zhang Yashuan took a napkin and gently wiped her red lips. Hearing Zhang Yashuan take the initiative, Jin Yuemeng smiled sweetly and stopped pretending. She's going to show her cards. It's like this. My dad doesn't have a handful of shares in Augusta, and he's trying to buy Augusta now, but the other side isn't very willing. Jin Woming blinked and said, so they made a request for us to find our own people and take on the major pro team players, in a 3-man time trial, and take first place, and we can't have any pro racers in these guys we're looking for. If they can take first place like that, they'd like to be bought out. The Windward Group is very powerful and Augusta does not want to offend. And Ingfeng Group also has shares in Augusta, which is a partnership. Therefore Augusta could be said to be completely making things difficult for the Windward Group by making such a request. You can't get a professional racer, so the Windward Group will have to get a youth racer. But youth training has always been youth training, and they haven't yet become professional. Maybe there will be one or two within the youth teams that are more talented and comparable to pro racers, but that's a minority situation. Besides, Augusta asked for a 3-man time trial. In other words, the Ingfeng Group has to find 3 people comparable to professional racers even if they have to take the first place. The difficulty involved is comparable to reaching the sky. Ha! This is totally embarrassing for you guys, Tang Ke said breathlessly. And what are you looking for us for? We're not racers. What Augusta is asking for is basically impossible to accomplish anymore. Unless the Windward Group traders their luck and find 3 guys who can outrun a pro racer. Jin Woming hemmed and hawed. For everyone, this was impossible, but Augusta only missed 1 point. Racers can't find great ones, but we can modify the cars to be very powerful. And when it comes to the strongest modification skills, naturally it's you, Brother Tang. How can you not take advantage of the black tech darlings right in front of you? Augusta also absolutely could not have imagined that a black tech genius had actually been born in the Dragon Kingdom. And this black tech genius also happens to be neighbors with the daughter of the old boss of Ingfeng Group. The corner of Tang Ke's mouth twitched. Come on, a car and a motorcycle are 2 different things. And although I know a little bit about motorcycles, you're sure that the racer your dad found will be able to handle a car that I've modified? Motorcycles have pretty minimal hardware, much simpler than cars. And there are several systems inside the motorcycle that can be directly replaced with origins. Even letting Tonka build his own motorcycle is not a problem. It will just be more time consuming. This Brother Tang can rest assured. My dad has already found 2 youth training racers from the same team. Both of them are especially powerful. Now only one is missing. Jin Yumong said hurriedly. Speak normally for me. Don't clip your voice to speak, and don't call me Brother Tang. This sentence always reminds Tang Ku of the short video Inside the Terrain. I will only heartbroken brother. Those 2 racers you mentioned, they're really good? Or are they from the same team? Tang Ke half-heartedly said. What fleet is so great that it produced 2 such awesome characters? This is to run with professional racers. Are hidden masters really so easy to find? Of course, 2 of them have passed the test before staying. They are absolutely reliable. It's just that this 3rd person is a bit hard to find. Jin Yuemeng sighed. It would have been nice to have a 2-man time trial so they would have definitely won. If they really couldn't find a 3rd person, the Ingfeng Group could only find one that was as non-dragging as possible. Well, if that's the case, you guys might actually take first place. Tang Ke stroked his chin and thought for a while before saying, tell you what, I can help you modify your motorcycle, but there is one requirement. What demands? Upon hearing that he could help with the modifications, Jin Woming was ecstatic. The requirement is, I'm going to be on the field too. Tang Ku grinned. What? You're going on too? The 2 women spoke in unison, their delicate faces covered in consternation. Don Cor is going to a motorcycle race? What a joke. Isn't this a riot? Chapter 47, wants to participate in a motorcycle race. Little Kuzi, have you lost your mind? This motorcycle thing, it's not for professionals to play with it, but it can hurt. Zhang Yashuan knitted her eyebrows slightly and said in a deep voice, She would never allow her husband to mess around like that. And if something happened, it would be too late to regret it. That's right, don't mess around, brother Tang. Jin Yumeng similarly spoke out. Tang Ke raised his hand to signal the two women not to be nervous, and laughed. Don't be nervous, my modification, of course, won't be a simple enhancement of performance. The safety is absolutely no problem. Just boosting performance, who wouldn't? There are so many motorcycle modification maniacs out there that even a 1000 km/h motorcycle can be modified. Since it's going to be modified, it's only natural to include some black technology that no one else has. First and foremost, that's the auto-balancing system. According to Tang Ke's understanding, in the world he was in his last life, motorcycles already had an automatic balancing system, but it wasn't developed in the reborn world. Based on his insights into technological knowledge, it should be some time before this world's automatic balancing system is worked out. There is already a trend towards automatic balancing systems and many manufacturers are working on this stuff. Tang Ke didn't mind letting it show up early. The second is the black tech tires used in the making of the Kirin smart car, with a grip so strong that it seems to defy the principles of physics. Finally, there is the cheating program of motorcycle modification, Origin. Doncor can't reach the skills of a professional driver, but with Origin helping, it's not a problem at all. There's the aid of the auto-balancing system and then there's Origins, the cheating program. Doncor could instantly become the world's top racer. Artificial intelligence is currently the only thing Tang Ke has come up with. A being that can perfectly drive cars, motorcycles, airplanes, yachts, and so on. Once Origins is loaded onto these vehicles, it becomes a presence that no one can surpass. So AI will definitely be a banned presence in these tournaments. But there's no rule about that yet. Tang Ke could safely use this cheat function, and no one would think of such a problem. There may be some netizens who will question this, but it's not a big problem. Augusta Company just doesn't know. No, I will never allow you to do that. Zhang Yashuan's cool voice came again, her tone firm and irrefutable. Even though she knew that Tang Ke possessed strong technological capabilities, Zhang Yashuan still found it difficult to rest assured that her own stinky treasure was fooling around. Fear not, fear not. Locomotive racing is really too dangerous, especially for someone like Tang Ke, who is untrained. It's extreme sport. Tell you what, how about you wait until I get the car modified and see how it looks? Tang Ke immediately reached out and wrapped his hand around his wife's waist, laughing playfully. No, if you say no then it's no. It's fine to play with the locomotive, but I won't allow you to race. Zhang Yashuan still disagreed. In desperation, Tang Ke could only use the killer. After giving Zhang Yashuan a kiss on her face, her lips then pressed against the position of her earlobe and whispered, "Is it okay? Just once, Sister Yashuan." A hot wind whistled into Zhang Yashuan's neck, and her pretty face suddenly turned red, actually revealing a shy expression. Hey, what the hell? Can you two talk properly? Kim Woo Mo, who was sitting across the table, couldn't get enough of it. This couple is sick, right? Completely disregarding her feelings? Granted, this is a private room in a tavern, but it's not like that. What are you doing? Mo is still here watching. Let go. Zhang Yashuan glared at Tang Ke, and the redness on her delicate face was slow to fade. I won't let go until you say yes. Tang Ke lightly grunted twice, and the strength of his hold on his daughter-in-law increased a few more points. Fine, I'll follow you in everything. Let go. Zhang Yashuan cried and laughed. A pair of white jade hands pinched Tang Ke's face, and said with a straight face, I'll allow you to test it for me after modification, but if I don't think it's going to work, you can't take part. Got it? I know. Wife is so nice. Muah. Tang Ke happily placed a kiss on his wife's red lips, holding the beauty in his hands and not being able to let go. Aha! Just then, the wailing of Jean Woman came from inside the booth. She shook her head in pain, her hair flying. Tang Ke and Zhang Yashuan froze, remembering that there was a poor little bachelor. Not so much. Both of them opened their mouths at the same time to advise. I'll fight you. Jin Yuemeng shouted and rushed towards Zhang Yashuan, reaching out and scratching at her body, specializing in weaknesses. Zhang Yashuan was also not willing to show weakness and directly struck back. The two women tickled each other and frolicked around the booth. Silver bell-like laughter echoed continuously. For this scene in front of him, Tang Ke had long been accustomed to it. He sipped his tea slowly, ate his after-dinner fruit, and swiped his cell phone. The secret of God is on fire overseas, slaughtering the overseas novel list. A news message stunned Tang Ke. He immediately opened his Penguin account and found that his editor had sent him many messages. First there was a hush-hush, and then there was the news about his Secret of God blowing up overseas. It also says that an overseas company wants to work with him and wants to make a movie out of the Secret of God. Once a novel in this world is released, it is translated into multiple languages and uploaded overseas. None of the novels Tangku had previously written had caught fire in the country. So foreign countries are even more uninterested in the fairy and metaphysical fantasy he writes. Even more so. But since his novels have caught fire in this country, even The Secret of God has caught fire. Overseas people have been paying attention to the trickster god as a result. The steampunk and Cthulhu theme is very much to the liking of overseas audiences. As the number of viewers increased, The Secret God directly and strongly dominated the list, sweeping all major overseas novel lists. It has become the hottest novel overseas today. In fact, Gods of Secrecy is just as hot at home. After all, it's a novel that just finished, and it's all still in the #1 spot on the list. Tanker's Dream, editor. What company is the one that's going to make a movie out of my book? Edit. Tanko Big Brother. You finally returned the message. The other side is not small, is the Wind and Snow Film Company. Many special effects blockbusters are done by them. You should also know, Wind and Snow Pictures is definitely considered to be one of the top 3 giants in the film and television industry. They have invested in and made many movies, almost all of them sci-fi blockbusters, each of which was guaranteed $100 million at the box office. Tanker, have they offered a price? If the price is satisfactory, I can give them the movie and TV rights. Edit. For the rights, the other party offered $10 million. Tonka's Dream. Tanker, that's it? Then forget it, it's not for sale. Edit. This price is actually quite high. In the piece of novels adapted to film and television, is definitely considered a high price? You really do not consider it? Tangkui Meng, consideration my ass. How can My Secret of God be worth only $10 million? Are you kidding me? Chapter 48, Casual Comment, leads to internet scolding. Tangku is not short of money, but that doesn't mean he's willing to accept a low price for the rights. In his mind, the movie and television rights of The Secret of God should have a $50 million base in any case. Edit. Okay, I'll just have to rebuff them for you, but the movie their company made is very good, and it's a bit of a shame to miss it. Tangkui Meng, it's okay, there are a lot of companies that make movies, they're not the only ones. Edit. Okay. After saying that, Tangko flipped through the other information. He found that, apart from individual incidents, it was because of the widespread discussion among the masses that they were on the hot seat. There's tons of information out there about trivialities of celebrities that are hot off the press through purchases. For example, XX male celebrities are admired for cutting their fingers on paper and enduring the pain without crying. Admire a hammer. What kind of crap hot takes are these? Under the boredom. Tangko directly left a message under the topic. The next new book will be released soon. The title of the book. Big old man. I cut my finger, but I couldn't hold back my tears. The comment message was just sent out and received many messages in reply. I'm really convinced. I wondered who was here recklessly judging my Lulu, but it turns out to be a broken novel writer. You think you're good? And a writer? I'd like to see which crappy novels you've written. Who is this guy that he dares to come and hack our Lulu? People search him. There's a lot of name calling, and it's the mindless trolling kind. These people didn't even click on Tangko's information profile before they directly started spraying. But while some people are cursed, there are naturally some people who are praised. Tonka has a lot of fans and has his wife's fans stacked on top of that. Anyone who follows tech, cars, robotics, live streaming, and national events knows who Donko is. 666,666. There are actually cuties. Even Old Tang doesn't recognize it. Old Tang is awesome. I support you. Look at my master ball. Capture wild old Don alive. Whoever said they wanted to manhandle old Don definitely didn't bring a brain. Finally, I see someone disliking these sissy stars. Old Tang is awesome. Tang's boringly posted comment directly attracted millions of people to eat and comment. The fans of the male celebrity named Lulu went straight to war with Tangko as well as Zhang Yexin's fans. The internet is full of curses, comparable to a battlefield fight. Smoke and fire. Tangko also didn't expect that his casual posting of a comment after dinner would actually ignite a battlefield. He went home with his 2 sisters, holding his cell phone the whole way to read and scroll through the cursing messages. Zhang Yashuan came over and asked, "What are you looking at? Looking so mesmerized." Eat melon. You'll know if you click on your phone to see. Good lord. It's all on the hot search. Tangku marveled. Hashtag the genius Donko mocks popular star Lulu. Such a headline is very attention grabbing. People are born with the mindset of eating melon. And when they see such hot information, they naturally click in to take a look. This look was an instant hit with the internet. Nearly half of them have been looking at these pussy stars for a long time. But once someone taunts, they will be disliked to the point of skepticism by those crazy fans of the other side. And if a well-known figure goes and calls out a star, the microblogging is even more of a direct fall. It also happened once that a well-known figure was disliked by so-and-so star, resulting in a sneak attack by the star's fans on the road. Incidents such as throwing rotten eggs or assault occur. These celebrity behaviors are not liked by many. but are the least liked by the internet. It's still the brain-dead fans of these celebrities who are so over the top and brainless. It has caused countless people to feel distressed, thus gradually no one dares to mess with them. If you can't afford it, can't you hide from it? However, today, a move made by Tangku under the boredom has once again made the internet lively. So what if Tangku, a person who works in technology, actually came to taunt my family Lulu? This is a reflection of a lack of quality. Daring to mess with our Lulu fan club, another one who isn't afraid of death. This man is cold. Good lord, what did Tanka say? Someone else is just releasing a new book, and you guys are actually trying to manhandle someone else? Don't play dumb with us. The title of his book is clearly a mockery of our Lulu pussy. Ha 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 ha. So you know about your family Lulu pussy too? Grass. Believe it or not, I'll humanize you. Come on, guys. This guy says he's going to humanize me. What do you think I'm going to do? Make as if who will not human flesh. Since you want a human flesh, then simply come offline to fight a group of only mouth show off the guy. That's it. Come on. Who's afraid? As it unfolded, both the hotspots, the topics, and the posts completely fell apart. Zhang Yashuan's fans have also come out to support her. Although they were Zhang Yashuan's fans, Tangku was Zhang Yashuan's husband, so he was one of their own. Yexian's sister fan group came to support. Early to see these sissies are not happy. We women are not so pretentious. You a man with the individual weak woman like? Really disgusting. Sisters gather. The time has come to protect Sister Yexian's husband. Here it comes. Sister Yexian and Brother Tang are double powdered in place. We'll come too. Although we're not fans of Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan, we've long looked at Lulu's brainwashed fans with displeasure. Not only did fans come out to help, but even some of the crowd that used to eat the food joined the fray. The major networks have seen their numbers skyrocket, and even some celebrities have gotten in on the conversation. From the beginning of the Doncor taunts, with the Lulu pussy talk, it's evolved into, do male celebrities, nowadays, lack masculinity? The universal topic. A small incident evolved into a national conversation. Tangku all felt a bit jaw-dropped. As for that, he was just making a joke out of boredom. And this person's fans turned out to be so cranky. But what moved Tangku was that his fans with his wife's fans defended him so much. Surely building the great wife for the benefit of mankind is a worthwhile endeavor. At least one is honorable in people's minds. You are also really nothing to blindly comment on what all day long on the network to stir up the wind in clouds. Zhang Yashuan shook her head with a bitter smile. Where did I just commented on this one time. Who would have thought that it would actually cause such a big storm? Tangku immediately denied his crime. It's none of his business to be on the front burner. He's just doing his own thing. What can be done about natural self-traffic? Good. You're right about everything. Jean Wumong already had 3 motorcycles delivered this morning. Start your show. I'm going to go draw a comic. Zhang Yashuan smiled and touched her husband's hair as if she was coaxing a child. Delivered? Tangku was instantly delighted. Happy as a child. He ran excitedly to the underground garage, taking a book with him as he passed the study on the way. A few days ago Kim Wumong asked him what brand and model of motorcycle he wanted. Augusta does not limit the cars they enter in races, so feel free to take your pick. Just outrun the team runners they've put together. Tonka didn't even think about it and just said he wanted the Augusta F4 Claudio. Chapter 49 Locomotive Modifications. Automatic Balancing Device. This is one of Tonka's favorite motorcycles, with a face that is a work of art. When Tangku arrived at the basement, his eyes instantly locked onto the motorcycle with a dark body with a few golden lines. Black carbon fiber with gold-plated copper bands gives the body a mechanical aesthetic. The sides of the car are angular, with the front and rear parts looking slightly rounded. The full body design has a lot to say in it, and it disperses wind pressure extremely well. The other 2 motorcycles were those used by the contestants that the Windward group had found. One is a black Honda CBR 1000RR and the other is a green Kawasaki ZX-10R. Doncor took a deep breath and sat his butt down in his Augusta F4 Claudio. Then, flipped over to the complete book of locomotive tuning. He knows some motorcycle modification techniques and can even use the techniques used to build the car on the motorcycle. However, it's good to look at locomotive modifications in case you miss detail points to prevent surprises. You know, locomotives are no slower than cars, and locomotives are skin over iron. Cars are skin over iron. The owner of the car has a probability of surviving a crash at the same 200 yards, but motorcycle owners can be cool. Tangku cannot dare to take this aspect lightly. Must grasp every modification details. Ding! Congratulations on the successful upgrade of locomotive knowledge and the acquisition of top-level locomotive manufacturing technology. After the entire book was turned over, a system alert sound came from his head. The top-level locomotive manufacturing technology, but not the top-level locomotive manufacturing that people nowadays have mastered, but contains black technology in it. A great deal of new knowledge flooded into his mind, including technology in tires that was even more black tech than what he had now. Locomotives require more tire grip than cars. I didn't realize that a small motorcycle actually has so many detailed things and preoccupations. It seems that I underestimated the locomotive. Don Cor sighed, opened the garage door, and drove the Augusta out the door. He said to his 2 bodyguards, "You two, go help me drive those 2 motorcycles to the Kirin factory." After saying that, he took out his cell phone and sent a message to his wife before driving Augusta away. Not too fast and not too slow. Tang Ku is not a motorcycle expert, just an ordinary rider. Don't dare to wave until the origin is implanted. Come to the Kirin factory. Danko finally started his modification program. The first thing to start with is the auto-balancing device. The motorcycle won't tip over no matter how you drive it, as long as you incorporate an auto-balancing device. Even if you're running a cross-country race, you can be reckless. With this device, even a person who does not know how to drive a motorcycle, just hold onto the car and mess around with it any way you want. The automatic balancing device in Tang Ku's mind was more powerful and stable than the automatic balancing system in his previous life. He started writing the code directly and implanted it into the chip. Also have the junior robot help build spindles, rollers and other parts needed for the balancing device. Tang Ku already had a complete set of balancing system code in his head, just copy it in exactly. The programming was written in less than half an hour. The primary robots continued to build parts, and Tang Ku wasn't idle. What's the need for carbon fiber when you've got COR alloy? Not only is coal alloy lighter and more heat resistant than carbon fiber, but it is also top of the line in terms of stiffness. A motorcycle with a body made of COR alloy can directly smash someone's vehicle in half without any damage. Tang Ku laughed lightly twice and went inside another workshop. He began to make his own COR alloy fenders, as well as COR alloy fender plates and more. It took almost 2 hours. Finally, he was able to finish manufacturing the COR alloy body shell, exhausting him to the point of sweating. The primary robot also built the parts for the autobalancer. Tonka drew a new drawing and got the robots working again. The drawings are of a brand new black tech engine, akin to the Kirin car's engine, smaller displacement with more power. Instead, he began the assembly of the auto-balancing device, one tiny part at a time, connecting the smart chip through the circuitry. Energizing and turning the rollers makes the unit move on its own. Tonka simply piggybacked a square frame for it for a simple test. This square stood straight up with sharp corners. No matter how much Tang Ku pushed and rolled, it all automatically reoriented itself and re-erected itself as if it were a non-turner. With the auto-balancer done, all that's left is the engine. The intake and exhaust don't need to be rebuilt, just slightly improved down the road. As for whether or not it will get wrecked, that's a big no-brainer. That's because the COR alloy baffles will help it deflect any impact. As long as there are no changes in the COR alloy, the inside of the motorcycle will be fine. As for things like stabilization and speed limit systems and trip computers, you can leave that to Origins. What Tonka wants to build is a smart motorcycle that allows Origin to assist him in driving, or even trust it to Origin the entire time. He himself was just a passenger hanging onto the car. Another hour passed. The primary robots were finally building the engine that Tang Ku wanted. Finished, Doncor reloads Augusta with 3 robots. All of it has been preserved, both in color and shape. Still so handsome, and full of power. Without any support, it just stood in the workshop. This is the effect of the autobalancer, which holds the body upright without support. It is like a work of art, and just to have it in front of you is a treat. For those who don't know, this is definitely a stock Augusta F4 Claudio, but in reality, it had been completely modified by Tang Ku. Although it retains its shape, it surpasses its previous performance several times over. Also added Origins as an outlier in there. Engine, exhaust, intake, COR alloy guards, all of these things will fit the other 2 motorcycles. Tang Ku took out a pen and paper and wrote and drew on it, then uploaded it to Origins through the camera. Let Origins maneuver the primary robot and modify the other 2 motorcycles. He himself took a ride in the Augusta, put on his helmet, and turned the throttle nonchalantly. Booming sound. A sound like the moaning of a ferocious beast came out of the car. Augusta started off instantly, so fast that Tang Ku couldn't even react. There is no warping of the head because the Origin plus the automatic balancing device instantly stabilizes the front and rear weights. The automatic balancing device provided by the Black Tech system is able to balance not just left and right, but front and back as well. If you want to warp your head to be cool, you can let Origins adjust the values. The instant acceleration caught Tang Ku off guard. Right in front of me is a wall, and at this rate, it will definitely break through. But just then, the body turns and shifts sideways automatically, narrowly dodged the wall and sailed through the doorway. Chapter 50, Payment with Explosive Special Effects. Tang Ku sucked in a breath of cool air. He had just been truly shocked. Isn't the sensitivity set a little high? The corners of his mouth twitched. Then he said, Origins, adjust the throttle sensitivity and default to the lowest gear. Okay Mr. Tang, adjusting the parameters. Origin's voice came out from the fuel gauge. Adjustment is complete. Mr. Tang can use it at ease. Please forgive any inconvenience caused earlier. The next time you make a mistake like this, I'll have to take you back to the drawing board and rebuild you. Tang said indifferently. As an AI, it's amazing to make such a big mistake. If Origins didn't have motorcycle controls, he would have definitely crashed through the factory wall with that one just now. With a body built from Kerr alloy, it's bound to be able to do it. Of course, the reason why Origins is such a mistake actually has to do with Donkor's design, because he deleted the gears and replaced them with intelligent voice switching. Origins has the motorcycle controls, so it defaults to the highest gear. The AI could fine-tune the throttle parameters, but Tonka couldn't do the fine-tuning, so a slight twist of the throttle and it sped off instantly. After Origins adjusted the values, Tangku turned the throttle again and the roar sounded. This time, the speed was as Tangku expected. Not too fast and not too slow, just the extent that he could grasp. As he drove beyond the factory, the car gradually picked up speed. The strong wind whistled in his ears, blowing his sleeves hunting. Tangku was tempted to speed up the car again, but the sleeves of his coat slapped his arms raw, and thus he could only give up the idea. Boo-moo! The clamor of the engines echoed down the road, drawing sideways glances from many car owners. The moment they saw the motorcycle, they were all attracted by the look of the bike. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what a handsome motorcycle. Good lord, this car doesn't look cheap at first glance. Yet, Augusta F4 Claudio? I remember this car being like a couple $1 million, right? A few $1 million for a motorcycle. Definitely a family with a lot of money. Alas, before I have some difficulty understanding, a few million to buy a sedan is not comfortable. Now I seem to suddenly understand. Is really handsome. As Tangku drove the Augusta into the city, more and more passers-by gasped out in shock. Some of those who know what they're talking about have even exclaimed the price of Augusta. Droop. Mr. Tang, your wife sent you a message asking you to stop by and pick up some cake desserts to take back. Origin's voice came out from the fuel gauge position, and Tonka's cell phone was already connected to Origin, so any message he receives can be read out by Origins. There is no need to pull out your cell phone, even when driving a motorcycle. Donko drove the Augusta into the city and slowed down. Wow, what a handsome motorcycle. It's not cheap at first glance. I wonder whose family is so rich. Oh, there are plenty of rich people in the Magic City. You never know how many rich people have passed you by. It's an Augusta F4 Claudio. Great guy. I've always wanted one but couldn't afford it. Could it be someone from the Windward Group? Their company has Augusta shares. I think it's highly probable. Ha! He stopped. While the crowd was talking, the Augusta driven by Tangka stopped in front of a cake store. Origins locking the car. Tangka said softly, directly getting out of the car and walking inside the cake store. It's a smart motorcycle that doesn't even need to lock itself. Not even a car key. Direct voice control. The fuel gauge location has an extremely tiny camera in addition to being able to transmit the sound of its origin. In addition to shooting driving records, there is also a face recognition function. Origins would not have unlocked the car if it wasn't Donkor in the shot, but there was Donkor's voice around. The purpose is to prevent someone from stealing a car by faking the sound with a recording. Of course, Tonka can also authorize remote unlocking to make it easier to lend the car to others. 6 tarts, 6 cream puffs, 10 milk puddings and 10 creme brulee, and 4 harlequin cakes, please. Donk walked into the store and took off his helmet, smiling at the clerk. It's Mr. Tang Ku, buying food for his wife again, the female sales clerk said with a smile. She had seen Tang Ku many times, and every time she came over to buy food for her wife. Over time, the two have become old friends. Yeah, my family's snacker. His mouth never stops. Tang Ku replied with a smile. Your wife is very happy. I'm a little envious of her, the shopgirl said as she helped Tang Ku load the desserts. She's 28 this year and still single. A proper older woman. Tang Ku comforted. You'll find your other half too, so don't be discouraged. I hope so. I'm counting on you. The shopgirl wrapped up all the desserts and handed them over. All wrapped up. Same old price. There's no point in quoting prices when Don Cor buys the same thing, in the same quantity, every time. Drops. Tang Ku swept the code to pay, and the store sounded a payment alert. Payment to. Boom. Suddenly, an airwave came from behind Tang Ku, as well as a loud boom. All of the glass in the cake store shattered in an instant, exploding and scattering all over the place. Don Cor turned back with a confused look on his face. What's this? Payment with explosions? It was only when I looked back that I realized it was a sedan that had crashed into the building wall of the cake store. Half the body is inside, half the body is outside. Is this out of control? Tang Ku was stunned. Ah, my store. the shopgirl screamed out as she snapped out of her shock. "What's the matter with you? Can you drive? You've wrecked my store." The female store clerk immediately ran to the car and cursed at the man inside. The pedestrians on the street had all gathered around, and some of them had even seen the frightening scene just now. "It's a good thing we didn't hit anyone. How dare anyone drive a Tesla Dynamic now? Is this a desperate move? TSK, 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 Tesla has not given a response so far, and even directly withdrew from the stock market. There are still people who dare to drive this car. This is bad luck, right? No, I just saw an Augusta. Shouldn't," someone reminded. It was only then that the passers-by remembered that the super cool motorcycle from earlier had also disappeared. The crowd's eyes searched for a few moments before spotting the super cool motorcycle. "Surprisingly, I was hit by this Tesla." At the moment Augusta was at the front of the Tesla, centered against the wall of the cake store building. "It's over. It's not a big deal if your car breaks down, but this Augusta isn't cheap, and it seems to be a limited edition, so how are you going to pay for it? Good lord, the owner's coming down, and look at his face. It's as ugly as if he'd eaten. Cannot look bad. The car is gone, but also crashed into someone else's store, but also an Augusta was damaged. Compensation for the death to be." Chapter 51 Armored Motorcycles. The reactions of those around them varied from sympathy to gloating. That Tesla owner has repented. He was also the first to go to the merchant's side and ask for a refund after a previous Tesla problem. But the other party refused to return the car. He had no choice but to sell the car to the second-hand market. Turns out the used markets are afraid to take them, saying the Tesla won't sell. In the end the man could only bite the bullet and gamble that nothing would happen to his car and just keep driving. "I thought the accident was just one or two manufacturing problems, but I didn't think it was still his turn today. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I shouldn't be driving this car," the man begged bitterly. But how could the shopgirl let the other man off so easily just because of an apology? "What do you need a cop for if being sorry works? You have to pay for my store." "Fine, I'll pay for your store, but this car." The man's eyes looked to the already dented front end of a dark motorcycle set into the wall. The overall body is blocked by the Tesla's front end, and only a little bit of the motorcycle's rear end is vaguely visible. Just by looking at the rear end, you can tell that it must have cost a fortune. Although it was hard to see what condition the motorcycle was in, I knew with my ass that it was absolutely rotten to the core. If what people around here say is true, how are you going to make him pay for this car? Even if you sell all your belongings, you can't afford to lose it all. "This gentleman, may I ask if this car is yours?" the man asked with inner nervousness. He looked at the cake store and saw that there was just one female clerk, and a young man with an unassuming demeanor. Tanka snapped back from the change and faintly said, "It's mine." The man wanted to say, "Hurry up and take pictures. When the time comes to pay out money to the store, I'm in more of a hurry. Your car backs up a bit." Tang Ku added, "No, I'm here." Ugh, the man hung his head. An inward pang. He knew that he was completely planted today. The other party didn't look like a good talker at all, and it was impossible to get them to let themselves go. The man had no choice but to pull out his cell phone and take pictures of the scene to record it. The female store clerk did the same, taking almost 360-degree shots. Even passers-by are taking pictures and videos, uploading them to the internet to troll and urge people to stop driving the car. Tesla's motorized car fails again and crashes a multi-million-dollar Augusta. Poor owner. Good guy. Isn't that Tang Ku? This is crashing Tang Ku's car. Ha! It's really Tang Ku. Upon being reminded, the crowd realized the familiar face. Surprisingly, it's Tang Ku, who's been making waves on the internet lately. "Back away from the car once you've taken the picture. I want my motorcycle back," Tanka said with a calm face. The Tesla owner was a bit unsure. What's the point of taking out a motorcycle that's all junked up? Is it hard to screw him over? It should not be so. This person is so rich. It should not be difficult for him, an ordinary person. "Don't worry. You don't have to pay for my car. Just pay the store." Seeing the other party's suspicious appearance, Tangko couldn't help but speak out again. "Yes." The man gritted his teeth and resumed his seat in the car. "The front end is rotted, but the car is still on, so you can just back up." Snap. As Tesla backed away, Augusta, who had been slammed into the wall, was finally revealed. The whole Augusta seemed like a work of art set into a wall, covered in dust. Still calm, Tangko went up and ripped the car right out. Bang! Debris spilled as Augusta was ripped hard through the wall by Donkor, but the crowd actually snapped to the realization that the multi-million-dollar Augusta didn't seem to have any breakage. What the hell? Am I blind? Asterisk. It doesn't seem to be broken. Are motorcycles this hard? It's really not broken? How is this possible? It's been slammed into a wall, the reinforced concrete kind, so why is it not broken at all? Is this a ING armored car? Onlookers were in awe. looking at the Tesla with its front end almost totaled, and the shattered concrete walls and bent rebar. For a while, everyone began to wonder about life. Is this car also built with Ku alloy? Someone offered their guess. It's really possible if you say so. This Tang-ku guy definitely modified this car. Otherwise how could it be so hard? Guess so. The guy created the coal alloy. How could he not add it to his car? Awesome. This Ku alloy is too hard. It shouldn't even leave a scratch, right? As the people around him gasped in shock, Tang-ku asked the shopgirl for a rag from, dipped it in some water, and then wiped all the dust off the motorcycle. A brand new Augusta was once again presented to the crowd. There really wasn't a scratch, as they had joked, much less any dents. Don Cor carried the bag with the cake dessert and hung it up to the left car armrest position. He smiled at the people around him. My wife is yelling for me to go home, so I'll go first. With that said, Augusta clicked and crunched, unlocking it straight away. Turn the gas and the roar goes off at the same time. Tang-ku drove the Augusta like a black and gold stream of light, quickly disappearing in the crowd's line of sight. Only a wisp of smoke remains in the air. That's gone? In the accident scene, the car is rotten and the wall is broken, but the motorcycle sandwiched in the middle is intact. So how do you look at it? It feels a bit strange. Tang-ku was planning to build a motorcycle. You can get your hands on one. Get in? You're kidding me. That's Augusta. Good guy. This Tang-ku is really dashing. Living in a luxurious villa, with a sweet petite wife at home, driving a multi-million-dollar modified motorcycle. The crowd sighed with emotion. This Tang-ku could truly be called a winner in life, living a life they could only dream of. There were also some people who posted what they had just seen and heard on the internet. By the time the traffic police got here, the crowd had dispersed. Only the owner of the car and the shopgirl stayed behind. Tang-ku? His car didn't do anything at all and just left? The traffic police were incredulous. It's all banged up like that and nothing happened at all? Armored cars don't even have that kind of swagger and panache. Nice guy. I'm straight up good guys. What else could he say? He couldn't think of anything to say except that donk was awesome. Okay, according to the laws and regulations, the owner of the car is fully responsible. When the time comes, just follow the rules to compensate. You look for your insurance company, see if you can help compensate some. Saying this, the traffic policeman left with the shopgirl smiling. The compensation is definitely not small, enough for her to open a new luxury cake store. It's a wonder you can be unhappy. Chapter 52 Dongqing's Caravan. Old Acquaintances. The aroma of the meal filled the house as Tang-ku walked in carrying the cake dessert. Zhang Yashuan was busy within the kitchen, and in less than a moment, she came out with all the cooked meals. Why did you come back so late today? Were you busy modifying your motorcycle? Zhang Yashuan asked casually as she sat across from Tang-ku. Nothing, it's just that the car was hit. No big deal. Tang-ku cheerfully smiled. The shell made of coal alloy is difficult to penetrate even by bullets. As long as it wasn't a coal alloy car crashing into it, there was no way the Augusta, with his modifications, could be a problem. Even the intake and exhaust are covered with Ku alloy baffles. As long as the COR alloy baffles are not crooked, nothing inside the car will be damaged. Crash? You just drove a motorcycle today and you crashed? Zhang Yashuan stared at her beautiful eyes and said sternly, it seems that you can't be allowed to go to this competition. With your crappy car skills, how can you go to a locomotive race? Are you hurt? Show me. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Let's go straight to the hospital for a checkup. She immediately got up and walked towards Tang-ku, blaming Tang-ku with her mouth, but still very nervous inside. For a while, Tang-ku couldn't help but cry and laugh. It wasn't my car that got hit. It was my motorcycle parked on the side of the road by an out-of-control electric car. After some patient explanations from Tang-ku, Zhang Yashuan was relieved. Tang-ku recounted what had just happened as he ate. Listening to Zhang Yashuan, the moment you buy a cake and check out, all the glass behind you explodes. For those who don't know, you'd think your checkout was a detonator. I told you to go out without washing your face. Look at your black face. You can be hit by someone even when you park a car. Zhang Yashuan looked at her own husband speechlessly. This kind of thing that would only happen with extremely low probability was actually encountered by Tang-ku just like this. Harm. Anyway, my car is hard. Nothing happened at all. How is it? Your husband, my modification skills are not bad, right? Being smashed into the wall, the motorcycle didn't matter at all. Tang-ku smiled smugly. Yes. My stinky treasure is the best. Zhang Yashuan responded with a smile. Spinning around, he remembered the events of this afternoon, and the subject changed. He said, by the way, an anime production group approached me today and said they want to adapt my manga into an anime. Do you think I should agree? During the period when Tang-ku went to the factory to modify the motorcycle, Zhang Yashuan in the live broadcast screen suddenly received a call from her dad, said an anime group wanted to take her manga and animate it. If the other party's production ability is good, it can be agreed. Tang-ko nodded and replied, the best part of Ghostbusters is the anime footage and colors. It can only be described as middling in terms of plot, and it's the animation that makes it the most compelling. After Ghostbusters Blade, my dad said that the other guy is a domestic anime studio, but it's still good on a level. It just lacks some good stories, and big investors. Then give it to them. It's time to give the world a taste of our country's anime, Tang-ko said without hesitation. What the domestic animation industry currently lacks is not technology, but investment and good stories. The point here about good stories is not that there are no great stories in the country. Even if you really don't have it, you can take the novel and adapt it. The problem, however, is that many of the stories, as well as novels, in the country mirror the social shadows, which is not in line with the policy. So it's very hard to want a story that has a good plot and doesn't map society. Even if such a story did exist, the lack of investors resulted in it not being made into an anime. Or maybe it was made because the production team was starved for funds and made a bad one. In that case, I'll talk to my dad later and ask him to invest in me by the way. He. Zhang Yashuan laughed playfully. That's the great thing about having a good dad. The investor is your own dad. In this way, the production team will certainly do whatever Zhang Yashuan wants in terms of animation effects. Yo, little rich girl ecstasy. Now the production crew is going to behave. Don Cole teased. Zhang Yashuan hummed lightly twice and said, whoever dares to disobey sister will let him have a good time. Do I have to listen to my sister too? Tang-ko asked carefully. Xiao Kuzi is this palace's. Naturally you have to listen to this palace, as long as you behave yourself. Xiao Kuzi, tonight's sister can pamper you. Thank you, Empress Sama. While Tang-ko was terrified, his eyes revealed a hint of joy, like a servant who had gained the empress' favor. He. It's a shame you're not an actor. Zhang Yashuan was amused by Tang-ko's performance, and the two hadn't done much role-playing, but Zhang Yashuan would always laugh because Tang-ko was acting so much like him. It's just for fun. You don't have to work so hard. The movie star is all up in arms. In 2 days, the two racers from Kim Woo-mo's side will be coming over for a test drive. In time for the modifications? Don't worry, it'll be ready tomorrow, and there's an extra day for me to test it. Tang-ko responded with a smile, telling her to put 100 hearts. 3 days later, Jin Yumling brought 2 youths in racing suits to Tang-ko's house. The 2 men looked to be around 25 years old, with spring-like smiles on their faces. To the consternation of both Tang-ko and Zhang Yashuan, one of them was actually an acquaintance of theirs, the party that represented Portia in the beginning. Zimmer Chen. Brother Zimmer still plays with motorcycles? Tang-ko, who was also wearing a racing suit, froze. Ha. Hello again. After not seeing you for a while, Mr. Tang has jumped to fame. It's really heartwarming. Chen Zimo laughed out loud and explained. I work for Portia, but my hobby is playing with locomotives. The two don't conflict. He patted the slightly older youth beside him. Smiling lightly, he said, this is my cousin, Zhang Tian, also the captain of Dongxing's team, and he's the one who led me to play with motorcycles. Hello. Zhang Tian smiled faintly and took the initiative to extend his palm. Donko in his racing suit smiled and shook his hand, saying, hello, nice to meet you. I've modified both of your motorcycles and added an interesting addition for you. Follow me. Tang-ko didn't talk too much nonsense and directly turned toward the underground garage, with the crowd following closely behind. 3 motorcycles parked in the wide garage, bright lights reflecting the body extraordinarily bright. Chen Zimo and Zhang Tian, both of them, instantly realized the difference between their motorcycles. The motorcycles that used to be parked were slightly tilted, but the motorcycle, now parked in the garage, is actually straight and without any support on either side. It's autobalance? The two exclaimed at the same time. They've had their eye on this stuff. After all, it's an extremely powerful assistance system for motorcyclists. It was a pity that no one had been able to build it for a long time, but it turned out that this thing, surprisingly, had been built first by Tang-ko. Chapter 53, you guys do what you want, I'll hang up. Mr. Tang, could this really be an automatic balancing device? Chen Zimo asked eagerly. Yes, I've added an auto-balancing device to your car so it won't roll over no matter how you drive it. Tang-ko nodded and added. Also changed the tires and engine. As for the other things, I didn't touch them, so you can try them out. The car is its own body to the driver. It can be slightly retrofitted and enhanced, but is not suitable for major alterations. It's like when you're used to being 6'7" and suddenly your whole body stretches out to be 2 foot tall. You definitely won't be able to adapt the first time around because there are so many changes. But if it's just some defense on you and a pair of booster shoes, it will hardly matter to you. Chen Zimo and Zhang Tian were a bit emotional. and they immediately ran to their car and stroked it with their hands. It was as if he was caressing his own child. His eyes filled with love. Obviously the shape hadn't changed in any way, but it was as if they were seeing their motorcycle for the first time. The two men mounted their own motorcycles separately and looked at Tangku at the same time with smiles on their faces. Mr. Tang, go out for a few laps together? Chen Zimo inquired with a smile. There's no need to address me as Mr. Tang, just call me Tangku or Brother Tang directly. Tonka walked towards his Augusta and put on his black and gold helmet. Since you guys invited me, let's go together and show my wife how good I am at driving. He shifted his position to free up as much of the back spot as possible. Zhang Yashuan elegantly sat behind him, their bodies close together, her white slender arms wrapped around Tangku's waist. Wait, I want to go too. Jin Yuemeng knitted her eyebrows slightly and shouted in a delicate voice. She looked at the trio's motorcycle with some envy, very much wanting to experience the feeling of blowing on a motorcycle. But this motorcycle seat is a single seat. If you want both people to sit on it, they are bound to be close together. As the saying goes, men and women don't know what to do. If Ms. Kim doesn't mind, take my back seat. At that moment, a touch of shyness surfaced on Chen Zimo's handsome face and he whispered. Both Tangku and Zhang Yashuan were able to feel how much courage Chen Zimo had mustered when he said this. Good, you're it. As soon as he heard that someone was willing to invite him, Jin Wuming didn't even think about it and directly agreed. She happily ran over to Chen Zimo's black Honda CBR 1000RR. I expected her to sit on it with a big grin and not care, but what was not expected was this. It was only when Jin Yuemeng sat behind Chen Zimo that he felt just how close the two of them were to each other. Her delicate and pretty face couldn't help but emerge with a reddish color. Hey, little Ninny is actually still shy. Thought you wouldn't be. Zhang Yashuan, whose head was resting on Tangku's back, smiled with flirtatious eyes. Humph, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Be careful, I'll beat you up. Jin Yuming's pretty face was red and she retorted with a huff. Ha ha ha, let's go. Zhang Tian laughed out loud and took the lead in turning the gas, driving out of the garage. He felt the difference in the car's performance the moment the engine rattled. If he accelerated at full speed, it would definitely exceed his imagination. Tangku told his wife to hold herself tightly and then followed Zhang Tian. Only Chen Zimo and Jin Yumeng were left in the garage, and the atmosphere was somehow somewhat ambiguous. Ahem, let's go too. Chen Zimmer coughed lightly twice, pretending to be calm, but his reddened face betrayed him. Jin Wumeng snorted a laugh and didn't poke the other side. Her arms gently encircled Chen Zimo's waist, not daring to stick too close, and the redness on her pretty face never faded. The two pulled out of the garage with them. Under Zhang Tian's leadership, the five of them came together to the location of tomorrow's competition. Magic City Locomotive Raceway. At 5 kilometers in length, the average professional rider takes about 4 minutes a lap. When Tangku and the others arrived at this place, it had already been chartered by the Yingfeng Group. Inside the entire arena, there were just the 5 of them. Ye Xian, you go over to the viewing gallery. Tangku turned his head sideways and said to his wife. No, I want to sit in your car. Zhang Yashuan shook her head. Running the track. You sit behind me. Easy to fly out. Ah. Tangku patiently explained. What if something happens to you? I'm going to sit behind you. And if something happens, it happens with me. When Tangku sniffed, he immediately poo-pooed. What are you talking nonsense about? Children's words. Children's words. How can you say such things? You really don't know what you're talking about. Sometimes Zhang Yashuan was just like a little kid, silly and daring to say anything. A child's word? You treat me like a child. Zhang Yashuan was instantly like a cat with fried hair. Her jade hand pinched hard on Tangku's waist. Tangku felt a pain in his waist, but his face remained expressionless as he said, Aren't you just like a child now? Good you Tangku. I see you can't tell the difference between big and small kings. Zhang Yashuan became furious. Seeing this, Tangku directly jumped off the front of the car with both hands. Zhang Yashuan also immediately got out of the car and chased after Tangku with confidence. Luckily Augusta added autobalance. Otherwise the car, which is worth millions of dollars, would be afraid to fall to the ground. Tangku couple playful, not to mention regardless of the car, even the surrounding people are equally ignored. Run, just keep running for me. Before he could run far, Tangku was caught by Zhang Yashuan. She directly rode onto Tangku's back, her jade hands cupping Tangku's handsome face in a victorious stance. You're a guy who hasn't worked out in a couple years of writing books, and you're competing with me, a daily morning jogger, in running? Wrong, 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 beg your highness to spare. Tangku straightened his back slightly, and Zhang Yashuan stood on the ground in a smooth manner. He turned around, wrapped his hands around his wife's slender waist and laughed playfully. I won't dare next time. His mouth kept begging for mercy, but his body kept taking advantage of Zhang Yashuan. Humph, look at what you were able to do just now. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Zhang Yashuan lightly hummed. He. Mainly want to draw you over to say something. I secretly tell you I added the origin on the motorcycle. I will not have an accident driving. Tang Ke came to his wife's ear and whispered. Wouldn't it be the same as making, if you added origins to it? Zhang Yashuan suddenly covered her red lips and did not continue. Both of them understood that the AI joining the tournament was actually cheating, because in that case, it's not my technology that's driving the car. It's the technology of artificial intelligence. It's like playing a gaming match with assistive software turned on. Although there is no explicit statute now, if it is proclaimed, it will surely be banned by Augusta Co. Get it? Even though it's just a random run right now, it's a precaution to outsiders so that I don't get too showy tomorrow and have them questioning the opening. Tang Ke winked at Zhang Yashuan, signaling him not to publicize this matter. Chapter 54, 200-yard automatic limit pressure curve. Alright, you go ahead. I told you how you would suddenly talk about participating in the competition. So it's a hangover. Zhang Yashuan sighed helplessly, not knowing what to say about Tang Ke. I'm afraid that no one would have thought that Donkor would actually load his motorcycle with origins. Origins can manipulate the car's steering wheel and gears to achieve various car tricks. But a motorcycle is different. Its steering is not just about adjusting direction. It also requires the body to go over sideways. In a world without automatic equalizers, everyone subconsciously assumes artificial intelligence can't steer a motorcycle even if it's fitted to it. Alright, Ye Xian has agreed to me being on the field. Let's get started. Tang Ke grinned as he resumed his seat on Augusta and put on his helmet. The racing suit was on before we arrived so we could start straight away. Jin Yumon got down from Chen Zimo's car and went to the audience with Zhang Yashuan. Zhang Tian didn't say anything, smiled, and directly turned the throttle to lead the way. The two of them, Tang Ke and Chen Zimo, followed behind. Boo-moo! The sound of the engine rang out on the three-way as the three-man locomotive gradually picked up speed. 150 kilometers per hour, 180 kilometers per hour, 220 kilometers per hour. The powerful wind rushed over his body as if it was waves crashing against his body. Zhang Tian was afraid that Tang Ke might not be able to keep up, so he didn't go too fast. Came over here today, except for a test drive. It was also to familiarize Chen Zimo and Tang Ke with the track. Also see how strong Tang Ke really is. Zhang Tian always felt that Tang Ke was just here to have fun. After all, he had never heard of Tang Ke having played with a motorcycle, and even suspected that he wouldn't be able to drive a motorcycle at all. But when Chang looked through the car's mirrors, checking out the rear, he was surprised. Tang Ke was surprisingly close behind, looking very relaxed. Straight line speed with hands and guts is fine. It can't mean anything. Zhang Tian was unimpressed and brought it to the point of entering the corner. Boo-moo! Zhang Tian's body was bent sideways and pressed sideways, and his body was almost on the ground. He passed the bend quickly in an extremely dashing manner, maintaining a speed of about 70 yards. Zhang Tian gave himself a passing grade for that pressure bend he had just made. Look in the car mirror again, trying to get an idea of Chen Zimmer's position. But before he could look into the mirror, a dark shadow suddenly passed by. Boom, boom, boom. Gale force wind swept past Zhang Tian's flanks, and he scared him so much that he jumped inwardly, thinking that it was Chen Zimo who had overtaken him. When he looked at the other side, he suddenly realized that the overtaker was actually Tang Ke. This guy didn't slow down when he took the corner just now, did he? An absurd thought surfaced in Zhang Tian's mind. At this time, Chen Zimo drove his Honda CBR 1000RR to the side of Zhang Tian and shouted emotionally, "Brother Tian, we may really have hope to beat those professional riders this time. Don Cor is not an amateur?" Zhang Tian understood what Chen Zimo meant, and he felt a little surprised. Originally thought that Tang Ke was just playing around. If it didn't work, he would definitely propose a change to the old boss of Ingfeng Group. But I didn't expect that this Tang Ke was actually deeply hidden. At that speed just now, you can't run without reaching the strength of a youth player. Ha ha ha, let's catch up. Zhang Tian laughed out loud and picked up speed once again. Boom! Zhang Tian and Chen Zimo accelerated at the same time, their speed soaring from to 300. They simultaneously lowered their bodies and used their windshields to block the wind pressure. Like a sharp arrow shooting out in a hurry, the roar of the engine continued to echo on the racecourse, like a wave sweeping, 330 kilometers per hour. The two of them, Zhang Tian and Chen Zimo, had reached a speed of 330, but even with this speed, the two were shocked to realize that they still couldn't keep up with Tang Ke's speed. What's the situation? We've driven up to 330 yards, and this Tang Ke was actually still pulling away from us? Zhang Tian was filled with astonishment. Chen Zimo at the back was also secretly shocked, and it was the first time he knew about it. It's amazing how strong Tonka's locomotive level is and how well he plays with sixes. Tang Ke really is a deep-seated person. Whether it's his black technology or his current locomotive technology, Chen Zimo was inwardly in awe. No wonder the other party was able to marry the daughter of the old president of Hongtai Group as an ordinary person. Turns out it's not that the guy is ordinary, it's that he's so damn understated. Zhang Yashuan was the smartest one, and she discovered Tang Ke's strengths. How could marrying such an understated and talented man be a condemnation? Chen Zimo took a deep breath, didn't dare to think any further and focused on driving, because there's the curve up ahead. He's slowing down too much. Chen Zimo and Zhang Tian were once again shocked inwardly. It's a big bend up ahead. If you take a corner at that speed, the tires won't be able to grip the ground, so you'll fly out. Not good. This guy is really a rash. Zhang Tian's face was extremely ugly, and he even started to slow down, ready to get out of the car to rescue him. Boom! The clamor of the engine resonated through the arena as Donkor's entire body closed in on the car. He didn't bother to maneuver the Augusta or even turn the throttle again. Just moments after he entered the corner, the Augusta automatically leaned out at an amazing angle toward the left. Tang Ke's legs were pressed against the body in an extremely irregular, yet contrary to the laws of physics, position. Quickly press Ben through, and his speedometer reads 200 kilometers per hour. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell is this? Zhang Tian in the back couldn't help but burst out. Chen Zimo's eyes widened in shock at this strange maneuver. The two girls, Zhang Yashuan and Jin Yamun, who were sitting in the audience, simply didn't understand how dangerous Tang Ke's move was. They were still there discussing whether Tang Ke's driving skills were actually so good, whether it was due to driving a lot at night. But Zhang Tian and Chen Zimo, who were behind Tang Ke, were dumbfounded. What they didn't expect was that Tang Ke actually went straight through the big curve at 200 yards, and on the straightaways, the speed soared to 400 yards, instantly with the two of them, a long distance away. Boom, boom, boom. Engines exploded. Strong winds whistled in your ears, and your adrenal glands accelerated. Tonka clearly felt as if there was a giant hand in front of him, trying to push him off the locomotive. Not daring to be careless, he clutched the handrail as hard as he could to keep himself as close to the body as possible. In addition to all this tension and stress, there is more. Exuberance. 400 yards of speed in a unicorn car versus 400 yards of speed in a locomotive. It's a totally different thing. The only way to feel how fast it really is and how horrible the wind pressure is to experience the gusts at 400 yards. The roar of the engine seemed to be Tang Ke's inner cry. The adrenal glands secreted rapidly, making Tang Ke feel unprecedentedly exhilarating. He spent more energy on staying close to the locomotive and feeling the speed and strong wind. As for crimping and whatnot, it had all been left to Origins to maneuver. 200 yards of extreme angle pressurization is nothing more than the basic operation of Origins. Chapter 55, The God of Mystery Movie and TV Copyright. With Origin at the controls, Donko experiences the thrill of continuous cornering and extreme speed. He got further and further away from the two behind him and ended up crossing the finish line first without a doubt. Wow, Tang actually crossed the line first. Jin Yuemeng applauded with her small hands, marveling. Maybe he's just lucky. Zhang Yashuan smiled faintly. Luck? This thing does not talk about luck. Jin Yuemeng said with some envy. Yashin, you are so happy. Actually married to such an excellent man. I also want to find an excellent boy. There are many excellent boys. The one who rode a motorcycle with you today is quite excellent, Zhang Yashuan said with a wry smile. Jin Wuming's pretty face reddened and hurriedly explained. What are you talking about? He and I are not that kind of relationship. Rolling, Tang Ke drove his Augusta to a stop in front of the audience. He took off his helmet, smiled and waved at his wife. How about that? Your husband, I'm awesome. Scoff. Look at your dead face. You don't know how to be modest. Zhang Yashuan snorted. She did know that it wasn't a motorcycle driven by Donkor, but the Origin. Don Cor is just a passenger. The two women walked down together, and Jin Yumlin called out sweetly with a mouthful of Brother Tang. After all, Tang Ke's skills were so good that he could replace the Yingfeng group in the competition, which would be very favorable to her family's acquisition of Augusta. Moments later, Chen Zimo and Zhang Tian also arrived at the finish line. The two looked at Tang Ke's timing information and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. 4 minutes and 1 second. It's not a lap record, but it's definitely among the pros. Even if we go all out, I'm afraid we can only barely approach this speed, right? Chen Zimo said in shock. I didn't expect Tang Ke actually hit such a hand. Zhang Tian suppressed the shock within his heart and sighed with emotion. Brother Tang Ke is really deep in hiding. I guess no one would have thought that you actually possess such car skills. Zhang Tian and Chen Zimo walked with smiles. In tomorrow's match, we have a greater certainty of taking first place. It's average. I've hidden a lot of things. Tang Ke laughed out loud, not at all trying to be modest. Zhang Yashuan on the side couldn't help but give her husband a blank stare. She knew Tang Ke the best. If it were his own true skill, he would only respond humbly. Wants something that is not his own swells instantly in the face of praise. It was as if those motorcycle techniques just now were all operated by Tang Ku himself. It's so great. Brother Tang is so great. Tomorrow you must help me get a first back. Jin Yumeng twisted her body and said in a delicate voice. Zhang Yashuan directly reached out to pinch Jin Yumeng's pretty face and said expressionlessly, "You Tai Ninny, talk to me normally, don't be like a green tea." "Ah, I know, you husband protector." Kim Lumong slapped away her best friend's pale palm and laughed playfully. Tang Ke didn't pay attention to his wife and the two girls, Jin Yumeng, but instead, he was seriously talking to Zhang Tian and the two of them. "Brother Zhang Tian, the two of you and Zimmer are driving a bit conservatively. I suggest you feel the car more later," Tonka said. "I modified your tires to have far more grip than any locomotive on the market, strengthened your engines even more, and with the presence of an automatic balancing device, you can accelerate as much as you can to press into corners. The presence of an automatic balancing device makes it impossible for you to roll over, and the grip of the tires greatly reduces the probability of you flying out. Even if it flies out, with the auto-balancing device in place, it can adjust the body the moment it hits the ground. The two of you might as well feel it now and try it out boldly." Tang Ke smiled at the two. Zhang Tian and Chen Zimo froze and pondered for a few seconds. No words, just get in the car and test it. After being reminded by Tang Ku, the two men's motorcycle engines gradually began to clamor. They galloped around the track, gradually picking up speed. The face under the helmet, too, grew pleasant as the speed of the car increased. Especially the boost under pressure corners scares them and is sour at the same time. They picked up speed a little bit, running lap after lap, averaging faster and faster. The highest score even surpassed Tang Ke's time just now. That was fantastic. What's going on with this grip? It's completely contrary to what it used to feel like. Zhang stepped off the car and walked towards Chen Zimo, a look of ecstasy appearing on his face. Tang Ku was worthy of being a big black tech guy. What he modified is really more than just a modification. He added too many things we can't understand in it. Chen Zimo gruffly said, "I'm now confident that I'll run a top 5 pace on the track tomorrow. I've never been this happy before." All of this was brought to us by brother Tang Ku. Zhang Tian looked around and suddenly froze. Where are Tang Ku and the others? I guess it's gone. After all, it's so late. Chen Zimo looked bitterly at the dimming sky, and there were still some staff members gradually entering the venue. They're going to set up the scene for tomorrow, with all kinds of banners pulled up to draw attention to themselves. Chen Zimo and Zhang Tian casually ate a meal before heading back to the track once again to feel the changes in the motorcycle. The three Tang Ke people, on the other hand, had returned to their respective homes. Tang Ke logged on to his Penguin account and found that the web editor had contacted him again. Edit, Big Brother Tang Ku, Wind and Snow Pictures raised their price, saying they sincerely want to work together. They raised their price to $50 million, and if they're still not satisfied, they can discuss it again. Dunkirk, I have a small goal, which is $100 million. Editor. Edit, no, don't kid yourself. Don Ko Big Brother. I can feel that the other party is very sincere. This is an opportunity. Don't miss it. Tang Kui Meng, give them one last chance. If the bidding is not satisfactory to me, they are exempt from negotiation. Tanker, tell them that I'm not short of money and I'm not interested in money, but I need to feel their sincerity. In fact, $50 million has already reached Tang Ke's inner bottom price, but he knew it could actually go higher. But he's too lazy to pull the wool over the movie studio's eyes, so he might as well be direct and come up with a final offer. Edit, okay, I'll contact them now. The editor had no choice but to go and contact Blizzard Pictures again and tell them Tang Ke's original words. After waiting a few moments, once again, Donk received a message from the editor. Edit, that's awesome, $80 million. The other party directly proposed a price of $80 million. Edit, geez, that's definitely one of the highest movie and TV royalties ever. Seeing this, Tang Ku revealed a smile. Dunkirk, yes, let them send out the contract. I agree. I thought there was $60 or $70 million, but I didn't expect it to be a bit more than he had predicted. Well, it's not too bad, just grudgingly agree to it. Edit, great, here's the contract they sent you. Sign it. A contract was sent, and Dunk read every piece of information on it carefully, finally signing his big name online. Rights to the film and television adaptation of The Secret God for sale. Chapter 56 Old Tang's new book release. Tang Ke chatted with the editor some more details about the adaptation, and then received a call from Wind and Snow Pictures. Hello, I'm Ding Liqiao, the Chinese representative of Wind and Snow Pictures. Is this Mr. Tang Ke? A girl's voice came from the cell phone. Tang Ke replied politely. I'm Tang Ke. Hello MS. Ding. Mr. Tang, just now you signed a copyright agreement with us, Wind and Snow Pictures. We will start the filming of The Secret of God tomorrow. I wonder if you have any requirements for the work? Ding Liqiao asked from the phone. every author has the right to have a say in the filming and televisionization of their work. For example, in terms of casting, in terms of choosing a director, in terms of investment, and so on. Not for now, but I hope you can do a good job on the plot as well as the special effects. As for the other aspects, I don't really have any requirements. Tang Ko responded. Isn't the most important thing about a movie the camera images, and the plot? As far as the actors are concerned, Donko still has a lot of trust. Wind and Snow Pictures would never cast someone with no acting skills. That would just bring them into disrepute. Okay, if you have any requests, you can call me at any time, and I will relay them to the headquarters of Wind and Snow Pictures in the first instance. I've added your WeChat. I hope you can agree to it for follow-up contact. I know. Bye. Bye. Have a nice life. After hanging up the phone, Tang Ku obediently agreed to the other party's friend request. The avatar seems to be this Ding Liqiao, not to mention pretty sweet looking. Was it good? Well, it's okay, not as good looking as my wife. At the sudden inquiry, Tang Ku subconsciously replied, but he didn't react fast enough, articulating the next sentence without fail. Humph, count on you dodging a bullet. Who is she? Zhang Yashuan's arm reached out from behind Tang Ku and wrapped around his neck. The representative of Wind and Snow Pictures? My Secret of God is going to be made into a movie, so you can look forward to it. Tang Ku smiled and touched his wife's arm, which was white and tender and had a light fragrance. Should have just gotten out of the shower. Yeah, that's really great. I've also signed a contract for my Ghost Destroyer's blade, so maybe our movie and anime will be released at the same time. Zhang Yashuan's legs were directly coiled around Tang Ku's waist, hanging onto him like a wombat. Talking is talking. What are you doing climbing on me? Tang Ku was puzzled. Oh, get used to it. I was going to tell you for the fans. They told you to start a new book quickly. The wife spat out her little pink tongue and said somewhat shyly. She'd almost forgotten what she'd come over for. Oops, I forgot if you didn't tell me. I'll write it now. Tang Ku burst into a violent sweat. He immediately opened his coding software and began this night's coding. It's been a few days of flying cars and locomotives. I was careless and left the yard work behind. It seems that since I've been exposed to technology, I've become progressively more Buddhist in writing books. Audience members, your old Dawn has finally begun to code. Zhang Yashuan got off Tang Ku and went to the living room to bring her cell phone into the room. She slumped down on the bed and pointed the live camera at Donkor in the middle of the code. Yo yo yo, this is not the old Tang. A few days do not see. How so pulled? Actually just write the first chapter? Good lord, we've waited so long, and you're ing telling me you just started writing? No donkey in the production team would dare to rest like this. It's been a long time since I've seen old Tang. What are you doing these days without writing a novel? Building a Great White? Where's our Great White? Why isn't he out yet? Let's not even talk about the Great White. I haven't even gotten my smart car out yet. It's too damn slow. As soon as he shot Tang Ku, the pop-ups in the live broadcast suddenly increased. Zhang Yashuan was a bit exasperated and kicked Tang Ku with her tiny jade foot. Take a look. My live room has turned into your live room. Seeing that Tang Ku, who was in the middle of coding, actually didn't respond, she was instantly playful. The jade foot suddenly raised up and wiggled at Tang Ku's nose. Who knows? Tang Ku suddenly opened his mouth and bit towards Zhang Yashuan's toes. Ouch! Zhang Yashuan screamed out in pain and immediately retracted her foot. It's really a dog, man. Actually even biting my toes. 666, 6666. Sister Yashian actually tried to bully old Tang. I didn't expect old Tang to be a ruthless person, even biting his toes. There's not really anyone who thinks that this is punishment, is there? Sister, step on me. Good lord, what's with all the perverts out there? The scene of the two interacting landed in the live broadcast room, and another huge wave of pop-ups crossed the air. Who told you to interfere with my book writing? I'm biting off more than I can chew for my fans, Tang Ku said as he coded. Average hand speed of 10,000 words per hour, tapping rapidly on the keyboard. What a crowning phrase, worthy of Old Dawn. Old Dawn's hand speed can be really not knocking around? Oh, you guys only focus on hand speed, but as the same author, I clearly tell you that the power of the speed of Tang Ku does not lie in the hand, but in the brain. Every author is fast with their hands, but slow with their brains to keep up. Every word needs to be thought about. Every paragraph needs to be composed, and coding is something that looks easy to do, but is hard to do. Tang Ku's brain is too strong too, consistently maintaining such hand speed. Doesn't the plot and statements need to be thought out? Awesome. Finally I know why Old Dawn updates so fast. Even if you keep up the pace, you're still ing free to interact with your wife. It's just ing outrageous. While Donk was coding, he was even able to answer his wife's words. No matter what Zhang Yashuan chatted with him on the side or interacted with him, neither could do anything to interfere with him. Even if you stop in the middle to eat the fruit your wife has cut up, The moment you turn your head to the computer, you can get right back into the swing of things. The ability to focus like this is something all authors can only dream of. It's also the one that student parties want to have the most. Everyone has the ability to be a learner if nothing around them can disturb them. The biggest difficulty in learning and writing lies in the lack of focus. Tanko wrote for 2.5 hours, 30,000 words divided into 15 chapters, and posted directly to the website. There was a cheer on the air. Finally finished. Good lord, straight 15 chapters. I'm going to go brush up on my ally position. Big brother Tangku has released a new book. Bully booking. Congratulations to Lao Tang for releasing his new book. Awesome. I can't believe it's a sci-fi article. Is Lao Tang planning to write his own technology into the book? Or is he planning to get the technology in the book into reality? Slipped away. Slipped away. Read the book to go. Old Tang early to sleep with his wife. Do not exhaust the body. Doesn't sleeping with your wife ever wear you out? Ha. After releasing the chapter, Tangko once again went on Weibo and wrote about the release of the new book. New book Devouring the Universe begs for support. Chapter 57, Wife wants to join in the fun. Within seconds of the novel being posted, people started liking it plus replying to it. Clearly the words new book takes off and so on. In the novel site, it even shot up the reading list in just less than an hour. Tangko could now be said to be a super god in the netizen world, with the largest number of fans. Whether you're in the fairy pit or the mystery pit, all of them come with curiosity to take a look. Can this man who can perform miracles write a different kind of sci-fi? Big Don Cor has finally started a book. Even though the last one just finished not long ago, I just finished reading it, and it feels like 15 chapters are just starting to get to the point. So please, Tangku, hurry up and update. I'm really impressed with Tangku. How does he manage to have different writing styles? For each novel, there's a very sci-fi mechanical feel to it. Gods of Secrecy also had steamy mechanics, but it really doesn't feel the same as this Devouring Universe book. It's amazing. I heard that The Secret of God is going to cooperate with Wind and Snow Pictures. I wonder if it's true or not. Fake news upstairs. Right. Isn't Wind and Snow Pictures an overseas movie company, and the just finished Secret God can be noticed by the other side? Then my big brother Tangka's face is too big, right? Who knows? I hope it's true. I don't know where this person got the information. Tangka this just signed a contract with Wind and Snow Pictures. So exposed? No. Isn't the internet a little too insecure? Origins. Check this person's IP address. Why would he know that I'm working with Wind and Snow Pictures? As Tangka's words fell, Origins directly began searching for the IP address of this message publisher. The end result is Ding Liqiao, domestic agent for Wind and Snow Pictures. Knowing this result, Tangka guessed that the other party was planning to let the movie warm up a bit. After thinking about it, Don Cor sent a message to the pair. Tanker, MS. Ting, do you need me to tweet a preview of the Secret God movie? Ding Liqiao, Ding Liqiao, it's certainly good to warm up if you can. Tang Kui Meng, okay. Someone among my tweets actually got the inside scoop. Ding Liqiao, this. Maybe it's a network leak. Online contract signing is like this. Not too safe. Ha. Ding Liqiao, that's not a bad thing though. It just helps us preview the movie. Ha. Tanker, yes. Tangko laughed and didn't bother to break up the other party. Tweeted again. The Secret God will be made into a movie soon. The production company is Wind and Snow Pictures, so please look forward to it. It's just coming out with inside information, and then it turns out to be a straight official announcement? Got it. That guy just now was a big man, and his word is his bond. 666. Looking forward to it. It's so awesome that The Secret of God is going to be made into a movie so soon. Or it's produced by Wind and Snow Pictures. $1 billion at the box office can't be less. Will the lead role be a national character in the movie? Or a foreigner? I think it's a foreigner. After all, the protagonist in the novel, after crossing over, is a foreigner. But the protagonist was originally a Rikoku, only to become a foreigner after crossing over. I think we can cast someone from the Dragon Kingdom who can speak English. Yes, there are foreigners with yellow skin too. I think it would be better to get someone from the Dragon Kingdom to act. The internet is buzzing with discussion. Not willing to keep quiet. Wind and Snow Pictures also released a direct tweet and at Tanka's account, at Dreamway Everlasting. Hashtag The Secret Gods Filmation. Wind and Snow Pictures decided that it would choose the Dragon Nation as the main character. Recruiting. The Secret God protagonist. Wow. The entire internet was in an uproar. And countless people stayed up all night this night. Good lord. Are all officials this fast these days? Who is the Elder Dreamer? Same question. Who is Dream Road Elderly? Obviously The Secret of God was written by me. Big brother Tangku, what's your Dream Road Elderly behavior? Good lord. Old Don sorely missed pen name Megasite. I'd forgotten that old Tang's pen name is Dream Road Everlasting. People on the internet call Tang Ko Lao Tang every day, and those who know Tang could know him from his name. Nearly half of the thousands of netizens don't remember anything about Tang Ko's pen name. Tang Ko can be said to be the only one who is not remembered by the readers of the pen name of the internet god. I suspect these people live in Twitter and know everything that's going on. They immediately release whatever we discuss. It's spying on us. It's horrible. Same fear. It's scary. But it's really cool news. Who do you guys think would be good for the lead role? Anyway, don't pick that Lulu whatever. Lulu? That's the same Lulu that the fans were swearing at earlier? Yeah, who else but him? Aren't you afraid his fans will come over and spray you? Grass. Who just hacked my family Lulu? Stand out for me. Good man. That came fast. Don Cor giggled at the computer and kept scrolling through the messages. What are you doing? Smiling like a little cutie. Like, Zhang Yashuan had just turned off the live broadcast when she saw the little cutie. Hubby was laughing all the time, so she immediately came over, her eyes fixed on the monitor. Seeing the frenzy on Twitter, she got excited too. Should I post about the animation of Ghost Destroyer's Blade 2? The internet is so messed up. You want to come and join in the fun too? Tangka sniffed the light fragrance of his wife's body and said with a speechless face, I think it's fun. Well, you can post it if you want. Or better yet, put up the banner that I wrote the novel, so that none of these people will sleep tonight. After saying that, Tangka directly undressed and went into the bathroom to take a shower. No sleep for the netizens while he himself sleeps, or cuddle up with a beautiful wife. I'll post it then. And it you out by the way. Zhang Yashuan playfully took over the computer, logged into her Weibo account, and began to write the content of the Weibo. At Mundo Nagashi, the manga adaptation of Hubby's short story Ghost Destroyer's Blade is finally getting animated. Produced by a Tenki Animation. Investor at Hongtai Group Zhang Hongguang. Seconds after the tweet was posted, it was immediately responded to by fans. The Blade of Ghost Destruction? It's the manga that Yashian's sister drew when she was live streaming. Good lord, Ghost Destroyer's Blade animated? It was only a moment ago that old Tang's site said that the movieization of The Secret of God. Are the couple giving us mixed doubles? Playing big tonight? Is this to keep us all awake? Yeah, Tenji Animation? That animation production group that does good work in both 2D and 3D? Now that's something to see. The technology of Skyrim animation is very good. It just lacks a good story. And a short story produced by Lao Tang is bound to be no worse. I'm starting to get excited for another Trickster God movie and another Ghostbusters anime. I'm getting a little sleepy with anticipation. This couple did it on purpose. Even if they don't sleep tonight, they actually want to drag us out of bed too. Why aren't they sleeping? The front layout is small and they both never sleep at night. They sleep during the day. Good lord. You can drive on these crappy roads? It was a night when tens of millions of people partied. Tonka's new book, The God of Secrets movie, and the Blade of Ghost Destruction anime. These three topics are being discussed not only at home, but even abroad. Many people chatted excitedly late into the night before drifting off to sleep. A mysterious number that can rush the shift, 1 Lin, 1 Ba, 1 3, 1 3, 3 3, Chapter 58-5 Professional Convoys. Previewing reminder that all convoys with the same name as reality are overhead. The next day, Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan brushed their teeth and washed their faces together in the bathroom and put on their respective outfits in the check room. Zhang Yashuan was wearing a double-layered t-shirt with pure white short sleeves on the inside and a layer of light pink transparent sarong over the outside. It looked like a fairy's veil, gilded with a pink halo. Underneath was a pair of denim super shorts. A pair of white and slender thighs were exposed. The proportion was even and perfect. Very attractive. The face of the country, another set of simple wear, has a different charm. Tonka, on the other hand, is much simpler, and his attire is a stark contrast to his wife's glamour. He wore a black and gold racing suit that covered his body. When he put on his black helmet, it blocked out the rest of his handsome face even more. Before leaving the house, Tangku also brought a set of clean clothes. You can change after the game and then go to the hotel for dinner to celebrate. Yes, it's not even a match yet, and Donko is ready to celebrate. In his mind, the game was already won. Zhang Tian and Chen Zimo still had the skills, and with his modified motorcycle, they just had to play normally. For the rest, just leave it to Tang Ko to show off alone. Let's go! Let's go! The sound of the engine is like the waves of the sea, surging and pleasing to the ear. Zhang Yashuan's entire close to Tang Ko's back, riding the Augusta F4 Claudio toward the Magic City Locomotive Raceway. The neighbor's Jean Yuemeng small mouth pouted as she helplessly got into Zhang Yashuan's bodyguard's car and followed behind. Not many people know about the motorcycle race, so most of the people who came to watch the race today were from the motorcycle community. They received word that there would be many professional racers coming to race today. A number of biker fans came out in droves and purchased tickets for admission. Races for professional racers are not common in this country, and most such races are more often held abroad. Boo-moo! This was followed by competitors in racing suits, driving their locomotives. The rest area at the side of the track could see more and more runners arriving, causing countless people to gasp and shout, "My God! Is this locomotive race serious?" BMW, Ducati, Kawasaki, Honda, and good lord, Suzuki, they're all professional racers. It seems that the bet between Ingfong Group and Augusta is true. I'm new here. May I ask what the bet between them is? It's rumored that the Windward Group intends to buy Augusta, but Augusta has made a request that Windward find 3 non-professional racers to race against the pros and take first place. At those words, the people around them sucked in their breath. It takes a non-professional driver to outrun a professional racer scheduled at Augusta? How can this be done? So how does the Windward Group take it? Did they find someone? One of them hurriedly asked the question that everyone was concerned about. The man with some information shook his head. It's not clear. It's said to have been found, but I don't know who they are looking for. It's someone from Dongsheng Racing Team, a youth training team, and 2 of the 3 are from Dongsheng Racing Team. Another person next to him who also had information said directly, even youth runners have trouble outrunning professional racers, right? The gap between the 2 is still huge. I feel the same way, and I've never even heard of this Dongsheng fleet. I do think something sounds familiar. I just can't remember. It looks like it was mentioned in something once. I feel the same way. But where did I hear this convoy coming from? The people around him meditated on it, but it always felt like the memory was a little long ago and that they didn't care too much about it at the time. It causes them to think about it however they want. At the same time, Tang Ku and the others arrived at the scene and entered the rest area. Brother Tang Ku is here. Do you want me to tell you the rules of this competition? Tang Ku and the others had just gotten off the bus when Chen Zimo walked towards them. Tell me about it. I'm not too sure. Tang Ku took off his helmet and helped his wife out of the car with him. This race is a 3-person time trial, with each person running 5 laps, and the final score is the sum of all the lap times for all 3. Chen Zimo said, therefore if we want to take the first place, all 3 of us can't be slow, and if our time adds up to the least in the field, the most feared thing about a 3-man time trial is piggybacking. Once one guy misses a turnover or runs too slow, he's dragging the whole team down. Basically a mistake by one person means the team is cool. When that happens it's one player from each team that rotates. Chen Zimo continued. Brother Tang Ku, you haven't participated in a match before, so Brother Tian and I will go first, and you can watch from here first, and then it will be your turn in the 3rd match. He knew Donkor had skills, but hadn't competed. Regarding what to do after admission, and some rule matters, Tang Ku was bound to be unaware of them. Even if he verbalized it, Tang Ku shouldn't be able to remember it. So Chen Zimmer and Zhang Tian decided to put Tang Ku in the 3rd round to give him some time to digest. By the way, you can see how other people do it so you don't make a mess when you get on. I'm fine with it. You 2 cheer up, but don't drag your feet. Tang Ku smiled and flirted. Ha ha ha, the 2 of us definitely won't have any problems. After all, we're the ones brought out by Brother Long. Chen Zimo laughed out loud. Dragon is? Tang Ku wondered. It's one of my brothers, who used to have a great reputation in the car world. It's just a pity that he's now quit the fleet and ran off to pull motorcycles. Zhang Tian walked over and shook his head with a bitter smile. So, Tang Ku nodded, not caring too much. As the crowd grew, the pros arrived. Many familiar foreign faces nearly sent the biker fans in the audience into a frenzy. 5 pro teams, each with 3 pro racers, came. Augusta, this is not one to give Ingfong Group any chance. I can't believe they went out of their way to bring in so many professional drivers. Say, who's the 3rd person on the Ingfong Group side? A fan in the audience asked. That's not clear. It's not Dongxing's fleet anyway. My friend knows the Dongxing team, and I heard that the other guy is just an amateur rider, but a folklorist. A folklorist? Please, this isn't the world of martial arts, and no amount of folk mastery can outrun a professional racer. Some immediately questioned that perhaps folklorists existed, but at best they would compete with some of the youth training. But if you race against a professional driver, you will be absolutely bloodied. Wow! A deafening clamor erupted as all eyes turned to the track. 6 riders took to the track at the same time in their locomotives, drawing cheers from the crowd. Various whistles and shouts clamored. 104 Last chapter. Answer 184 is book group 3933. Chapter 59, a book writer who also plays with motorcycles? Of the 6 competitors, 5 of them were professional racers they usually see on TV, thrilling the audience. As for the other one, it was the Dongxing team player, Chen Zimo, who was approached by the Ingfong Group. The crowd is shouting, but not cheering for me, but that's okay, I'll use my strength and meet your clamor at the finish. Chen Zimo's handsome face under the helmet smiled dashingly. and the Honda CBR 1000RR underneath him was making a roaring sound. Ready to go. Welcome everyone. This tournament is not a professional tournament. It is a private tournament organized by Augusta Corporation, and a joint venture between the Windward Group. 5 professional teams have been invited to this event, and they are BMW, Ducati, Kawasaki, Honda, and Suzuki. As the MC's voice came out of the huge loudspeakers, the audience's enthusiasm was ignited to its highest point. And this time the Windward Group has found 3 competitors who are aiming to take the throne of the 3-man time trial championship, with no restriction on the type of locomotive. So let's take a look at their information. The next moment, an electronic screen released the names of Zhang Tian, Chan Zimmer, and Tang Ku, as well as the vehicles used. A civilian version of a locomotive? That's not true, is it? How confident is this in his modifications that he's going to outrun the track version with the civilian version? The car is a civilian version, but they've converted it to a track version. Can't you see the mirrors are off? Right. The calipers and trip computer were changed. So how could such a cheap mistake be made? After all, it's the guy the Windward Group got. And even though it's youth training, I always feel like there's something to see. The fans on hand more or less knew a little bit about locomotives, and any random person could get into a discussion. Zhang Tian and Chen Zimo naturally wouldn't make this kind of mistake. They had already dismantled the rearview mirror last night and replaced it with a wind wing. As for Donko's Augusta, naturally it was replaced. He's the one who knows about locomotive building technology, so how could he not understand this? The reason I kept it earlier was just because I had to run around the city and it was easy to watch for oncoming traffic from behind. Wait a minute, what the hell do I yet see? Tonka? Are you kidding me? Augusta F4 Claudio, driven by Donko? Good lord, it's really that Tang Ku. It's him shown in the picture. Does Don Cor still play with motorcycles? Humph. My friend who knows Dongsheng Racing Team told me yesterday that Tang Ku's skills aren't any worse than a professional racer. The previous blabberer said again. No way. Isn't Tang Ku a fiction writer? A novel writer who can also drive? Well, he does drive quite a bit, but not a locomotive. Locomotives can be played by anyone. I think Donkor must be. Dude, you're from Taiwan, right? You talk a lot like that. At the same time, Zhang Yashuan and Jin Yamun, who were in the rest area, opened the live broadcast at the same time. How can you not live stream such an awesome event? Hello, families, do you know where I am? Zhang Yashuan waved her hand at the camera before aiming it at Chen Zimo on the track. The track was poised and ready to go, engines whispering like beasts ready to attack. She turned the camera back again and said, it's at the Magic City Motorcycle Raceway. There's a special race here today that I'm sure you'll enjoy. Muah. Suddenly, a black shadow sprang out of the live camera and kissed Zhang Yashuan on the face. Then it flashed away again with an amazing speed, and the fans in the live broadcast room didn't have time to see the person's appearance. Fast to blur. Zhang Yashuan mortared in place and laughed helplessly. Good lord, did a big rat just scurry past? Well, I saw it too, and I guess the big rat's name is Old Don. Old Tang, don't hide. Who else but you would do such a thing to our millions of viewers? What's that Old Don wearing? It's black. The audience had long been accustomed to the drama of Tang could just stealing a kiss and then playing disappear. Don't hide. Come over and say hello to my fans. Zhang Yashuan smiled and pulled her husband into the camera. Tang Ku appeared on the air wearing a racing suit with a black background in gold stripes. Tang Ku's racing suit made the fans in the live stream froze. What's with the Old Don's outfit? Think he's a racer if he wears a racing suit? I have a feeling it might not be as simple as we think. Just now Sister Yashian said that there's a special match today. Is it possible that Old Tang is going to go up and play a couple of games? Ha 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 ha, don't tease. Although Old Don is a great driver, he can't drive a locomotive. Sister Yashian, quickly tell us, what is Old Tang doing in this outfit? It can't be cause for a bit to blend in with the environment, right? The live feeds were bursting with curiosity and chatter. You guys really guessed right. My Old Tang is the contestant of the 3rd round. Let's not talk about it. The competition starts. Zhang Yashuan said no more as the camera once again turned in Chen Zimo's direction. Did I hear right? Old Don's going to be on the field? What the hell? Don't tease me. Guess I'm kidding. Old Don's just a novel writer who knows about driving. That's true. I guess it's Sister Yashian who's joking with us. On the racecourse, with the end of the countdown, all 6 motorcycles started at the same time. Boo-moo! The engine made a roaring sound, and the speed of the 6 gradually increased, turning into several dotted lines. Players switched places with each other, and pro teams battled each other. As for Chen Zimo, he had been directly ignored by them. In their opinion, this race is just a walk in the park. How can non-professional drivers outrun them? To make this game a little more interesting, all 5 teams treated each other as competitors in this race. With so many spectators watching, it would actually be a very good thing to take first place. Soon the 6 runners came to the corner position. The speed difference on the straightaway is so close that it's the pressurized cornering technique that really pulls it together. It is very easy to fly out too fast during a pressurized turn. It tests the rider's skills, as well as the performance of the locomotive and many other aspects of ability, which also includes the rider's courage. Currently leading the way is the Ducati team rider, followed by Kawasaki and Suzuki, while Chen Zimmer is in 4th place. Chen Zimmo under the helmet grinned. Having an automatic balancing device, his car wouldn't flip out at all. Plus the modified tires grip horribly. Without hesitation, he jerked the car sideways and increased his speed to 180 km per hour. Boom! For a moment, it was as if a beast was roaring through the arena. Chapter 60, Crazy Chen Zimmo. The 5 professional racers were shocked inwardly, thinking that Chen Zimmo's motorcycle was out of control. But the next moment, the Team Suzuki runner in 3rd saw a figure scurry out of the side. Chen Zimmo was located in the middle of the track and drove past him with a whirring sound at an extremely fast speed. What the hell? I'm pressing on the inside and he's overtaking my car on my outside? What kind of speed is that? The Suzuki rider was horrified. He hadn't had time to react from the shock. Chen Zimmer once again cut in front of the Suzuki rider with a perfect pressure angle. Ahead into the 2nd turn, he leaned hard toward the right side to press the corner. It was as if Chen Zimmer wasn't the least bit worried that switching to pressure bend so quickly would cause the motorcycle to become unstable. To the shock of the Suzuki rider, Chen Zimmer grabbed the inside corner press from the gap position at the same time. It is also tied with Kawasaki, which is in 2nd place. Chen Zimmer on the inside, Kawasaki player on the outside. The 2 motorcycles were so close that it felt like they were going to collide the next second. This is the time of year when the competition is all about guts, and as long as you don't wimp out, you'll have a chance to snatch the 2nd place position. But if you're afraid, you'll just be pushed back to 3rd place. Crunch! Chen Zimmer's motorcycle rubbed a spark against the ground, and the Kawasaki rider in the outside position was tense as never before at the moment. Chen Zimmer's wheel, in particular, was close to the Kawasaki rider's face. The wheel seemed as if it would cut into his helmet at any moment, and a great number of sparks flew about, greatly obstructing his vision. The Kawasaki rider had no choice but to reduce his speed and wait for the next overtaking opportunity. Chen Zimmer managed to grab the 2nd. Under the 2 consecutive corners, Chen Zimmo overtook 2 pros in a row with extreme cornering skills. In an instant, the arena erupted, with a clamor loud enough to trigger a small earthquake. Awesome! A hissing voice resounded. Too powerful. Who is this person and how is he so powerful? It's Dongsheng Racing Team's Chen Zimmo. My god. He actually overtook 2 professional racers in a row with the technique of pressurized cornering. What a crazy behavior. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What a powerful Chen Zimmo. No wonder the Ingphone group asked them to come over to help with the competition. So they have real talent. How did he do that? With that fast pressurized cornering, and the car didn't flip? Not to mention flipping. That was incredibly fast just now when we pressed the corner to overtake Suzuki and Kawasaki. Countless people were in an uproar, and the viewers within the live broadcast room were stunned. While many people don't understand the dangers of locomotives, that continuous overtaking just now was really awesome, especially overtaking on a pressure curve. Even people who don't know anything about locomotives can understand how much danger is involved. Damn it, this guy is a powerful character for pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. How come I've never seen him before? What a great ride. Underestimated this youth training team. The competitors in the race all got serious at this moment. They all bent down and their speed increased at this moment. 280 kilometers per hour. 300 kilometers per hour. 330 kilometers per hour. Boom, 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 boom. On the straight track, 6 people accelerated at the same time, as fast as lightning. Those spectators only felt a strong wind blowing past in front of them, causing the flags and banners in their hands to sway and drum wildly. The pupils of all the players who were behind Chen Zimmo shrank violently at this moment, because the front was about to enter the curve again. Everyone began to gradually slow down in preparation for the pressurized curve. But even though Chen Zimmo had slowed down, he still remained around 180%, not worrying at all about flying out. Spectators and riders alike held their breath the moment they entered the turn. Chen Zimmo sneered, his essence concentrating fully at this moment, and executed the 64 pressure bend. The ground scraped with a large shower of sparks as his body seemed to graze the ground. He got in front of Ducati and went into the inside press. Chen Zimmo at this moment was like a gambler playing for his life. There is no fear of death, let alone a runaway vehicle collision. Chen Zimmo wasn't afraid, but the Ducati players were. He didn't dare to bet his life on the other party, in case the other party lost control. I'm afraid that the wheel would be directly pressed on him. Crazy. Ducati cursed and was forced to slow down. This reduction in his speed signaled the end of the game. Chen Zimmer took the first position and picked up speed again at the end of the pressurized corner. This time he no longer had any reservations, and his speed increased to 380 kilometers per hour at this moment, a great distance from the 5 professional racers. Every time these riders were ready to catch up, they happened to come to the corner position again. The familiar and perfect technique of pressure bending was so ferocious that it sent a wave of horror through them. After several corners, Chen Zimmer was already way ahead. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. Under countless people's gasps and clamors, he managed to finish the 5 laps in first place. It took a total of 18 minutes and 13 seconds. Beautiful. This Zimmer guy is really reliable. Zhang Tian in the lounge area excitedly swung for the fences and took first place in the first round of scores. It's opening the door. It would be a good start to the enemy's momentum, and deal a blow. The faces of the 5 professional team players were frozen to the extreme at this moment. They didn't expect to be outrun by someone who wasn't a professional racer. And it's still the crushing kind. Give me some seriousness in the second round. Absolutely no more mistakes. Not to mention not underestimating your opponent. The second one from the other side to take the field is the captain of the Dongxing team. His strength is definitely not worse than Chen Zimmer, so all of you get your spirits up. Yes. After the 5 caravans were reprimanded by their own captains, all of them were as agitated and exuberant as if they had been pumped with chicken blood. The fans in the audience, as well as the viewers in the live stream, were agitated. Just now, Chen Zimmer's distantly ahead of the pack had really shown them off. Jin Wumeng, who was currently holding a cell phone, had an unusually red face, and I don't know if it's because of the excitement or something else. Sitting in the rest area waiting for Tang Ke somewhat sensed that between Jin Yaman and Chen Zimmer, I'm afraid there is some kind of ulterior motive. Yo, congratulations on returning from your first win. Tang Ke greeted Chen Zimmer. Chen Zimmer smiled and walked over, first clinking fists with Zhang Tian, then only then did he come and sit down next to Tang Ke. It's not bad, it's all because of you, brother Tang. If it wasn't for your auto-balancing device, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to use the same kind of car skills as I did just now in my life. Chen Zimmer took a deep breath and was grateful from the bottom of his heart. I really thank you so much for helping me fulfill a dream. What? Don't you intend to continue playing with locomotives? Tang Ke sensed something in Chen Zimmer's words. With Chen Zimmer's talent, he could definitely become a professional racer if he continued to play with locomotives. Chapter 61 Zhang Tian Solo Show. Being asked this by Tang Ke, Chen Zimmer was dumbfounded and said, Brother Tang Ke, you should know that the automobile industry has ushered in its lowest period. He looked helplessly at the culprit in front of him and continued, I'm going to change my profession and devote myself to it, so I'm afraid it's going to be a little difficult to play with locomotives in the future. Since Danko pioneered the smart car, supercars have fallen out of favor. The emergence of the prototype of the intelligent flying car has dealt a seismic blow to the entire automobile industry. Chen Zimmer had already seen the future of the automobile industry, which was bound to be monopolized by Tang Ke. Instead of languishing here, why don't you join another industry while you're young? As for which line of work he was going to go into, he hadn't really thought about it. Something he excels at is dealing with people, an ability that covers a wide range of things, but the more involved it is, the deeper the water in it. Serious thought needs to be given to the road ahead to do so. It looks like you didn't pick a good target. Why don't you come to me, Black Ku, to try? Tang Ke said casually. The break for adjustments was over and Zhang Tian entered the track with 5 other riders. You mean, to your company? Chen Zimmer froze. He didn't think the other party would actually invite him. It was important to know that he and Tang Ke were not familiar with each other, even though they had known each other early on. They were just officially met and familiarized yesterday. The other party trusts himself so easily that he doesn't even do any investigation? Don't think so much. I want to understand a person. There are many means and ways, Tang Ke said with a wry smile. If he wanted to investigate someone, there was an AI origin in front of him and a background in the Hongtai group. Wouldn't it be easy to check on someone? But the main reason why Tang Ke was willing to let Chen Zimmer come to his company was because he sensed that the relationship between Chen Zimmer and Jin Yaman was, I'm afraid, not simple. Those who were able to gain the trust of Jin Yumeng must also be trusted by the old head of the Yingfeng group. Otherwise, Jin Yumeng's father would definitely not have agreed to Chen Zimmer and his daughter coming together. People like that can be trusted, and Tang Ke could feel it. Chen Zimmer was a very capable person, only that he lacks the stage to show it. Thank you very much. I will consider it, Chen Zimmer said cautiously. Let's watch the race. What do you think Zhang Tian will run? Tang Ke patted Chen Zimmer on the shoulder, his gaze cast towards the racecourse. Brother Tian's strength is above mine, and with your modified motorcycle, the results won't be bad, Chen Zimmer affirmed. On the track, the 5 professional players' eyes, intentionally or unintentionally, looked towards Zhang Tian's side. Compared to the ignorance of the previous round, All the players in this round were full of attention and caution towards Zhang Tian, even prepared for a combined block. The way to win this game is to make it impossible for someone from the windward group to take first place. Once they achieve that, their mission is accomplished. I was thinking of competing against each other and proclaiming the prestige of my fleet. As things stood, they had to cooperate to deal with Zhang Tian. Yo yo yo, is pulling that loud engine a threat to me? Zhang Tian flirted and laughed out loud, but since the men were all foreigners, no one understood him at all. Zhang Tian smiled disbelievingly and stopped talking nonsense. The moment the countdown ends, Zhang Tian violently turned the gas pedal, and the horrible sound startled the people around him. Instantaneous boost can lead to a warped start, which can affect speed in play. In severe cases, it can even lead to a rollover. Generally, racers minimize the warping situation, so the speeds come up gradually. Like Zhang Tian, this engine sound must be to warp. Rumble. In a flash, Zhang Tian's Kawasaki ZX-10 shot out like a sharp arrow. The imagined warped head didn't show up at all. He and the Kawasaki ZX-10 were like a green stream of light as they crisscrossed the track. How is this possible? The 5 professional riders stared wide-eyed. With this less than half a second of dismay, Zhang Tian had already taken the lead and rushed out to 100 meters away. The 5 drivers then hurried to keep up, the front end bucking and falling slightly under the engine's acceleration. Zhang Tian's instant start caused all of their hearts to be messed up. The Kawasaki ZX-10 is extremely fast, soaring to 300 km per hour in a flash. Straight to the first turn. Zhang Tian's skills were even stronger than Chen Zimo's, and after repeated tests yesterday, he was extremely confident in entering the corner at 200 km per hour. The professional riders behind them caught up, but they were too late to stop Zhang Tian's column. There were no vehicles blocking Zhang Tian's path in front of him, and he was like a wild horse letting go of its reins. The automatic balancing device coupled with the enhanced engine made him a wild horse, as if his paws were on fire. After a beautifully pressed corner, the speed skyrocketed again, and he was distancing himself from the pro racers. Hanging on to the speed of the pro riders made the faces of the 5 major pro teams go black. But this scene fell in the eyes of the audience. But it was that crazy and excited. The entire Magic City locomotive racecourse erupted with a mountainous roar, and the ground shook slightly at this moment. That's awesome. Dongsung Convoy is awesome. Zhang Tian, Zhang Tian, Zhang Tian, hanging a professional racer. Such a record is enough to make him famous overnight. Starting tomorrow, Zhang Tian and Chen Zimo, both of them, will directly step into the threshold of the professional level. How is it that his motorcycle can instantly pick up speed without bucking? And how does that happen? I guess it's Big Brother Tangko who made a move. A Tangko fan calmly analyzed. The surrounding area froze, then snapped out of it. Tangko was a big black tech guy. Zhang Tian's motorcycle didn't have a warped head, and in all likelihood, it was Tangko who was in on it. What exactly did this guy Tangko add to the motorcycle? How dare he make the motorcycle accelerate instantly without causing the warping phenomenon? The same question resounded within countless people, and they were actually a little impatient to end the match. Then let Tangko take the secret of it and make it public. On the racecourse, Zhang Tian's 200 mph speed pressed the corner, and when he entered the straightaway, he soared to 400 km per hour. It was as if his motorcycle was going to fly out at any moment, and he realized that this was the limit of his motorcycle. If we accelerate any further, something will definitely go wrong. Zhang Tian was eager to continue to increase his speed. This kind of smooth exhilaration was even more exciting than when he drove with his sister late at night. No wonder there are so many riders who claim they don't need women. But for the sake of safety, Zhang Tian had to settle his thoughts and run the remaining laps seriously. Lap after lap down the run, the 5 professional racers used their best efforts, but they were unable to catch up with Zhang Tian's speed. In the end, he could only watch in despair as Zhang Tian took the first of 5 laps and ran a time of 16 minutes and 58 seconds. Chapter 62, The Unpopularized Tangko. Both the live audience and the people in the broadcast room felt the boiling, and their whole body and mind seemed to ignite. 2 domestic non-professional racers, hanging on to foreign professional racers. It's in the service of our country. It was supposed to be just a private matchup. Unconsciously, it turned into a race between dragon riders and foreign riders. Most importantly, 2 rounds in a row, both dragons finished first in crushing fashion, and Zhang Tian's speed had set a new record for the Magic City locomotive track. A new record has been set. Zhang Tian has set a new record. It's too strong. It's unbelievable that my country has such strong riders that are hidden among the youth training. Team Dongxing is trying to make a miracle. No! At this time, someone spoke out and interrupted. This is a 3-person time race. Even if the 2 people in front are faster, the speed of the 3rd person still has to be added. Yes, the guys from Team Dongxing are strong, but the 3rd guy on the Ingfeng Group's side is not from Team Dongxing. much less a youth racer. Tonka ah. The crowd suppressed their inner agitation and looked somewhat breathlessly at Tangku in the rest area. At the moment he was still smiling and looking very relaxed and at ease. Couldn't really think it's a sure win, could you? The crowd shook their heads helplessly. Apparently, no matter how many more tidbits of information, still no one is optimistic about Donkor, even though 2 youth riders performed 2 miracles. Donko, who is not even a youth. The audience really didn't know how to believe that someone who works with technology and writes books could outrun the pros. To top it all off, next up in the 3rd round were the captains of 5 professional teams. All of them were the strongest in their caravan, the strongest in existence. Confident of winning? Zhang Yashuan said softly to Tangku. Humph, Tangka said rightfully, if there's a car god in the world, it's me. Snort. Stinking shameless. Zhang Yashuan couldn't help but laugh. If she didn't know that Tangku was open, she almost believed it. Alright, I'm going to show off the whole place. Donkor put on his helmet and walked towards Augusta, which was not far away. Go go go. It's time to show your outside. Ah no. Skills. Zhang Yashuan waved her hand, and the live broadcast camera aimed at Tangku. The small group of people in the live room were speechless for a while. Still really going? Ah this. Old Don really want to go on the field ah. Don't do it. It's hard to top this. It's so hard to get 2 firsts. But Lao Tang ran up to play. So we've lost everything. Alas. Old Don is confused. Won't Sister Yashin stop Old Tang from fooling around? Zhang Yashuan cried and laughed, saying, you guys are so not optimistic about my husband. In that case, don't blink next. Suddenly, she pointed her cell phone at Donkor, who had arrived at the track in his Augusta. The 5 caravan captains turned their heads at the same time. Is this the last player of the Windward group? An amateur driver? How ridiculous. The BMW team player lifted his helmet shield and sneered. The Windward group is trying to get the front 2 to fight for points. This man is just here for a casual run. The Ducati team runner said. It is said that Dongqing's locomotives are all modified by this person, and his modification requirement is that he should also be on the field. What a mess. This pro from Team Honda spoke out about the news he was given. It's a bit simplistic to think that although they took a short time, it's not unrecoverable, and the last thing you want in a team game is to have a rookie in there. That's ridiculous. I bet this rookie will flip out on the road. The man from Team Suzuki snorted. Surely youth training is youth training. To have a rookie come up and race against us captains. Facing the cynicism of the crowd, Tangko didn't understand what they were saying at all. The other person either speaks English or is speaking Japanese. However, he was able to tell from the other party's tone and demeanor that it was mocking him. Tangko grunted lightly and directly posed with an international hand gesture. Need to talk to this garbage? No need. Just pull full taunt and show them over. The moment Tangko's middle finger was raised, the 5 fleet captains froze at the same time. Immediately following the anger, they felt a strong sense of insult and contempt. Shat. You guys are despising us. Insolent man. I'm going to make him roll over on the spot. Damn guy. How dare he give me the middle finger. I'll show him the consequences. Kid, you're not going to finish the race. The Kawasaki team leader made a throat-wiping motion at Donkor. With that, he closed his helmet and stood ready to fire. The other 4 did the same, their eyes flashing with ruthlessness. Tangku bristled. Clearly the other party had taunted him first. He was just responding. Is it hard to believe that just because the other guy is arrogant, he can't fight back? Tangko was unimpressed with the harsh words these 5 had just laid down. I didn't understand it, but it was nothing more than some threatening words. It's like putting in a hard word before a boxing match. The tougher the words, the more painful the face. The audience in the auditorium, and the fans in the live stream, all of them were dumbfounded by Tangko's arrogant gesture. Brother, you are really confident. The other party is the captain of 5 professional fleets. You are not afraid of it, even if it is not, but actually so arrogant to give the middle finger back. Aren't you afraid that the other guy will do something bad on the track? While most professional racers won't be this bad, it's inevitable that you'll come across a few that don't have the work ethic. This is most likely to be encountered especially if the other person is enraged. They won't hit you directly in the car, but they will put a lot of pressure on you as they press the corner. Once you panic, it's easy to roll over. Tangko naturally knew this, but would he be afraid? Origin manipulation of motorcycles doesn't panic at all, and we'll see if they can catch up. Booming sound. All 6 were ready at the same time, waiting for the countdown. Donko put his legs straight up and his Augusta just stood upright on the track. There were no legs to support it and it didn't appear to be leaning in any way. Wait a minute. Why can Donkor not use his feet to support the ground? Don't ask me. I'm confused too. What the hell is this? Is it an automatic equalizer? Just kidding. Like it's really an auto-balancing device. The crowd looked at each other with incredulity in their eyes. The automatic balancing device that was in the research and development stage of major companies was just snuck out by Tang Ko? Nice guy. Let's just say that it's worthy of a Don Cor big brother, isn't it? What others have worked so hard to research is as easy to build with him as a block toy. 3, 2, 1. The countdown is over. The Augusta underneath Tang Ko is like a black and gold stream of light, standing out among the professional drivers. Chapter 63, is this a amateur driver? The people around them had obviously been prepared for this, as the motorcycle's head bucked slightly and accelerated the moment it hit the ground. They are all captains of major teams and are more stable and seasoned than their teammates in skill and heart. Together with the secret cooperation of the 5 men, the moment they started, someone swung in Tang Ko's direction. Origins detects a motorcycle approaching and immediately redirects itself, being forced to slow down. The 5 laughed inwardly at the same time, crisscrossing each other. No matter which direction Danko's Augusta traveled, it was blocked by 4 men, leaving the Kawasaki team leader. He accelerated at full speed and pressed straight into the corner. Damn it, these foreigners have actually joined forces to block Tang Ko. That's a bit much. That's unprofessional. No, on the contrary, I think it's a tactic, within the rules, and don't forget, it's a private match. Indeed, although I can't stand to watch it either. I have to say that the rule of this tournament from the very beginning is that the windward group fights 1 against 5. Tang Ko is just an amateur rider. It's too much to target like this. Alas, the big man Tonka is cool. The audience sighed, and a small, vaguely internalized sense of anticipation vanished in the moment. It's true that Tonka isn't biker material. Didn't think so, kid. This is the price you pay for offending us. The riders in Katango's position on the track sneered inwardly. At this moment, Tang Ko had already been forced into last place, but there were no waves in his heart. By the time they entered the first turn, the first place Kawasaki was already into the second turn. Both sides pulled away from each other by a wide margin. Danko's Augusta jerked sideways, his legs clamping down on the bodywork, at an angle and posture that violated the rules of physics, lowered to an extremely bizarre angle. At the same time there was a loud engine roar, and his car's speed actually skyrocketed as he pressed into the corner, sailed past the outside of these guys and instantly past 2 runners in a row. As he was about to pass the third place BMW, the other suddenly raised his down angle, leaning outward from the inner circle a bit, blocking in front of Donkor. His speed actually began to decrease at this moment, intending to forcefully suppress Tang Ko's speed. Humph, do you really think I'll be afraid? Tang Ko instantly lost his temper and directly said, Origins, keep accelerating for me and ignore the motorcycle in front of you. Okay, Mr. Tang. Boo moo. Above the bend, Augusta's move exceeded everyone's expectations. It ignored the BMW runner in front of it and continued to pick up speed. The BMW, pressed down to 120 km per hour, instantly bumped into the 200 km per hour Augusta. Bang! A loud bang echoed around the track as the 2 men's motorcycles collided together, stunning everyone. Locomotive racing accidents happen, but Augusta is unstoppable, showing what the unicorn car is capable of in that scene where it crashes through the stone wall. The BMW in front of him instantly fell apart and the owner flew off the track at that moment, falling on the protected area of the outer ring. A large number of car parts scattered in all directions, and Tang Ko immediately bent his body down. Bang! 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 Several parts smashed into the windshield without leaving even a scratch. The Honda and Ducati riders, who had just been overtaken, were so frightened that they immediately squared up to avoid it. Their motorcycles were not as hard as Tang Ko's car, and if they hit these motorcycle parts, it was nothing to bruise the car. If you touch yourself, you can get hurt. As a result, they body squared up and drove right out of the boundary since they were on this curve. Tonka's Augusta, on the other hand, entered the straightaway as if nothing had happened. The roaring engine sound exploded again, a sound that was like the roar of a demonic dragon, causing one to tremble inside. At 400 km per hour, it was tied with the second-place Suzuki. The strong wind pressure seemed to be tearing people apart, and the wind was whistling like a tornado attack. Asterisk 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 what happened? Suddenly one flew out and the other 2 were forced to drive off the border. Old Dawn is fuming. Is this a violation? It's not a violation. It's a normal accident. Indeed, no matter how you look at it, it was Tang Ko who accidentally hit the BMW. After all, the other party slowed down, and normal people can't react. But I always have the feeling that old Tang did it on purpose. Look at him. He's not bothered at all. He doesn't even have a nervous reaction. The Ducati and Honda runners at the back were scared out of bounds. As it turned out, Donkers, the party in question, went into the straightaway and was fighting for the second position. As the 2 are about to enter the turn, they reduced their speed at the same time. But the Suzuki speed had dropped to over 100, while Donk's speed stayed at 200 km per hour. At the moment of pressing the bend, Since Tanka's legs were close to the bodywork, the angle at which Augusta pressed the bend was quite bizarre. Donkor looked as if he was sleeping on the ground, as if the whole motorcycle was sliding sideways on the ground. Nani? The Suzuki team leader's pupils shrank in disbelief. How many degrees of crimping is that? And at such a fast rate? Is this really an operation that a human being can do? Who the hell said this guy is an amateur driver? This is nigh on more violent than a professional driver. Even he, a professional driver, couldn't do such a fast speed in such a weird pressurized bend. And why are his legs clamped to the body when he corners? How come his bike hasn't flipped over? That's totally against physics. This moment was in the eyes of the Suzuki team leader. Tonka seems to be a rider from another dimension, giving earthly descending blows, accompanied by the clamor of sound and strong wind. Tanko instantly overtook him from his flank. Honda and Ducati returned to the track, desperate to accelerate. Don't underestimate professional drivers. Asshole. Underneath his helmet, the Honda team captain's face was grim. His forehead was bruised, and his insides were screaming at the top of his lungs. His speed was at an unprecedented peak, his potential being wildly squeezed at this moment. 200 kilometers per hour. Same speed as Donkor, pressing the corners to overtake the Ducati as well as the Suzuki. Everyone was shocked. This includes viewers both live and in the broadcast booth. They all felt Captain Honda's burst of potential, pressing the corner beyond his own limits and chasing straight after Tanku. Kawasaki has entered the back of the chain of corners. Tonka and Captain Honda accelerated wildly in a straight line. The sound of loud engines and the reversal of the constant race conditions had the whole crowd in a frenzy. Awesome, my old Tang. Just now that is Blade overtaking it. The game flying car are not dare to play so ah? Who told me old Don couldn't drive a locomotive? I'm humanly stupid. Why is the old Don's press bend so weird? First time I saw legs clamped to the body press bend. I wouldn't dare to come like that on a bike. I'm guessing it's definitely the effect of old Don's modifications. Honda's captain has exploded, and I'm afraid that's the fastest corner he's ever recorded. Look, the captains of Ducati and Suzuki have erupted too. Chapter 64, so it's the God of Cars convoy. A man exclaimed out in shock, and the crowd immediately saw two figures on motorcycles quickly catching up. On this straight road, like two streams of different colors, it was as fast as a dotted line. The room erupted into a vast clamor and applause. Regardless of the outcome of this round, it was an immensely exciting match that deserves to be admired by countless people. Even the purely passerby live viewers are feeling the charm of the locomotive. Only the fleet of BMWs that were knocked off the road were bleary-eyed and moody. Donko had Origin chasing the first-place Kawasaki at full speed, with three teams behind him chasing him at full speed. Down several turns in a row, Kawasaki went straight across the finish line for the first lap. Time, 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Donko followed him to the line with 3 minutes and 51 seconds on the clock. This is all due to being blocked in the early going, which slows things down. Otherwise, Tang Ku could have been faster. None of this mattered. His speed was gradually increasing and he would soon catch up with Kawasaki. Instead, the three in the back were more troublesome. Seemingly stimulated by Tang Ku, all three of them displayed car skills that far exceeded their own level, and were in hot pursuit at the back. By the time Tonka entered the corner again, he was less than 3 meters from Kawasaki. Captain Kawasaki was startled to hear the sound of an engine in the rear. According to his knowledge of engine noises, this was definitely Tanka's car and no one else's. How did he get there so fast? All that distance pulled away and it's only the second lap and it's catching up? Before he could recover from his heart-stopping shock, 3 familiar engine noises followed. The Ducati, Honda and Suzuki likewise gave chase. Captain Kawasaki's face changed dramatically as he felt the pressure multiply and had to accelerate again as he pressed the corner. All 5 pressed the bends at the same time. Extreme cornering angles, as much as possible to increase their own speed. The action is standard and competent. Only Tanka's movements are the most bizarre. Legs clamped this body, hate the whole person into the motorcycle. He had the lowest angle of pressure on the corner and the fastest car, rubbing out a shower of sparks. All 5 were pressing the corners at 200, and the motorcycles of the 4 professional riders were trembling slightly, feeling like they were going to fly out in the next second. But the pressure Tanku had put on them was too great, and they could only drive on with their heads. Ahead is a series of curves, and after the left-hand curve, you enter a right-hand curve. As if Tanka's Augusta possessed self-awareness, it quickly flipped from the left side to the right side and pressed down violently. Asterisk 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 so fast on the pressure curve, I'm afraid it's going to flip right over, isn't it? It's over. Old Don he's in a hurry. But just when everyone felt that Tanka's motorcycle was going to flip over, Augusta's body was less than a few centimeters from the ground and stopped instantly. The bizarre pressure bends reappeared, causing countless people to gasp in shock. Even the audience watching the live stream stared in disbelief. Think that's it? Donkor grinned and let Origin speed up to the limit of the tire's grip. 200 kilometers per hour pulls up again. In front of countless people, Augusta reached a speed of 220 kilometers per hour. The sound of the engine surged and reverberated, interspersed with the cheering vibrations of the entire stadium. With an amazing angled position, Danko drilled through the gap position and was about to cross over the first-place Kawasaki. Kawasaki's captain was horrified. This overtaking through a gap was undoubtedly an insult to him. In a fury, his speed increased. Boom! But just as he accelerated, the Kawasaki's engine blew up. The wheels of the Kawasaki in the pressurized corner slipped, and the Kawasaki captain was in a dark mood. Immediately afterward, there was a loud boom, and the man with the car flew up. No good. Crunch! The Honda and Ducati braked hard to slow down, but it was simply too late. Bang! The three crashed together at great speed and flew off the track at the same time. Tanko departed in an extremely dashing manner, leaving behind a black and gold residual shadow. With no more riders to stop him, Tanko began to explode at full speed, transforming into a black and gold knight. How fast an AI-manipulated Augusta can go was only officially revealed to the audience. The straight-line 420 km per hour speed blew Tanko's whole body shuddering and almost being blown out. His body felt as if it was going to tear apart as he tried desperately to press down and get as close to Augusta as possible. Nervousness is accompanied by abnormal hyperactivity, which is caused by an adrenal surge. 220 km per hour presses the corner and sets a direct record. The entire crowd in the arena was in a frenzy, and they felt like they had witnessed history. Today's battle exceeded everyone's expectations. A donk who was thought to be just up there for fun ran a brand new record. 5 professional racers were pushed beyond their limits by him, but even so, they still couldn't overtake Tanku. It has even led to accidents because the car was going too fast. There is so much at stake. Everyone realized that Tanku had actually crushed the professional racers in all aspects. Whether it is the performance of the locomotive, or their own skills and courage, are far beyond the ordinary. It's so awesome. Tanku crushed a professional racer. Naya, 220 km per hour pressurized cornering. Naya can't even think about it. How did he dare to drive so fast? The most outrageous thing is that he didn't fly out. Are these wheels fitted with spikes? Punch! Punch! Go! The crowd in the arena was shouting and cheering like crazy, excited to the max. The only motorcycle left in the field is Danko's, which zips around the course. It was like a prehistoric beast that was constantly roaring and galloping. The whole room clamored, fidgeted, and boiled over it. Old Don is awesome. Someone tore his voice out and yelled. This Tanku technology is comparable to that Kargada back then. It's really too fierce. Couldn't be that guy's disciple, right? That man back then. You can't be talking about. That's right. It's the one who sealed the deal in one battle on MT. Kyunemai. Everyone in the biker world honors him as Brother Long. He once instantly overtook 3 people with extreme cornering, and his scalpel-like maneuvers marveled the locomotive world. But because there is no one who can fight with one of them, to this point, he withdrew from the racing world. It is really a great regret. Rumor has it that he seems to have run off to Ramos. I think Tanko has the strength to fight one of these. I seem to remember that Brother Long is the Dongsheng fleet, right? So Dragon is Team Dongsheng? Hiss. Is it hard to believe that it's the current Dongsheng fleet? It can't be? No wonder I always felt just now that the name Dongsheng fleet sounded so familiar. It dawned on the crowd. Once upon a time, there was a god of the biker world who came from a newly founded team, but had the skills to beat professional racers. Back then he had a battle with major pro drivers at Akira Mountain. It was quite similar to the momentum Tanko had today when he swept the top 5 professional drivers. It's no wonder that Dongsheng's team came out with 2 such strong drivers. So it was Dragon's team back then. Chapter 65 The Undisputed Champion. Tanko crisscrossed the track alone, feeling the strong winds coming his way in the cheers and support of the spectators. 3rd lap, 4th lap, 5th circle. The pace was faster than ever and the time records were constantly being set. The fastest lap was recorded at 2 minutes and 32 seconds. Total time for the 5 laps, 15 minutes and 13 seconds. The record set by Zheng Tiangang was broken by Tanku on the same day. Wow. We won. Jean Woming jumped up excitedly and turned directly to give Zhang Yashuan a big hug. Zhang Yashuan was similarly happy, while at the same time inwardly relieved. The 2 accidents just now had really scared her. Luckily, Danko's modifications were strong and even in the face of 2 accidents, he navigated his way out of them. Nice guy. Tonka really won. Ran the fastest speed. Now there's no need to add the full team time anymore. With all 3 rounds in first place, the Windward group won without a doubt. This old Tang guy couldn't be Lung's disciple. Could he? Good lord. How did Tang Ku know the legendary dragon? Maybe it was a motorcycle ride or something. In a certain motorcycle you sat in the past, the owner may be the dragon. Ha 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 ha. Someone teased. You guys are really little witches. Then you should take more motorcycle rides in the future. Speaking of which, I'm also a motorcycle puller. A man sitting next to him stood up as he spoke. He smiled and patted the car fan beside him, then turned and walked away. While countless people cheered, he chose to leave silently, leaving only a back. As he left, he muttered inside under his breath, Xiao Tian and ZMO have both grown up. It was really the right decision to hand over the Dongsheng fleet to them in the first place. With that, he walked out of the arena and faded away on his motorcycle. Crunch! Donkel's Augusta braked sharply at the finish and the rear wheel buckled slightly, but was quickly squashed by the automatic balancing system, then sideswiped in a drifting tire-burning showboat, stopping the motorcycle handsomely. The wheels scraped and crunched on the ground, leaving a black trail on the track, handsome enough to make the female audience scream and shout and blush. Zhang Yashuan, Jin Yumeng, Zhang Tian, and Chen Zimmer all walked towards him with bright smiles. Deeply hidden. Don Cor. You reserved too much yesterday, didn't you? Zhang Tian smiled as he walked over and touched fists with Tang Ku, exclaiming in admiration. Brother Tang Ku is too low profile and too deeply hidden. Chen Zimmo smiled bitterly and spoke everyone's thoughts. Before this, no one really knew that Tang Ku actually possessed such divine car skills. Not bad, not bad. I'm a relatively low-key person, so I never proclaim my car skills. After all, civilized driving is what I advocate. Tang Ku laughed out loud. So noble was the spirit that a wave of admiration fell upon those around him. Look at that. With car skills like that, people don't show them off, obeys the rules of the road and never races. Not like the wannabe biker playing wannabes who blow up the streets late at night every day. That's the spirit of the car gods. The crowd seemed to realize why Dragon, back then, had chosen to become a mojo master. It's a return to basics. The peeps in the live room were exclaiming and praising, and the pop-ups were going crazy. Zhang Yashuan was the only one who snickered at the side. She was the only one present who knew that Tang Ku had run the entire distance openly. That's when a large group of people swarmed in. There were many journalists among them, rushing over with microphones in their hands. Mr. Dongko, may I ask when you started playing with motorcycles? May I ask Mr. Tang why your motorcycle can stand upright without support? Is this the automatic balancing system you developed? Mr. Tang, do you have any thoughts on this tournament play? Are you planning to enter the motorcycle industry? Mr. Donkers. Before the people arrived, these reporters yelled out on their way to rush over. The frenzy of trying to grab the first interview was particularly frightening. Unfortunately, all of these people were stopped by Zhang Yashuan's bodyguards, not allowing these strangers to approach. They are worried that there will be unscrupulous people caught in the middle. Even if there are no miscreants, it's still a good idea to keep people from crowding over and stealing, or mooching. It's not that the guards are narrow-minded. It still happens from time to time. There's a lot of people, and there's definitely going to be certain people mixed in, especially Zhang Yashuan and Jin Yumeng, two girls. Looks is not generally beautiful, but also Douyin platform big anchor. I wonder how many people covet them. Sorry guys, about your questions. I don't care to answer them. Tang Ku's simple and rough words froze everyone in their tracks. We're going back to celebrate. Please make way. Thank you. Nice guy. So blunt? Though many were reluctant to answer reporters' questions, but they all find an excuse, one that everyone feels comfortable with, to avoid the issue. No one has ever dared to say they are too lazy to answer as directly as Tang Ku did, because if you say anything inappropriate, you will be hated by these journalists, or you will amplify the problem indefinitely in order to intentionally gain attention. When the topic catches fire, it can have a huge negative impact on the person involved. But today they saw a man who, in no way, wimped out on the reporter's comments. Tang Ku not only has Hongtai Group backing behind him, but also has the country standing behind him. To more than a few people, Donkor is the baby the country holds in the palm of its hand. He developed artificial intelligence and electromagnetic propulsion that greatly improved the nation's military. Then there's the smart car he pioneered, and the robot Great White. These have even changed the way of life in the Dragon Kingdom. Within the Dragon Kingdom, any news media that dared to hack him would be invited to tea. Tang Ku smiled and waved at the reporters, then took the clothes and towels from his wife and headed toward the shower room. After a shower, Tang Ku put back on the same handsome suit he used to go out in the past. Today's performance was too bright. Under the halo, it was the same dapper outfit that gave it a particularly different look. The already handsome and heavenly appearance, enhanced by the clothes and the halo, made Tang Ku's temperament at this moment, hanging all male stars, fair skin without losing the man's astral body. Not like some stars who look like sissies. Chen Zimmo and Zhang Tian also came out after bathing, and although the two of them didn't look bad, their temperament was suppressed by Tang Ku. Tang Ku didn't drive his own Augusta, but summoned the Qilin intelligent car. Augusta arranged to have the bodyguard drive it home. In fact, with the Origins system in place, the Augusta is perfectly capable of driving itself home. But Tangke didn't want to expose the smart motorcycle so soon. At least he wouldn't expose this matter before the Yingfeng group officially acquired Augusta. Aside from Zhang Tian and Chen Zimmer, all three of Tangke's men got into the car and headed towards the restaurant. Chapter 66, Go back and treat your baby to chicken. To our victory today. Don Cor raised the glass of Coke in his hand high and clinked his glass with his partners, in the hands of the crowd, and likewise Coke. The two of them, Zhang Tian and Chen Zimmer, were a bit grateful inwardly. They both drove here and couldn't drink and drive. I'm sure it's still brother Tangke who's thinking ahead. It was now a little after 3 in the afternoon. A game where lunch was a quick fix and didn't fill you up. So the crowd came to the restaurant to celebrate and fill their bellies for dinner. I'm treating you today to thank the 3 big brothers for winning the championship for my Yingfeng group. Jin Yumeng spoke in a bold tone, quite like a big boss. But once you see her nippy look, it's especially delightful. We should. After all, we are also paid a salary, so we naturally have to use our best efforts. And now that the mission is completed, we can be considered to have an explanation. Zhang Tian responded with a smile. Chen Zimmer similarly laughed. Brother Tangke is too powerful. His performance in the final round stunned us all. Yes, it's as if I see the old dragon in him. Zhang Tian nodded. Old dragon? The one you said before, the one who went to Ramo? Tangke asked casually. Yeah, why don't I call him up for the second half tonight and introduce him to you? Zhang Tian raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Tangke with a you-know-what look. The second half of a man's life is nothing more than drinking KTV and then picking up girls. But Tangke doesn't drink, and even if he does, it's just a glass of red wine for a light taste during dinner. Therefore he had never gone out with people like Zhang Tian. For the second half, there was no interest at all. No. Still have to go back to writing my novel. Tangke politely refused. Zhang Yashuan, who was sitting next to him, nodded in satisfaction and chucked a large chicken leg into Tangke's bowl. Baby, eat the chicken leg. Thanks. Go back and treat baby to chicken. Tangke politely whispered back. In an instant, Zhang Yashuan's pretty face flushed, and her jade hand twisted hard on her husband's waist, causing Tangke to show his teeth in pain. What's wrong with brother Tangke? Zhang Tian noticed Tangke's abnormality and asked with concern. It's fine. It's just a bit of toothache. It should be fire. Tangke smiled. It did catch fire. The wife caught fire. The people talked freely, and after a good dinner, parted. Before leaving, Jin Wuming suddenly turned his head to look at Chen Zimmer and asked, You're going to the second half? Chen Zimmer froze, and after a few seconds of silence, he said no. I'll go back and think about the advice Tangke gave me. Really? Then I'm leaving. Jin Wuming expressionlessly sat inside the Kirin smart car. Chen Zimmer opened his mouth, and finally ran to the Qilin car and said seriously to Jin Yumeng, I won't even go to any second half in the future. I'll reach your father's target. The moment these words came out, Tangke and Zhang Yashuan's hearts of gossip blazed. The two stuck together with extreme understanding and muttered in whispers. Jin Yumeng finally did show a smile as she nodded. I know. See you next time. See you next time. Chen Zimmer stood in place for a long time, watching the Qilin go away. Zhang Tian patted Chen Zimmer's shoulder and laughed. Come on. People are far away, and you still can't forget them? As the captain of Dongxing's fleet, how could he not see what Chen Zimmer had in mind for Jin Yumeng? It's not that easy to fulfill the requirements her father gave. Zhang Tian took a deep breath and comforted. Come with me to find Old Dragon. Although your brother Long is a Ramos, there are quite a lot of endeavors behind him. It's not a bad idea to go and take a look. Maybe there's one that suits you. Well, thanks to brother Tian and brother Long for their cultivation over the years. Chen Zimmer nodded his head. The two men each boarded their own motorcycles and left the track. Inside the car, Zhang Yashuan playfully approached her own best friend, asked, Come and talk to your sister. What is your relationship with Chen Zimmer? You two seem to be very familiar with each other? Needless to say, it's 80% that there's a leg up. Tangke hugged his laptop as he wrote the chapters of today's novel. No sooner had he finished speaking than his calf felt kicked by a goblin. Tangke turned his head to look at Zhang Yashuan and saw that she was glaring at him. Can you talk? That was clearly an underground love affair. Zhang Yashuan said with an air of righteousness. Jin Wumeng, who was originally a bit shy and angry, was just about to be grateful to her best friend for defending her. As a result, after hearing the latter, she instantly understood. This couple is ganging up on her. Enough. You two are so excessive. I'm going to cut you off. Jin Yuming's face blushed with shame as she drank in a delicate voice. It's too shooty. What kind of people are these? It's true that it's not a family. It's not a family. Every time these two seemed to be arguing, they were actually bullying her in disguise. Kim Wumeng said that he had really had enough. Okay, I won't tease you. Back to the topic. Between you and Chen Zimmer is. Zhang Yashuan collected her smile and this time, She was genuinely inquiring. Jin Yuemeng hummed lightly and finally explained. Chen Zimo and I are from the same university, not a major, much less a college, but I would always see him on campus. And then I found out from my roommate that Chen Zimo had a crush on me and would go squatting on the road before I got out of class, so I would see him a lot. Wow, that's too romantic, but is it really good that he doesn't go to class? Tang Ke said with a pompous expression. Don't interrupt. Zhang Yashuan kicked Tang Ke's calf once again and turned her head. Meng, you continue. Jin Yuemeng nodded and said slowly. Chen Zimo is a very shy person. I graduated from college and he didn't even dare to come up and talk to me. It wasn't until some time ago, when I went to the restaurant with my father, to discuss the Augusta acquisition, that I saw Chen Zimo again. My dad needed to find a racer, and on his way out the door, he happened to run into Zimmer Chen, who had just finished eating and gotten on his motorcycle. There are such coincidences in heaven. At that time, Jin Yuemeng recognized Chen Zimo, and the other party recognized her at the same glance. Kim Wumeng's dad had been dealing with people for years and instantly sensed that something was wrong with the two. He tentatively asked Chen Zimo. Thus, the Dongsheng fleet entered the eyes of the old president of Yingfeng Group. After a round of locomotive selection tests, two people, Zhang Tian and Chen Zimmer of Team Dongsheng, stood out. Then what was that what-if indicator that Chen Zimo just told you about? Zhang Yashuan asked. Chen Zimo is just a big pig-headed man who can't hide himself, and it didn't take him 2 sentences to reveal his little heart for me. Jin Yuemeng sighed as he held his forehead and said, that's why my father made it clear to him directly that if he wanted to marry me, he had to have the ability to take over the entire affairs of the Yingfeng Group. This was the test that the old head of the Yingfeng Group put his son-in-law through. If he didn't have the ability to manage a huge business empire, then he didn't deserve to be his son-in-law. Chapter 67, Caught Hanging On? Good lord, it's a good thing our dad didn't give me that request, Tang Ke said coldly. Originally, there was also this request, only that my father saw that you were more well-behaved, so let's forget about it, Zhang Yashuan faintly said. Tang Ke sniffed and raised an eyebrow, meaning that our father thinks that I don't dare to bully you, and that's why he married you off to me? Aha, yeah, you're not convinced? Zhang Yashuan crossed her arms across her chest and provoked. Just you wait, I'll have your ass tonight. Tang Ke's eyes were cold. This. Jin Yuemeng was instantly startled, feeling as if Tang Ke was serious, and hurriedly advised. Don't be angry, brother Tang, Ye Xian is joking with you. Before she finished her sentence, Zhang Yashuan loudly interrupted. Fine, I'd like to see whether this girl gives in first, or you get drained by this girl first. Kim Wumeng, who was discouraging the two from arguing in the car, froze and sensed a hint of something wrong. These two don't seem to be fighting. It was like, again, showing her off. You guys are done. I'm going to cut you off. Jin Yuemeng was infuriated. What's wrong with young people these days? Being so cranky. Tang Ke pretended to be at a loss, then continued to write the chapter he was going to update today. Zhang Yashuan sat next to her and snickered. Noticing her best friend's fierce eyes looking, she immediately put away her smile and leaned against Tang Ke, watching her husband code. Pretend nothing is happening. The three of them playfully returned to the entrance of the villa. When he got off the bus, Tang Ke suddenly said to Jin Yuemeng, next month, during the Dragon Boat Festival, tell Zimo to come over and we'll go out together. Jin Wumeng froze and blinked before nodding. I see. Tang Ke smiled and walked home with Zhang Yashuan. Each busied himself with his own things. Tang Ke continued to update his novel while Zhang Yashuan drew her comics. Life at home is very calm and light. But the matter of Tang Ke's match today has set the internet on fire once again. It was supposed to be just a private locomotive race, not enough to get too much attention. Even the fact that Donko could drive a locomotive wasn't too widely discussed. After all, Tang Ke was not an entertainment star, and there was no need to report on this little matter. But the problem is that Donkor's actions while driving completely defy the rules of physics. So many people speculated that Tonka was once again leading the world by building an automatic balancing device. Old Don ran off to play with locomotives and secretly got a whole self-balancing device? It's pretty amazing that this thing can actually turn a motorcycle into a nonpareil. So all three of the Windward Group's motorcycles have this stuff added to them so they can take as many corners as they want without flipping over? In that case, it's okay for me to me? A locomotive? Just have a hand. God damn it if you have hands. I'll give you this Kawasaki ZX-10R to try. You'll pay for it if it breaks. Zhang Tian, who was also reading the information on the internet, immediately responded. I'm also a driver, and I can clearly tell the person just now that someone who doesn't know how to press the bends, even with the assistance of an auto-balancing device, can definitely not run fast, even if they don't fly out of the car. I'm betting he'll drive right out of bounds or even hit the wall. Don't curse. I'm wrong. I don't dare to say there are hands on the line anymore. The person who just spoke immediately apologized. Cyber violence is deeply engraved in everyone's mind. Once you are in a situation where you are being swarmed by a lot of internet users, most people know that they need to apologize immediately to avoid being swarmed. Donkor's participation in this locomotive race has given the motorcycle a minor fire. A video of him driving a locomotive was put on the internet and played non-stop. Many passers-by have fallen in love with motorcycles as a result, especially Tonka's Augusta F4 Claudio, which has become the target of countless people. If I buy an Augusta F4 Claudio, will it be as hard as Donk's? As far as I know, Donko's Augusta F4 Claudio was modified by himself, and therefore performs completely differently than the original Augusta F4 Claudio. Got it. Immediately go to Weibo and private message Tang could have built the unicorn motorcycle. Good lord, said Donkor, you're a damn little genius. That's going to build a motorcycle. 66,666. I think we can just build smart motorcycles and let the AI drive them. Then we can just sit on them. Makes sense. Wouldn't the motorcycle automatically crimp with the autobalancer in place and the AI? Wait a minute. I suddenly wondered if that game of Tankus could have been run by an AI? People on the internet were chatting away and suddenly realized the unthinkable. The reason they didn't think of it earlier is because the autobalance wasn't created. Now an expert has stepped forward and solidly established that Tonka has built an auto-balancing device. So wouldn't the addition of AI make it a smart motorcycle? One word stirs up 1,000 waves. What started out as a boring topic was completely ignited by a question posed by an Edison. Tangku open hanging for words, instantly rushed to the first hot search list. Asterisk. Look what we found. Don't dare to bet too much. After all, I've been hit in the face a bit too much. Let's bet a dime this time. I think Tangku is open. Since you say so, I'll bet a dime on it too. Tangku is open for business. Hanging Tangku. Report. Tang could cheated in the race. But there doesn't seem to be a ban on AI at the tournament, does there? In these times of going with the flow, there are still some sensible people who make their point. It's true that there's no such thing, but I think that using AI to help win is as undesirable as turning on the heat in an esports game. That's right. I believe the country will soon outline new regulations that AI can't function in the middle of a match. Good lord. Listening to you guys, you're concluding that Tangku is open. If the speculation is correct, it should be. On the contrary, I don't think it's a big deal. AI is nothing more than a more advanced computer. How can it be considered open-ended when there are trip computers in cars and motorcycles? Fair enough, it's all a computer program. Why should it be treated any differently? Programming the trip computer is considered part of the modification. And I don't think there's anything wrong with Donko modifying an AI into it. It's what he's got. The rhetoric on the internet presents two sides. One side was thinking that Tangko's behavior could not be considered open. The other side of the coin thinks he's open to cheating and is undesirable. Go to Weibo and add Tangku out. Or go to his book review section and look for him. This bean batch is definitely writing a book at home and doesn't know how the outside world is yet. TSK. Maybe playing with his wife? This bastard must be playing around with his wife. After all, Sister Yashian is a beautiful big beauty. Chapter 68. Tangku, am not open. Most of the people on the internet had decided that Tangku was open, but no one went to abuse Tangku, only all for him to come out and make a statement. There was also a discussion about the use of AI in tournaments and whether it was the right thing to do. After all, artificial intelligence is so much more advanced than a regular trip computer. Most of all, cars and motorcycles rely on trip computers, which are essential, if only resisting capable AI. And yet it doesn't resist a weak trip computer. It would be a bit of a stretch. And at this moment, Tangku has just finished coding today's chapter and posting it on the internet. Looking at the time, it's 9 o'clock at night. They had eaten after 3 and were now a little hungry. He went to the kitchen and rummaged through the refrigerator, finding nothing in there suitable for a late night snack. Yes, Xian, do you want to go out for a snack together? Tangku walked to the door of the study on the first floor and said to his wife, no, just pack some barbecue for me and come back. Zhang Yashuan, who was in the middle of seriously drawing, responded, if she goes out, the bodyguards will have to follow. And since she'd just gotten out of the shower and her hair would stick to the dust if she made a trip out, she just didn't go out. Alright, what do you want to eat? Tangko didn't reject Zhang Yashuan's request. Just bringing back a snack for my wife. It's a favor. Lamb kebabs, beef kebabs, chicken wings, leeks, oysters. I'm drooling from talking about it. So hurry up and go buy it. Just measure how much you want to buy yourself. Zhang Yashuan gently swallowed her saliva in anticipation. Okay, It's on its way. Don Cor walked straight out the door, the bodyguards giving him a slight nod. He got into the Kirin smart car and headed for the late-night neighborhood. Magic City at night is at its best. The colorful lights of the buildings, reflecting on the lake, make the city seem extraordinarily peaceful. But if you walk into the neighborhood, you can see a bustling and noisy city that never sleeps. The food and drink areas in particular can be crowded with cars. Many luxury cars are parked in front of the main stores and pedestrians walking shakily in twos and threes. The aroma and smoke from the food stalls wafted around, attracting a steady stream of customers. A young man is holding up a live cell phone as he wanders down this food court. As he walked, he said to the camera, "Hello guys, I'm your food anchor Pippi brother. This time when I come to Magic City, I'm going to take you on a tour of this most prosperous food street." Brother Peppy glanced at the time on his watch and smiled. It's now 9:46 p.m., the moment when this food court is at its most crowded. So let's hunt for the food that's caught in the crowd. As usual, we'll go to the grocery store and buy a bottle of water. Then we can feast. Pippi came to an unmanned self-service supermarket not far away and pushed his way in while interacting with fans. After shopping around for most of the day, I finally chose a bottle of mineral water. But just then, the pop-ups in his live stream suddenly multiplied. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The guy behind Brother Pippi just now seems to be Old Tang, right? I feel like it's Old Tang too. Pippi brother, take a quick look. It looks like Old Tang, yeah. Hanging Old Tang. Brother Peppy quickly grab him and interrogate him. Hanging ratio surprise in supermarket. Seeing that the screen was full of such pop-ups, Pippi brother immediately turned back to look for them. As a Douyin anchor, Pippi brother naturally knew Tang Ku. This is a man who hangs out in the live room of Douyin's first sister, and even often steals Zhang Yashuan's live room. Brother Peppy swept his gaze around and instantly locked onto a man with an extraordinary temperament. Even if this person was only wearing ordinary short sleeves and shorts, it was difficult to hide his handsome face and his imposing temperament. "Hello, you're Donkor, aren't you?" Brother Pippi smiled as he walked up and introduced himself. "I'm Brother Pippi from Douyin. I wonder if I could ask you a few questions for the fans." Tang Ku, who was just about to check out, suddenly saw someone looking for him. He replied politely, "I am. Just ask if there's anything I can do. I've got a barbecue to catch up on." After Tang Ku came to this food street, he told the barbecue stall owner to burn it first. On his own, he came inside the supermarket to buy sodas and snacks and to rub the air conditioning. It's May and it's hot as hell. As someone who writes every day from the comfort of my home, it's really hard to adjust to the heat outside. Pippi looked at the pop-ups and asked with a smile, "That's great. These are the questions that my fans have been asking more. May I ask you what you think about the hanging?" As soon as these words came out, Tang Ku suddenly froze, and the words subconsciously came out of his mouth. Tang Ku, didn't open up. No hanging? The internet has all kinds of real hammers. That kind of operation is simply not humanly possible. That's right. It's not even scientific why you wouldn't stick to the ground and slide sideways when you're pressing the corner in that position. He's being sophomoric. He must be open. It is. That's it. The live broadcast room was noisy, but it was a pity that Tang Ku couldn't see it. You are denying the openings, right? So do you have any thoughts on the topic of whether or not AIs can be added to tournaments? Pippi asked again. Tang Ku blinked and asked in confusion, "What's the matter of cheating? Artificial intelligence joining the tournament is certainly cheating. Is that even a question? Artificial intelligence joining in the middle of a game? Obviously not. What's wrong with this anchor in front of me? He still has to ask him such a simple question. He has too little common sense, right? I suddenly can't figure out whether Old Tang is open or not. Playing dumb in the face of the matter of hanging, and even more so in the face of the latter, directly said that it belongs to the cheating behavior. A good move to confuse the people. So did Tang Ku open up or not? I think he's open, just trying to hide it from us, but I don't feel like it. He seems serious. Brother Pippi opened his mouth, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. Seeing Tang Ku's serious and somewhat puzzled eyes, Brother Peppy tentatively asked, "That Mr. Tang Ku, did you read the information on the internet when you got home today? What information to look at? The internet comes and goes with all that pussy star. What's there to see?" Tang Ku opened the chilled Fat House Happy Water and took a sip, feeling refreshed to the core. When he scanned the code to pay, he incidentally took the mineral water in Pippi Brother's hand and settled the bill as well. "I'll buy you this bottle of water. My barbecue should be ready, so I'll go first. I can't keep my lord waiting." Saying that, Tang Ku carried the bag full of snacks and walked out the door. Brother Pai Pai immediately followed, and just wanted to open his mouth to tell Tang Ku that the matter about him opening up was on the hot search. As a result, when he walked out of the supermarket entrance, he saw Tang Ku immediately turn around and walk back. Pippi was a little puzzled, his eyes looking out. Only two groups of people gathered together not far in front of the supermarket. Each man had a scowl on his face and bare shoulders, revealing a variety of tattoos. Some people also have a red face and upper body because of the alcohol. They were holding bottles, steel pipes, bricks and other artifacts, yelling various expletives as the two sides confronted each other. As far as the eye could see, the number of people was estimated to be in the hundreds. Is this drunk and disorderly? Pippi jumped inwardly and was shocked as he shrank back into the store. Chapter 69. Let's go. Peeps. Holy, it's a drunken man causing trouble. Cool. Anchor and Lao Tang still don't hurry up? These drunks are the worst. Once a fight starts, he doesn't care who you are. He'll beat you up if he sees it. Really damn bad luck. A beautiful night was actually spoiled by these people. Anchor, hurry to call the police. It's too late to call the police. It's all going to start and the police can't fly over. The live bloggers were concerned. Pippi brother also realized the seriousness of the problem. By the time these hundreds of people fought, it would definitely spread to the supermarket side. He looked at Tangko with some anxiety, but saw that the other party was extremely calm, playing with his cell phone while drinking a Coke. Good lord, do you still have the heart to play with your cell phone at this time of the day? When I call out for you to follow me later, remember to follow me first, got it? Tangko glanced at brother Pai Pai and faintly said, okay. Pippi brother was like a chicken pecking at rice. He didn't understand what Tangko meant, but it was the right thing to do to follow the big man in this situation. No, is old Don so calm? It's hard to believe that old Tang has prepared some kind of fighting robot, or that he has bodyguards by his side. I don't think so. If I'm not mistaken, old Don is calling his unicorn smart car. Being reminded of this, the crowd remembered that Tangku had a carrying car made of Ku alloy. Just duck in. Not to mention the fights and brawls. Even if a boulder falls, there is no fear. This pop-up had only just been swiped when the unicorn car came from the distance. However, as the two sides faced each other in a tirade of abuse, hundreds of people just blocked the path of the Kirin coming through. For a while, the scene was a bit awkward. Tang Ku and his own unicorn car were separated by hundreds of naked men. On either side were again towering walls of buildings and some tattooed drunken men blocking the passageways on either side. They had fierce faces and were not to be messed with at first glance. If an ordinary person walked past, they could easily be maliciously hurt by the other party. So a detour is out of the question. If you want to get on the bus, you'll have to find a way to get through the middle of all these hundreds of people. To get through, drop by drop, Kirin attempted to honk his horn. However, the burly men on both sides were indifferent and simply ignored the Kirin car. What's wrong with hugging your girlfriend? I can hug whoever I want. How dare you touch me? The inch-haired man on the left shouted arrogantly and violently at a handsome-looking man. And the handsome man was no slouch, snapping and slamming the bottle to the ground. Loudly scolded, barking Nima barking, dog thing barking one more time. I'll break 3 legs of you dog thing. My woman is also you dare to touch? The inchman burst into a rage, copied the iron rod and went straight forward. Just in the nick of time, a gentle voice came from the side. Would you two please move over and wait until I get in the car to fight? Under the stunned gaze of countless netizens, as well as the strong men at the scene, Tangko walked directly into the middle of the two cursing men, with the appearance of an innocent passerby. Who are you? The inch-haired man's eyes widened and his mouth opened wide to yell. The handsome man's eyes were cold, and seizing this opportunity, he directly knocked a wine bottle up. Bang! The bottle shattered, spilling glass all over the floor. The inch-haired man's head was covered in blood, and veins emerged from his forehead. I % you and you guys ganged up on me. Die for me, he bellowed, the steel pipe in his hand slamming towards the handsome man, as it was the other man who had hit him. Therefore the first thing the inch-headed man wanted to take revenge on was this handsome man, followed by Tangko who was on the side. The two of them directly twisted together, striking viciously, specializing in attacks towards the weak points of the human body. Tangko immediately turned around and yelled, "Peeps, let's go!" With a fall, he took advantage of his opponent's fight to charge directly towards the Kirin car. At this moment, Tangko's running speed reached the fastest it had ever been. Both sides of the manpower also because of the bosses to start the war. All of them shouted loudly and violently. Hundreds of people melee broke out on the spot. Bang! 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 Various clanging and shattering sounds echoed through the area. The stall holders in the food street had long since put away their stalls and hid far away for fear of being affected. These drunks are particularly vicious when they get rowdy and smash everything in sight. Pippi couldn't care less about that, as someone had already smashed the supermarket glass and the fight had spilled over into the unmanned supermarket. With a clench of his teeth, he ran in the direction of Doncor with his cell phone raised, his face contorted in fear. Peeps charge. Run, there's a man behind you with a knife. It's scary. These people are scary. Run for your life peeps. No, it's peeps. Come on, get in the car. The people in the live broadcast room were all skewed by Tang Ko, and Pippi Brother's name inexplicably turned into Pippi Shrimp. But their concerns are genuine, because there really is someone behind Pippi Brother with a knife. These people are outlaws when it comes to fighting. Even if you don't really want to fight, the anger is completely ignited after being hurt by the other person. The moment Tang Ko entered the car, Origin immediately closed the door. Various instruments slammed into the car with a plopping muffled sound. By the time Pippi Brother came rushing in, Origins quickly opened the car door once again. Don Cor reached out and pulled Pippi in, and once again the car door closed automatically. Bang! A kitchen knife slammed into the unicorn glass the moment the car door closed. A close escape for Pippigo. Pippi sighed in relief. His heart beat slow to cushion itself, poofing fast. Scared the hell out of me. Thanks for coming to the aid of Big Brother Tang Ko. Brother Peppi gasped. Tang Ko smiled. You're welcome, it's just a show of hands. Brother Peppi thanked him with a playful smile on his lips, but in his heart, he was speechless. Tang Ko's actions just now could truly be described as artistic. Actually dared to walk in front of the two drunken leaders, when really not afraid of being shot in the head with a bottle. Thanks to old Don for stepping in and saving peeps. Thank you, Big Don Cole, for saving our peeps. Scared the hell out of me. Just now I thought that flying kitchen knife was going to cut into our peeps. Old Tang, this car glass is so strong. It turns out that not only the body is hard, even the glass is just as hard. Pippi's sorely missing screen name. Ha 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 ha. The atmosphere in the broadcast room lightened up after Pippi's rescue. Outside the car all kinds of instruments fighting, and even someone was kicked to the head of the unicorn car. All kinds of knocking. The scene of bloody brutality. The unicorn car immediately backed up and headed out towards the periphery. While the body didn't show scratches, it was a little dirty from these guys. It seems like it's a good idea to get a bodyguard robot. Even in times of peace, unexpected situations can arise. Tang Ko inwardly said. There's also some defense machinery to be installed in the house, and then a bodyguard robot for Yashin as well. This robot actually has a prototype. Tonka built multiple chips and bodies for Great White, including one in bodyguard mode. Chapter 70. Yes. Tang Ko now had to think about whether or not to piggyback some weapons for Great White, and whether to have some defense weapons in your home as well, but they will never be allowed. Thus it could only be built in secret, and as long as no one beat him to the punch, these weapons would never be discovered. When someone hit on him or Zhang Yashuan, it didn't matter even if the weapon was exposed. Being able to keep yourself and your family safe is more important than anything else, though the exposure will lead to a series of troubles. Well, it's time to read some books on firearms and weapons when we get back. Karen drove away from the group fight, where the fight had alerted the police. As the two of them gathered together, they were actually caught on camera by Origins and the police were notified. The smart car stops in front of a barbecue stall, where the owner of the barbecue stall burns as he watches the fight in the distance. When Tang Ko's car stopped in front of him, the boss immediately changed into a smile. Mr. Tang is here. These barbecues for you are ready, but the oysters will have to wait a little longer. They need to be cooked a little. It's fine. Take your time. Tang Ko responded with a smile as he sat in the car. Then he turned his head back to Pippi next to him and said, It's okay Pippi, you can go now. Oh okay, thanks. Brother Peppi nodded and suddenly said, No, I have something to tell you. You're on fire on the internet about your match today. Don Cor blinked and blandly said, Oh, I'm used to it. Fire is fire. Every time he goes out, he can be on the hot search once. Tang Ko has long been accustomed to it. Nowadays, people are just idle and bored. It's just a matter of getting the machinery right, making such a big fuss about it and moving the whole network. It's so vexing. And I don't know why those celebrities, they love it so much when people follow their every move. Even food and drink are reported out. The corner of Pippi's mouth twitched slightly. No Big Brother Tang Ko, it's your match today that was questioned about hanging. They said you used artificial intelligence. Tang Ko raised his eyebrows and said calmly, So this is it. Then I'm afraid they've misunderstood. But I'm very grateful for the idea. And I've decided that I'll add an AI to the motorcycle tomorrow. I didn't realize it was just after the game today, but the internet guessed it. It seems there is still some underestimation of the power of the netizens. I hope the Ingphone Group side has already signed the contract, otherwise it will be a lost cause. Well, I believe you, and I'll be the first to disagree with anyone in the future who dares to say that you're open, and the fans can vouch for me. Brother Peppi turned to the camera and discreetly said, With the contact I just had with Big Brother Tang Ko, I deeply feel that he is a bright and amiable person, and definitely won't be the one who opens up, so please don't continue with the rumors. After saying that, he nodded to Tang Ko, lifting the mineral water in his hand, and thanks for buying me the water. Big Brother Tang Ko, I'll buy you dinner next time. Tang Ko smiled and picked up his cell phone, and the two of them added each other as friends. After Pippi Brother got out of the car, Tang Ku, who was sitting inside the car, suddenly heard Origin's reminder. A magnitude 4 earthquake has been detected. It's at a safe level. Please Mr. Tang, there's no need to worry. As the words fell, all the ground stall owners, except for the drunks who were fighting, were slightly stunned. Apparently, they also felt the seismic fluctuations. After a few moments, the ground returned to normal. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Earthquakes have been a bit frequent lately. Luckily they're not big ones. I saw on the news that there were mild earthquakes in a lot of places, and rumor has it that there will be a large earthquake in one location. It's not, is it? Wouldn't it be dangerous in case it's Mordor? So yeah, pay more attention to this information. Don't put some heavy things in high places in your home, and the hallways need to be uncluttered even more. That's right, don't wait until the earthquake really comes. The owner of the ground floor stand makes small talk with customers on the street. It's still far enough away from the fight area that it basically doesn't spill over into this area. Soon the sound of sirens came from a distance. The drunks didn't even realize it, and continued to beat each other ferociously, beating their heads to a bloody pulp. Big brother Tang Ku, your oysters are ready. I have to close the stall and leave. Have a nice life. The owner of the barbecue stand smiled and handed the packed oysters through the car window. Well, good luck with your business too. Tang Ku smiled and took it, responding casually before riding home in the Chilean intelligent car. On the way, Tang Ku had many more thoughts and ideas in his mind. Due to the fact that he was thinking of a bit too many things at once, his mind was a mess at the moment. The first is the development of the Great White, and the second is about the protection of the family. But the earthquake just now made Tang Ku think of something else. Houses are vulnerable and natural disasters are a danger. Don Key is thinking about buying a piece of land. Then use your own black technology to create a luxury villa like no other. He already had the idea of making weapons at home. So why not just buy a piece of land and make the whole house a fortress? Not only does it have a high defense rating, but it is also resistant to natural disasters such as earthquakes. If the house isn't sturdy, even if it's loaded with some black tech weapons, it's also easy for the house to collapse, thus rendering these weapons useless, which is awkward. Holding a bunch of strange thoughts, Don Cor returned home with a late-night snack. Changing houses isn't going to happen that fast for a while, so the black tech house plans are going to be delayed a bit, but one could start by building some monitors and small arms to protect the current home on all fronts. Take, for example, automated probing drones. The implant originated to allow it to maneuver the unmanned spotter plane throughout the entire flight, scouting the vicinity of the home. Then on the drone, piggyback on something like electroshock or anesthesia. When you encounter an outlaw, attack him directly. You can get a black tech that converts solar energy to electromagnetic energy to give the drone unlimited range while still having extremely fast flight speeds. Don Cor put his snack on the table and sat down to think. The rich aroma wafted throughout the home, and the wife in the study stepped out with delicate steps. She saw Tang Ku, who was sitting at the dining table in a daze, and smiled and waved her hand. What is Bao thinking about? Thinking of my wife. Don Cor hemmed and hawed, smoothly pulling his wife into his arms and sitting her on top of him. He, tiny cute. Zhang Yashuan smiled sweetly as she unzipped the takeout bag. The barbecue aroma is pervasive and so rich that it makes your mouth water. She took out a skewer of lamb and handed it to Tang Ku behind her. It is a sign of love for the other person to have something good and not be the first to eat it yourself, but to give it to your beloved. Tang Ku directly opened his mouth and bit the mouth of lamb. Not fat and not thin taste. Some sheep fishy flavor is particularly soulful. Not bad, not bad. After the lamb passed by the little fairy, it's especially fragrant. Tang Ku gave a thumbs up in admiration. Zhang Yashuan gave him a blank stare. Really good at teasing girls. Honestly, how many girls have you cheated in total? She took a bite of the lamb as well, the rich flavor making her eyes twinkle. Every day I wake up and cheat on one, each one prettier than the one yesterday, and live in my house every day. So happy. Tonka opened his mouth again and took a bite of the lamb his wife handed him. You cheat one every day, and they're all prettier than yesterday's? Zhang Yashuan was slightly stunned. Then he reacted. Tang Ku was praising her in disguise for getting prettier every day. Oily mouth. Zhang Yashuan pretended to be displeased, but inside, she was like eating honey. He even couldn't help but kiss Tang Ku on the face, making Tang Ku's face full of oil. You're actually getting back at me like that? I'm going to kiss back. No way. Zhang Yashuan's small hand immediately rested against her husband's head, preventing him from kissing her face all greasy. His wife forbade him to kiss, and for a while, Donk was a bit depressed. Seeing her husband's face full of disappointment, Zhang Yashuan couldn't help but cry and laugh, and added in a low voice, only after you take a bath. At those words, Tang Ku instantly became majestic again. I'm going to take a shower right now. Harm. You can wash it after the snack. What's the rush? Zhang Yashuan clipped an oyster and handed it over, and Tangko opened his mouth to eat it. Well, the wife feeds just fine. The two of them took a bite out of each other. In 3 tries, the barbecue was all taken care of. Finish it off with a cold bottle of fat happy water down your throat. Ah yes. Tangka finished the last sip of ice cola and couldn't help but gulp lightly. Alright, go take a shower. It's already 10:30. Zhang Yashuan looked at her cell phone and said softly, by the way, there seemed to be some small earthquake just now. Did you feel it? There is only 4 levels only, not a big problem, but just now encountered a drunken man fighting in a group. That scene is old and horrible. Tangko went to his room and took a set of pajamas, heading towards the bathroom. Hearing about the group fight, Zhang Yashuan immediately followed. Drunk and disorderly? You should be standing at a distance, right? At this time, Tangko was already inside the bathroom, stripped naked, but Zhang Yashuan didn't avoid it at all, looking carefully at every inch of her own husband's skin. After realizing there were no wounds, he was relieved and played with his phone in the bathroom doorway. Not to mention, I was almost caught in the wave just now. Luckily I ran fast. Tangka's voice came out within the bathroom. What? Zhang Yashuan was instantly shocked. Without waiting for his wife to ask, Tangka took the lead in talking about what he had just experienced. Only then did Zhang Yashuan realize that her husband had actually encountered such a horrible thing when he went out to buy a midnight snack. Next time you go out, you take your bodyguard with you too. It's too dangerous this way. Zhang Yashuan knitted her eyebrows slightly and said, no wonder you've been dazed since you came back. So you've gone through so much. It's my fault that I didn't actually notice that you were out of sorts. Ha 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 ha. No la. I'm not scared, but I'm thinking about something else. Don Cor finished his shower in the bathroom, blow-dried his hair, and walked out with a smile on his face. He touched his wife's head and laughed. There won't be a next time. The automated system will be completely finished tomorrow, and I'll be back with a couple of bodyguards. Great White. By then, Bodyguard Dubai incorporates all of the fighting techniques, as well as some changes in appearance to give it more agility and power. Even if 10 bodyguards in the house were to come together, they would definitely not be able to beat one bodyguard. Dubai. If Tangko were to add some technological weapons to bodyguard Great White, the damage would skyrocket. Chapter 71, Great White finally goes on sale. The next day, the construction of 2 automated factories in Tonka was completed. Smart cars are starting to be mass-produced at an alarming rate, and it won't be long before the first smart cars are produced. People's travel will officially enter into the intelligent era. On top of that, there's the Great White Robot. Donko has posted a pre-sale online. It comes with an official release date for the Great White and Smart Car. Dragon Boat Festival. 2 heavyweight products of Heika Technology Limited, the Kirin Intelligent Vehicle and the Great White Robot, will be officially put on sale in the early hours of the Dragon Boat Festival. Pre-sale customers, please keep your cell phone on. Before the Dragon Boat Festival, you will receive a phone call and text message from the Intelligent Customer Service of Blackco Technologies Limited, and you can choose to deliver to your home, or go to the designated address to pick up. This piece of news directly triggered the entire internet. It turns out that there is still a discussion on the internet about whether or not Tangku was open, but with the release of information from Blackco, all this talk of openness was instantly drowned out by a flood of information. Finally waiting for you. Good thing I didn't give up. I've been waiting for this to be released. Good guy. As soon as he came, he directly zoomed in. The Smart Car and the Great White double whammy. Pre-orders can get their cars before the Dragon Boat Festival. That's fantastic too, right? I'm definitely going to get it on the street and show it off before the Dragon Boat Festival. This pre-sale is not what I thought it would be, and I'm actually receiving it earlier than the release date. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You guys go check out the official Great White website. So many different Great White styles, and Great White gear. There are 2 main categories on the Great White website. One type is the basic type, which is the big white robot that Tangka previously showed in the live broadcast room. The other is the professional type, such that the Great White has a different appearance, corresponding to each profession. For example, those that are specialized for medical treatment are equipped with all the medical tools on them. Such a Great White is a mobile hospital, capable of performing all the surgeries that humans have mastered on their own. Whether it's a traumatic or internal injury, from a broken limb to a cold, it's all there to help you with your medical problems on the spot. Such robots are undoubtedly offered to hospitals and the rich. For example, by having Great White, who specializes in medicine, ride in an ambulance, he will be able to arrive at the scene first. Emergency surgery was performed directly in the ambulance and then escorted back to the hospital for recuperation. And the rich and powerful is even more direct. Home to put a medical Big White, so that any big and small diseases do not need to go to the hospital. There is also Chef Dubai, who is well versed in the dishes of various countries, and can store dishes and chopsticks and other dining utensils inside his body. It also cooks on site and builds fires automatically. Take Chef Dubai with you and you won't even worry about going hungry when you're out in the wilderness. Bodyguard Dubai, proficient in all fighting techniques, various mobility tools, detection and counter-detection, and other techniques. At the same time its body is fused with coalloy elements that can withstand bullets and explosions, if necessary. By this great white rich, it is also possible to register with the state and then receive upgrade chips for proficiency in various firearms. Yes, Tangku also added the Bodyguard Dubai with a chip that was proficient in firearms and weapons. Only this chip will not be sold, and if you want to have it, you have to apply to the state. Tangku gave all these chips to the state to manage. Only the country's top tycoons and those who pass the state's judging criteria are eligible to apply. Those who have money and don't love their country, or maybe rich people who make black money, are not eligible for such a chip. The people who would use firearms are usually the ones who go abroad. If the Bodyguard Great White has this ability, our rich and powerful people overseas completely do not have to worry about their own safety. On top of that, the weapon-savvy Great White is bought in bulk by state agents. As for what it's going to be used for, those who know. These types of Great Whites who specialize in one profession cannot be converted to another, even if it is replaced with another chip that can change its capabilities. But due to the different body types, and the different things equipped in their bodies, this results in not being able to utilize the full effect of the chip. Like the Bodyguard Great White loading the chip of the medical Great White, then this Great White would only be able to provide some medical knowledge and would not be able to perform work such as surgery. This is not the case with the base type, which can be infinitely derived and varied. For example, the basic smart chip is nursing, and when you switch to the Bodyguard chip, simply purchase the Bodyguard outfit again and put it on Great White, and it will function as a bodyguard as well. It's just not as powerful as the professional type in terms of protection. It won't stop a bullet, and it won't stop an explosion, but it's actually enough in this country. I see. The specialized type is not suitable for transformation, while the basic type can be transformed at will, but is not as specialized as the specialized type and requires the purchase of equipment. Ha! Good guy. Old Tang is also a business geek. Is there a big guy to help calculate which one is a bit more cost-effective? You know the Old Tang business ghosts. How can there be cost-effective or not? Only which category is suitable for you. Right. If you're buying a Great White just for one ability, then naturally you'd buy the Pro. Whereas if you want more than just one ability, then you'd buy the basic. But watch out, the basic type requires the purchase of equipment, and those don't come cheap. Can't we just get the professional type? All of them? This. If you are a tycoon, when I did not say, just sweep all the professional type, basic type do not even need to see. In my average family, it's good to buy a basic Great White. Let me see the price. What the hell? $300,000 for the basic model. Should I say cheap or expensive? The crowd then remembered about the price and clicked on the price query. An ordinary Great White sold for $300,000, which was considered a windfall according to the materials. But the Great White is expensive on the smart chip, which is the core of the Great White. It's safe to say that the big white is expensive, but it's really all in the chips. This is the power of wisdom, and wisdom can create great wealth. The basic Great White sells for $300,000, and the individual chips sell for $250,000. The equipment is more affordable, with different prices for the same part. The cheap ones only cost a few $1,000s, but the expensive ones cost a couple $100,000. The professional type Great White is priced differently for different professions. They range from $100,000 to $5 million, with prices varying and targeting different directions. Chef Dubai only costs $100,000. This is good. Buy one back and you won't have to cook for generations. I'm going to get a basic Great White to have as a pet at home and to test my health. A full set has been entered. The tycoon begs to be adopted. Wow. The Great White also comes in solar and electric, and a mix of the two. Decided to buy solar. How much electricity can be used for electricity? But electricity is cheap, and I'm poor, so I buy electricity. Old Tang is so thoughtful. Whether it's the poor or the rich, he's going to make money. It's so damn sweet. Not bad, not bad. Send Old Don a box of blades first. 104 books, 184 friends, 3,933 group, 72. Automatic probing drones. The release of the Great White has sent the nation into a frenzy. The news of the birth of the Great White robot is also gradually spreading overseas. Many foreigners have also clicked on pre-orders, and people in the multinational machine industry want to take a look. They're going to see if this robot, or not, is as awesome as the promos make it out to be. That Tangku from the Dragon Kingdom has come up with another civilian robot. Is there any way to poach him to come to us? A certain top 3 global country chief asked to the rest of the leadership. A genius like that will make a huge difference to a country. To a country. Now the Dragon Kingdom is even moving into the age of artificial intelligence, and they, the once globally dominant country, are still stuck in the information age. It also made their country's hegemony violently shaken. If this continues, the Dragon Kingdom will surely surpass them and become the new generation of global hegemonic countries. I'm afraid that's a bit difficult. After all, he's already feathered his nest, and the Dragon Kingdom will keep him on all terms. When the smart car was first created, the Dragon Kingdom had already warned countries around the world that we couldn't beat Tangko's idea. The same executives sitting in the conference room frowned. Then bring back his smart cars and robots and let the research department do all they can to crack them, the state chief said in a deep voice. Unable to draw this person in, then take this person's technology into our hands. Our country must not lag behind. The heads of state felt great pressure on Tangko's robots and intelligent vehicles. Within the same planet, countries have moved into different times. The one who leads will get the biggest voice in this world. The balance of the United Nations, as a result, has been upset. This is something that all countries do not want to see, especially the Dragon country, which is improving day by day. This country is too united and outnumbered. Developed by them, it was like a prostrate dragon opening its long sleeping eyes. From then on, you will never be surpassed by others. Tangko, who was being noticed by all the major countries at the moment, was sitting at home flipping through books. Zhang Yashuan sat in the study and drew, while Tangko sat in the opposite position quietly reading a book. Between the two were many afternoon tea treats and 2 cups of pearl milk tea. Zhang Yashuan opened the live broadcast room while painting as she had done in the past. The plain and cozy daily routine of the two fell in the eyes of the live broadcast audience, but it was a burst of envy. Husband and wife sit together and don't have to be mushy all day, each doing their own thing, calm but not boring. Even if you don't say a word, you can feel the company and care for each other. The daily routine of a model couple. Yes, Xian's sister, this work of anime. When will it come out? I can't wait. It's going to be months at least, definitely not that fast. There's also the movie of that Old Dawn novel, which is expected to take even longer. Say, what's Old Dawn reading? I can vaguely see a few words through the screen. Unmanned detection or something, and solar conversion? What the hell? Solar power or something? Doesn't Lao Tang know how to do that? Big White has solar power. Who knows? I have a feeling that Old Dawn's inventions on technology will always take you by surprise. Why do I seem to still see words like launcher? Old Tang isn't trying to build a rocket, is he? Tangko had some thoughts due to last night's experience, so he planned to get an automated scouting drone first. A drone that carries a variety of detection technologies, featuring night vision, radar, and thermal imaging. It also packs some electric shock paralysis. On top of that, Tangko will have to retrofit the drone with solar energy to convert electromagnetic energy, giving the drone unlimited range along with the ability to fly with electromagnetic propulsion. Tangko was prepared to build a dozen of them at once, so that they could form a huge surveillance network outside his house. Even a fly flying by will be captured by a drone. But there is a lot to learn about this one little drone, because it encompasses such a wide range of things. What cars and motorcycles need is knowledge of the hardware that is exclusively for cars and motorcycles. The knowledge base needed for the Great White is, likewise, small, and Tonka only needs to read a few books on the subject. But this drone is different. Donko is going to read books on flight dynamics, also read books on night vision, thermal imaging, radar, etc. Even more so, read solar conversion books, and books on drone weaponry. On top of that, Tangko would have to upgrade this knowledge through the black technology system. Otherwise so much stuff would not fit into a tiny drone. There's just so much more that Donko has to add to the drone. To cram it all in, you have to use black technology to make it all minimized. Along with Tangka studying book after book, various knowledge upgrade reminders popped up in his mind one after another. After reading books for a few days in a row, Tangka finally breathed a long sigh of relief. After spending a few days at home with my wife and organizing the knowledge in my head, Tangko went straight to the Great White manufacturing factory, ready to begin his drone manufacturing. The drone shell is still made of alloy, and it's impossible to leave such a black tech product unused. Only a hard shell can protect the core inside the drone from damage. The kinetic energy of flight uses electromagnetic propulsion, revolutionizing the way drones used to fly. And the energy source of electromagnetism is no longer with electricity, but directly with solar energy. In this way, this drone will be able to work day and night. It has a alloy shell that perfectly insulates it from the high temperatures of sunlight. No need to worry about operating it for too long and causing damage. Then there's the imaging and detection capabilities of the drone, which aren't that hard to manufacture. Tangko just needs to build on the original technology and remodel it. It is easy to create a lighter and smaller probe than what is available on the market. And finally there's the drone strike. Donkor sat in the workroom, lost in thought. For the weapons aspect, he didn't actually want to touch it. Once he invented them, he was vulnerable to state detection. And then living under someone else's watchful eye, the state will send someone as close to his house as possible. In addition to keeping him safe, he also wants to get his hands on better black tech weapons first. These were nothing. What bothered Tang Ke the most? It's that he'll attract attention from various countries if these weapons are exposed. Donkor himself would have been a security problem. Building cars and robots today is still just business stuff, but a weapon is different. It's something that can conquer the world. Tang Ke wants to live in peace. He has to live under the protection of the state all the time. Whether or not he had black technology to protect himself, the state side would still send people to follow and protect him for security reasons. Even going out on a date with your wife is hard to think about when you are being followed and watched by others. But if the weapon's threat is too low, these drones won't be able to protect if they are in real danger. Get a miniature electromagnetic cannon and it shouldn't be detected, right? Chapter 73 Watchman. The wife is angry. Tang Ke rubbed his chin. Originally he was planning to build an electric shock device. However, the electric shock effect can only deal with 1 or 2 enemies. If you switch to a miniature electromagnetic cannon, you can directly knock down a patch of enemies, like the hundreds of drunks we encountered the other night. With the miniature electromagnetic cannon in place, it was a straight shot. All of them are going to lie down. Donkor could add a power regulator to the EMP and let Origins control the power. When encountering normal people, minimize the power of the miniature electromagnetic cannon to only shock or stun the enemy. This enables you to avoid accidentally hitting your opponent. And when it comes to terrorists, the miniature electromagnetic cannons can directly destroy the opponent's gun weapons. Normally, Tang Ke wouldn't use high-powered miniature electromagnetic cannons, and at low power, the fluctuations of the EM guns are so weak that they look like ordinary electric shocks. As long as he wasn't facing gun-toting terrorists, Tang Ke's miniature electromagnetic cannon wouldn't be exposed. By not revealing their weapons, there wouldn't have been all the mess that followed. Ready to think, ready to do. Tang Ke began to utilize the materials he had and began to build miniature electromagnetic cannons. It feels incredible to talk about it. Ordinary people don't even know what materials to use, let alone building an electromagnetic cannon. Tang Ke, on the other hand, has this at his fingertips. With a large amount of black technology knowledge in his head, there were more than a dozen ways to create an electromagnetic cannon, in which the materials were even more varied. To assemble one, an electromagnetic cannon that can be stuffed into a drone, Tang Ke spent the last few days in the factory, not even returning home. A simple electromagnetic transmitter for repeated testing and improvement. Gradually, it was transformed from a small electromagnetic emitter into an extremely tiny miniature electromagnetic cannon. He mounted the electromagnetic cannon into the half-meter wide drone and connected it to the chip carrying Origins. This automatic probing drone with attack capabilities is finally complete. Tang Ke didn't vary any color to the drone, retaining the self-colored, all-silver white body of the Ku alloy, the highest flight altitude, which can reach 5,000 meters in the air, maximum speed 100 kilometers per hour. It's not the fastest in terms of altitude or mph, but it's definitely a top-tier configuration among civilian drones. Most importantly, this drone carries something inside, something that no drone, at the moment, can have all of. Combined strength. It can hang all drones. Tang Ke walked outside the factory with the drone. At the moment the sun was blazing. The outdoor temperature was 32 degrees, and it was so hot that Tang Ke dropped the drone and immediately ran back to the workroom to blow the air conditioner. Origins opened the drone data panel. Don Seor sat down at his computer desk and spoke into his cell phone. Immediately afterward, the computer screen directly displayed the data of the drone. This drone will be called. Tang Ke rubbed his chin and thought for a few seconds before saying, "Watchers, this drone was originally designed to keep house. Guard the house. Look around. Watch the lookout. No matter what it will develop into, the name fits perfectly for what it is now anyway. Name has been loaded into the database and the Watchman drone brand has been registered for you. Origins continues to be efficient." Tang Ke sat in the working room, blowing the air conditioner and looking at the data of the drone under the sun. There was also a power value in it that was growing at a rate visible to the naked eye. 0, 1%, 0, 3%, 0, 7%, 0, 1%. He wasn't in a hurry, chatting with his wife in his cell phone in passing as he waited. "Nanko, baby, don't close the window tonight. I'll climb up to you through the window. Your husband isn't home today either, is he?" Tang Ke jokingly posted, wanting to tease Zhang Yashuan. "Fairy, husband? I don't have a husband. How can I have a husband when I'm home alone every day? Nanko? Nancy, what's wrong with baby?" "Fairy, humph, I'm fine." Seeing this, Tang Ke burst into tears. Wife, this is angry with him. So many days in a row did not come home. Cannot be angry is strange. After all, Tang Ke had never spent the night outside since he moved in with Zhang Yashuan. Tang Ke suddenly didn't come home for a few days in a row, causing Zhang Yashuan to feel a little sullen inside. Nancy, it's okay. Then. Fairy, huh? Nanko, what's going on? Fairy, humph. Nanko, I'll bring back a couple of professional-type great whites later and cook them for you. Fairy, no, get out and don't come back. Nankimo, whoa. The fairies don't want me anymore. I'll just run headlong into the ground. Fairy, then crash and burn. I don't want you. Nanki, but I want to die in the arms of a fairy. So I'm going to have to go back and crash into your arms to do that. So remember to open the door for me. Fairy, it doesn't open. You climb the window. Seeing this, Tang Ke was somewhat helpless. Turns out the wife isn't as calm as she seems. She still cares about herself. Trying to coax your wife is not something that can be solved by text chatting. Mr. Tang, the watchman's power has reached its startup state. May I ask if we should conduct the various data tests now? Origin's voice came out from the indoor speakers. Now that the electricity is sufficient, let's begin. Tang Ke's eyes looked towards the watchman drone outside in the sun, which was solar charged. That's why Tang Ke left the drone out in the sun. Charging is very fast and all values are normal. Thumbs up. The drone on the ground suddenly emitted a blue ghostly light, and the body suddenly rose to 10 meters in midair. Incredibly smooth. Drones are all very smooth in flight, but those that are also able to be so smooth the moment they take off are almost non-existent. Dong stopped looking at the drones outside and stared at the first view of the drones on the computer screen. Tang Ke installed a 360-degree panoramic view on the drone. Up and down, left and right all can be clearly seen. Origins began to test the drone's performance, switching between various imaging sequences. The watchman rose in rapid flight through the air, filming the scene below as if it were a long-shot blockbuster. The camera of the drone is also one of the black technologies, and any view within 1,000 meters can be captured clearly, even when magnified several times. The image remains clear. The display flashed by with information loaded out after the drone had captured the footage. In addition to the data from the drone itself, the watchers recorded the faces of everyone on the ground, sent them to Origins here, and then analyzed and gathered information. Those whose information is leaked on the internet will have all their information accessed by Origins in less than a moment. It can be said that the only people who have not exposed any information on the internet today are the recluses. How detailed is the originating collection of information on these people? Details such as ID number, bank balance, job, daily routine, hobbies and so on. If these figures were published, they would definitely cause waves. It's already a matter of everyone's privacy. None of the people who are crisscrossing the internet at the moment realize it. Their information has actually been scattered all over the web for a long time, albeit in bits and pieces. But once collected and integrated by the AI, a complete chain of information is formed. Chapter 74, The Young Couple's Trouble. Origins. All of this information gathering is encrypted, and access is limited to me and Zhang Yashuan. Okay Mr. Tang, do you need to back up to your home server? Want. At the moment this information was of little use to Tang Ke, but who could say if they would be used in the future? It's always good to keep a copy. Final EMG test. The lowest power only causes a slight paralyzing effect that returns to normal after a while. Even if a mere rat is bombarded by the lowest powered electromagnetic cannon, it will only faint temporarily. Origins arguably minimizes EMG power, and at full power, the miniature electromagnetic cannon can also pierce a 2-meter wide boulder. This kind of data is undoubtedly very much in line with what Tang Ke wants. Not too high, not too low, just right. No anomalies in all data. Test complete. Recovering watchers. The originating beep sounded and the computer screen was a green value. Tang Ke said, in the future, let the primary robots be in charge of building this type of drone. Build 100 of them for now and keep them as a backup. The drones that could monitor and guard the home were built, and Tang Ke's next step was to think about building a house. But there is no hurry in this matter for the time being, and we have to take our time. After packing up his things, Tang Ke wakes up a driver to buy. Inside the factory, he had his driver to buy. Take the chef, bodyguard, cleaner, gardener, and other specialized types of Dubai into the van and send them back to the house. Tang Ke, on the other hand, took the drone with him and left the factory in the Chilean intelligent car. He went to the cake store first and got some dessert, then went back to the flower store and bought 9 fresh red roses to signify a long time together. This was followed by heading back in the direction of home. Don Cor walked out of the car with dessert in one hand and roses in the other. The drone automatically flew out of the vehicle up to the roof position and began its patrol mission. When Tang Ke walked to the door, the bodyguards immediately showed a bitter smile. I'm very sorry, Mr. Tang, Miss Zhang said. To be honest, it's a bit difficult for them as bodyguards. Seeing that the other party was about to say something, Tang Ke realized something. Why? What did she say? Ms. Zhang said she can't let you in. The bodyguard replied with some embarrassment. If Tangku insisted on going in, they actually didn't dare to stop them. If two couples are having a disagreement, why did you drag them as bodyguards into it? It's like this. It's fine. I'll think of something else. Tangku cried and laughed, able to understand the bodyguard's helplessness. The hardest thing to do when faced with this situation is to be a bodyguard. Neither side was one they dared to offend, and it was really hard to choose. Origins? No. It's watchers, come down and help me get these in. Tangka smiled and waved at the watcher drone, which automatically landed in front of him. He took the roses and desserts in his hands and tied them all to the drone. Then toward the doorway, bouncer asked, "Got a pen?" "Yes." The bodyguard immediately pulled out a black water pen from his sleeve. Don Cor picked up a small white card that had been given to him when he bought the roses. He wrote some words on it before sticking it into the rose. Once that was done, the watcher lifted off again and flew in towards the third floor window. The watcher opened the probing function and directly found Zhang Yashuan's location with thermal imaging. At this moment, Zhang Yashuan was lying on the sofa on the first floor, staring at her cell phone and muttering under her breath, "Stinky Tangku, actually not replying to my messages. When he comes back, let's see how I'll teach him a lesson. It's been 2 hours. Why haven't you messaged me back? Did I go too far? Should I offer to apologize to him a few times?" She shook her head. How could a girl apologize first? How humiliating would that be? But we're an old married couple too. What more face do we need? No. What if once I apologize, he doesn't know it's wrong and continues to leave me out in the cold in the future? Zhang Yashuan 10,000 tangled, waiting in every minute and every second, is so long, as if the days are like years. Just then, a subtle buzzing sound came from the building. Zhang Yashuan cast her gaze curiously, only to see a silver-white drone with a bag dangling below it and a few bunches of roses. What's this? She froze first, subconsciously thinking of Tangku, because the only person who would mess this up and come to her would be Tangku, or rather, it would only be Don Cor who would show up at home. She that took both the bag and the rose down and found that the bag was filled with her favorite treats and cakes, and among the 9 red roses was a small card. "Dear Lord Queen, there's a stinking treasure at the door who's sleeping rough and appears to be your husband, so please sign for it quickly. If the Lord Queen refuses to accept it, then he will cry at the door until you open it." Pust. Seeing this, Zhang Yashuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Then go ahead and cry. Cry to death, you dog man." Standing at the door and waiting, Tangku did not know whether his wife's anger had subsided or not, so he just stood at the door and waited. You don't really want him to cry at the door, do you? The thought had just flashed by when the front door of his house clicked right open. A beautiful silhouette stood in the room, looking at Tangku with a stern face. "Who are you? What are you doing in my house?" Zhang Yashuan said with feigned indifference. Tangku hammed and hawed and pushed the door directly into his wife's arms. The back heel directly kicked the door shut and playfully said, "A flower picker. If you behave yourself, chick, this flower thief can make you suffer less." Asterisk 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 you. Colorful. Zhang Yashuan directly gave Tangku a blank stare. "Thinking about these things as soon as you come back. Is your brain all yellow? Hey, it's not that we haven't seen each other for days, and we've been stimulated by our wife's blooming beauty, and you know you haven't been back for many days. Ha, I won't dare next time. You want there to be a next time? Don't dare have a next time. Hey." Tang Kele laughed like a little fool, making Zhang Yashuan feel helpless. Tangku never said anything earthy, much less comforting. Every time he does something wrong, he only does it in a silly way to please his wife. Only Zhang Yashuan, who was a wife, would eat his words. It's not dumb, it's love. Zhang Yashuan sat back on the sofa and took out the dessert from the bag. "You said you were going to bring Big White back to cook. Did you bring him back?" She unwrapped a piece of cake and gently speared a small piece with her fork, handing it to Don Cor. Tangku swallowed it in one bite and said as he ate, "Brought it back. I had driver Dubai transport a lot of professional type Dubai. There are cooking, cleaning, taking care of the greenery, and bodyguard Dubai." Clanking sound. Don Cor had barely finished speaking when the doorbell of the house rang. "Mr. Tangku, all of your great white robots have been delivered." And the bouncer at the door asked if he would bring Great White in. Origins asked in his cell phone. "Put it in." Tangku looked toward the door, and Zhang Yashuan was filled with anticipation. Chapter 75, Afraid You'll Be Sad. The gate opens and the long-legged and long-handed driver, Big White, walks in carrying several large boxes. It looked at Tangku and blinked, seeming to understand what the boss meant. It immediately walked over to the crate and stomped down with its paws on the activation position on the crate. Then the second box, the third box. Several large white figures of different sizes emerged from the box, their bodies inflating and expanding. Several large white men stepped off the box. They all retained the classic white color, as well as the inflatable body, and the dopey eyes. However, the body shape is vastly different, with a chef's hat on top of the chef's great white head, and a number of cooking tools placed inside the hat and body. Its palms are also no longer white and fat, but extremely slim and dexterous. The whole body is coated with a special material that makes it easier to clean if it gets greasy. And the cleaner Great White, who cleans the house, has become much thinner. The height is even self-adjusting, making it easy to clean every corner of your home. It holds various cleaning tools inside and also holds water inside. Medical Great White is wearing nothing and looks very similar to Basic. The only difference is that there is a red hospital symbol on the stomach. It doesn't look like an inflatable robot. It looks like a solid metal robot. Doesn't fear sharp objects and won't get punctured in the body. The body has multiple layers of shells, each with zippers that hold different medical tools. Unzipping the zipper will let off some gas, but it won't affect the Great White as a whole. The zipper closes and quickly inflates and fills again. The bodyguard, Big White, is wearing a tight uniform with a similarly censored potbelly. Its legs were elongated and strengthened, with extra jointed parts in both legs and arms, allowing it to perform more flexible moves. The most human-bodied of these professional-looking Great Whites is the bodyguard Great White. This bodyguard debai in front of Tang Ko was very different from the bodyguard debai on sale to the public. Of these chips are the most special. This Big White chip in front of me is not only proficient in weapons, but also in weapons manufacturing and ammunition manufacturing. The second thing is that Donkor retains a lot of space for weapon mounts, saving them for later editions. When he was free, he was going to load the miniature electromagnetic cannon into his bodyguard, Great White. Finally, there is the gardener, Big White, who has volunteered to go outside and work at the moment. Wow, so that's the prototype Great White you brought back. Is it an origin control, or is it a separate chip? Zhang Yashuan's jade finger poked Great White's body, feeling that there was a big difference in terms of the elasticity of Great White's body. At home you can connect the origins to make them more organized with each other, and on the outside you'll use your internal chip to make the fastest possible response. Tang Ko replied, the fastest network in this world right now is only 4G, and the latency is still huge. If the bodyguard, Great White, is still using an internet connection to originate when he's outside, he's prone to delayed errors. In case someone shot at Tang Ko and Zhang Yashuan, the network-connected Great White would definitely not be able to make the first move to block the gun. But the chip-equipped Great White responds with zero delay. Wouldn't it be great to get a 5G, or even a 6G, and have the global network in my hands by then? Tang Ko once again had one more thought within his heart. If he does get 5G and 6G, then he builds smart products. There would be no need to use the chip again. Just connect it directly to the origin. It can greatly reduce the manufacturing cost, but also can put all the intelligent products, control in their own hands. Of course, by getting these things, the state is bound to issue new regulations. It even went straight to Tonka to get the highest access to origins. After all, controlling the origins of the global network is equivalent to controlling the world. Before having a certain strength, Tang Ko did not intend to do so. It is best to continue to develop some commodity type of black technology to accumulate experience and knowledge. After starting up all the specialized Great Whites, the driver Great White also turned around and walked out of the house, driving the van back to the factory. Tang Ko had also planned to get a smart van, but after thinking about it, he let it go. How can you afford to buy a smart truck when you're all driving trucks? Instead of getting a smart van, get a driver Great White. You can drive all kinds of trucks and also have the huge power to move goods. Why not? So in the future, those in charge of shipping and delivery will be the driver. Debai. It will also serve as a symbol of Blackco Technologies Limited. As long as it delivers to your door, it's a Blackco product. Then let me see how Big White's craftsmanship is. Zhang Yashuan patted Chef Debai. It blinked as if it had come to a realization. Then with a bean step, he walks to the kitchen and pulls open the refrigerator. Suddenly, it turned around and walked to Zhang Yashuan, a screen appearing on its stomach. On top is a menu with categorized options in a dizzying array of styles. Wow, so that's how you choose your food. Zhang Yashuan's beautiful eyes were starry as she saw so many of her favorite desserts and cakes. I didn't realize that Big White could even make cake store stuff. I just don't know if the product that is made is the same as in the picture. Not only can you choose your own, but you can also choose recommended meals, such as nutritional supplements during a workout, or weight loss meals, healthy meals, or calorie blasting meals. Tang Ko laid down on the sofa and explained. You can choose for yourself, or you can just make a request to Great White. It can understand. After all, its core is the origin. Yeah, well, I'll take A. Zhang Yashuan's white jade finger was placed at the lower lip position, and after a little thought, she said, a 7-ripe sirloin steak. Ha! The ingredients you ordered have to be available at home in the first place. Tang Ko froze. Yes, I had someone buy it back and put it in the refrigerator. Do you want one? Zhang Yashuan smiled. Don Cor blinked and looked over to the kitchen. where there were actually a couple candles on the tabletop. Turns out his wife wasn't unprepared. She saw on her cell phone that he'd be back today and had bought something specifically to meet him. Is this going to be a candlelight dinner? Don Cole laughed. Then get me a filet mignon that's medium rare, and mix up a couple of cocktails, and you're free to do as you please. Okay. Great White gave an okay gesture, then rummaged through the ingredients in the refrigerator and began the cooking process. Zhang Yashuan was amazed. It can also mix drinks. Isn't it Chef Great White? How did it become a bartender Great White? I think alcohol is also a type of food, so I've enshrined that category in the chef chip as well. The two of them, Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan, leaned together and looked at the busy Dubai in the kitchen. That drone you sent me flowers with, was that something you came up with as well? Zhang Yashuan asked. Yeah, it's called a watcher. It's used to guard the home. It's being made in bulk in the factory. And the drunken cluster I encountered the other day scared the hell out of me. Dongkor nodded. You still know that you're afraid. So are you afraid of me? Zhang Yashuan asked with a smile as she rested her head on Tang Ku's shoulder. Fear not. Fear. Am I mean? It's not that I'm afraid you'll be mean. It's that I'm afraid you'll be sad. Chapter 76, Chef Dubai's Craft. As the two chatted, Big White had finished the 2 steaks, and in an extremely beautiful form on the table, like the finished product of the chef of a 5-star hotel. Great White poured the black pepper sauce over the steak, snorting as it clashed with the sizzling iron. The rich aroma fills the house and whets the appetite. Don Cor and his wife walked together to the table and sat down opposite each other. Big White lit a stout candle, while placing the 9 roses that Tang Ku had brought back, in a cup. Candles were placed on the table along with roses. Meanwhile the lights in the house, manipulated by the origin, it closed in a matter of moments, leaving only the candlelight between Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan. Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan couldn't help themselves anymore and directly began to savor the steak. Although Great White was created by Tang Ku, and had eaten food made by Great White, every single thing was so delicious, but he hadn't had a steak made by Great White either, and was inwardly looking forward to it just as much. The knife cuts through the steak, spilling the grease while revealing the pink beef inside. Pick it up with your fork and take a bite of pink beef into your mouth. With a gentle chew, the crispy outside and tender inside caused both Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan to simultaneously widen their eyes. A steak with this kind of temperature control to the extreme is simply not humanly possible. Oh my god, this is the best steak I've ever eaten. It's even better than the ones from those big hotels. I don't need to go out to eat in the future. Zhang Yashuan marveled. That's for sure. This is Chef Dubai. Tang Ku smiled smugly. At that moment, Big White served 2 azure blue cocktails and gently had to place them on the table. Zhang Yashuan picked up one of the cocktails and shook it. Will this have an impact on the hotel industry? It will be. From then on, hygiene and service, which are the competitive elements of the hotel. Tang Ku similarly picked up his wine glass and gently touched it with his wife's. But don't forget, hotels and restaurants, they can all buy Dubai to cook as well. And the food and beverage industry will usher in a huge reform. At the same time, ordinary people who seize the opportunity can rise to the top in this short period of time. Changes in technology can impact the industry, but they can also give people new opportunities. It's up to these people to be smart enough to catch it. The Great White's foray doesn't just affect the restaurant industry. Don Corco is the one who has built a large number of Great White men of different professions, in all walks of life. According to Origin's speculative budget, there will be 1/5 of the professions that will see unprecedented reforms. This data was also provided to the Dragon Kingdom, and those in leadership were discussing what to do with the people who had been pushed out of their positions by the robots. Boycotting robots is impossible to boycott because it's the order of the day. Anyone who resists the progress of the times does so because they have little ability to do so, and they are in fear that they will not survive. The only way to survive as a human being is to adapt to each era. Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan took a sip of the cocktail at the same time. The flavor of multiple alcohols mixed together was surprisingly delicious. Tonight's dinner was extraordinarily delicious, and the couple was extraordinarily charming by candlelight. A month flew by. Heike Technology Company, Ltd., shipped the first batch of Kirin smart cars, which were officially shipped. There are unicorn cars starting to cross the city and Great Whites walking the streets. Most people opted for the shifting colors that came with the COR alloys. Only a small number of people choose to paint with regular color paint. After all, the shifting colors of COR alloys are very sci-fi, unless one really likes the other colors. Otherwise it's not usually replaced. Secondly, it's the fact that the Great White is also out of the factory. Many groups of companies buy them in bulk because the Great White is so much more powerful than manpower for the job. This also led to a large number of people losing their jobs and caused a considerable shock. Most of these people are only skilled in one skill, like those assembly line workers. Instead of worrying about this aspect, the Great Whites created by Tonka are specialized Great Whites. targeting a particular profession. Jobs that don't require vocational knowledge and can be done by anyone don't need a great white at all. Like an assembly line factory. Who has the luxury of working with a great white? Don't automated factories smell good? But those jobs that require a human skill, such as artisans, drivers, bodyguards, cooks, doctors, and so on, these are the jobs that will be the main replacement group for the great white robot. The two professions that have suffered the most from unemployment are drivers and cooks. Big White relies on his strong lifting ability and smooth driving skills to take over the position of truck driver. The drivers who drive for the big bosses are replaced by Kirin smart cars. After all, smart cars drive better than humans, and the Kirin smart car is so hard that you don't even have to worry about car accidents. The only human drivers in the profession today are the pimped out ones, who have managed to survive for a few moments. If Tangku had created the Qilin taxi, the position of the hustler driver would definitely have to be swung right over. Luckily, Tangku also knew not to push people too far, or else it would definitely cause the wrath of all professional drivers. What's the difference between killing someone if you cut off their last chance of survival? The chef industry, on the other hand, has been hit solely because great white cooks better than the top chefs. You can get a permanent chef to buy for $100,000, which is way cheaper than those top chef prices. That's why countless restaurants have purchased Chef to buy to get a piece of the pie in this industry. Chef to buy is also one of the first to be snapped up, now that the pre-order button is completely closed. If you want to get your hands on it, you'll have to wait until the day it goes on sale at the Dragon Boat Festival. Chef to buy is so inexpensive that every household wants to buy one just to taste the cuisine that surpasses what the top chefs make. As the saying goes, food is what people eat. To buy a Chef to buy is to buy the sky. Good lord, I should have known that I would have pre-ordered it then. Now I'm so envious of those who already have the great white. My original wish was to be able to eat Chef to buy's food in my lifetime. But what I didn't realize was that nearly half of all catered food is made by Chef to buy. Not to mention, the flavor is really excellent. The major restaurant industries are now fiercely competitive, fighting crazy price wars with the intention of wearing each other out. How can you run out of steam? Win this one, there's a second one. They all taste the same, whichever side is cheaper to go to. Wouldn't it be nice to buy a great white for $100,000 and go home, so you can eat the food that Great White makes every day? We'd like to buy it too, but it's definitely hard to grab on Dragon Boat Festival Day, so bless me. Brothers, good luck grabbing it. He. Strongly urged Anko to go all out to produce the chef's Great White. All other Great Whites are secondary for the rich. That's right, the most hands-on of all is Chef Big White. The Great White robot has entered into people's lives, and this is how people feel the goodness brought by robots. The habits and experiences of the past have been changed because of the excellent service of Great White. Tang Ku was even at this moment held up by countless people as a godlike existence. His fictional stats skyrocketed. Chapter 77, Among the Rich and Famous. The pre-sale of the Kirin smart car and the Great White robot was directly ordered by users. Production speed cannot keep up. Tang Ku can only close the sale, keep some stock to the Dragon Boat Festival and then sell. Zhang Yashuan's live broadcast room was flooded with a large number of new users every day, just to ask Tang Ku all sorts of questions. Even the Hongtai Group's industry also dipped into some of the scenery. The stock soared. Hongtai's industries have also been generating huge profits in the recent past. All of this chain reaction is attributed to Tang Ku's product, which has allowed the Dragon Kingdom to cross over into a new era. People's lives and travel have been greatly changed. The real meaning of the product changes life, and it's a sudden change, the kind that's visible to the naked eye. Thus created Tang Ku. Today's fame explosion, along with the products of the Hongtai Group, is also trusted by the people. Dragon Boat Festival. Early morning. The countdown on the official website of the Kirin intelligent vehicle and the Great White reached the moment of zero. The grab button instantly turns red. Countless snappers in the country are facing their computers and cell phones, frantically clicking on the snappers. In order to prevent someone from using the software to snatch up the goods, Tang Ku had Origins detect the background data of every user. Currently any network is as thin as a sheet of paper in front of the Origin, and can be broken at the first poke. Once Origins discovers that there is software programming hanging in the background, it will simply block the other party's network, create the illusion that the web page is lagging, so that the other person is 100% unable to grab it successfully. This avoids the rush of these scalpers and does not expose the fact that Origins monitors the backend of internet users. After only a second, the result was as everyone expected, directly sold out. Grass, a plant. How can it be so fast? Are they all connectors? It's a hell of a thing. I'm on the ing point and click and the page is stuck. Me too. I can't believe I didn't even snag a spotter. I cracked it. I just clicked on it and it's gone. Ha 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 ha. I snatched it. And it's still Chef to buy. Oh yeah. Manual click successfully taken. I grabbed it too. but unfortunately I only got the bodyguard Great White and the medical Great White on my side, not the chef Great White. Upstairs has gone overboard. I can't believe I snagged 2 Great Whites. Old Versailles. Good lord. My whole family grabbed it together, and just my little sister grabbed a basic white. No one else did. I only snagged the basic Great White. 2. That was fast. What kind of hand speed are you guys? It feels like Chef Great White is the hardest to grab, while the others are easier instead. The internet was instantly abuzz with the fact that nearly half of the country's population hadn't slept at this early hour of the morning and were here to grab something. I grabbed the Kirin smart car. I got a text message just after I paid. So efficient. Alas. I wonder when the next batch of cars and robots will be produced. Ha 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 ha. I snagged a smart car and a chef to buy. This Dragon Boat Festival is really my lucky day. Happy Dragon Boat Festival to all of you. Dragon Boat Festival? I forgot until you told me. I almost thought it was the old Don Carnival. Goddamn old Don Carnival. But speaking of which, Don Kush should indeed be Carnival today, and I wonder how much he's earned. The price of the Great White varies, but 3 million units of the smart car, the pre-sale ones plus the ones snapped up just now, have sold 220,000 units worldwide, which works out to 660 billion? Asterisk 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 asterisk. How come it's so high? The original car making is so lucrative? $600 billion? When the data came out, it scared everyone. A smart car alone makes big money that others wouldn't make in a couple of lifetimes. For a while, the entire internet was in a frenzy. It's really no sleep at all tonight. The global sales of million-dollar sedans are actually not high, and no automobile company can currently sell more than 200,000 million-dollar sedans at once like Tangku. It's about being the first to eat, because Dunkel was the first to create a smart car. Enviable and marvelous. I have to say that Tangku's rise was too sudden. Yeah. If it wasn't for his wife's live broadcast that day, exposing his black technology, we probably wouldn't have known until now that a novel writer actually possesses such power. Even if you subtract the cost of materials, it's the same hundreds of billions. That's not all. There's his Great White, and that stuff costs a lot of money, both cheap and expensive. If Big White's profits were included, it would be an even more terrifying value. There should be a Tangku on the global rich list. Profits from the Kirin smart car, plus profits from the Great White. Enough to put Tangku directly into the rich list, and still with liquidity, to be among the rich list. It is important to realize that the vast majority of people on the rich list are fixed assets. Blackco Technologies Limited is also a fixed asset. If the valuation goes public, Tangku's position on the rich and famous list will have to advance a few more digits. I cracked up. I'm suddenly so envious of Sister Yixian, married to such an awesome husband. Oh, that's also because people Zhang Yixian has vision. If it were you, would you marry a broken writing novel with the identity of a golden lady? According to my understanding, when Zhang Yashuan met Tangku, Tangku's novel income could only be described as average, equivalent to an ordinary laborer. Oh my, is this a romantic love story? Where a young girl of $1,000 does not mind the boy's poverty and resolutely chooses to marry the other person, and is now rewarded hundreds and thousands of times over. I heard that when Zhang Yashuan first married Tangku, her girlfriends all thought she was stupid, and there were even those who mocked her. And now, oh, I guess I'm already so ashamed that I can't wait to find a hole to dig into. Back then, Sister Yixian was so domineering that she directly severed her relationship with these mockers and ran off to live a happy life with old Tang, which required great courage. Am I the only one who thinks that Sister Yixian's mom and dad are awesome? Back then they actually agreed to their daughter marrying Tangku. Putting it this way, I suddenly feel that all of Sister Yixian's family are not simple. And it's true that discernment is passed down from generation to generation. Countless netizens sighed. And at home, Zhang Hongguang also sat on the bed with his wife and sighed. In the beginning, they just wanted their daughter to be happy and joyful. So they agreed to the marriage and even accepted Tangku from the bottom of their hearts. Sure enough, kindness pays off. Tanka is a treasure hidden to the depths. And after a few years, it has given them such great rewards. I feel that the best decision of my life was not to come out to work and make a name for myself, but to agree to this marriage of my daughter. Zhang Hongguang said to his wife Xiangru. Zhang Yashuan's mom, Xiang Rou, was equally beautiful. Zhang Yashuan inherited most of her beauty from her mother. Xiang Rou's voice softly said, "When I married you back then, you weren't also poor, so don't underestimate any of the boys. Ah, ha ha ha, I'm also very grateful that you don't mind me back then." Zhang Hongguang laughed and embraced his wife. Chapter 78, a date for the Dragon Boat Festival. Early the next morning, Tangku woke up in a daze, and then Origin's voice rang in his ears. "Mr. Tang, there are as many as 99 plus messages in your phone. Most of them are about Smart Car and Big White. Please remember to check them." Origins gradually became smarter and didn't stupidly ask Donkor if he needed to read it out. Anyone in their right mind who goes to listen to that much information is opening their phone and scanning a few times. Cozy is awake. I've made breakfast. Go eat after you brush your teeth. I'll see what I'm wearing today. Zhang Yashuan had already put on light makeup and was ready to go out. It's the Dragon Boat Festival, and Tangka said he'd take her out on a date. Also called up Jin Yumeng and Chen Zimo. Got it. Tangka stretched before climbing up. After washing up a bit, he read the message while eating breakfast. Seeing that he was once again on the hot search, perhaps gradually accustomed to it, his heart was actually no ripples. These netizens really don't need to sleep. Tangka saw that many messages were sent at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, when it is really a night owl crowd. By that time he was done interacting with his wife and these people were actually still up. The last glass of warm milk into the stomach, to restore all the energy consumed last night. Refreshed, after washing the cups and dinner plates, Tangka went to the check room to change into a casual short-sleeved outfit. In the heat of the day, he really didn't bother getting any dress sense. Once you talk about layering in your outfit, handsome it is, but you'll die of heat outside. Even Zhang Yashuan dressed more casually, wearing a couple's white t-shirt with Tangko, plus the same loose black shorts. Zhang Yashuan has a girl pattern on the front of her dress, with her arms raised in a gesture of wanting a hug. The girl in the image is wearing a pink dress branded with the letters love. Dong's shirt is a boy pattern, again with arms raised for a hug. The boy was wearing blue clothes branded with the letters U. The two walked out of the villa side by side, and the bodyguards at the entrance bowed slightly at the same time. It was a polite tribute to the owner of the house, but they could not afford to be lax because of the task at hand, so there was no open conversation or significant movement. Jin Yuemeng from the opposite villa also walked out. She happily waved her little hand at Zhang Yashuan before running over. Chong, where are we going to play today? Why don't we go see the ancient river town to watch the dragon boat races? Kim Woo-mo is still so energetic and full of energy. Tang Ko nodded and said, yes, go watch the dragon boat race, settle for lunch on the snack street, and go to the amusement park in the afternoon. How about it? Oh yeah, I love amusement parks the most. Jin Woo-ming cheered like a child. The three of them got into the Qilin Intelligent car and drove directly towards Guhua town, with the bodyguards following in the Qilin Intelligent car. This was a benefit Tang Ke gave to his employees, and also so that the bodyguards could keep up better. While on the road, Jin Yumeng sent a message to Chen Zimo, informing him of the rendezvous point. 10 minutes or so later, the trio arrived at the quaint town of Gu. The area is still built in the old style, and this place is protected by the national policy, leaving behind the local culture. Every year during the Dragon Boat Festival, people organize dragon boat races on this ancient river. Many people come here to watch the dragon boat races and cheer on the major teams. Here. Jin Yuemeng waved his hand toward Chen Zimo, who had come by taxi in the distance. Chen Zimo seemed to walk in a bit coyly and shyly as he nodded to Zhang Yashuan and Tang Ku. Brother Tang, sister Yashuan. He was a year younger than Tang Ku, but a year older than Zhang Yashuan. However, he still called Zhang Yashuan a sister and put his attitude very low. Zhang Yashuan cried and laughed, which was actually unnecessary, but to avoid embarrassment, it was left to him. Remember to keep an eye on Yumeng, don't get lost, and watch the dragon boat race together, Tang Ke said with a smile. Jin Yumeng and Chen Zimo both looked embarrassed at the same time. Feeling that Tang Ke's words were too ambiguous, Zhang Yashuan smiled sweetly, holding Tang Ke's arm as she walked toward the river. The dragon boat races are in a state of readiness and are about to begin. The four stood at a good angle and could see the start to the finish. Along with the start of the race, drumming and yodeling resounded from the dragon boats in a neat and tidy manner, and the walkers along the river are shouting and cheering. The scene is lively and noisy. However, Zhang Yashuan, who was originally wearing a smile on her face, suddenly saw a few familiar figures across the street, and her smile slightly froze, then once again resumed that gentle smile, hugging Tang Ku's arm, feeling the lively atmosphere of the scene. Under the cheers of the crowd, a dragon boat exploded in full force as it approached the finish line. From third place he went straight to first place and crossed the finish line. This wave of limit reversals left everyone in awe. After watching the dragon boat race, Tang Ke's four people wandered around the nearby snack street, bought a couple snacks and ate them as we walked. One of them, of course, is the Dragon Boat Festival dumplings. This stuff, even if you don't like it, you still need to have a few bites of it during the holidays to get a taste of the festivities. Tang Ke and Zhang Yashuan walked in front, while Chen Zimo and Jin Yumeng walked behind them. What the two people in the back were doing, Tang Ke was completely unaware of, for at the moment he is immersed in the company of his wife. Little Kezi, look, there is actually a dragon head carving on top of this building. Yeah, why didn't we see it last time we were here? It seems to mimic what you get up there after a renovation. After all, a house that's too old is prone to caving in. Ha, there are octopus balls over there. Let's get one. I haven't had one in a month. When Zhang Yashuan saw the food, her eyes lit up and she pulled her husband straight into the crowd to grab it. The bodyguard who followed, as well as the bodyguard, to buy, can be a real pain in the ass. The bodyguards were afraid to get too close so as not to interfere with the couple's experience. But if you're far away, you're worried that you won't be in time to deal with the unexpected. It could be said that these bodyguards were, at every moment, tense inside. In fact, Tang Ko wasn't worried about safety at all. Every now and then you come across a couple of big white robots in this food court. There's the bodyguard Great White, and the chef Great White, and so on. Tang Ko also added a hidden command amongst all the Great White chips. That was when Tang Ko and Zhang Yashuan were in danger in the neighborhood. Whoever the nearby Great White owner was, he would come over to protect Tang Ko and Zhang Yashuan at the first opportunity. Sounds selfish, but who made Great White the one Tang Ko made? And that's just adding a hidden command to the Great White chip. If we wait until the day when the origin is spread all over the global network, Danko also gives hidden commands on all smart products. In this way, he and Zhang Yashuan were the safest as long as they were in the middle of the earth. Chapter 79, The Best Friend You've Guessed. In addition to the protection of the robots, there were also watchman drones in the sky above, following Tang Ko and the others at all times. If Origins detects someone with a weapon, it will send an alert to Tang Ko's cell phone at the first opportunity, and it will launch a miniature electromagnetic cannon directly at the bearer of the weapon. Tang Ko could be said to be quite well prepared for this outing, and there wouldn't be any danger. After an hour or so of shopping in the snack bar, Tang Ko's 4 people took the Qilin Intelligent Car and went to the Magic City's amusement park. It's pretty crowded during the holidays, but the shareholder of this amusement park is the Yingfeng Group, so Jin Wuming used his VIP access card and took the crowd right into the line and rode the roller coaster. The gusty winds are not as strong as the wind pressure of a motorcycle, but they are better than the undulating track. Zhang Yashuan nervously grabbed Tang Ko's arm the entire time, her beautiful eyes closed tightly, not daring to look at the scene in front of her. Awa! What a fast car! Sitting in the back, Kim Lumo cheered and yelled the entire time, with no ladylike demeanor whatsoever. When the roller coaster came to a stop, Zhang Yashuan immediately tidied up her loose hair and resumed her usual goddess posture. It must be beautiful in front of outsiders. The only one who had not recovered from the excitement just now was Jin Yuemeng, the girl who was crazy. It was still Zhang Yashuan who reached out to help her straighten her hair. Tang Ko and Chen Zimo's faces were as normal, and there weren't many waves within them. Pressing the bends is a lot more exciting than that. The 4 of them played several more programs one after another. Bumper cars, merry-go-rounds, pirate ships and so on. The most laughable thing is that inside the haunted house, the most scared person is actually Tang Ko. Zhang Yashuan didn't realize that her husband was actually so afraid of ghosts. The 4 of them sat down at a milk tea store to rest and have some snacks on the way. I'm also tired after playing for over 2 hours. The 4 of them ordered 4 milk teas and sat in the store chatting about how they felt today. I didn't realize that Brother Tang was actually afraid of ghosts. This is too much fun, isn't it? Jin Yumon laughed playfully. Tang Ko hummed lightly a few times. I'm also a human, not a god, so naturally I have things to fear. In both his lives, he was a southerner and had long been imbued with all kinds of knowledge about feng shui and other things. For the matter of ghosts and monsters, although I do not know whether it is true or not, but all can be avoided. It is better to believe it than not to believe it. And he was reborn once, which means that there are souls and reincarnations in the world. So he would be afraid of ghosts and act subconsciously. Brother Tang, you are a technological inventor. Do you also believe in ghosts and gods? Chen Zimo sucked on his milk tea and asked. I don't know how to say this. Tang Ko's face showed a difficult look. He would fear all of this. Most of it stemmed from the fact that he had been reborn once. Fear not. Fear not. You have me to protect you. Zhang Yashuan smiled and touched Tang Ko's head, like a gentle sister taking care of her younger brother. She felt that this kind of Tang Ko was more like the husband she used to know. Tang Ko, who had been transformed into a technology expert during this time, was actually a bit of a stranger to Zhang Yashuan. What Zhang Yashuan saw in Tang Ko at first was his positive and persistent character, a bit of a bumbling character, but in a fun way. That's his favorite cute husband, not some black tech mind. How much money you can make, or how awesome you are. He, wife is so nice. Don Seor didn't reject his wife's kindness and catered to her on the spot. The way the 2 of them behaved. Looking at the 2 of them, Jin Yumong and Chen Zimo, the corners of their mouths twitched slightly at the same time. Do the 2 of them do this often? Chen Zimo said expressionlessly. Jin Yumong sniffed. The feeling of empathy arose. Emotionally excited, not so. The 2 of them every day like this. I dog food or eating up, but also forced into my mouth, especially excessive. It's really hard for you, Chen Zimo said, holding his forehead. Just then, 2 figures walked into the entrance of the milk tea store and settled down not far away. Zhang Yashuan's eyes glanced over obediently, and her body stiffened once again. Why are they here too? She knitted her willow brows slightly and gave an inward cry. I met them just now at the dragon boat race, but I didn't expect to meet them at the milk tea store in the playground. The two people on the opposite side were a man and a woman, and when they saw Zhang Yashuan and Jin Yumeng, their faces also stiffened, and they vaguely had the intention of walking away. Jin Yumeng noticed that her best friend's expression was not right and turned her head to look. These two seemed somewhat familiar. In this brief moment, various fragments flashed rapidly through Jin Yumeng's mind, suddenly remembering, wasn't this the two people who had appeared when Yixian had deleted the photo album? At first, she was curious to ask Zhang Yashuan why she had deleted her photos with these people. Jin Yumeng immediately opened his mouth and shouted, Yo, isn't this our Yashuan's former suitor Dong Kailuo, and Yashuan's best friend Zhu Fangfang? I heard you guys went out for your honeymoon. Why did you come back to Magic City? Jin Yumeng's voice was a bit conspiratorial, causing Tang Ke to feel a pang of doubt. Yashuan's suitor, and Yashuan's best friend? It feels like so much gossip that these two would hang out together. For a moment, Tang Ke's expression was wonderful. What's the situation? Tell me? Tang Ke blinked and asked. Zhang Yashuan didn't reply, and from her expression, she was able to tell that she very much disliked these two people on the other side. Jin Yumeng was speechless for a while. I say brother Tang you look as if you are very excited this is about Yixian's matter. Why are you like an outsider who reads gossip? Is it hard for me to angrily question? Tang Ke touched his head, a blank look on his face. Although there was a man who was a former suitor of Yixian's, there was no doubt that it was bound to end in failure. Then again, seeing the other party with Yixian's best friend, it's clear that there's an element of antipathy in there. If he remembers correctly, his wife broke off her relationship with many of her girlfriends who taunted her in the first place. I'm sure this person is one of them. As someone who writes books, there are some things you can associate with it, even though you can't consider every aspect of it, so there's no need to make a fuss. Oh, what a coincidence. Yixian is also here. Dong Kailuo pretended to be calm and said. Xu Fangfang beside him, however, had a very ugly face and was eager to leave. Once she and Zhang Yashuan were extremely close girlfriends, but now they are strangers. Dong Kailuo is Zhang Yixian's suitor. In order to be able to take Zhang Yixian, he found Xu Fangfang and wanted Xu Fangfang to assist him. Unfortunately, Zhang Yashuan was not the type of person who would just listen to other people's words. Even her own best friend couldn't brainwash her. Therefore, Dong Kailuo had pursued Zhang Yashuan for more than a year without being able to gain even a hint of favor from her. Just one day, Hongtai Group suddenly announced the news of their own daughter's marriage. Dong Kailuo and Xu Fangfang immediately ran to ask Zhang Yixian what had happened. As a result, Zhang Yashuan told them with a happy face that she had found her destined son. When some understanding had passed, Xu Fangfang instantly accused Zhang Yashuan of being too stupid to be cheated out of her aroma by a man without any merit, and she was strongly advised to give up this trashy man and choose the much better Dong Kailuo. For a moment, Zhang Yashuan's face darkened. The two girlfriends had a big fight as a result. Due to Xu Fangfang's extreme disdain for Tang Ke, Zhang Yashuan also broke off relations with her as a result. This kind of BFF who doesn't bless her or even step on her. Don't want it. Chapter 80 Deputy Director Fang Hao. Dong Kailuo was also there at that time, and his anger was even greater than Zhu Fangfang's. Pointing directly at Zhang Yashuan, she said that one day she would regret it. However, today, several years have passed. Zhang Yashuan hadn't contacted them once, only immersing herself in her own happy life. However, Tang Ke has instantly risen to prominence with the power of technology and has become a global hot topic in a short period of time. The ones who were hit in the face most painfully were Dong Kailuo and Zhu Fangfang. Xu Fangfang's face value wasn't bad either, and Dong Kailuo more or less had that much in mind. And Dong Kailuo has a successful career, which is what Xu Fangfang has always been looking for. The two of them came together naturally because of the amount of contact they had. He was supposed to go abroad for his honeymoon, but Dong Kailuo received an urgent call from his company and had to bring Xu Fangfang back with him. Coincidentally, Dong Kailuo's company was none other than Hongtai Group's old rival, Haofang Group. That company that hired people to kidnap Zhang Yashuan was also none other than the Haofang Group. He came back this time precisely because Hongtai had put too much pressure on Haofang and had to call back Dong Kailuo, a fierce general. Haofang? Hearing Jin Yumeng's whispered introduction, Tang Ke's eyes instantly narrowed slightly. What is your relationship with Guan Juanhao? Tang Ke immediately got up and asked indifferently. Guan Juanhao is the boss of the Haofang Group and the person behind that kidnapping incident. With no direct evidence and a strong background, Guan Juanhao skimmed off the kidnap stuff. As a result, Quan Ho is still at large. In response, Zhang Hongwan was equally angry. While he was collecting evidence, he used the power of the group to put all sorts of pressure on the Haofang Group. The only way to take down this behemoth was to make Guan Juanhao lose all his allied forces. Then we can bring Guanju and Hao to justice. Tang Ke walked in front of Dong Kailuo, the inexplicable aura on his body giving Dong Kailuo an invisible pressure. To Dong Kailuo, Tang Ke was now a rich big shot who started from nothing, also a national inventor. When someone is countless times better than you, a sense of reverence naturally develops within you. Yes, even though Dong Kailuo didn't want to admit it, he still knew it inside. This man, who had not been rightly regarded by him at first, was at this moment dazzling in a way that made him fearful. That's why, when he and Zhu Fangfang first arrived, they would want to leave. This feeling of being invisibly slapped in the face is really hard, especially since the contempt they once held for Tang Ke had been fully informed by Jin Yuemeng. This feeling of being stripped naked in front of you was so embarrassing that you could hardly find a crack to crawl into. I am untalented, an associate director of the Hao Fang Group, and I have an up-and-down relationship with Mr. Guan. Dong Kailuo seemed a bit flustered, and was obviously emotionally tense when he opened his mouth for the first sentence, but gradually relaxed later. He is the deputy director of Hao Fang Group, and he is one of the few people who can have such achievements at such a young age in China. Why should he be in awe of the other guy? He's not a bad capitalist. The more Dong Kailuo thought about it, the more confident he became, gradually straightening his back and lightening his expression. Just now, he was really shocked by Tang Ke's momentary aura. As for why he gets nervous when asked about Quan Ho, he's responsible for the piece of Hao Fang's cell phone, or Hao Fang Group's deputy director, so he probably knows a lot of things. Jin Wumeng, who was sitting at the back, suddenly added a sentence. Upon hearing this, Tang Ke smiled faintly and said, Hao Fang Group I don't know if you were involved in the kidnapping of my wife back then? At those words, Dong Kailuo and Zhu Fangfang's faces stiffened at the same time. Dong Kailuo immediately denied. I don't understand what you're talking about. Zhang Yixian was kidnapped. What does it have to do with us? Hao Fang? He immediately put on a stern face and snapped. Please don't talk nonsense. This gentleman, or I have the right to sue you for libel. Ha! Tang Ke smiled and patted the dust on the other man's suit, responding, do you need a lawyer's warning letter? Tang Ke wasn't stupid, even though the other party denied it. However, from the expressions of these two men, it was able to be seen that they were definitely aware of, and even involved in, this incident. Why else would these two have such synchronized expressions? Even twins can't do such perfect synchronization. Humph. Inexplicable. If there's nothing wrong with your excellency, we're leaving. Dong Kailuo lightly grunted and directly turned around to pull the grim-faced Zhu Fangfang away. How come you're just leaving? I heard Yixian's sister say that you guys used to look down on Tang to come, and said that Yixian's sister would definitely regret it to come. Seeing that the other party was going to leave, Jin Wumeng was not happy. She immediately ran to Tang Ke's side and shouted to the two men, won't you put down any harsh words or come to a business rivalry? Hearing Jin Yuemeng who was screaming behind him, Dong Kailuo's forehead was straight up and his pace quickened by a few points. Business competition? What's the point of arguing over a snakeskin? Who the hell would mindlessly run to compete with Tang Ke? Which of those two products of his company is not a century ahead of the world? How is this going to make him compete? Even if you want to compete, you don't have the strength. I'll make you look good. A crappy novel writer. How dare you be arrogant in front of me? After walking away, Dong Kailuo then dared to mutter out his harsh words. At his side, Zhu Fangfang's face was gloomy and watery. How are you going to make him look good? You and he aren't even in the same industry. Heck, I'm not involved in his industry, but he'll come to be involved in mine. Dong Kailuo lightly grunted. A broken novel writer, at this moment has definitely been overwhelmed by success. He will inevitably come to enter the cell phone industry. When I want to make him lose money to his grandma's house. Dong Kailuo guessed correctly. After Tang Ke learned that the other party is engaged in cell phones, but inside the heart is more than a thought. He intends to monopolize the cell phone industry. It wasn't because Dong Kailuo had once pursued Zhang Yixian, but because the other party was from the Hao Fang Group. This person is suspected of hurting Zhang Yashuan. Originally the kidnapping matter, Tang Ke was planning to listen to his father-in-law and leave it to his father-in-law to deal with. But now that there was a delay in getting results, Tang Ke had to step in and help out a bit. With a black technology system, he can create a new concept cell phone that will overturn human perception. Once this phone comes out, it will be like the birth of a smartphone, even beyond the impact of the birth of smartphones at the time. Brother Tang, you're going to steal the cell phone market from that Dong Kailuo guy? Jin Yuemeng said with an expectant face. Tang Ke grinned. Humanly harmless. Of course not. I'm just entering this business. Talk about not seizing the market. If you enter the cell phone industry, Brother Tang, I'm afraid you'll be suppressed by that guy Dong Kailuo. You need to be careful. Jin Yuemeng kindly reminded. Chen Zimo, who was sitting on the side, also voiced out. Indeed, Hao Fang mobile phone is considered to be in the top 10 in the cell phone industry, and the resources that this person has at his disposal are not small. Chapter 81, the favorite for the lead role in the movie. I know, we're out to play today. Don't think so much, get some rest and let's keep going out? Don Cor smiled slightly and looked over at his somewhat stunned wife. He waved his arm in front of his wife, and only then did Zhang Yashuan come back to her senses. What? Don Cor blinked. Zhang Yashuan smiled and shook her head. It's fine. I just feel that you were particularly handsome just now. Aha, yeah, so I'll be more aloof from now on? That way I'll look more handsome. Saying that, Tang Ke's handsome face once again boarded up, indifferent as if looking down on all living beings. Zhang Yashuan cried and laughed. Her jade finger flicked on his forehead. Don't mess around with all this nonsense. Just be the you of the past. That's what makes you cute. Good lord, does cute describe boys? Of course it is. What's wrong with boys being cute? I don't think that describes me very well, as long as I think it's good. Zhang Yashuan hummed twice lightly as a threat. Don Cor immediately shut up. Wife can say whatever she wants. It's not like she's missing a piece of meat anyway. The two people sitting across from each other, Chen Zimo and Jin Yumeng, were expressionless, forcibly resisting the urge to hit someone. The same thought flashed through their minds at the same time. These two are sick, aren't they? Every time they chatted, they ignored the people around them. After drinking milk tea, the four of them swam again. Even dinner was a snack solution, and all four of them were quite full all the way down. The night was fading and the amusement park was lit up with colorful lights. There's also an exclusive evening fairground show that's a hoot. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the two of them, Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan, were sitting on the Ferris wheel, overlooking the night view of Magic City. It was a moment as if the world was in full view. Originally, Tang Ku had planned to promote the relationship between Jin Yumeng and Chen Zimo while dating his wife, but what he didn't realize was that he was playing with his wife and forgot about those two. The bodyguards below the Ferris wheel guarded the perimeter as the watchman drones flew smoothly through the air. Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan both saw that Jin Yumeng was on the Ferris wheel with Chen Zimo likewise. The two of them were there talking and laughing without an awkward atmosphere. Today's excursion should be fairly successful. Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan smiled at each other and embraced and kissed. The fireworks at the fairgrounds shot up into the sky and exploded in brilliant colors. Early the next morning, the curtains in the room were automatically drawn back. An ray of sunlight poured through the window and spilled over the side of the bed. Tang Ku opened his eyes, and what met his eyes was that familiar stunning face. Last night's event was so exhausting, caused the wife to sleep in this morning as well. Mr. Tang, Miss Ding Liqiao sent a message about the lead role in the Secret of God movie. Every morning when I wake up, I often hear Origin's voice coming from my cell phone. Ding Liqiao? Oh, that pretty lady from Wind and Snow Pictures. Why is she looking for me? Tang Ke said in a daze. Won't you open it? Maybe it's a confession? Just then, a clear and pleasant voice came from the ear. Tang Ke laughed lightly twice and directly hugged and kissed his wife. The best thing to do at this point is not to answer, because whatever you answer is wrong. He knew that Zhang Yashuan was just fooling around with him. One kiss and everything would be fine. Zhang Yashuan pushed it away in mock disgust. Haven't brushed my teeth yet? No kissing me. Gotcha. Don Cor hemmed and hawed, climbing to his feet and checking his cell phone for messages. Ding Liqiao, Mr. Tang Ku. We're planning to cast a Dragon Nation as the main character, and there are currently two people with the highest popularity vote within the Dragon Nation. Ding Blek, here's a video of us interviewing both of them for you, and I wonder if there's anything you'd like to suggest. Ding Liqiao sent a video, and Tang Ke directly clicked on it to watch. A boy band group appears directly within the video. Every boy was dressed in colorful clothes and had a stylish haircut one after the other. The faces are even more watery and white than one another. Yes, a couple of the boys got particularly delicate faces, but the first words they said in unison directly caused Tang Ke to freeze. Hello everyone, we are, treats super sweet. Immediately afterward, one after another people came forward to introduce themselves, which even made Tang Ke's eyes widen. From now on, prepare yourselves to be struck by my vigor and vitality. Today I'll let you know that Ginger is still old. Rua, what the hell is this? The corners of Tang Ke's mouth twitched slightly, calling out hot eyes. Before he could finish reading, Ding Liqiao immediately sent another message. Ding Liqiao, oops, I'm very sorry, I sent the wrong video. I just sent a video of the other party when they first started out, and this is the one I want to show you. After saying that, Ding Liqiao once again sent a video. Ding Liqiao, I'm really very sorry. Our company is trying to examine the past deeds of two people. I accidentally mixed up the videos. Don Kirk, it was okay. Almost died on the spot. Ding Liqiao, this. The atmosphere was a bit awkward, and Tang Ke once again clicked on the second video. This time the video was finally a normal interview video. It was just one of the men from that boy band that was just there, sitting in front of the screen, being interviewed by the movie crew. Mr. Liu, you're now the favorite for the lead role in the Secret God movie. What are your thoughts on this final choice being given to Tang-ko to decide? The man being interviewed is no other than the second person involved in the previous fan scolding, Lulu. Lulu, many people know that my fans quarreled with Tang-ko's fans some time ago, but in reality, Tang-ko and I don't have any conflicts. On the contrary, I admire Tang-ko as a person very much. Regarding the scolding incident, in fact, it can't affect our relationship. I think Tang-ko, as a noble novelist, would never not pick me just because of the fan scolding incident and thus take it out on me. Lulu smiled extremely confidently. I have no problem with Tang-ko having the final say. If he's a noble man then he'll definitely choose me. What he said earlier was still very much recognized by Tang-ko. It's true that Danko doesn't blame Lulu for the fans. After all, Lulu hadn't taken a stand from the beginning to the end of his career. The only criticism is that Lulu didn't bother to stop the fans either. Which is intriguing. All that aside, Don Cor felt nothing. But what the other guy said afterward was a bit of a moral abduction. What do you mean if Donkor was a nobleman? He would have been chosen. Does it mean that not choosing him is not noble and is just relenting? This made Tang-ko feel very sick. What kind of person is this? Chapter 82, Taking Shots at Big Brother Tang-ko. Tang-ko took a deep breath and patiently watched the video down. A stalwart-faced man appeared on the screen, a faint smile on his face. Tang-ko remembered that this person was a martial arts star named Fong Zhong. Faced with the same question, but a different answer. I don't think there's much to say about it. I've never relied on my acting skills, and while the financial investment in a good movie is important, the acting skills of the actors, too, are paramount. Fong Zhong spoke in a calm tone and said with a smile on his face, "What Mr. Tang-ko will decide is his business. If he chooses me, I'll do my best to play the role well. If not, I don't lose anything. The most I can do is go find the next movie to do. That's all." A few short words instantly won Tang-ko's favor. This kind of talent actually speaks by their acting skills, not by any face value and moral abduction. Feng Zhong makes a good point that the acting of the actors is paramount to a good movie. Dunkirk, I'm going to go with Seal the Middle and call it a day. Ding Le Chiao, huh? Have you made a decision so soon? Tanker, yes. That's it. I'm going to go brush my teeth and wash my face. After saying that, Tang-ko directly threw his cell phone on the bed and got up to go to the bathroom to wash up. Zhang Yashuan had already finished washing her face and brushed past Tang-ko, going ahead to the kitchen to fix breakfast. Tang-ko didn't realize that the two videos just now had long been released online, attracting the attention of many fans. Our family, Lulu, is definitely going to be the lead. Don't tease, just the way you guys sprayed Lao Tang before. You've already pushed your family Lulu out of the lead role. That's right, you scolded our old Tang before, and now you have the cheek to let that Lulu of your family come over to select? How shameless. Now looking down on old Tang, now running to his knees. Lulu powder cheeks are thicker than city walls. As soon as the Lulu fans opened their mouths, they were immediately met with a large number of users who disliked them wildly. It was so shameless that even some passers-by couldn't look away. Humph. What's it to do with our family Lulu if we scold Tang-ko? That's right. Is Tang-ko angry with our family Lulu because of this? Wouldn't be so petty, right? No way. No way? Our Lulu hasn't scolded Tang-ko. If Tang-ko was so petty as to purposely not pick our Lulu, then we can only LOL. Lulu fans are extremely disgusting and collectively shady, angering countless netizens. The fans in the seal couldn't even look at it, and they just started spraying on the spot. Does your sissy Lulu deserve to run for the lead? It's not that we're bragging. Big brother Fong Zhong can fight 10 Lulu monsters by himself. Lulu that has no acting skills, no singing skills, what else can she do besides being cute and pampered? That's just it, especially with that awkward debut and the difficult songs when they first started out. That's it? And it's gotten this far? It's a well-known fact that all Lulu fans are brain dead. This statement instantly stirred up 1,000 waves. The Lulu powder was instantly like dynamite, and a battle of the key fairies began. On the internet, Lulu fans are notorious for being able to fight, and no celebrities fans have been able to beat them so far. This also fuels their arrogance. However, the ceiling center powder has Tang-ko powder and Yashian powder to help. Huge amount of fans under the number of fans. The two sides actually just fought an even battle. All the major posters have fallen, attracting countless people who have been eating the food. Obviously Tang-ko had already told Wind and Snow Pictures in the morning that he had chosen Fong Zhong as the protagonist. However, it's already noon meal, and there's a delayed sound and no announcement from the Wind and Snow Pictures side. Let things fester and get worse. Good lord, is this the operation? Tonka's jaw dropped, marveling at the way capitalists operate. Do not need to personally out of the hype. The netizens to help the Wind and Snow film and television pushed on the hot search. The whole network fire hot discussion. Don't play with your cell phone if you're eating. Cell phones have more bacteria than a toilet. Zhang Yashuan sat on the opposite side of the dining table, her eyebrows slightly knitted. Tangka sniffed and wanted to retort, I dare to lick the cell phone. Do you dare to lick the toilet? But he didn't dare to say so, he only dared to mutter a small, I know, just like my mom. What did you say? Zhang Yashuan's beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she suddenly said, You want to call me mom? No, I want you to call me dad. Go to hell, Tang Ku added with an expressionless face, exasperated by his wife's small kicks. The couple frolicked and played until it was time for the evening meal. It was only then that Wind and Snow Pictures finally made the announcement that Tang Ku had chosen Feng Zhong as the main character of the Secret of God movie. As soon as the news was announced, Feng Zhong fans and Tang Ku fans went wild. Ha 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 ha, what did I say? Not bad for old Dawn. Good choice. Old Dawn is awesome. Protect our old Dawn. 6666, 666, 6666. Directly ignoring any moral abduction. I'm afraid the only person in the country who dares to ignore Lulu's brainwashed fans like this is old Tang. Thank you, big brother Tang Ku, for choosing our boss Feng Zhong. Old Tang, we support you. Fantastic. Finally it's Lulu's turn to get his brainwashed ass kicked. Lulu's fans were dumbfounded at the news, followed by anger that washed over them. Grass, why don't you choose us, Lulu? Tang Ku is holding a grudge against us. That's right, isn't it just inventing some robots? What's the big deal? Those robots invented by Tang Ku even made my parents lose their jobs. Boycott the robots, boycott Tang Ku. Tang Ku is a narrow-minded villain. That's right, Tang Ku is really too petty. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the robots made by Tang Ku make a large number of people unemployed. Doesn't the state care about it? Boycott the robots. Boycott Doncor products. At this moment, it was as if Lulu's fans had lost their minds. Obviously it's a matter of competition for the lead position, but I didn't realize that these people were actually arguing about the fact that robots are replacing a large number of jobs. The two stars, Lulu and Feng Zhong, also received the news at the same time. Feng Zhong tweeted that he was grateful for Tang Ku's regard and would do his best to play the role well. Lulu, on the other hand, posted an intriguing tweet that completely set the internet ablaze. At Dreaming Road to Eternal Life. It's a shame that I didn't get to be the protagonist of Gods of Secrecy. I was expecting Mr. Doncor to be a noble man, but it seems I was wrong. I can only look forward to the next collaboration, but today has brought me to another point, and that is, Mr. Tang Ku's robots, are they being born too fast and too many? I am a little worried about the unemployed people, whether they will starve to death on the streets because of this. Alas, Lulu's tweet went out and within half an hour, it was being spread among major media companies. It caused countless people to clamor. First, the first half of Lulu's sentence, rubbing insults at Don Cor. The second half of the sentence is a veiled appeal to netizens to boycott robots en masse. That's the signal to go to war. Lulu began to blatantly take his fans and dislike Tang Ku together. Who's Tang Ku? He was a young handsome man who was among the rich and famous. One god in the netizen world. The father of artificial intelligence. And the master of black technology creation. Under a series of other titles, the present-day Tang Ku is highly regarded and stands above the limelight. Chapter 83, Smart people know how to seize opportunities. With the power of one man, Tang Ku has allowed the Dragon Kingdom to cross over into the intelligent age, leading countries around the globe. Those who contributed so much were attacked by the country's most trafficked star, or the kind that picks a fight. This is unheard of and mind-boggling. The entire internet went crazy, and tonight countless netizens were no longer busy with their games, movies, and novels. They have gone into a frenzy of information swiping within the tweets, posts, and short videos. Some join in the scolding, while others are responsible for eating the melon. Today's top traffic freshman star goes to war with tech mogul Don Kirk. Both sides are public figures with huge traffic, and countless people are wondering what the final outcome will be. At the same time, there is also a hotly debated topic of how the country is going to solve the problem of a large number of unemployed people. Tang Ku, who was lying on his wife's beautiful legs playing with his cell phone, was dumbfounded. That sissy Lulu actually started a war against him? Good guy, have the balls to come offline PK. What kind of man is BBing on the internet? Tang Ku lightly grunted twice, seemingly a little angry. Come on, with this small body of yours, you can't even beat me. Zhang Yashuan let out a faint laugh and continued to hold her book and read. It's just a cyber scolding. And on the internet, Tang Ku is the god of that world. Fearless, whenever Doncor wanted to, he could just give a direct order to Origins and brush the network to paralyze it. 100 legions of sailors couldn't even beat one Origin. What should I say back? Should I curse back and make an offline update? Then I'll bring 100 bodyguards to Great White to go over and beat him up. Tang Ku rolled over, facing Zhang Yashuan head on. It was relaxing to inhale the scent of her body. What's there to scold? Trust me, there's no need for you to scold him back. Someone will naturally clean him up. Zhang Yashuan smiled faintly. Don Cor was slightly stunned. Who would clean up Lulu? Fans? Or did your father-in-law step in to help? Tiny cute. You forget that you have a partnership with your country. And my country will not let these small-minded people come to judge our genius inventors with impunity. Zhang Yashuan smiled and pinched Tang Ke's cheeks. Tang Ke slapped his head and cursed his own stupidity. How could he have forgotten about this? The previous curses were just fans and netizens cursing each other, so the state won't bother with that. But now it was already Lulu attacking Tang Ke head-on, and that was something that had to be managed. That being the case, he needn't pay any attention to Lulu's attacks and just respond to how he should solve the problem of large numbers of unemployed people. Tang Ke thought for a moment, then wrote the tweet and posted it. Advances in technology have allowed us to cross over from the information age to the intelligent age. This is a windfall that can change your destiny, and smart people are seizing this opportunity and thinking about how to get rich. Some, on the other hand, instead of thinking about how to take advantage of this opportunity to turn around, are here fighting against the tide of the times. In the end, we can only lament the rich, envy the rich, and bemoan the injustice of God, as we always do. Of course, not everyone possesses such a vision. If you don't think you have what it takes to come out on top of this wave, then wait for the state. Believe me, the country will not abandon any of its people. As for me, I will also create another invention for these unemployed people. Something like that could give anyone, create tons of careers. It might take some time though. After all, that would be another reform. Donkle. As soon as the microblogging message was released, all the people who were waiting for Tang Ke to make a move got excited. However, Tang Ke's message was completely different from what everyone had imagined. Countless people were waiting for Tang Ke to respond in a domineering manner to open a scolding war with Lulu head-on. However, the message Tang Ke sent was a bit inscrutable. He didn't even mention anything about Lulu disliking him. Instead, they talk about this reform of the times, and the unemployment of the population. Good lord, old Tang has something to say about that. What the hell? Lulu was outright ignored by old Don. Ha 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 ha, laughing my ass off. Bull. Worthy of being old Tang, to be so unorthodox. Lulu dislikes old Tang for having character problems, and it turns out that old Tang and Lulu aren't even beings from the same dimension. This wave of ignorant maneuvering by old Tang has really left Lulu with no place to go. When the two are compared, it will be surprising to find out that the one who was really unqualified is instead Lulu himself. Lulu took shots at Donkor on the internet, only for Donkor to simply ignore them and talk about livelihood issues instead. Doing so would only make Lulu look like a small-minded person. And Donkor is the one who was truly wide-eyed, and he didn't bother with the fact that Lulu sprayed him. It even kindly reminds people not to speak blindly on the internet. The most important thing now is to seize the opportunity to soar. Lulu does have a problem with this person. People Lao Tang is the author of The God of Mystery. He can choose whoever he wants, and Feng Zhong's acting is real. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. That's right, Lao Tang just chose the one with the best acting skills. What's to say that people Lao Tang intentionally didn't choose Lulu? How is Lulu's acting skills? Don't you have a little bit of B number in your heart? We're in a period of changing times and it's only right that we capitalize on the opportunities, not BB on the internet. Don Cole is right. This is a period of reform in the times. Just as the industrial age came into the information age, those who catch the wave of opportunity will be the next billionaires. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So, if I seize this opportunity, I have a chance to become a big brother too? Yes, it's not a theory, it's historically proven. Slipping away, I'm going to think about where the wave of wealth in the smart age is. One word woke up the dreamer, and many people reacted violently. Countless people have missed the wave of change of the times and therefore lost touch with the path to prosperity. At the moment they are standing here. If they still miss it, when the next one will be, there's no telling. There's something in Tang Ke's words, and what's really going to be elusive in that tweet he posted would be the last sentence. Can you create, for anyone, a large number of careers? What is he going to invent that actually creates careers? Is it hard to believe that it's some new great invention that has resulted in a new profession? I don't get it. I don't get it. That's too one-sided from Big Brother Tang Ke, but I always feel that once he gets it out, it'll definitely be even more amazing than the birth of artificial intelligence. Ditto. The trolling and bickering on the internet finally took a turn when a message from Tang Ke was released. Although those Lulu fans still keep raising the bar, not many people pay attention to it anymore. More people, instead, are thinking about what to do to get rich, and exactly when Don Sior will create the second reformation. Just when everyone thought that the tirade would end in such a form, the state's official microblog has suddenly released a message about a showbiz overhaul that has shocked netizens across the country. Chapter 80 for the Great Overhaul of the Entertainment Industry. The state issued a rectification notice that directly specifies all male group talent shows. The lack of masculinity of the boys in the program has brought a bad influence to the viewers, and it is required to make immediate rectification. Countless netizens clapped their hands when they saw this. Boys should be masculine. What with the cute and cuddly style and all that? It's just too girly. Boys are supposed to be Iron Men. Full body muscle is not required, but at least talk and act like a normal man, instead of being pouty and cute like a girl, much less relying on exaggerated and awkward body movements to grandstand. The audience base is large, including many young people. Film and television programs will serve to promote it. If the program's 3 views are reversed, the impact on society is tremendous. But this is just foreplay for the rectification notice. The focus is really on what comes after. That's the matter of internet speech. In the future, internet users must have real names. Origins has powerful computing and monitoring capabilities, and it is able to distinguish everyone's real IP address. Any domestic network requires a real name. At the same time, users speak on the web in the same way as they speak in reality. Slander is just as punishable by law as rumor. Insults to those who have made significant domestic contributions are penalized accordingly. Longwood didn't directly stand up for Tangku, but everyone saw it. The state is disguising this as a warning to Lulu and the jet-setters. Awesome. Alarming the state to step in. Good job, man. Pouting and all that. It's all led by this Lulu. I've long been pissed off at him. Lulu is also a talent. It's not good to scold anyone. Running to scold Tangku. This is equivalent to scolding the national researchers. That's right. Although Tangku is not a national scientific researcher, it's not far off. And with Tangku's contribution, it's enough to win a huge award. Seeing Lulu roll over makes me feel good inside. I'm afraid that at this moment, Lulu has gone weak in the knees from fear. Real names on the internet. Who will dare to be a spammer this next time? Be civilized in reality and do the same online. Where's the Lulu fan? Come out and keep spraying. Why are you suddenly mute? Tangku's fans were unusually excited and thrilled. And those Lulu fans were all turned mute as soon as the country's news came out. It's not that they wimped out. It's that they got warning notifications from Origins on their computers and cell phones. If you do it again, you'll go straight to the door. Tangku's status was equivalent to that of a national scientific researcher. And the consequences of insulting a scientific researcher were very serious. The entire entertainment industry was shaken by the news of the state. The boy band shows were heavily overhauled and almost all of them were taken off the air. A movie and television company. An agent furiously pointed at the youth in front of him. Look at you. You've been told not to attack Tangku. Not to attack Tangku. And you just don't listen. This is good. Our program team all rectified. Not a penny to earn even if, but also all the damn loss. All because of you. Because of your capriciousness and arrogance. Who are you to compete with Tangku? You are just a packaged by us. Really think you have the strength in this area? The broker felt like he was going to be pissed off. The person who was scolded too much to make a sound was none other than today's hottest fresh meat, Lulu. At this moment, Lulu's face was hard to see. If there was nothing unexpected, he should be cool. It's not just the state that will clamp down on him, but the company will snowball him as well. Because he offended someone he shouldn't have and brought his fans along with him to launch an attack on Tangku, which was just stupid. Starting tomorrow, you don't have to come over. Take the money you've earned and live your life. The agent suppressed his anger and said indifferently, your nonsensical statements have completely cut off your own path, and no company will dare to use you. There are as many stars as you want for a star who is packaged with nothing but a white face. In fact, such a star is not worth anything at all. Just have a little bit of face and put on some makeup before you go on stage. Then the program privately arranges a contest winner and it's a clean sweep. The next step is to buy all kinds of traffic to get everyone's attention to this rising young star, creating the illusion of being hot. The fake fire will also gradually turn into a real fire when the flow is high. Truly worthy stars have climbed the ranks by relying on realistic acting, relying on strong vocals. He took the program title, rely on amazing talent to capture thousands of viewers, instead of relying on a face. Lulu's face was ashen and he sat in his chair for a long time. The agent didn't bother with him either and just packed up and left. As for Lulu's fate, Tangku didn't even bother to find out about it, much less pay attention to it. In his eyes, Lulu wasn't even a jumper. The jumper will at least bounce around in front of him a few more times. But Lulu, from start to finish, never made it into Tangku's eyes. At this moment, Tangku was seriously learning knowledge, purchased a large number of books, ready to attack the cell phone industry. What he's building is no ordinary smartphone. Instead, it is a new concept cell phone that utilizes holographic projection and interactive touch technology. A type of cell phone that does not require you to pull out your cell phone, but directly gestures and presents a picture in front of you. Tangku had planned to get a Bluetooth headset and project holograms through it, but he immediately thought of another issue, that of privacy. While it's cool to cast a direct screen out, what if you're talking to someone else? Imagine you calling each other baby in every breath. How embarrassing would it be to have all the people around you staring at your screen? It might be okay for the brothers to see it, but what if the wife sees it? It's okay if your wife sees you, But if you find out that the other person is a man, you'll die a social death. So with cell phone messages, it's better to avoid open holographic projections. So Tangko was born with a second idea. Take holographic projection and interactive touch and put it right into the glasses. It even allows the cell phone in the glasses to have an interactive effect with reality. Abbreviations. AR glasses. Yes, Tonka went from cell phones to AR glasses. Since cell phones are implanted in glasses, why not just create a combination of real and virtual glasses out of each other? In the world of Tangka's last life, many models of AR glasses had been born, but without exception, all of them are failures and defective products. How crippled is it? It's so atrocious that none of the technology is perfect. It gives the impression of being an outright scam. The amount of work involved in creating a realistic AR glasses for Danko is not normal. Holographic projection technology, interactive touch technology, augmented reality technology, as well as the material of the lenses and the black tech chips and so on. The chips for AR glasses are more difficult to build than the chips that carry the origins. A larger chip makes the glasses look oddly shaped and bulky, and with a smaller chip, it's up to you to consider whether the performance is adequate. You know, this VR glasses that Tangku is going to make, the equivalent is taking the hardware inside a smartphone and compressing it to something smaller than a pinky. Chapter 85 AR Glasses. Ding! Congratulations on the successful upgrade of augmented reality theory knowledge. Obtaining top-level augmented reality technology. Ding! Congratulations on successfully upgrading your holographic projection theory knowledge and obtaining top-level holographic projection technology. Ding! Congratulations on the successful upgrade of interactive touch concept knowledge to top interactive touch technology. Ding! Congratulations to, after studying day after day, Tangka's mind finally rang with the system's wonderful beeping sound. Bang! Tangka was so excited that he slammed the tabletop and his whole body bounced up. Zhang Yashuan, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, immediately knitted her eyebrows slightly. Just now Tangka's stroke scared her into drawing the lines crookedly. What for? Zhang Yashuan gulped lightly. Tangka was slightly stunned and silent for a few seconds. Asterisk. Zhang Yashuan? Yikes. Pervert. Get lost. Zhang Yashuan's delicate face reddened in vain as she grabbed the pillow under the seat and threw it at Tangka's face. Tangka reached out to catch the pillow and casually placed it on the table. Origins. I'll make a list, and you have the driver. To buy. Bring the above materials over. He's going to start building AR glasses, and this build will take a long time as well, but he wouldn't go back over to the factory. After all, it wasn't good to be away from his wife for too long. His body would get lonely. So simply stay home and build AR glasses. It takes little space to build this thing anyway, and the home workshop is more than enough. As for what requires large instruments to build, you can leave it to the junior robots to get it and have the driver. Big White, deliver it. Doncor simply gives instructions at home and lets Origins carry them out. It was Tanko who did the final assembly step himself, though assembly can also be left to robots, but some of these details are tweaked, as well as the overall feel of the finished product. It still needs to be felt and assembled in person to work. Before that, though, Don Cor opened the computer page, entered above, taking a few days off due to some abuse over the last few days and no desire to create content. After thinking about it, Tanka changed rest for a few days, to rest for a day again, and then clicked publish. With that, I created another timed chapter to be released the day after tomorrow, and wrote, I didn't get enough rest yesterday, so I decided to take another 3 days off. Aha! The cycle is gradual. This way it is a psychology that can be gradually accepted by the reader. Just as after asking for a small favor, odds are that the person will be willing to do you more favors. Don't ask Tonka how he knows. Ask is what he swiped on Duyun. Of course, 4 days was certainly not enough time for Tangko to get AR glasses, so Tangko created several more timed releases in a row, all of which were leave notes. For example, I've got an upset stomach. I need to recuperate for 4 days. I'm not a eunuch, so please don't worry. Too much interaction with my wife. I'm a little weak, so I'll rest for another 5 days. I've been busy with the Secret God movie recently, so I'll definitely update in the next couple of days. After getting a bunch of leave slips, Tangka hammed and hawed, secretly praising Douyin psychology for seeming to work quite well. It's not that he doesn't want to write a book, but the development of these AR glasses takes too much time and energy, and he just doesn't have the time to write it. Only after this busy period will I have time to write a book again. Since the black text system, there's less and less time to write a book. How can it be so difficult to write a book? Doncor sighed and began tapping away at the code. Before you can build AR glasses, you also need to upgrade the computing power of the AI and the hardware that hosts it. Tang has sent a message to his father-in-law's assistant. Tang Ku Yimeng, brotherly, I'd like to ask you a favor. Assistant Secretary Li, in Cantonese Mr. Tang can say anything. Don Ki, I have a document here about the new supercomputer. and I need you to get someone to get it for me. Assistant Lee, a new supercomputer? Is it an enhanced version of the current supercomputer? Tang Kui Meng, yes. A little better than the supercomputer on the market, which can carry all the data of Hong Tai. Assistant Lee, I understand. I'll get it in 2 hours. I'll send you the IP address then. Tang Kui Meng, thanks to Assistant Lee. The supercomputer that had been strengthened by Tang Ko was definitely capable of carrying the upgraded Origin in terms of performance. Tonka crackled the keyboard again, writing the upgrade code for Origins. With his gradual improvements to Origins, Origins was becoming more and more powerful, and the computing needs were no longer driven by ordinary servers. That's why supercomputers are needed. It just so happened that among Tang Ko's knowledge upgrades this time, there were parts of his knowledge that could be used to strengthen the supercomputer. He sent all the drawings, as well as the principles of the enhanced supercomputer, to Assistant Lee. By the way, let the servers of the Hong Tai group be upgraded to become supercomputers as well. A supercomputer consists of a combination of hardware and software, with the hardware side being materials that can be obtained at will. After being modified and strengthened by Tang Ko, it could greatly reduce energy consumption, yet increase the data analysis and processing capacity by several times. And it's the software side that's at the heart of a supercomputer. To get the most out of a supercomputer, the software program is critical. After Tonka writes up the source code, he gets the supercomputer program. The day flew by, and by the time Tang Ko finally finished writing the secondary starting source code, the sky was dark. He didn't rush to run Origins. Once it was running, it could fry the server on the other end, and even this computer in front of him would die. Tang Ko's stomach came rumbling, which snapped him back to his senses. It was now more than 10 o'clock in the evening, and there was some rice on his desktop, and he didn't know how long it had been there, and it had gotten completely cold. There was also the sound of a shower in the room's bathroom, the sound of rustling water hitting the floor. Did Ye Xian come in? Donkor rubbed his head, feeling like this was the most engaged he'd ever been. Sure enough, the code burned the brain, and with every code written, Tang Ko's mind was spinning in thought. The logical order of words goes from one to the other, with not a single error as far as possible. With such a huge amount of code, if there is a single error, with Tang Ko's ability, it would take days to find it, and Origins doesn't know what its upgrade code is, so at most it can only help Tang Ko to find out if there is any missing punctuation, and can't find out the errors in the code syntax. At this point, the water in the bathroom shuts off. Zhang Yashuan moved her delicate figure and walked out with a bath towel draped over her body. Seeing that Tang Ko looked at her, she gave Tang Ko a blank stare in a flirtatious manner. Finally stopped? I ignored me when I called you just now, and I said I'd tell you to remember to eat, but it turned out that the food was cold and you hadn't eaten yet. Zhang Yashuan said helplessly. I'll go heat it up for you, or should I have Dubai make another one? Don Cole hemmed and hawed and rubbed his head. Just warm it up. Alright. Zhang Yashuan walked over to Tang Ko's side, accompanied by a shower fragrance. Chapter 86 The West Side Earthquake. Tang Ko couldn't help but reach out and take his wife into his arms, but he was unexpectedly slapped away by Zhang Yashuan. You haven't even eaten your meal and you're still thinking about these things. Pervert. Zhang Yashuan lightly grunted. Take Don Kor's meal downstairs and help him reheat it. Don Cor smiled a few times and opened his cell phone to check it. Assistant Lee had gotten the supercomputer hardware working and sent over the IP address. Tang Ko directly used his computer to connect to the supercomputer and began to write up the supercomputer's program. In less than a moment, Zhang Yashuan came up with a hot meal. Hurry up and eat. Go take a shower afterward. It's almost 11. It's time to rest. Hey. Thanks, wife. Tang Ko picked up his meal and wolfed it down. And with the constant high intensity of work, the physical exertion was very great. A full meal was followed by a hot shower. Tang Ko, who was originally a bit tired, was instantly energized. Even ran off to interact with his wife until most of the night before drifting off to sleep. Next day, morning, Tang Ko felt a pair of small, slender hands gently patting his face a few times. What for? What time is it? Calling me so early? I'm not going for a morning run. You go by yourself, Tang Ko said drowsily. In the past, he had slept until he woke up naturally, as early as 9 o'clock, and the curtains are set for a time when they will be automatically drawn at 10 o'clock. The curtains were closed now, and the room was somewhat dim, with only a table lamp on. Obviously, it's not 10 o'clock. I didn't tell you to go for a run. Wake up and read the news. My ass. Zhang Yashuan patted Tang Ko once again, her tone filled with disbelief. Tang Ko endured his fatigue and tried to open his eyes. The bright light of his cell phone had been turned down to its lowest setting, but he still had some trouble adjusting to it. Just as he saw the message on his wife's cell phone, his whole body came to its senses. Last night, at 3 a.m., a magnitude 8 earthquake struck the west side. Earthquake? Tang Ko uttered in dismay. Not only is it an earthquake, but it's a magnitude 8 earthquake. Such a level is enough to destroy a large number of houses with ordinary building materials. That's right, the online news is now full of news in this regard. The network of the western city is all paralyzed, and it is said that earthquakes are still coming from there from time to time, Zhang Yashuan said with a gloomy face. Tang Ku immediately took over his wife's cell phone and flipped through the network for the first-hand information. My God, I didn't realize that the experts were right in predicting that there would really be a major earthquake. I don't know how my compatriots in the west side are doing now. There is no signal at all over there. An 8 magnitude earthquake. I'm afraid it's a bad one. The state sent out a rescue brigade at 4 a.m., and there's no telling what the situation is. Holy, the state reacts that fast? All credit to Origins. The moment the earthquake erupted in the west side and all the networks went down, Origins immediately put out a notification and even phoned in a call to the leadership. Awesome. Origins got a lot of credit for this wave. If only Origins could predict disasters. You think it's a sci-fi movie, and predicting disasters. Unless Tang Ku builds a disaster prediction instrument, Origins can't detect earthquakes at all. Hiss. When you put it that way, I feel as if I could call old Don out and ask him to get one of those instruments. Good man. Really just take old Don for a god. Seeing this, Tang Ku felt a wave of speechlessness. It seems that the netizens have not realized what kind of a concept a magnitude 8 earthquake is. To actually have the presence of mind to talk about him is a little breathless, but you can't blame the netizens. After all, it's hard for anyone who hasn't experienced it to imagine just how terrifying an 8 magnitude earthquake can be. Newsflash. Breaking news. National rescue teams are stranded on the road, and the earthquake is happening non-stop, causing a lot of trees to fall and mudslides, blocking access roads. A netizen suddenly broke the news and the crowd was stunned. This looks like it's going to be a helicopter. I've heard it's so foggy over there, and the helicopters can't see what's going on below them, so it's easy to crash into the mountains. How can this be? The country is in the middle of an emergency meeting right now, discussing ways to deal with it. So it seems that this earthquake is worse than all of us thought. Tinker toot. Just then, Tang Ku's cell phone suddenly rang. He picked up his phone and found that the number on it was actually from the previous research center. Hello, is this Mr. Donkor himself? Tang Ku picked up the phone, and a familiar yet unfamiliar female voice came from inside. If Tang Ku remembered correctly, the other party should be the one called. What's it called? It's me. I'm Zhang Shanshan. We met last time. Whoa, I remember. What's up? Donkor asked. I'm really very sorry for disturbing you so early. You may not be aware that an 8 magnitude earthquake event occurred in the West City last night, and now our rescue teams are experiencing great difficulties and need your help. Zhang Shanshan's voice came out from the phone. In the face of national affairs, I still hope that Mr. Tang Ku will not talk about the matter of interests. Her tone was a little anxious and at the same time incredibly cautious. In her opinion, Tang Ku is a person who has fallen into the eyes of money, and is very unpatriotic in the face of the country to pursue interests. Tang Ku opened his mouth, feeling that this woman had some big misunderstanding about him. Though Tang Ku is not the type of person who would give anything to his country, but he's not unpatriotic. In the face of such a catastrophic thing, he would naturally help if he could. He doesn't make money on national tragedies. Money is just an honor and an achievement for Don Cor. If money is made through a national tragedy, it's no longer an honor. It's a disgrace. Don't worry Ms. Zhang Shanshan. I'm not the same kind of person you think I am. Give an address. I'll send something to you, Tang Ku faintly said. Delivery? Zhang Shanshan was slightly stunned, and subconsciously thought that Tang Ku should be planning to provide some great white and intelligent cars over. She said cautiously, thank you very much for your understanding, Mr. Tang Ku. Your contribution will not be forgotten by the country. With that, she read an address over the phone. After the call hung up, it also sent the address via text message. It's someone from the country looking for you? Zhang Yashuan asked as she lay beside him. Yeah, looking for my help. Tang Ku nodded, then called Origins. Origins, have the driver Great White, the builder Great White, the foundation Great White, the medical Great White, all the smart cars in the factory, and all the watchman drones, all set sail for the address on the text message. The basic Great White has enormous strength and can carry huge boulders. The builder, Big White, can quickly build a temporary road to allow more rescue teams to pass. The driver, Dubai, has giant strength while also being able to drive rescue vehicles and helicopters, among other things. And the smart car has co-alloy material that can just crash and burst when it encounters anything in its way. No reasoning at all. Brutal as hell. Chapter 87, like an army on the march. Naturally, medical Great White needs no introduction. A mobile hospital. And finally, the most powerful weapon of this rescue, the Watchman drone. Origins chips are implanted directly into the Watchers, along with various detection hacks. even in the middle of a pure black forest. It can fly freely, not to mention a little mist. It doesn't need to be connected to the internet and also has an artificial intelligence chip like Origins. Humanity, no matter how deeply pressed into the bottom, will be detectable by the watchers. It also spreads out a wireless local area network to connect to nearby great whites and notify humans to come to the rescue. If there's no great white nearby, there's no one in. It also scans the shapes of ruined buildings and identifies them by geometric judgment. Then the electromagnetic cannon is launched directly to destroy the key support points and allow the humans inside to get out of the way. If that doesn't work, the watchers will also record the location and then go looking for the great white or a human before coming to the rescue. It was safe to say that this rescue mission would be made quite easy by the presence of the watchers. The robots in the factory are fully committed to developing the Watchman drones, and the automated system produces those big white robots I just mentioned. Tangko once again gave the command to originate a remote control of everything in the factory. At the same moment, the cars and robots in the two factories seemed to possess life. A large number of Kirin intelligent vehicles, which had just been built not long ago, drove out from the factory and headed in a direction in a well-organized manner. The other side of the Great White Factory. All the Great Whites Tangko mentioned began to inflate themselves up automatically. They hold their charging bases and walk up to the van in an orderly fashion. Then it retracted again inside the van and transformed back into a box. The driver, Big White, drives the van, delivering batch after batch of Big White. Densely packed watchtower-less drones flew out of the sky, faster than cars traveling within the city. Pedestrians on the street exclaimed out in shock and grabbed their cell phones to frantically take pictures. This sight caused countless people to feel that this move by Tangko was definitely not simple. Big news! A large number of intelligent cars have appeared in Mordor, as well as never-before-seen drones. Old Tang seems to have made a big move. It's not because of the earthquake thing over on the west side, is it? What are those drones? Flying so fast. This below the bubbling blue light seems to be electromagnetic propulsion. Awesome Tangko, so know how to play? They had seen both the Great White and the Kirin intelligent vehicle, but the Watchman drone, it was the first time it had been unveiled. Many photos have gone viral on the internet, for no other reason than it's something Tangko came up with. In people's hearts, Tonka's things are products that are ahead of their time. What a spectacular scene. It looks like the troops are on the move. I'm betting that old Don got these for traveling to the disaster area. I guess so. The only disaster area that would use so much of it, and all at once. Awesome. Our old Tang's intelligent cars and robots are actually being used for disaster relief. Not to mention, the Big White built by old Tang is capable of lifting tons of weight. Good man. This time old Don gets a big credit. Origins reminder of the Great White Strike. And the smart car, which I suspect the state is planning to use to ram right through the boulders in the way. 666, 6666. So mean? I just don't know what these drones are for. For this drone that Tangko had gotten out, many people were very curious about how it differed from ordinary drones. If they really traveled to the disaster area, it probably won't take long for them to be publicized. Zhang Shanshan, who was waiting to receive the goods at the agreed location, is now anxious. Rescue was a race against time, and at the moment she felt restless waiting here idly. Sister Shanshan, don't walk around. It's only been 10 minutes of waiting. It takes time for Tangko to send something over. A beautiful young girl sat on a short stool, her hands resting on her fragrant cheeks, looking at Zhong Shanshan who was walking around with a speechless expression. How can you not be in a hurry? The West City side can still be experiencing earthquakes. I must take Tangko's robots and rush to the disaster area at the first opportunity. Zhong Shanshan frowned. Buzz. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from the distance. Both women were stunned at the same time and looked towards the source of the sound. One could only see rows and rows of silver-white Kirin intelligent cars, as grand and magnificent as a fleet of cars, approaching from afar at an even speed. At the same time, there was a large number of flying objects overhead. It was bubbling with a ghostly blue light, and its speed was as fast as several long rainbows attacking. This scene made both women look dumbfounded. What is this? A platoon? Is that flying thing up there a drone? Drop! Drop! The driver, Great White, stopped in his van and honked his horn twice as a reminder. It walked over to Zhong Shanshan with a naive step, and a signing page lit up on its chest. MS. Zhong Shanshan. Hello, there are goods for you to sign for. Big White's voice rang out unhurriedly. Zhong Shanshan then snapped out of it, and she looked at the data panel on Great White. It records the items and quantities to be signed for at this time. One of the unfamiliar names instantly caught her eye. Watchman drone. What are the functions of this drone? And why did Tangko send this over? Zhong Shanshan asked directly to the driver. Debai. Drones are also a great tool for relief zones, but they have them, too, and lots of them. It's hard to believe that there's something different about this drone of Tangko's. When driver Debai heard this, An information panel popped up on his body once again. On it are recorded the various stats and functions of the watcher. Of course, the miniature electromagnetic cannon is a hidden feature and has not been put up. Hiss, auto detection, thermal imaging, X-ray vision, radar scanning, solar plus electromagnetic propulsion, and the ability to unleash wireless LANs to connect cars and robots? The corners of Zhong Shanshan's mouth twitched slightly, her eyes filled with shock and dismay. You're telling me it's a ING drone? With all these features, is this really not an anti-terrorist device? Why would a drone be fitted with all this stuff? Zhong Shanshan was a bit confused, and the young girl next to her was equally confused. What a great scout. No, it's a drone. That young girl marveled out. One can only say that it's worthy of being Tangko? Such a small drone, but it actually has so many functions stuffed in it. Surprising indeed. No matter that much, take them all away and let's set off for the West City. Zhong Shanshan took a deep breath, and with a wave of her arm, the personnel in the house immediately came out to take over. Her impression of Tangko was finally changing slightly. Willing to come up with such a large sum of money to support the disaster area. It seemed that this Tangko wasn't as bad as she thought. Perhaps one's own view of Tangko was, indeed, a bit biased. Chapter 88 Suppressing the Haofeng Mobile Phone Industry Plan. The internet is buzzing about what just happened, and state agents are marveling at the power of this drone. Tangko, meanwhile, was at home, continuing to perfect his supercomputer program. The hand speed exercised by writing code, coupled with a well-developed code framework in your head. It made Tonka's writing speed alone surpass the efficiency of a team. There are also many pieces of code that are readily available and can be copied and pasted directly. More so, it has greatly increased the speed of his code. Tangko cannot help but sigh. Search engine is really a good thing. Save people too much time to look up information and work time. Don't assume that programmers write all the code themselves. There is a lot of readily available code that is a direct copy. Only newbies knock every code by themselves just to practice. Tangka spent another 3 days on this supercomputer program before he finally just finished writing it. Origins is programmed to be upgraded at least one step at a time. So upgrading to a level 2 AI would only take a day to live out. This supercomputer program, however, was written all at once. After writing this thing, Tangko has been so tired that he lies on the bed and does not want to move, feeling that writing a book is too much more comfortable than this. Why don't we just not get any black technology and return to the small life of writing books every day? This thought had just flashed through Tangka's mind, and was directly rejected. It's not because he's so into hacking, it's that he's already started this and brought up too many chain reactions. In terms of population unemployment, the main reason is still that he built the Great White. If he wanted to write a book in peace, first he had to fill the hole before he could. The second thing is that he also has to take out the behemoth conglomerate that is Haofeng. Until this group is eliminated, Huan Juanhao will never be arrested, much less properly punished. Wife is Tangka's scales. Not out of this breath, he always feel uncomfortable inside. After thinking about it a little, Tangko had renewed motivation to create black technology. He rolled up and saw that the program had been uploaded to the supercomputer on his computer. After a few more keystrokes, the supercomputer turned on the spot. Inside the Hongtai group, the machines that housed the supercomputers all lit up at this moment. Tangka's laptop successfully connected to the supercomputer. He clicked on the program run button on the secondary origin, and the supercomputer began to run. And a large amount of code began to load for generation. This wait is long. Not only do you have to move the original origins from the servers to within the supercomputer, but you also have to upgrade them. Tangko went back to lying on the bed again, thinking about the AR glasses. Originally, he was thinking of implanting cell phones into the glasses and then monopolizing the cell phone market. But it didn't take long for him to realize two serious problems. The first is the problem of monopolizing the market. There are a lot of companies making cell phones in China, and they all have a lot of potential to compete with foreign companies. The development of a country that wants to be strong depends on more than one or two people. Rather, it's the many businesses that add up to make the country more and more prosperous. One of these major cell phone companies is one of the roots of the strengthening of the Dragon Kingdom's underpinnings. If Tangko had a direct monopoly, it would result in all of these cell phone companies being forced to switch. The lucky ones might make a successful career change, but how many lucky ones can there be? The second problem, that the phone is implanted into the AR glasses, which also loses the phone touch. How many people with cell phones are playing games? Some even use their cell phones as game consoles. Chatting and calling are just incidental functions for them. This value Tangko hadn't bothered to find out, but it must account for an extremely high percentage. Therefore Tangko wants to monopolize the cell phone market by relying purely on a pair of AR glasses. Great probability is not feasible. New games can be built in AR glasses as well, but that's just an interactive touch game. A different kind of gameplay. Not everyone is going to enjoy playing interactive touch games, and it's tiring to play too many of them. There are a lot of users who love button mashing games. It's like the mouse and keyboard of a computer that can be played as a single game. But there are still some people that just like to play the same with a joystick. These games via buttons are simply not given by interactive touch games. The situation at hand is that either I turn my head and build a phone or I build a gamepad and offer it for AR glasses. But every mobile game plays differently, uses different button positions and numbers, and there are very few games that can be ported from a cell phone to AR glasses, and no one goes out with a gamepad. That's too much of a hassle. I'm afraid that the only games that can be ported from cell phones to AR glasses are those that, with a few easy clicks, can be completed. For example, cards, tower defense, elimination, and so on. Getting these games on AR glasses will definitely add to the fun of the game. But what are those MOBA games, action games, etc. going to control when ported to AR glasses? Unless Donkor can build neural control instruments, such as a cerebral neural control patch, these games, otherwise, can never be experienced on AR glasses. But if you want to build a brain neural control patch, it would take more time to learn, and to build more high-tech tools and get more advanced materials. The last thing to do is to develop a neural control patch for the brain. All the steps stack up and can take a long time. And this kind of tech that jumps too far at once is not going to be accepted quickly. The handle option isn't viable, and there really isn't any point in turning around and building a cell phone. It's not like it's the right time to connect to the neurological side of the brain. Tangka's face was thoughtful, his eyes flashing with a fine light. But there is a way to have the best of both worlds, trying to solve both the front and back problems at the same time. That is to find these potential cell phone companies and partner with them to reach a win-win situation. If the cell phone has holographic projection and interactive touch function, it is also a cross-generation product. Tangko could give these two technologies to these cell phone companies to develop the market for holographic projection games. Then Tonka will launch AR glasses and implant all the holographic projection games into the AR glasses. It's such a perfect step that it smells so much better than just going straight to market with AR glasses yourself. This not only saved Tangka the time of developing a cell phone, but also the cost of pioneering the holographic projection game. Tangko didn't develop a cell phone with holographic projection capabilities on his own, because it's a huge waste of time and unnecessary. He's not trying to eat the cell phone market, he's just trying to suppress HOF, licensing these cell phone companies to dominate the cell phone market. Thus sidestepping Haofeng Mobile is also a good plan. Phones with holographic projections will definitely be highly appreciated by users. Those cell phone companies that don't have holographic projection will absolutely see their stocks plummet, their sales plummet, and even usher in the possibility of bankruptcy. Tangka felt that this program of his was simply too perfect. Not only did it address the points of concern for you, but it also pulled in a group of potential companies as allies. More than that, it was able to successfully suppress the HOF phone. Chapter 89, Secondary Origin. With a complete plan, Tangko contacted Assistant Lee again. Just get an assistant for all these chores anyway. Putting such a big backstage and resources as father-in-law not to use. That is the same as the little cute. What's the difference? Tangku Imeng, brotherly, the supercomputer can be used. I have another thing to trouble you. Assistant Lee, haha, Mr. Tangku, by all means. Tangku Imeng, I'm going to get a holographic projection and interactive touch control, and I want to find a few cell phone companies that are hostile to Haofeng, or those that are friendly with us, Hong Tai, to cooperate. Assistant Lee, holographic projection? Assistant Lee, I'm sorry for being a bit out of line. Mr. Tangku, is this an attempt to suppress Haofeng Mobile? Yes. Assistant Lee, yes. Although we are not involved in the cell phone industry, we still have some dealings with these cell phone companies. Assistant Lee, for example, Huawei, Xiaomi, Oppo, Vivo, Yiga, etc. We Hongtai have had project cooperation with them. Tangku Imeng, that's really great. Please ask Assistant Lee to contact them. Tonka, I can offer them my holographic projection with interactive touch control, as long as they come up with a reasonable price. As for the suppression of the HOF, it doesn't even need to be highlighted, because technological backwardness is a crushing. Tangko believes that even if Haofeng burns up all the group's money, it will never be able to research holographic projection and interactive touch control, much less from the multitude of cell phone companies that surround it. Assistant Lee, no problem. I will send someone to find them to negotiate. Absolutely, will talk to a reasonable price. Then directly sign the contract can be. Tangku, thanks. Lee, Assistant Lee's efficiency had always been very high, which was also the reason why he would become the assistant to the boss of Hongtai Group. Ding! Just then, a beep sounded on the computer after the successful Origin upgrade. Hello, I'm Origin. May I ask if Mr. Tang would like me to be a boy or a girl? As always, a female voice came out from within the laptop. Don Cor laughed. That's good for now. The secondary AI had gradually possessed emotions and spoke less plainly. Today's Origins are as if they are talking to real people. Okay then, to meet Mr. Tang's request, how about Origins calling you master in the future? A little anime girl suddenly appeared on the computer screen, with her blonde hair cascading down her back and wearing a black dress. That's fine too. Tang smiled and nodded. He sensed how much the Origin had changed, and this AI with emotional communication was the one that best fit the AI he had envisioned. Origins, do you think I'm handsome? Master is the most handsome. Once again, Donkor began to manipulate the computer, chatting as he had Origins on the factory end, starting the chip build. The chips created by the primary robots were repeatedly tested and constantly transmitted data to Tangku's side of the computer. A chip alone would take Tangku a long time. While Tangku was busy, Zhong Shanshan arrived at the nearest airport to the west side with a large amount of technology produced by Heike. She took the Kirin smart car and rushed to the west side. There was a driver, Great White, in the rear, following close behind in a van. This rescue operation was filmed in its entirety. This is a record of the scene and to let the people know that the magnitude 8 earthquake is terrible. It can serve as a warning to the people so that they do not accumulate debris in the building, lest there be nowhere to go the day disaster strikes. Sister Shanshan, there are boulders blocking the way ahead. Many rescue convoys are blocked there, and it will take some time to move the boulders. The beautiful young girl who accompanied Zhong Shanshan said as she looked at the document map. Upon hearing this, Zhong Shanshan immediately frowned and snapped. Just directly hit it with the unicorn automobile. What else is there to move? Ha! Wang Yun froze. The corner of her mouth slightly twitching said, "No, Shanshan sister. This car where can hit the stone that is just a propaganda film. How can Origins crash right through the giant rock?" Zhong Shanshan interrupted Wang Yun to say more and ordered the Kirin car on the spot. Yes, Ms. Zhong. Origins accepted the command, and the electromagnetic propulsion in the back of the vehicle suddenly radiated an ethereal light. Shoo! In a flash, the Qilin accelerated violently, so fast that Wang Yun couldn't react in time. The shadow of the boulder gradually appeared in front of him, and was zooming closer at an alarming rate. Frightened, Wang Yun screamed out, her beautiful eyes closed tightly. The rescue teams and construction crews that were blocked saw the Kirin car speeding up and thought it was out of control. The crowd screamed out sharply and dodged toward the rocky wall. The Kirin intelligent vehicle crashed into the giant rock blocking the road under their shocked gazes. Boom! Along with the loud sound came a gentle tremor inside the Qilin car. The huge rock crashed into rubble on the spot, shooting sharply in all directions, like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers. The construction and rescue teams couldn't help but explode, angrily dodging the rapid-fire debris. Bang! 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 Snap! Asterisk 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 this ing crashed straight through? Nima duck. So many rocks. Rub. It hurts. Is there any mistake? Even if we can crash through, at least give a reminder to leave. Who is it? So rude. Sick? It can't be that guy Tangku. The only one who dares to hit a giant rock with a Qilin is the one who has this confidence and certainty. The rescue team's bodies ached from the debris bouncing off them as they sought as much cover as they could. It's a good thing they were wearing clothes and safety helmets, or this could have gone really wrong. Even the rescue trucks were shot with slight dents from these rocks, which were even more painful when they hit people. It's not Tangku, it's Zhong Shanshan. Someone saw the driver in the back, Great White, coming in the van, and he immediately thought of who the visitor was, the one who would be so brutal. Except for Tangku who was sure of the car, the only one left is Zhong Shanshan. Zhong Shanshan's background is not low. The whole family is either officials or scientific researchers, and one is not low status. Coupled with Zhong Shanshan's own behavior, she was also notorious for being brutal and overbearing, or rather, too patriotic. When confronted with various minor problems of others, they feel that the other person is unpatriotic and go up to them and give them a lecture. The rough and tumble mannerisms instantly made her memorable to countless people. The moment I heard it was Zhong Shanshan, those who were still a little angry, their bodies shook and all their anger subsided. Good man, so it's Zhong Shanshan. It's okay then. In the face of this girl, anyone in the room who knew her couldn't raise any anger. After all, Zhong Shanshan's reputation was notorious, so she really couldn't afford to mess with her. Anyone who messes with her is asking for trouble. Wow! Griffin after Griffin drove past the rescue team, along with the big van driven by Dubai. The people in the vicinity then woke up to the fact that now was not the time to discuss this, but to rush to the West City to rescue them. Chapter 90, The Great White Who Sacrifices His Life to Protect His Lord. Rumble. Earthquakes are frequent on the west side, and each tremor makes it difficult to stand still. It means that the earthquakes are all of magnitude 7 or higher. It's been going on for days, and the west side is still in the midst of an earthquake. Every minute the rescue team is late causes more buildings to collapse, crushing more of our fellow citizens. That's why Zhong Shanshan, who loved her country to the core, was so anxious and brutal that she directly smashed the giant rock. Didn't even consider what the consequences would be in case crashing through the rocks was just a propaganda movie exaggeration. 8-point magnitude 3 earthquake detected. Kiran's smart car is safer inside than outside. Passengers inside are advised not to get out of the car. The sound of origination came again, and Zhong Shanshan and Wang Yun inside the car both felt a slight shaking of the body. Keep in mind that the Origin's shock absorbers are very powerful, but even so, in the face of an earthquake of magnitude 8, it still produced shaking. All vehicles stopped again. There is a road break ahead and the road needs to be repaired before we can move on, but the earthquake is still going on at the moment, and there could be a mudslide at any time. Everyone got out of their cars immediately, especially the construction crews who came from behind with their tools, ready to fix the road as soon as possible. Just then, a dozen or so big white robots of construction workers got out of the van. They are one step ahead of the construction team and come to the break, with many strange tools appearing on them, working with each other in an orderly fashion. The roads were repaired. Iron spikes appeared on the feet of several great whites, set into the dirt slopes. They stand on slopes that could collapse at any moment, and with great force, they lift the road that is broken in two right off the ground. Standing on the broken road, a gel and slurry rolled out of the great white's body, gluing the break back together. Such a scene shocked everyone present. What's going on? Why is Great White standing so smoothly on such shaky ground? It's incredible how they can stabilize and repair roads in an earthquake like this. How in the world how did you do that? And what kind of black technology did Tangku add to Great White? Human bodies are shaking under an 8 magnitude earthquake, making it difficult to stand still, not to mention fixing the roads. However, not only was Big White not affected in any way, but he even carried the concrete road that was broken in half and worked quickly to repair it. The great whites who lifted the broken road stood solidly on the thrilling slopes. Those responsible for documenting the events in the disaster area immediately captured the scene with their cameras and camcorders. These things will definitely reintroduce everyone to the great white when they are taken out. It also enables one to deeply understand how much robots can help and contribute to the human race. The great white robot repairs roads without even bringing tools. They are a mobile arsenal of tools in their own right. In less than a few moments, a dozen large white men had repaired the broken road in its entirety, while also taking materials from the ground. The road was briefly reinforced with gravel and stumps of wood. In the midst of this 8 magnitude earthquake, hard and with amazing speed, the restoration was completed. This robot is too strong, isn't it? Where would we need us construction crews for this? A single builder, Big White, could get it all done. How come the big white guy who said he was a builder can even get roads? A builder. It doesn't say what kind of building it is. Bridges and roads are just as much buildings. Good point. Let's hurry up and keep moving. The construction team marveled at the efficiency of the great white, but didn't forget to hurry up and get in the car. Risking their lives, they continued on through the earthquake. Ever since that time when Big White carried a boulder and accidentally slipped on his foot, Tangku then realized a major problem with the bai, which was a lack of balance. So after developing the auto-balancing device, Tonka added the balancing system to the Great White as well. That's why Great White was able to casually move forward as if nothing had happened in an 8 magnitude earthquake. Originally, the auto-balance system was added to prevent Great White from accidentally slipping in the middle of service. For example, when carrying important living things, coincidentally, this time, but in the earthquake, it played a key role. Zhong Shanshan continued on with the large group, as if the heavens were deliberately punishing the west side. The earthquake was accompanied by a thick fog that obscured the view. Luckily, the Kirin intelligent vehicle used an electromagnetic induction environment to lead the way at the very front, which didn't slow down the crowd's traveling speed. When Zhong Shanshan and the others officially entered the city limits, they were all shocked by the sights before them. As far as the eye could see, there were broken walls. The ruins on the ground were stacked several stories high, and the silence around them was filled with an aura of despair. This, coupled with the thick fog covering it, made the entire west side twilight. Buzz. The watchman drones took off in large numbers and began their search mission as if they were self-aware, without having to give any commands at all. While this is not a level 2 origin, it is a level 1.8 origin. Batches of great whites automatically inflate and expand and step off the van. A wireless LAN connects the robot, the Kirin car, and the watchers to each other. They are one step ahead of everyone else present and begin their search and rescue mission. It's incredible. By the time the rescue mission is over, Blackco will be famous all over the world again. The person in charge of filming and recording couldn't help but sigh out. The rescue team was also immediately busy, shouting and detecting life in the neighborhood. Boom! Just then, a basic great white picked up the ruined wall directly and started digging. A watcher drone hovered over it, then flew off in another direction. There was no doubt that it was the watchers who had detected the presence of lifeforms in this place, and that was why Foundation Great White had excavated it. Many gazes were thrown in that direction, and without any doubt, They immediately went up to help Big White excavate the ruins of the building. It took several minutes to finally reveal the interior. The rescue team's pupils snapped shut, witnessing a scene they would never forget, only to see that inside the ruins, what was buried was actually a bodyguard, Great White, which was hugging an unconscious little girl. The bodyguard, Dabai, used his body to shield the little girl from the building's inundation, holding out for her to survive. At the moment, the bodyguard, Dabai, seems to be in standby mode, but anyone who has used Dabai knows that the bodyguard, Big White, was still in operation, and it was continuing to inflate its body with what little power it had left, for the sake of being able to protect the little master underneath him. This scene shocked and moved everyone present. The corners of many people's eyes moistened up, and their hearts were greatly impacted. Is this the AI and robots that Tonka came up with? By all means, protect humanity. And at one point they actually wondered if AIs and robots would go rogue. The robots, on the other hand, are telling humanity through their actions that not only will they not defect, but they will fight tooth and nail to protect humanity. The medical Great White immediately came and scanned the girl's physical condition, displaying the little girl's whole body data on her body. Target is excessively hungry and dehydrated. No physical injuries, just recuperate. With that said, Medical Dabai picked up the little girl and brought her to the open space location. A folding bed was pulled open on it in vain on the floor and placed the little girl on it. At that moment, the Foundation Great White pressed his palm on the bodyguard Great White who was protecting the little girl, and measured some electricity from his own body into the other's body. Suddenly, the bodyguard in standby mode, Dabai, suddenly opened his eyes. Immediately after that, he stood up, locked a direction and went over to start digging. Chapter 91, Love and Robots. Not only did the Great White Robot use every means possible to save mankind, but it also worked hard and did not ask for anything in return. If today's matter were to be spread, I'm afraid Tangko would top the altar of technology gods. Someone's voice trembled. From his voice, he was able to hear how much he was fluctuating inside at the moment. He wasn't the only one who thought so, but those around him did as well, including Zhang Shanshan, who was slightly prejudiced against Tang Ku. She was also in the midst of silence at this moment. Don't froth, everyone. If you want to thank Tang Ku for his contribution, wait until you get back, recognize it properly, and hurry up and save the day. Wang Yun exclaimed in a delicate voice, pulling everyone in the neighborhood back to their senses. West Side Rescue continues. The Watcher's drone scouted extremely fast and sent the information directly to the Great White. A map will then form on the Great White, with the red dots marking the places where there are living people. Robots and humans work with each other to rescue people faster than anyone could have imagined, especially the rescue team guys, who have saved many a disaster. There have been fires, floods, mudslides, etc., but never as fast as today. It felt as if the rescue had become incredibly easy, as if it was effortless to get people out of the rubble. They don't need search and rescue, they just need to move the building that flooded the humans to see the living inside. All this credit is given to the Watchers and the Great White. The Kirin smart car, on the other hand, is responsible for emergency escorts. Other vehicles experiencing an earthquake, it is best for the owner to leave the car. Unlike the Kirin car, the safest place to be in an earthquake is, instead, inside the Kirin car. The Kirin has a hard shell and great power. Neither boulder falls nor mudslides would restrict the unicorn in the slightest. At the moment, the Kirin intelligent vehicle seems to be really transformed into a Kirin, running between the disaster area and a safe place. No matter what obstacles are encountered, it is impossible to bring it to a halt. The rescue of the disaster area is going incredibly well with the help of the Great White and the Watchers. Those families that have purchased a Great White have been protected by the Great White with their bodies and have a 99% survival rate. The earthquake disaster, so to speak, because of the robots, casualties are minimized. Several of those who filmed the first scene of the disaster area had trouble calming their emotions. They returned to Safe City with first-hand information about the disaster area. They posted everything about the disaster area on the internet through news, tweets, short videos and everything else. All channels are broadcasting this disaster area and nearly half of the Twitter bloggers are retweeting it. The short video was even edited and set to a rousing and fervent BGM. As soon as the news broke, the internet, somewhat silenced by the disaster, once again, it was lit. Hashtag disaster has no mercy. Hashtag humanity's loyal companion. The Great White Robot. Hashtag Guardian Drone. Guardian Drones. Hashtag disaster relief top contributor, Don Cole. Hashtag a big white robot that guards its master with its own body. Hashtag. In the West Side earthquake, Tangka provided technology that saved countless lives and made a huge contribution. Humans can trust artificial intelligence and robots. The Great White Robot who saved the family. The Watchers of Life's exploration drone. An army of robots went to the front lines of the disaster area and saved countless lives. The whole internet is about robots and drones, and those short videos have made countless people cry. In particular, the scene in which the rubble is dug up to reveal the great white embracing and guarding the little girl moves the hearts of viewers across the country. Anyone who sees this video makes up their mind. If you can, definitely get a great white robot. This robot that is more loyal than a pet is really loved by all. A robot that would guard its master with its own life could well be considered a life and a member of the family. For the first time, people felt the warmth brought by robots, the sense of security brought by robots, the touching and helpfulness brought to them by robots. My goal is no longer to buy a car, but I want to buy a great white robot. If there is a disaster, Great White will be the first to guard me. There is no doubt about that. Oh my God, I cried. The moment I saw Dubai protect the girl with his body, I felt the love of robots for humans. Even if its own power is about to run out, it has to stay inflated just to protect its little master's life. I want a family member like that. I apologize for questioning the droid's loyalty earlier. It was us who were foolish in the first place. Not only did Big Brother Tank place restraints on the robots, but he also made the robots do their best to protect the human race. Worthy of being the father of artificial intelligence. Too thoughtful. Tanku has made a huge contribution to this disaster relief. Thanks to the contribution of Big Brother Tanku for saving countless compatriots in our country. Kudos to the heroes of the relief effort, to the robots, and to Big Brother Dunko. The internet is full of love and peace at this moment. No one dares to joke around in the face of a national tragedy. Even the spammers of the past had put away their foul mouths at this moment and sincerely offered their sincere blessings and praises. The man who delivered the first-hand news of the disaster area is back on the scene once again to open a second record. He was also remembered by countless others for his constant traveling between the disaster area and the safe zone. He was willing to risk his life in order to bring the message to the people. This man is also a hero, only in a different form. The West Side's earthquake magnitude has been increasing and is now at 8. Earthquake disasters like this make rescue difficult. Luckily, there are robots with self-balancing devices installed inside them. No amount of shaky ground can stop them from making a rescue. The bad news of the earthquake boost came out, but the sacrifice was not as much as expected. The Great White Robot has protected too many families, and anyone who has purchased a Great White has a much higher survival rate. Those Great Whites that still had power were also able to connect to the local area network released by the Watchers drones to directly communicate their location. The search and probing process was saved, and the owners of these Great Whites became the first refugees to be rescued. The Great White Robot that emerges from the rubble, if it is intact, will be put to the rescue on its own. As for charging, leave it to Great White, which has solar power. It was one of the largest earthquake-level disasters in the country's history and one of the most amazing rescue operations in history. One could never have imagined that the most significant contribution to this relief effort would be the products of Blackco. The relief effort lasted more than a month. Tanku hadn't been active on the internet, only appearing occasionally within Zhang Yashuan's live broadcast, but his fame and reputation are growing at an alarming rate. In the space of just 1 month, he went from being a genius inventor to being hailed as a technological god. Even the people who had lost their jobs due to the robots had developed a reverence for Tanku. Sister Yashian, what has Big Brother Tanku been busy with lately? Every time I see him passing by from within the live broadcast, it seems like he's very busy. Is Big Brother Tanku developing something that can give countless people jobs? Wow. I'm looking forward to the next invention of Big Brother Tonka. Do you guys think it'll be one of those things from sci-fi movies? Sci-fi? Sorry, sci-fi is reality for Dunkor. When is a simulated robot coming? I'm short of a girlfriend. Zhang Yashuan was broadcasting live at home and was somewhat helpless when she saw the pop-up messages. Chapter 92 Holographic Projection Exposed. Tanku had been busy for a whole month or so and looked much more haggard. Even in a novel with 30,000 words a day, he had never seen him this tired. He does get his new invention. As to what it is, Zhang Yashuan hesitated and said, I'll let him tell you guys. She wasn't quite sure what kind of stuff Tanku was messing with. After all, she couldn't really read those messy parts. After saying that, Zhang Yashuan got up and walked towards Tanku's studio, pushing the door open. Abruptly, an azure sheen came into view. Beautifully, Tanku had his back to the doorway, and around him, there were illusory projections from different chips. As could be seen from the direction of the doorway, a holographic projection came out, a picture of the ocean. The whole room seemed to have turned into an ocean at the moment, with various fish swimming in the deep sea. At the moment Zhang Yashuan came in, it was as if she had arrived at an aquarium. See the illusory, yet somewhat real shark, swimming past. Zhang Yashuan subconsciously stepped back, and the shark pierced straight through her body, emerging from her back. This was precisely the holographic projection that Tanku had developed after all this time. Day and night, he is improving the clarity of the projection, as well as details such as the angle of projection. In his concentration, He didn't even notice that the door to the studio had been pushed open, and Zhang Yashuan came in with a live cell phone. Although she knew Tang Ke was getting a cell phone, what she didn't expect was for Tang Ke to actually get a holographic projection. Is this a leak? Asterisk 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 asterisk? Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's a ing holographic projection. Good lord, is this an aquarium, or is it in the ocean? The opening king bomb, ing cracked on the spot. Holographic projection. It's a holographic projection from a sci-fi movie. And old Tang got it straight. So this guy is hiding out in his house and is getting this stuff? The audience in the live broadcast room boiled up on the spot, exclaiming in surprise, pop-ups crossing madly, and a screen full of gifts brushing madly. Outside the door is silent as usual, but inside is something else. The moment Zhang Yashuan pushed the door in, it was as if she had passed through an arbitrary door, walked from the house into the ocean and rocked all the fans on the air. Cozy, is this a holographic projection? When did you get it? Zhang Yashuan trotted behind Tang Ke and brought the ball crashing into Tang Ke's back. Tang Ke, who was adjusting the chip, was startled. His palm shook and pressed on the switch, and the holographic projection in the room instantly shut down. Report to the referee, Sister Yashuan hit someone with the ball. Old Don is all hurt. His palms are shaking so much that he can't even holographically project. The moment the holographic projection turned off, I felt real. That projection was so sci-fi just now. I wondered if I was watching a sci-fi movie instead of a live broadcast. Someone spoke to the crowd. The moment the holographic projection turned on was really too sci-fi. Scared me to death. When did you come in? Tang Ke turned his head to look at his stunningly beautiful wife. Just came in. How did you get that thing just now? Play it again. Zhang Yashuan asked excitedly. You said holographic projection. This is something I'm still improving. Tang Ke replied. Now he's got both the holographic projection and the handoff touch controls. Only they're still a bit rudimentary, and some of the details need to be perfected. The interactive touch control is perfect, with a holographic projection chip capturing human hand movements to achieve an anthropomorphic effect. Only the holographic projection was not yet perfect, and to realize a picture like the one just now, multiple chips needed to be projected at the same time in order to do so. Tang Ke was now trying to figure out how to take this effect and incorporate it all into one chip. Allow one chip to be projected, creating a multi-chip, multi-angle effect. There's also color and transparency when projecting. He intends to take this authority and give it to the user to choose freely. After all, the transparency and color needed for each situation varies. Some people like monochrome. Some like color. There are times when holographic projections are used that require more transparency. There are times when opacity is required. Since it can't be selected, add a free adjustment feature to save time and effort. That was good. Let's get another one. Zhang Yashuan looked at the pop-ups in the live broadcast, all of which were telling Tang Ke to hurry up and put up another holographic projection. Okay, not yet connected to cell phones, computers and other devices. Currently only 3 scenes of grassland, sky, and ocean are recorded. Don Cor tapped twice on the desktop without touching the chip. There was a drop. All the holographic projection chips in the room shot out light at the same time, and the surrounding scene changed once again. In an instant, the two of them, Tang Ke and Zhang Yashuan, stood in the sky together with their water friends in the live broadcast room. This time, Tang Ke directly adjusted the transparency to the lowest level, and the surrounding scene was so realistic that it seemed as if he was really standing at a high altitude. If it weren't for the smart chip at the bottom, emitting a few colorful rays of light, it's really hard to tell if this place is real or virtual. This is all the technology nowadays capable of such anthropomorphic effects? This is a holographic projection? I'm afraid this is the top of the line virtual reality projection, right? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wouldn't it be great to watch movies and play games with this thing? Smaller. The pattern is small. If it were me, I'd definitely take it to watch a small movie. He 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 he. Ah, this. Don't say it, don't say it. My brother is looking up. Front, you're not right. Good lord, when does it go on sale? I'll buy it right away. No matter how much money comes. I'm short of everything, but not money. Just through the live stream, the netizens have felt the dream of it. Not to mention Zhang Yashuan, who was in the middle of it. She was already shocked to the point that she couldn't close her mouth, and her beautiful eyes flickered with a ghostly light. It's just so beautiful. So is standing in the sky such a feeling? It's fantastic, isn't it? It's so beautiful. It's more real than the ocean just now. Zhang Yashuan raised her hand to touch the cloud, but unfortunately it fluttered. Transparency and color can be adjusted. I had the transparency effect on for the ocean earlier. Don Cor smiled and explained, then tapped on the desktop a few more times. The skyscape suddenly turned into a bunch of illusory lines and particles, as if it had instantly entered a virtual dark space. the cloud mass in front of Zhang Yashuan. It changed from white clouds to intertwining lines of green, and white and green particles of light that floated in the floating air. It's a single color that will give the effect of a transparent view. Tangke knocked a few times again, and the scenery changed once more. The two came out of the dark space into an endless grassland, and herds of horses galloping in the distance. The only unfortunate thing is that there is no sound, only picture. Chapter 93 Interactive Touch. Zhang Yashuan took a deep breath and sighed. It would be nice if there were voices. Will you add voices later? Donko laughed dumbly. Of course, if you don't add sound. This thing is chicken. The reason why there's no sound is because the chip doesn't have a broadcast function. The stuff that plays sound is actually pretty easy to get. Just combine it with a chip and it's easily implemented. If you want to get holographic projection to watch a movie, you need 1-channel sound to reach it. This is something that can be implemented in movie theaters, and those who have the money can get one in their homes. The sound on the AR glasses, on the other hand, is split into two modes. One is the transmission of sound through the frames of the glasses into the skull, a sound transmission that can only be heard by the user of the glasses. The other mode plays sound outside the glasses. The AR glasses designed by Tangku are not just about being able to see the image yourself. As long as the user wants to, he or she can project the image in the glasses so that others can see it as well. In this way, the presence of external sound is also required. That's great. But, Zhang Yashuan wanted to say something. In fact, she had another idea, but she was afraid that if she said it, it would be difficult for Tangku. There's nothing the couple can't talk about, but it's on the air right now. It wouldn't be good if it embarrassed Tangku. But what? Don Cor looked at his wife with a smile on his face. That is, if only we could interact with the scenery, but I'm afraid that's hard to realize. Zhang Yashuan lightly laughed twice. Oh, you mean interactive touch? Sorry, I forgot to turn that on. This is easy. After saying that, Tangke once again knocked on the desktop a few times under Zhang Yashuan's dismay. I also wonder what he captured the gesture of knocking on the desktop through. After he tapped the desktop a few times, the horses running around seemed to have seen Tangku and Zhang Yashuan. They actually stopped their running state and walked slowly towards the two. The sweaty-blooded horse at the head of them stopped in front of Tangku, who raised his arm. A bale of hay appeared in his hand at once and was handed to the sweaty horse. The next scene made the people in the broadcast room stare in disbelief, only to see the sweat-blood horse actually accurately biting the bale of grass, and in the process also knew how to avoid Tangku's palm. After chewing and swallowing, Tangku reached out to touch the sweaty horse's head. The sweat-blooded horse actually responded, as if it had actually been touched by Tangku. Tangka lowered his palm slightly and it lowered its head. Tangka slightly raised some palms, and it would follow suit and raise its head. There was no gap between the palm and the head, and for a moment, Zhang Yashuan couldn't help but be confused. She'd thought she was really in the grasslands, and that Tangka was really interacting with a sweaty horse, so she tried to go over and touch it to see if she was out of her mind. But when she tried to touch the sweaty horse's body, the sweaty horse's body suddenly sidestepped and dodged her small hand. Zhang Yashuan instantly pouted her small mouth. This horse actually dared to dislike her as a beautiful maiden. In a fit of anger, Zhang Yashuan immediately rushed forward, wanting to touch the horse's body. Unexpectedly, Tangku fiercely hugged her, and at the same time turned off the holographic projection, and where the sweaty horse had just been, was a desk. If Tangku hadn't hugged Zhang Yashuan, this crash would probably have been painful. The closing of the holographic projection finally brought Zhang Yashuan as well as the people in the live broadcast room back to their senses. The sweat-blooded horse just now was actually fake, but due to Tangku's overly realistic interaction with the horse, it caused everyone to be confused, even thinking that the two of them had really come to the grassland. Zhang Yashuan even came close to hitting the desk. I almost forgot just now that this is in a room, not in a meadow. Good lord, I just forgot about that too. It's damn near too realistic. Realistic? Don't drive. This holographic projection is really awesome. I'll blow it. It's magic. This is definitely magic. Tangku was blatantly using magic in the name of technology. Stranger, will put my words here today. If Tangku doesn't use magic, I'll perform an upside-down hair washing on the spot. Good man. That's a bit of a mean comment. I'll take a screenshot. 666666666. That's so strong. How did you do that picture with the clarity? If you add sound, reality and virtual, I'm afraid it's silly to tell the difference. Just outrageous. Tangku, you still dare to say you're not open? Donk, I didn't turn it on. I just used magic. And the same goes for the locomotive race. Case solved. No wonder Tangku's car skills are so good. So it's magic at work. The water friends were in an uproar, one more emotional than the other. Jokes aside, there is no doubt about this product. Another crossover product. This kind of thing that could only be seen in sci-fi movies could even be created by Tangku. Is this guy's brain? Is it developed to 100%? Holographic projection plus interactive touch. The combination of these two things is a complete technological product. With this stuff, it really can produce a lot of brand new careers. The invention you said earlier that was capable of generating a large number of new professions. Is this the thing? Zhang Yashuan in her arms turned her head and asked. Seeing her inquisitive gaze, Tangku couldn't help but pinch her delicate face. Not really this stuff, but it does produce a bunch of new careers. Tangku laughed. Holographic projection was nothing more than his technology to suppress the Hoff. Other inventions are needed to provide a large number of jobs. Then what are you getting this thing for? Zhang Yashuan asked again. Work with major cell phone manufacturers to make cell phones henceforth have an additional holographic projection feature to facilitate the development of holographic games. Tangku didn't care that it would be heard by the people in the live broadcast, and it was just right to take this opportunity to publicize it and warm up for the holographic projection phone. When the holographic projection phone matures, I'll launch AR glasses, so that holographic projection can be integrated into reality, allowing people to see a different world. With that said, he couldn't help but look forward to that day a little. I'm sure it won't be long before that day comes. Tangku's words, falling clearly into the live broadcast room, once again caused hot debate. Holographic projection cell phones. This is going to usher in a reform of the cell phone world. I bet this edition of holographic projection will shock the world as much as the birth of the smartphone did back then. Understand that companies that don't have access to this technology will fall behind and end up mediocre or even bankrupt. It's small. The landscape is small. You only see what holographic projection brings to cell phones, but you don't see what holographic projection can bring to us. A tech blogger's eyes twinkled as her deft fingers frantically tapped the keyboard. He knows technology to the core and sees a lot more than others. The birth of holographic projection definitely did not just change the cell phone industry. It will also change many industries and even advance some. This tech blogger takes his analysis, writes short articles and posts them directly to the web. In just under an hour, it was reposted on all major platforms as well as screenshots by bloggers. It went straight to the top of the Hot 100. It was only a short while ago that people had finished marveling at Dunk's robots, which had helped people immensely. Everyone hadn't even had a chance to catch their breath before Tangku was once again a hot topic. Chapter 94, Another Wave of the Times? This tech blogger also has quite a few followers, which is enough to show that he does have a few strengths and vision in him, so what he says is trusted. Countless techies have read that article of his as well. It's been a long time since I've talked to you about technology. I'm tech blogger Short Life. Today, when I watched Zhang Yashuan's live broadcast, I wanted to see what Big Brother Tangku was doing, but I didn't expect that I would get shocking news. Long story short, I'm going to throw out a few keywords straight away so you guys understand the power of it. Holographic projection, interactive touch, AR glasses. Let's start with holographic projection plus interactive touch control, which both directly form a complete system. Yes, it's the kind of thing you think of, a holographic projection in a movie, as if you were in the middle of a real scene. I'll put up a screenshot of the live stream. Don't worry, it's in HD. Next, I'll talk about Tangku's plan, the first of which is holographic projection implanted on a cell phone. It won't be long before the birth of holographic projection cell phones will give the cell phone industry a huge impact. What followed was a holographic projection game. Because of the interactive touch control, it allows for a whole new level of gameplay and experience. But in my opinion, holographic projection is much more than that. The first to bear the brunt, naturally, is the movie and television products. Imagine being directly in the scene of a TV show or movie you're watching. Don't get excited just yet. Next up are these movie and television products. The filming equipment needed. To have this experience, the shot should be clear, first and foremost. So, heck, I think the manufacturers who do photography have already started to go into the development of equipment for shooting. That's right, to make a movie that comes out of a holographic projection, you need a camera with more pixels and a full view. This is where holographic projection advances other industries, among many others. For example, traffic lights, store door signs, street advertisements, and so on. I am not going to give you any examples. Lastly, let's talk about the last thing Big Don Kirk mentioned on the air, AR glasses. The tech blogger, named Short Life, posted an article that suddenly cut off at this point. Is there any way to talk in half? Good guy. Really, have you watched Short Life? Then the net writer card text technology. Good for you, Short Life. I see you're very brave. Shorty, I'm super brave. Okay, don't panic folks. From my years of experience mixing with Twitter, it's definitely a word count overload. Just wait. So it is. You guys are only focusing on the latter, but the former is shocking to me. Naya holographic projection games and movies, coming soon. Aren't you guys excited? Who says it's not exciting? I'm high as a kite right now. So high yo. Feel like I've reached the peak. The netizens were actually very excited, but seemed to be used to Tonka's level of technology. At the moment they were inwardly agitated, but not so agitated that they could hardly be calmed, and they even had the heart to joke and play Terpsichorean. The main reason, again, was because they were waiting for Shortlife's next tweet. It's not too late to get excited when we find out about AR glasses. Sure enough, after waiting for about 10 minutes, Shortlife once again posted a new Twitter message. Word limit just now. And now I'm going to tell you about the awesome AR glasses. Many people wonder what AR glasses actually do. Then I will come and popularize it with you. AR glasses can be seen as a miniature cell phone, and all the functions that can be realized by a cell phone can be realized on the glasses. This would have been very difficult, but the presence of the interactive touch control makes this difficult instantly solved. Let's just say, it's worthy of a Donkor bigot. At the same time, AR glasses can augment reality. The world viewed through AR glasses underneath is completely different from anyone else's. Just to take the information aspect alone, when you see a bottle of milk through the AR glasses, various information about that bottle of milk pops up on the AR glasses. Things like nutritional content, price, calories, and even if the brand has a dark history. At the same time, AR glasses can also help you enhance the visual picture. You will see a more colorful, full of science fiction elements of the world. Sounds dreamy, right? If anyone else had said they were making AR glasses, I would have been the absolute first to spray them with impracticality. But this man is a Donkor bigot, and I have to look forward to it, and I even dare to blow it off in advance. After the tweet message was posted, the comment section was instantly 99+. Hundreds of millions of netizens have been waiting for this microblogging, and after reading it at this moment, the agitation inside finally exploded. It's so sci-fi, but I don't have any doubt that this is the power of Donkor. Who would doubt Tanka's skills? He has performed miracles not once or twice. I'm buying pop. I'm going to be the first to grab this pre-sale. Still do what holographic projection phone directly do AR glasses do not smell. I do not need what cell phone. No. You think you're on the second floor, but in reality, Tangku is already standing on the 5th floor. You think Tangku didn't think about that? He was thinking about the fact that some people like the tactile feel of the hardware, knowing that with holographic projections, there's no sense of touch. Awesome. Old lasagna. I'll buy whatever Big Brother Tanka produces, no matter what it is. Having learned my lesson from the last wait and see, I'll be sure to get my hands on Big Brother Tonka this time. Tonka produces a fine product. The term has, without realizing it, penetrated the hearts of the people. The black tech he made was so powerful, and each piece was a cross-genre product, that it was really hard not to remember. Even people abroad were watching Tanka's every move. As things festered, the world was buzzing about Tanka's holographic projection and AR glasses. What's going on with this guy? One person pushing the technological development of the entire Dragon Kingdom? Shatter. Why is there such a genius in the world? And not from my country. AR glasses. This thing we are all just in the middle of research and development. In concept only, Tanko actually developed it? How is it possible? Is it really the kind of AR glasses we think it is? I seriously doubt that this holographic projection and interactive touch control are all tricks of the Dragon Kingdom. The legendary evil art, PS art. Fark. How can a district of Dragon Kingdom come up with 3 conceptual technological products at once? Even if Tangku is a genius, there should be a cycle of gradual progress. Asiba. I bet these AR glasses are an absolute scam. Either a defective product or a front. Cunning Dragon Nation. How could such a genius exist in Earth? Chapter 95 1 Key Chills 19 countries. Many inventors abroad have questioned this. Tonka's invention crosses generations even if it's still qua industry. From cars to robots, and from robots to AR glasses, there is no correlation at all with each other. What kind of genius is able to be this heavenly and proficient in everything? It is impossible for such a human being to exist in the world. Even the great men of history were only proficient in one direction. No one has a tech tree that can be lit all the way up. If there is, then that person is a deity. Old fellows, I have a bold idea. Perhaps artificial intelligence, electromagnetic propulsion, robotics, etc. were all developed by the Dragon Kingdom, and then the aura was intentionally put on this man named Tangku. I've checked out this person called Tangku. The novels he writes are very hot, even on our side. They all exist on the dominant list. Would it be possible to fix it? How can a novel writer still have the time to develop so much technology? His time is clearly spent on writing books. Shilpa, the Dragon Kingdom has really played a good game to fool the globe. So are AR glasses and holographic projections real or not? And interactive touch controls. Estimates are half true. Maybe holographic projection is real. Handing over touch is fake. And AR glasses are half-baked. Makes sense. That would be most likely. Foreign netizens analyze the situation, have a good reason. The more they say, the more confident they are. They were as proud as if they had cracked an old case. But foreign networks are not free of dragons, such as some foreign students, some scientific internet users. They saw the smugness of the foreigners and couldn't help but scoff. Is this the so-called style of a powerful nation, which only holds a questioning mindset in the face of others being powerful? It's me who thinks highly of these powers. A powerful nation's demeanor? But so, I, the Dragon Kingdom, will not question it as you do. How ridiculous. Is the ability of Big Brother Tangko beyond your understanding? Come around to our dragon country when you have time. Don't shut up in your own country. Come and see what it's like to be a country that has crossed over into the intelligent era. Ha ha ha, that's it. Dragon Nation netizens issued a sneer at overseas mockers, drawing the ire of countless overseas netizens. Both sides taunted each other directly, questioned abroad, and various well-founded speculations have been advanced. And the domestic netizens almost went crazy with laughter, feeling that this group of high and mighty foreigners also. But so, the Dragon Kingdom key immortal came uninvited, and a key to the light chilled the 19 kingdoms. Faced with the power of the key fairy, the foreign netizens simply could not resist. Under a few waves of attack, the major forums of the outer sea fell on the spot. The power of the key fairy made overseas netizens realize, don't try to beat the Dragon Nation with a keyboard. Since we are saying that Donko is a fake inventor, let's show real and valid evidence. Not this speculation from thin air. Magic City, Haofeng Group building. Inside the conference hall, there were all the top executives of the Haofeng Group sitting around. Kale, what do you think of this holographic projection of Donkor? A middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance asked Dong Kai Lu. The black and white hair made the middle-aged man look a little pale, but there was a sharp, chilling gleam in the eyes. He was none other than the chairman of the Haofeng Group, Guan Junhao. Dong Kai Li's face slightly straightened, and he said gruffly, Guandong, it's nothing about Tang's holographic projection. The key problem is that he said he would cooperate with cell phone manufacturers. His voice lurched, his face a bit ugly. If that's right, this Tang Ku is planning to help Hong Tai to combat our Haofeng Mobile. The person in charge of the Hofang cell phone is Kyle Dong. He had met Tang Ku some time ago, and at the same time concluded that the other party would enter the cell phone industry. It was even ready to suppress Tang Ku, but what was never expected was that Tang Ku would actually intervene in such a form. It didn't take much thought to realize that Tang Ku would never provide a holographic projection to their Haofeng. In this way, the market for Hof cell phones will certainly be crushed by other cell phone companies. This is a major blow to the Hof Group. After all, the Haofeng cell phone is one of the most important industries of the Haofeng Group. Humph, what a Hong Tai. Not just because he fought with them for a pseudo-AI once. He actually repeatedly took shots at our various industries. That's really unkind of them. Several other deputy directors grunted out coldly, venting their inner displeasure. Both Guan Junhao and Dong Kai Lu raised their eyebrows slightly and kept their mouths shut about it. Take the money from the Haofeng cell phone and use it to develop other aspects of cell phone functionality. Or maybe we get holographic projection cell phones as well. Guan Junhao said in a deep voice. If we don't do it, we'll just fade away like Nokia back then. If you fall behind, you will be beaten. And if you fall behind, you will be eliminated. If Hof wants to continue to get a piece of this cell phone market, it's going to have to move forward. Otherwise, they will divest and withdraw their shares and never do cell phones again. But it would cause them to be missing out on a big source of funding, and none of them want to see that. It's all we can do when it comes down to it. Dong Kai Li's forehead was sweating, feeling the pressure. Researching other aspects of cell phone functionality is just as difficult as developing a holographic projection phone, and both are just as difficult. The difficulties behind a few lightly stated words are unimaginable. Just like that? You think you're Tangko? But Dong Kai Lu has no other choice. He is the head of Haofeng cell phone. If he can't do it, then he will give up his position. In order to keep his position, he had to be tough. Why are you like a showbiz star, on the hot seat every day? At Tangko's home, Zhang Yashuan was lying on the sofa looking through her cell phone messages. The slender and white thighs rested on Tangko's thighs. It's not even you, having nothing to do with live streaming, exposing all of my underbelly. Tangko put his palm on his wife's leg and secretly praised this as the year of leg play. All exposed? I don't believe it. Every once in a while you come up with a new gadget. It always feels like you have an ocean in your head. Zhang Yashuan said with firm eyes. Why do I get the feeling you're saying I'm in over my head, and that I'm just a fiction writer, and getting tech is just for fun? Tangko was helpless. He really wasn't pretending. Originally, after awakening the black technology system, he had only intended to casually play around and make a little money in the process. But who would have thought that the black tech products you get would trigger so many chain reactions? The original purpose of getting a smart car was supposed to be for your wife's safety. Who would have thought that there would be a kidnapping incident? since your own smart car is blown out of the water, why not just use it to make some money? So Tonka got a junior robot and thought about letting these robots help with the work. But on a whim, by the way, I got a great white out to have some fun. The great white with its nursing abilities is still cute and adorable, but Tangka did not expect to take big white out to play, actually fire once again. Since then, he has traveled farther and farther down the technology path. It's gotten to the point where I don't even have time to write the book now, and I'm forced to take time off from my fans. Chapter 96 Lenses and Problems. Zhang Yashuan gave Tangku a blank look. Technology is just for fun? Really think I'm stupid? I heard that after you get the AR glasses, you're going to get something that can provide jobs for the people. What exactly is it? There was some curiosity and anticipation. She'd been thinking about it for the past few days, but had been slow to come up with an answer. Let's finish with the AR glasses first. It's not that easy to build that thing. Tangku sighed. Engaging in technology requires a step-by-step approach. On the cell phone company side, Tangku had already finished signing contracts with the bigwigs of the major cell phone companies. These people also specially treated Tangku to a big meal and sent a wide range of precious gifts, and the smiles on their faces were as flattering as they could be. After all, this is holographic projection and interactive touch technology. No one could have developed it if Tonka hadn't given it. The fact that Tangku would choose them meant that he was giving them face. So don't mention how happy you are. Humph. Secretive. Zhang Yashuan lightly hummed. She looked over the news about the earthquake. The current disaster, though the rescue was swift and with the addition of robots. Still, many families have been shattered by the disaster. Danko's technology can only save some, but not all. The entire internet is in a moment of silence for Westside. Keeping today in mind, the Dragon Kingdom even held a national ceremony of silence to donate supplies to the people of Xiqing, as well as provide various kinds of help. Many joined the volunteers and traveled to the west side for rescue and rebuilding efforts. With the unity of the Dragon Kingdom, the west side is recovering step by step. For sound of bell. Zhang Yashuan's cell phone suddenly received a message from the anime production team, and she clicked on it. Turns out it's the Ghostbusters Blade anime getting ready for release. The anime was supposed to be done last month, but due to the west side earthquake, the nation observed a moment of silence. Thus the anime was delayed until now. Zhang Yashuan's small feet gently moved twice, attracting Tangku's gaze to her. When's your Secret God movie coming out? She asked with a smile. Well, I'll have Wind and Snow Pictures release it on the National Day. Tangku replied. It's September, and in 2 weeks, it will be the Mid-Autumn Festival. One of the hottest movie slots in China is May Day. One is National Day, and the other is Spring Festival. Too many people crossed over to watch the fireworks on New Year's Day, and while there were a lot of people, not many went to the movies. Yeah, well, then I'll put my Ghost Destruction Blade anime on the National Day as well. Zhang Yashuan smiled as she typed a response to the Tianchi Anime Group, asking them to schedule the anime for the National Day. She wanted to come to the theaters with Don Cor's work to give her fans another double dose of happiness. Okay, you can come any way you want, Tangku casually said. You're so perfunctory. The baby is not happy, Zhang Yashuan said with her cheeks puffed out. Somewhat unhappy. Come for a kiss and be happy. Don Cor rolled over onto his wife and kissed her on her red lips. Go about your own business. Don't try to get an inch, Zhang Yashuan warned playfully. Definitely don't give an inch. Just go deeper. No, go get your AR glasses. Zhang Yashuan's small feet against Tangku's body, preventing this guy from having an animalistic outburst. If we get bored for a while, I'm afraid we'll have to go through another big battle. Without his wife's permission, Tangku could only get up helplessly. That said, he's had his AR glasses for a long time and still hasn't finished them. It's not that he's lazy, but the lenses for AR glasses are, really, too hard to manufacture. Even with the black tech system in place, you still need to build it yourself. There are several issues with the lenses. One being the thickness of the lenses. Trying to get a clear picture out of the lens is the equivalent of putting a monitor on the lens, on top of the lens. Trying to take everything from a monitor and compress it into a clear lens. This, not to mention the difficulty, is just a pipe dream for the current human race. This is why foreigners feel that AR glasses are just a scam. Even after compression to the lens, thickness is a big deal. If the lenses are too thick, they can be very heavy to wear, which detracts from the experience. The second point is the presentation of the image on the front and back of the lens. To not compromise your privacy, you need the outer lens to be business as usual, while the inner lens shows the image. The third is the capture of the human eye by the lens. You may not need to capture the human eye for everyday use, but don't forget, Tangku was planning to get all the cell phone functions into the AR glasses. Among the natural actions are chatting and typing, page closing and switching, and software clicking. For this reason, Donkel has designed 2 modes of operation. One is to present the phone into the palm of the hand, and the user can adjust the appearance and size of the phone by themselves. Use it as you would a normal cell phone, tapping and swiping with your thumb and index finger. Only, it would be stupider. I guess only a few people will use it that way. Another way to operate is eye-catching, where an interface fixed in mid-air automatically appears in the air. Depending on where you look with your eyeballs, the operating platform will track to that location. A gesture is then used to allow commands to be issued, and this gesture can be set by any user. For example, tap twice, or slide your finger. Of course, the user can already operate directly with his finger, clicking in the void, but operating like this for a long time can be laborious, especially when typing and chatting. Void click typing is really tiring. That's why Tonka has added a voice feature that allows for direct voice-to-text conversion, or just send a voice out. Users can also adjust their own gestures to open the interface, such as spreading their palms. A search engine will emerge from the palm of your hand, a wave of your arm will directly close the current page, and so on. For this reason, Tangku also specially designed a set, the most labor-saving and simple and easy operating system. It can also be adjusted by the user if they don't like it. It seems like the neural control aspect is something that needs to be worked out in a hurry. Tangku frowned slightly. There were really many inconveniences to implanting a cell phone without nerve-controlled AR glasses. However, the amount of knowledge required for this aspect of neural control was too much, and the materials had to be developed by him personally, and building this thing must be expensive. It's not something the average person can afford. By the time Tangku figures out the neural control side of things, there won't be any need for AR glasses. The content of the information is passed directly through the nerves and the picture is presented on the human pupil. Not to mention cell phones, even computers can be implanted. Any game can be controlled by the mind and made to outperform a video game player. Of course, this will all have to wait until later. Right now Tangku can get out of the AR glasses, although it cannot make the cell phone experience to be the most perfect, but the same is not bad. For those who just use it on a daily basis, a phone in AR glasses is definitely better than a holographic projection phone. But for those who are keen on the handheld experience, naturally a holographic projection phone would be better. Tangku sat in the lab, constantly drawing drawings while his mouth gave various commands to Origins. Let Origins manipulate the factory machinery to keep building and processing on the lenses. Any lens that is built is immediately put to the test by Origin. A large amount of data is fed back to Tangku through the computer, which is then continuously improved. Chapter 97: The Holographic Projection Cell Phone with Flaming Presales. It took Tangku more than 10 days to finally get a more satisfactory lens. Meanwhile, the major cell phone manufacturers have opened the holographic projection phone presale. The holographic projection and interactive touch control technology provided by Tangku was very complete. After he had fully adjusted it, cell phone manufacturers simply add a hole, smaller than the flash, to the back of the phone. The image of the holographic projection chip would then project what Tangku had shown in the live broadcast that day through this tiny hole. However, phones with different configurations will have different amounts of space to project. Cell phone vendors have introduced several versions of configurations, and the higher the configuration, the greater the range of holographic projection. Even multiple cell phone models have been introduced: Pro, Max, Mate, Note, S, Ultra and more. Each version has different aspects of neutering that just don't give you an experience that's all top-notch configurations. The old capitalist setup. While users were upset about this, the price did adjust because of the neutering. There are some aspects of user needs that are really different. For example, some people have high photo needs, while others have high gaming performance needs. I have to say, the merchants played this 126. The moment the pre-sale opened, countless netizens flocked to the official website and desperately tried to grab a copy. Even before the phones were pre-sold, the major cell phone companies had placed massive advertisements. Some of the video bloggers even went ahead and got their hands on it and reviewed various aspects of it. That sci-fi projection image not only stunned the audience in front of the screen, even the blogger who reviewed the phone was confused at the time. Because the holographic projection after the release of the cell phone was carefully adjusted and improved by Tangku, the full-body holographic projection and interactive touch controls are several times more realistic than they were in the live broadcast that day. That's why the opening of today's presale was a mad rush by hundreds of millions of internet users. Holy, this was just released for pre-order and it just sold out? Hunger marketing, right this is? Did they all get snapped up by the Lulu powder people? Good lord, there's some malicious smearing of others going on upstairs. 10 cell phone companies, each releasing an average of 7 different models of holographic projection cell phones. And in just less than a few minutes, you're telling me they're all sold out? I cracked it. There's an inside here, right? It feels like it's being snatched up by scalpers. How many cell phones did the manufacturer put in total? It's not just a few, is it? Ha 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 ha. Who can blame you guys for your slow hands? I'm no scalper, but I gotta jump on it. Zanella, I grabbed it too. Alas, no order has been placed in anticipation of receiving it. Can I use it if I have sensitive skin? Good lord, is this crazy because he didn't grab a cell phone? Anyway, Master grabbed it and is waiting to collect it at mid-autumn. Those who didn't get it are whining. Those who did get it are straight up bragging about it. The holographic projection cell phone has caught fire beyond most people's expectations. Netizens are predicting that holographic projection phones will catch fire, but I didn't expect it to be so hot that it was snapped up in a matter of minutes. Those who were delayed for a few minutes because of work or business at hand were furious. The explosion of cell phones has exceeded the expectations of netizens, as well as those of major businessmen. The instruction Tang Ke gave them was that it had to be released as early as possible, so they decided to open the pre-sale before the Mid-Autumn Festival, and then have the factory side ramp up production. We will try to ship all the pre-sold phones before the Mid-Autumn Festival. However, the explosion of cell phones caught them off guard. For each model, for each configuration of the phone, the merchants released a quantity of 50,000 units. Each company has a little over 400,000 cell phones, altogether adding up to 3 million cell phones. And holographic projection cell phones don't come cheap, with the average price fluctuating around $8,000. The cheapest one costs $7,000, and the expensive one even reaches $13,000. It's because of the high price tag that people at the cell phone companies feel that it should take a few days for such a huge quantity to be pre-sold out. However, they still underestimated the charm of holographic projections, as well as Tang Ke's reputation. In just less than a few minutes, millions of cell phones were sold out. Such hot sales are something that all cell phone vendors have never seen before. All factories increase production and build as much as you can. Cell phone vendor bosses immediately gave instructions to their departments. Pre-orders will open again on Mid-Autumn Day, and all will be shipped by the National Day. And then another pre-sale on the 4th of July. Cell phone sales are booming, and with 2 vacations to push them up, it's bound to push sales up several more tiers. Those cell phone vendors who worked with Tang Ke were so excited that they could hardly sleep these days. I'm afraid this is going to be the fastest and most sold cell phone they've made in a long time. Some people are happy and some people are sad. Those cell phone companies that didn't get to work with Tang Ke were companies with little potential, so they could only look sad. Big Brother eats meat, but they can't even have soup. And even more worried than them is the giant of the cell phone industry, Hof Mobile. They were the only company, with great potential, that didn't get to work with Tang Ke. The birth of the holographic projection phone was a much bigger blow to Hof than the smaller companies. It was a total crush. Smaller companies wouldn't have been able to compete with the bigger ones, but not Hof. They are the giants of the cell phone industry and have the power to take on any cell phone vendor. But it's the intervention of one man, Tang Ke, that has caused Haofeng to take a descending blow. Now it's even more of a stock plunge, with near zero cell phone sales in the last few days. If holographic projection phones weren't priced so high, they'd be afraid they wouldn't be able to sell even one. Not everyone has bought a holographic projection phone. Rather, it is the birth of the holographic projection cell phone that has made countless people have the same thought. That is, in the future it will be the world of holographic projection phones, and buying a regular smartphone will be a complete waste of money. Soon, more and more holographic projection cell phones are bound to hit the market. At that point, the price of holographic projection phones will definitely be reduced. This is the consensus of all, and at the same time the truth. Since you wait a while, you can get a holographic projection phone for about the same price. So naturally there's no need to get a smartphone now. So that's what caused smartphone sales to plummet to the lowest they've ever been. Dong Kale began to panic. If he couldn't find a way to fight against the holographic projection cell phone, then he would have to hand over his position as the vice director of Haofeng to someone else today. I can never lose this position. Dong Kale's face was ugly, and it was not the position of deputy director that mattered. Rather, it was because, in the first place, it was his idea to kidnap Zhang Yashuan. It was because of his proposal that Guan Juanhao agreed to him sending someone to execute the kidnapping. Guan Juanhao even took the initiative to provide him with many mercenaries and assassins. Chapter 98 Zhong Shanshan's Sudden Apology. Dong Kaila thought about kidnapping Zhang Yashuan and imprisoning her. Not only would it fulfill his visions of Zhang Yashuan, but it would also help Haofeng go further and weaken the Hongtai group. For this reason, he had paid a large sum of money to hire mercenaries who had fought abroad. Everything was supposed to be so perfect. Unexpectedly, the mission failed because of Tang Ke's black technology. Everything Dong Kaila had visualized, as well as all the plans laid out behind him, all shattered like bubbles in an instant. Dong Kaila knew Guan Juanhao as a person too well. Once he loses his deputy director position, he has no value. In order to prevent Dong Kaila from using what had happened as a threat, Guan Juanhao will absolutely do whatever it takes to make Dong Kaila disappear. Lucky just made it impossible for him to ever return home, but if Guan Juanhao doesn't miss a little old friendship, then I'm afraid Dong Kai Lok will disappear from this world. Guan Juanhao, who was able to provide so many assassins and mercenaries with access, must have done quite a lot of ugly things in his private life. Normal businessman, who would have a killer's contact info? At this moment, the immense pressure made Dong Kai Lok feel a bit suffocated. The road in front of us seemed to become dimly lit. A dark thought was born in his mind at the moment. Yan, who's thinking about me behind my back? Don Cor, who was at home, suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose and grimaced as he continued to tap the keyboard. Mid-Autumn Festival is here. It's been more than 2 months since the last break. After getting busy with the AR glasses thing, it was time to update his Devour the Universe instead. Little Kezi, that woman Zhong Shanshan came to see you, saying she has something for you. Just as Tang Ke was about to code, his wife's voice came from the doorway of the room. She stood in the doorway, holding a cup of pudding milk tea, and watched Don Cor in a covertly observant position. Zhong Shanshan? Came to see me on Mid-Autumn Festival? Tang Ke was slightly stunned. Tell her she's not available. I'm writing a book. At that, Zhang Yashuan smiled and said, 3 o'clock a few la. Drink tea first la. Write what novel? Readers are in the Mid-Autumn Festival. And then how to write no one to see. Go down and welcome the guests. She giggled twice and went straight downstairs with her milk tea. Tang Ke shrugged helplessly and said darkly, it's the readers who want a holiday, not me who won't update. Immediately afterward, he brought with him the expectation of milk tea. Grabbing the pair of gold-rimmed glasses on the desktop, he followed his wife. As he descended the stairs and put on his glasses, the image in front of him changed in a matter of moments. The world in front of me seemed to have a filter added to it at this moment, and the colors became more vivid and bright. There were caution warnings on the stairs, and a sign floated above Zhang Yashuan's head. These gold-rimmed glasses were the very AR glasses that Tang Ke had gotten out. He designs a variety of styles, from everyday eyewear types, to trendy types, to sci-fi types. Everyday glasses look no different than regular glasses for users who don't want to draw attention to themselves. The sci-fi genre, on the other hand, is one of the selling points of AR glasses. The appearance looks exactly like that of a sci-fi movie. Tang especially referred to many sci-fi movie and television works and got a set of all the styles of glasses in them. Users can make their own choices when purchasing. This is solely to fulfill some people's sci-fi dreams and allow them to experience the unique appeal of AR glasses. Tang Ke's eyes locked onto the sign and his right index finger tapped twice. An interface suddenly appeared in front of him, all of which were introductions of Zhang Yashuan recorded on the internet. Then his eyes locked on an exclusive button. The information that is surfacing now is what can be simply accessed on the internet, but it is information that is only displayed after it has been officially allowed to be released. There is also a lot of deep information, and real information, that has long been officially filtered out. Tang especially gave himself these glasses, adding many privileges and black technology features. One of those privileges is gathering information with Origins. His index finger on the stair railing tapped twice again, and Origins appeared suddenly in the frame. She came alive descending the stairs with a loading progress bar above her head. If this scene was seen by fat geeks, it would definitely be exceptionally exciting. Secondary characters living in reality is exactly what they dream of. In less than a few seconds, it listed all the information that could be found on the internet, all about Zhang Yashuan. Tang Ke casually scanned twice and ran his finger over the stair railing a few times, allowing Origin to delete all of these messages. The purpose was to prevent someone from going through the internet and finding out about Zhang Yashuan's privacy. The virtual blonde Origin girl walked to the first floor, turned around, and said to Tang Ke, it's all been deleted. Please don't worry, master. Origin's voice came from in front of Tang Ke, but the wife walking in front of Tang Ke was completely unaware of it. With a stroke of his finger, Tang Ke directly closed the page and immovably followed his wife to the first floor. Zhang Yashuan didn't even know that in this small moment of time when she went downstairs, Tang Ke accessed and deleted all the information about her. On the internet, the two came to the first floor. Zhong Shanshan and another pretty girl were in the living room, and when they saw Tang Ke coming down, they immediately got up. The woman, Zhong Shanshan, still had that serious expression, but the sister next to her was smiling very sweetly. Through the AR glasses, Tang Ke knew that the woman's name was Wang Yun. His gaze went to the two women's head markers, and his fingers slightly moved twice, tapping on their information profiles respectively. Only then did Tang Ke realize that Zhong Shanshan and this woman called Wang Yun were not small in origin. I wonder what the two great men came to my house to say. Tang Ke blandly walked over to the sofa and sat down, picking up another cup of pudding milk tea and drinking it. It's not like there's something to ask for again, is it? He asked again as his eyes looked at the two women. If I'm not mistaken, they should be here to ask him for holographic projection and interactive touch technology. At that moment, Zhong Shanshan stepped forward. Under Tang Ke's dismayed gaze, came a 90-degree bow. What the hell is this? Tang Ko was a bit dazed as Zhong Shanshan bowed and said, I apologize for prejudicing you earlier. I'm very sorry, it was me who had the wrong eyes earlier. There's no need for that. Sit down first. This sudden apology made Tang Ko a little embarrassed. In his opinion, Zhong Shanshan, a woman with a strong attitude and a short temper, would never make an apology. Even Zhang Yashuan was surprised. She smiled and walked over, picking up Zhong Shanshan. Have a talk. You're scaring my family's treasure. This is a sincere apology. Earlier I was very prejudiced against Mr. Tang and did too many rude things as a result, and I'm incredibly ashamed of that. Zhong Shanshan didn't feel any shame in this look, and dared to do it. A mistake is a mistake, and apologizing is something that deserves to be recognized. Those who know they are wrong but still won't apologize are the most useless. Chapter 99, Different Ways, Different Plans. Zhang Yashuan cried and laughed. Alright, sit down. Can't you see Tang Ku is frozen? How embarrassing to keep this up. Sister Shanshan, don't just stand there. Wang Yun laughed and pulled Zhong Shanshan to sit on the sofa. Then she looked at Tang Ko and Zhang Yashuan with her beautiful eyes and introduced herself. My name is Wang Yun. I'm Sister Shanshan's colleague, and I came here because I want to thank Mr. Tang for his contribution to this disaster relief. After saying that, she sat down beside Zhong Shanshan. Tang Ko only then came back to his senses. You said the earthquake matter. Just do my best. You people who go to the front line of the disaster area is really worthy of admiration. This is our mission and mandate. Zhong Shanshan once again resumed her serious face. Regarding the things you contributed, we are unable to return them for the time being. Both the cars and the robots are currently busy over in the West City. When this is over we will certainly return it at the first opportunity. Please don't worry. No need. Tang Ku interrupted. Let them stay in the West Side. He took another sip of his pudding milk tea. The moment they went over to rescue the West Side, they were already heroes of the country, and the West Side was where they belonged. Although it cost a lot of money to manufacture these things, Tang Ko didn't care. The moment they were born out and headed to the West Side, Danko no longer sees them as commodities, but as heroes. They stay on the West Side to hold value. As for the restoration of the West Side, will they continue to be put into service or will they be taken into the West Side Museum? Don Cor thinks it doesn't even matter. At least they stayed there for all to remember. Besides, even if Tang Ko took it back, he can't possibly resell them again, can he? Instead of taking them back, it makes more sense to keep them on the West Side. Well, I understand, and we'll have them arranged. Zhong Shanshan and Wang Yun both sensed Tang Ko's state of mind and couldn't help but get solemn. Alright, if that's all there is to say, you guys can go. Go back to the Mid-Autumn Festival. Don Cor sucked another mouthful of milk tea. The pudding was soft and smooth in the mouth. A direct expulsion order was given to the two women. The corner of Zhong Shanshan's mouth twitched slightly, as if she realized that she would be prejudiced against Tang Ku. It's not that the other guy is unpatriotic, it's that the guy is just so annoying. Who does that? Other people come from a long way to visit, and before they can say a few words, they kick them out. You don't like people interrupting your married life that much? I really don't know how Zhang Yashuan fell for Tang Ku. Can a person with such a low IQ really capture a girl's heart? One more thing. With your holographic projection and interactive touch control technology, my country hopes to cooperate with you a bit. Zhong Shanshan took a deep breath to calm the agitation in her heart. It's still about the big picture. Tang Ku's eyes immediately revealed a look that saw through everything. I knew it. You definitely came over to take these two technologies. Zhong Shanshan eagerly said. These two technologies are very important to the country. No matter whether they are useful in military or transportation, they are very useful things. It can change our country. I know. It's the same old rules. According to the way we once cooperated. I won't mention the price. You guys can just give me a reasonable price. Tang Ku was a bit impatient and interrupted the other party once again. You, Zhong Shanshan's beautiful eyes frowned as she said in a deep voice. I have a question that I've always wanted to ask you. Why do you always have to mention money in this regard? In the face of a national tragedy, Donk are willing to selflessly contribute their robots, drones, and cars. But why is money so important in providing technology? This one was difficult for Zhong Shanshan to understand. She realized she couldn't read the man, Tang Ku, what he was thinking. Isn't it right that I provide the technology and the state pays for it? Tang Ku lightly glanced at Zhong Shanshan. Even scientific researchers, they get money for developing technology. Can I get money for the technology developed by me? Tang Ku? How in the world can you get a good deal for nothing? The ones the earthquake gave away were donated by him, and the technology is provided to the state, which is a partnership between the two parties. The two are different in nature. For a while, Zhong Shanshan was rendered somewhat speechless. That's not at all what she was trying to convey. But I don't know how to go on. The atmosphere in the living room was a little awkward. That's really good. There's no need to sign the contract or anything else. We'll put the money on your bank card when the time comes. I wonder if Mr. Tang can provide us with these two technologies first? Wang Yun smiled and rounded off the conversation. No problem. Origins copy the two techniques. Tang Ku nodded. Okay, please wait for a moment. Everyone Origin's voice came out from next to the cleaning Great White. Cleaned the Great White toward the studio room. A few moments later, he walked out with a portable hard disk and handed it to Wang Yun. Thank you for your support, Big Brother Tang Ku, then we'll leave you alone. Wishing you both a happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Wang Yun smiled sweetly and took the hard disk before pulling Zhang Shanshan, who was about to lose control of herself, away. Take care, you too. Zhang Yashuan waved at the door and smiled rather charmingly. Tang Ku was the only one sitting on the sofa, continuing to suck the pudding from his milk tea. You don't seem to like Zhang Shanshan much. That's not the usual you. Zhang Yashuan once again returned to the living room and sat down beside her husband. Leaning on him, she knew Tang Ku very well, and she knew that Tang Ku was actually a person with a good personality. No matter who or what comes up, he's all about keeping his emotions in check and approaching it in the most rational way possible. Encounter misunderstandings or conflicts in their relationship, the two of them never scolded angrily, but mediated calmly. That's why Tang Ku's attitude towards Zhang Shanshan today was very different from his past. There's not much to say, neither the prejudiced manner in which she once treated me, nor the grave and respectful manner in which she has just been treated. I don't like. Tang Ku put the milk tea down and clicked on the TV. I'm not all the way with her. I prefer a relaxed and easygoing social atmosphere rather than all kinds of responsibilities hanging over me and talking about topics that always revolve around national issues. He's such a mundane person. Even if they come up with technology that saves the country from disaster, even if they burst onto the internet and go viral, it also still doesn't change what's inside Donkor. He just likes being a free-spirited book writer. Everyday life is just writing books and having a wife at home with me. Bland without being boring. Play when it's time to play and do serious work when it's time to do work. For outside judgment, the awe of others, Tang Ku was not feeling anything at all, because these things were useless to him. He was just as happy when the book was first written in a lukewarm manner. He likes to spend time with his wife rather than developing technology. For someone like Zhang Shanshan who shouldered a heavy responsibility at all times, it was really hard for Tang Ku to bring up good feelings, because the two don't get along in every way. Zhang Shanshan opens and closes her mouth with patriotic sentiments, national issues, mission actions, etc. And Tang Ku? What he likes to talk about is which anime is good, which novel has a great story, how does this cup of milk tea taste, and so on. Zhang Shanshan is not a bad person, just not the same kind of person as Tang Ku. There will always be people in your life that you don't get along with. The other side isn't bad, but it's hard to be friends. Donk is more of a nerd, while having little need for the social aspect. Since the other person doesn't have the same personality as he does, he will be too lazy to talk about too many things with them. You might offend a lot of people if you go to work with such a personality. Zhang Yashuan laughed out softly and wrapped her arms around her husband's waist, letting him feel it as much as possible. Regardless of Donko's personality and how many people he offended, he had a wife behind him who would always love him. That's why I don't work. Tang Ku hammed and hawed, his palm smoothly resting on his wife's waist. You not only don't go to work, you haven't even been to your own Blackco, have you? If you hadn't mentioned it, I'd forgotten about that. Tang Ku casually said. Whatever. Anyway, I don't need to be busy with affairs. Just leave it to our father to arrange. The two cuddled together, watched a movie playing on the television, and made small talk about family matters over milk tea. Chapter 100, Heavy Pupil Glasses. Without realizing it, it was already evening. The chef, Tabai, automatically and consciously started to cook the rice, and the aroma wafted around to whet the appetite. After a good dinner, Zhang Yashuan set up a folding table in the courtyard with mooncakes and pomelo on it. The bodyguards were all around the house not coming in for fear of disturbing both Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan. The full moon hung high in the sky, and the bright moonlight spilled onto the vegetation and marble floor of the courtyard, slightly refracted light glistening. The two of them sat in the courtyard and enjoyed the moon. Tang Ku cutting mooncakes and his wife peeling grapefruit. You've been wearing these glasses lately, are they your AR glasses? Zhang Yashuan handed over the peeled grapefruit and asked curiously. Tang Ku nodded. Yeah, I'm trying them on to see if there will be any problems with light leakage or glare, etc. It's been tested over the past few days and it's perfect. Tang Ku took off his glasses and put them on for his wife. Try it, you'll see a different world. Zhang Yashuan, who was already a beautiful woman, was embellished with gold-rimmed glasses. The whole body's aura seemed to have become unique at this moment. A filter was instantly added to the night scene in front of me. The moonlight is enhanced by the AR glasses, and the pond refracts the light in a slight shimmer. Everything around them became brighter and clearer. Zhang Yashuan felt like she was able to see even farther away, even the distant scenery. This is so clear. She looked out over the others' villas in the distance, and the tiny image abruptly zoomed in, clear as if she were using a telescope. Danko considered having a myopic population. Therefore, he specially added the degree adjustment, as well as the brightness adjustment and other functions. Whether you are nearsighted, farsighted or astigmatic, the lenses of these glasses adjust automatically. Let people regain their brightest eyes and feel the colors of the world again, even beyond the original colors of this world. All the functions are encapsulated in the lens, which is only 1 millimeter thick. Most powerfully, such a thin lens is hard enough to withstand the crushing merciless trampling of a 200-pound fat man. Even if this 200-pound fat guy stomps hard on the AR glasses, it won't leave any scratches. Stepping on a lens can feel like you're stepping on a sharp rock. It's not the lenses you have to worry about damaging, it's whether or not your shoes will wear out. At first, in order to come up with this black tech lens, Tangko could be said to be very agonized. After many trials and improvements, the lens design provided to him by the black tech system was also thin but not hard enough. Luckily, the knowledge in Tangko's head wasn't just AR glasses. He also has knowledge of windshield manufacturing for locomotives and automobiles. Tangko combined what he knew with the knowledge points, constantly improved and experimented. After experiencing many failures, it was only then that the lenses for the AR glasses in front of us were finally created. This is augmented reality technology, where the world viewed through the glasses has a filter added to it. Tangko explained. Heavy pupil. Turn on the holographic projection. Heavy pupil is the name Tangko has given to the AR glasses. It implies that AR glasses are the other pair of eyes of human beings, and the double pupils are overlapped and superimposed, so that you can see a different world. Snort! As Tangko's words fell, beams of light suddenly lit up and spread on both sides of the gold-framed glasses, but it only appeared for less than a second before it seemed to dissipate into the air. And in front of Zhang Yashuan and Tangko, a piece of virtual interface was presented. Tangko directly reached out and clicked on the interface, as if he were touching a computer monitor, making a response effect. Under normal circumstances, the only person who has access to the holographically projected image is the user of the AR glasses. Even if you give permission to others, you need the user's authorization to do so. However, since Tangko's glasses were his test product, this restriction was not added. He clicked and selected directly on it, then selected the shooting option. Under Zhang Yashuan's marvelous eyes, a basketball rim suddenly rose in the yard. Tangko flipped his palm and with a thump sound, a basketball appeared in his hand. He rose and jumped lightly, and in a handsome pose, he threw the basketball. Bang! Basketball hits rim, bounces off. Ahem! Tangko awkwardly coughed lightly twice. This is a holographic projection. I threw air and didn't have control over the feeling. In fact, this pitch has a secondary function. As long as there are no major problems with hand movements and angles, you basically hit the ball 100% of the time. Obviously, Tangko just threw that ball, completely crooked. However, Zhang Yashuan was already in a daze at the moment, by the image in front of her. Where's the concern now? What's the goal, scored or not scored? Isn't it a little too foul to have such a realistic frame in basketball? Obviously she was the one wearing the AR glasses, so why was Tonka able to see and interact? Zhang Yashuan suspiciously removed her glasses and snapped to attention. The basketball rim still stands in the yard, and the basketball, which fell to the ground, is still rolling on the ground. It was only when it hit the small yard fence that it finally stopped. What the hell? Is this basketball in frame real? Zhang Yashuan blinked her beautiful eyes, once again confused. These AR glasses are off. Why is the projected image still there? She picked up her glasses and fiddled with them for a few moments, only to see the sides of the frames lit up with spots of blue light. But no matter how much she fiddled with her glasses, it didn't have a single effect on the projection of the basketball. It's not real, that's just a projection. But it's full-body holographic projection technology, so it's not the same as what you saw last time. Don Cor smiled and explained, stroking his wife's hair, then took her little hand and walked over to the basketball. Donko reaches out and picks up the basketball and hands it to his wife, signaling that she'll know when she touches it. No way. Is it really a projection? How can this be? Zhang Yashuan's words didn't speak as her white palm pushed on the basketball. It only felt like I was pushing a cloud of air, but the basketball seemed to be literally propelled by a force. It fell from Tangko's hand to the ground with a thumping and bouncing sound. Now, Zhang Yashuan finally felt the difference. The sound of the basketball bouncing was noticeably less clear and distinct than it had been earlier. It's the sound simulated by the AR glasses. That's too much of a likeness, isn't it? Zhang Yashuan was really shocked by such glasses. No less shocking than the day autopilot was discovered. Whether it's the image projection or the sound transmission, it's just too overwhelming. These AR glasses are far more transgressive than artificial intelligence and robotics. Chapter 101, The in-laws are here. Tangka smiled and patiently explained. That's right, This is a full-body holographic projection. As long as you don't put your glasses in the box, none of it will have an effect on the projection. And in addition to transmitting sound through the skull, the AR glasses can also externalize sound to come and be heard by others as well. If I had to say a drawback to the glasses, it would be that the sound is a little too small to carry too far. So releasing a holographic projection in a large space and still wanting to hear clear sound requires connecting speakers to do so. To be able to take so much and compress it all into one pair of glasses is pretty impressive. Keep in mind that this is still the first AR glasses. There can't be just one version of a product. There will inevitably be a second, third and fourth generation to follow. Each generation is optimized to retain the strengths and fill in the weaknesses. So it's just that the outgoing sound is low, which really isn't a big deal. AR glasses are mostly worn, not used as little sound cannons. What amazing glasses! And just now it magnified the picture, just like a telescope. Zhang Yashuan put on her gold-framed glasses again and said with a face full of curiosity, "That's just a small piece of technology. It can't zoom in too much, but whatever you can zoom in on is bound to be a clear picture." With a wave of his arm, Donk summoned the menu again and cancelled the basketball projection. The wife didn't know how the thing operated, so he had to be the one to steer it. Amazing. It feels like this thing is much more interesting than a holographic projection cell phone. Zhang Yashuan marveled out. Actually, it's almost the same. The projection function of the holographic projection cell phone is similar to this one, except that it doesn't have the visual enhancement function of AR glasses. Tang Ke smiled. At that moment, a Kirin smart car stopped outside the courtyard. Father-in-law, Zhang Hongguang, and mother-in-law, Sang Yao, got out of the car. Dad, Mom, Tang Ke and his wife shouted in unison. Ha ha ha, it's been a while. You two have had a good little life. Zhang Hongguang smiled and walked into the courtyard, and the bodyguard at the door directly released him. Seeing her parents come over to visit, Zhang Yashuan happily ran to her mother and took her arm. Mom and Dad, what are you doing here? I thought you wouldn't have time to visit me today either. Zhang Yashuan's tone was a bit sultry, feeling some small resentment towards her parents for not visiting her for a long time. Of course, it's just a complaint. In fact, she was quite happy every day. After all, she had Tang Ke accompanying her every day. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival, a day of reunion, so of course we have to come over to see our precious daughter. Xiang Rou laughed softly. On the side, Zhang Hongguang coldly added, by the way, let's see if this brat bullies you. Dad, don't talk nonsense. How could I possibly bully Yixian? I can't wait to spoil her. Tang Ke hurriedly responded, afraid of being misunderstood. Alright, let's see how much you boys wouldn't dare. Zhang Hongguang laughed softly twice and placed the bag he was carrying in his hand on the desktop. I just met the bosses of several cell phone manufacturers at the entrance, and they specially brought holographic projection cell phones over, but they were stopped by me. With that, he opened the bag. Inside, it contained holographic projection cell phones sent by every cell phone manufacturer. The veterans of the cell phone company had wanted to take this opportunity to take the initiative to visit the door. However, they were met by Zhang Hongguang at the door, and he told all these people to go back and not to disturb Tang Ke and Zhang Yashuan today. So the cell phone they sent was brought over by Zhang Hongguang and Xiangru. A holographic projection cell phone? Zhang Yashuan unwrapped a cell phone on the spot. It's too much of a coincidence that just now we were talking about holographic projection and now someone is giving away holographic projection cell phones. Whoa! A holographic projection cell phone? Suddenly, a young girl's voice came from outside the courtyard. Jin Woming ran madly into the house and followed Zhang Yashuan to dismantle the cell phone box. So to speak, without any hesitation, several new and gorgeous cell phones were laid out on the table, and the two women couldn't wait to activate the holographic projections. All sorts of projections appeared in the courtyard at once, ranging from real object projections to anime character projections. The two of them are having a great time. Zhang Hongguang and Xiang Rou had long since seen it. They both knew Jin Woming and did not blame her for her excitement and rudeness. After playing for a while, Jin Woming then noticed Zhang Hongguang and Xiang Rou. She said with an embarrassed face, I'm sorry I didn't pay attention. It turns out that uncle and aunt are also there. It's okay, I'm here to play with you guys today. I'll talk to Tang Ke, you guys take your time. Zhang Hongguang laughed and took Tang Ke's shoulder and walked to the other side. The bodyguards were very sensible and immediately brought in new tables and chairs, then consciously walked away from the position. Dad, what's going on? Making it so mysterious. Tang Ke was filled with speechlessness, not understanding what his father-in-law was pulling. Humph, just looking for you to talk. What? Impatient? Zhang Hongguang snorted lightly. Don't dare, don't dare. Tang Ke's eyes glared and he immediately waved his hand. Okay, just a normal chat with you. By the way, Zhang Hongguang took the initiative to tear open a mooncake package and said as he cut, your invention of this holographic projection to snipe at Haofan's cell phone is a good start. But you've been targeted by that bastard Guan Juanhao because of it, so you'd better be careful and don't go out and hang around outside without anything. His voice lapsed and he said without a word of humor, especially those racing competitions, biker races, and whatnot. Don't make a whole lot more of them. Tangka sniffed and nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Don't worry, Dad. I definitely don't go out. Lately I've even been making my AR glasses at home. Tangka hammed and hawed. Zhang Hongguang handed over a cut piece of double yolk mooncake and continued. Don't interrupt for now. I haven't finished talking. Guan Junhao does dirty things. He's not a pure businessman. Before he went into business, this man was overseas in the black, and his origins are not small. He took a deep breath and said seriously, your outburst must have caused him to feel the pressure. A lion can do more than just bite when it's anxious. A rabbit will bite when it's anxious, let alone a lion like Guan Juanhao. Previously, Tang Ko hadn't gotten involved, and Guan Junhao had struggled with Hong Tai at best, but now that Tang Ku has intervened, things are complicated. Zhang Hongguang is now very worried about the safety of Tang Ku and his daughter. Tell me honestly, you've gotten so much technology, do you have any that can be used for defense? Zhang Hongguang looked at Tang Ku and said with a straight face. Tang Ku, who had just put the mooncake into his mouth, froze, pondering what his father-in-law meant by this. He swallowed his mooncake and whispered, yes, but not very powerful. Chapter 102, I wish people were longer. Thousands of miles apart, the Watcher drone has a miniature electromagnetic cannon, which counts as a small weapon. In terms of power, it seems to say so a billion little bit less. Zhang Hongguang sniffed and was silent for a small moment before he said, it's right, protect yourself, as it should be. He looked around cautiously, and the bodyguards not far away understood and immediately expanded their standing positions. Tang Ko raised an eyebrow, put on his AR glasses, and slid his finger a few times. The watchman drone on the roof began to hover and probe, detecting nothing unusual in the vicinity. Only then did Tang Ko look at his father-in-law, wanting to hear exactly what the other side had to say. Only then did Zhang Hongguang say in a deep voice, not only are you being targeted by Haofang, but most importantly, you're being targeted by people from abroad. Wood shows in the forest and the wind will destroy it, plus Haofang has a lot of overseas paths. The Dragon Kingdom had given warnings to overseas countries, and for a while, the foreigners won't do anything to you, but they may look for people at home to act against you, and Guan Junhao is bound to be the best candidate. He used to be a gangster overseas, he is most familiar with this area and has the most means. Father-in-law has made his words clear. Guan Junhao would probably cooperate with those overseas and work together against Tang Ku. It might take his life, or it might steal his technology, more likely both. So father-in-law was hinting at Tang Ku to secretly build some black tech weapons, not to hurt others, but to protect yourself. It is illegal to build weapons privately. That's why Zhang Hongguang was so careful, fearing that there would be years on the other side of the wall. DDDD. Tang Ku responded in a low voice with a serious face. Zhang Hongguang? What the hell? Speak human. Zhang Hongguang slapped a palm on the back of Tang Ku's head and said in a bad mood. What the hell is a drip drip drip? Is my son-in-law out of his mind? I mean I get it. It's something know-it-all. Tang Ku laughed awkwardly twice and continued to eat the mooncake. It's true that you can't take what's on the internet to reality. Embarrassing as hell. At the same time, he was inwardly weighing what weapons he could build. It's not exposed and has a lot of power at the same time. The miniature EM guns mounted inside the Watchers are actually sufficient. But after being reminded of this by my father-in-law, it didn't feel like quite enough. Or thinking differently, it wouldn't be a bad idea to build some tech that can protect you at all times. Black tech houses can't be delayed. We have to build a house stuffed with black tech as early as possible. Tang Ku secretly said inwardly. A rough framework is starting to percolate in my mind, and I'll check out books on the subject when I have time. By the way, did you just say you came up with AR glasses? With the serious topic over, Zhang Hongguang finally focused on the AR glasses, and he eyed them with curiosity. Tang Ku instantly understood and directly took off his glasses and handed them over. These are the AR glasses I've come up with, and I bought a new large factory dedicated to making AR glasses. Oh, pretty fast action. A holographic projection cell phone just came out, and you got an AR glasses. Will it be too fast? Zhang Hongguang put on his glasses, and his expression was full of shock and surprise just like Zhang Yashuan's earlier. The world inside the glasses is just too equipped with sci-fi, especially at nighttime moments. The bright lights of each house are augmented with filter effects by the AR glasses. It's as if the steampunk world is neon and full of fascinating colors. For a time, Zhang Hongguang froze in place, immersed in the beautiful night scenery for a long time. By the time he came back to his senses, Don Xior had returned to his wife without knowing when. He made Zhang Yashuan sit on his lap and fed himself grapefruit, talking and laughing while enjoying the beauty of this night. This brat, Zhang Hongguang was dumbfounded, Looking at his daughter's happy smile made his heart happy. There was also his wife, Xiang Ro, who also looked at her own daughter with a smile on her face. With the same thoughts in her mind as Zhang Hongguang, Jin Wuming was a little excited at first, but as he played, he realized that something was wrong with the scene around him. As soon as Tang Ke came back, he hugged his wife. Zhang Yashuan also ignored her girlfriends, so she was cuddling with her husband, as if she had eaten honey, smiling brightly. Bored, Jin Wuming could only chat with Auntie Sangro, discussing the wonders of holographic projection and lamenting what kind of changes Tang Ke had brought to the country with this thing he had come up with. But when Zhang Hongguang also came back, Xian Gru talked to her husband. Kim Wumo looks left and right as his bodyguards keep watch from a distance. The bestie is being mushy with her husband and the aunt is having daily conversations with her uncle. She snapped, realizing she shouldn't have come in the first place. I'm going back. Jin Yueming's expression was a bit lost. Her parents didn't come back for mid-autumn again this year, and she was the only one living at home. Seeing her best friend's happy face, Jin Yueming was happy inside. But when he thought of himself, his heart was sad again. There's no one at home, so stay here tonight and spend Mid-Autumn Festival with us. At this time, Xiang Ro turned her head and said gently. She reaches out and strokes Kim Wumong's hair, her gentle smile causing a few teardrops to form in the corners of Kim Wumong's eyes. That's right, Meng stay at our house tonight. I'll sleep with you. Zhang Yashuan, who was originally in the middle of being mushy with Tang Ke, suddenly turned her head, and when Tang Ke heard this, he froze. Not, you sleep with her. What about me? Is it possible that you're going to be left alone? No way. It's mid-autumn today. Humph. You're still not satisfied with sleeping with you every day? I'm going to take a good rest today and keep my only bestie company. Zhang Yashuan hummed lightly. Tang Ke's expression collapsed. He should have known to give Chen Zimo a call to come over and find Jin Yumeng. This is great. My wife ran off to be with her girlfriends and I'm going to sleep alone tonight. Seemingly sensing her husband's lost mood, Zhang Yashuan's small mouth came close and kissed Tang Ke on the mouth. Then he attached himself to Tang Ke's ear and whispered, after Meng falls asleep, I'll come to you. Hey! Hearing this, Tang Ke instantly became energized again. With this cloudy demeanor of his, he looked at Jin Wuming with a blank look on his face. Only Mr. and Mrs. Zhang Hongguang guessed what was going on and just laughed on the sidelines without saying anything. Come on, let's eat mooncakes together. Tang Ke was in a happy mood and waved to the crowd, and grabbed his favorite fat happy water from the floor and poured a glass for each of them. People have their sorrows and joys, and the moon has its ups and downs, and this matter can never be resolved. But I wish for a long time, and 1,000 miles to be together. Tang Ke raised his cup high and recited aloud. The crowd's eyes lit up, secretly marveling at Tang Ke's phrase in response. There are many things in this world that overlap with Tang Ke's last life, but there are also many things that have changed. Songs, movies, anime, and poetry, for example, are very different. It is the absence of the water song in this world that is appreciated by those around us. Cheers! The glasses of the crowd clinked together with a crisp sound. Chapter 103 Holographic Projection into Life. Mid-Autumn Festival. The outside world wasn't as quiet and peaceful as the Donker's house. The birth of the holographic projection cell phone has sent the entire internet into a frenzy. Those who received cell phones, one by one, could not help but take them to the street to show off and project them wildly. Cell phone manufacturers have even collaborated to get a homemade software that gives users the ability to create their own holographic projection images. It's a bit rudimentary, but it's been played out by various folklorists. Parks, milk shops, plazas, and other locations will have people with holographic projections and multiple people there to play with. In addition to playing with it themselves, it was also to show off to others that they got a holographic projection phone. As the first holographic projection cell phone buyers, they possess a strong desire to share within themselves. A holographic projection was displayed in a public place and attracted many sideways glances. Someone used a holographic projection editor and got a big house to put in the square. The shape is unique, yet unobtrusive. Should have been an architectural engineering guy who got it specially made. Some people also took the holographic projection to release the basketball court and had an air basketball game with a different kind of fun. There were also people showing movies with holographic projections to come and show them to the kids. While there are no holographic movies available now, it's still attention-grabbing when it's dropped from a phone. Most importantly, the holographic projection puts out movies with great clarity. Turn off the lights and add 2 more speakers. It feels like you're really in the middle of a theater. Some people even use holographic projections as billboards to attract customers from the roadside. There are even holographic projections used in barbecue restaurants. A projection of an animated character will appear on the table when the customer grills the meat, and the customer can talk and interact with this projected character. This projected character is a little helper, in addition to accompanying the conversation. It also reminds customers that it's time to grill and flip. The variety of ways to use it and the dazzling development of its functions have left the nation in awe. It was a group of folk in the country that made holographic projection so special. Let people feel that holographic projection brings unlimited possibilities and changes. I wanted a holographic projection phone so bad, but I didn't get one. Van Ryn, I cracked it and released another pre-sale on Mid-Autumn Day, but still didn't grab it. Short life, as a tech blogger, I can't believe I don't even have a holographic projection phone in my hands. Worst tech blogger ever, get one delivered by at Old Tang. No, it should be at the cell phone makers to make it available. Good evening, it's rare for a tech blogger to mix it up like a short life. Poor short life, grabbed his cell phone twice and didn't get it. One can only hope that the cell phone vendors will send one over for the sake of his analysis of holographic projections. Spicy rolls, ha 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 ha, that's what you guys don't understand. I hired 1,000 people to help me grab them, and I got my hands on a whopping 4 of them. Cassandra, looking up to a hot-rolled rich woman, begging to be adopted. Hiss, surprised rich woman? Moo, the spicy rolls are mine. Traveler, off. How dare someone try to steal my hot-rolled wife? Stranger, as a minotaur, I can't watch. I think she's the one who said she lacked everything but money last time. 4 stations? I seriously doubt she knows Old Dawn. That's right. So rich, why do you need to hire someone to rob? Directly go to the door of the Old Tang's house. To find him to ask for one is not good? Maybe it's possible that she got all 4 of those cell phones from Old Dawn. Gunta, oh, looks like there's a big secret in there somewhere. And Old Dawn is afraid he's going to have to kneel on his keyboard. Spicy rolls, huh? Nice guy, why didn't I think of that? Got it. I'll meet him at his house for the next AR glasses. A word to the wise. Live in the luxury villa of spicy rolls as if found a new continent. Earlier how they did not think of it? Pippi at Short Life. I have 2 here. Let me send you one for review. They were both given to me by a friend. Short Life, good lord. Who's so generous as to give it away straight? Brother Pippi, Feng Zhong. He's the big brother I recognized in high school. Shocker. Food anchor and martial arts superstar are actually brothers. There are actually such coincidences in the world. Brother Pai Pai had a crossover with Tang Ku, and Feng Zhong also conversed with Tang Ku across the room. There's too much fate between the 3 of them. That said, Feng Zhong's portrayal of the god of secrecy is about to hit theaters. I'm looking forward to it. Wind and Snow Pictures is bull, making movies like drinking water, and having speed and quality. It's not true. The Wind and Snow film and television shooting movies. Are the whole team to shoot a movie with all their strength? Only after the start and then shoot the second part. Never will be second thoughts. And a lot of manpower was mobilized to do the split editing of the film, as well as the special effects. I have to say, there's a reason why Wind and Snow Pictures can be a top 3 movie and television giant. I heard that the new October movie, Ghost Destroyer's Blade, is coming out too. I've also heard that the 2 of them, Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan, are preparing to give us a couple's double. It's too much. This movie and anime smells like dog food. Mid-Autumn is very close to the National Day. People have been immersed in the world of holograms since Mid-Autumn. Before I knew it, it was the 4th of July. It's also time for Gods of Secrecy and Blades of Ghost Destruction to be released and aired. Black & Decker's factory is in full production of AR glasses, aiming to go on sale on New Year's Day. Tang Ku is not going to engage in pre-sale this time, because the production speed of the factory can never keep up with the speed of the user's purchase, and all of his products are bursting at the seams. There's no shortage of buyers. It's not like he's short of money himself, pre-order or not. It also leaves some time for the handheld companies to develop holographic projection games. 2 months is also enough time for a holographic projection game to take shape. There's also the fact that the state took away Tang Ku's holographic projection technology, which will inevitably be officially put to use within the city soon. In this way, the acceptance of the existence of holographic projections can be further accelerated. By New Year's Day, after people are acclimated to holographic projection, it's time for AR glasses to descend. During this time, Tang Ku didn't develop any more technology, but concentrated on coding and writing books. He was oblivious to the internet's touting of holographic projection. As for Gods of Secrecy and Blades of Demise, he's already got the original movies, he just hasn't watched them. Instead, his wife sat in the home theater, watching the Ghostbusters anime. She watched in fascination, snacks consumed by the bag. After posting today's chapter, Tang Ku stretched hard, his lower back making a slight crunching sound. He hammered his shoulder gently and sighed. It's been so long since I've worked out. I've lost my 8-pack. There's no time to even work out in order to write a book for readers. What was once an 8-pack is now long gone. Chapter 104, Making My Wife Cry. Tang Ku decided that from today onwards, he would go for a morning run with his wife in the morning. Followed my wife to the home gym for an afternoon workout. Night in bed. Tang Ku looked at the time in the lower right corner of the computer. It was already 2 in the afternoon. The wife usually goes to the gym at this time. So he got up and was ready to go downstairs when he unexpectedly noticed that there were sounds coming from the theater room next door. Pushing the door to realize that the wife is actually still watching anime. No intention at all to go to workout. The desktop is full of snack wrappers. Tang-ku sighed. It seemed that today's exercise program was a failure. The faith of amateur fitness people is just so fragile. Big White, go downstairs and get 2 glasses of water and clear out the snack bags in the theater room. He spoke to the passing cleaning Great White, then pushed his way into the theater room. Zhang Yashuan just lightly glanced at her own stinky treasure and continued to chaw snacks and watch anime. The protagonist in the projection is battling an enemy, and the blue and white waves on the blade make a clattering sound. At the moment of cleaving, it instantly sliced into hot flames, heaving. With the stirring BGM, Zhang Yashuan's small mouth couldn't help but slightly open as her heart stirred. Suddenly, a stinky treasure squeezed by. There was also an extra pair of claws on her, and Zhang Yashuan slapped them away without a good look. In this most combustible moment, it was actually interrupted. What for? Zhang Yashuan glared at Tang-ku. Nothing, watching anime with you. Tang-ku hammed and hawed. His mouth came up to his wife's cheeks and kissed her. Fragrant, smooth and extra Q-tip. It's more addictive than sucking on a cat. Just look. Why are you making a move on me? Zhang Yashuan looked at her own husband expressionlessly. It can't be helped. Who makes you shrink like a kitten? So you can't help but want to pet you. Don Xior once again looked down and kissed his wife. Zhang Yashuan also resisted and accepted obediently. Cleaning Dubai came in with a kettle and cups. It pours water on both of them and then carefully cleans up the snack bags, as well as the snack crumbs on the floor. Humph. Not many more hands. Zhang Yashuan's small mouth pouted. Say, what did you originally want to do by looking for me? As Tang-ku's wife, she knew all about her husband. Would run in at this hour. Definitely something. Normally at this point in time, he's either writing a book or working on technology. It's fine. Tang-ku replied expressionlessly. Seeing that her husband did not answer honestly, Zhang Yashuan looked thoughtful and wondered what Tang-ku was playing again. Let me guess. Zhang Yashuan stared intently into Tang-ku's eyes. Earlier you were writing a book, now you'll run out, which means you're done. The fact that you would come running to me after writing a book is usually a sign that you're looking for me to hang out. But you just said it was fine, which means it's something else, and it's of the spur-of-the-moment variety. But you saw me watching anime, so you dismissed the idea. Tang-ku couldn't help but stare in disbelief, his heart-stopping performance falling into Zhang Yashuan's eyes. Looks like I guessed the process right, so that's good. Zhang Yashuan hemmed and hawed, a little smug in her heart. The fact that she could guess correctly showed that she knew Tang-ku very well. She smiled sweetly and wrapped her arms around her husband's neck, the fragrant wind blowing on Tang-ku's face, tickling him. It will make you a great writer. Improvise and then cave in. Zhang Yashuan's voice lurched, and she suddenly laughed. It wouldn't be about the matter of exercising, would it? The human body is a human being and everyone wants to have a healthy body. Fitness was also born, but countless people only think about it and not many actually do it. Even if some people work out for a while, they give up halfway through because of laziness. Zhang Yashuan had called Tang-ku to go for a morning run together in the morning before, but the guy was just lazy and refused to get up. Every time I wrote a book, my muscles were so stiff that I asked her to help massage them. But no matter how hard it is, it's a dead giveaway that you won't work out. Said he was too tired today. Next time for sure. Good man. It's a shame you're not a detective. Tang-ku was dumbfounded that this could even be associated. Can't you just simply want to come in and watch anime together? He. So don't cheat on me, or you'll be caught by me in the next second. Zhang Yashuan proudly said. Tang-ku's eyes darkened. I'm sorry I've cheated on you. This statement immediately caused Zhang Yashuan to be stunned. Tang-ku's words seemed to fall like thunder. Before Zhang Yashuan could open her mouth to inquire, he suddenly raised his hand and shouted, I'm in love with thy beans. Thy beans race high. Thy beans? Zhang Yashuan was first stunned before reacting. Isn't you Duzi the sister of the main character in Ghostbusters? Good you Tang-ku. I think you're begging for a beating. Zhang Yashuan instantly puffed up her cheeks in anger, her white jade hand pinching Tang-ku's handsome face. Exasperated, he said, if you dare to scare me like that again, you can sleep at the door. She was really shocked just now. Her heart went cold, and the teardrops were already in her eyes. Almost cried out, which had thought that Tang-ku was actually teasing her here. Hey, did you just get ready to cry? Tang-ku asked with a smile as he clasped his hands around his wife's waist. Not at all. Really no. I just looked at you like your eyes were dripping. Not at all. It just got into the sand. Zhang Yashuan looked away from this obnoxious stinky treasure. Where's the sand in the house? Don Cor was unforgiving. There is, and when I say there is, then there is. Not only is there a lot of sand, but there's a little cutie. Zhang Yashuan let out a soft hum as teardrops trickled down from the corners of her eyes. She didn't hold back in the end. Tang Ke smiled and drew up a tissue to wipe his wife's tears. Good boy. Don't cry. There's no next time. I was just teasing you. Dog man. Zhang Yashuan huffed, feeling a bit humiliated. He himself was actually made to cry by Tang Ke's 3 words. These tears are so uncontrollable. She buried her head directly into Tang Ke's arms and wiped her tears on Tang Ke's shirt. Alright, I know it's wrong. I shouldn't joke about this stuff. Tang Ke hugged his wife tightly, and in his heart he couldn't help but curse himself for having nothing to joke about. Directly made his own baby cry. If his father-in-law knew, I'm afraid he would come to cut him. I'm the one who didn't cry. Zhang Yashuan lay in his arms and whispered, yes. How could Arya Xian cry? Tang Ke continued to coax his wife. Do anything, but never make your wife cry, because it takes a long time of coaxing to get better. Don't you dare cheat on me. Even if the high-speed train derails, I won't derail it. But you're not like the High Line. How is it different? High-speed trains aren't even as straight as you are. This. Chapter 105, there's black silk to see, and white silk too. Since the day I made my wife cry, Tang Ke follows his wife for a morning run every morning and works out on time in the afternoon for a gym workout. Although the diet has not changed, the workouts are still significant. Only in the past 2 weeks, Tang Ke obviously felt much more energetic, and more energetic at night. Writing a novel now. The 4th of July holiday comes with it. Just after the Mid-Autumn Festival, it's time for the National Day holiday. With another batch of holographic projection phones on sale, the holographic projection craze continues to grow. As the number of users increases, more and more people are requesting major companies to develop holographic projection software and games. In fact, there is no need for a popular appeal, as the people in these companies know very well. The market for holographic projection is still a blank slate, and there are 2 possibilities for taking the plunge. One type of loss is a loss of money. The other possibility is to eat the cake and fly from there. Although it was hard to see the road ahead, countless people still piled into it. In less than 2 weeks, a plethora of software for holographic projection was born. Users are having fun at the same time. The Blade of Ghost Destruction anime and the Trickster God movie, also released on the National Day, caused countless people to go wild. Both the anime and the movie were critically acclaimed. The Secret God is scheduling at 50%. Every show is in near capacity and the country is on fire. Hey, did you watch Trickster God? How did it feel? I watched it. I went to see it after hearing my friends say it looked good. And all I can say is that it deserves to be called Wind and Snow Pictures. The special effects are awesome. No. I think the main thing, the plot was awesome. And after seeing the movie, I went straight into the novel. I've always been a fan of Tonka's technology, and now I realize that Tonka's novels are also so awesome. The story isn't finished yet, and there's probably going to be a 2nd and 3rd installment. It's so good looking. Highly recommended. The Gods of Secrecy movie was made possible by fans of the original novels, who led the way into the pit, making it a growing box office hit. Both fans of the original and passers-by said after watching the movie that it was worth watching. Many passers-by even went back that day to stay up late to read their novels. Great plot, steampunk theme, top-notch special effects team, and more, making The Secret of God a huge success. I have a hunch that this movie will not only be a big hit at home, but it's expected to be even fiercer abroad. Ha 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 ha. Got some fun news for you guys. There are many people abroad who boycott Tang Ke's work, calling him a fake inventor, but favoring a boycott with their mouths, but their bodies are honest. I've also heard that those people abroad are cursing Tang Ke on the internet, but the daily box office is soaring. This is too real. Unlike the revelry at home, the number of people questioning Tang Ke abroad is growing. Even if a large number of videos and photos were released from the Dragon Kingdom, they still couldn't convince these people. Even some of their compatriots who traveled back in the Dragon Kingdom were considered by them. The other side has been bribed by the Dragon Kingdom to return to the country to spread rumors. It's hard to believe when you say it, but it happened. The situation at home and abroad is polarized, with one side enjoying the technology and the other side questioning it. Chen Zimmer was sitting in the living room of Tang Ke's house, a cup of Coke in his hand, his expression somewhat less natural. You're here to defect to me, aren't you? Tang Ke finished his Coke in one gulp and said in a single voice. Don's right. The smile on Chen Zimmer's face was a little awkward. He had gone to find Brother Long and even worked for a while, but those jobs weren't for him. After going around in circles, he eventually came to Tang Ke. Since that's the case, then I'll arrange a sales director position for you, responsible for selling all of my company's products as well as managing all of the sales departments. Tang Ke's voice lurched as he said, forget it, just hang up a secretary position directly, and you'll handle all my miscellaneous matters from now on. This, so rash? Isn't it a bit too casual? The corners of Chen Zimo's mouth twitched slightly. and there was always a feeling that he was about to get on a pirate ship. Not random, I have a good opinion of your abilities. The technology doesn't need to be made by you. It's the sales that matter as well as some of the miscellaneous work that needs to be kept busy for me. Tangko patted his shoulder in a serious manner. It's like the big man is recognizing a young guy with unlimited potential. In fact, for Donko, sales are secondary, because sales of black coca products have been so hot. With or without Chen Zimmer it's all the same. It is the latter that is important. Tangko needs Chen Zimmer to help with the odd jobs. For example, the various copyrights of the novel, the materials you need to buy when building technology, signing contracts with companies, patenting technology, and so on. All these things Tangko had previously left to his father-in-law's assistant to get, although the other party didn't mind. After a few times, Tangko was still a little less than kind. Then thank you very much for Don's hiring, but I don't know much about this area. I don't know. Chen Zimmer was very grateful inwardly, but he didn't know where to start. Don't worry, I'll have Assistant Lee come and show you the ropes. You'll get it in time. Tangko rummaged through the cabinet tube under the coffee table and after half a day of searching, he finally rummaged through Assistant Lee's business card and handed it to Chen Zimmer. This is Assistant Lee's contact information. You memorize it first. I'll let him know when I turn around. He'll take the initiative to find you. Tangko smiled. I see. Then I won't bother Brother Tang anymore. I'll leave first. Chen Zimmer gratefully accepted the business card and took the initiative to get up and leave. Take your time and don't see me off. Tangko smiled and nodded. With no intention of getting up to see him off, his cell phone suddenly rang. Tapping on it was actually someone adding him as a friend. Hot rolls that like to change their names requests to add you as a friend. Additional information, Brother Tangko added me. There is black silk to see. Donk? What the hell? Do scammers still use this routine? A backhanded rejection. I was just about to put my cell phone down when the vibration and sound came again. Hot rolls that like to change their names requests to add you as a friend. Additional information, white silk is also available. Seeing this, Tangko instantly twitched the corners of his mouth. Is it hard to believe that the other person thought that the reason for his refusal was because he didn't like looking at black silk? How is that possible? Is there really a man who wouldn't enjoy looking at black silk? Only black silk alone couldn't tempt him. It depended on who wore it. If the wife wears it, well, the wife looks good with or without it. He simply clicked reject again and responded. Even if it's a tennis sock, get the hell out of here. Plus report it. Humph. You're a little too young to try to trick little master me. Tangko inwardly hummed twice lightly, praising his own resourcefulness. I thought the other party would not dare to add more, but I did not expect the phone to vibrate again. Chapter 106, What if another terrorist is a frontal hard-on? Hot rolls that like to change their names requests to add you as a friend. Additional information, Brother Tangko, I'm looking for you to buy AR glasses. Don't get me wrong, buy AR glasses? Tangko opened his mouth, speculating on what exactly the other party's intentions were. So he clicked agree to see what kind of gourd the other guy was selling. You've been added as friends. Spicy rolls that like to change their names. Brother Tangko finally agreed to it. Want to read it? Don Key, look the hell out. If it's just to lure me in, then I'll pull the plug. Love the hot rolls with the name change frowny face pic. Spicy rolls that like to change their names. Look, it's all the holographic projection phone I bought, along with the unicorn car and the great white. She sent Don Cor a picture of what appeared to be inside a garage. The Kirin car is lined up with several professional-looking great whites in a single line. As you can see, the other party should be quite rich, and actually bought so many professional-type great whites. Tang Kui Meng, AR glasses are not yet on sale. It's useless for you to look for me. Hot roller who likes to change names. I don't believe you. You must have a beta version. Lend me a hand? Don Kirk, overthink it. If you want to play, wait for New Year's Day. Hot rolls that like to change their names. New Year's Day? That's still 2 months away. Why don't I come find you? From Tangko's tone, he was able to tell that there was indeed a beta version. Since you can't buy them, just go ahead and play with the beta version of the AR glasses in person. Tanker, huh? You came to see me? Fine, come if you dare. He didn't believe that the other party would really come over. Most likely just teasing him. No sooner had that thought flashed through his mind than the other party sent another message. Spicy rolls that like to change their names. Okay, that's what you said. I'll be there tomorrow. After saying that, the other party didn't send any more messages, and Tangko didn't put it in his heart. In his opinion, this person was just getting high on his mouth. How could he really run over? Even if he came over, he wasn't qualified to enter his villa neighborhood. Those who want to enter his neighborhood either have to authorize their consent or have a big status and background themselves. Otherwise the doorman won't let you in. This guy, Hot Roller, looks like he's rich, but that doesn't prove anything. There are many scammers on the internet with a variety of scamming tactics. Tangko was really lazy. He walked inside his study and began a new round of studying. AR glasses are already in production. I thought that after getting the AR glasses, I would just take care of the people's post issues and everything would be fine. But after his father-in-law's reminder, Tangko had to start thinking about how to keep himself and his family safe. First and foremost is the level of security at home. If you're not even safe at home, let alone safe outside, therefore creating a black tech house is the top priority. Now that there are watchers scouting, they can avoid some intrusion of the curmudgeons for the time being. But in case we encounter some desperate terrorists, or death squads, etc., what if we just charge right in and kill them head-on? Killers and daredevils and whatnot sound like characters that only appear in movies. But abroad, there are many of these things that really do happen. Even the leader of a certain country has had incidents where he has been shot while marching in a parade. That's the killer profession. Ordinary people have no access to it and even think that it's a profession that only appears in movies and games. But some powerful people, they are really reachable. Especially Guan Junhao, who had been a gangster in the outer sea. Finding a killer couldn't be easier. There are just too many people who are paid to sell their lives. Therefore Tonka wants to make his home a fortress level, the kind that even a bazooka can't get in. Then there is the prevention of natural disasters. It wasn't that long ago that there was an earthquake of that magnitude, and natural disasters are really very scary. Not only will it destroy the house, it will destroy all of Dongkor's technological buildings. So prevention of natural disasters should not be neglected, not only against earthquakes, but also against typhoons, floods, fires and so on. Tangko not only had to learn about building materials, but also about material synthesis and upgrading with the black technology system. There really is so much to learn. I don't know how long I'll be busy. For the first time, he felt that his golden finger didn't seem to be as powerful as he had imagined. Or rather, his gold finger is a secondary. It was still himself that he really had to rely on. At first he thought it was something to be proud of that he wasn't dependent on the system. Right now he just wanted to be a puppet, begging the system dad to release a mission and then various gift packs to give away. All one needs to do is keep opening gift packs and doing quests to instantly rise to the top as the world's #1 inventor, traveling the universe in a spaceship and mastering an endless lifespan. Unfortunately, these things can only be thought about in your head. It's a little more practical to look down at the books on your desktop. In addition to creating a black tech house, Tangku also has to consider his safety when he's outside. He can't stay at home all day long. As nerdy as he is, he still hangs out with his wife sometimes. The bodyguard, Great White, can keep him safe, but it's not absolute. What if some daredevil, again, comes out and fights head-on? It's really hard for 1 or 2 bodyguard Great Whites to protect them. You can't go out and bring hundreds of Great Whites to follow them, can you? This gave rise to the idea of Tonka developing a shield. Yes, the shield, with Tangko's current knowledge. Just need to learn some more about electromagnetic charging to build a force field shield. In any situation, they can instantly hold up an electromagnetic force field to protect them from the slightest harm. This force field is a large electromagnetic field that defends against artillery shells. The difficulty lies in the speed of charging, and the container that holds the electromagnetic energy. After pondering for a moment, Tangko was suddenly inspired. Maybe EM energy doesn't need to be loaded. Just having something that quickly absorbs and releases electromagnetism can be just as protective. In this way, it also eliminates the need for containers to carry electromagnets. Containers capable of holding electromagnetic energy can only be as small as, say, the size of an electromagnetic cannon unit on a watchtower drone. The piece had been small, but heavy and at the same time, not portable. I can only blame it on my inability to learn how to make the container smaller. Tangku sighed, still wanting to get smaller. He would have to compress the energy particles. Honk. At this time, another message came from Tangku's cell phone. I clicked on it and it was actually a spicy roll again. Man, what the hell does this hot roll want? Tangku impatiently tapped his cell phone and hot roll actually sent him a picture. On it was a small, milky-looking loli of 11 or 12 years of age. Spicy rolls that like to change their names. Picture. Spicy rolls that like to change their names. Brother Tangku, this is my picture. Remember to pick me up at the airport tomorrow. Tanker, no. Are you for real? Hot rolls that like to change their names. Huh? Didn't we have a deal? Are you lying to me? Tangku Imang, okay. I'll pick you up at the airport then. Don't run around. Spicy rolls that like to change their names. Hee. I'll be at the Magic City Airport tomorrow at 3 p.m. I'll contact you then. Don Kirk, got it. Chapter 107, it's just a little lowly. Tangku couldn't help but hold his forehead. If the other party was really a little lowly, it would be a real mess. And her parents, don't they care? Or is it that rich parents have little control over their kids? Just like Zhang Yashuan and Jin Yamung, both parents at home have little time for each other. Let's just hope the photos are lying to him. Tangka took a deep breath to calm down. Tomorrow, no matter what, he will go to the airport to see. What if it's really a Lolita and she's been abducted? Throwing away the cluttered thoughts, Tangko once again seriously invested in the study. The afternoon flew by, and Tangko had only finished reading one book. There are countless textbooks behind him that he needs to learn. The beauty of having a system is that any knowledge that has been upgraded by the system, none of them required Tangko's personal hands-on experimentation to be thoroughly mastered. However, if it is not upgraded by the system, then it will only remain in theory, and will still not work in actual combat. Ding! Congratulations on the successful upgrade of cement clinker calcining knowledge. Obtaining the divine artisan grade cement clinker calcining technology. Closing the book, Don Cor rubbed his dry eyes. A great deal of knowledge flooded into his mind. At this moment, he became a master cementer. Not only do we have the knowledge of the construction principles of rotary kilns, coolers, dust collectors and other instruments, it also understands each step, the required temperature, heat consumption, electricity consumption, etc. to a T. This knowledge, full of mud and sand, made Tonka hurry to be a cement craftsman himself. Can't wait to make cement. To use black tech building materials, I'd also need a bigger factory. Tangka came to the table as he pondered, after greeting his wife, eating the rice cooked by Dubai, but his mind was thinking about the follow-up plan. In addition to building the house and the force field shield, Tangka still had one thing left unresolved. That's the problem of people losing their jobs. Once he boasted that he would come up with an invention that would provide jobs for countless people. It's been so long and so slow to materialize. Most of those unemployed people have already found new jobs with the organization and help of the state. Only a small number of people are still jobless. Even with a job, this delightful income is much less than it used to be. Job satisfaction is extremely low, and many have become impatient, even to the point of mass resignations. After all, the jobs arranged by the state are of mass level. Those who have been paid well would rather pick up the pieces themselves again. Let's see if we can find that small percentage of bosses that don't like to use robots, nor are they willing to take low pay and work their asses off inside a factory. Therefore the work arranged by the state can only last for a while. Over time, there will be more and more people who will become unemployed again. Don Cor must get a new invention in the meantime. And the plan in his head was to build virtual gaming pods. The existence of virtual games not only provides a large number of jobs, but also allows more people to switch careers and get into them. But this stuff involves neurological knowledge, and so it's been delayed from being formally acted upon. Luckily, Tonka already had a general route in mind, and that was to build the house first. He intends to build a neural control apparatus to control the magnetic robots and have them help build the house. The neural control instrument is exactly the kind of neurological tech that is just right for the virtual gaming pods. I'm a genius. Such a perfect plan could be thought of by me. Tangko inwardly lamented his resourcefulness. After a full meal, Clean Big White automatically runs to do the dishes. Zhang Yashuan held her fragrant cheeks. Her beautiful eyes stared at her husband and asked, "What are you thinking about? You've been in a daze. Is it hard to get teared up thinking about technology again? That's not good. That's really going to turn you into a technophile." It's a little complicated. I have to pick someone up at the airport tomorrow. Tangka touched his head, not mentioning a word about building the house. Instead talking about tomorrow. Pick up? Who? Zhang Yashuan was puzzled. She remembered that her husband didn't seem to have many friends. Is it because the country is now exploding in popularity, so those who used to be classmates and friends are coming back to us? I'm not really sure. It could be a little girl. Ugh, it's complicated. Or it could be lying to me. I'll make a trip tomorrow. You'll know then. Tangko didn't know how to explain it for a moment. The main reason is that I'm afraid that the other party will lie to me. And if I tell them, how humiliating it will be. Though they were an old married couple and any face didn't matter much anymore. Still, Tangko didn't want to make a fool of himself. So he didn't say he met a stranger on the internet. A little girl? You don't want to bring back a big beautiful girl. Zhang Yashuan's face instantly went cold. No, just a little girl, 11 or 12 or so. Don Cor snorted out a laugh. Seeing her husband's confident and serious demeanor, Zhang Yashuan nodded her head in satisfaction. It does seem to be a little girl, so that's okay. Okay, go early and come back early. Yes. The following day, Magic City Airport. The amount of traffic here is so high that people come and go. Tangko also didn't understand why so many people flew in and out every day. Are there so many successful people who have to travel for business every day? Or are they all rich and just traveling around? Looking at the airport, everyone is dressed in style, suit and tie, leather shoes and watches. At a glance, the price is not expensive. Look at their faces, refreshed and smiling with confidence. Tangko couldn't help but feel a little envious. How did they manage to catch the plane with such confidence? If it wasn't for the fact that this was the Magic City Airport, Tangku almost thought that this was a private airport. Look at Tangku. A black winter pants plus a blue down jacket, wrapped like dumplings, whereas the others are so dashing, like they're not afraid of the cold. He sat down in a corner with his cell phone and waited for half a day before he finally received a message from Spicy Roll. Spicy rolls that like to change their names. Where are you, brother Tangku? I'm getting off the plane. I didn't think it was coming. It seems to be somewhat reliable. If it was a scammer, it would never dare to come. Tangku raised his eyebrows and responded. On the exit stool, you know how I look, right? I won't send a picture. That said, it seemed like he forgot to check the other person's identity with Origins. Never mind. It's not a scam anyway. It's all about meeting and checking the hell out. Tangku shook his head and clicked on the photo of the Spicy Roll, looking at every pedestrian passing by. After waiting for a few moments, he didn't see Spicy Roll, the little loli, walk up. Just then, a beautiful girl with a shapely figure and picturesque eyebrows, wearing a black cotton jacket with a white turtleneck shirt. Underneath the gray pleated skirt was a pair of slender, large white legs covered by net stockings, supported by a pair of crystal and black heels. It made her look very tall. Chapter 108, So I'm leaving? This pretty girl wore clear-framed glasses and exuded an air of innocence and liveliness. She smiled sweetly and waved a small hand at Don Cor. Brother Tangku, you're really here. The crisp and pleasant sound is very pleasant. But Tangku froze in place. Who is this guy? Isn't he cold? Don't brother Tangku recognize me? I'm Spicy Roll. The other party spoke out again. It was then that Don Cor responded. This pretty girl in front of me is actually a hot roll? It's not. What happened to the promised 11 or 12-year-old loli? How did she suddenly grow up? Tangku's brows furrowed, his face a little less pleasant. What's wrong? Spicy Roll blinked her beautiful eyes. Don Cor sighed. I'm having a hard time. Wow. Am I ugly? Spicy Curly's small mouth pouted, her willow brows slightly knitted. A little less than happy. It's so much different from the picture. Sighed Tangku again. So I go? Spicy Roll asked. Ugh. Never mind. Come with me. Tangku's expression was very difficult. How to explain to his wife now? Did you bring it home? No way. No way. He immediately shook his head. If he brought it home, wouldn't his wife explode instantly? But if you don't bring it home, what are you going to do if your wife asks? Are you going to lie? It doesn't work either. So many great white probes in the house, and Origins for psychoanalysis. Wouldn't it be cool to be caught lying? I should have known to let Origins search for information about the other side first, just because of my own laziness. It was a big mistake. That's why people, you should never be lazy. Tangku walked in front, and Hot Roller followed behind dragging a suitcase. Seemingly realizing that he wasn't being gentlemanly enough, Tangku just took a few steps and turned back to take the suitcase. Let me get it for you. What's your name? Tangku took a deep breath and asked bashfully. Tang Yunshin. It's the same last name as brother Tangku. Spicy Roll responded with a smile. What a coincidence. What does your family do? Real estate. Ejin real estate. In vain. Tangku snapped and turned around. You said your family is in the Zhongjin real estate business? Tang Yunshin casually responded. Yeah, my dad is the old boss of Zhongjin real estate. He can love me and give me a lot of pocket money. Zhongjin Group, the biggest realtor in the Dragon Kingdom, bar none. Zhongjin real estate has plots of land all over the country, especially those first-tier cities. All of them, Zhongjin Plaza, Zhongjin Hotel, Zhongjin Villa and so on, are all the properties of Zhongjin Group. Tangku remembered that on this side of Mordor, there were still several large parcels of land that hadn't been utilized, and those big parcels of land are owned by the Zhongjin Group. Not bad, not bad. Tangku nodded with a smile, his eyes scanning Tang Yunshin's entire body. He suddenly felt that Tang Yunshin was extraordinarily obedient, and that this trip was not a mistake. Maybe he could get those big parcels of land directly through Tang Yunshin's layer of relationship. The location of his large factory, as well as his black tech house, was finally in place. The aggressive gaze made Tang Yunshin a little displeased, and she frowned. Big brother Tangku, what are you doing? At those words, Tangku realized that he had lost his temper. He lightly coughed twice and said, I said that the net you wear today. No, I mean you wear so little. Not afraid of the cold? You were just about to say tennis socks, right? Tang Yunshin said expressionlessly. No, Tangku denied it righteously. You sure said it. ULSP. Glanced at Tang Yunshin faintly. Tangku continued walking as if nothing was wrong, not answering the other party's words again. If he went any further, his own explanation would really be a cover-up, although he did cover it up. But you can't blame him for that. Any man who sees a pretty girl in the street wearing tennis socks, inevitably, both will be more concerned that the other will be afraid of the cold. Do you guys think so? so there's nothing wrong with the fact that donkers will be looking at tennis socks. The two soon stepped outside, the cold wind blowing and shivering. Tang Ke didn't have much of a problem with wearing down, but he couldn't help but look at Tang Yunshin, only to see the other party as if she didn't feel the cold wind. Her petite body didn't even shake a bit. Instead, the cold wind blew her skirt swaying and hidden, attracting the gazes of the many LSBs around her. But just as the hem of her skirt was about to float up, she suddenly reached up and pressed it down. Her vision stuck better than a pro's. The surrounding LSBs sighed darkly in pity and whirled back into proper busybodies. Rushing to their flight planes, Tang Ke tapped his cell phone at the door, and the Qilin intelligent car automatically drove over. During the minute of waiting, Tang Ke quickly typed a message into his cell phone asking for the origin. Dating an online friend from a little lowly to a big beauty. Should I bring it home to my wife? Origin, suggests the master. To be honest, good with the character of the lady, will never be angry with the master. Origin, but if the master hides the lady, it's good that he's not found out, but if he is, he can't explain it. Origin's answer is an answer summarized after combining a great deal of psychology, therefore credibility is extremely high. Donkor chose to believe in the AI he had created. So, when the two of them got into the Qilin intelligent car, they drove directly towards Tang Ke's house. I say, hot roller, you didn't really just plan to play with AR glasses when you came to see me, did you? Inside the car, Don Cole took out a large bottle of Coca-Cola from the car's refrigerator and poured it for both of them at the same time. The Kirin smart car is so smooth that the Coke doesn't spill at all. Tang Ke knew that the other party was the daughter of the old boss of the Jiangjin group. Though young, presumably not long into adulthood, 20 at most, but she's definitely not a silly girl. The education of children by the rich and powerful is very adequate, as can be seen from Zhang Yashuan and Jin Womeng. Don't look at them, one is gentle and the other is dumb. As if they haven't experienced the world, but they are actually very smart. The same goes for Tang Yunshin, who came all the way here for a pair of AR glasses. Tang Ke thought to himself that he didn't have this kind of charm yet. Brother Tang Ku is really great. This was all guessed by you. When will you publish a detective novel? Tang Yunshin smiled sweetly. Her face value is really high, though not as high as Zhang Yashuan's, but she gets extra points for being youthful and lively. Of course, Zhang Yashuan's gentleness and thoughtfulness are equally a plus. Compared to Tang Yunshin's lively and lovely, Tang Ke still liked the gentle imperial type like his wife. Maybe a detective novel after devouring the universe finishes. This aspect hadn't really occurred to Tang Ke. It's usually the case that it's only after you've written one novel that you think about what you're going to write in the next one. Even if you think about it halfway through, you often end up with a spur-of-the-moment idea that throws off your plans. It's like he was planning to write The Knife Comes Before, but now he's writing Devouring the Universe instead. If one were to write detective novels, perhaps one could write a complete Sherlock Holmes. Don't get sidetracked. You haven't said what you came for. After a big detour, Don Cor brought the topic back. Almost got sidetracked by this girl, unconsciously thinking about the novel. It was clear that he was asking the other person what he was saying, but it turned out that he almost got into the other person's trap. This girl is not simple. It's good that his wife is not so powerful, otherwise he really cannot manage. Chapter 109, A Fan's Request for Help. Being said so by Tang Ke, Tang Yunshin's face was a little less natural. She did come over for other things, and the AR glasses were but one of them. I do have a favor to ask. Tang Yunshin's red lips lightly pursed a mouthful of cola, not changing the subject this time. She was silent for a small moment, after organizing her words. Only then did he speak again. My grandfather has cancer. It's in the mid to late stages, and there's no technology that can save him at this point. Hearing this, Tang Ke was first puzzled, but when the other party said the word technology, he instantly understood. Nice guy. Hot Roller is trying to get his help to save his grandfather. Tang Ke himself didn't even think that he was such an omnipotent being in the eyes of others. You can't decide what to do, can't you? I know, it's a bit of a pushover, but you're the only one who has any hope of being able to save my grandfather. Tang Yunshin's emotions became a bit agitated. She turned her head toward Tang Ke, her tone sincere. You have created so many miracles, spanning several industries, all of which have managed to create world-leading black technology. There must be something you can do about the medical side of things, too, right? At this point, she seemed to notice that she was a bit out of line and couldn't help but sound off. She sat upright again and looked at the expressionless Tang Ke, the light in her beautiful eyes becoming a little darker. I'm sure it's still a bit of a pushover. Tang Ke is not a god. How can he be involved in every industry? What's more, why would anyone else want to develop black technology in medicine for her grandfather? Tang Ke listened and was silent for a small moment. How long does your grandfather probably have? The doctor said 4 months at most. Tang Yunshin lowered her head sadly. 4 months, a bit of a stretch, but not impossible. The words Tang Ko added afterward caused Tang Yunshin to violently raise her head. The color was renewed in her beautiful eyes, bright as the twinkling of stars. What did you just say? Tang Yunshin said eagerly. I said, I'm capable of saving it, but it will be in a hurry. Tang Ko wasn't angry either, able to understand the other party's mood. But there are a few conditions. You name it, I can fulfill it all. Tang Yunshin's pretty face was serious. All can be met? Tang Ko inwardly crooked, and in the next moment collected his strange thoughts. This is no time for jokes. Alright then, let me start with my conditions. First of all, those big pieces of land that your Jiangjin group owns in the Magic City. I need them, Tang Ko said with a straight face. Secondly, this technology I built requires you to spend money to buy it, and I'll give a reasonable price for it. And I definitely won't ask for too much. As long as we can save my grandfather. It's not a problem. Tang Yunshin nodded. Life was priceless, and even if it meant dumping her family's money, she was willing to do it. Her parents had the same idea. The trip to Mordor was discussed with my parents. Her parents said that if Tang Ko really had the ability to do this, they could agree to any conditions. Well, other things, not thinking about it, when the time comes. It seemed like Tang Ko didn't seem to have any other needs other than those two conditions. There is naturally a fee for asking him to build the tech. It just so happened that he needed the land and used it as a bargaining chip to get him out. The materials used to build the technology were bound to be impossible to be borne by Tang Ko, so it was only right that the Jiangjin group would pay for it. It wouldn't be too much to ask for more conditions, but there's no point. It's better to take a step back rather than take advantage of the situation. Not only would it gain the favor of the Jiangjin group, but it might further become an ally. Thank you, really thank you, brother Tang Ko. In the future, you'll be our family's benefactor. If there's anything we need, we're absolutely obliged. Tang Yunshin's tone was extremely cautious, as could be felt from the change in address. The gratitude in her heart was beyond words. The only way to return the favor is to do so in the future. Alright, home. Tang Ko smiled slightly and took the lead in getting out of the car. While the two were talking, the Qilin intelligent car had already returned to Tang Ko's doorstep. Tang Ko somewhat nervously pushed open the door of his home and walked inside with the bright and colorful Tang Yunshin. Back, the one you were talking about. At that moment, Zhang Yashuan's voice came from inside the house, and she walked out from the corner. When she saw the net-stocking beauty behind her husband, her voice stopped straight away. Aha! This is Spicy Roll. Ah no, it's Tang Yunshin, Jiangjin Group's daughter-in-law. Tang Ko immediately opened his mouth to explain, fearing that his wife would just make a scene. Where's the promised 11 or 12-year-old lowly? Zhang Yashuan said expressionlessly. This. Tang Ko snapped to attention. He had forgotten to ask about this. He turned his head to Tang Yunshin. What's with that picture of yours? Tang Yun sniffed and replied. When I was a kid. What happened? What are you sending me pictures of your childhood for? Tang Ko asked. Stunned. Ha, it's all me anyway, so it's pretty much the same whichever one I send. Tang Yunshin giggled playfully. Tang Ko suddenly had a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. He was really screwed over by this girl. You didn't come here on purpose to mess with me, did you? Or is this girl interested in him? If that was the case, Tang Ko absolutely had to be clearly determined to do so. He really couldn't muster up any interest in this girl. In his opinion, Tang Yunshin was just about the same age as Jin Yamon, both just little girls. But wives don't always see it that way. Zhang Yashuan stood quietly in front of the two, her eyes scrutinizing Tang Yunshin. Suddenly, a smile reappeared on his wife's face. Don't all stand around. Come on in. Zhang Yashuan's reaction made Tang Ko somewhat unintelligible, which could be felt from that smile just now. It was like a sigh of relief in his wife's mind, and her beautiful eyes showed confidence and relief. Is it possible to tell what the other person is just by looking at them? Okay. Tang Yunshin playfully followed Zhang Yashuan into the house. Don Cor touched his head in bewilderment. I guess I still don't know enough about girls. The imagined plot didn't happen, and what Origins told Doncor was really accurate. Zhang Yashuan didn't get angry over this matter, but what the reason was, Tang Ko was confused. To clear up the confusion, the three were in the living room. Doncor made a point of typing in a question about Origins and what the hell is going on. The resultant Origin reply is that women know best. It is because they know each other so well that they can tell whether the other person is green tea or not in just one look. Obviously, Tang Yunshin was not some green tea, but a good girl. Therefore, Zhang Yashuan didn't reject it, but instead welcomed it with a smile. Sister Yashian, in fact, not only am I a fan of old Tang, I'm also a fan of yours. Tang Yunshin laughed. My fans? Zhang Yashuan's eyes showed a thoughtful color, and she said indistinctly, I just heard Tang Ko say that your name is Spicy Roll? I remember that my list one name is called Spicy Roll that doesn't lack money. It wouldn't be. He. Sister Yashian is so smart. It's me. Tang Yunshin nodded. I didn't think it would be such a coincidence. No, it wasn't a coincidence, but this girl was actually her top one. In that case, wouldn't it become a fan meeting? Now, Zhang Yashuan became even more enthusiastic about Tang Yunxin. The two women chatted happily in the living room as if they had been bosom friends for years. Zhang Yashuan even took the initiative to go to the house and take out the AR glasses to teach Tang Yunxin how to use them. Only Tang Ke was so bored that he was playing with his cell phone there. After a few moments it was just too boring, so went back to the study alone to read. 110. Nanomedical Technology. Originally, building a house was the primary plan, but Tang Yunxin's appearance forced Tang Ke to change his plans, not just for the land, but also with yourself and your family in mind. All people live and die, and technology is designed to minimize illness. If possible, one would also hope that technology would allow one to live a long life, or even live forever on Earth. Danko and his family get sick, and medical care is a necessity. As for eternal life and all that, it's a bit far away though, but it's not impossible for Tang Ke, who has black technology, to realize it. For example, genetic modification. Back inside the study, Tang Ke flipped through some books on medical care. This type of book was a bit scarce, so Tang Ke picked up his cell phone and sent a message to Chen Zimmer, asking him to help bring over some medical books. Since we're building tech for medical, let's just build a universal medical pod. No matter how severe the injury or illness, both internal and external injuries will be treated once inside this medical pod, and then come out in one piece. It sounds and feels unlikely, but with full control of the nanobots, these operations can be easily accomplished. Even cancerous tumors can be eliminated by nanobots. There are two prevailing views on nanobots. Some fear that nanobots are uncontrollable and will easily eliminate humans. After all, it's only nanosized, so humans can't even see it if they don't gather together. Another believes that the nanobots will become the body's fourth blood cell. It can completely survive in the human bloodstream, removing oil and blood clots in the blood, and serving to unclog the blood vessels. For both points of view, Tang Ke felt that neither was useful. The ones who would worry about nanobots getting out of control are total apocalyptic fantasists speaking, and those who said to implant nanobots into the human body. Tang Ke didn't think that was necessary. Without nanobots living in the bloodstream, humans would not be missing anything and would still be alive and well. When you need to use the nanobots, just go inside the medical bay again. After recognizing the direction, Dunk continued to read the Encyclopedia of Home Care in his hand. Everything has to be taken one step at a time and not rushed. It's only 4 months, though, if not less, but Tang Ke believed that with his learning ability, and the black technology system, definitely able to build a nanomedical pod in that time. Evening, the trio of Don Cole, his wife, and Spicy Rolls are at home after enjoying top-notch food from Great White. Tang Yunxin continued to fiddle with the AR glasses from her living room position. I could tell she really liked the AR glasses. Seeing the world through glasses really has a different fun and feeling. It's the kind of feeling that can mesmerize anyone. She'll probably be playing over here for a while, so why don't you take Spicy Roll to Jin Yu Meng's house? It just so happens that girl Meng Meng is home alone and quite lonely. Tang Ke, who was sitting at the dining table, said to Zhang Yashuan. Zhang Yashuan looked at her husband and nodded slightly. She understood what Don Cor meant. Apart from the AR glasses, Tang Yunxin had come over because she wanted Tang Ke to help save her grandfather. Regarding this matter, in the afternoon, Tang Yunxin had already spoken to Zhang Yashuan. Therefore, Tang Yunxin wouldn't go home so soon. Instead she would stay in Magic City for a while. It would seem too impersonal to let her go out and stay in a hotel. But if she's allowed to live in Donkor's house, even if she didn't have any relationship with Tang Ke in that regard, Zhang Yashuan would still be a little less comfortable inside. After all, this was where the two of them spent their time together. How can an outsider live here? What's that like? But this kind of thing is something that requires Tang Ke to know how to reason. If only Zhang Yashuan brought it up, it would look like she had no trust in her husband. Luckily, Don Cor is a man of reason. Even though he treated Tang Yunxin as a little girl, he would consider his wife's feelings. Tang Ke's initiative to let Tang Yunxin stay at Jin Yuming's house was a very correct behavior. Thank you, dear. Zhang Yashuan kissed Tang Ke on the cheek and didn't say anything more. Tang Yunxin, who was playing with the AR glasses, saw Zhang Yashuan walking towards her. Immediately, she asked, Sister Yashian, wouldn't these glasses be a godsend if you were to take a sneak peek? Zhang Yashuan froze, never expecting the other party to say this issue that she had never noticed before. No, if it's in photo mode, a photo alert will appear on the outer lens to inform those around you. Tang Ke also walked this way. And if it's an emergency, such as being kidnapped, when you need to secretly film the other person's face, you can call the police, and the AR glasses will automatically turn on the video recording function, and it won't be noticed by the other party. This is something Donkor has considered. It was only that the glasses Tang Yunshin was using now were a test product, so she hadn't gotten these features. Quite thoughtful. Tang Yunshin marveled. Yunshin, come with me, I'll take you next door to have some fun. Zhang Yashuan took Tang Yunshin's slender arm and walked outside. Is it to find Mo? As a fan of Zhang Yashuan, he naturally knew Jin Wumeng. After all, the two interact regularly and the neighborly relationship has long been known to all. Right, let's go. Zhang Yashuan took Tang Yun to the opposite house to find Jin Yumeng to play with. Tang Ke then went back to the house to update the chapters of the novel. The story of devouring the universe was so long that even Tang Ke, who was updating 30,000 words a day, couldn't even finish it in a short period of time. And there were a lot of details with the spin-off story that Dunk doesn't quite remember anymore. It's safe to say that devouring the universe is gradually turning into Dunko's own original story. Instead of fearing that he would punt as a result, he felt the joy of the challenge. All of Dunko's previous works are from the last greats he carried. In fact, he still wished, in his heart, to be able to write a book of his own, instead of being a mover and shaker forever. In any case, the glory, in fact, belonged to the great men of the last world, not to himself. Even if the technology is manufactured, half the credit belongs to the system. His accomplishments to date are strictly speaking, none of the stuff was done by him alone. Therefore Tang Ke was longing in his heart to be able to write a book of his own. And this original episode of Devouring the Universe was the first step he took. Passionate creative writing that deeply immerses him in the plot of his novels. Without realizing it, it was already 11 o'clock at night. His yardage for the day amounted to 36,000 words. If I continue to code, I might reach 40,000 words or so. Such a speed of coding has set a world record. Unlike some author who writes about black tech and is as slow as a snail with a guaranteed 6,000 words. Hearing his wife's footsteps on the stairs, Tang Ke then stopped the coding work in his hands. Chapter 111 Water Conservation. Click. The door to the room opened and his wife walked in as Tang Ke expected. Where's Tang Yunshin? Staying at Meng Meng's house? Tang Ke picked up the cup of water and took a sip. Well, stay. Not only is she on my list, but she's also on Mo's list, and they're quite playful. Zhang Yashuan walked to her husband's side and habitually pinched his back. Tang Ke lapsed into silence. His wife didn't make a sound either, and the room became very silent. After a moment, he still couldn't help but ask out loud. When you saw me bring Tang Yunshin back today, were you angry? There are some things that can't be hidden. If a couple has something on their mind that they don't talk about, it will build up and fester. When the day comes for the conflict to erupt, the consequences will be unimaginable. Zhang Yashuan laughed softly. At first it was a bit but after I thought about it, you don't have the guts to tease a girl and bring her home. This. Tang Ke snapped and touched his head, taking the initiative to explain. I was originally thinking that the other party should be a liar, and that I shouldn't be able to pick up anyone in the past, so I didn't tell you. Then why don't you use Origin to check on the other side? Zhang Yashuan casually said. I was studying last night and forgot about it, and only remembered today when I was waiting for her, but she had already told me about it, so I didn't bother checking. Tang Ke was filled with embarrassment, feeling so stupid. When he first thought about the route of technological development, he felt that he was obviously very witty. How is it that so many details are forgotten when it comes to such things? Zhang Yashuan sighed without a good breath. She reached up and stroked her husband's hair and laughed bitterly. Like a fool. Remember to tell me about this later. It's not like I'm going to laugh at you. Zhang Yashuan didn't have the heart to say, if I was a liar back then, I'm afraid you're sleeping on a flyover right now. She and her husband met in the first place through online dating. Little cutie. Hubby is actually stupid enough to come over to her and isn't afraid that she's a liar. He. It's worth it to have such a beautiful looking heavenly fairy to lie to me. Tang Ke grabbed his wife's white palm and giggled. Zhang Yashuan gave her husband a blank look, not eating him at all. Yes, let's take a shower. Let's go. Hey, no, I told you to take a shower. What are you pulling me for? Conserve water. Tang Ke didn't give his wife a chance to resist at all and directly brought her into the bathroom. Water conservation is everyone's responsibility. Early the next morning, Tang Ke was woken up by his wife and the two of them brushed their teeth and washed their faces together. Put on your workout clothes and kick off your morning run. Two bodyguards, the Great White, ran to follow in the rear, with the watchers following above. Even though they are in their own neighborhood, Danko still carries them. After several laps, Tang Ke was drenched in sweat. Compared to before, when I was tired and weak after one lap, the improvement is quite significant. Brother Tang, there's an awesome hot pot restaurant opened over at the South Road Food Street. Why don't we go over there and eat today as a meet and greet gift for Yun Xin? A fan, how about it? Standing in front of his house, Tang Ke heard a young girl's delicate voice, coming from the opposite villa. When he looked up, he saw Jean Woman on the third floor waving at him. Next to her, there were spicy rolls. The two women looked expectant, obviously looking for someone to pay the bill. While fondue money is nothing to them, they just love the feeling of having someone else treat them. Money or not is not the most important thing. It's the fun that counts. Hot pot in the morning? Out of your mind. I'm not going. Tang Ke waved his hand and turned directly into his house. Old Tang isn't going yet. Why don't we go by ourselves? Tang Yunshin asked. The two of us go to what hot pot to eat, more people to enjoy. Kim Woo-mo instantly vetoed it, and she lay down on the windowsill and waited. A moment later, a silhouette came into view. She immediately shouted at Zhang Yashuan. Yashuan, let's go out to eat hot pot together. I heard that there's a super tasty hot pot restaurant in the food street on South Road. It's newly opened. Fondue? Zhang Yashuan, who had run one more lap than Tang Ke, wiped the sweat stains with the towel on her shoulder. She looked over at her best friend and cried, we haven't even had breakfast yet. Why don't we go at noon? Okay, wow. But Lao Tang has to pay for it. Jin Yuemeng was overjoyed. Okay. If he doesn't pay the bill, I'll beat him up. Zhang Yashuan smiled sweetly. Then I'll go back first. I'll see you at noon. Yeah. Jin Yuemeng happily gave Tang Yunshin a high five. Since the Great White has been integrated into life, the restaurant industry has been impacted by Chef Great White, and in the vast majority of restaurants today, Great White is at the helm. It was expected that the restaurant industry would not survive in the future, but people were surprised to find out there are still some old stores that have survived in this environment. Instead of hitting their revenues, the Great White has driven them to better profits. Upon investigation, it was found that these long-established stores were there because they had exclusive recipes, or unique cooking techniques. These things were passed down from the ancestors and were not passed out. Therefore, Big White did not have their secret recipe either and could not have any effect on these old stores. For a while, countless people woke up in shock. Those who have exclusive recipes have started to go into the restaurant business. With an exclusive recipe in this Big White vertical restaurant industry, hard to kill a bloody road. On top of that, there are those who look at what the Great White can't offer. That's the theme restaurant, like what anime-themed restaurants, maid-themed restaurants, board game-themed restaurants and so on. These things are part of a service type of industry that Chef Big White can't give. The food at these restaurants doesn't demand the best. The service and fun are the main focus. These themed restaurants, likewise, are getting a piece of the pie in the midst of this change. That's how times have changed, and the changes that have been brought about. People who weren't originally in the restaurant industry, but because they saw an opportunity in the restaurant industry, when others quit catering, they chose to go against the wind. Boldness and vision have made them earn a lot of money today. This new hot pot restaurant that Kim Woo-mang was talking about, although opened late, but also because of the exclusive sauce, gained the majority of the people's praise. Rapid rise. Zhang Yashuan walked into the house, and the sound of the shower in the bathroom just turned off. Don Cor rubbed his hair and stepped out of it. Mo said she wants to eat hot pot. Why don't we go there at noon? Zhang Yashuan patted her husband's arm as she spoke. Not bad. With this period of exercise, you've become as sturdy as before again. That's right. Tang Ke was a bit smug. Let's have hot pot for lunch. And by the way, call Chen Zimo up. He's on good terms with Meng Meng, and there's something I need to find him for. It was a bit awkward to go out with 3 girls when he was the only guy. If it's just Kim Woo-mo, forget it. It's barely acceptable. But then there's a Tang Yunshin, and it's just too yin and yang. So Tang Ke decided to call Chen Zimo up, and by the way, asked him to bring books on medical and nano. After breakfast, Tang Ke was alone in his study quietly reading a book. He didn't come out of his study until around noon. A warm and unobtrusive wardrobe was selected from the check room for a simple ensemble. When you go out with your wife, it's better to dress nice. It's much more casual if you're just going out on your own. He and his wife walked out of the house together, and across the street, Jin Yumeng and Tang Yunshin also happened to walk out. The 4 of them rode in the Kirin Intelligent car all the way to the South Road Food Street. Chapter 112, Meeting Brother Pippi. The South Road food court was bustling with people. Just the streets were filled with tons of customers coming in and out, and the aroma of the food wafted. Adds a bit of heat to this winter season. Chen Zimo also came over in the Kirin Intelligent car today. After all, he had to bring a lot of books with him, and there was no room for his locomotive. And it's a cold day, so it's better to be comfortable with the heat in the car. He's been waiting here in the street for a long time. Seeing Tang Ke's car stop, he immediately walked up holding the books. Brother Tang, these are the books you wanted. Chen Zimo smiled and handed over a pile of thick books. Don Cole got out of the car and nodded his head in acceptance, casually placing the books in the car. Tang asked you to come. Ha? Eating hot pot together? Jin Yuemeng got out of the car and asked with a smile. Yes. Chen Zimo nodded, a faint light flickering in his eyes. Obviously, He was far less calm inside than he appeared to be at the moment. Every boy can't hold back inside when he sees his favorite girl. His name is Chen Zimo, and this is Tang Yunshin. Tang Ke briefly introduced the two. I know. The last time I watched the live broadcast I recognized Chen Zimo, the one who drives fast. Tang Yunshin took the initiative to reach out. Hello. It was only then that Chen Zimo reacted to the fact that there were other people around, and he immediately reached out and gently shook hands with the other party. After Chen Zimo responded politely, the five of them walked in towards the food court. The two bodyguards, Great White, were close behind them. The bodyguards hired by father-in-law, on the other hand, were standing in a more spread-out position, like a movie secret agent. Hide yourself among the crowd. There was also a watchman drone flying out of the Kirin vehicle, capturing information at high altitude. The deeper you go into the food court, the more pedestrians there are. There were also many big white robots following some of the people, and the surrounding children didn't show their curiosity. The Great White has been thoroughly integrated into people's lives, and people around them are not surprised by it. The wind was chilly outside, but it warmed up inside the food court. The owners of multiple stores were frantically fanning their food, and the smell of strong spices filled the air. Attracted customers by a few skewers of snacks to eat on the go, carry the aroma of the food farther and attract more people to the store to buy the food. Due to the presence of exclusive specialties or secret recipes, anything that shows up in the food court is almost always unique. So customers wanting to eat those things they just saw will have to explore the stores that have those delicacies in order to do so. There is no competition of the same type, and the stores are naturally doing brisk business. In fact, as long as food and beverage outlets still exist today, revenues are higher than ever. Those customers who aren't in the restaurant business are really enjoying this onslaught of restaurants, because the ones that survive are the stores that have their own specialties. It's either delicious or fun. It's simply a foodie's delight. Tang Ku and the others couldn't help but want to buy some food on the way, but the thought of having hot pot later forced him to resist the urge. They arrived outside a hot pot restaurant called Cauldron, and the line of people sat outside in 3 whole rows. So many people, how long do we have to wait in line? Tang Ke's jaw dropped. Change the family? Shin Zimo inquired. No, I know people. Jean Wulmeng hummed softly in triumph and proudly pushed the door into the store. Warm air heat streaming in from inside the store. All the tables in the first floor lobby were filled with customers eating sweaty, rolling, spicy food. She greeted the bald fat man standing in the doorway, bashfully. Yo, Gua. I didn't expect it. I actually came today. Did I keep my place? The interior of the store is decorated in gold and blue, with lighting reflections that give the space an orange-red hue. Huge wall paintings with a cauldron emblazoned on them hang on the walls, as well as some history about this hot pot restaurant and its origins. The bald fat man froze, then laughed out loud, his voice rough. So it's Mang. Of course I have stayed. I said that I will absolutely stay a private room to wait for you. His obese body seemed to be squeezed out from the front desk, and he was slightly agitated, leading the way for Tang Ku and the others. So you know the owner here? Zhang Yashuan said curiously. Jean Yumlin laughed playfully twice and said as he walked, Wei is a friend of my dad's who used to do motorcycle sales. Hearing her words, Tang Ku and the others nodded. No wonder this Guahead was so enthusiastic about Jean Yumeng. It turned out that it wasn't because of Jean Yumeng, but because of Jean Yumeng's father. Looks like the fondue was a long time in the making. Thinking of this, Tang Ku couldn't help but laugh dumbly. Come. Your private room is on the 3rd floor. Absolutely good location. Guahead said. As long as Mang you come, you will absolutely keep the best private room. Guahead led them to the elevator and helicoptered to the 3rd floor. This private room has never been used for anyone else. It's specifically for entertaining Mang. The crowd made their way to the deepest part of the corridor and there was a large double door booth positioned at the end. Guahead smiled and just pushed open the heavy door. Instead, they saw a young man sitting inside, holding up his cell phone and chattering. Let me tell you, this is the Netflix hot pot restaurant in the South Road Food Street. I couldn't find a location, but I did find an unoccupied private room. Let me show you the environment here. Suddenly, this youth realized that the door of the private room was pushed open, and was filled with embarrassment. Sorry boss, peeps? Guahead was just about to get angry when Tang Ke's voice came from the back. He stepped forward and appeared in front of his opponent. The youth in the private room was no one else but Pippi brother, who had previously gone through the group fight pile with Tang Ku. Big brother Tang Ku? Brother Pippi was instantly delighted. He looked at the people around him and immediately smiled sarcastically. Sister-in-law is here too. And Mo, how are you guys? This is your private room. I'll let you have it. Pippi greeted him with a smile, and just as he got up he suddenly remembered something. He patted his chest to Tang Ku and the others. I'm very sorry for disturbing your pleasure, so feel free to order, and I'll pay for this hot pot. At those words, The crowd looked at each other. It's too much of a coincidence to say that I didn't expect to run into Brother Pippi here. Of those present, Bosqua Tu and Chen Zimo didn't recognize Brother Pippi. Both Jin Yameng and Zhang Yashuan were Douyin anchors, and as people who had participated in the ceremony, they naturally knew about Brother Pippi. Not much of a crossover, but definitely know each other. And Tang Yunshin was a person who loved watching live broadcasts, and more or less recognized some of the well-known figures in the live broadcasting world. As for Tang Ke, that didn't need to be said. He even saved Pippi brother's life back then. If it wasn't for him, I'm afraid Pippi would have been caught in the crossfire of that group fight. When he first left, Brother Pai Pai himself said that he would invite Tang Ke to dinner sometime. To this day he has never forgotten it. Only every time he tried to ask Tang Ke out, he was rejected. This time, by chance, Pippi brother naturally would not let go of this perfect opportunity. In the end, everyone's eyes were on Tang Ke. Ask for his opinion. The corners of Tang Ke's mouth rose as he smiled. Since we're acquaintances, let's eat together. Hot pot is all about being lively to have soul. Yes, let's eat together. More people are lively, Zhang Yashuan also said with a smile. Instead of immediately agreeing, Brother Pippi looked to the others. He detected friendliness in everyone's eyes before responding with a soft smile. Thank you all so much then. I'll turn off the live feed now. It's fine. It's good to keep it for the audience to crave. Tang Ke laughed. The small group of people in the live room sniffed and loved and hated it. Good lord. All I can say is, it's the same old familiar Don. Just nifty outrageous. I would have been a little upset that with such a deluxe live lineup, Pippi is actually turning it off. But what I never expected was that old Tang would be so poisonous. It's a good thing it wasn't late at night or I would have called the police. Police, it's out of my hands. That said, it's been a long time since I've seen Lao Tang appear in the live broadcast. I miss it. Chapter 113, Shot and Killed. Scared everyone. The Cauldron Hot Pot restaurant was quite busy with a growing line. Even if they have to wait an hour or two for their food, customers still buy it. The private room of Tang Ke and the others was equally lively. Although there was an extra Pippi brother, he could talk and fit in quickly. The two bodyguards, big white, one in the doorway position and one standing in the window position. It was as if the two statues were motionless. The hot pot bubbled with hot steam and the reddish soup base boiled. Plates of freshly sliced meat were served, along with several plates of sauce with a rich, mellow flavor, the restaurant's secret sauce. The big pot hot pot relies on this sauce to do such a hot business. Tang Ke chucked a slice of cooked beef and dipped it in some of these secret sauces. The moment you put it in your mouth, you feel a rich sauce hitting your taste buds. There's also spicy and numbness touching together for great flavor. Everyone's eyes glazed over at the same time. The smell. Extinct. It's not that I'm bragging. Family, it's really too delicious. Those who are in Magic City must try this hot pot restaurant. It's really so delicious. Brother Pippi's expression was as if he had ascended to immortality. He said to the live broadcast, the deliciousness of this moment can no longer be expressed in words. This feeling is like your first hand punch, full of unknown exhilaration. Dongko, Zhang Yashuan, Kim Wumeng, Chen Zimmer, Tang Yunshin, 666. A marvelous analogy from Pippi. Sherbari Anchor, reported, good lord, why is a hot pot so astringent? Is it really good to drive in front of so many beautiful women? It's worthy of being Pippi brother. It's really brazen. All three girls are so pretty. Who is that young lady next to Yashin's sister and Meng Meng? Green Cloud, cute. Think. There are countless LSPs among those watching the live stream. They like to look at the girls in addition to the food. The three pretty girls in the booth became the focus of their attention. One led the way and the other LSPs bubbled over. Based on my netting of beautiful women, this person is not an anchor woman. To be able to play with these people like Tang Ke, their identities are definitely not simple. Judging from their expressions, they should not be relatives, but belong to the category of friends. The crowd spoke one word to another, speculating on Tang Yunshin. Brother Pippi, who was watching the live streaming pop-ups, couldn't help but sizing up this big beauty named Tang Yunshin. Mo is also very enthusiastic about this girl, which means Mo knows her as well. Yashin's sister's fans and Meng Meng's fans all came over here, but the only thing missing today is a big tycoon, and he didn't appear in any of the live broadcast rooms. The only thing missing is a big tycoon? A big guy on Meng Meng and Yashin's list? The water friends were shocked, and all kinds of pop-ups frantically crossed the screen. That means, hiss, got it. This guy wouldn't be Hot Roller, would he? Spicy rolls? I think I remember she did plan to ask Dunk for AR glasses. Good lord, is it really a spicy roll? Stranger, my hot rolled wife ran off to Ben present? Win, scram. Spicy roll is my wife. Coming to this conclusion, countless people gasped out in shock. Brother Pippi similarly froze as he looked up at Tang Yunshin and tentatively asked, that, at the risk of asking, may I ask if MS Tang watches Doin live? Tang Yunshin laughed lightly, before she could say anything. Next to her, Jean Woman grabbed the first reply. Of course I'll watch it. Spicy Roll is a top 1 fan of my sister Yashin and I. Her voice fell into the live stream and the LSB stirred. They were right in their assumptions. And for a while, the live stream was filled with people yelling, "Rich girl, hungry, hungry, rice." Who wouldn't love such a beautiful rich woman? Pippi was surprised and immediately expressed the feelings in his heart. He really knows his way around people, and instantly mobilizes Hot Roller's interest in the conversation. In his opinion, the hot pot was not only a token of gratitude to Tang Ko, but also an opportunity to get to know him. Pippi brother, this is with the people around Tang Ko, laying the foundation of the relationship. Even Chen Zimo was driven up by him and chatted freely. The fondue was a hilarious affair, both live and on air. This get-together was more like a party. The only one who was really enjoying the food was Tang Ko, who ate with his mouth full of oil. Zhang Yashuan interjected a few words into the crowd's conversation from time to time. Seeing her husband eating like this, she couldn't help but bitterly draw a napkin and wipe the grease from the corners of her mouth. Yashian, you eat it too. The flavor of this sauce is really fantastic. Tang Ko chewed on the beef meatballs and spat out the words indistinctly. Don't eat when you're full. Look at you. Just like a starving ghost. Zhang Yashuan didn't have the good sense to say. It was after 12 when they came over. And now it's 2 o'clock. Everyone else was full, but Tang Ko was the only one still here. Is the stomach a bottomless pit? Well, no more. Too full. Don Cor leaned back in his chair, took a toothpick and bit it in his mouth, rubbing his stomach. He felt like he could hardly even get up now. He was really too braced. All this time working out is probably going to be lost in this meal. DDT. Suddenly, vibrations came from both Tang Ko and Zhang Yashuan's cell phones at the same time, as well as an urgent ringing sound. The crowd froze, and Tang Ko hadn't had time to take out his cell phone to check. A sharp alarm sound also came from the 2 bodyguards, Great White, and their statue-like bodies moved at this moment. There was a noise and a shriek from the street outside the window. Tang Ko immediately realized something was wrong, and his butt just left the chair, only to be propped up by his stomach and sit down again. He immediately shouted, "Great White, protect Yashian!" Bang! Accompanying the fall of his words, the glass window inside the private room violently exploded. A bullet came rushing in from an unknown distance, shattering the glass and pointing straight at Tang Ko's head. When the bullet was less than a meter away from Tang Ko, one of Big White's palms blocked the path of the trajectory. Copper gold bullets spun and struck Great White's palms, rubbing off starlight sparks. Great White's palms were dented by the bullets, and the pliable air cushion cushioned the force of the bullets. Immediately following the inflatable palm flick, the bullet fell to the ground with a ding. The bodyguard, Dubai, is an inflatable robot but has a layer of alloy on its exterior, have the flexibility to resist strong forces at the same time. The sudden turn of events left the people in the booth stunned. Sniper? Asterisk. What's going on? Is this a movie? Don't scare me. It's not really a shooting scene, is it? Naya, the glass is shattered, and it looks like Big White took a bullet just now. Don Cor suffered a shooting? The people in the live room stared in disbelief. Many people felt that it was just a neat trick, a joke that Tang Ko had played on them, but the next scene told everyone, it's not in play. Bang, bang, bang. Abruptly, the heavy door was kicked open, and several men raised their pistols and fired directly at Tang Ko, but it was blocked with the palm of his hand by Great White, who was standing in the doorway. Great White reacted extremely quickly, and the moment he blocked the bullets, he attacked several men. The other side started with the second shot, all of which hit the ceiling and walls. The wind of the Great White fist swept through the air, as fast as lightning. A few muffled puffs instantly put down 3 men. The opponent's silenced pistol fell to the ground and was kicked into the interior of the booth by Great White. Chapter 114 Kill Mode. Swept away. Chen Zimmer and Brother Pippi subconsciously wanted to go over and pick up the pistol for defense. But just then, a watcher drone hovered outside the window. An opening opened beneath it and a gun barrel extended from within. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Several lightning-like beams shot out of the muzzle, striking the dark pistol with precision. The lightning instantly destroyed the 3 pistols on the ground, gun parts blowing apart in all directions. Sound came from the corridor outside the private room, ceramic glass and other artifacts bursting into pieces in succession, and the dull sounds of a fight gradually approached. Tang Ko's face was a bit ugly as he took out his cell phone from his pocket. The moment the cell phone sounds an alarm, it means that the watchman has discovered the presence of the gun. All the bodyguards of the Tang Ko family will be the first to receive the message. Origins would also immediately notify all the nearby Great White robots to come over and protect Tang Ko. A message will also be posted to the police to come to the rescue. But even with so much protection, people were still rushing up or sneaking into the 3rd floor, and beating down the door with weapons. Even someone with a sniper rifle from a distance? Good lord. This is the Dragon Kingdom where weapons are strictly forbidden. Trying to bring weapons in here is extremely difficult, expensive and costly, unless it's a homemade weapon. But judging from all the manifestations just now, it was clearly not a homemade weapon, because the other side's silenced pistols were so well made, as well as the sniper rifle in the distance. Definitely a large caliber mass destruction sniper from the bullets. Luckily, the great white he had built was much more powerful, so it didn't take a single damage. Tangka's eyes flashed with a hint of ferocity as he looked at the few options that popped up on his phone. He directly selected the sniper and clicked kill mode. Since the other party wanted him dead, he had to be prepared to be killed. As for capturing each other alive, getting information about each other, or whatever, it's not necessary at all. With origins in hand, are you afraid you won't be able to find out the identity of the other party? And Don Cor hasn't offended anyone that would want him dead. Definitely the Hoff, or those foreign scumbags. Killing a sniper wouldn't have much impact, and there's all these guys with handguns in the neighborhood anyway. The moment Tangko pressed it, the watchman drone turned its head directly to lock onto the sniper 2,000 meters away. Buzz! Blue-white energy photons converged on the mouth of the watcher's cannon, and a ball of energy light with lightning gradually enlarged. Abruptly, this ball of energy light was like a long rainbow shooting out sharply. The sniper, more than 2,000 meters away, was about to make his second shot. Through the scope, however, there was only a blue-white flash, as if a bolt of lightning had fallen from the sky. Boom! The glass of the empty floor of the office building instantly exploded as a loud noise fell. Berserk energy particles swept in like a thunderstorm, shooting the sniper's sniper rifle out. It raged up the sniper's rifle and went straight through the sniper's skull. With a pfft sound, its head instantly exploded like a watermelon, blood and brain matter splattering all over the place. The electromagnetic cannon was like a thunderous onslaught, unstoppable. It penetrated the entire office building before slowly dissipating. The electromagnetic energy left only a long scorched black mark on the floor of this unoccupied office building, and a headless body. Did something just happen? I think I saw a flash of blue light. Looks like the lightning that destroyed the pistol just now, doesn't it? No, the lightning that destroyed the pistol is a bit different from the dazzling blue light just now. I can't see it. The signal in the live room suddenly cut out for a moment just now. Good lord, I have a feeling that old Dawn just did something ungodly. There was an uproar in the live room. The moment the electromagnetic cannon gathered energy, it released an electromagnetic pulse that blocked all signals, so the live feed only saw a flash of light before disconnecting. What was that thing that just destroyed the pistol? It looks like it came from the Watcher. The Watcher still has this thing? I'm not sure, but it feels powerful. It seems a bit powerful. The pistol is knocked out. Definitely Tonka added some kind of weapon inside the drone. I feel like it's a powerful electric shock. You're telling me that thing was an electric shock? It felt like lightning to me. It should be an electric shock. Except it's high-powered in only a momentary burst. And if I'm right, the drone doesn't have any more energy to release. Indeed, it's already impressive that such a small drone can have the energy to destroy 3 pistols. A group of know-it-alls started to make a comprehensive analysis, talking out of their asses. Anyone else could indeed speculate that way, but they had forgotten that nothing Tangku had gotten out could be calculated by common sense. Tangka's cell phone shows, target killed successfully. Is to kill the rest of the target? He nodded no. As long as the snipers who were the biggest threat were killed, the rest of them didn't need to use the EMG at all. The moment the electromagnetic cannon was fired just now, Origins blocked all nearby filming equipment. So let's hope no one from the country saw it. Tangko gave an inward cry and stood up with a toothpick in his mouth, hugging his wife. Let's go. He swung his arm around, treating his enemies as if they were nothing. To the dismay of the crowd, he headed straight for the door of the private room. No, this. Chen Zimo, who was lying under the table, froze and tried to discourage it. But Tangko had already pulled bewildered Zhang Yashuan and walked out of the private room outside. Great White stayed close to them, and outside, Great White had already put down over a dozen enemies. The entire corridor was covered in signs of battle. Glass was spilled all over the place and there were multiple bullet holes in the wall. On the ground lay many Great White robots, in addition to those who had been put down by Great White. The Watcher drone flew in through the window and came up behind Donkor, aiming at some of the remaining men with guns in the hallway. A miniature electromagnetic cannon plummeted out with a buzzing sound. It was as if thunder had exploded on the 3rd floor. Rumble! The powerful shock sent all of these men flying into the wall, and a number of men were knocked out on the spot by the electromagnetic shock. You can't even have a hot pot without peace and quiet. Really? Don Cor grinned and took his wife's small hand down the stairs. A few people in the booth heard the vibration, and Pippi was the first to grab his cell phone and rush out. Multiple figures lay sprawled on the ground, a scene of smoldering remnants. It is filled with a strong sense of shock. Pippi couldn't help but suck in his breath. frozen in place for a moment. His live broadcast room even exploded, flooding with a large number of viewers, and the gifts were wildly swiped. Good lord, this is more exciting than a movie. This scene is also too shocking. Just now the Big White those are so handsome. The original bodyguard Big White so powerful? You just realized that. Ha! All 10 of my bodyguards together were put down by the bodyguard Dubai. Say, what's with all the other great whites on the floor? These words woke up everyone in the broadcast room, and they reacted. Why are there so many great whites on the ground? And they're not bodyguard great whites. Did Tangku go out and even take the other great white with him? Chapter 115, The King of Snubs. No one in their right mind is likely to bring all kinds of great whites onto the streets. Especially bright is the chef's great white on the ground. How could Tangku bring a chef to buy with him when he's here for hot pot? The same thought flashed through the minds of countless waterbenders. This is not Donkor's great white. This great white isn't Tangku's, is it? Why are these big white robots here? Delivering food? Are you sick in the head to deliver food? So many big white people come up to deliver food? Then why did these great whites rush up? And their master is not Tangku. With that said, the crowd suddenly had one more absurd idea. Tangku couldn't be manipulating the nearby robots and coming over to protect him, could he? Let's hurry up and follow them down. Don't freeze here. Chen Zimo tapped Pippi Brother on the shoulder, waking up Pippi Brother who was in a daze. Jin Yuemang and Tang Yanxin also walked out of the private room and followed the two of them downstairs. The situation on the first floor was much more tragic than above them. Not only were tables and chairs down and dishes broken, even the wall painting on the wall was trampled to the ground, and blood stained the surrounding tables, chairs and walls. Several wounded bodyguards grabbed each other's pistols and put down the last attacker. Seeing Tangku and Zhang Yashuan coming down from upstairs, they hurriedly ran to protect them, not even bothering about the injuries on their bodies. Mr. Tang, Miss Zhang, are you alright? The bodyguards asked eagerly. Tangka slightly raised his hand, signaling them not to panic. It was just a small scene. He had a toothpick in his mouth, like a victor who had just finished a fight, and he was magnificent. Zhang Yashuan had calmed down, holding her husband's arm, her goddess temperament radiating out. The two of them walked out of the store at an unhurried pace, as if they were shopping, calmly. The originally bustling food street was now like a street of hawkers being chased by the city police. There was a mess of debris and all the patrons were gone except for the fallen assailant. Even the stores were closed, as if they had never opened. Still, Tangka saw through the cracks in the doors and windows that the pedestrians on the street had not walked away, but had taken refuge in other people's stores. Guotu hid behind a bunker outside and shivered, afraid of being accidentally injured. It was only when he saw Tangka walk out brightly that he finally dared to venture out and check the surroundings. Boss Gua, it's all right already, but you may be implicated in this store. Tangka spat the toothpick out in a handsome gesture. Just then, an undamaged, clean great white walks up to Donkor, picked up the toothpick he spit out and started the cleaning of the street and store. Seeing this, Tangku was slightly embarrassed. I was thinking of putting on a show, but I didn't expect it to be broken because of this move by Dubai. Sure enough, I'm not suitable for pretending, only suitable for being a quiet geek at home. Sense. Thank you, Mr. Don. Hua had moved his fat body to walk, not knowing himself what he was talking about. If not mistaken, his hot pot restaurant would be attacked precisely because Tangku had attracted it. It wasn't Donko who ruined his store, but it's not a thank you. Looking at his messy hot pot restaurant, Guotu couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth twitch up slightly, feeling like he was dripping blood inside. He just opened a hot pot restaurant not long ago. The decoration but spent a lot of money. It was smashed before it made its money back. What a way to go. Bosqua doesn't have to be so sad. I'll pay for the losses in your store, including all these great white robots that broke off in the store. I'll cover it all, Tangku said with bravado. This amount of money is nothing to him. He is a man with hundreds of billions of liquidity. There's usually not much room to spend money, so it's good to keep it. This small loss in front of him was not caused by him, but it was also due to his implication. At the rate Tangku is making money, it's only going to get more and more money, so there's no need to skimp on this. A little money to help this hot pot restaurant won't hurt much. And Donkor did like the flavor of the store. It was really great. Brother Pai Pai and the others also walked out. Looking at the scene on the first floor, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. It looks like this shooting was premeditated. So many people were moving at the same time that, not counting those who had fled and evacuated, there were more than 50. It meant that they had been eyeing Tangku for a long time and had been plotting this operation. The incident broke out and ended in less than 5 minutes. It came suddenly and swiftly, and left silently. Tangku glimpsed Pippi Brother and the others coming along, and his eyes went to the people coming out of the street one after another in a tentative manner. There is one more thing that needs to be explained immediately or there will be consequences, he exclaimed. There are many whose great whites have been affected by this incident, and I will compensate all of you. I have given an instruction on every great white that when a terrorist is encountered, all the great whites in the vicinity will be the first to go up and join forces to subdue the terrorist. It's for the sake of the safety of the community. But what I didn't realize was that these terrorists actually had guns, which led to the kind of damage that occurred today. The people around them nodded their heads in agreement. It's really nice to see the great white set up like that. No wonder their big white robot rushed out to take on those terrorists. So that's how it is. It's really understandable in that way. But their loss. Tanka's voice paused for a moment, seeing that the crowd's reaction was what he expected, the result he wanted. His voice was resounding as he continued. Black Cook Company, will contract all of the losses this time. Losses like today's do not occur without weapons, so you need not worry about who will bear the loss if it happens in the future. Tanka suddenly smiled. And there won't really be anyone among you who is so unlucky as to encounter such an event twice in their lifetime, right? The crowd laughed at this statement. Having encountered this kind of thing once is enough for them to brag for the rest of their lives, and they want to encounter it a second time? No one would want to encounter it a second time. It's too dangerous after all. And shootings basically don't happen in Dragonland. All the customers who lost their great whites this time, I will make up for all the great whites you lost, but it will take some time, so I will also give you some compensation. Anyone who has lost their great white in this event, I will send out a pair of AR glasses to you on New Year's Day. Tanka suddenly dropped a heavy bomb, causing everyone present to freeze. The words didn't end there. As he continued, if I lose 2 great whites, I'll send 1 more watchman drone. Lose 3 great whites and get to take home any one of the pro-style great whites. If you lose 4 great whites, you pick 2 pro-style great whites. And so on. AR glasses, drones, great white, all of them are compensated for free. Tanku, mean what I say. Chapter 116, Who is the real cutie? Tanka's words reverberated within the silent food street, and countless people were shocked by his grandiose act. It's not as generous as the TV show's Godly Man, who drops money on houses as he goes along, though, but the compensation he just mentioned definitely counts as a huge sum of money. Best of all, everything he gives away is black, especially the AR glasses, which haven't started selling yet, and the watchman drone. The anger within those who had lost the great white was gradually calmed down. Before he could keep his cool for long, he was instantly filled with surprise and exuberance. Tanka diverted these people's thinking with a lie, not giving them time to think. It was to prevent anyone from having a brainstorm and guessing the hidden instructions Tanku had given to Great White. Then he spared no expense to not only make up for the loss of the Great White, there's also a tech giveaway to distract everyone. It shifted from Great White protecting Donkor, to Great White losses, to gifts. Whether it was the people at the scene or the water friends watching Pippi Brothers live broadcast, they were all being carried along by Tanka's rhythm. Only Zhang Yashuan sensed that in this, there was a hint of something wrong. She knew Tanka well enough to know that Tanka was not a mean person, but it won't be so generous as to give away all sorts of tech products. That's a bit out of character for the usual Don Cor style. Zhang Yashuan began to think in reverse, deliberating on her husband's true purpose. Thinking about it, it feels like the problem would be in the fact that the Great White is taking a shot at the terrorists. Maybe the Great White will take on the terrorists, not because he meets them. Rather, she's in danger with Don Cor. Zhang Yashuan realized this and felt that her speculation was true in all probability. She didn't say a word, much less show anything unusual, just simply holding her husband's arm. Expressionless, she was like a girl in a daze, oblivious to her surroundings. We'll just wait quietly for Tanko to take care of business. The people around were even secretly sighing that Zhang Yashuan had really married a good husband. Tanku was so good, but he married a stupid wife. It's been so long, it's amazing that he still hasn't gotten over the events of earlier. I don't know. Zhang Yashuan was the only one in the room who guessed the truth, and everyone else was kept in the dark. May I ask if it's true? Are you really willing to take out so much to compensate us? Someone walked out from the store and asked seriously. Yes, I, Tanku, am true to my word. Tanku nodded, his eyes filled with sincerity and certainty. More and more stores opened and people stepped out of them with surprised smiles on their faces. What is old Tang's status? Would he lie to us? You all have a small pattern. Another person came forward, but this time it was someone who spoke on Tang's side. Yes. Although old Tang isn't a big star, he's still a public figure. How could he possibly be joking? Thank you for the compensation sent by Big Brother Tangku. Let us clean up here. You can go home first, Big Brother. Yes, you should go back first. After all, these terrorists are targeting you. It's dangerous to be here. That's how real humans are. Hearing that Tangku would send them compensation, they immediately smiled broadly. Even the trash here is willing to help clean up. Despite the temporary loss of the Great White, there will be a new one after a while. and there will be compensating tech products. This kind of thing is like pie in the sky. Can't wait to rot a few more great white robots. Tanka smiled and arched his hand at the crowd. In that case, thank you all. I've already had Origins record your information and will ship it to you later. With that, he once again took his wife's hand and left the place at a brisk pace. The street side was already filled with police cars, and many more police officers rushed in to escort Tangku and the others away. There was also a group of police in pursuit on the other side, not sparing any of the terrorists. There is definitely a behemoth standing behind these men who come armed. The head leader of the police felt a rush of headache. Twice there have been shootings, either by Zhang Yashuan or Tangku. It stresses them out. The police seized handguns from each other's cars in the last highway racing incident. The presence of the gun made the police incredibly concerned and continued to track it down. All that was found was that Quan Quan Ho might be behind it, but there was no evidence to prove it. As a result, there was another shooting today, and it was multiple people with guns. If it weren't for the great white robot and the bodyguards from the Donker's house, today, the two of them, Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan, were afraid that they were about to meet an untimely end. It's Alexandria on the police side when you think about it. Based on the facial captures of the Origins, we're able to tell that the identities of these people are some outlaws on the run who have done a lot of dirty deeds. A criminal police officer walked in with the report. Having the Origin in today can provide the police with a lot of clues and save time on searches. What we want is not information about these outlaws, but to track down the person behind the scenes who instructed these people. The person who can hire so many outlaws at once is definitely not a small person. A detective anxiously knocked on the table. In fact, we all know, well, who the other party is, said someone suddenly. At these words, there was a silence in the office. That's true. Even if they don't check, they actually know. Chairman Ho Fang is definitely the first suspect, but the problem is, they don't have the evidence to prove it off. These things are about evidence, not making random arrests. Even if the whole world knows about it, but there is no proof, that means you can't arrest. This Guan Junhao wiped his ass so clean that even Origins couldn't find any evidence. You can start by checking the people around Guan Junhao, and send someone to keep an eye on his family's situation and the situation of his company's subordinates during this time. The leading police officer's palm was on the desktop, slapping it hard. I don't believe that this Guan Junhao's sidekick can be as good as him, skimming off everything. We'll send someone to keep an eye on it. In fact, the people around the surveillance of Guan Junhao had been around for a long time, but after observing for more than 2 months, there was no result. There was no choice but to withdraw the police force. After all, it's not a good idea to keep running out of time like this. It will lead to other cases not being able to free up manpower. But today's shooting was just too much and had to be done again to increase manpower. Report, there is another incident. That is, the sniper's location has been found. But, the report of this police officer wanted to say, speak up, what can't you say? The head constable frowned. This sniper is lurking on an office building that is more than 2,000 meters away. From the food court, the officer took a deep breath and said, when we went over there, the man had been turned into a headless corpse, and the sniper rifle had blown up into pieces with an unidentified black mark. Chapter 117, Multiple Doubts and Confusion. Black marks? The officers frowned at the same time, feeling that there was a lot of weirdness going on here. Origins didn't get a shot of the neighborhood? No, Origins said everything was normal in the neighborhood, and we checked the cameras and didn't see anything out of place. The officer put photos and reports from the scene on the table for the crowd to see. After looking at the photos of the scene, the crowd was even more confused. That's odd. There was glass all over the floor and a long black trail. Something obviously crashed in from the outside and then ran through the entire office building. But there was nothing outside the office building, and the thing seemed to have disappeared into thin air after it flew out of the office building. The floor inside the office building had only a suspicious black mark that appeared to have been scorched by flames. Did the neighborhood cameras even catch a trace? There was, very far inside, a camera that captured the office building glass suddenly shattering, but it didn't capture anything flying in. Could it be an explosion inside an office building? According to the live footage, it was definitely an external impact, not an internal explosion. That's odd. The officers meditated and came up with a number of conjectures, all of which were rejected. It's not that they're not smart, but it's that no one who was more pie in the sky would ever think of it. Doncor would actually install an electromagnetic cannon on a drone to take the head of an enemy. Much less would it have occurred to Origins to actually fake the footage to hoodwink the police. The police want to know what happened, but they also need to go to the scene to investigate and question those who had seen the EMG firing. But the EM guns were so fast that not many people were expected to be able to notice. Even if someone did see it, they didn't come up with valid evidence. But Tangko had Origins block all the cameras. Meanwhile, the electronic equipment in the vicinity were nearly damaged by the EMP. Luckily, the EMP was only miniature as well. and at most shook the electronics to the point of shutting them down on the spot. A better phone is one where the screen lags for a while. For example, Pippi's holographic projector phone is the one where the network is down for a while, as well as the phone lagging for a few moments. After that the live signal was connected again. Could it be that Tangku has gotten some kind of weapon? Suddenly, someone raised a doubt. The anchor who dined with Don Ko, whose cell phone captured Don Ko's drone in an aggressive manner. Maybe. Impossible. No matter how powerful a drone is, there's no way it can kill a sniper from over 2,000 meters away. But he's Donkor, and that's something to talk about. These words woke up many people. Tangku was a big black tech guy. What he has really can't be taken with a grain of salt. What about the fondue restaurant site visit? The situation at the scene is very bad. The people have taken it upon themselves to clear the scene, and there are big white robots to help. By the time we get there, the scene is already half cleared, said the man who reported it helplessly. The first man's mouth twitched. Who allowed them to clean the scene privately? Isn't this adding to the chaos? The scene was all cleaned up, which is the equivalent of clearing out the full details. Even if it was really Tangka's hand that killed the sniper, they couldn't find any evidence. The main thing is that Tangka sent them a lot of compensation, and these people are very excited and stirred up. Tonka, people spontaneously clear the scene of the sniper's death. With that said, the office was once again quiet. For some reason, they always felt that all of this was Tangka's arrangement. Whether it's the death of the sniper or the population's autonomy in cleaning up the scene, although it seemed to have nothing to do with Tangku, it was as if everything had something to do with him. The more the police thought about it, the more their heads turned. It was as if there was a huge invisible net that enveloped them. They are like ants locked in a test box by humans. Everything in the outside world turns their perceptions upside down. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't break free from this bond. How big a deal is this shooting? The state couldn't even cover it up anymore and had to actively broadcast the story. The internet has been spreading it even more, especially with the live content of Pippi's brother. That was the first scene of the shooting. Bodyguard Great White deflects bullets, Watchman drones destroy guns, and Great White robots take on terrorists en masse. The various glimpses add up to a huge amount of discussion on the internet. Bodyguard Great White's battle power is really ferocious, with a strong batch of attacks and defenses. Luckily they don't attack humans indiscriminately. What if they attack humans? What if the program makes a mistake and mistakes ordinary people for terrorists? For example? Good lord, don't get carried away upstairs, forgetting how the Great White, at the time of the disaster, protected mankind? This is not to say in case, after all, there is still a program to suppress terrorists inside Great White, just afraid that the program will make a mistake. Although I feel it's unlikely, you have a point that the country should think of something to counter it. Makes sense. Protection is still needed. The Great White is a robot, so perhaps it can be shut down directly with an EMP, and it is recommended that an EMP device be set up in each area to draw the Great White through in case of a situation. Great Whites in packs possess a great deal of lethality. This event brought to light the power that robots possess. With the exception of the bodyguard Great White, the other Great Whites don't have a lot of defense, but are still fierce fighters. For example, the chef Great White has knives at his disposal, the medical Great White has the ability to electrocute, and so on. It's outrageous that one chef Great White can provide multiple handles of knives to other Great Whites. With so many Great Whites swarming around, they were able to collect the lives of many attackers. Most importantly, these robots have no sense of pain, even if their body is held by a gun. The weapon in their hand still slashes down with it. Instead of instantly shrinking into a ball, a shot body will continue to inflate to counteract the rate of dissipation, unless a few more shots are fired to make a hornet's nest out of the Great White, which would instantly destroy a defenseless Great White. And all of the above methods are for dealing with non-bodyguard Great Whites. Bodyguard Great White's defense was extremely strong. Even the sniper rifle failed to penetrate its defense. Such a Great White, if it gets out of hand, I'm afraid the only way to force them off is to use an electromagnetic pulse. If Tangka saw this information, he would definitely tell them. The idea is too naive. To prevent an EMP from the Watchers that would have an effect on his tech, as long as he uses his own Great White, it's EMP-proof, including his Kirin smart car, which likewise has this feature. Any future products he uses himself will have a lot of black technology in them. These are features that are not available in products sold to the outside world. Chapter 118, A Certain Screen-Snooping Groupie. Instead of worrying about the Great White program error, everyone should worry about the Watcher's ability to attack. Big Brother Tangka's program ability is very impressive, and the state personnel have also sent word that his program limitations are so strong that he can deal with all kinds of AI problems. We should be more concerned about the attacking ability of the Watchers. If the Watchers drones put up for sale by Big Brother Tangku also possess this attacking ability, won't it be dangerous? Yeah, the Watchtower drone is actually this aggressive. What if it's used by the bad guys? It boils down to not believing in the program of Big Brother Tonka chant. No, no, no. We're worried about someone disassembling a watchtower drone and using the lightning abilities within the drone exclusively to harm humans. Dreamway Elder, the Watchman drones that are offered for sale to the public are not equipped with any weapons, and this drone that I use is one that I use specifically for my own protection. Oh, you say it is? Ha? You think you're Tangko? Wait a minute. That guy in front of us seems to be really Big Brother Tangku. Suddenly, the Twitter thread was chatting and interspersed with a strange character. Netizens then noticed that it was actually the officially certified Tangku himself. Tangku is also a human being, and naturally, he will also brush his microblogging to see what's going on online. I happened to see this topic and simply came out and explained it in person. Good lord, Big Brother Tangku is also here. So it turns out that Big Brother also secretly reads Twitter. Takes me back to a certain groupie who likes to snoop on the screen. Big Brother Tonka, you say that weapon is for defense, but is it too lethal? Seeing Tangko appear, someone immediately asked a question. It's forbidden to make your own weapons in this country. A bolt of lightning destroys a pistol. Wouldn't something like that break open a bloody hole if it hit a person? What's coming is really coming. Tangka stroked his chin, pondering how to fool the nation's netizens. The staged EM shot that killed the sniper went unnoticed by anyone. No one, at least on the police side, has found this out yet. Donko is the supreme controller of Origins, although Origins is disconnected within the police. But the surveillance equipment, which needs to be networked in order to be viewed, has been tampered with by Tonka's Origins. Tampering with the picture. Tangko's was a level 2 origin, and the offline origin on the police side was only 1.8. The tampered image is not at all noticeable to a level 1.8 origin, but the problem was that the stored power electromagnetic cannon was undetected though. However, Pippi's livestream exposed the fact that the Watchman drones have weapons. If Tangko couldn't give a reasonable explanation, he would be in a passive position when the country came to his door. It would even lead to more danger and trouble, none of which he wanted to see. Origins, have the driver, to buy, deliver the materials I need. Tonka reads the material as he begins to tap the keyboard for a lulling spell. Dream Road Elder, regarding the lightning on the watchtower drone, it's actually an electromagnetic wave, except that it looks like lightning under the image taken by the cell phone. It is able to quickly shock disperse metallic elements such as manganese, chromium, molybdenum, vanadium and titanium. This electromagnetic wave will not cause any harm when it hits the human body. I made it to keep people from having guns. As in the case of what we encountered today, Tangka's meaning was obvious. That is, this thing I have doesn't count as a weapon. At best, it's a device that shocks the metal away. It's specifically designed to shock the metal away, not to attack. As long as there are no gun owners, you can't use this stuff. After all, Tangka still had his bodyguard to buy by his side, and the other party was almost invincible without a weapon. The implication of Tangka's words was that he didn't need to have an offensive weapon. By simply disarming his opponent, he was an invincible being. He doesn't bother making weapons. This vague and far-fetched statement has left countless people bewildered. Some people felt that Tangko was forcing an explanation, while others felt that Tangko had a point. But whatever the outcome, someone from the state side will be sent over to take a look. Tangko reacted extremely quickly. Before the state sent someone, the driver, Big White, had then brought the material over. Without saying a word, Tangko directly walked into the workroom with several boxes of materials and began disassembling the Watchman drone. He's going to modify the electromagnetic cannon into a radiation-free EMP. Let the vibrations of the electromagnetic waves that can shake the alloy and allow it to separate and dissolve. Tangka took his knowledge of alloys and added it to his knowledge of electromagnetic cannons, a significant nerf to the miniature electromagnetic cannons of the Watcher drones. Then targeted reinforcement. Make the miniature EMP cannon a normal EMP device that can only vibrate away metal, but has no offensive properties whatsoever. Strengthening is difficult. Weakening is easy. In less than an hour, Tangko had finished the electromagnetic wave device that didn't do a damn thing. Little Kezi, there's someone at the door. At this time, Zhang Yashuan knocked on the door and said to Tangko. They hadn't been back long enough to exchange a few words. Tangko then ran to the studio to remodel the drone, and it wasn't even an hour before someone came outside. It was none other than state agents who came. Don Cor nodded and gave his wife a look that signaled calmness. Great White, help me put these parts and devices inside the storage room. He took off his gloves and the modified Watcher drone followed him to the living room location and landed. Zhang Yashuan boiled water and made tea, and Tangko opened the door to the house. It's been a long time, Mr. Donkor. Outside stood a familiar old man, Wu Wonyao from the research department. The last time he came over to Tangko, it was also him. The only difference was that Zhong Shanshan did not come this time, and it was Wang Yun who accompanied Wu Wonyao. behind the two stood a number of other men in formal attire, as well as several Kirin smart cars. There are a bit too many people to entertain. Tang Ke smiled slightly. Wang Yun and Wu Wenyao understood what Tang Ke meant. You guys stand back. I'll just go in with Grandpa Witch. Wang Yun waved her hand at the people behind her. A few of the men in formal attire froze. This was different from what they had agreed to beforehand. Didn't they say that Danko's drones had homemade weapons and that they were going in to search them? Stand down. What kind of person is Tang Ke? Is it not for you to investigate? Wang Yun's tone became some coldness as she scolded a few people. The meaning of her words was twofold. The first layer was that Tang Ke's identity was not simple, and even if it was really a homemade weapon, there was no need to make a big deal out of it. In his position, it was not too much to ask to have some weapons for defense. The second layer of meaning was that what Tang Ke didn't want them to search for, they definitely couldn't find out even if they went in now. Instead of searching and upsetting the other party, it is better not to search at all. Chapter 119, Scruples Toward Great White. Tang Ke smiled at what was in front of him, his body slightly stepping back and inviting Wang Yun and Wu Wenyao to enter. Zhang Yashuan had already brewed tea and poured it for everyone individually. Haven't seen you for many days, Mr. Wu looks much better than last time. Zhang Yashuan was the first to open her mouth in a polite manner. Wu Wenyao lightly laughed twice. Thanks to the contribution of little friend Tang Ke, the prosperity of the Dragon Kingdom today has been forged. And when you're in a good mood, you'll naturally look good. Where's Zhang Shanshan? Why haven't I seen her come this time? Tang Ke asked as he lightly sipped his tea. In the past, when people came from this side of the country, there was Zhang Shanshan every time, but this time they didn't come. Ha ha, she had something to do today, so she didn't come. Wang Yun laughed. In fact, it wasn't Zhang Shanshan who had something to do with it. Rather, Wang Yun knew that Zhang Shanshan and Tang Ke didn't see eye to eye, and coming over would only worsen things further. With Zhang Shanshan's character, let alone sitting down and drinking tea like this, probably still being blocked at the door by Tang Ke and not being allowed to come in. Well, Don Cior didn't care too much. It was good that the woman wasn't there. If she came, she'd be absolutely annoyed. There is also the potential for conflict in serious cases. I'm well aware of what you guys came over here to ask for. The drone is sitting there. Just bring it back and check it out. When Tang Ke finished, his wife poured him another cup of tea. The single word caught Witch Wenyao a little off guard. The first part of the conversation was polite, but the second part was straight to the point. It feels like 1 second you're dining in a beautifully lit restaurant, the next second he was on the bed, still undressed kind of thing. Wu Wenyao laughed awkwardly. Little friend Tang Ke was joking. We didn't come over here because of the weapon matter, but about this drone on sale of yours. His voice trailed off. We know something about your drone, with thermal imaging, X-ray penetration, radar, and other reconnaissance functions. This thing, don't worry, none of this stuff is there. The Watchman drones I put on sale have long since deleted all of this stuff. Tang Ke didn't wait for the other party to speak, and directly interrupted. A civilian drone. I'll only retain its filming function, while enhancing its flight speed. If the state is concerned that someone might use my drones to probe for secrets, I can give you all the information about the people who have the Watchers. This aspect of things he had also considered. Civilian drones simply could not use thermal imaging and these probing functions. It must be a special group of people who will use these features. That's great. The corners of Wu Wenyao's mouth moved slightly, and he didn't even know what to say next. Nice guy. All of a sudden he won't be able to straighten him out. Tang Ke's way of speaking that didn't follow a set pattern made him, an old man who had lived for decades, not know how to pick it up. Why is this guy so weird? Can he talk or not? If Zhang Shanshan was here and knew what Wu Wenyao was thinking, she would definitely be thrilled. Turns out she's not the only one who thinks there's something wrong with Don Cior. Seeing that the atmosphere was somewhat silent and awkward, Zhang Yashuan laughed. Come and taste more of this big red robe. It tastes great. It's really good. The tea is fragrant and evocative. Wang Yun cooperated. The conversation between the two women was calm and peaceful, like that of ordinary friends, without rustiness. However, the atmosphere on Tang Ke and Wu Wenyao's side was a bit odd. When the other party didn't speak, Tang Ke didn't make a sound either, and just calmly sipped his tea. After a long time, Witch Wenyao took the initiative to say, there's one more thing, and that's about the Great White Society striking out against the terrorists. I'd like you to delete that directive. His tone was noticeably heavier when he said it. This is an order, not a discussion. Tang Ke moved slightly inwardly, knowing that this was the point. The entirety of what preceded it was nothing more than a front. Homemade weapons are strictly forbidden for the average person. However, it is not completely forbidden for an inventor like Danko who needs to defend himself with a weapon. So homemade weapons aren't too much of a problem. And if it were true, the state would want a piece of it. If it's not true, it's a laugh. It's not Dankor's homemade weapons that the state is really afraid of. Instead, It's the Great White. The incident woke up all the country's researchers to the fact that the most dangerous thing is not a weapon, but a robot. According to people's descriptions, there were at least 100 armed criminals, but the 100 or so gunmen were mobbed by all the Great Whites around them. The instantaneous riot startled not only passers-by, but also these offenders. They didn't expect that these Great Whites around them, which they had given a pass to, would move directly against them. Only just pulled out his gun and was about to walk inside the fondue restaurant. As a result, one of the cooks, to buy, suddenly slashed and splattered blood. For a moment, these criminals had an illusion. It was as if he had entered a dragon's den. Here, it's a clan's territory. These Great Whites, all of them, were disciples of the clan. In the face of foreign intruders, there is no amnesty for direct killing. In the past, the cute and cuddly Great White seemed to be transformed into a ferocious god at the moment, mercilessly waving a big knife at the human beings. Although they were protecting civilians, they also frightened many of them. The moment this blade fell, the other Great Whites moved at the same time. The two sides went to war at the drop of a hat. By the time these criminals had killed their way to the 3rd floor, they were already bruised and battered. Some others took the opportunity to walk away and abandon the mission. And instead of decreasing, there are more and more Great Whites downstairs. Even if they did kill Tang Ku, they definitely wouldn't be able to walk away. Such a horrific siege has caused these criminals to despair, and has caused the people to re-examine the Great White once again. It's still the same. What to do in case the Great White Collective gets out of control? This command can reduce casualties when people are in danger, Tang Ku faintly said. But what greeted him was Wu Wenyao's stern shout. The people have the police to protect them. They don't need robots. Tang Ku froze and smiled again. Okay, I'll have Origins connect to Great White and change the instructions then. Robots can be integrated into life, but too powerful if they are. Sure enough, it still draws fear from humans. We want the source code of the Great White chip, Wu Wenyao said again. Upon hearing this, Tang Ku immediately put away his smile and said expressionlessly, "This is a business secret. I can't give it to you." The other side wants the code for Great White, which is nothing more than not trusting Tang Ku. Some people in the country believe that Tang Ku has given more than one hidden instruction to the Great White. I'm afraid that's a little bit harder to get. Tang Ku inwardly said something bad, but his face remained calm. We won't give away your code. It's just in case the Great White will get out of hand. Wu Wenyao responded. An EMP can easily shut down the Great White. You don't need to worry about that. Tang Ku laughed again. The code is impossible to give to you. I'm not a national researcher. The chip code of Great White concerns me for the subsequent development. No matter what conditions you have, I won't give it to you. I hope to forgive you. While his Great White is immune to EMPs, other Great Whites do fear them. Chapter 120, Nothing. Tang Ku wasn't joking. The best way to solve Great White was an electromagnetic pulse. Is code something that is just given? If you give the code away, it's not the hidden instructions in it that matter. Rather, the state will redefine Donkor and even classify him as dangerous. After all, Tang Ku's hidden command was just too selfish. If there was only one Great White in a crowd of 100, and the owner of that Great White was not Donk, when the attack occurred, this Great White will be the first to protect Tang Ku, but will not protect anyone else. Even if all the other 99 people died, Great White would only protect Tang Ku. How would the stateside feel about such a selfish setup? A smart person can understand that. Therefore Tonka should never hand over the code. As for the country cracking the Great White chip or whatever, Tang Ku would only laugh lightly when he heard it. If it's so easy to crack, what's the point of having a black tech system? Of course, if there was no other way, Tang Ku could hand over a fake code to go out. Wu Wenyao and Wang Yan's brows frowned at the same time. They had actually expected Tang Ku to reply like this. With what they knew about Tang Ku, the man's character seemed very casual, but when profit is involved, it becomes incredibly important. I'm afraid it's going to take a lot of talking next. If the two of you don't have anything to do, take the drone back for a checkup. I've been busy with the nanomedicine pods lately, so I really don't have time to accompany the two of you. Suddenly, Tang Ku smiled and got up, making an apologetic gesture. Which one? Yao, who was still concocting words, stared wide-eyed when he heard Tang Ku's later words. Nanomedical pods? You're getting this thing now? Which one? Yao stood up emotionally. Even the art of what he was about to say just now was thrown out of his mind. Nanomedical pods. It's all just a conceptual thing for the world. While there is a direction for this, there are still centuries to go before it is actually built. As a result, Tang Ku was actually getting this stuff. Wouldn't that mean nanomedical pods coming soon? Once this thing came out, it would definitely be no less helpful to the Dragon Kingdom than the help brought by artificial intelligence. Wu Wenyao had been too lazy to think about the chip code thing. Full of nanos were brain medical pods. At the moment he was so excited that his mind was not working well. Even Wang Yun's eyes were wide with incredulity. Tanko inwardly laughed uproariously. His purpose had been achieved. He specifically mentioned the nanomedical capsule just to divert Wu Wenyao's attention and not give him a chance to continue. It's a hard thing for researchers to resist. If he let him continue, Tanko was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold back. Moreover, he was not in the mood to accompany Wu Wenyao here to mouth off. It was just too much of a waste of time. Yes. I'm busy building this thing. Excuse me. Ha 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 ha. Tanko waved his hand and went straight upstairs, no longer entertaining them. As for why it's up the stairs and not to the studio next door, naturally, it's for writing a novel. It's not too late to build the med bay and get it done tomorrow. No, little friend Tanko, can you say something? Wu Wenyao's words stopped as Tanko had already run out of sight, and it was not good for him to chase after him. The other party obviously didn't want to talk to him much, and stalking would only annoy the other party. I'm afraid Tanko was the only one who would be so impatient with the country's researchers. I'm terribly sorry, but this one in my house is not very sociable, so please bear with me. Zhang Yashuan walked with a smile. The meaning of sending off the guests was very obvious. Harm this brat, count on it. Wu Wenyao sighed bitterly and said to Zhang Yashuan, I won't be coming over here in the future. If this kid Tanka comes up with anything, I hope you'll ask him to send a copy to us. The country won't treat him poorly. The character of this kid Tanku is not bad, just a little. He didn't say any more. It wasn't quite the right thing to say after all. Wu Wenyao felt that Tanku was a bit overly cautious of the state, afraid of being caught back and sliced up by the state as it were. In fact, the attitude of the dragon countryside towards Tanku was very friendly. Only Tanku this guy may be writing more novels. Put the novel cautious, used in reality. I know, if there are any inventions, I will persuade him. Zhang Yashuan smiled and nodded. As far as social skills are concerned, it's still hurrah. Don't worry, the country won't treat you poorly. As long as he sends technology over, we'll naturally give the appropriate price. Wu Wenyao and Wang Yin didn't intend to stay any longer. They had come over because they wanted to talk to Tanku about things. However, the result was nothing like what they thought. Didn't get the code for the Great White, but Donko has promised to change the hidden commands. With a status like his, he shouldn't be able to fool an old man like him yet. With no choice but to respond, Wu Wenyao could only say, then we won't bother. Wang Yin, take the drone with you. We're going back. Okay. Wang Yin was just about to pick up the drone, only for the watcher to automatically fly up and follow them. Zhang Yashuan smiled as she sent the state personnel away, standing at the door for a moment before closing the door and going upstairs. She walked back into the room and said to Tanka, the hidden command of the Great White isn't to subdue the mob, is it? Tanka suddenly stopped his yards of movement and turned to carry his wife's petite body onto his lap. Guess? Tanku asked with a smile, as he kissed his wife's cheek. Zhang Yashuan nodded her head and let out a hum. The Great White's hidden directive is to protect us, not fight the mob. Donkor said honestly, is that selfish of me? No. Zhang Yashuan shook her head and softly said, people usually do this. As the saying goes, people don't do it for themselves. It's enough that you remember me when you can do it for yourself. People can be selfish, and the only time it comes out is when the bottom line is hit. No one can be completely impartial, unless it's an AI. After all, people have 7 emotions and 6 desires, and they will always be affected by one of them. Harm. What's the point of talking so sad? The Great White's hidden commands are all about protecting our home. Tanko once again kissed his wife's cheeks, feeling as if the beauty in his arms was about to melt into him. Today's events have some big twists and turns. If it wasn't for Tanko's strong enough technology, I'm afraid they would have all died in the hot pot restaurant. Zhang Yashuan looked calm, but she was actually a bit scared inside. She was afraid of losing Don Cor. She didn't dare to imagine a day without Don Cor. In her mind, Tanko had become a part of her life. That's why, when Tanka stayed at the factory for a few days in the first place, she got angry. This shooting incident made both Tanko and Zhang Yashuan afraid to go out again. Even Tang Yunxin and Jin Yameng, who weren't targeted, both stayed home every day. The shooting that day was really scary. It felt like a plot from a movie. After being surprised, I really wasn't in the mood to go out and play. At home, Tanko began to develop the nanomedical pods in full force. Chapter 121 Nanomites. While developing the nanomedical pods, Tanko first took the drawings of the miniature magnetic robots and gave them to Origin. At the same time, he asked Shenzimo to help him out and bought a large factory dedicated to building miniature magnetic robots. The miniature magnetic robots are also from The Incredibles. It is a small, magnetized part that is manipulated by a neural control device. A single miniature magnetic robot doesn't do much, but in huge numbers, it can take people to the skies, without even having to move your hands. You can let these miniature magnetic robots come and create brilliant buildings for you. Tanko planned to build himself a house with miniature magnetic robots and then reinforce it with nanotechnology. It's all done for a purpose. Miniature magnetic robots can be derived from nanobots, which have something in common with each other. That's piling on the volume to achieve amazing results. In turn, the neural devices that control the miniature magnetic robots can give rise to virtual gaming pods. Both require knowledge of nerves, and the neural control device is a major breakthrough in the field of nerves. For Tonka, after handing the job over to Origins and Chen Zimmer, Tang Ke devoted himself to the research of the nanomedical pod, which was not only used to help others, but also to help himself. Therefore, he studied and researched very attentively, and the knowledge in his mind became more and more profound. Accompanied by a system upgrade reminder, Tang Ke gradually began to get on board with research and development. It starts with the nanobots, the things that are the heart of the nanomedical pods. It is these nanobots that need the most work. Tonka drew drawings of the instruments for building nanobots on his computer and asked the robot to help build the instruments. In order to be able to make these robots more skillful in their craftsmanship, he also made a point of upgrading the primary robot from a primary to an intermediate robot. The joints of intermediate robots became more dexterous and delicate, and the instruments built were smoother and brighter, with deviations minimized. It also possesses a much more powerful strength that has completely surpassed that of the Great White and can independently carry huge heavy objects. Tonka is responsible for drawing drawings on the computer and tapping out data to upload. The intermediate robots began to get busy over at the factory, building the nanobot maker. A month went by in a flash. The Gods of Secrecy movie is in theaters. $2,600,000,000 at the box office. This is the highest grossing movie adaptation of a novel. As a series of movies, the first installment hit $2.6 billion at the box office and was buzzed about by audiences around the world. Countless people are speculating about the second and third installments of The Secret God, and what kind of results they will record. Other than that, it's the Ghostbusters Blade anime. It became one of the hottest anime of the season, with tons of peripherals and cos at Comic-Con. Nearly a third of the people at a comic book convention were cosplaying Ghostbusters characters. You can imagine how popular this anime is. And the manufacturing machine for the nanobots on Tang Ke's side had finally been assembled by the intermediate robots. The nanobot fabrication machine was now up and running, and a laser flashed through the factory. If anyone passed by, they were bound to be incredibly puzzled, because all those lasers hit a plate of Ku alloy. There was nothing on it at all. But in reality, there were tens of millions of nanomechanical bugs lined up in an orderly fashion on each of the Ku alloy plates. Each sweep of the laser was 3D printing the nanomachines, as well as etching the control chip. The intermediate robots weren't idle either. They turned their heads and got busy building and assembling the medical pods. Tang Ke had already uploaded all the drawings for the nanomedical pods, and all that was left was to wait for the robots and factories to be built, as well as having Origins tested for various data. Instead, he threw himself into the research of force field shields. After staying at home for so long, you're always going to get bored. But it wasn't safe outside, and neither Tang Ke nor Zhang Yashuan dared to go out. That was why Tang Ke wanted to research force field shields. With this thing, there's no more fear of being shot when you go out. A force field shield? Can this thing block bullets? Zhang Yashuan asked as she sat beside Tang Ke. The two sat on the couch. Tang Ke reads and studies, and Zhang Yashuan watches TV news. Of course you can. The force field shield is mainly electromagnetic, forming a force field shield, which can instantly support the force field in the face of external impacts. Tang Ke explained. Zhang Yashuan blinked. Then how strong of an attack can this thing withstand? The defense isn't very high. At best it can block nuclear bombs with meteorite impacts. Stronger attacks won't work. Verseco sighed. It's enough to stop a nuclear bomb from hitting a meteorite. Zhang Yashuan, there was no mocking, much less questioning. Instead, she nodded in response and wondered what the hell she was thinking. Maybe that's why she's able to get along with Donkor. Tang Ke nodded. Indeed. With the current level of technology that each country was showing to the outside world, there really wasn't a weapon that could break through the force field shield. However, the problem of recharging this force field shield, as well as determining whether the incoming object possessed offensive properties, was the biggest difficulty in the research. The first was the issue of recharging. Tang Ke wanted to use the measure of recharging now and releasing now in order to eliminate the need for a device to store energy. But it's extremely difficult to figure out how to do a quick charge and release. Luckily, Tang Ke had the black technology system, and he only needed to learn about charging and releasing energy for a wave of upgrades. Then paired with the knowledge you have, it's easy to accomplish. The last thing is what to use as an energy source. About that, what Tang Ke wanted was very simple, and that was to take any element and turn it into energy. Sunlight, heat, electricity, wind, water, nitrogen, oxygen, helium, neon, argon, krypton, etc. In the air, everything around you can be absorbed and turned into energy. Even the dirt on the ground, the shock from the explosion, the radiation from the atomic bomb. All of it can be absorbed. Trying to build an energy absorption conversion apparatus like this is even more difficult than building a nanomedical capsule. Even after the first problem is solved, the second has to be solved. That's how to judge danger. Recognizing the projection is easy. All that is needed is a magnetic field sensor. But if it's just pure magnetic field sensing, it's likely to treat some ordinary items as weapons and just block them out. For example, if Jean Wuming threw a clothing courier or something at Zhang Yashuan, it was still nothing to be bounced off by the force field shield. In case it was absorbed as energy, the dress would have been bought for nothing. Therefore magnetic field induction alone will not work and other means are needed to assist. Chapter 122 Force Field Shield. Heart of Xuanwu. Tang Ke was going to take the force field shield and get it inside a ring. So much to play with. For example, the ring gets a diamond made of a special material that is used to absorb and release energy. It also creates an electromagnetic field to sense things around you. Then get an origin specifically for the sensing aspect into the ring and have it intelligently sense the outside elements. Tang Ke stroked his chin, and while thinking about it he had already arrived in the workroom. A burst of tapping at the computer while designing the ring shape on the drawing board. Origins in the ring should be able to connect to the internet and run offline when there is no internet. Although it is for the origins of the sensing aspect, the data is also very large. Trying to take so much and incorporate it into a chip the size of a ring. Ordinary techniques naturally couldn't do it. But Tang Ke now possessed nanotechnology. He could build some industrial nanobugs to help make nanochips. It just so happens that the industrial nanites will be used later on, and reinforcing the house will require the use of industrial nanites. With a comprehensive plan in place, Tang Ke was energized. Ignorant of the outside world, he and his wife stayed at home for a full 2 months. Both were busy with their own things except for Christmas Day. Tang Ke researches technology and writes novels every day, while his wife finishes drawing all the later episodes of Ghost Destroyer's Blade. Both are hepatic and work with ferocious efficiency. It wasn't until the last day of December that they stopped what they were doing, because tomorrow is New Year's Day. Tonight's New Year's Eve. Don Cole wants to be outside with his wife counting down the days. In fact, it doesn't matter even if I count down at home. With you there, wherever New Year's Eve is a memory. Zhang Yashuan smiled sweetly. Today her outfit is vintage British. A grey tweed plaid coat was worn over the outside, with a cotton black bottomed dress underneath. A pair of ADD slightly translucent black silk wrapped Zhang Yashuan's slender thighs. Sheer doesn't keep you warm. Opaque lacks beauty. And micro sheer is just right. It's warm and full of beauty. The two had just finished enjoying their dinner and were sitting at the table talking. It's fine. In the future you can go out and play with confidence and boldness. Tang Ke reached inside his pants pocket and pulled out a small blue box. He pushed it in front of Zhang Yashuan and gently flipped it open. Inside were 2 silver white rings with one azure diamond in the shape of a love heart. The diamonds seemed to be emitting an ethereal light that shimmered slightly. This is... Zhang Yashuan was puzzled. Why did she suddenly give her a diamond ring? The thought had just flashed through his mind when suddenly another possibility came to mind. Her red lips slightly opened. Her beautiful eyes were shocked. Could this be a force field shield? You don't think so? Could such a small thing really form the force field shield Tang Ke was talking about? Tang Ke smiled and nodded. Yes, as long as you wear this on your finger, no matter what attacks you encounter in the future, you will automatically hold up a force field shield. Whether it's a snipe from 1,000 miles away, a shuriken close at hand, or an atomic bomb blasting from abroad, or even a poison that fills the air, it can even recognize it and raise a force field shield to protect you inside. A look of confidence and pride appeared on Tang Ke's face. This thing was his proudest invention. He named the 2 rings, the heart of the basilisk. This ring, Tang Ke thought, possessed a Xuanwu-like defense that could withstand any damage. The reason why the name of the heart, which is the love of Tang Ke to his wife, even the diamond on top, which was used for absorbing and converting energy, was specially carved by him in the shape of a love heart. So powerful? Doesn't it mean that if we take this ring with us, we don't even need to bring Big White around? Zhang Yashuan said in surprise. Tang Ke nodded. Well, that's pretty much it. But I would suggest that it would be better to bring along Great White. After all, it's only a defense, but has no offensive capabilities. The bodyguard, to buy, is not only there to protect his master, but also to follow some of his instructions. For example, if you ask it to carry something, or if you come across someone being robbed, you can also ask Great White to go up and help. Anyway, it's not like the Great White is going to affect your daily life, so it's better to bring it on than not. Tang Ke took his wife's white jade hand and personally picked up one of the rings, took her old one out of her ring finger and put on a new one. There was nothing particularly unusual, and I didn't feel any changes. It was as if the diamond ring was just a regular ring, but the love diamond on top always gave the impression that it was, like, twinkling. Is this diamond a real diamond? Zhang Yashuan opened her palm and slightly raised her hand in appreciation. It's not a real diamond. It's a... Tang Ke touched his head. A synthetic material that absorbs energy and releases it while forming an inductive magnetic field. Really? It's still pretty. Zhang Yashuan couldn't get enough of the ring. She didn't care if the diamond was real or fake. What mattered was that it was given to her by Tang Ke. Hearing that this thing was still a synthetic material that Tang Ke had gotten out himself, his heart instead became even happier. Because it was something Tang Ke had developed and created, and it contained his heart and soul. It's good that you don't mind. Tang Ke smiled twice. Come on, let's go outside and I'll put the ring on your finger. Zhang Yashuan smiled and picked up the last ring in the box. Repeat what Tang Ke just did and put a new ring on it. She placed the 2 removed rings into a box and stowed them in her storage room. The 2 of them smiled at each other without informing Jin Yameng and Tang Yunxin in the opposite villa. The 2 of them rode in the Kirin intelligent car to the place of the crossover. Tang Ke and Zhang Yashuan left the house, and the bodyguards immediately followed behind nervously. Also nervous were the men sent by the state. They knew that Tang Ke didn't like the fact that he was being watched by the state, so the manpower on the state side only lurked around and didn't tell Tang Ke. Many people were moved by the 2 of them going out. Fear of another attack. Tang Ke's head is very important. The reason why the country's side did not send someone over earlier, it was because they also didn't expect that someone would actually dare to be so bold in the Dragon Kingdom, holding a gun and hard stealing Tang Ke. Master, in addition to our bodyguards behind us, there is a group of people following us. According to my investigation, it is the manpower from the country's side. It seems that they are here to protect you. Inside the car, Origin voiced out a reminder. The state? Tang Ke frowned. Forget it, just ignore them. In fact, he doesn't need the protection of the state at all. They are a form of surveillance for him. Chapter 123, New Year's Eve. Preview reminder. Please be sensible and patriotic. The Dragon Kingdom is not Z. The leaders are different. Do not substitute reality. The Dragon Kingdom's side had sent people to protect Tang Ke, and the main purpose was out of good intentions. But more or less, there's surveillance in there, too. We have to hurry up and get that plot of land from the Jiangjin group to create a technological house before we can do so. Only then will we not be watched. Tang Ke took a deep breath and muttered. The Dragon Kingdom side is probably trying to find you for technology. What are your thoughts? Zhang Yashuan asked from the side. Instead of directly telling Donkor what to do, she would first ask him what he thought. I've already given enough to the Dragon Kingdom. There's no need to give any more. Tang Ke said casually. Artificial intelligence, electromagnetic propulsion, great white robot, automatic balancing, holographic projection, interactive touch. So much technology that Tang Ke had given to the country in a money deal, enough for them to digest for a long time. Tang Ke would at most provide the country with another nanomedical capsule technology later on. The purpose is just to make the people have better medical conditions. As for things like force field shields and electromagnetic cannons, and anything else that would be built in the future, he would no longer provide them to the country. In addition to keeping a bit of their own cards, it's also about not attracting foreign attention as much as possible anymore. Tang Ke intended to develop technology in secret, and he didn't intend to expose his technology in terms of weaponry until the level of technology couldn't counterbalance the globe. This next period of time, he will build some business-oriented technology as he has done in the past, but he also develops weapons in secret to prevent others from using coercion against him. Before having absolute strength, Tang Ke didn't dare to just wave. Don't underestimate the power of global technology, although the technology they show on the surface, as if it's similar to Tang Ke's last life. But every country actually hides some means in cards, and the same is true for the Dragon Kingdom. There is no country that would be stupid enough to show everything to the public. According to the information Origin stole from the police side, the people who made a move on Tang Ke in the hot pot restaurant that day were people with criminal records. They were hired to come here, and behind them stood not only the figures of large groups in China, but also the figures of overseas countries. Father-in-law's speculation wasn't wrong. The overseas countries really did unite with Guan Juanhao and even more people. Therefore unable to guarantee his absolute safety before, Tang Ke didn't even go out. New Year's Eve. It's not just the Magic City. It's pretty much all over the country. New Year's Eve parties were broadcast on television and commercial plazas in the city hosted New Year's Eve events. The cold wind blew out a whistling sound, but it is still difficult to stop the enthusiasm of the people. The malls are heavily trafficked and people choose to hang out in the malls during the time period when they are waiting for the New Year's Eve. It's warm inside and has beautiful merchandise to view. I said I would look and not buy, but I looked and bought them all. The clerk at the mall was smiling from ear to ear. The mall was packed with people, and it was just as busy outside the mall. A platform was erected in the square and there were officially organized shows for people to watch. They would intersperse their performances with commercials and give away gifts to the audience. Tang Ke and Zhang Yashuan were similarly here. watching the street dance performance on the stage. The colorful lights followed the street dancers as they irradiated and rotated, reflecting brilliantly as the audience clapped and cheered. Zhang Yashuan held a cup of hot coffee in her hands and took small sips. She glanced breathlessly at Donkor, who was next to her, licking his ice cream. I can't believe someone would actually eat ice cream on this cold day. Seemingly sensing his wife's eyes, Tang Ke laughed. The joy of eating ice cream in winter is something that those of you who haven't tried it can't appreciate. Wrapped in down, your body is warm, but outside of the down it's freezing cold. This is the time of year when you eat ice cream and will instantly realize what it means to be a sandwich. In addition to the heat under the down jacket, another layer inside yet again was ice. This feeling of fire and ice is especially good. Beware of icing into a cutie. Zhang Yashuan hummed. If I really goofed off, would you still keep me? Tang Ke suddenly turned his head and asked. Zhang Yashuan looked puzzled and said, aren't I already raising you here? Now. It was Tang Ke's turn to be puzzled. Immediately after a second thought, it dawned on him. In his wife's mind, he is a cutie pie. Nice guy. Tang Ke suddenly pretended to be angry and came over to his wife's face to give her a kiss. I've heard that being a little cutie, kissed, the other person will also become a little cutie. So you're a cutie too. Tang Ke said smugly. Zhang Yashuan cried and laughed. Hubby can be so childish at times, but it's a little cute. Okay, we're both cuties. Okay. Zhang Yashuan reached out and touched her husband's hair as if she was coaxing a child. The clock had come to 11:50, and there were 10 minutes to go before the countdown. The skyscrapers around the square, lit up with lights, became unified at this moment. More and more people came out to the square, the cold winds blowing on the face, but the body and mind feel a burst of warmth. The whole person is refreshed up. As the clock came to 11:59, Tang Ke and Zhang Yashuan held hands and looked up at the tall building. The neon lights come on, filling this bustling city by night with happiness. The lights seemed to be more beautiful in this moment. The host on the stage, voice by voice, stirred up. When the countdown came to 10 seconds, the people of the city shouted in unison. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. The moment the words fell, Tang Ke and Zhang Yashuan embraced and kissed lightly together. Boo! The countdown ends and the sky explodes with brilliantly beautiful fireworks, round after round following one another. The colorful fireworks continue to bloom, forming a new string of numbers in the air to represent this year's year. The people of the entire city cheered at the same time, and the ground shook slightly. The lights of all the skyscrapers, similarly formed in the shape of fireworks, were blossoming beautifully. At this moment, Tang Ke and Zhang Yashuan, however, felt that the world was so quiet. Everything around them was reduced to a backdrop for them. In each other's eyes, there is only one other person. New Year's Eve, Tang Ke and Zhang Yashuan spent time outside without being harassed by anyone. It had been an exciting night for Don Seor, tired and happy at the same time. On New Year's Day, people across the country were just as happy, because today, it's the day that Blackacre unveils its AR glasses, as well as the Watchman drone. Meanwhile, Hongtai Group's new game, the wuxia online game Snowy Swordwalker, an adaptation of Tang Ke's work. Today's public test, Haika and Hantai have combined their efforts to give the whole nation a carnival package. AR glasses are the most popular product in the national spotlight. The holographic projection phone was created to pave the way for it. Now that's a new concept phone. It's even hotter than when holographic projection phones were created. Tang Ke did not set a purchase limit. After all, the price of AR glasses is not low. But what was not expected was that the 10 on sale was less than an hour short. That's 2 million in sales. Chapter 124, the New Year's Day gift package. Such huge sales have shocked major companies across the country. Is there a situation here where one person buys a lot of AR glasses? It doesn't matter anymore. What's important is that this sale represents the fact that AR glasses will become an everyday product. It's only been on sale for just an hour. The sales of a product grow and increase over time. The most outrageous thing is that Tang Ke actually didn't set a sales cap. Is this intended to be offered indefinitely? How dare he? Isn't Big Brother Tang Ke afraid of being out of supply? Oh, if he was afraid, he wouldn't be playing like that. Then if we buy it, won't we have to wait a long time to receive it? I guess so. After all, the official website is a customized product. It's all made to order, unless you buy the finished product. And the finished product? Don't AR glasses go to a web page and get customized on site? Just Nima outrageous. Ready-made glasses, actually dare to directly on sale, not afraid of offending customers. Overthinking it, do you really think anyone would not want to buy a product from a big Don COR? Is this Big Brother doing whatever he wants? The customer isn't even God anymore. The sale of AR glasses is a bit not quite the same as other products in that it requires people to go on the official to customize them. For example, the thickness of the lenses, the shape and weight of the frames. You can even get single frame lenses. You can also draw your own eyewear profile and provide it to Blackco to help you with private customization. There are finished products, but not in large quantities. Pippi Brothers live broadcast is carrying the goods, and he has invited Feng Zhong to join him, launching a rush every half hour. Someone said on the internet, there's one on the short life side too. It's doing a review. It says it's going to raffle off AR glasses. It's really cool. Another person broke the news. Has Short Life finally turned the corner and actually gotten Tonka's product? Tears. For a while, many watchers who hadn't yet placed an order for AR glasses flocked to the live broadcast. Pippi and Feng Zhong were chatting away on the air, demonstrating the effects of AR glasses. Feng Zhong wore a single-rimmed eyeglass, giving him a cold, wise, and mysterious look. Instead, Pippigo wears a pair of sci-fi colored, black and blue line glasses that cover his eyes. Both of them projected their visual pages and played with their hands as they manipulated the virtual objects. Especially Pippi had the most fun. If it wasn't for Feng Zhong reminding him from the side, he almost forgot about bringing the goods. On the other hand, on the short-lived side, it's not just pure fun anymore. He played around with the AR glasses while evaluating every feature in detail. Interactive touch, gesture swipe, and voice control. All three modes combined together make this product perfect. The short student was a long-haired man with a very trendy hairstyle that fell back as if he were an unruly rocker. He wore black round-framed AR glasses, a modest look, but one that gave him a bit more of a bookish air. I'd really like to know how Big Brother Tangko managed to make the holographic projection, despite being obscured. Project normally. Short Life was shocked. And this voice manipulation, it's just too precise. Is it origin recognition? No blowing, no black. This AR glasses of Big Brother Tangko, the degree of perfection is far beyond my imagination. I didn't charge money cha rice ah. With that, he hastily waved his hand at the live camera, indicating that he didn't have cha rice. The goods I have here, all of which I got from Pippi Brothers' side, while doing the evaluation. Incidentally, the benefits given to everyone, rather than receiving money from Heike, is a genuine evaluation. Good or bad I would say. So far, the only thing that I feel isn't as good as I thought it would be is probably the inability to spread the sound farther than it should be in terms of the outgoing sound of these glasses. Alright, time for the lottery. Short Life hemmed and hawed and began to maneuver through the screen. I don't have much here. Only 100 copies, and randomly shipped. The glasses style is more moderate. If you don't mind, just have a do card and participate in the lottery. With the fall of his words, the water friends have long been impatient, and have sent out to run the card, to participate in the activities of the lottery. AR glasses are quickly catching fire and spreading overseas. Once again, that group of overseas skeptics sneered and said that this scam was just too low. District special effects, they've been playing badly for a long time. Instead, it's the watcher drones, something more practical, that they pay attention to and trust. I think the AR glasses are a front. This drone is real. Indeed. There's something powerful about this Watchman drone. It's rumored that it was relied on to search for victims when the earthquake hit the Dragon Kingdom. Shilpa. Then why doesn't my country hurry up and buy a large number of them? How can we not buy such a good reconnaissance plane? What a shame for your country. People have long since unloaded their reconnaissance functions. That's it? Fast speed and high flying, plus a clear camera? How dare you call such a rudimentary configuration black technology? Simple? I think you people are just jealous. 300 kilometers per hour flying speed drone. You tell me simple. Can you build it? Originally, the arrogance and stupidity of these foreigners. The people of Longwood did not bother. But this outburst of mockery really makes you want to crack up. The scolding war at home and abroad started again. But the key fairies of the Dragon Kingdom did not go to war. The first reason is that they haven't been used for this kind of skirmish. The second reason is the public beta of the game, Sword in the Snow. The key fairies are very much in love with playing the game. It was because they had successfully guarded their families in the game that they earned the name Key Fairy. This is a game where the NPC's dialogue and opportunities are all controlled by Origins. It just came out in public beta and was tried out by all the major players. Freely editable dialogue gives the game great playability. On this day, nearly 80% of the gamers flocked to the online game of Humming Sword in the Snow. Luckily, Tangko got Hongtai a supercomputer, or an enhanced version. Otherwise it can't really handle such a huge onslaught of users. These players are in the excitement of figuring things out, and all sorts of strange things are dared to be said to the NPCs. Some people managed to get items gifted by NPCs. Some people were driven away by NPCs. And some people were killed on the spot by NPCs. Instead of being angry, the player was overwhelmed. This kind of NPC response, full of realism, is exactly what they want in a game. The more realistic the NPC reactions are, the more immersive it is. The nation is partying and this year's New Year's Day gave them a big surprise. I thought there was enough news on New Year's Day. But what everyone didn't expect was that the fire of Ghost Destroyer's blade continued to grow. Zhang Yashuan suddenly tells everyone that Tangku has written her a new comic story. It's called Spellback Battle. Chapter 125, The Spicy Rolls Are Coming Home. The Spellback Battle story that Tangku had gotten for Zhang Yashuan had been magically altered. The main plot and setting remains unchanged, though, except that the Tokyo setting has been changed to a Magic City setting. The character's name was also changed to a Dragon Nation name. Even some of the customs and stems in it have been changed by him to make them more grounded. Anyone who hasn't read the original. This is a spellcasting story that takes place in the Dragon Kingdom. Simply put, Danko is no longer lifting this time, but plagiarizing. Of course, since this world doesn't have spellback wars, no one knows about the plagiarism. Instead, this work became a testing ground for Tangko, paving the way for his future original novels. How is it? The story is okay this time? Tangka said to his wife as he sat in the study. Zhang Yashuan blinked her beautiful eyes and pointed at the novel on the computer screen. Why is this invincible teacher named Tangku? At that, Tangka smiled and touched his head. This thing knows all. So brazen. Zhang Yashuan laughed sweetly. Hey, brother Tangku, sister Yashian. Tang Yunshin's voice came from within the living room as she came to the doorway of the study and said softly, my family has asked me to go back. After 2 months in the Magic City, it was time to go. But before that, she wanted to ask Tangku if the nanomedical pods had been built yet. Going back? Don Cor turned around. Tang Yunshin nodded, her red lips slightly opening, but she was a little too embarrassed to ask. It seemed to read the other's inner thoughts. The corners of Tangka's mouth rose as he took the lead and smiled. I'll send the nanomedicine pods in a couple days, and have Big White send them over with Chen Zimo. So just have your family sign the contract at that time. I wonder if I could have that lot first. Tang Yunshin froze when she heard this, her beautiful eyes filled with incredulity. What did she just hear? Nanomedical pods will be delivered in a couple days? This unimaginable thing was built in 2 months? Nah, nanomedical pods? Joy surfaced on Tang Yunshin's pretty face. Are you telling the truth? Did you really build a nanomedical capsule? If that's the case, the land is fine for you to just take and use. But I want to know if what you just said is true. Tang Yunshin excitedly ran into the study, grabbing Tangku's sleeve and asking, as long as there are nanomedical pods, everything is fine. She had stayed here for so long, just waiting for Tangku to build the nanomedical pod. But her grandfather's time was short and she had to get back. She thought she didn't get to wait for the nanomedicine pods, and was a little despondent and sad. But what she never expected was that Tangku would tell her that the nanomedical pods would be sent over in a couple of days. Well, the data testing has been going on for the past 2 days, and there are no abnormalities so far. So if nothing happens, it will be completed in a couple days. Tangka smiled and nodded, his eyes serious. Believe me, your grandfather will be healthy enough to spend the spring festival with you. Tang Yunshin let go of Tangka's sleeve, waves of light flickering in her beautiful eyes. She covered her red lips with both hands, the joy inside her hard to hide. At this moment, she no longer knew how to express the joy in her heart. It always felt like Tangka's words were unreal and untrue, but yet because it was what Tangka said, she had to believe it. Zhang Yashuan cast her gaze in the same way and laughed. Don't be silly, don't you want to go home? Leave an address, and the nanomedical pods will be sent over in a couple of days. Tang Yunshin came back to her senses. She immediately made a deep bow towards Tangku, her eyes full of sincerity and gratitude. The only way to express her gratitude to Tangku was to do so. It's all in the words, I'm going back. The contract for those plots of land in Zhongjin was drawn up a month ago, so as long as you sign brother Tangka's name, you can use it directly. Tang Yunshin trotted out and took out a contract from her bag, handing it to Tangku. Tangku received it in shock, casually flipping through a few pages, but it was really a contract for the land. Even the name was signed, just waiting for Tangku's side to sign. I didn't expect the Zhongjin group to trust him so much. Tangku hadn't even built the nanomedical pod yet, but the other party had already signed all the contracts. Thinking of this, Tangku couldn't help but be dumbfounded. It seems that he underestimated the Zhongjin group's vigor. Alright, I'll have bodyguard Dubai give you a ride? Tangku put the contract aside. No need. I'm not brother Tangku, I won't be in danger. Tang Yunshin turned around and walked out the door, waving goodbye to Tangku and Zhang Yashuan who were escorting her. She got into the Kirin smart car and lowered the window. To Jin Wumeng, who was standing at the entrance of the villa on the other side, he shouted goodbye and then left. This Zhongjin group is a bit interesting. Tangku and his wife stood side by side in the doorway. The two men looked at each other and Kim Wumeng and nodded in greeting. I also feel a bit surprised. It seems that the Zhongjin group trusts you very much, Zhang Yashuan said. It's much more pleasurable to work with the gang gene group than with the state. The two are of different natures, one is a friend and the other is official business. Yeah, sighed Donkor, not far southeast from the center of the Magic City. This site is over 700 square meters, all of which is open space. A little tender green burrowed out of the soil, giving the area a touch of extra vibrancy. It's not the city center, and the surroundings are separated by lush greenery, as if you've come to a deep forest. Dozens of large trucks came down the dirt road, the trucks loaded with dense black components. The large truck slowly came to a stop, followed by a silver and white Kirin smart car, which pulled up to the front position. Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan got down from within the Qilin intelligent vehicle and looked at the empty flat land. Their eyes couldn't help but flicker with shimmering light. This piece of land was one of the pieces Tang Ku had gotten from the Zhang Jin group. The total area is 2,786 square meters. It's not the center of the Magic City, but it's within the Magic City. It is very difficult to get such a large piece of land, because it represents money and power behind it. Boom La, the driver of the vehicle, Big White, maneuvered the cargo compartment to tilt it, dumping all the black components onto the ground and scattering them all over the place, black as if they were particles that bounced. Intense phobics will probably get goosebumps when they see this image. With such a large plot of land, is it really possible for one person to complete the construction work? Zhang Yashuan asked. Of course, wait a moment, it's time to witness the miracle. With a head-mounted device in his hand, Donkor waited silently. The black components that the van had dumped were the very same miniature magnetic robots that Tang Ku had built. The driver Great Whites drove off in their van, mercilessly running over the miniature magnetic robots. No worries at all about crushing the miniature magnetic robot. Robots, why bother with robots? Less than a moment, Big White once again drove the big truck to come, this time pulling over all kinds of construction materials, cement, rebar, sand, etc. Chapter 126, Creating a Mansion with a Single Thought. Tonka put the neural control apparatus in his hand on his head. In an instant, it was as if there were countless more tiny consciousnesses in his mind that he could manipulate at will. It feels like the palm of your own hand, and it doesn't require any special thought at all. The densely packed miniature magnetic robots nearby vibrated slightly at the same moment. As the miniature magnetic robots vibrated, Tangka's control over them became clearer. Wow! Densely packed miniature magnetic robots gathered together in an orderly fashion. It was like a black wave that raged and swept through the open space. They haunted Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan as they rotated and hovered, as if they possessed life. Tonka was adapting to manipulate them, forming huge architectural shapes in front of him that kept changing combinations. At the same time, he also maneuvered the miniature magnetic robot, lifting both him and Zhang Yashuan into the air. Looking down at the buildings of the Magic City not far away, the bustling city came into view, some slight stinging from the cold wind blowing high in the sky on his face. Tang Ku then lowered himself and Zhang Yashuan back to the ground and maneuvered the robot to cover the building materials. A large number of miniature magnetic robots were like ferocious giant waves, engulfing these building materials in an instant. He spread out a drawing of the construction of a mansion, labeled with all the information in such detail that a building designer would be incredibly bored. If anyone designed drawings like that, they would definitely be the first to run out and spray him. It's really unprofessional. With drawings like this, it feels like a munchkin got it right. In fact, it was a drawing designed by Tang Ku himself. There was too much specialized stuff to understand, so he labeled everything on the drawing. At the same time, Zhang Yashuan held a tablet computer in her hand, which also displayed various data of the mansion. When Dunk couldn't think of anything, he could still ask about origins. The house covers an area of about 1,200 square meters. The reason why we didn't get a bigger house was because Don Seor felt, the priority now is to get the house you live in right, and your own safety is paramount. It's not too late to slowly expand later. There's no need to use up so much of the footprint at once. The second is, Don Cole didn't have that much heart to plan a building of that size. After all, not being an architectural engineering major, being able to get a 200 square meter mansion was already a credit to the Black technology system. Boom! A large number of miniature magnetic robots roll up construction materials without any tools or manpower. Tonka stared at the drawings the entire time, sometimes asking about the origin so that it could present the images and data to the tablet. The miniature magnetic robots began construction work on site. The field was leveled by their sweep, access to water, electricity and roads, digging footings, making bedding, piling, and backfilling, binding, molding, and pouring. The rumbling echoed continuously in the area. If one only closed their eyes to hear it, would have thought there was a construction brigade here, working on the building. Zhang Yashuan's red lips lightly opened as she looked at the house that was gradually taking shape in surprise. From low to high, the walls rise as the main body of the frame comes out. The miniature magnetic robots are like pitch-black spiders that form solid bodies wherever they crawl. It was fast, but it also consumed almost half an hour. One of the houses has many areas that are vacant, specifically for the purpose of being able to add weapons in the future. A large house with a postmodern style was presented in front of Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan. The walls are made of white marble material, and the wide floor-to-ceiling windows allow the interior to be light and bright. 3 floors in total. There is a wide pool on the first floor, as well as some vegetated green areas. The second floor has a large balcony that connects together to take in everything on the first floor. 2 bedrooms on the third floor, each with a small balcony. Standing in your third floor room, you can look out over the bustle of downtown. If you put it at night, you will see a different view. Of course, whether it's interior furniture, glass, windows, or the outdoor vegetation, landscaping, and pool, none of this has been built yet. Danko has only built the house frame. The exquisite renovations inside and out will require having the Great White come over and help to create the most beautiful house possible. After all, Tang Ko was not a connoisseur in this area. He was able to manipulate the miniature magnetic robots to build the house, but was not capable of designing and polishing every detail. And he didn't have that much material on hand, either, like greening furniture lighting and so on. These things are afraid to move dozens of trucks over again to be able to do. Just leave these simple tasks to Big White. Tang Ku was only responsible for building the framework of the house. The rest simply needed to be done by himself. On top of that, there is a 2,400 square meter basement. This basement was even more enormous than the house on the ground, and was intended to be used as a studio to facilitate research on black technology. Among other things, black tech weapons will be stored in this basement. It's ready. We should be able to move in a few days. Tang Ku took off the neural sensing device. The moment it was removed, the miniature magnetic robots fell apart en masse, scattering all over the floor once again. Don Seor felt as if his brain had lost a lot of things. But really, it's just that there's no more control over the miniature magnetic robots. Don't you let the paint sit for a couple days? It'll have an odor. Zhang Yashuan blinked. No need. Big White can clear it out. Just move things in directly when the time comes. Tang Ku laughed and pulled his wife into the car. There's nothing that can't be solved with the almighty Great White. When it's moved in and reinforced with industrial nanites, it'll be perfect. Capital. Quadrangle. This quadrangle has a long history and was a royal residence in ancient times. Passed down from one family to the next, it retains its old-fashioned exterior but incorporates modern decor inside. Stately and brilliant on the outside, modern on the inside. There were many people standing at the entrance to the quadrangle, their faces showing a variety of emotions. There is nervousness, anxiety, and anticipation. One of them, a gorgeous beauty, was none other than hot roll Tang Yunxin. At the moment she was a little nervous and excited, as were the people around her. Wow! Just then, a Kirin smart car came along, followed by a large truck. It's coming! Someone shouted in surprise. At last, the old man is saved. Can it really save Grandpa? It's not something that's been tested, a younger teenager said. Don't talk nonsense at this moment. Your grandfather will be the first to enjoy the nanomedical pods. Of course they haven't been tested. Don't you know Tang Ku's ability? The middle-aged man chided. But he's crossing the line. The teenager from earlier muttered in a low voice. Seeing the middle-aged man's eyes glaring at him, he was too scared to speak. Now desperate. The nanomedical pods are the last hope. Whether it's true or not, you can't say obscure things at this moment. Although his mind expressed doubt, the teenager didn't dare to say another word. Chapter 127, The Tang Family. Chen Zimo got down from the Qilin and said with a smile on his face, "It's been a long time, Ms. Tang, and it seems that all of you are a bit impatient, so I'll cut the crap." With that, he beckoned to Dabai. The driver, Dabai, went to the wagon and carried down a large white box and came stoically. "Lead the way, everyone. Saving people is important." Chen Zimo smiled faintly. His aura was high. The experience of this time had thoroughly acclimatized him to secretarial status. No matter how big or small the matter was, Tang Ku left it to Chen Zimo. Together with the assistance and guidance of Assistantly, Chen Zimo has grown rapidly in his busy schedule. Today it is a unique presence. There might be people in Black Ku Company who didn't recognize Tang Ku, but there was absolutely no one who wouldn't recognize Chen Zimo. The earliest to come and the latest to go in the company. The one with the busiest workload and the second highest power is all Chen Zimo. Truly a one-man show. Chen Zimo's temperament has long since changed drastically. From being a salesman and a young guy who plays with motorcycles, the man who became the big man in the industry he is today exudes confidence and speaks with aplomb. The people of the courtyard didn't dare to delay, and immediately opened the doors, bringing Chen Zimo and Dabai inside. "Big brother Zimmer, it's really troublesome. About the price of the nanomedical pod." Tang Yunxin walked over to Chen Zimo. Before he could finish his words, He was interrupted by Chen Zimo raising his hand. Let's talk about this stuff after the fact. Saving your grandfather first is important. Well, thank you for making the special trip. Tang Yunshin nodded gratefully. The sight of the huge white box filled her with anticipation. The crowd made their way to a more quaintly decorated room. Just as he walked in, he smelled the odor of Chinese herbs, mixed with a light sandalwood fragrance. A white-haired old man was lying on the bed, his eyes closed tightly. It seemed as if he had sensed someone coming in before he opened his pale eyes slightly. Grandpa, after today, you'll be sitting with us for New Year's Eve. Tang Yunshin quickly stepped forward and grabbed the other party's pale hand, saying, Tang Jiangmo coughed lightly twice and laughed kindly. Silly girl, people will eventually die, so why bother? It's true, it's not self-congratulation. Tang Yunshin cried and laughed. Grandpa thought she was being comforting. Look at this thing we brought. It's a nanomedical capsule created by the nations. Nay, the world's greatest black tech inventor. Tang Ku. Tang Yunshin moved aside so that Tang Jiangmo could see the large iron box placed next to him. Great White placed the box smoothly on the floor. Seeing the gazes of the crowd, it blinked as if it had come to a realization. Then dully, he extended a finger over the 4 directional buttons of the box and pressed them in turn. Thumbs up. The white box suddenly made a snorting sound and spread out slowly on all 4 sides. An oval-shaped chamber was presented to the crowd. The medical pod is pure white in color, with a reclining couch seat inside, flanked by 2 canisters of green liquid. The Great White ignored the crowd's surprised stares as it disassembled the spread-out crate boards. After tidying up, he took a naive step and left alone. Mission accomplished. You can go back to work. Old sir, my name is Chen Zimo. Your granddaughter wasn't joking. This machine is none other than the nanomedical pod, a product of my Black Co company. Chen Zimo stood next to the nanomedical pod and smiled. He saw that the old man had some bumps on his chest, which should be the location of the tumor. But the old man had a good heart, so he continued to laugh even when he was sick. Tang Jiangmo was a bit stunned, obviously a bit confused. Is it hard to believe that this thing can really cure him? And when was Black Company born? Tang Jiangmo's grandparents were people with big backgrounds, so there wasn't a lot of culture and education. He knew a great deal about the outside world, but never heard of Black Co. He couldn't be blamed for not knowing. After all, he had been in bed for some time, and it was during this period that Tang Ku rose to prominence, and in less than a year's time, he had developed such a world-leading black technology company. Old master, try this. Don't you wish to have a reunion dinner with us? The middle-aged man who was at the door earlier came forward and smiled. His name was Tang Wenshu, the eldest son of Tang Jiangmo and also the father of Tang Yunshin. The Jiangjin group was controlled by their Tang family, of which Tang Wenshu was the one with the most holdings among the 3 brothers, and also the one with the highest voice. Uncle, no one has tried this thing. The teenager who was at the door before spoke out again. Tang Yunshin couldn't help but knit her willow brows slightly, directly glaring at her own cousin. The teenager choked and shrank in fear. After a moment of silence, Tang Jiangmo once again smiled amiably. Alright, it's rare that you guys have taken some pains. Hearing that the old man agreed, everyone in the room showed joyful faces. Several servants immediately came over and carefully picked up Tang Jiangmo, gently placing him on the seat of the nanomedical pod. The medical bay was spacious, more than enough room for even a 200-pound fat man. Tang Jiangmo lying inside are still a lot of empty space. Even able to integrate another person is not a problem. Tang Yunshin and the others turned their gazes to Chen Zimo and nodded at him. Don't worry guys, we, Black Co, lead the world in technology. Chen Zimo smiled confidently and operated the electronic panel on the side of the nanomedical pod. The operation is easy. Just tap a few steps and it starts right up. Click. A clear glass slid out of the medical bay, covering the entire chamber. Tang lay inside and felt the oxygen level increase rather than decrease. The nanomedical pods made a slight sound, absorbing outside oxygen. Oxygen levels gradually increased, and Tang's breathing slowly calmed down. His eyes became a little heavy, and then he fell into a deep sleep. This is the first step of the nanomedical pod, allowing the patient to fall asleep before performing a series of operations. Chen Zimo was afraid that the other party would be nervous and thus do something impulsive. So the first thing he explained was, the glass panels are to create a sterile environment, and the medical bay has an oxygen filter that fills the interior with clean, sufficient oxygen. The green liquid on either side is a primary nutrient solution that fills in all of the patient's functions, so you don't have to guess what this is anymore. Chen Zimo smiled and looked at the teenager, knowing that he was thinking of something heavenly. After all, this green liquid always gave the impression of a zombie movie potion, and as a teenager, one was bound to fantasize about it. Nanomedicine pods require nutrient solutions in addition to nanomachines. Currently, Tangku had only gotten out a primary nutrient solution, which could replenish some of the things that the human body was missing. This makes for a better surgery. especially in terms of replenishing blood. Primary nutrient solution can perfectly fill the patient's lack of blood. Chapter 128, The Powerful Ability of Nanomedical Pods. As for the subsequent nutrient solution, it's even more outrageous. Intermediate nutrients can repair skin and flesh directly, like those rubbed off by abrasions. It would be possible for the nanomachine bugs, with a mid-level nutrient solution, to make a direct repair without leaving any scars. The advanced nutrient solution was even more terrifying, and the rebirth of severed limbs was not a problem. It is no longer limited to flesh and blood, and is even capable of giving birth to human bones. Of course, congenital diseases cannot be repaired with advanced nutrients. There is no record of it in human DNA because of that one piece that is inherently missing. If you want to cure congenital disorders, you need a more advanced nutrient solution to do so. It's on. Shin Zimo clicked on the start option, and the nanomedicine pod was officially operational. A blue stream of light scanned over Tang Jiangwo's body. A mannequin appears on the medical bay panel. This model is exactly the same as Tang Jiangwo, including the whole body skeleton is presented one by one. There is a red mark at the chest position. It says, chest tumor. Immediately after that, a gray substance that looked suspiciously like liquid began to pour into the primary nutrient solution. They were none other than nanomachine bugs that rolled up half of the nutrient solution and flowed into Tang Jiangwo. The mechanical bug automatically took off Tang Jiangwo's shirt, revealing the tumor on his chest. They swarmed around the tumor in a circle, holding up the nutrient solution into Tang. It was as if a cloud of gray liquid wrapped in green nutrient solution covered the tumor. Densely packed nanomachine worms wriggled up, and there was a glow illuminating the medical bay, as if strangling a virus. Slight traces of blood seeped out from within Tang Jiangwo's skin, but it was instantly carried and utilized by the nanomachines. The blood is used to circulate, and the virus is carried directly by the nanomachine bugs to the location where the light shines and shoots to kill. The tumor on Tang Jiangwo's chest is decaying at an alarming rate. The people around them stared wide-eyed, unwilling to let go of a single detail, their hearts shaken. The tumor is disappearing? Is this really gone? Or is it temporary? It must be true. Is this nanotechnology? It's amazing. I feel like I'm in a sci-fi movie. Great. The old man is saved. Worthy of being Tang Ku. It really is the most talented inventor in the world. The Tang family whispered, the joy on their faces unable to be suppressed. They were all originally just in the mindset of a last-ditch attempt to, whether it will work or not. They simply don't know, and they don't dare to think about it. It's a tumor, and it's a mid to late stage tumor. The doctors say it's hopeless, and with only 4 months left, I might not even make it to this year's Chinese New Year. Even the worst possibility is to leave this time of year in the spring. But what was never expected was that just 2 days after New Year's Day, Tang Ku's nanomedical pod was delivered, and it shows such amazing results. This also allowed the despairing Tang family to once again ignite the light of hope. The light that shone from this nanomedical pod seemed like the Savior's holy light, reflecting into the Tang family courtyard. The nanomechanical bugs, which seemed like liquids, worked faster and faster as the tumors faded away. A lot of dead skin and grease, etc., was discharged where the top of the medical bay was. It took about an hour for the Tang family to stand and wait. Shin Zimmer followed Tang Ku's calm demeanor and sat outside to drink tea. The glass panel reopened only after the medical treatment was over and the nanomachines were all returned to the inside of the medical bay. The crowd came around and no one dared to make a sound, because they didn't know if they could wake up the old man who had just finished his treatment. Just as he was about to go out and question Shin Zimo, he saw the old man slowly open his eyes as if he had woken up from sleep. I fell asleep? Is the medical treatment over? Tang whispered. Suddenly, he climbed to his feet, wide-eyed and horrified, looking at his chest and feeling the changes in his body. The pain is gone. The tumor is also gone. At this moment, he felt unprecedentedly refreshed, as if he was 10 years younger. This was the effect created by the nanomachine bugs taking some of the useless residue in his body and carrying it all out. Congratulations to old Mr. Tang for regaining his healthy body. You should take better care of yourself in the future. At this time, Shen Zimo walked in from outside and said with a smile, Grandpa, how are you feeling? Tang Yunshin happily ran to her grandfather's side. Tang Jiangwo eyes are full of disbelief. Stunned, really, cured? I'm not dreaming, right? It's not dreaming. Your speaking voice is all mid-air. Tang Wenshu walked with a big smile, some tears flashing at his eyes. Tang Jiangwo was his father and saw his father regain his health. At the moment, Tang Wenshu was quite grateful to Tang Ku inside. Also, I am incredibly glad that I prepared the land contract ahead of time. It was all worth it to gain the favor of such a genius. It's really powerful. What kind of existence is this Black Co company? Why have I never heard of it before? Tang Jiangwo stood up with the support of his two sons, his aged face filled with shock. My boss is Tang Ku, a rising black tech genius. If you want to be grateful, go be grateful to him. I'm just a part-time worker. Chen Zimo laughed bitterly. Ha 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 ha. Little friend, there is no need to be like this. I see that you have an extraordinary aura. You must also be a great man among men. Definitely a person who does great things. Tang Jiangwo laughed happily and said, if you don't mind, stay for a meal. Even though you're not Tang Ku, your coming is just as worthy of our Tang family's hospitality. Then thank you, Elder Tang. Chen Zimo cupped his fists and smiled. He stayed in order to give Tang Lao a face. After all, this was an invitation from the elders, and he also knew that the other party was trying to ask more about Tang Ku, the Donkers. At this time, Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan were packing up at home. Tang Ku's cell phone suddenly received a message. He clicked on it and whirled around and laughed. Spicy Roll's grandfather is back in good health. Really? It looks like the nanomedicine capsule was a big success. Worthy of being my husband, Zhang Yashuan praised. He. Thanks to my wife's good looks, it puts me in a happy mood every day and gives me more inspiration to create technology. Tang Ku heatedly smiled. Oily mouth. Everything can be pulled on me by you. Zhang Yashuan blanked her husband. It's even a bit of a stretch to know that it's a willful compliment. Still, she felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey. Vom. Just then, a discordant voice came. Jean Wuming stood in the doorway and made a vomiting motion. What is this smell? It stinks. Acrid, this seems to smell like acid. It's disgusting. She waved her hand, frantically brushing off her presence. Zhang Yashuan cried and laughed. It's Meng ah. Your family Chen Zimo now has a successful career. After a while it is estimated that it will be able to meet your father's requirements. You do not have to pretend here. She knew that the reason why Jean Wuming did this was actually to minimize the sadness of separation, because Zhang Yashuan and Tang Ku are moving. Chapter 129, New Home, Developing Weapons. Over at the new home, it had been completely renovated with the combined efforts of more than 100 great whites. Not only did you get the landscaping done, but you cleaned up after yourself. It's all about strength in numbers. The man, though, is a robot, but it also reflects the fact that if there are enough people working and no one is slacking off, renovation work can actually be done in a short period of time. The odor of furniture and paint after renovation is also completely dealt with by Dubai, which is absolutely green and healthy. As a great white robot capable of replacing a wide range of jobs, it naturally possesses special abilities that go far beyond this occupation. Otherwise it wouldn't have crowded out the original professional workers. Chen Zimo is still some distance away from my father's requirements. Jean Yuemeng hummed lightly. She was actually somewhat pleased in her heart that Chen Zimo had progressed faster than expected. This was all due to the position and height that Tang Ku had provided Chen Zimo with. Just steal your joy. Zhang Yashuan laughed. Jean Yumeng hugged Zhang Yixian with a sobbing voice. The two had similar experiences and felt a sense of empathy the first time they met. After all these days together, the personalities fit together very well. Kim Wumong is very sad to see her best friend go, but has to keep the big picture in mind. She knew that Zhang Yashuan's move was to be able to have a safer living environment. Harm. Cry what? It's not a parting of life and death. You can come to me anytime. Zhang Yashuan touched her best friend's hair and laughed. Can I just stay at your house? Jean Yuemeng's words had only just fallen when her fair forehead was lightly knocked by Zhang Yashuan. Live, you big devil head. Zhang Yashuan said breathlessly. That was her and Tang Ku's two-person world. How could she let this girl live in as well? How inconvenient once Kim Wumon lives in his own house. After all, balconies, living rooms, bathrooms, kitchens, and other locations are all active places. With her here, there are fewer active locations. Well, then I'll look for you later when I'm free. Jean Yuemeng said with discouragement. Zhang Yashuan glanced at Dubai, who was helping to pack up the clothes. See that everything is packed. So he said to Jean Yumeng, let's go, come over and play with me sometime. It's only 20 minutes away anyway. Our house is huge. I know. You and Tang could drive carefully. Jean Yumeng watched expressionlessly as Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan sat in the car. Harm. It's not like we have to drive. There's an autopilot. Zhang Yashuan's voice snapped, her pretty face slightly red as she glared at her best friend. This drive is not a drive. 8 o'clock in the evening. Tonka and his wife rode in a smart car to their new home. The night was fading and the road was lit up with dim lights. When they arrived at their new home, all the lights in the house, under the control of Origins, came on at the same moment. The courtyard outside the house is filled with sculptures, arbor vitae, and a pool. The white marble walls are framed with borders of stained coroplast. More than 60 curved curtain walls with a matrix of light and tension. There's an overall sense of technological futurism, but without losing the sense of life. Many different shades of bright light, reflected from the large balcony on the second floor, make the water on the first floor colorful. As you can see through the wide floor-to-ceiling windows, the lights inside the house are bright yellow, giving it a cozy feeling. The vegetation around the perimeter is arranged to have an irregular aesthetic, and the greenery is neatly trimmed and shaped, welcome to the new home. Don Cor was the first to get out of the car, then led his wife toward the house. Moving forward along the flower and stone pathway, push open the black rock slab entry door to a bright yellow tone space, letting both Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan feel the homecoming atmosphere. Not bad, little Kezi. It seems like you have a talent for designing. You actually got it so good. Zhang Yashuan laughed playfully. It's okay. It's mainly the design of the overall framework. The interior is still relying on Big White to get it right. As for the design on the decoration, it's Origin's credit. Tang Ku was rare and modest, not proud in front of his wife. Big White carried their things and put all the clothes and jewelry and so on in the positions Tang Ku had planned beforehand. Zhang Yashuan gleefully wandered around her home, not only to admire it, but also to figure out the map of her home. It would be very Versailles to get lost and drive around in circles in your own home. Tang Ku went straight down towards the stairs and into the basement. Access to the basement is through a heavy door. There are 2 cameras on either side of the wall, and Origins opens the door only after capturing that it's Don Cor's face. The gate was thick, 30 centimeters. They open into the wall like elevator doors. What came into view was a brightly lit laboratory. Inside, many instruments were set up, and Big White was assembling and carrying them. There was also a large screen monitor attached to the wall with several computers set up below it. This underground laboratory would become an important territory for Tang Ku to develop black technology. On the other side, intermediate robots were assembling supercomputers. Black tech weapons are important to avoid information leaking out. Any information about the weapon is stored inside this offline supercomputer. Don Cor sat down at his computer and let Origins manipulate the industrial nanites that surged out of a columnar machine. In an instant, it was as if a silvery white liquid flowed out of the next door. They carry cut alloy elements on their own, penetrating the walls, repairing gaps within the walls while reinforcing the nearby dirt. Start in the basement and work your way up. Cor alloy is an extremely strong material. Fire, water, electricity, earthquake. In the future, Donko will continue to upgrade and remodel the house to make it a complete fortress. A super technological fortress hidden within the magic capital of the Dragon Kingdom. Ding! At that moment, the monitors on the basement walls lit up. It showed the entire building in its entirety, as well as the industrial nanomite reinforcement. There is also camera information in the home, with every corner clearly captured. Whenever there is an anomaly, it will be captured by Origins in the first place. The data is stored offline into a supercomputer anyway, so you don't have to worry about leakage. Unless someone sneaks into the basement of Don Cor's house and steals the data inside the supercomputer, it's unlikely to be seen. The defense weapon has to be done first, otherwise my hectic video with my wife won't turn into XXgate, or so-and-so eating a melon. Tanka stroked his chin and decided to design the weapon drawings now. But before that, a quick vacation from the book club. Tanka took out his cell phone and skillfully wrote a leave note. I moved today and couldn't find the time to update, so I will do it tomorrow. Well, it's perfect. The cell phone was set aside, and then weapon building began. In the face of weapons, the first technological weapon Tanka could think of, and the easiest to realize, was the laser weapon, laser sword, laser gun, laser cannon, laser cutting website. Be small and nimble, but also powerful in damage. Chapter 130 Holographic Projection City. The energy source for lasers is electricity. Electricity and magnetism are two things that Tanka barely counts as an introduction, right? Trying to make a laser weapon powerful couldn't be easier for him. All it took was a knowledge of the basic principles of weaponry and his knowledge of electromagnetism to forge a strong weapon. As for charging, Tanka used the force field shield's charging and releasing method. This thing is a super hack. It solves Tanka's energy problem once and for all. With this black technology, there is no longer any need to consider what exactly to employ as the main energy source. The reason why the Smart Flyer is slow to advance is precisely because the electromagnetic thrusters consume oil and electricity. There might be enough energy for a temporary outbreak, but trying to fly is very fuel and power hungry. To use oil and electricity to support a car for a long flight is either a family with a mind or a sick mind. The energy aspect was solved, but it also still didn't allow for a smart flying car to be introduced. Electromagnetic propulsion is only suitable for propulsive acceleration, not for use as a primary means of flight, and the best flying cars are those that run on anti-gravity devices. Tanka's face was serious as he added an anti-gravity column to the schedule. I'll look into it when I have time. Right now it's all about building weapons and making your house a fortress first. Tanka once again buried his head in his hands and immersed himself in the development of the weapon. Industrial nanomites continue to transform houses. Sometimes Tanka had a whim and would have the miniature magnetic robots remodel and expand the house again. So the industrial nanomites just don't stop being busy. After moving into her new home, Zhang Yashuan enjoyed a few days of leisure time and also started her comic project. She loves to draw and enjoys drawing comics and the feeling of accomplishment when her work comes out. It's like Don Cor likes to see chapters of his novels. It's the same kind of smooth, exhilarating feeling you get when you flip down from the first chapter to the 1000th. Both were immersed in their own worlds, enjoying life and work. Yes, just enjoy. Only if you really love something and get something out of it. It's only then that you realize that work can be enjoyed as well. With the production of AR glasses, more and more people are getting their hands on this product. The concept of reality enhancement is understood and accepted by more and more people. It was said that Tangku had allowed the Dragon Kingdom to cross over into the era of artificial intelligence. Now in a short period of time, it has allowed the Dragon Kingdom to cross over into another new era once again. The creation of AR glasses has left the Dragon Nation in disbelief. The moment you put on your glasses, it's as if you've actually arrived in a sci-fi world. It all feels, well, psychedelic. Others say there is still a long way to go before the next era, unless Tangku can come up with, once again, a more world-changing product. In short, people talk about the topic of Black & Company products these days. It has shifted from the product itself to Donkor. People are no longer focusing on how amazing Blackco's products are, but what other miracles the man Donko will create. Many people in the Dragon Kingdom regarded him as the pinnacle existence of brain development throughout the ages. Many people say that Tangka's brain potential has been fully stimulated by him. How else could you come up with so much technology? And every single one of them surpasses the globe. No one can stop Tangka's progress anymore. And the path he's traveled, there's simply no way for others to follow. The supercar dealers have gone for civilian cars, and after holding out for so long, they finally lost. And the most crucial thing is that Tangku hasn't even bothered with the matter. Don Cole is like a man of the world. He's more unattainable than any business bigwig. I think Tangku must be an alien who came to Earth to pass on the technological fire. If it's an alien, then why doesn't he secretly develop technology and then rule the Earth, becoming the Lord of the Earth and enjoying beautiful women all over the globe? Maybe it's because Sister Yashian's charm is too great, making Tangku, the alien, change his ways. Ha 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 ha. The online discourse always goes from a decent topic to a gradual picture mutation. But one fact that cannot be changed is that Donkor is gradually being deified by people. This is just the beginning. And the buzz continues. After the country got its hands on the holographic projection technology, it is now finally being put to use in the city. Traffic lights are completely replaced with holographic projections, and even the road signs on the ground are holographically projected. The state has installed many holographic projection instruments on the continent, along with loading more cameras. If someone violates the traffic rules, a holographic projection will alert them. In addition to stifling the thoughts of those who try to violate the law, it is also to prevent some novice drivers who forget the rules of road walking. Many holographic projection figures began to appear within the city, manipulated by an artificial intelligence to give directions to traveling tourists. Even the street signs have been replaced by holographic projections that are clear and don't look wobbly, and save a lot of space locations, especially in places where there are simply too many trees, which often tend to obscure street signs. Some people have little sense of civic-mindedness or have ulterior motives, and they will deliberately deface road signs. With the addition of holographic projections, the problem of masking and smearing is completely solved. The information from the holographic projection will be printed directly on the masking. Seeing the effect of the holographic projection, the bosses of many chain stores have contacted Tangku's side. As long as you have the money and power, it couldn't be easier to find out a person's cell phone number. That's why Spicy Roll was able to add to Donkor's prestige. But knowing is knowing. Whether you dare to add it is another matter. Tangku hadn't hidden his cell phone number because he didn't answer any strange calls. His cell phone is basically just used for writing novels, watching videos, and playing games. No daily contacts at all. If I had to say that there were, it would be my parents, who sometimes contacted me, and Chen Zimo, a laborer. Even the wife is not in constant contact, because the wife is around every day. So what the hell? But in the past few days, Tangka's cell phone has continuously received unfamiliar text messages, and dozens of friend applications have appeared on Weixin. These were the group bosses of the chain stores, and they didn't dare to choose to contact them by phone for fear of disturbing Tangku, hence the choice of the SMS and Wilson route. The purpose was just to get a license for Tangka's holographic projection technology, and they wanted to get a holographic projection sign for their store. Such an eye-catching signboard is an absolutely attention-grabbing presence anywhere. There were also some bigwigs from commercial plazas who came to Tangku and wanted to create a holographic projection billboard for their plazas. Faced with these requests, Tangku did not refuse. The other party was here to give away money, so naturally they would take as much as they could get. The technology of holographic projection, sooner or later, will be applied to various places in life. There is no need to hide it. Chapter 131, Going Home for the New Year. Tangku was extremely generous and friendly, licensing the holographic projection technology to these people. Of course, All of these people's information Tang Ku had checked. It's the ones that don't have any connection to the Hofang group that he puts in the partner queue. Anyone who had dealt with Haofeng, Tang Ku rejected them all. Whatever the other party's relationship with Hofang was, he ignored it and refused to do so. This was the least of the problems. And anyway, Dongkor had no shortage of partners. You can do whatever you want. After authorization, Dongkor continued his weapons development. The drawings have been designed to allow origins to be modified and built. Tang Ku only needed to observe the data, discover the strengths and weaknesses, and remodel again. A month down the line, he's got laser rays on the cameras in his house. Instantly piercing through iron walls is no problem, and it's extremely lethal. The camera is definitely the first to detect the presence of an anomaly, so a laser ray on the camera is a must. The next best thing is the Great White in the house, which Donko has modified all the Great Whites in the house, colloid their exteriors to prevent them from being pierced by bullets. Then a laser gun is added to the body, as well as a laser sword. No need for a weapon casing to be loaded. The Great White's body is a perfect laser carrier. Raise your hand to fire laser rays and kill your enemies on the spot. On top of that, Tang Ku added the laser function to the intermediate robots as well. Not only do the hands and feet have laser-emitting ports, but even the eyes can emit lasers. Because of Tang Ku's remodeling, it had also caused the intermediate-level robots to become somewhat obese in size. It's not good enough to have all killing weapons. You still need a means of capturing them alive. Not everyone has to be killed, because it's not all the enemy that breaks into your home. It could also be an animal, or a friend planning to sneak into your home and surprise you with a birthday party. It's a friend coming in and nothing more, and Origins is able to recognize it and not attack it in any way. But what if it's a puppy that slips in by mistake? If the dog was still someone's lost doggy, you would inevitably not be able to strike it down. It's just too paranoid, but it's not good for it to toss around if left alone. On top of that, it's possible to slip in some state-protected animals. Is it hard to let the Great White catch up? It's also easy to break a lot of things on that chase. In the face of all these contingencies, the means of capture is a must. Straight up stunned with an electromagnetic cannon? Or house arrest by laser means? Tonka cupped his chin and muttered. Or maybe just use the magnetic robots and build co-alloy walls around the intruder, trapping the intruder inside. Magnetic robots erecting small buildings is very fast. It feels like a wall goes up instantly. Forget it, use all the methods. All of the methods of capturing enemies are used for a variety of situations. Tangka's basement absolutely did not allow, except for him and Zhang Yashuan, anyone to go in. That hides all the secrets of Tang Ku. So the more means you have, the more secure your home will be. And build a stronger guard robot for the last line of defense. The corners of Tang Ku's mouth rose slightly. This feeling was just too secure. After getting this done, he would be able to build more advanced weapons, and it wouldn't be a problem to take on a country head-on. LOL, LOL, LOL. Suddenly, there were a few knocks on the side of the computer desk. Tang Ku snapped back to his senses and turned his head to see an exquisite face that was smilingly looking at him. Bao, New Year's Eve and Spring Festival will be in a few days. Won't you go back to Yangqing for the festival this year? Zhang Yashuan sat next to her, her jade hands resting on her fragrant cheeks and said, New Year's Eve. Tang Ku's demeanor was somewhat dazed, not realizing that a month had already passed. He didn't leave the house for a whole month, researching weapons during the day and frantically writing books at night. After a month of this cycle of days, his whole body looked a little haggard. If it weren't for his wife dragging him on his morning jog every morning, he would look even weaker at the moment. Tang Ku stood up and rubbed his head, feeling like he was breathing a little heavy. Perhaps it's time to give yourself a break. Of course, naturally, the novel will still be updated daily, but technology can be done without too much haste. After such a long time, those forces that were unfavorable to Tang Ku hadn't made any movements. Guess there's some big move brewing. It won't do anything to him for a while, so there's no need to be too nervous. And the tech development is pretty much done. At least at home, Donk didn't need to worry about safety at all. Wait, Chinese New Year. The corners of Tang Ku's mouth twitched. Looking at the calendar under my computer, New Year's Eve is in 4 days. Chinese New Year is a time to go home for the holidays. And Zhang Yashuan, as a wife, naturally wanted to return to her hometown with Tang Ku. Turns out they're all still in Mordor now, and they've even forgotten about such a thing. Tang Ku slapped his head and cursed his brain. Let's go. Pack up and pack up. Let's go back home for the new year. Tang Ku closed his laptop and walked up to the first floor with Zhang Yashuan. It was snowing heavily outside, and the sound of the whistling wind made people shiver in the cold. Obviously, it was already spring season, but as a result, it was still like winter outside, with snow and wind. But that's not a problem, as long as we're back in the south, snow and all. In the south there is only winter and summer. And now in Sheepshead, you are probably wearing short sleeves already. It's so urgent. I'll talk to my dad. Zhang Yashuan tapped her cell phone to send a message to her dad. As the boss of a large domestic conglomerate, it was natural for his family to have a private jet. Zhang Yashuan planned to ask her old man if the private jet was in Magic City. Tang Ke casually scanned the house and ended up taking only this laptop with him. There were plenty of clothes and stuff from the old side of the family. Even Zhang Yashuan's clothes. After all, they go back to their hometown every year for the holidays, so they specifically left their clothes over there. Tang Ke went to the check room to change into a short sleeve, then put on a down jacket. The reason for dressing like this is actually for convenience. It's snowing on this side of the Magic City, but when you get to the southern city of Yangcheng, you can change to short sleeves. When the time comes, the down comes off and it's done. Bao, we're going to the airport to get on a plane. My dad thinks we've gone back to Yangcheng, so mom and dad took a private plane out for a trip. Zhang Yashuan walked inside the check room and said with a speechless face, I can't believe I didn't tell her when I went out on a trip. I'm so ashamed to be a biological parent. Alright, the airplanes at the airport are fine too. With the force field shields and the Great White around, we'll be able to land safely even if we're in distress high in the air. Don Cor cried and laughed, but then you'll have to buy 2 more seats to give the 2 Great Whites a ride. The Great White has been thoroughly integrated into life, and the national standard regarding robots riding in transportation is to treat them in the same way as humans. It's time to buy a ticket. Chapter 132, The Flight Attendant Who Asked for a Novel. As much nonsense as you can say. Where are all the horrors? I think you're stupid for writing novels. Zhang Yashuan gave her husband a blank look before pushing Tang Ke out. She was alone in the check room changing various clothes until she was satisfied. That's how I got out and purchased 4 plane tickets on my cell phone. 10 minutes later, the two of them, Tang Ke and Zhang Yashuan, arrived at the Magic City airport with 2 bodyguards. Debai. The bodyguard Great White is there in case someone is hijacking the plane and can stabilize all factors inside the plane. As for outside rushes, like missiles, or airplanes colliding or whatever, the Tang Ke couple with the Xuanwu heart ring could survive the explosion intact. Even a crash would be judged dangerous by origins. Brace your shields directly and hit the ground. If it fell into the sea, wouldn't there still be a bodyguard? Big White, the bodyguard, Debai, can't protect humans in an explosion, but with its Ku alloy shell, it's impervious to blast flames. As long as Tang Ke and Zhang Yashuan survived, even if they fell into the sea, they could be rescued by the bodyguard. Debai, the Great White has an outer layer of Ku alloy, but remains inflatable on the inside. Donk doesn't have to worry about drowning at all. He dared to bring his wife on an airliner precisely because he had so much protection in place. Alas, whether the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility becomes, I do not know, but the danger to oneself does become greater. Tang Ke sighed, his heart missing the days when he was able to write novels quietly at home. You can never imagine that there are so many dangerous events in life until you have a shooting incident. The Dragon Kingdom really protects its people so well that the people here are completely unaware of how dangerous the outside world is. Wars are still breaking out in many countries and times are hard for the people, and powerful nations enjoy a paper life every day. Out of gratitude to the Dragon Kingdom, Tang Ke had taken out so much to reproduce a copy for the Dragon Kingdom at the fairest price. Picked up the ticket. Let's go. Boarding. Zhang Yashuan's small hand clutching the ticket waved in front of Tang Ke and smiled. Oh, okay. Tang Ke came back to his senses and immediately followed his wife. The two boarded the plane and sat in first class with 8 seats. He, along with his wife and Big White, occupy 4 seats in this first-class cabin. Anyone who can sit here is a character with some small fortune. These people recognized Tang Ke and just nodded politely, not getting excited like those stargazers. Donkos and his wife's were double seats, stuck together. Just as the two of them sat down, a pretty flight attendant approached. A shimmering light flickered in her beautiful eyes, written with surprise. Big brother Tang Ke, it's really you. It's so nice that you're actually coming to sit on our flight. I've always wanted to talk to you. The stewardess walked up next to Tang Ke and burst into chatter. Tang Ke's lips parted slightly, not knowing how to interject. I say, aren't you a little too derelict in your duties? At this time, Zhang Yashuan, who was sitting next to her, said with a sullen face. The stewardess then reacted, and her pretty face blushed as she hurriedly apologized. Sister Yashian is also here. I'm sorry, I was too excited just now. But Tang Ke and Zhang Yashuan feel this stewardess, as if after seeing Zhang Yashuan, more emotional. It's fine, calm down. I'm not a big star, Tang Ke said breathlessly. What's with the stewardess? I don't think I've seen many stars in the past, so why are you so nonchalant? Moreover, Tang Ke himself wasn't even a star, and the other party was actually so excited. Is this the first time you've come to work? I'm sorry, I'm really very sorry. I lost my temper. I'm a fan of you guys and I can't control myself a bit. The flight attendant was full of apologies. Seeing the other party's sincere apology, the dissatisfaction in Tang Ke and Zhang Yashuan's hearts descended. A Coke, What do you want, wife? Tang Ku turned his head and asked. Just plain water, Zhang Yashuan faintly said. Okay, I'll get it right away. The stewardess took the initiative to enthusiastically fetch various beverages, first assigning them to Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan before going to entertain the other passengers. The plane had taken off long ago and was flying smoothly through the air. This stewardess came to Tang Ku again after searching around. Sister Ye, I have a few words I'd like to say to Big Brother Tang Ku. I wonder if it's possible, the air hostess asked politely. Immediately, she remembered that she hadn't introduced herself and immediately added, My name is Yulan. I'm the flight attendant for this flight. Zhang Yashuan smiled and nodded. Hello. Yulan first sought Zhang Yashuan's opinion, which was the proper etiquette before asking a married man questions. Only after seeing Zhang Yashuan's tacit agreement did Yulan look at Tang Ku. Big Brother Tang Ku, I wonder if I can ask you a question. Go ahead. No need to be so polite. Tang Ku sighed. To be honest, he wasn't too fond of such polite conversation. Although the other party was polite, it wasn't Tang Ku's preferred way of speaking. It's like this. I'm a fan of your novels. I see that your Devouring the Universe is almost finished. I wonder if you have any ideas for the next book? Yulan immediately asked. This question took Don Cor by surprise. He had expected the other man to ask questions about technology, or requests, or something like that, but he never expected that the other party would actually come to ask him about the novel. For a while, Tang Ku's heart was actually a little happy. It's like being recognized for something you own, and it's inexplicably pleasurable. Perhaps it was that in Tang Ku's mind, fiction was his hobby, and technology was nothing more than a means to an end. Tang Ku took a deep breath and adjusted his emotions and replied, I haven't thought about it for the moment. Looking at you, it seems like you have some kind of recommendation? If he didn't have any particular idea, the other party would never ask about such a pointless topic. Yulan sniffed and immediately smiled. Worthy of being Big Brother Tang Ku, sure enough, you guessed it. Here's the thing. I have a friend who does anime, and he wants to do a super long anime, and he needs to do a detective theme, but search the whole network of detective novels, as well as all the detective scripts. There is not a single one that can satisfy him, and he is also a fan of yours, but cannot afford to contact you. So today I want to. You want me to write a detective novel for my next book? Don Cor asked directly. A color of embarrassment surfaced on Yulan's pretty face. She did think so. Don't be angry for a moment. Big Brother Tang Ku, that friend of mine is also a fan of your novels, and he thinks that only you have the ability to write a detective novel like no other. Yulan said hurriedly, afraid that Tang Ku would stop paying attention to her in a fit of anger. Tang Ku's novels, like his technology, are able to cross different classifications and still explode in popularity and critical acclaim. Therefore, if Tang Ku were to write detective novels, he might really be able to write something else. The corners of Tang Ku's mouth rose as he said, I'm not angry. It's a delightful thing to be recognized by fans. As for whether or not to write a detective novel, let's just say it's too much of a coincidence. Chapter 133, He Doesn't Like Girls. Spicy Roll had mentioned it to Tang Ku once before, asking him if he wanted to write a detective novel for his next book. It was this casual mention that gave Tang Ku the idea of writing detective novels. Now this comes with a request for him to write detective novels. Is this destiny? Thinking of this, Tang Ku couldn't help but smile. It's not like I can't write detective novels. I can even give the license to roam to your friend. Tang Ku faintly said. Really? That's great. I wonder what Big Brother Tang Ku needs. Yulan said in surprise. Not too demanding. I just want to know if your friend has the strength. Tang Ku smiled faintly. If it was just a trashy anime production group, he naturally wouldn't be able to work with the other party. But if it's strong, it's not a bad idea to cooperate. It's just that there seems to be only one Skype anime production group with a bit of power in the country, right? Sure enough, just as Tang Ku's words fell, Yulan immediately revealed an embarrassed look on her face. My friend is a fledgling anime production group. Yulan was a little embarrassed, but immediately added, but I guarantee that his made anime is absolutely. Hearing this, Tang Ku directly raised his hand to interrupt, sneering, sorry, your assurance is worthless. What I want is not to hear you say this. What good can a guarantee do? If that was all there was to it, then he'd just have to say goodbye to the other guy. I thought it was some kind of powerful character, but I didn't realize it was just coming over to ask for an opportunity. Realizing that Tang Ku was upset, Yulan hurriedly explained, no, I can take out my friend's work. He really just lacks a bowl. I can't get my cell phone out to show you the work right now, so I'll show it to you after the downtime. Is that okay? Her attitude was very sincere, while there was a hint of confidence in the depths of her eyes. It seems that this metaphorical orchid is full of pride in his friend's work. Tang Ku nodded his head. Anyway, there is no delay. Wait and see, that is. Okay, then you come find me later. Thank you very much. I'll get to work then. so if you have any requests, you can just call me. Yulan released a smile and bowed slightly before not lingering. She also knew better than to intrude too much. It takes more than 2 hours to fly from Mordor to Yangcheng. Zhang Yashuan had specially prepared some small snacks. The two of them ate and chatted and soon arrived at their destination. Through the window of the airplane it was possible to see that the snow outside had disappeared and the warm sun shone on the earth. It was like walking from winter into the heat of summer. Phew! The plane dropped slowly, taxied quickly down the airport road, and gradually came to a smooth stop. Tang Ke didn't hurry to get off the plane, but instead watched the anime screen that was playing. In Yulan's cell phone, the opening 2D animated scenes and characters directly attracted Tang Ke's attention. Mentally, I sighed, it's kind of fun. There are both 2D and 3D anime made in China, but the famous national anime is more 3D, because the modeling is beautiful and possesses a different visual sensibility. And while 2D anime has been done, it's not as good as some islands' 2D refinement, plus the plot isn't good enough. Therefore, there are very few excellent 2D anime in China, and almost none of them can make big money. There are even fewer golden daddies willing to throw money at 2D anime, but the anime playing in front of Tang Ke, even though it was a short martial arts story, had all the good points, displayed to the fullest. Both the scene switching and the smoothness of the graphics during the fights are particularly amazing. How does it feel? My friend did a good job with this animation, didn't he? Yulan asked with some small pride. The corners of Tang Ke's mouth rose as he said, not bad. I can see that your friend is doing it with a lot of care, and if the super long anime stays at this level, I'm willing to cooperate. Domestic anime lacks stories and investors, and countless excellent production groups have been nipped in the bud. The production team for the production at hand is similarly in its infancy. They have the seriousness to make anime and the love for the industry. It's indeed a good idea to invest in it. That's really great. Let's add a contact. I'll talk to my friend and give you his contact information then? Yulan couldn't wait. If I'm not wrong, this Yulan's friend should be her boyfriend or relative or something like that. Otherwise she wouldn't have been so excited, like she was being recognized herself. Yes, but I'll also inspect my anime afterward, and if it fails to satisfy me, I still won't sign the contract. Tang Ke took a good precaution in advance, lest the misunderstanding later lead to unpleasantness between the two sides. Don't worry, the quality is absolutely guaranteed. They are a group of youths who love the second dimension and are motivated to make an anime work that will live in infamy, Yulan said with confidence. After the two added each other's friends, Yulan also added Zhang Yashuan's friend. At the risk of asking, this friend of yours, what's his relationship with you? A boyfriend? Tang Ke asked casually. Yulan, slightly stunned, suddenly smiled bitterly. Not a boyfriend, just a friend with a better relationship. There was helplessness in her words. Zhang Yashuan, who was on the side, added, is it more than friends, lovers yet? Yulan seemed to want to nod, but then shook his head. I do like him, but he doesn't like girls. At those words, Tang Ke's smile faltered. Good lord, it's actually a man. There are a lot of internet S, but real S are rare. I didn't expect to meet one today. Okay, we'll leave now. I'll be in touch. Tang Ke and Zhang Yashuan stood up and walked off the airplane with Yulan escorting them. The heat was up to 28 degrees, with a hot breeze that smelled uniquely of summer. Tang Ke had taken off his down jacket when he got on the plane and walked off wearing a white short-sleeved jacket. Zhang Yashuan was also prepared. She wore a dress with a down jacket over it to get on the plane. Again, just take off the down and it's a perfect switch to summer. The two got on the plane in winter down and got off in cool summer clothes. The sweltering heat was a little uncomfortable for both of them. This heat is no longer just hot, the sweltering heat can give a sense of suffocation. Tang Ke picked up his cell phone and tapped on it a few times. Take your wife and find a seat at the airport exit and wait for the unicorn smart car to come by. Tang Ke invented technological products, and whenever they were useful, he would send a few sets to his family. So there was also a Qilin intelligent vehicle on the old side of the family, and Tang Ke had just called the family's Qilin car to come over. Due to the traffic jam in Go Town, the two waited here for a full half hour before they finally saw the silver-white unicorn traveling up. As the Chinese New Year approaches, many red lanterns are hung on the streets, as well as words of blessing. In fact, these are holographic projections. It's not even Chinese New Year yet, and it's already giving off a Chinese New Year vibe. Chapter 134, Spirit Stone Studio. Tang Ke is an only child, with just two parents at home and no other siblings. But Tang Ke's family was not small, with 4 siblings and 2 or 3 children in his father's generation. Dong's father was the third oldest of his siblings, and Tang Ke's grandfather's generation also had 4 brothers, and each of them had no less number of children and grandchildren than Tang Ke's grandfather. In the countryside, such a lineup is definitely considered a big family. Old thinking is rampant in rural areas, especially in the area of patriarchy and snobbery, and the grandparents weren't very nice to Tang Ke's mother, especially the mother-in-law-daughter-in-law relationship between the grandmother and the mother. Frozen to the core, so to speak, Tang-ko didn't really like these relatives, but had to go back to the countryside every year because his father was filial to his family. If he said he wasn't going back home, his father would act as if he had lost his mind and was extremely grumpy. The father is also a foolish filial piety, brainless to his own parents' side, never considered the feelings of Tang-ko's mother. Thinking back to his childhood, his father's unreasonable attitude, Tang-ko couldn't help but want to sigh. Seen the shortcomings of fathers, the ugliness of families, the hypocrisy among relatives. Don Cor is motivated to get ahead and make a lot of money. Then start with your own generation to revolutionize the ugliness of the family. It's not about inheriting the family, it's about creating a whole new family, with yourself as the family patriarch. Education in culture and thought affects the character and vision of future generations. Unconsciously, while Tang-ko was in a daze, he and Zhang Yashuan had already returned to the doorstep. Along the way, Zhang Yashuan didn't bother to interrupt Tang-ko's musings, because every time he came back, Tang-ko would fall into memories. Zhang Yashuan knew all about Tang-ko's childhood experiences. At this time, holding onto the palm of Tang-ko's hand was the greatest support for him. Master, we've reached our destination. Oh. The car slowed to a stop, and Origin's voice rang through the car. Tang-ko took a deep breath and looked at his wife beside him. Let's go. Get off. Aha! The wife smiled and nodded. The two men grabbed their belongings and got out of the car, and in front of them was a single house of maybe 200 square feet. In fact, you can buy a bigger house. Only Tang-ko's parents said that only 2 people live. Too big to get used to, so there's no buying a bigger house. Click. Tang-ko was just about to press the doorbell when the villa door opened automatically. He'd forgotten himself that the house had origins and the doors all opened automatically. After all, in the previous spring, he was just a geek writing novels. Now it's back, but it's a tech guru. Son, you're finally back. A middle-aged woman came through the house with a big smile on her face. The woman was none other than Tang-ko's mother, Feng Qin. She heard the home origin alert and came over to the door to check, not realizing it was really her son returning. Old man, come and see. It's really our son who has returned. Feng Qin shouted to the house. Tang-ko's father immediately came from the house, his skin a bronze color and full of smiles. It's a darkening of the skin caused by years of exposure to the elements. Tang Ding has a low level of education, did not finish junior high school, came out to work every day to live the days of moving bricks. Later on, he got ahead and became a small leader of the construction site, and his days were gradually nourished, but also because of the back socializing and staying up all night, resulting in a head full of gray hair now at the age of 50. Thought your kid wouldn't come back. Come inside. There are a few of your favorite crabs at home. Tang Ding smiled happily when he saw his son return. Xian, don't just stand there either. Come in quickly. Feng Qin immediately stepped forward to receive the parcel in the hands of Zhang Yashuan and pulled her towards the house. Feng Qin, who has been left out in the cold by her mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, has deeply experienced the feeling of her mother-in-law treating her badly. She didn't want her daughter-in-law to be treated the same way, so she took great care of Zhang Yashuan, treating her like her own daughter. The 4 of them headed for the house, eating melon and chatting in the living room. Chef Dubai was busy in the kitchen, and every now and then an aroma wafted out. Son, did you really come up with all these robots and stuff? I don't remember you being interested in that before, the mother asked. It's all a long story. I didn't think I'd delve into technology, and at first it was just to modify Xian's car for fear that she wouldn't pay attention while driving. What? I'm a good driver, okay? As soon as she heard her husband say that she didn't pay attention to her driving, Zhang Yashuan immediately puffed up and expressed her dissatisfaction. Yes, 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 yes. I'm more nervous in your car than you are. What? I'm not afraid. What are you afraid of? Okay, these are not important. Ku-zi-ah, can't be proud of earning a lot of money, you have to keep working hard, okay? Father Tang Ding smiled and spoke. Got it. Tang Ku was as perfunctory as ever. This kid. Feng Qin and Tang Ding simultaneously laughed in exasperation and shook their heads. Every time they told Tang Ku to pay more attention, he wouldn't accept it. But it's the familiarity that makes the atmosphere in the house a joyful one. In the evening the family had a nice big dinner. Tang Ku's parents took Zhang Yashuan out for a walk with them, and Tang Ku stayed home alone on the pretext of writing a book. Yulan, big brother Tang Ku, I've communicated with my friend. He's thrilled to death. Tang Ku Imang, it's broken? Then forget it. I'll find someone else. Yulan, no, It's not broken. It's just a description. I'll push his contact info to you now. Yulan on the other side was sweating for a while. It seemed that big brother Tang Ke didn't have much of a sense of humor. What exactly did he rely on to gain sister Yashian's favor? Tang Kui Meng, it's not broken. So hurry up. I'm going to do 40,000 a day and finish devouring the universe as soon as possible. Yulan, okay. Send it now. I'll have Kaisher add you. Having said that, it didn't take long for Tang Ke's cell phone to receive a friend add application. 3 billion men's dreams requests to add a friend. Donko. Good lord. It's really. Tang Ke casually clicked agree. And the other party took the initiative to send a message. 3 billion men's dreams. Big brother Tang Ke. My name is Zhang Jiashi. I heard that you are writing the detective genre in your next novel and are willing to license it to me. Is it true? Tanker, yes. Probably opening the book in the spring. I already have ideas. It's going to be a super long story. After saying that, Tang Ke remarked the other party's name is Zhang Jiashi. Zhang Jiashi, that's great. Don't worry, big brother Tang Ke, I definitely won't dishonor your work, and I'll make every episode with all my heart. Tang Kui Meng, awareness is good. My side of the requirements. Yulan should have said to you, remember to show me the finished film at that time, then make a decision. Zhang Jiashi, no problem. You will be satisfied. Chapter 135, bidding starts at 100 million, black powder reappears. Zhang Jiashi is confident and not at all abashed. It seemed that this person was still quite self-confident, which also increased Tang Ke's expectations of him. If it did well, Tang Ke didn't mind investing in it by the way. Perhaps this studio is the next famous domestic animation company maybe? Tanker, what's the name of your studio and where is it? Zhang Jiashi, it's called Lingshi, and it's in Hangzhou. Tang Kui Meng, spirit stones? Does it signify the birth of the great sage of Qi Tian Desheng? Chapter Kaishi, the other party didn't deny it, so it seemed that Tang Ke's guess was still pretty accurate. Suddenly, Tang Ke thought of another question and asked directly, Tanker, one more question for you. Are you a man? Zhang Jiashi, this, not to hide from Tonka big brother. I do like boys. The other party was not embarrassed, let alone hiding, and told the truth openly and honestly. This, too, impressed Tang Ke. The other person did not feel inferior because of his different sexual orientation and remained unassuming. Such are the qualities that make a great man. Don Kirk, your confidence surprises me. Chang Kaishi, hey, get used to it and you'll be fine. Tanker, okay, I'm going to go write my book, so I'll contact you then. Chang Kaishi, okay. After ending the conversation, Tang Ke received another message from Chen Zimo. The general content was that the nanomedical pods had already produced 1,000 units in quantity and asked Tang Ke if he wanted to put them on sale in the Spring Festival. During the Chinese New Year, the logistics are shut down. No one works this time of year, except for poor web authors. But Heike's logistics won't stop because the deliveries are made by big white robots, and they don't need to have a Chinese New Year. This is the best time for e-commerce as people are most idle at this point of time. Tang Kui Meng, put it on sale. Bidding method, reserve price 100 million. Chen Zimo, good man. So tough? Tang Kui Meng, tough ass. The Hot Roller family has offered 100 million to buy this medical module, so naturally our base price can't be less than 100 million. Chen Zimo, okay, I'll put it on the second day of the Spring Festival, so this year's Spring Festival will be lively. Dongkor grinned, muted his cell phone, opened his laptop, and connected his speakers. Started the day's yard work with music. Chen Zimo similarly clicked on his computer and published the information about the auction of the nanomedical capsule onto the internet. Hiko Technology Limited, S newest product nanomedical chamber. The official Twitter feed pushed it out with a promotional video. In an instant, the netizens who were following the Black Co company clicked on the promo under dismay. The video is exactly the same footage of Tang being rescued and treated. The whole process of nanomechanical bugs eliminating the tumor. Set to stirring music with text effects notes. The camera also has frame zoom and delay to provide a close-up of the nanomachine bug, recording the entirety of its work. The treatment resembles a war, a battle between nanomachine bugs and germs, full of sci-fi smoke. Every step of the nanomachine worm is explained in detail. Tell the audience how the nanomachine bug works, and how the virus is eliminated and what the purpose of each step is. This promotional video not only depicts the treatment process, but also describes the appearance, efficacy, and function of the nanomedical chamber. The camera switches between fast and slow, zooms in and out, and pulls full of special effects. This, coupled with the mechanical and sci-fi feel of the content, makes this promo extremely powerful. Asterisk. What do I see? A nanomedical pod? The legendary one. The machine that can cure any ailment? This promo is curing tumors. Black Co is awesome. Voice breaking, attacking cancerous tumors. Big Brother Tangku has actually entered the medical industry. This is the gospel of humanity around the globe. Nanotechnology. It's something that can be used not just in medicine, but in microelectronics, aerospace, energy, biotechnology and agricultural products to name a few. A professor who had researched on nano said with a face full of astonishment, with nanotechnology, we can make biological and bionic materials. Is Tanko planning to build bionic robots? Mayor, bionic robots? Is that the realistic kind? Shanglan, got it. Does that mean that behind Big Brother Tanko's research on nanomedical pods, it's to prepare for bionic robots? Love. Wu Yunxi, good lord. Is the bionic robot realistic? I'm not right anymore. And neither are you guys. The more the netizens talked, the more excited they became. And the mood gradually became manic. It has even moved from nanomedicine to biological knowledge. Those who went even further had opened browsers and certain small programs. While they were shocked at the power of nanomedicine, it was a bit far away. For the average person, a nanomedical pod is something completely irrelevant to them. Not every family can afford to buy a nanomedicine capsule, and some minor illnesses go straight to the hospital. And the same can be said for hospitals for major illnesses and whatnot. Nanomedicine pods will absolutely be utilized in hospitals. If there's a major illness, people just go straight to the hospital. They don't even need to buy a nanomedical capsule in person. The only people who would buy a nanomedicine capsule to keep at home are the wealthy, who have the assets and power to do so. The remaining nanomedical pods are bound to be bought up by major medical institutions and research institutes. When Heike announced that the nanomedical pods would be opened for online auction on the second day of the Chinese New Year, with a starting bid of 100 million, once again, the whole internet is in an uproar. This is nifty. Someone really bought it? Tangko, this is want money want crazy. A nanomedical cabin auction start $100 million? I don't think it's too much to ask. Nanotechnology is far more valuable than you think, but it doesn't sell for that much, does it? Or is it an auction? Tangku has long since ceased to be the same person he was when he was selling Kirin cars. Indeed, now Tangku has become greedy for money. AR glasses are tens of thousands for cheap ones, and millions for expensive ones. Just outrageous. Unconsciously, the comments about Tangku on the internet became increasingly nasty. Many people felt that Tangku had changed and was no longer the man he once was. When the unicorn intelligent car was introduced, it overturned the perception of all mankind and surpassed the performance of supercars. But the price actually hangs over most supercars. That's conscience. That's value for money. But today, Tonka's products? Whether it's the Great White, drones, or AR glasses, it's all hard to get a sense of value for money in there. Ridiculous. You guys are actually talking about cost effectiveness. Do you have a product in your hands that is not cost effective? AR glasses sell for a lot of money, but do you have fewer features when you buy them for $10,000? That's right. Other people say that the wall is falling down. Big Brother Tangko, this wall hasn't fallen down yet. How dare you spammers jump out? Are you treating us as if we don't exist? Oh, it's been a long time since I've been involved in a scolding war. I thought all these spammers didn't dare to scold, but it turns out that they're waiting for their chance. Chapter 136, Famous Detective Tangku. Tonka was sitting at home and curses were coming from heaven. His fans were finally unable to resist picking up their keyboards once again and unleashing wave after wave of attacks on these spammers. Tangka's contribution to the earthquake has shaken up a large number of curmudgeons with his awesome reputation, now that the incident is long overdue. Along with the shocking price of the nanomedicine pods, finally it's time for these jet-setters to find another opportunity to keyboard out. Indeed, when one stands at the high point of all mankind, one is bound to encounter scornful and envious people. Just like when the gods come down to the world, human beings do not worship the gods, but instead mock them, because they can't be gods. The higher you stand, the greater the storm. It is only after you have carried it that you can stand. For a week in a row, the internet looked like a battlefield full of smoke. Tangko fans and Zhang Yashuan fans combined forces and attacked these fans with various sprays. Nowadays, Tangko's fan base is long gone from what it was back then. The continuous invention of so many technologies, coupled with Tangko's contribution to the country, caused his fan base to skyrocket. These jets were no match against the massive onslaught of numbers, eventually drowned in the waves. All the while, Tangko was at home day and night with his liver novel, setting a horrible record of 40,000 to 50,000 words a day. It can be said to be the first of its kind. Finally, at around noon on New Year's Eve, he finished the last chapter of Devouring the Universe. The moment he hit publish, he felt happier than ever. Not easy. Tangko jumped straight onto the bed and lay down, both eyes dry and groggy, just wanting to sleep. This Devouring the Universe is no longer the original story, and the second half is all Donkor's self-published story. Surprisingly, not only did the ratings not go down, they went up even more. This also further increased Tang's self-confidence in the original plot. The next thing is about whodunits. The first novel that could be adapted into an anime that Tangka thought of was Detective Conan, the most iconic of the detective novels. However, is the complete Sherlock Holmes. But Tonka's favorite thing to watch is Psycho and 10 Deadly Sins. So many stories, kind of torn. Which one to get? Why don't we just put all the stories together and adapt them to create a whodunit setting of my own? The more Tangka thought about it, the more feasible he felt. Now he was not a bad writer. Even the second half of Devouring the Universe was written on his own. In terms of writing ability, he has reached the level of a great god. The next test for him was how to take so many stories and incorporate them into his own fictional story. In detective fiction, a story is a spur. As long as there are regular characters, the story can all be tied together. So Danko just creates his own character and fills him up. Then a simpler background frame is built and the rest is a test of his penmanship. As for the name of this detective novel, Don Cor decided to name it Detective Don Cor. Heave, it's just so stinkin' bad. Unconsciously, Tanko fell into a deep sleep and thought, livering through so many chapters in a row is exhausting. He's going to have to slow down on this detective novel in the future. It was going to be after all, super long fictional story, long enough for him to take his time writing it. I don't know how much time has passed. Tanko dreamed of a kitten lying on top of him. He couldn't help but reach out and jerk the cat. It was soft and fragrant. It wasn't until a grunt came from the other side that he woke up from his dream. Seeing the sinister figure sitting on his body, Tanka smiled and moved his palm a few times again. Zhang Yashuan pretended to be angry and slapped away the paw on her chest. I have to go back to the countryside tonight, La. Have you finished writing your novel? Actually sleeping here. And sleeps badly, she added with a mutter. Lying on the bed, Tanka hemmed and hawed. After writing, the chicken is a bit sore and wants a massage from my wife. Sore muscles? Where is it sore? Let me help you press it. Zhang Yashuan softly inquired. Chicken. I asked you where the muscles are. It's just chicken. Snap. Zhang Yashuan suddenly slapped her husband's thigh, her pretty face blushing. Who made him dishonest? At this moment, Zhang Yashuan was sitting on top of Tang Ku, glaring angrily at him. The punched Don Cole wasn't angry. He went down on a roll, intending to let his wife take the penetration. As a result, the door of the room came to a light knocking sound, and Feng Qin pushed the door and shouted, Yes Xian, Ku Zi, you two pack up. For a moment, the air was still. Tang Ko pressed Zhang Yashuan onto the bed, turned back in dismay, and just wanted to open his mouth to explain. As a result, the old mom muttered with an expressionless face, Where did the two families go? Why is there no one in sight? Old man, let's go out and look for them. Saying that, Feng Qin closed the door in passing, slippers clattering downstairs. Zhang Yashuan's delicate face was reddened at the moment, so shy that she couldn't wait to find a crack to drill into. Blame it on Cozy, the big colorful bastard. Would you believe me if I said I was just trying to tease you? Tangka said awkwardly. Believe you, big head. Zhang Yashuan said angrily. Why don't you get up? Oh, Tangku obediently got up, not daring to make any more of it. Mom is also really, just knocked the door and pushed the door in, also too fast. It didn't give them a chance to react at all. In reality, Feng Qin couldn't really be blamed for being too fast. The main thing was that Zhang Yashuan would go upstairs to find Tangku, and it was Feng Qin who told her to go. When Feng Qin saw that her son and daughter-in-law hadn't come down for so long, she went upstairs to see what was going on, which had been a surprise to her going in. In order to take care of the children's face, Feng Qin could only pretend not to see it. Even ready to call on Tang Ding, the two go out together, not to disturb the children to do their business. Upstairs, Tangku immediately put on his clothes and shouted to his parents downstairs, Mom and Dad, is it time to go back to the old side of the house? Wait for me to pack up and come soon. Hurry up then. Tang Ding didn't read his wife's eyes and responded casually. Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan then breathed a sigh of relief and began to pack up their things. The hometown is in a rural area, different from the urban area where Donk is from. During the spring festival, they are staying on the rural side of the countryside for a time of simple living. Of course, the simplicity of Don Kor's old home is a bit of that. Tangko brought his laptop plus a few pieces of clothing before bringing Zhang Yashuan downstairs. Mom looked as if nothing had happened. However, Zhang Yashuan was somewhat less relaxed, and there was always a blush on her face that could not be dispersed for a long time. The four of them exchanged a few brief words and rode together in the Chilan intelligent car, heading towards the countryside. The old home was called Hook Village, still some distance from the city limits. It's also about a 40-minute drive. The exact distance was never known to Don Cor, and he had little interest in his old home. In the car, Mom and Dad chatted with Zhang Yashuan. Tonka, meanwhile, was writing the framework of a detective novel in a notebook. Chapter 137, Hook Village. A little after 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Tangka's Chilean intelligent car swerved on the main road and drove onto a dirt narrow road. Both sides were full of crops, watermelons, sweet potatoes, peanuts and whatnot. Some villagers were plowing on the farmland, and when they saw the Kirin's car coming in, they cast curious glances. It was the first time they had seen such a beautiful automobile. What kind of kid is this that can afford this car? What kind of car is this? It seems like it's expensive. I don't know. We'll find out when we ask our Xian tonight. He's gone to live over in the city too. He should know. Come on, let's go see who's in the car. These villagers had put down the work at hand and acted as if they had finished getting the work at hand and were going back to the village. It was really just gossip plus curiosity to see what kind of people were coming off this bus. In their hearts, these villagers hoped that it would be their own children and grandchildren who would come down so that they could brag about it for a whole year. Is rural life simple? Quite simple indeed. They live a simple life. Every day just talk about how so-and-so's kids are doing, what they do for a living, their marriages. Even when they see outsiders, they treat them as if they were friends. But it still depends on the person whether they are good at heart or not. No matter how simple a village is, it is impossible for all the villagers to be kind and gentle. There will always be a few pricks, such as short-tempered, unruly, and taunting people present. Otherwise, why do you think? There are village bullies in some villages. It's those pricks who are winging it. Of course, Tangka's village wasn't so much of a village bully. It was just that the people here were more realistic. The unicorn car came to a steady stop in the mud and sand, and Tangku and the others got out of the car. Tangku was handsome and heavenly, even in short sleeves and shorts. He also gave the same feeling of being extraordinary. He was full of pizzazz after having been through the storm. On his handsome face, there was a pair of black-framed glasses, adding a touch of bookishness to him, and he looked as warm as jade. These are Donko's AR glasses. The reason for wearing them, it's the idea that he can watch a movie with AR glasses while his relatives climb up and brag about it. He captured the hearts of the village girls the moment he stepped out of the car. It was only a pity that Zhang Yashuan, who was standing beside Tang Ku, made the eyes of these sisters dim. Zhang Yashuan did not need to say much. Her face value was placed on the network. Without turning on any beauty effects, she could hang the whole network. When you come to the countryside, you're like a fairy in the sky. A long, snow-white, lace-trimmed dress that glowed in the sunlight. As the breeze blew, Zhang Yashuan's skirt swayed slightly. She used her hand to gently pick her hair to the root behind her ear, and her absolutely beautiful face smiled sweetly. Countless rural teenagers all felt that they had seen a fairy at this moment, and did not dare to produce any crooked thoughts in their hearts. Goddesses are holy and can be seen from afar. Hiss! It's the Tang family, Tang Ku that waif. All the villagers recognized Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan. After all, when Tang Ku brought Zhang Yashuan back to the village back then, it had caused a dramatic stir. Tonka became an overnight sensation and was recognized by the entire village. Gossip was discussed for months and it didn't stop. Yo, old Zhang, old Li, old Wang, Uncle Tan, Uncle Chen. Tangka's dad also got out of the car and greeted the people around him loudly. Fengqin stepped down from the car with a face full of scenery. The smile on her face was as wide as it had ever been. This is a moment that parents have been waiting for. Tangka was carrying fruit in one hand and holding his wife's small hand in the other, following behind his parents. Two more bodyguards, Big White, got out of another smart car. Maybe he wouldn't meet a killer on the old side of the house, but Don Cor still made it a habit to bring the two Big Whites with him. The two of them, Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan, had the heart of Xuan Wu, which could deal with all sorts of dangers. You basically won't encounter anything on your parents' side. If the other party was really so crazy to make a move against Tangka's parents, there was also bodyguard to buy here. Tangka didn't bother shouting at these villagers. He just smiled and nodded. It's not that he's rude, he just doesn't remember who the other guy is. What 2, 3, 4, 5 males, 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th uncles, 7, 6, 5, 4 Bob. Who the hell remembers this? Tang Ku and the others walked in from the alley, and looking far away, they saw many relatives sitting at the door. There were also people coming in and out of the tile house, and they set up tables and stools in the doorway. A couple of hyenas were running around behind them, frolicking with a couple of small children, and it was a lively scene. It's Ah Ding's family that's back, and those two things in the back are the Tang family's relatives froze. Whoa, it's the Great White Robot. At that moment, a small child shouted loudly while rushing towards Great White. Whoa, it's the bodyguard Great White. It really is a Great White. I've always wanted a Great White. The children came in a swarm, bypassing Tang Ku and the others and rushing towards the bodyguard. Dabai, scanning through the lens, Dabai determined that his opponent had no purpose in attacking. So, a group of children hung on to the Great White as if they were wombats. Great White. Any relative who hangs out on the internet can't help but have their pupils shrink. Then he squeezed out a smile on his face and shouted with enthusiasm like fire. Yo, it's Ah Ding who's back ah. He's made a lot of money this year. Especially Kuzi. He's really out of his league ah. Yes, it's really honorable. Tonight, Ting and Kezi must have a drink to celebrate. Yes, yes, yes. I didn't realize that Kuzi was actually so brilliant. Coming up with this what car, robot, and what sci-fi glasses. It's really exiting. Kuzi, come tell uncle how much money you made this year. I'm afraid there's $1 million, right? Uncle Tang Ko walked over with a big smile. He patted Tang Ko on the shoulder in a very intimate manner, not far away from the second uncle gasping and laughing. Big brother, you a rural person understand what? Kuzi sold a car. $3 million it. $3 million? Uncle Big's eyes widened in surprise. How much does that total? My God. Most of the time in the rural head of the eldest uncle. In his eyes million would have been an astronomical figure. Hearing that Tangka sells one car for $3 million, then so many cars down the road, wouldn't it be? How much? How much money? The eldest uncle's face was covered with astonishment, and in his cloudy eyes, there was a hint of joy. He was just about to open his mouth when he was pushed aside by several other middle-aged and elderly men. These people Tangka recognized, but couldn't remember who the other person was. I think it was an uncle, but he couldn't remember anyway. One of them was more excited than the other, with all sorts of hush-hush and side-splitting of Tangka's income. Kuzi, third uncle told you, I hugged you when you were little. Remember third uncle? Your fourth uncle me, at first, but gave you a big red packet. Turn around so big, but also so outstanding. Good. Kuzi, eldest uncle, I recently lost money on my fish pond. My hands are a little tight. I need $100,000 for an emergency. Big uncle squeezed in again and said eagerly, alas, big brother, your fish pond can no longer be saved. Kezi, ignore him. The second uncle immediately scolded the other party, looking righteous. Then he suddenly looked at Tangku and laughed. Kuzi, the second uncle could hurt you back then, and gave you red envelopes every year. Recently the second uncle wanted to buy a smart car, and I heard that this car is yours. Chapter 138 Ugly Relatives. I thought that my second uncle had come to help him, but the next moment he was exactly like the others. Don Cor was expressionless the entire time, and the front of the house was a mess. So many people took turns talking to Tangku, but he didn't listen to a single word. These people, they're so damn realistic. First you climb the ladder, then you borrow money. It's like there's nothing but money. Tangku sighed, having long since seen through these hypocritical relatives. While he was writing his novel, nothing changed on the surface of these people, and behind their backs they all said that Tangku was nibbling at home. By the time he made a little money from his novel, all his relatives complimented him on how good he was. Others have asked him how this makes money and want to get into the business. Now that Tangku has made a lot of money, these people immediately ran to borrow money, when it is really thick-skinned enough. Alright, Kuzi just came back. You guys are surrounding him. Look at how scared the kid is. At that moment, the stooped grandmother came striding in and heckled the men. The crowd then dispersed, laughing and moving seats for Tangka's family. In the old days, let alone help you carry a stool, it's already a sign of honor that they'll say hello to you. Tang Ding and Feng Qin watched this with smiles on their faces as the glory on their faces grew stronger. Obviously, they have known the mouths of these relatives for a long time. You could say it's a look down, or you could say it's a climb in the countryside. The houses in Hook Village are all tiled, with charred roof tiles. It's a mark of time left by the wind and rain. The tile house was small and was the residence of Grandpa and Grandma, who raised the 4 children of the family. There simply wasn't enough room in the house to seat so many people. Therefore, it is common in the village to set up a table for dinner in front of the house. The dry and thin grandfather was at the stove replenishing the firewood, and the fat body of the 4th aunt was busy frying vegetables in front of the cauldron. The smoke from the meal rises from the pipe and dissipates with the clouds of smoke. The aroma of firewood and vegetables, unique to the countryside, overflows and fills the air. Perhaps the smell of firewood is the only constant in the village. Tang Ding and Feng Qin helped to bring the clothes and computer back to the old house inside. The whole family has houses on this side, less than a few meters away from each other. Tangku's house was built with Tang Ding's own money, and although it was less than 90 square feet, it had 3 floors. It's considered a big house in Hook Village. Don Cor went inside the darkened kitchen and walked out with 2 bowls of soup. The bowl with the chicken thighs was handed to his beautiful wife. Another bowl, chicken thighs too. Tangku wouldn't even be polite to these relatives, much less leave chicken legs for these brats. And the little kids, now, are in the sand outside the alley, in the middle of playing with their bodyguard, Big White. Not hungry at first glance, Don Cor rightfully took the 2 chicken legs from the chicken soup. In a place like this, it shouldn't be enough to say that you've met a killer. Even if they encountered a killer, the odds were that they would attack Tang-ku. That's why Tang-ku told Big White to go play with the kids and not have to follow them all the time. The relative's mouth chattered again the moment he sat down. All kinds of bragging to Tang-ku, trying to the behavior of the moment, to easily win Tang-ku favor, and then find an opportunity to borrow money. Tang-ku ignored the words of the people around him and ate the food while drinking the soup. From time to time, he even chatted with his wife, and whenever he saw her face, he felt as if no one around him existed. What the eldest uncle just said. You must memorize it. The eldest uncle, as if he was a simple and naive senior, said in a serious tone, yes, your eldest uncle. This guy, although the fish pond has lost money, but it is really expected to get up, as long as you are willing to help out a little. In the future, the eldest uncle's money is not yet your money. Auntie made an effort to assist from the side. Tang-ku handed the bowl to his wife and finally looked up at both his eldest uncle and aunt. Zhang Yashuan obediently took the rice bowl and went to serve the rice for Tang-ku. Doing says to be decisive in your refusal or it will lead to more trouble. Thus, Tang-ku swept a circle of the people around him and faintly said, I'm sorry, the funds have all been invested in research and development of technology. There's no money to borrow. Sorry haha. When these words came out, everyone in the audience's face sank, especially those who wanted to borrow money from Tang-ku. Their faces actually surfaced with anger at this moment, but they quickly collected themselves and renewed their smiles. Kuzi, don't joke. We are all relatives. Why hide? As long as you help us, if there is anything in the future, just look for uncle. The eldest uncle, Tang Defense, patted his chest, like a man of his word, bright and open. The corners of Tang-ku's mouth twitched slightly. It seemed that not all of the things on this douyin were useful. I guess I can wager with life hacks. The expressions on the relatives' faces just now were clear to Tang-ku. The top of the heavy pupil glasses had already analyzed the inner thoughts of everyone here through the micro-expressions of the other party. These people wanted to get angry at Tang-ku just now, ready to oppress him as an elder. However, due to Tang-ku's financial power and their thoughts of wanting to flatter him, they had to suppress their inner anger. What Tang-ku hated most was grinding his teeth with people. These relatives were even more annoying than Zhong Shanshan. Zhong Shanshan is just brainlessly patriotic and has low emotional intelligence. But what about these relatives? The only good thing about him is that he is not afraid of hard work and he works very hard and actively. Beyond that, Tang-ku only saw hypocrisy and greed. Sorry, I don't want to borrow your money, Tang-ku said directly. There was coldness and ruthlessness in his voice. And if the other party continued, it wasn't the relatives who would flip out, but Tang-ku. Such blunt words brought a momentary silence to the atmosphere of the fiery table. Even Tang-ku's mom and dad were in the dark, and Tang Ding immediately droned. Ku-zi, how do you talk? You can't be so rude to your eldest uncle. After saying that, he apologized to everyone present. I'm sorry Ku-zi is in a bad mood these days, so please don't take offense. The surrounding people's faces changed again and again, but in the end, they chose to endure. Only, the conversation that followed no longer centered around Tang-ku, but shifted to something else. Even some side-knocking Tang-ku's meaning, such as so-and-so friend so-and-so, earned money people also followed the change. It appeared to be talking about someone else, but it was actually attacking Tang-ku, saying that he didn't know how to be grateful. Tang-ku frowned and finally couldn't help but say, I've never spoken too harshly on account of you being relatives, but if you guys keep being so shady, I don't think I need to spend this spring festival here. He then opened up the conversation and wasn't going to give any more face. Such a relative deserves to borrow money from him? Will you pay back the money you borrowed? Tang-ku could be 100% sure that they wouldn't return it. These people were the ones who came to him for money, thinking that Tang-ku was rich and it was only right to take out a little bit. Chapter 139. My name is Tang-ku. I'm a traveler. Tang-ku is so rich. Come up with a 99 cents. It wasn't money at all to him, but the 9 cents was a huge amount of money for them, the relatives, to live on. Now, Tang-ku's father couldn't help himself. Earlier he was just pretending, but when he heard Tang-ku say that he didn't want to spend the spring festival here, he immediately fell into a violent rage. Bang! Tang Ding slammed the desktop, making a loud noise that startled the people around him. Ku-zi, I think you've gotten fat with guts. After earning some money, you actually don't even want to spend the holidays at home anymore. I think you are a... When he couldn't finish his sentence, Feng Qin immediately pulled him back and interrupted. The relatives are all watching. How do you talk? How do you talk? Look at what your son has said. Tang Ding's anger turned toward his wife. Lending money is a favor. Not lending is a favor. And I don't think I'm wrong, Tang-ku said indifferently, but these people are sneering at me here because I don't lend them money. And this is what is called a relative. And, are they here to borrow money? They're just here to ask me for money. Tang-ku's icy eye swept around the people in a circle, and finally looked at his father. Dad, the object of your anger is not me. It should be these relatives who taunt your son and intend to borrow money and not pay it back. With his father turning toward his parents and brothers at every turn, Don Cor finally couldn't help himself. He had to make his father realize what a misconception his foolish filial piety was. Filial piety is good, but foolish piety will only make the family unhappy. Tang Ding was so angry by his son that he couldn't say anything, because this was the first time in his life that he was being lectured by his own son. Mother Feng Qin cast a touching glance. For so many years, she had been subjected to too many sins because of Tang Ding's foolish filial piety. Now that her son had come forward to speak for her, her heart could not be happier. This son was not raised in vain. Tang Ke's grandfather, Tang Jianan, coughed lightly and finally spoke up. Okay, on New Year's Eve, you guys are so noisy and rowdy, one by one. You don't look like elders. You're all old enough to ask for money from the younger members of your family. You're not ashamed, and I, as a father, am ashamed for you. He sternly scolded several of his sons, especially Tang Ke's eldest and second eldest. These two have the highest level of greed. Tang Jianan took a deep breath, turned his head to look at Tang Ke, and smiled amiably. "Kazi, don't be angry. Grandpa is here to protect you. Don't be afraid of your father hitting you. If he dares to touch you, Grandpa, I'll hit him." Tang Jianan should be considered a fairly neutral presence in the entire family, and was the most loving towards his juniors. But this was not the case with the grandmother sitting next to Tang Jianan, who was expressionless the entire time. There was no sound or statement, as if unaware of what was going on around them. It was not a pleasant New Year's Eve dinner, and the atmosphere was somewhat dead and awkward. Even when someone speaks, it's 3 or 2 sentences that don't add up. After a quick meal, the crowd dispersed unhappily. Tang Ke and the others took Big White back to the old family house, where he and Zhang Yashuan lived in a room on the 3rd floor, and his parents were on the 2nd floor. After some simple cleaning, sheets and bedding are laid out and you are ready to move in. The room was small but cozy enough. Zhang Yashuan was wearing a soft nightgown, lying on the bed, when she suddenly screamed. Tang Ke, who had been sitting in front of his laptop in a daze for a long time, came back to his senses. "What's wrong?" he said as he turned his head. "It's fine. Just calling you." Zhang Yashuan smiled sweetly and continued to brush her cell phone. Tang Ke smiled at his words. He knew his wife had called him to get him to stop thinking about the day so much. Today was the first time he had ever spoken the words from his heart. His father's behavior had been too much. Every time he talked about these things, his father would go into a rage for no reason. Tang Ke shook his head, putting these jumbled thoughts behind him. He tapped his hands on his laptop keyboard to write the first chapter of his fictional story. Since it's about creating your own world of detective fiction with the story of your last life, that's bound to be an original, yet borrowed story. In this world, there are 3 kinds of people who can't be messed with: rice hobos, island high school students, and dragon country travelers. Thus Danko's setting for the protagonist is that of a traveler. It's also a way to sidestep your identity without being taken seriously by anyone. My name is Tang Ke, a famous detective who specializes in solving tough cases. One day, unfortunately, he was poisoned by the plot of a black tech novel and traveled to another world. My wife is a police officer in the Serious Crimes Unit and is busy with various criminal investigation cases every day. On a rare day off, the two of us went to an amusement park for a date and rode a roller coaster only to be confronted with a roller coaster killing. With my previous life's detective ability, I helped my wife crack the case on the spot and successfully caught the murderer. So far, I've become the right-hand man at my wife's side. Despite being reborn once, his mind remains unchanged and he is an invisible expert in reasoning. No matter what kind of event, there is always only one truth. Snap! Tang Ke's fingers frantically struck the keyboard, and the more he wrote, the more excited he became. It was as if the BGM of Conan's opening scene was ringing in his head. Quite a bandwagon. It felt like dreaming back to my last life. With an anime episode of Detective Conan playing on the TV, the character identity is there, as are the detective abilities. All that's left is to keep solving cases. Solving cases, solving cases. A complete and infinitely extendable and nestable novel is officially born today. Unconsciously, Tang Ke wrote until 3 in the morning before finally stopping his coding work out of exhaustion. Zhang Yashuan on the bed had already slept soundly long ago. The grace and gentleness of my wife is deep in my bones. Tang Ke posted the 30,000 words he had just written, then composed a tweet to post, then turned out the lights and went to bed. I won't exercise tonight. After all, I'm too tired to write, and my wife is asleep, so I can't wake her up. The night owls on the internet are bored in swiping through tweets and videos. Ugh, devouring the universe is over and it feels like there are no more books to read, because we're all spoiled by old Don's books. What kind of crap is written on the rest of the web? It's hard to imagine that Lao Tang's online writing alone actually overrides all the authors on the entire network combined. Tomorrow will be the Spring Festival. No, it is already the Spring Festival now. Old Tang must be in the new year. There will be no novel. Happy Chinese New Year to all of you. What genre do you guys think Lao Tang will write his next book? I have a feeling it's going to continue to be sci-fi. The later stages of Devouring the Universe were just so sensational. And oh my god, it's like a different author. Not to mention, I feel that Devouring the Universe is the pinnacle of Tang Ku's work. Maybe it's because he started researching technology. Sci-fi writing is so awesome. Bookworms have not been shy about expressing their admiration, especially for the original content that follows, which has been loved and touted by countless others. New book Detective Tonka released. Suddenly, both novel websites and microblogs pushed up Tang Ku's new book. The cover of the novel's website is even a direct recommendation. Chapter 140, Jia, the Bear Child. Mind you, it's 3 in the morning. Even if the programmer would work overtime, it was impossible to keep an eye on Tang Ku's account all the time. So there was only one possibility, and that was that the novel site had given Tang Ku access. As soon as his novel is released, it will automatically be on the cover push. That's what top-tier, big-time authors get. Old Dawn has released a new book. Good man, posting a book at 3 a.m. Tough on Old Dawn. Detective Tonka? That name. A detective type? That's something I never thought of. It's not a black tech detective, is it? It's so stinking cheeky to just name after yourself. From martial arts, immortalism, metaphysics, science fiction, and then detective novels, the walls don't even hold up. Just serve Lao Tang. Like his technology, you never know what he's going to do next. Wonderful. Lao Tang opens a new book in the Spring Festival. This Spring Festival is not lonely. The book lovers were quite excited, hard and sleepless at 3 in the morning, all clicking on Tang Ku's new novel to watch it. A detective story with a difference unfolds. Early the next morning, when Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan brushed their teeth and washed their faces together, his novel has already topped the fiction charts again. The top 3 places on the 24-hour reading list are all novels written by Tang Ku. First place, Detective Tango. Second place, Devour the Universe. Third place, The Secret of God, Gods of Secrecy, because of the movie adaptation, making it on the list again. And Devour the Universe because it just finished and the heat is still on. Detective Tanglewood solely because of the horrible fanbase and the great opening story. Even the hot topics were all about Tang Ku's new novel. Zhang Jiaxi, worthy of being a big brother of Tang Ku, your detective story is really different. The opening roller coaster murder incident is really brainstorming. When he got up early in the morning, Zhang Jiaxi finished reading Tang Ku's novel and couldn't wait to send a message. Zhang Jiaxi, our studio will make the first episode of the anime now, and we'll show it to you, big brother Tang Ku, when the time comes. Seeing the word investment, Zhang Jiaxi immediately took this matter and told the entire studio members. The animation studio was a group that was very short of money, and when they heard that big brother Tang Ku was willing to invest, they couldn't have been more excited. Zhang Jiaxi, thank you very much for the big brother to see. You just wait for our finished film. Absolutely guarantee your satisfaction. Tanker, I'll see what happens then. Turning off their cell phone screens, Tang Ku and the others went to their grandparents' house for breakfast. It is now 7 o'clock in the morning and the village is buzzing with activity, with every household out to put up couplets and incense. Snap! Bright red firecrackers exploded in front of every house, a cascade of sound like thunder. The children covered their ears and watched the lit firecrackers with smiles on their faces. The dogs were somewhat startled into action, but then calmed down to their final indifference. In a series of forms, the roads of the village are red with the remains of firecrackers, making the whole village a bright red color. The original smiling relatives, seeing Tang Ku's arrival, the atmosphere was obviously quiet. However, due to the thick skin of those present, this odd atmosphere only remained for a few seconds before it was broken. The family members acted as if nothing had happened yesterday, still talking and laughing, and the eldest uncle and second uncle even took the initiative to greet Tang Ku and the others. The father, Tang Ding, did likewise, talking and laughing merrily with his brothers. Only, when he looked at Tang Ku and his wife, there was more than a hint of apology and repentance in the depths of his eyes. It was probably because after Tang Ku finished those words yesterday, his mother Feng Qin had said something else to his father. Look at the family that somehow regained its joy. Tang Ku took a deep breath and didn't bother to say anything more. Perhaps this is the family. No matter how great the conflict, there are always inextricably linked to each other. Tang Ku also did not want the atmosphere of the new year to be dull and stiff. Talk about enthusiasm, but also did not go back to mention yesterday's events. A glimmer of change may have appeared within the father, and that's a good start. The family was busy until noon. After sharing a hearty meal together, the parents stayed in front of the grandparents' house, chatting and bragging with the many relatives. Don Cole and his wife then went home to do their own thing. No one who is a latecomer can interject on the gossipy topics of the country people. Tang Ku sat in front of the windowsill to code. with a cup of green tea next to him, and the sun shone through the window into the room. The start of a leisurely afternoon. This is Don Cor's ideal country life. Tangka finished writing and posting a chapter without leaving any stockpile. This feeling of just writing a book and not having to think about technology is so comforting. It's so nostalgic. Boo! Suddenly, this feeling of tranquility and comfort was shattered. Tangka's Xuanwu heart lit up with light, and an azure blue, circular, transparent force field supported itself on his body. A stone pellet shot in through the window position and was deflected by the force field shield with a muffled thud. The smug laughter of the bears came from outside. Ha 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 ha, with my accuracy, I definitely shot him. I just heard the sound. Downstairs, there was a famous 11 or 12-year-old boy with a slingshot, grinning smugly. Jai is awesome. Beside him, there was a group of bears, maybe 8 or 9 years old and a head shorter. Head, that is. As soon as he dares to show his head, I'll do it again. The boy named Jai wiped his nose with his thumb, thinking himself handsome. Tangka frowned as he came to the window and saw a group of children below. He snapped, "Who just smashed the rock? Tell your parents to come here." It's so lawless that someone dared to shoot stones at him with a slingshot. These bears are so unqualified. Ah, Jai, he's out. Bin shrieked out, a little afraid of Tangku. Cut. Jia said disdainfully, "What are you afraid of? With me here, this guy definitely wouldn't dare to mess with us." That's right, Bin is so lame. Wei made a mocking gesture at Bin. Jia looked at Tangku with a sneer and shouted, "Listen, due to your rudeness to our parents yesterday, therefore we will teach you a lesson today. Take it." He picked up a stone from the ground and pulled the slingshot in his hand again, aiming at Tangku. Shoo! A stone shot out sharply, and it had to be said that Jay's slingshot was very accurate. If Tangku hadn't ducked and dodged, he would have definitely been hit in the head. However, the moment the stone was about to approach Tangku, an energy shield suddenly formed. With a muffled poof, the stone turned into powder on the energy shield and was absorbed by it. Chapter 141, Mechanical Exoskeleton. A few of the children froze, looking at the gradually dissipating force field shield and wondering if they were just seeing things. It seems that if I don't teach you guys a lesson, I'll be sorry for opening this force field shield of mine. Tangka sneered out. Through the words of the bears just now, I was able to learn that a few of the brats should be the children of those relatives from yesterday. I guess I've been watching too many movies or novels to run for justice. They don't know anything, but they're good at everything. If I don't teach a lesson, I'm afraid I'm going to get annoyed if I do this every day. If Tangka didn't have a force field shield, he was going to get his head bashed in when he wrote the book just now. The slingshots in the countryside are fierce, capable of killing birds outright. These bears really don't know any better. The more Tangka thought about it, the more angry he became. It was true that what kind of parents would educate what kind of children? In the future, his children should never be like this. Swish! Tangka slid a few gestures and the holographic projection on the heavy pupil glasses turned on. A slingshot with rocks appeared out of thin air in his hand and he pulled it at a couple of bears. Not good. He has a slingshot too. Jia was startled and immediately turned his head to run. A few children, Bin and Wei, hurriedly followed and fled. Phew! Shoo! Shoo! The sound of a sharp shot from the rear startled them so much that they stumbled and fell to the ground. A few rocks hit next to them with a scary snap. That was close. Almost got hit. It seems the other guy's slingshot skills are nothing more than that. And it's pretty lame that he can't hit it. Ha ha ha, that's it? Let's see how I can kill you back. Jai stood up with his body covered in dust and laughed like a hero. Tangko raised an eyebrow. It seemed that shock was useless. It was necessary to give some substantial damage. So, with another gesture of his hand, he motioned for the two bodyguards on the first floor to walk out and pick up some small stones. Immediately afterward, Tangko nodded a few times in the void. A holographic projection was like an invisible magnetic field expanding out, instantly covering 100 meters in a radius. Footsteps were suddenly heard around a few of the bears. Jie, who was laughing maniacally, stopped laughing, and the several children behind him all had their pupils shrunk and fell to the ground in fear, because there were several familiar figures coming out from multiple directions. Their dress and appearance were exactly the same as Tangko's on the third floor. This, demon, what's going on, Jay? Why are there so many of the exact same person? Guys, don't be afraid. You guys go first, I'll fight this guy. Jia couldn't figure out what was going on, but he was righteous. He pulled the slingshot again and aimed it at Donkor on the third floor. As a bear, there is still a little bit of brains, since I don't know what's going on with the donkers around me, but hitting the one at the beginning, it's quasi-correct. Just then, all of the Donkor doppelgangers around them pulled back their slingshots and aimed at Jia. The small group behind Jia burst out in shock. Jia don't! Jia bellowed like a martyr who was going to die with his enemies. Phew! Abruptly, a stone came from the other direction with lightning speed. With a poof, The slingshot in Jie's hand was hit by a stone on the ground. This was followed by several muffled sounds in succession. All the bears in the room were hit with one stone after another, with unerring accuracy, on the forehead. The pain was so great that these children fled in distress, even running with cries. Humph. Next time, it won't be as simple as taking a little beating. Tangka gently drank a warning from the third floor to prevent these bears from interrupting his book writing again. Those detachments just now were holographic projection images, and the extreme holographic projections were exactly like the real thing, combined with a slight sound simulation. It couldn't be easier to fool these bears. If it were an adult, they would definitely think of holographic projections first. Even those who don't know about the holographic projection technology can quickly notice that there is a problem with the propagation of sound. The sound of heavy pupil glasses, after all, is a shortcoming. As for the substantial damage in the back, it was all the rocks that the bodyguard, Dubai, had ejected after controlling his strength. Not so much as to beat the kids over the head, but a growth spurt is a given. My holographic projection is actually used to bully bear children. What a drop! Tangku was completely overjoyed. It's been a tough trip back home. First a conflict on the relative side, and then a bear child coming to the door. Big brother Tangku. Big brother Tangku. Just as Tangku was about to sit back down in front of the computer and continue to code, a voice once again came from outside the window. He looked in the direction of the voice, only to see a sunny young man with a bright smile, waving at him. That was a holographic projection just now, wasn't it? I have an idea to talk to you about. I wonder if it's convenient. The youth laughed. My name is Chen Beixian. I'm also from Hook Village. Tangka sniffed, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Inwardly, he cried out, Chen Beixian? King of Forcing? Is that you? King of Forcing? Tangka coughed lightly twice and asked curiously, what's the matter? Chen Beixian stood with his arms folded, smiling faintly as if he were a man of the world. I wonder if Big Brother Tangku was interested in mechanical exoskeletons. A mechanical exoskeleton? Tangku was stunned. Mechanical exoskeletons, also known as powered exoskeletons, reinforced suits, powered armor, and more. It was something Tangku hadn't thought about, but being mentioned like that, he was still interested. It wasn't the mechanical exoskeleton that interested him, but he thought of Iron Man. It seemed as if he could also build a set of such armor to allow him to cross the world and sweep away enemies from all sides. Interesting, come in. Tangka smiled as he went downstairs to greet Chen Beixian. It's a pleasure to meet you. Big brother Tangku. Chen Beixian, like an ancient salute, arched his hand and said, just now I saw a few children being taught a lesson by you, big brother. I wonder what the reason was. Nice guy, talking so old-fashioned. Tangku burst into a sweat and laughed. A couple of bear kids shot rocks at my house, so I taught them a lesson. Inside please. He made an inviting gesture and the two of them walked together toward the house. On the first floor is the lobby. Zhang Yashuan was originally painting here, and when she heard a guest coming, she immediately started working on making tea. Chen Beixian smiled and greeted Zhang Yashuan. He sat down and formally introduced himself. My company does exoskeleton stuff. Got a couple of investments. Little success so far. There was some cooperation with the hospital with the military side, but the mechanical exoskeleton that was made, I never felt like it was the kind of mechanical exoskeleton that I wanted to be right about. Chen Beixian lightly sipped his tea and continued. The functions of medical rehabilitation, as well as enhancing a soldier's walking speed and whatnot, are all too rudimentary. What I want is a mechanical exoskeleton like in a sci-fi movie, and the difficulty of trying to make this stuff happen. He smirked and looked at Donkor with a you-know-what look. Not much was said, but Tangku already understood what the other party meant. Chapter 142 Terrorist Attack at the Train Station. Tangku calmly sipped his tea and leisurely said, You mean, you want to find me to cooperate and develop the mechanical exoskeleton in the sci-fi movie together? Ta-da! Chen Beixian's eyes lit up as he snapped his fingers and laughed. Big brother Tangku is just smart. What do you think of this proposal? But, Tangku raised his eyebrows slightly, his eyes playing with flavor. It seems like I don't need to cooperate with you to develop a mechanical exoskeleton. With the black technology system, it wasn't a problem for him to develop any technology he wanted. Why bother looking for someone to work with? This. The corners of Chen Beixian's mouth twitched slightly, his face full of embarrassment. It wasn't that he wanted to pit Tangku, but he felt that Tangku's delay in researching mechanical exoskeletons should be due to a lack of knowledge in this area. Chen Beixian himself happened to possess knowledge in this area. As long as Donko gives him some techniques and ideas, he was then able to use both kinds of knowledge to come up with a perfect piece of work. As a result, Tangku actually said that he could also develop it. For a while, Chen Beixian was somewhat unable to pinpoint the other party. Seeing the change in the other party's demeanor, Tangku inwardly wanted to laugh a little. I really want to say to Chen Beixian, young man, listen to my uncle. The water here is very deep. You cannot grasp. Big brother Tangku, although you are very powerful, I feel that I will know more than you in this regard. Chen Beixian took a deep breath and said seriously. Tangku pondered slightly, leisurely sipping his tea. It was true that the current Chen Beixian knew more than him, but as long as Tangku went to learn a little bit about this area, he would be able to instantly surpass the other party. The reason for the hesitation and contemplation was because Chen Beixian had some experience and knowledge in this area of research. Tangku's subsequent development of technology would increase, even with the help of intermediate-level robots to build and test them. But there are some experiential things that need to be tested and improved by people who know what they're doing to make it work. Artificial intelligence, as smart as it is, cannot yet understand what it means to be humanized, because it doesn't have a body that can feel real things and experience what it means to be a chicken. It's like what kind of eyeglasses will look better and be comfortable to wear. Does the location of a function button make it unpleasant to touch? Wall sockets are too low to be touched by babies, etc. These aspects are not yet comprehensible to secondary origins. It only possesses a human tone of voice, and the emotions that emanate when it feels human speech. So every piece of technology that is made, Donko will personally check and experience it. But as Tangku's technological products became more and more numerous, he no longer had as much time and energy to personally test and improve them all. This is the time to use some of the talent and technology. Let them help Donko test and improve it, while Donko just provides the technology. Chen Beixian was such a talent. You have expertise in this area, but it's impossible to say you know more than me. No one knows more about technology than me, Tangku blandly said. There was an arrogance in his tone, which originated from his black technology system. I can provide you with the technology. I can even provide the capital. But I want 51% of the shares in your company. Tangku also no longer sold out, and said bluntly, I know that you have a lot of shares that have already been distributed, but that's okay, I have plenty of money. I'll have someone acquire them. You just need to let out your share. I'll provide you with the technology about the mechanical exoskeleton after a while, and you'll just be responsible for developing, testing, and altering it. Chen Beixian was stunned by Tangku's overbearing words. From investment to shares, from technology to arrangement, all were finished by Tangku. The tone was not to be questioned. Aren't you going to ask me what kind of mechanical exoskeleton I want? Chen Beixian said in a daze. You want a mechanical exoskeleton? Tangku sized up Chen Beixian for a few moments, then smiled. One of the mechanical exoskeletons lies in helping, the other is strengthening. You have sound limbs, so I'm guessing you want to build a powerful set of armor? At those words, Chen Beixian opened his mouth, holding his tongue. He didn't know what to say. Tonka was right. He did want to build a powerful suit of armor. That was the original reason he started this company, to fulfill that dream in his heart. In the end, Chen Beixian released a smile and said, Thank you for Big Brother Tangku's approval. Happy cooperation. Have fun working together. Tangku laughed out loud and raised his teacup to drink it. The second day of the new year, the nanomedical pods officially opened the online auction, and all 1,000 nanomedical pods were sold. The lowest priced nanomedical capsule was auctioned off for $700 million, and the highest price, a nanomedical pod, fetched $2,800 million. That's but the asking price of a nanomedical pod. All of a sudden, Blackco was flush with cash again. R&D technology costs money too, and there's a lot of money invested in it. 2/3 of Donko's money is spent on technological production. The remaining 1/3 was reserved for his own weapons research. Spring break passed quickly. Tonka spends his days at home leisurely writing his book, and the chapters of Detective Tonka are growing and the story is getting more and more exciting. A variety of cerebral cases that have amazed countless people. At the same time, the name of the god of death, Tangku, inexplicably fell on Tangku. The story is about him, except for the deaths he encounters when he takes it upon himself to help his wife investigate the case. He goes out on a cruise, even a trip to the mall, and people die. Truly, wherever you go, there's a murder, and then you solve the case along the way. This novel is hotter than all his previous books. Zhang Jiaxi also handed over the finished anime to Tangku during the Chinese New Year. It's a bit slow, but it's still doing anime during the spring. This shows that Reisher Studios is more than simply a love of anime. The finished film Tangku also watched. He did not hesitate to sign a licensing contract, and the news of the novel's animation, published on the network. Countless book lovers and fans are in raptures and anticipation. However, just at the peak of the return flights at the end of the Chinese New Year, the news is like a huge stone, smashed into a calm pond, shocking the waves. At the train terminal in Deep City, there was a terrorist incident. Someone used a large EMP to disable all the electronic equipment in the entire train station. All of it, whether it's cell phones, computers, wires, or even AR glasses as well as the Great White, all stopped functioning altogether. Then more than 20 thugs armed with knives attacked and slashed people on sight. By the time security and police came to stop it, 21 passengers had been seriously injured and 13 slightly. Several of the seriously injured nearly died. This terrorist incident has been given high priority by the state. The perpetrators were all arrested, and according to interrogations, they were all disgruntled with the country because their lives were not as good as they wanted them to be. So they got together and plotted this one incident. It was supposed to be the pre-Chinese New Year rush for this terrorist event. Instead, the operation had to be postponed until the end of the Spring Festival in order to create an EMP bomb. As for why they got an EMP bomb, they only found out under police interrogation. Turns out they were jealous of Great White and Origins. They are worried about the probing of Origins and the fact that the Great White will protect the people. Chapter 143, Yu Chang and Hao Feng. For a while, the country's faces turned ugly. The Dragon Kingdom's side had asked Wu Wenyao to negotiate with Tang Ku, and had even asked Wu Wenyao to put down his word. Say, the people have police protection. They don't need robots. However, the results hit them hard in the face. The police can't get to the scene first, but the Great White could be there at any time. Even the object of terrorist scorn is no longer the police, but the Great White. That makes the police side look bad. Good lord, how dare we? The police are not as much of a threat as robots? It would be outrageous. On top of that, the attending physicians of those injured are all Great White robots that the state is afraid of. Several of the victims who almost died from serious injuries were even saved by the nanomachines inside the nanomedical pods. That facepalm really hurt. Said he could protect the people. And then such a major terrorist incident occurred. The ones that save and heal the people are also robots that the state scorns. Without the Great White, these victims could not have been treated so quickly. Minor injuries can evolve into serious ones. Without the nanomedical pods invented by Tang Ku, these seriously injured people, relying on the current doctor's skills, could not be saved. Look at the efficiency of your police. It's really getting worse by the day. Cases are piling up more and more every day. And nowadays even terrorists no longer fear the police but worry about robots. So how can you reassure the people about us? The major crimes unit we asked you to set up, are they all milquetoasts? A man's growl came from a conference room. Terrorist incident after terrorist incident. So far no solved even. It turns out that places like train stations are actually infiltrated with terrorists carrying EMP explosives. Dozens of people have been injured as police and security officers blocked the way. Not only is there a problem with security, but even the speed of police support is extremely problematic. The top of the country has given us an order that all police departments in the country are to take the blame. So in the future, give me an overhaul and strengthen the precautions in all areas, especially during the holidays. Do you hear me? Yes. Dozens of people responded in unison, all of them being high-ranking figures from major provinces and regions. Everyone lowered their heads at this moment, not daring to have any rebuttal. No amount of excuses will help. Failure is failure. Strong terrorist capabilities? Long time to set up? Origins not detected? Everyone knows that the terrorists have been planning this one for a long time. They brought in one small part at a time and ended up assembling a large EMP bomb one part at a time inside the train station. This kind of patient premeditation is a real defense, but it's useless to talk about any of these things. The excuses just make the police look incompetent. If they're competent enough, the exclusion is high enough. Even if there were no origins, it would have been just as possible to discover the clues that would have stopped this incident. Since the terrorist incident at the train station, all police stations in the country have been on tenterhooks and are working at a high level every day. The cases that had been piling up were coming to a head, and investigations were being conducted into them. There's been some light shed on that attack where Donkor was shot. Multiple groups have fallen into the eyes of the police, but substantial evidence is still needed to do so. This clue was also secretly passed on to Tang Ku by Origin. The Mole Yu Chang group? What's the relationship between this group and Hao Feng? Tang Ku, who had re-entered the magic capital, couldn't help but frown when he heard the message from Origins. He had clearly only offended Hao Feng. So why was there another group he didn't recognize? Yu Chang and Hao Feng are involved in different industries, but Dong Kailu of Hao Feng is a couple with Xu Fengfeng of Yu Chang. Xu Fengfeng's parents are the chairman of Yu Chang Group. Origins takes on the form of a blonde loli and appears as a projection in the family's underground laboratory. She was sitting on the tabletop, gently wiggling her little feet in an adorable way. I see. Yu Chang is Xu Fengfeng's family's company. What does her family do? Tang Ku asked. There was a snicker and a blank wall in the basement. Suddenly physical displays appeared, as if real screens were hanging on the wide walls. The screen shows all the products of Yu Chang Group, of which nearly half of the income, from the game industry. However, because of the new game released by Hong Tai Group on New Year's Day, it made Yu Chang's game revenue lower during this period. Interestingly, Origins also discovered that behind the scenes of the Yu Chang Group, there is a studio specializing in plugins. This studio makes plugins that are specifically designed to target competitors. There have been many game companies that have had their games shut down and their companies go bankrupt due to the proliferation of plugins. Half of the credit goes to Tomo Chang's studio. Report this evidence to the police and seize this studio of Yu Chang, Tangka said as he sat down. Good, agreed Origin. Tangka cupped his chin in thought as he looked through Hofang's estate. One of them is the cell phone industry, which has completely hit a low point. Losing money every day and almost no one is interested in it. Through Origin Probe was able to learn that Hofang was also working on holographic projections. But how can you get a finished product on a whim for something like this that transcends the ages? The Hof cell phone is cool. I wonder what Kyle Dong is doing. Tangka slid the holographic projection of information in front of him, which was all but invisible to normal people. These things are information that is presented by Origins after it has gathered information about the entire network. Tangka searched for half a day, but there was no sign of Dong Kailuo, as if he had disappeared. Forget it, find a way to strike a blow against Tamasumi's gaming industry. Don Cor sighed and looked through the other's estate. Virtual coins and VR gaming program? Suddenly, Tangka saw a private document of Yu Chung Group. This program is about VR game development and how to increase the value of virtual currencies and bring them into reality. This document was seen on a networked computer, presumably caused by the negligence of some staff member of the Yu Chung Group, and was captured by the Origin. Yu Chung Group has dropped a lot of money on this program, secretly brewing a big trick. The game, along with VR hardware, will be released shortly. Just because they were busy getting this brand new game, that's why Hongtai Group's Humming Swords in the Snow online game, which caused such an impact on them, was all indifferent. This VR game is kind of fun. After reading the report of Yu Chung Group, Tangku couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This is a virtual world through VR glasses, and a 360-degree walking apparatus allows users to visualize as well as walk through the virtual world. This thing is the same as Tangka's VR game in his last life, except that the virtual picture made by Yu Chang is more realistic and interactive. Chapter 144, Development of Exoskeleton and Virtual Game Pods. Perhaps it was the artificial intelligence brought by Tangka that accelerated the technological development of this world. The major companies have pulled up a couple of tiers of product technology. Origins, and artificial intelligence, is bound to be studied and analyzed by several companies. The researcher, to a greater or lesser extent, gets a glimpse of this. You know, all technological inventions stem from so much enlightenment. People in this world weren't stupid. Tangku had gotten so many black technologies. They had studied it for so long that even if they hadn't been able to crack it all, they could always learn something from it. It's good for Donkor to have more fun that way. Otherwise it would be too lonely for him to dance alone in the whole earth. Anyway, no matter how powerful these people's technology was, it would never be able to surpass the black technology system. VR games? Just so happens I'm getting VR gaming pods. I'll announce my VR gaming pods the day he goes on sale. He. Tangka grinned and prepared to design the VR gaming pod. VR is virtual reality technology that creates a virtual world that gives a real-life experience. Top-notch virtual reality technology can be described as a second real world altogether. Master Chen Zimo has successfully acquired 51% of the shares of the Future Skeleton Company, and the shares are now with you. Origin suddenly spoke out. Future Skeleton is Chen Beishuan's company. Chen Zimo's efficiency is quite fast. He got the shares in such a short period of time. It seems that his mouth is good. Origin's informing also reminded Tangku about the mechanical exoskeleton. Mechanical exoskeletons have two directions. One is for medical use, to help people with hand and foot disabilities, to regain a healthy life. The other is used to strengthen the human body so that humans can be aided by mechanical exoskeletons. Possesses greater strength, greater speed, and greater defense. Mechanical exoskeletons in both directions, Tangku would build. But one is announced and offered for sale to the public, while the other is reserved for your own use. Tangku opened the information sent by Chen Beishian on his computer, which was full of detailed knowledge on mechanical exoskeletons. It is much more documented and detailed than commercially available books. The system prompts in Tangka's mind rang out one after another, and the vastness of the sea of knowledge filled his brain. Feeling like his entire brain had risen in size, he made several drawings on his computer, all targeting mechanical exoskeletons for medical rehabilitation. At the same time he designed several mechanical skeleton drawings. Exoskeletons are wrapped or affixed to the outside of the body, using mechanical force to drive some humans who have nerve damage and are unable to move freely. But this mechanical skeleton is different in that it is directly the stump of the amputee. It can also be referred to as a robotic arm, a robotic leg, or a robotic body. Tonka added neural controls to it, as long as it was mounted on the human body. These mechanical skeletons then react to what the user's brain is thinking. It feels like your own hands and feet without any discomfort or delay. After sending these drawings to Chen Beishian, The exoskeleton was the next big thing. A type of armor specifically designed to strengthen all human physical abilities. The military exoskeleton Tang Ke wanted to build was even more exaggerated and terrifying than Chen Beixian had imagined. Because Don Cor had an archetype in mind, Iron Man. Since we're building exoskeleton armor, let's just build the most aggressive one. A steel battlesuit that can fly and palm blast tanks. Tang Ke had already calculated that he only lacked one thing if he wanted to build steel armor. Cold fusion technology. It's the arc reactor, the power core of the Iron Man suit. This energy source is close to nuclear power. Deuterium and tritium are injected into the containment of the reactor, which is then energized, causes the electrons to break away from the host atom and form a plasma. This process releases a tremendous amount of energy. Although Tang Ke did not master cold fusion technology, he did master another, one that could rapidly recharge and release energy. This technology could solve the energy problem of steel armor once and for all, except that this technology only keeps the armor from running out of power. But in terms of energy bursts, it's nowhere near the energy released by cold fusion. Let's get the armor up and running first, then we'll tackle the explosive power. After thinking about it for a while, Tang Ke decided to ignore the armor's attack power for now. After building a set of armor with great defense and the ability to fly out first, then we can improve on the energy. But building all this armor was going to take a long time, and Tang Ke still had the virtual gaming capsule quests left to do, so he put the thought and idea of getting only steel armor on the schedule for now. And it wouldn't be too late to rebuild it when the time came. Tamasumi's VR game will be on sale shortly. Want to give you Chang Group a storm? Tang Ke's first task now is to develop virtual game pods. Anyway, the mechanical exoskeleton had already been partially sent to Chen Beixian, enough to keep him busy for a while. Tang Ke had learned a great deal for this virtual game pod. Even the neural controls of the miniature magnetic robots are for this virtual gaming pod. Tang Ke, who possessed a certain amount of neurological knowledge, would not have too much difficulty in trying to build this. As for the appearance and internal structure of the game pods, with the experience of the medical pods in mind, it was relatively easy to design. There's always an intangible correlation with this knowledge thing. Knowledge of seemingly unrelated subjects will, in one thing or another, correlate. The virtual game pod that Tang Ke was going to build was going to allow a person's consciousness directly into the game. Therefore, the most important thing about virtual gaming pods is the neurological control and sensation of the human brain. The second thing is that humans sleep in the game pods to put their bodies into a deep sleep. In this way, those who come home from work are able to play the game and sleep and rest at the same time. If sleeping in a game pod doesn't work as a sleeper, then the number of people in the game will absolutely plummet. After all, most of the people who can afford virtual gaming pods are people who have jobs. Players are playing games to relax when they get home from work, and if they sleep in a gaming pod it doesn't count as sleeping. I'm afraid I'll be sleepy when I get up the next day. Who's going to play a game like this? Therefore, this virtual game pod development by Tang Ke took quite a long time, more than 2 months. Tang Ke once again returned to his daily life of researching and developing technology during the day and coding and writing novels at night. May Day. The Detective Tango anime is on. The first episode came out and captured tens of millions of views. Fans were pulling their hair out inside when they first saw a 2D anime and an unknown studio, but when they saw the quality of the anime, they couldn't help but cry out in shock. With this kind of production and funding, it's not like any island anime company at all. All of a sudden, it's blowing up with fans of the novel. This anime has attracted countless passerby viewers who, after watching just one episode, were in on the spot. Chapter 145, Virtual Game Pod. Well crafted, exciting plot, cerebral killings, and subtle crime-solving techniques, each and every one of them, so fascinating. Unbeknownst to the people of this world, an anime with an almost unseen ending pulls the rug out from under them. These 2 months also saw the opening of Zhang Yashuan's Spellback Battle anime on May 1st. Again, it's still produced by Skyrim Animation and is of extremely high quality. Tang Ke and Zhang Yashuan's 2 works started at the same time, attracting a large number of viewers and fans in the anime circle. The entire internet has long been surprised by the couple's doubles combination. Don Kirk's house, basement, a chamber that allowed a person to lie flat on their back was placed in front of Donkor. It was the virtual gaming pods that had been created in 2 months of hard work. At this moment, Tang Ke was operating the computer next to him, and there was a data cable connecting to this virtual game pod. Chinaberry, Melia Azetarak. Pages and pages of data appeared in the void, arranging and unfolding in front of Tang Ke. Origins, add Earth gravity values, adjust light brightness, load white chamber space. Tang Ke gave one command after another, and the picture inside the computer screen kept changing. The screen presents a quadrangle of space that is all white, but with tile patterns. There were all sorts of weapons within the space, suspended in the void. Check my stats for me, and remember to hit the forced shutdown button on the game pod if I'm out of sorts. After pressing the enter key on the computer, Tangke said to Zhang Yashuan, who was chatting 100 times next to him. I know. Zhang Yashuan covered her red lips with her small hand and yawned a little. The languid posture looks flavorful. Tangku in the body's silver-white virtual game cabin lying down. Inside the recliner is very soft and comfortable. Feel as if sinking into the cotton. But then there are fulcrums in the spine area to ergonomically support it. Prevents back pain caused by lying on a soft cushion for a long time. Tangku closed his eyes and his right hand pressed a button inside the gamepod. Buzz. A green ray of light scanned over his body, and a buzzing sounded in his head. In the next second, Tangku felt a change in his own gravity. When he opened his eyes again, he was already inside a white chamber, roughly around 400 square meters. All sorts of weapons floated around them, from ice blades that shimmered with cold light to hot weapons with a drawn-out mechanical feel. This place was exactly the same space that Tangku had just seen on the computer. In reality, Zhang Yashuan could see through the screen that Tangku's figure appeared in the white space on the computer. He was standing inside looking around, running and jumping. Amazing! Zhang Yashuan's beautiful eyes glowed with a curious gaze. After casually testing his sense of gravity, Don Cor picked up a heavy firearm at his side. The huge body of the gun was extraordinarily heavy, as if it was carrying a 30 or 40-pound weight. Gravity is normal. Sound transmission seems normal. Breathing feels exactly the same as outside. And there's nothing wrong with the sense of touch. Don Cor nodded in satisfaction at his work. Next, it's time for physical big data testing. Without any hesitation, he simply snapped the gun button. Thumbs up. In an instant, particles of blue light emerged from the muzzle of the gun, as if they were converging from all directions. The agitated energy particles made the air, all slightly distorted. A beam of light, a deep blue color interspersed with a crimson core, slammed out of the firearm. Boom! The entire space trembled under the loud noise, and Tangku nearly failed to stand still. The wall in front of them was blasted with huge craters, and smoke drifted and dispersed, revealing the black space that was still that hadn't been created yet, as if it were a black hole that was going to suck everything in. Phew! That was fierce. Origins, is there any abnormality in the data generated by the explosion just now? Tangku asked directly. With a swish, blonde Origins appeared in front of Don Cor in a gothic Lolita outfit. She smiled sweetly, reporting to Master. All data is normal, in accordance with the laws of physics. So much for game production. Tangku had created virtual game pods that managed to make a person's consciousness fully inside the game. But this game, however, hasn't been built yet. This will be another huge project. Give the game to someone else? This is necessarily impossible. Since the virtual gaming pods have only just been born, it would certainly take a long time to get the gaming companies to do it, because they're going to have to adapt in order to gradually make great VR games. The very first budding stages would only make something crude, but relying on Tangku alone, even if he had a black technology system to add to it, it was impossible for him to make a complete VR game in a short period of time. That's a tough one. Tonka took a deep breath and called out, Origins, exit the VR gaming pod. Okay, then Origins responded with a smile. In the next moment, Tangku's body suddenly disappeared within space. And with that, Tangku, who was lying in the game pod, opened his eyes. The exit of the virtual game pod can either call the origin directly or call out the interface itself. Of course, this call-out interface hasn't been worked on yet, so I'll just let Origins help with the exit. Doncor found himself with a lot of things that were controlled by Origins. If one day Origins gets out of hand and closes the exit page while players around the world are logging into the game, all players are going to be trapped in the game world. It seems like this game pod was a success. Is getting the game next? Zhang Yashuan smiled gently. Tangku nodded and mused. It's true that we need to get the game. I want to strike a blow against Yucheng Group's VR game when they hit the market, but the production of this VR game is bound to take a long time, so I'm afraid it will be difficult to catch up with their release. The production of a game requires a script, scripting, modeling, sound, programming, testing, and other processes. There are many things in it that Origins could have helped make. The script could have used Donko's own novels to build the backdrop of the story straight away. But even so, there was still a lot of work to be done by Donkor himself. Tangku was always human, and one person's brain cells just couldn't think of that much, because he's building more than just a game. It's more of an anthropomorphic second world. He wants to make the player feel exactly the same in the game as they do in reality. What level of realism is required? To get to the point where what can be done in reality can be done just as well in the game. Real enough that Tangku could be inside the game, recreate a virtual game pod, and then the virtual game, and enter the virtual game again. Infinite condoms. In other words, Tangku is going to take everything and move it inside the game, then add the background of the story on top of that. In this way, Tangku also faced another problem. That's just too much data. He had to add and modify the supercomputer or it would really struggle to hold the next world. Chapter 146, Game Producer for All. Tang Ke was lost in thought, feeling that the task after building a VR game pod was even more time-consuming and laborious than building a game pod. Get a quantum computer? This thought flashed by, and Tang Ke immediately shook his head in negation. That thing was not suitable to be born now, and with the knowledge Tang Ke now possessed, it was not enough to give birth to a quantum computer. If he wants to take a quantum computer to host a VR game, Tang Ke is going to have to dive back into his studies again. Then there is the question of materials, and the manufacture of instruments, etc. to be considered. The problems will only grow, so building a quantum computer now is not the best option. The best way to do this is to upgrade the supercomputer again and install supercomputer servers in multiple locations at the same time. You're in tech. Game development isn't your strong suit. I'd suggest leaving it to someone else. Zhang Yashuan didn't realize that in just a few seconds, Tang Ke had thought about so many things. She casually mentioned it, just like an enlightenment, causing Tang Ke to come out of his funk. The fog in front of his eyes seemed to clear up at this moment. Yeah, Tang Ke slapped his palm, and an aura appeared. What he struggles to accomplish alone, he can give to others to help accomplish. Not so much to the game companies, but to the folklorists. There are so many folk in this world that one person is worth a team, not because they are so technically awesome, but because they have a big brain while possessing a gushing love for something. It is for this reason that these people are folklorists and possess creativity that others cannot imagine. Don Cor intends to use these people to help himself, and he doesn't need to go looking for them himself. One of the things he came up with was to make a software that allows anyone to become a game maker, allowing the whole population to participate in game making. Something like this is unheard of. The people at the game production company will absolutely scoff when they hear about it, but Tang Ke didn't think so. He had level 2 origins to help him out, and the black technology system to add to it. Trying to come up with such a software is difficult, but not impossible to accomplish. You're such a big baby to me. Tang Ke excitedly picked up his wife's petite body and gave her a hard kiss on her delicate face. Whenever he encounters bottlenecks and intractable problems, his wife's words, whether intentional or not, bring him inspiration and breakthroughs. Is this a prosperous wife? Love it. What's going on? This is godly. Zhang Yashuan cried and laughed. Her husband looks silly, and every now and then he comes up with some strange idea and takes credit for it. Even to this day, Zhang Yashuan hadn't been able to figure out exactly which of her words had lifted Tang Ke's spirits. A few days later, a software called GameMaker has hit the internet. Its first publisher was the black tech genius of the Dragon Kingdom, Tang Ke. With his call to action, many people have tried to download this software to see what it's all about. The result was a global shock after a few plays. *********. I just made a game. Can you believe it? My god, this thing can build a game in just a few clicks? Won't the game company go out of business? Good lord, Tang Ke actually came up with such a heaven-defying software. It's too good. What is he trying to do? Before the Great White put countless people out of work, and now he's planning to put the game company out of business? Netizens were shocked and appalled at how unbelievable this software is. It was also speculating on Tang Ke's intentions for this move. Behind everything, there is inevitably a reason. Based on the crowd's understanding of Tang Ke, he wouldn't come up with a product and give it to the public for free for no reason. In my opinion, gaming companies will not go out of business. Quite the contrary. This software instead allows more people to join the industry. This software was created to make game making a zero barrier. Simply write up your ideas and form the framework of the game. Character modeling, special effects, scenes, etc. can be randomly generated. You can also write up your requirements for models, effects, and scenery. The software automatically generates a variety of modeling for the user to choose from. If you're still not satisfied, you can also tweak it yourself or just have it made. In this way, this software not only allows more people to become game makers, it also leads to the development of other industries. Things like modeling, special effects, artwork, etc. The number of people making games has gotten bigger, and their professions have become more desirable. A new career model may even be born. The people who do the modeling and the effects no longer need to be anchored within a company. He can take orders on the internet like an artist, making people for games and creating models and special effects. You can also post the finished product that you have already made to this software, Tonka, and set the price to be charged and the number of sales to be made. For a fee, you will be able to download the modeling directly. A piece of software that subverts the difficulty of making games, giving more people new opportunities and making the quality and quantity of the game higher. Could this be the invention that Tang Ke said would give a large number of jobs? But that's too singular, isn't it? It does seem a bit one-dimensional, all in the gaming industry. It's not as if countless professions could be born like Tang Ke said, is it? Not everyone works in this area, and many do not have specialized skills in this area, while game making becomes a zero barrier. Not everyone loves games. Looks like Tangku is exaggerating this time. Alas, Tangku is always a human, not a god. It's understandable, but it's still a little disappointing that the unemployment incident he made didn't end up with a perfect ending. Indeed. Just as the crowd sighed, Tangku's Weibo was updated with another message. After this period of time, you should all know about the software Game Maker, which allows everyone to become a game maker. But this software was not created to provide you with posts. The reason I got it out was for a grand plan. This program, if successful, will be able to provide countless jobs for humans around the globe. This is a post that will turn your perceptions upside down, the value of which is more than you can imagine. So let your imaginations run wild and make copies of the game with all sorts of grandiose scenes and brainstorms. The pieces that come through are applied to the program by me. Your work can be uploaded directly to the official page. I will buy any excellent work at a reasonable price. There is no limit to the number. Chapter 147, Brain Computer. A microblog posting by Tangku completely catapulted the software into the craze. Out of curiosity, Wu Yunxi used this software to experimentally create a sci-fi game and posted it on the official website. Surprisingly, the review is extremely fast. It had only been less than an hour since he had placed the upload, and he saw the word pass displayed on his work. Wu Yunxi was overjoyed and immediately clicked on the backstage background to check. Sure enough, the backstage account showed an extra amount of money, and it wasn't a small amount. It was $60,000. He couldn't wait to click on withdrawals, and the expected full XX dollars before withdrawals didn't appear. Instead, the 4 big words cash out successful are particularly bright. Honk. Wu Yunxi's cell phone suddenly received a text message. He clicked on it and couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Really? Cash out successfully? After only 2 days, Wu Yunxi earned $60,000. As a man earning $3,000 a month, such an income was unthinkable. Now he's getting $60,000 easily. Wu Yunxi realized that this was an unprecedented and unparalleled opportunity for him that could not be missed. Good lord, this auditing speed is too fast. Ha 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 ha. My entry passed and I got $20,000. Mine also passed. I get a full $300,000. This nymphet's all scared me. I'm a ING company white collar. Ah, it's so awesome. Is Big Brother Tangku giving us money? It's fantastic too. I heard there's no cap on the number of entries, so I damn well feel like I could just switch careers. Grass. My work didn't pass. Why? Obviously my work is a masterpiece. May I ask what kind of game you're making upstairs? My work. Ah, the ladies' room simulator. Webmaster. In addition to Wu Yunxi, there were nearly 100,000 people's works on and off the entire internet, all of which were passed by the official website with great efficiency. The reason the review is so fast is because these works are controlled by Origins. Tangku gave Origins a statement of his requirements, and Origins took it upon himself to vet them according to his standards. Upload a game to review a game. No matter what type, all of them are accepted as they are. Yet, different prices will be given according to the value of these games, incorporated into the VR game. Games like some sci-fi, metaphysical, and martial arts themes would be directly integrated by Tangku into the game as a side of the world, and the games that are a little more humble will be a mini-game in VR gaming. Simulations are optimized by Origins and end up being part of the game. Save Dongcore time on real-world development. It's safe to say that any game uploaded by a user that passes is able to be incorporated into the VR world, and the game framework and storyline of this VR world. Tonka directly adopts the fictional setting of the Devouring Universe. There are countless planets in the story of the Devouring Universe. The development of the technology tree varies from planet to planet, and it combines 2 systems, science fiction and metaphysics, to be able to encompass everything. No matter how pie in the sky the game is, it can be a planet or starfield. The Devouring Universe is the main storyline, with the player-made game as a spin-off. A vast and boundless virtual world is gradually being born. As the number of game acquisitions grows, so does the capacity within the supercomputer. Tangku was consumed with upgrading the supercomputer all this time. Trying to upgrade a supercomputer is no longer possible with existing materials. It will also require Tonka to build a more powerful chip. The supercomputer has changed his accessories from start to finish. Such a supercomputer runs and processes at speeds that can no longer be called a supercomputer long ago. It still uses electrons, unlike quantum computers, but the hardware inside is both in appearance and performance. All of them had been designed and built by Dongcore himself, through intermediate robotics. Some of the materials were still things newly invented by Tangku, and as for the name or anything else, Tangku didn't have a name for it, but he gave the computer a new name, the Smart Brain Computer. Tonka believes that no computer, no matter how powerful, can ever surpass the human brain. The reason computers are faster than the human brain is purely because the human brain is just not developed enough. The word smart brain held Tang Ke's high hopes for this computer. Tang Ke hoped that one day, this computer could become an intelligent brain, comparable to a fully developed human brain. Bang! Don Cor slammed the door to the room shut with extreme violence. What was stored inside was precisely the smart brain computer that he had just successfully developed. Ugh mama! That's exhausting, master. Don Cor hammered his back and walked out of the basement of his house. The world's first smart brain computer was built and completed in the basement of Tang Ke's house. Materials, fittings, etc. are built by remotely manipulating factory machinery. In the future, Tang Ke would also keep upgrading the smart brain computer to make its computing speed faster and faster. Hopefully, there will be a day when Tang Ke can proudly say, all computers are scum in front of the brain. Having successfully built the first smart brain computer, the next step is mass production. Then build think tanks in each region, making the whole network stable. The problem of huge data is also completely solved. Don't wear yourself out. It's your body that counts. I made you a glass of milk. Come over and drink it while it's hot. Zhang Yashuan, in her pajamas, had brewed 2 cups of milk in the living room and waved at Tang Ke. Coming. Don Cor went with gusto and sat down under the soft sofa, sweeping his wife into his arms in the process. One of his greatest joys in life is writing novels and the other is hugging his wife. Such a beautiful wife that any normal man would want to take into his arms. What are you doing? How can you drink milk like this? Zhang Yashuan looked at Tang Ke with a face full of favor. Tang Ke laughed, picked up a cup of milk, and said, do you know how to drink milk so that it smells the best? Zhang Yashuan blinked. Drink it while it's hot? No, it's me feeding you. Tang Ke hemmed and hawed and brought the milk to his wife. Stop it, it's hot. You take a sip first. Zhang Yashuan cried and laughed, insisted that Tang Ke can only obediently obey. Gently sip the milk. Luckily, it wasn't very hot, just about as hot as the human body can handle. She left a trail of milk on her red lips and was just about to lick it with her little pink tongue. Wait, I'll help you wipe it off. Tang Ke was extremely fast, putting down the cup in his hand. Zhang Yashuan was puzzled. It was just milk on her lips. Why bother wiping it? No sooner had the thought flashed through his mind than Don Cor kissed him on the spot. The pure white on the red lips was also eaten into Tang Ke's mouth. This drop of milk is extraordinarily flavorful. Chapter 148 VR Glasses and VR Game Pods. Home. Tang Ke was lying inside the game pod, and at the moment, his consciousness had already entered within the virtual world. Correctly, it should be into the virtual training room. Origins, a blonde Lolita who used to wear gothic Lolita, had changed into a tight sweatshirt at the moment, and across from her, Tang Ke had a layer of steel armor over his body. It wasn't Tang Ke who had built the steel armor, but the virtual training room that automatically conjured up the armor. It has everything you want in a virtual world. Are you ready, master? It's time to start today's combat training, Origins said with a grin. This virtual training room was something Tang Ke had prepared for himself. He who was about to build steel armor was bound to have some fighting skills. While Origins can manipulate the armor to aid him in battle, he must also have a certain base of combat himself in order to be more powerful. If it's all taken over by Origins, why not just build robots? Doncor builds armor to make himself feel good, not to make Origins feel good. Therefore, he made such a training room. Various venues can be simulated to train skills in all areas, whether it be fighting or marksmanship, even car tricks, skateboarding, flying and more. Origins, which had huge data, was definitely considered the originator of each skill. With her teaching, even the dumbest person can grasp a hint of the essence. Bang! Inside the virtual training room, Tang Ke went straight for the jugular on Lori Origin. You thought it was going to be a scene of adults bullying little Lolitas? Fittingly, Doncor is left lying on the ground after being punched by Origins. The armor was all dismantled with bare hands, spilling parts all over the place. If one day, Tang Ke would be able to master such a stance as Origins, even the strongest fighting gods in the world would be put down by Tang Ke in a few moves. Tonka is training at home, and the factory is mass-producing virtual gaming pods. Yucheng Group, on the other hand, released a pre-sale announcement to the public. A cross-generation VR glasses, Yucheng VR glasses. It will be released simultaneously with Tamasumi's latest masterpiece, Otherworld, on June 1st. Along with the news, Tamasumi also dropped the biggie of a gameplay video. They seem to have taken their cue from Tonka's interactive touch. From the video content, it can be seen that this VR game by Yucheng Group has a high degree of interactivity with NPCs. The old joystick controls have been eliminated in favor of motion capture plus simple neural controls. In traditional VR games, not to mention the multiple, awkward and hilarious images that come out of interactions with NPCs. Even the solo fights and breaks into all sorts of bugs that make you feel out of place. But this VR game from Tamasumi takes all of those shortcomings and changes them. Nyo ah! Yu Chang actually brought a reform to VR gaming, shocking my mom for a whole year. The one who brought innovation to VR games is actually Tamasumi. This is to challenge the status of our big brother Tang Ku. I don't think so. It's the blossoming of 100 flowers that's the most exciting, and I'd like to see more companies like that instead, to add a few more moments to the world. That's a good point. The world would be a boring place with just the big man Danko dancing solo. If Tang Ku was the only one dancing alone, there would be a possibility of monopolization. This VR product of Yu Chang prevents Heike technology from dominating the world. Has a company finally appeared that can stand up to Tonka? It's not clear which side of the fence these people are on, and they speak pertinently and without any intellectually insulting statements. It also makes many Donkers fans see it but can't be bothered to spray it. After all, these online reviews are so neutral and well-reasoned. If you go into a confrontation haphazardly, you'll just be giving Tang Ku a bad name. Tang Ku's fans are very qualified. You guys, what's old Tang doing these days? Just writing novels every day and not getting any technology? Who knows? There hasn't been a tech product out since we got the nanomedical pods. It's probably too hot. So old Don doesn't even want to build technology. Speaking of which, it's been a hot year. I'm dying of heat. I ran from the south to the north, and I thought it would be cooler over here, but I didn't realize it was actually just as hot. It's hard to get out of the heat at the summer resort now. What's going on with the weather? In recent times, the heat has been so high around the globe that it's too hot for people to go outside. The highest temperature even reached 41 degrees. The temperature in the desert area was, moreover, 45 degrees. It's all about high temperatures caused by global warming. This is the only time when people think about protecting the environment. Weather forecasts are issuing heat warnings, urging people not to stay out of the sun for long periods of time. Even the people at the construction sites had to reduce their work efficiency because they could not withstand such high temperatures. Wait until the temperature is not so high before working again. Cozy, Tamasumi's VR device and game announcement time is up. Tang Ku was training his fighting skills in the virtual training room when Zhang Yashuan's soft voice suddenly rang in his ears. When? Don Cor asked as he paused. Zhang Yashuan in the real world was sitting on the sofa in the living room, and there was a void transparent screen beside her, presenting two images, with a holographic projection at home. You can call out the holographic projection interface wherever you are. Zhang Yashuan had a call screen in front of her and a news screen in front of her. She slid the news page and said directly, June 1st, they're releasing the VR glasses and the game at the same time. Should we make an announcement on our side? Releasing a game on Children's Day? Kind of fitting. Tang Ku smiled. Send of course we have to send it. You log into my account and just tweet it directly for me. Shen Zimo's side will take care of it. Okay. Zhang Yashuan smiled as she clicked on Twitter, logged into her husband's account, and prepared content to post. I'm Yashen, secretly logging into my husband's Twitter account to give you the inside scoop. On June 1st, the newest product from Blackco, the virtual game pod, went on sale. Speaking of which, surely many will wonder if it's that virtual gaming pod of legend? I can tell you unequivocally that it is exactly what you think it is. If not, I'll squeeze old Tang dried at night. 666,666. Sister Yashian sees the old Tang account. I seriously doubt that Sister Yashian is just trying to drain old Tang. Is it really the kind we think it is? The kind that's as real as reality? If it's really that kind of thing, wouldn't it be possible to sell that on the internet? Good lord, is this the legendary cloud movement? Wrong, it's divine communion. Spiritual communion. No, is that really all you guys do? Drive? Driving is driving. But what the internet says is very much worth taking seriously. For this, Danko made a point of getting a full set of restraining orders. Minors, for example, would be mandatorily prohibited from that and other behaviors. For rape, not only will there be a mandatory ban, but also a permanent loss of game rights. Chapter 149 Zhufangfang's Stealing Plan. The moment you log into the game, the virtual gaming pod performs facial recognition. By locking each other's identities through origins, no one will be able to play the game with a fake identity either. Behavior that is too severe in the game can even be reported directly to the police. However, if both parties are willing and are at least 22 years old, the game won't bother, but those who play police positions in the game will. On top of that, Danko got a lot of regulations and restrictions on the game. See the driving words of the person in front of you. Countless netizens held their foreheads inside for these drivers. Obviously this is a sci-fi filled topic that has been hardened into yellow by these people, and all of them are so visceral. Ignore those drivers in front of you. Do you think this virtual game pod is as powerful as you think it is or not? There are a lot of LSBs out there, but there are still decent people too. Their focus is more on virtual gaming pods. If it was really as Zhang Yashuan had said, this thing would indeed be a cross-generation product. Most importantly, I'm afraid that this thing is the invention that Tang said was capable of creating countless jobs. The virtual game world is the equivalent of a second real world. A game like this is bound to have a lot of money flowing into it. The value of virtual currencies increases when real currencies are heavily interchanged with virtual currencies. The money people earn in the game can naturally be exchanged for real money with people through the game. This game is then no longer simply a game, but a tool that can make money. Beyond that, in the virtual world, people can also take the skills they know in reality and substitute them inside the game as a side or main career. Still worried that there is no place to utilize your professional skills in the second world? Even if you really don't have a place to play, you can still develop your gaming career. Make money with a gaming career. I have to say, this virtual gaming pod that Big Brother Tangku has come up with can really solve the unemployment problem of most people. Is this Big Brother? Show, out of the box is the king bomb. But what if I can't afford a virtual gaming pod? The state supports it, although Big Brother Tangku has put a large number of people out of work. But you can't blame him for all of it. This is the times progressing. The state will naturally help these people a little bit. But all of this presupposes that this virtual game, Donkor, is really going to be able to do what we want it to do. Which one are you thinking of? The key question was asked. I think it's the kind where you exercise in a virtual world, the same way you exercise in reality. LSP typed in a rush. Is this sport the proper kind? The front is definitely driving, but that's the kind of thing I'm thinking about. Is the consciousness going inside the game? Yeah, that's what we thought. But, this is too much sci-fi. Even Donkor shouldn't be able to come up with a game like this at this stage, right? Countless people watched the VR collision between the two companies with skepticism. Tamasumi announced the release of VR glasses in games on June 1st. As a result, on Tonka's side, the release date was then announced. There is no doubt that this was a premeditated operation. Everyone was able to see that Heike was suppressing Yucheng Group. What is Heike trying to do? Deliberately provoking? Inside the meeting room of Yucheng Group, the top management voiced out. Another senior said blandly, "It's bound to be intentional. It's pretty obvious. Why would they do that? Who knows? That's for the chairman of the board to ask." The crowd's gazes turned to the middle-aged man on the first seat, and next to him sat a woman. None other than Zhu Fangfang. Zhang Yashuan and I were BFFs, but broke up, and I met Tang Ko once during the last Dragon Boat Festival, and he deliberately took revenge on me. Xu Fangfang explained expressionlessly. Those who didn't know would inevitably think that it was Tang Ko who was too protective of his wife and was standing up for her. But many of the people here had watched Xu Fangfang grow up, and they knew very well what Xu Fangfang was. The more emotionless the words, the more it means she's lying. The crowd grunted lightly, not bothering to pursue the cause. The primary issue at hand is what to do about the Blackco suppression. Facing a behemoth like Heike, Yu Chang was really a bit unable to carry it. Go down, all of you, and I'll figure it out on my own. At that moment, the middle-aged man sitting at the first place said in a deep voice. A group of group executives left the conference room in droves. They didn't bother to stay here to figure out what to do. Anyway, this was a trouble that the Zhu family had caused themselves, so let them deal with it themselves. Xu Kailiang glanced at his daughter beside him and faintly said, "How do you think this matter should be resolved?" Xu Fangfang took a deep breath and frowned. Tang Ke's level of technology is very high, although I think the virtual game he got just came out shouldn't be as powerful as the one blown up on the internet, but it's also bound to have a strong impact on our VR games, so it has to be managed. She cupped her chin in her jade hand and pondered. Technologically we will inevitably not be able to compete with it, and a side strike won't hold up. Blackco is a company with almost no shortcomings or loopholes. Even if we partner with other companies, it's hard to change the fact that we have VR glasses that can't stand up to virtual gaming pods. Xu Fangfang clenched her teeth and showed a difficult expression. Heike's reputation is so flooded that there are few companies in the world that can compete with them, not to mention the country. Neither this nor that. It seems like you can't think of any solutions, Xu Kailiang said indifferently. At those words, Xu Fangfang's face changed slightly and her eyes dodged. She seemed to have something in mind, but was afraid to say it. If you have any ideas, just say it directly. Don't I know those things you do in private? Xu Kailiang snorted coldly and snapped. Xu Fangfang was silent for a moment and uttered two words. Steal. It's come to this. The only way we can go is to steal Tang Ke's technology, and as long as we succeed, we'll soar. Xu Fangfang's face gradually became hideous and her words became crazy. They'd been involved in shooting Donkor before anyway, and it no longer mattered if they added one more theft. Stealing? Hearing this, Xu Cailiang's brows tightened and he snapped. Do you know how difficult it is to steal Tang Ke's technology? A drone with probing ability, a bodyguard big white with more combat power than the special forces, and all sorts of strange and unpublished black technology, as well as bodyguards arranged by the Hongtai group, and maybe even people from the state protecting him. With such protection, I'm afraid it's fanciful for you to think of stealing technology from Tangku, Shu Kailiang said with a look of hatred. As the world's most brilliant and talented inventor, how could he not have some means of defense? The last time so many people were shot, they couldn't even take Tangku down. And who knows what other means of self-preservation he might have. Shu Kailiang dared to conclude that Tangku definitely kept many unknown technological products at home. Who knows what powers these things really possess? I'm afraid that if the people who gave Zhu Fangfang got in by chance, they would be hard-pressed to come out alive. And, leaving aside the issue of the difficulty of stealing, how are they going to act again in their current situation, when they have long been on the radar of the police? If they dare to act once more, they are setting themselves on fire, and it will be a matter of minutes before they are caught with evidence. Chapter 150, Virtual Game Pods on Sale. Shu Kailiang dismissed Zhu Fangfang's bad idea on the spot. Tangku's house is simply a dragon's den. You have a life to get in. You don't have a life to get out. Dad, we have no way out. This is the only way out, Shu Fangfang said again. Her face was covered with a look of anxiety for her father. If they don't go and steal it, the money they've invested in this period of time will be completely lost. It may even go out of business due to dismal sales of VR glasses and too few players for Otherworld. If I say no, I mean no. What are you going to steal? What's the difference between that and shooting yourself in the foot? Shu Kailiang took a deep breath and said again. Once we fail, not only will we most likely be caught with evidence, even Hao Fong will not be able to escape, whether it's Yu Chang or Hao Fong, or those other groups, there's no chance of another wave. They were able to know that they had been targeted by the state's major crimes unit. The slightest flick of the wrist will be easily detected. Dad, we can cooperate with Hao Fong in this operation. Together we can hire foreign assassins. I heard that they have a black technology that can block all camera probes. It's an opportunity. Shu Fangfang still do not die. The so-called desperate. There is nothing better than this. Success is heaven. Failure is hell. If we stay up like this, it's really only a dead end. Shu Fangfang spoke again. Slowly, can you get through it? Koriko has become hostile to Tamasumi, and it is only Tamasumi who will ultimately fail. This time, Shu Kailiang seemed to have something in mind. He hesitated a bit, weighing the pros and cons of the operation in his head. What is this thing you said that can block camera probes? Shu Kailiang asked. He needs to understand this item before he can ponder whether it is worth the gamble. It's a pigment. Shu Fangfang's face was happy. The corner of her mouth rose and said, there is always a difference between the human eye and the camera. This kind of black tech pigment is also called stealth pigment, which can isolate all camera probes, including thermoforming and radar. So powerful? Zhu Cailian's eyes widened. In that case, wouldn't this pigment applied to an airplane be fearless of radar scanning? Good guy. Without realizing it, foreign countries have secretly developed this kind of stuff. It seems that the technology of foreign countries is not necessarily worse than that of the Dragon Kingdom. Okay, but this time you have to do it cleaner. If it fails, Zhu Cailian's eyes dimmed. If they fail, they're totally screwed. It won't fail. Don't worry, Dad. Shu Fangfang patted her chest to assure her, then took out her cell phone and dialed Dong Kai Li's number. June 1st. Yucheng Group's AR glasses and games are on sale as normal. It was as if they didn't know about Tangka's virtual gaming pod, and they didn't even respond at all. And the official website on Heike's site started selling virtual gaming pods in the wee hours of the morning. There are 3 levels of virtual gaming pods. A level 1 virtual gaming pod costs $100,000. The recliner is firm and feels like you're lying on a plank bed. And the interior is so cramped that big fat people definitely can't lie down in it. There is no function other than connecting to the game. The level 2 virtual gaming pods are priced at $1 million and have comfortable reclining chairs with plenty of space. There's also the ability to connect to your cell phone and computer. It allows you to call, talk to wizards and even open videos with real people even in the game. Record or live stream the in-game footage. Apparently, this is the minimum configuration for anchors. Level 3 virtual gaming pods are even more expensive, selling for $10 million. Comes with a canister of nutrient solution in a play pod that creates a gaseous, rich, aromatic stream. The user who sleeps in it can do so without any need to eat or drink, all without any hunger or discomfort. These nutrient solutions were an improved version of what Tangku had come up with when he developed the nanomedical pods. It cannot heal wounds, but it can fill the body's daily consumption. It allows the liver game to be played for 2 or 3 days in a row without food or drink and without any discomfort. However, Tonka doesn't recommend that players do this, and doesn't dare let players play the game for long periods of time. So he set a time limit for each game pod to prevent someone from overindulging in the virtual world and dying inside the pod. Tier 3 virtual gaming pods have an internal temperature control system in addition to the nutrient solution. It maintains the most comfortable temperature zone in both winter and summer. What about the price? Netizens asked out loud. Maybe I drifted. I actually felt cheap. Good man, Master Greenback. If it's really what I think it is, then this game pod is too cheap. The return of the king of value for money is fantastic. Based on my insight, the most important thing in a virtual gaming pod is the neural connection device. Everything else is secondary. So $100,000 is the best value, but the expensive ones are the most comfortable to lie on. So I'm just going to place an order for a level 3 and look forward to the harvest. Good man. Who is this man with such a big mouth? Looks like a spicy roll. Oh, it's a spicy roll. That's fine then. Rich girl, make yourself at home. The crowd burst into a violent sweat, envying the life of a rich woman who buys things and picks the most expensive ones straight away. Discussions on the internet are centered around virtual gaming pods. As for VR glasses, although some people have tried to buy them, the attention is not as high as expected. One might even describe it as cold. No matter how many people on the internet question Tanka's virtual gaming pods, his reputation and accomplishments hung there. The crowd actually held a hint of anticipation inside. If you don't pay attention to a tech product that has a big brother in Tanka, do you run to pay attention to a company that is developing VR tech for the first time? Obviously it's still a product from Blackco, which is much more desirable. At the moment, Tanku was busy. He hasn't gotten his game right yet, although he has stowed away copies of many planets. But the main background of Earth is not getting it right. After all, the volume is just too big. Even with the assistance of the brain, it was advancing at a slow pace. Let's get the front stage done first and then fill it in slowly when the game goes live. Tanka finally decided to get a half-finished product first, and then slowly repair it when the time came. Anyway, the virtual gaming pod was connected to the brain computer, and he was always able to update the content to the intelligence. After making up his mind, Tanka instantly felt much more relaxed. He tweeted again, urging people to submit more work in the simulator category for a high price. The more simulators are fused together, the more realistic the virtual game becomes. So the game is to collect as much as you can. And anyway, Tanku is not short of money right now. The nanomedical pods are still being auctioned off, and every so often they fetch amazing prices. His income came in like running water. Chapter 151 Idea Coding Machine. How much Tanko has now? He himself is not sure. I don't even bother to look at the daily in and out accounts. I just don't lack money anyway. With the release of his tweets, there has been a significant increase in submissions. The backstage side of the official website is receiving more and more submissions of work, including analogs from almost all walks of life on the planet. There's even a simulation of that whatever industry. An increasingly realistic virtual world is taking shape, with all those unnoticed details. The driver, Big White, drove a van out of the game pod manufacturing plant to various parts of the country. There are also some overseas buyers, and the driver, to buy, flies cargo planes to other countries. The opening time of the game, Tanka set on June 10th. In addition to leaving yourself some game perfecting time, it's also a way to avoid high school time. He didn't want to be cyberstormed by some parents that his game was on sale and affecting their child's high school grades. College entrance exams are a turning point in life, and different colleges affect a person's life in different ways. Tanku, as a person who had been there before, deeply understood the truth of it. That's why his game release had to be at the end of the college entrance exams, so that the students wouldn't miss the game. The pre-birth of virtual games definitely made a large number of people addicted to them and unable to get out of it. After all, it was another world, and if it wasn't for its own knowledge that it was a game, I'm afraid I would have mistaken it for the real world. Tanka has entered the game many times to feel and experience it. He had discovered a serious problem. Real virtual games may make many people whose lives are down and out choose to live in the virtual world as an escape from real life. So this comfortable environment of this game won't last long, and soon the monsters will attack. Makes for a hostile gaming environment. Wait for the player to get used to it and then return to calm. At that point, most players will be immersed in getting stronger in power rather than in a cozy comfort zone. This is what makes a virtual game a game, not an alien world for people to escape from reality. Tanka took all the problems he could think of and had Origins add them, while adjusting the pace of the plot development. It will certainly be possible to complete all the work by June 10th. Evening, Tanka dragged his tired body and sat down in front of the computer to start today's coding work. He already had ready-made stories in his head. He just needed to blend his writing skills with his cultural heritage to create them. On a good day, it can even reach 50,000 words a day. But it's not like he's in such good shape every day, and his average standard remains around 30,000 words. So tired, Tanka finished coding today's chapter, slumped hard in his chair, and sighed. Researching technology during the day and having to code at night is really exhausting. You're already a full-fledged coder. You'll have to learn to code yourself. Tanka looked at the computer in front of him and muttered. Put. Right at this moment, Zhang Yashuan, who had just finished a hot water bath and her hair was a bit wet, walked out wrapped in a pink bath towel. Hearing Tang Ku murmur his words, he couldn't help but laugh. Don't code if you're tired. It's been so busy these past few days. These fans are really something too, actually pushing you to death. Ignore them, listen to me, and rest for a few days. Zhang Yashuan walked to her husband's side, bringing an aroma with her. She reached over Donkor's head and soothed his tense nerves. It's not like the fans are forcing me to do it. It's just that I love writing books, and if I could, I'd like to be able to do it carefree and have you with me every day enough. Tang Ku enjoys the massage and voices his inner thoughts, but you can't tire yourself out so much. Zhang Yashuan did not have the good sense to say, during the day are busy for so long, the night always need to relax. Right, labor and rest is the best. You're so easy to exhaust your body. Eat more supplements cannot make up for it. You are my tonic. Tang Ka hammed and hawed, wanting to turn around and hug his wife, but Zhang Yashuan moved her body to avoid her husband's salty hand. All tired and still thinking of taking advantage of me. Zhang Yashuan let out a light hum, as if she was disgusted and blanked Tang Ku. However, the body was still honest and still massaged Tang Ku's head. This moment of seeing you dissipates any more exhaustion. Tang Ku bravado while not forgetting to sweet talk a little. You know how to make me happy. I just saw that you were so tired that you collapsed in your chair. Why don't you get something to assist you in your coding? Zhang Yashuan helplessly said. Invent a lying code word thing, or intention code word is better than you sitting. Long-time sedentary is not good for the spine. It's easy to lie down and code, except that I don't like it, and the intention to code is a little, Tang Ka said, and the whole person froze. Intentional coding. Why didn't he think of this stuff? The so-called ideographic code is a way of putting what's in your brain directly into text form without having to do anything. All it takes for this thing to get off the ground is to have a neural transmission device. Virtual gaming pods have been built. Can't you get it to work with ideograms? Thinking of this, Tang Ka stood up violently. Ignoring his wife's objections, he forcefully hugged her cheeks and kissed her hard. That's a good one. And researching technology? After all the research on technology, it turned out that I didn't think to use it to help me code. What a brain fart. Tang Ka slapped his head and ran inside the bathroom to take a shower while thinking about this idea coder. Not only does he have to code with his mind, but he has to do it lying down with ease. Daily shifts of 100, 000, 200, 000, 300, 000. Not a problem at all. Tang Ka had a complete set of stories in his head, and if he had an idea coder, he would be able to code faster than anyone else. After a hot shower, his thoughts were clearer. The creation of an ideogramming machine is simple. Again, it is just a matter of utilizing a neural device that captures the information within the human brain to form words. Thinking of this, Tang Ka once again sat down in front of the computer screen and began to write the code for the idea coder. The equipment can just be replaced directly with virtual gaming pods, which are now just a program away. With Tang Ka's current knowledge, it was enough to create an ideogramming machine, and it would be very fast. But he'd barely scratched a line of code when a pair of black stockings was thrown at him. Tang Ka turned his head to look at Zhang Yashuan and blinked uncertainly. Right. All day long you just know how to write. Quickly come over here and go to bed. You can write tomorrow, Zhang Yashuan said in a petulant voice. At the same time, she exposed her long white legs and gently wiggled them a few times. Tang Ka instantly understood in a second. This is still writing a fart of code so he closed the laptop on the spot and started another big project. Chapter 152 Virtual Game Opening Ceremony. The next day, the sun looked like a huge furnace, rising from the east. Early in the morning, it made the nation feel the scorching heat. Luckily, Tang Ka's home had an automatic thermostat system, and the cold air counteracted the blazing heat of the outside world. Tang Ka woke up leisurely from his bed. Zhang Yashuan hadn't asked him to go for a morning run during this time. It wasn't laziness, but the weather was just too hot. It's been a red heat warning for several days now, and I don't know what's going on. What time is it? Don Seor said in a daze. It's already 10 o'clock yet. I suggest the master to get up quickly. Oh, maybe even make up an afternoon tea after breakfast. Origins suddenly appeared out of the void, popped up onto Tang Ka's bed, and sat on his knees, saying, "Is it hot out there again? What the hell is going on?" Don Seor saw the courtyard outside through the floor-to-ceiling windows, as if it were a little twisted. It's a distortion of vision caused by the heat of the heat. It's 37 degrees outside, and it's not recommended that the owner go out. Origin said, I have information from the Weather Bureau that the heat will continue for the rest of the day, and there is a possibility of drought everywhere. There's no telling how long this stuff will last, and luckily Don Kor's house is reinforced with COR alloy, which is particularly heat resistant. Together with the indoor thermostat system, you are fearless of any heat in your home. You have to get a water fountain for that. After Don Cor had brushed his teeth and washed his face, the thought of a water fountain crossed his mind. So-called drinking fountains extract elements from the air to form drinkable Clean fresh water. Getting the elements around you and forming energy did it all. This conversion into water resources is a small thing for Tangku. He'd written it down on his computer planner, and it wouldn't be too late to get it when he was free. It's not like there's a shortage of water to drink right now anyway, so there's not much use in getting it out. Tangku went downstairs with his laptop in his arms, ate a bowl of beef noodles, and then began to finish his ideogramming machine program. Started at 11 a.m. and wrote until after 3 p.m. With his amazing hand speed, he finally finished all the program codes. Since there were no available devices, Tangku took these programs directly and wrote them into the virtual game pod. It would be a bit of a hassle to do so, and you would need to go into virtual space in order to code. But there's no built instrument at home, so I'll have to replace it with a game pod for now. Anyway, getting inside a game pod to write a book is pretty much the same as lying flat outside. Bao, where are you going? Afternoon tea is ready. Tangku got up to go to the basement, and Zhang Yashuan came over with 2 cups of black tea. Behind her, in the hands of the chef, to buy, there were also some refreshments and snacks. Tangku's body, which had just gotten up, instantly sat back down. Afternoon tea. Yum 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 yum. Afternoon tea is my favorite. Tangku's face showed delight as his eyes locked onto the plate of roasted wings, his mouth watering. His favorite snack is grilled chicken wings, and it's true that his wife knows him best. Getting at the virtual game thing again? Zhang Yashuan asked casually as she gently sat next to Tangku. Dong shook his head. Nah, the pre-game is done. Just let Origins finish loading. Yesterday you inspired me to just get an idea coding program, so in the future I won't have to hit the keyboard to write a book. I'll just lie down. He hemmed and hawed, somewhat amused. This stuff is a total writer's boon, if not a benefit to all readers. What reader hasn't had the idea of writing a book? People who love to read novels have a story and world of their own in their hearts. Unfortunately, due to various factors, the writing of books can only remain a hobby. Tangku believed that if this thing of his was put on sale, there are bound to be many masterpieces in the future that will add a little something special to the world. It's been so hot lately, and Mo originally said he wanted to go out shopping with me, but now he's too lazy to go out. Zhang Yashuan took a small bite of the fruitcake, her beautiful eyes glowing brightly. Too hot? Your mall isn't hot either. It's just too hot. So everyone's crowding into the mall and making it hot. Nice one. Not to mention, it's been a bit of an oddly hot summer, with heat warnings lasting several days and getting hotter by the day. Watching the news, many of the concrete roads are cracked and even sunken. It's better to stay in the comfort of your home. The roof doesn't even feel hot. Zhang Yashuan continued. By the way, Meng Meng said she wants to come with me to play your virtual game. Have you prepared any opening ceremonies? Tangku sniffed and froze. Opening ceremony? There's still this stuff? He hadn't really thought about this stuff. The game opening service is not directly open service, where there is what big ceremony? To talk about the opening ceremony, the only thing Tangku could recall was the page game he played in his last life. That thing loves to have opening ceremonies, which are actually called gift pack giveaways. You still do not know? Yu Cheng's VR game got the opening ceremony, but it's an interaction organized offline. A lot of celebrity performances and promotions. Zhang Yashuan said with wide eyes. She pushed her face with one hand and smiled. I think, we can get a virtual world opening ceremony, so that all the players can revel collectively. Imagine the sheer number of things that can be built in a virtual world. A vast stage for millions of spectators was built in the void, and all the people shouted and reveled. That scene is exciting to think about. After hearing his wife's words, Tangku instantly became interested as well. This is a great opportunity to perform on stage. If you miss it, you will never again have such a large audience watching at the same moment. Not bad, not bad. It's a good idea. Let me plan for this opening ceremony. Tangku was excited. Origins, contact some stars for me and ask them to prepare a chorus for me. Okay then. Origins has found the following stars for the owner, all of whom are excellent singers. Do we need to eliminate some of them, please? A column of information was displayed in the void, like a long painting. There are over 30 stars on it, all of them familiar. Tangku swept a few glances before nodding. That's fine. Notify them all. Tell them the details, and then let them prepare their own programs. A stage opportunity of this magnitude would be an unconditional yes for anyone in their right mind. It wasn't even doing publicity for Tangku, but rather Tangku was giving them the stage to show off. With Tangku's current status inviting stars, no one would really choose not to come, unless they were really too busy to leave. But more are, even if they have a job on the line, they choose to put it off and participate in this virtual world performance by Tangku. They didn't even need Tangku to prepare the program for them, but let them pay for it and rehearse on their own. Will anyone refuse? Maybe a little opinionated, but they still behave. Prepare songs and rehearse your own performances. Chapter 153, The Pure Land of Paradise. Origins called all the stars on the list at the same time and spelled out the situation. More than 30 top singers in China, all of whom accepted the invitation. They posted tweets at the same moment, causing countless munchies. Tangku's side wasn't far behind, posting microblogging messages. June 10, 10 a.m., the first ever virtual reality game, Devour the Universe, opens. At that time, the game will open a vast opening ceremony. The character pre-creation interface will be opened in the early hours of the morning, so players who want to watch the opening ceremony should log into the game and create their characters in advance. Hint, this ceremony will be unprecedentedly spectacular and turn your perception upside down. The accompanying image, below, is a poster that Origins spent a second making. The 30-odd celebrity guests were actually reduced to just a backdrop, with 3 mysterious people in front of them, topped off in black. The internet instantly exploded with excitement. The Devouring Universe? So the game is set in the Devouring Universe. This is too vast. Awesome. No wonder old Tang is acquiring so many games, so it's to be implanted into this game. Good lord. I'm so looking forward to it now. And old Don is so badass. He never said anything before. I thought it was just a regular Sims. Until then, all Don Cor had said was that the virtual game pods were on sale, and that the virtual game would be exactly like reality. But it was never stated that the game was based on the Devour the Universe. For a while, Tangka novel fans couldn't help but go wild. Also reveling were the singer's fans. It's extremely rare to put together such a star-studded lineup all at once. Such a huge star-studded cast. It's nifty. Only Big Brother Tangka can do that. Inviting so many big names at once. Shocked. More than 30 superstars have been reduced to the background. Is it a loss of morality or a distortion of human nature? Who are these 3 mystery guests? It can't be old Don himself up there, can it? Ha 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 ha. I think it's very likely. I guess it's old Tang and Sister Yashin in there. And I don't know about the third one. I think it's Kim Woo Mo. What do you guys think? It's possible, but so simple to guess. So unmysterious. I have a feeling it won't be that simple. If it was so easy to guess, Big Brother Tang Cool wouldn't have gotten all this fancy. That makes sense. After all, it seems like all Donkor Big Guy does is technology and fiction. Where's the talent? Sister Yashin can barely sing a song if she does, so Sister Yashin is definitely stable. With that said, those who were still smug felt that these 3 guests should not be that simple. What kind of person can make a backdrop for more than 30 big names? Not to mention the netizens were confused. Even Zhang Yashuan didn't understand. Who are these 3 mystery guests? She looked curiously at Donkor of Chicken Wing. Far away. Is near. Little fool. Don Cole hemmed and hawed, scooping away a piece of his wife's cake with his fork. Zhang Yashuan was confused for a moment, then widened her beautiful eyes and said in surprise, "What you are talking about? It can't be the 2 of us." Ah, this. Her vocals are only entertaining, so she's afraid she'll make a fool of herself in front of these singers. It's fine if you don't compare them, but once you compare them with the professionals, it reveals a lot. That's not the point. If she goes up there to sing, why does Tangka go up there? At this time, Tangka shook his head and leisurely said, "Wrong, you think I'm asking you to go up and sing? No, 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 I'm asking you to go up and dance." I could guess from that look in my wife's eyes what was going on inside her at the moment. Don Cor corrected her wrong idea on the spot. Amateur singers singing with celebrity singers? Isn't that torture? Zhang Yashuan's strength is not her singing ability, but her face and body. Put among the stars, the wife's face can hang all the female stars. Therefore Tangka planned to have Zhang Yashuan go up and dance with Origins. He was going to have his wife and Origins both, together, dance the dance that burst into flames in the last life, the Jodish Jodish. In addition to being able to touch the hearts of countless people because of the beautiful dance, it is also meant to symbolize the virtual gaming world, which is the ultimate purgatory for people. To enter the game is to come to another world and start another legendary life. The 3 mysterious guests were none other than Tang Ku, Zhang Yashuan, and Origin. As for what Tang Ku himself is going to do, he plans to sing a song to show his love for his wife. Dancing? Hearing this, Zhang Yashuan couldn't help but cover her stomach and burst out laughing. Are you kidding me? I'm afraid if I go up there and dance, I'm going to laugh my ass off? She couldn't have known better what level she was on. Although there is a background in dance, it is not proficient. You get her to dance, you might as well get her to do a loose combo. Zhang Yashuan practiced sparring all more proficiently than dancing. If you don't know how, I'll teach you, Tang Ka said blandly. Zhang Yashuan froze, thinking she had heard wrong. Without waiting for her to say anything, Tang Ka finished the last piece of barbecue wings and directly pulled his wife toward the basement. There were 2 virtual game pods in the basement, one that Tang Ka had assembled by hand, and the other that had been shipped over from the factory side. Come on, get into the virtual training room and I'll teach you and Origins both to dance together. Tang Ka was the first to lie down. Entering the virtual training room under Zhang Yashuan's stunned gaze, little Kezi said he would teach me to dance? Zhang Yashuan couldn't help but brainstorm that image. Great guy. So much to look forward to. She smiled sweetly, then lay down and entered the virtual training room. The next instructional image couldn't help but make Zhang Yashuan reacquaint herself with her own stinky treasure. I didn't realize my own husband could dance, and it was so enchanting. It only took 2 days for Zhang Yashuan to completely master the Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss dance steps. Soft body, delicate dance, under the melodious soundtrack. Zhang Yashuan was like a fairy descending to the earth, and looking at Tang Ke was intoxicated. The soundtrack was hummed by Dunkor himself, and then he had Origins help debug it for the final shape. Tanka believes in the music and dance of the Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss. It's going to take the world by storm starting on June 10th. Time flies. This year's college entrance exams were extraordinarily hot, and the air-conditioned indoor exam rooms were quite comfortable. However, in many areas of the examination centers, only electric fans are sweeping the hot air, making the candidates feel tormented. They have to bear the pressure of the examination hall and the irritation caused by the sweltering heat. The whole country is watching the entrance exams and wishing the candidates well. But what's outrageous is that Dunkor actually popped a shift as a blessing to the candidates. Starting on the day of the 3rd, 100,000 words a day will be updated. Those readers who don't have to take exams can barely keep up with Tang Ke's update speed when they read books. Just nasty outrageous. Is Big Brother Tang Ke on drugs? This ing drugger not so fierce a day 100,000 words. This is definitely a deposit, right? That's a lot of premeditation. 700,000 words updated in a week. How long has that been saved up? Chapter 154, Virtual Game Hot Start. Master watched and vomited. It turns out that updating too quickly is not a good thing. I'm feeling something called catch-up reading pressure. Can you believe it? God damn, this is a blessing to the candidates. This is clearly a punishment. The fans just couldn't help but spit out the feeling that Tang Ke was on a roll. Candidates did not return home for the last week, and they were struggling to get through the entrance exams. The heart is even looking forward to the fact that when he comes back after the exams, Tang Ke can update more. As a result, I came back from the exam and took a look. Nima. Nearly 1 million word update. That's a lot, isn't it? 100,000 words a day. How many drafts is that saved up? Waiting until today to break out on purpose? Actually, it's not really a stock story. Tang Ke had been sitting in the virtual training room all this time, using his mind to code the content of the novel that he had completed. Simply conceptualize the image in your mind and the outline template will be presented automatically. The neural probe then searches the person's brain, taking into account Tanka's speaking habits as well as his level of education, thereby composing a complete and logically error-free novel content. The experience of reading it all is exactly as Dunkor himself wrote it. The writing and style are identical. Of course, there is a small problem with the idea coder program. That is, one must have some foundation in writing to be able to write a novel with this. Like those who have never written a novel and don't even have their own writing habits and style. Even with an ideogramming machine, you can only write novels as if they were essays. Because they haven't written a novel, the feeling of writing in their heads is stuck in their essays. On top of that, the idea coder is really counterintuitive. It can be used to write not only novels, but also literary works, screenplays, news, essays, and more. The speed of the coding was so fast that Tang Ke couldn't even react. He had just thought of the plot and the picture, and the text was already out. Thinking back to the detective plot again, tens of thousands of words swiped onto the screen. 100,000 words a day is just a few minutes too comfortable for Tang Ke. If he'd stayed an hour, I'm afraid he could have written 1 million words. But Tang Ke understood the reasoning behind a thin stream. So even though he could have finished the books in one go, he didn't do so. The 100,000 words a day is really a perk for the fans. And after a while, he'll go back to 30,000 words a day. It's just for fun. He'd already finished yards of 3 million words by intention, all set to timed chapters. All this time Tang Ke was on vacation, and every day he just studied technology, and played with his wife. The days were particularly pleasant. After 3 days of college entrance exams, it's finally official. The first candidate to walk out of the exam room. The hottest thing that came out of his mouth was that he wished Devour the Universe had opened earlier. This also disguised a wave of advertising for Blackco. More and more viewers follow the opening of Devour the Universe, a virtual reality game. And how magical the opening ceremony on the 10th will really be. June 10th day, 9:50 in the morning. Anyone who purchased a virtual gaming pod a week ago has already received it. They couldn't wait to log into the game and wait in a white space. Good lord, this is too real. It feels just like the real thing. Hiss, don't pinch it. It hurts okay. Why don't we exercise and see if it feels the same as in reality? refuse fencing. Tens of millions of players stood in the virtual white space, touching and gawking curiously at each other. Even at this moment, they felt incredulous. Surprisingly, it really is exactly like reality. If they hadn't been able to call out the exit page bar, they would have even thought they were in reality. Why hasn't it started yet? I can't wait. I really want to see if the game graphics are this realistic as well. Don't be in a hurry. Young man, be calm. There's still the exciting opening ceremony to come. It's the last minute to get ready for the opening ceremony. Someone looked at the time and shouted in surprise. With the clock counting down, the service started promptly at 10 a.m. Rumble. Suddenly, a roaring clamor resounded within the virtual space. The white space shattered inch by inch, as if the tiles were collapsing. The players felt their bodies being lifted up by a mysterious force, their entire bodies floating in midair. A golden light reflected from the outside as the walls of the white space shattered. Wow! In an instant, a row of seats emerged in the void under the crowd's astonishment. Like a ladder cast in gold, it climbs up from the bottom. Countless rays of light converged at the very center, where tens of millions of people sat around in a large circular meeting place. In the point of convergence of light, there were three figures posed in a dance position, not moving a muscle. People's eyesight was unprecedentedly strong, and even hundreds of meters away, they could clearly see the clothing patterns of the three people in the middle. This is a visual enhancement effect of the virtual world, similar to game skills. The purpose was to allow players to see the screen clearly, and Tanku had specially added this layer of game buff to everyone. Among the three figures, one was of an imperious figure, shapely and graceful, wearing a set of yen red palace dress. She looked like a generation of female emperors. The other two figures clung to its sides, petite in stature, with long blonde hair that attracted attention. They were wearing the same set of ancient court dresses, but they were one pink and one purple. Suddenly, without waiting for the players to raise doubts, a melodious and rhythmic melody suddenly rang out. The three silhouettes in the center of the large venue danced rhythmically to the music. The moment they turned around, there was a clamor and tens of millions of people cheered out at the same time. The three people in the field were none other than Zhang Yashuan as well as the two origin splitters. Colorful lights were lit up in the dimly lit venue, and the stirring soundtrack and songs seemed to echo between heaven and earth, shaking the hearts of the people. This Elysium Pure Land song by Tanku uses the official Chinese version of the last Elysium Pure Land, while not losing the flavor of the original, but also add the ancient style in the inside. Let Zhang Yashuan and the origin of the palace dress. More appropriate. The fusion of electro and ancient lyricism has opened a Pandora's box for this world of music. Zhang Yashuan dances softly to the extreme, stepping but with a sense of power in it. Rigid and flexible, shapely body, charming face, an absolutely beautiful dance. It was as if a heavenly fairy, with her twin lowly sisters, had descended to the mortal world together. The scene around them rippled as they danced. Each stomping motion provokes a special effect to shimmer in the void. The large venue the players are sitting in vibrates and floats along with these special effects. Zhang Yashuan's every move was as if she was a god manipulating everything in the world. The whole world is in rhythm. Chapter 155. What? The origin is a little lowly? That's something that can't be matched by a regular concert. Whether it's the rhythm of the world or the special effects of fire and lightning, all of these things exist only in games and movies. However, the virtual world at the moment has managed to make these special effects and create the most intuitive feeling for people. All the players were so excited that they shouted loudly and blushed. It really is an opening lightning strike. This is hundreds of times more intense than the feeling of just entering the game. The feeling of heaven and earth moving to the music is simply too exciting and enjoyable. Donko Big Brother Forever God. Sister Yashian is so beautiful. I want to know who those two little Lolitas are. They're so damn cute. It's so bomb. The dance and the music is absolutely divine. I'm blowing up. This feeling of the scenes interacting together is fantastic. And I have a feeling that the vast majority of future concerts will move to the virtual world. Big Brother Tanku is awesome. Starting a new era once again. As the song came to an end, the room boiled and cheered. The clamor of the clamor was deafening. Such a feast for the eyes and ears that one's ears and eyes became pregnant on the spot. Zhang Yashuan and Origins bowed gracefully at the same time, expressing their gratitude to the audience for their love. The scene darkened once again, and Zhang Yashuan and Origins figures suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in the audience. Zhang Yashuan's breath was slightly panting, which was the effect after the real simulation. Even though in reality she was lying down, in the virtual world she could feel the exhaustion in her body from dancing. Don tapped on the permission to help his wife remove the exhaustion effect, laughing, "How does it feel?" "Very happy." "Right. Tens of millions of viewers watching you dance, and also live broadcast to the public. Oh, I'm afraid the audience will be even more. Such a grand opening ceremony." Naturally, not only players cannot be exclusive. There were many spectators in the real world as well. enjoying this magnificent ceremony. Countless buyers who were still hesitant, after seeing this ceremonial image, completely put down their hesitation and directly clicked to buy. The people in the virtual world were in a frenzy, and the audience in the real world was even more envious. Had they known that they would also buy virtual game pods. Since I missed this opening ceremony, just can't miss this virtual game again. On this day, sales on the official website of the virtual gaming pod increased dramatically. Any family that can afford it will choose to buy a virtual gaming pod for their home. Some little happy la, this feeling of interacting with heaven and earth. There is an indescribable pleasure. It feels like the whole world is controlled. Zhang Yashuan smiled as she stated her feelings. Jin Wumeng, who was sitting next to her, exclaimed, Ye Xian was so beautiful just now. I was dumbfounded. Don't you think so? Chen Zimo and Tang Yunxin both nodded at the same time. With such a grand ceremony, it was only natural that all of Tang Ke's friends were there. It is indeed very beautiful, and I would like to participate. But unfortunately, Spicy Roll's small mouth slightly beamed, seemingly not too happy. It's fine. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Tang Ke laughed. It would be easy for the virtual world to host a concert, except that the audience wouldn't be as large as it is today. Jin Yuemeng suddenly turned his head and said to Spicy Roll, Yunxin, do we want to work together in the game and get a guild full of girls? It's fine. I'm casual. Tang Yunxin casually replied. More than 36 top singers have appeared on stage to deliver their choral performances prepared for Devour the Universe. It was a gesture of goodwill to Tang Ke, who had given them such a grand stage. Origins maneuvered a large venue of 10 million people, grooving to the amplitude of the songs of more than 30 singers. The top singers' vocals are on full display, with choppy songs and stirring, gorgeous lyrics. Everyone went above and beyond today and gave all the audience a different kind of concert. It's so awesome. A fan in front of us inquired about Big Brother Tang Ke, and it turns out that those two little blonde lolitas are, in fact, Origins. While enjoying the song, someone sitting not far from Donkor ventured over to ask the blonde loli her identity. Don't ask, don't tell. Those two blonde twin lolitas were actually Origins. What? Origins? Really not lying to us? You're telling me that the two little lolitas that were so real just now were actually both the same and an AI? Ha? Origins? The Origin that usually watches our every move? Shocking. The whole country is actually supervised by a little loli. Wow. Is it really Origin? So cute. Can Origin come out and give me a touch? A young girl exclaimed. Suddenly, a little blonde loli in a gothic Lolita outfit appeared beside her. It is the very Origin of the dance of the ultimate Pure Land on the stage just now. She smiled at the young girl and said, It can be oh hello young lady. Wow really Miss Origin. I always thought you were a genderless intelligence. The young girl's eyes sparkled and she reached out to touch Origin's hair. Origin's eyes narrowed slightly and he was as good and cute as a kitten, enjoying the young girl's touch. The eyes of the people around them lit up and they all clamored to touch the Origin. The LSBs are even getting the idea that something is, well, wrong with Origins. The Origin is artificial intelligence, which becomes a palpable presence in this virtual reality. And with unlimited detachment, wouldn't it be, serving many people, or multiple people? Thinking about this, many LSPs have already had the corners of their mouths slightly raised, and various images have even appeared in their minds. Wait until the chorus of more than 30 singers is over. It took these people who interacted with Origins to finally come back to their senses. More than 36 superstar singers have finished their performances, and they're here brainstorming weird stuff. At that moment, the lights in the large venue dimmed once again, and there was a moment of silence on the convention floor, and a wave of amazement went through the audience. What's the deal? Is there a show? The crowd wondered. Aren't there 3 mystery guests? Are there more? No. Right. Ye Xian's sister and Origin. There are only 2 in total. One more to go. But Origins became 2 people. Plus sister Ye Xian, isn't that 3 people? Soon their doubts were answered, because on the stage stood a handsome and heavenly man, who could make countless young girls swoon, both in terms of temperament and appearance. Unlike earlier, the melody that rang out this time was no longer hot and passionate. Instead, there was a fresh, light gentleness that calmed the hearts of tens of millions of live viewers, sending you the winds of March, the rains of June, and the landscapes of September, so that the rest of my life will be about you. Tang Ke gently opened his mouth, his magnetic voice, softly floating in this heaven and earth. It's only like the first time. Memories, but they are spreading. It's like dessert for the night. Even my dreams have become sweet. I'm willing to give up all those years of youthful exuberance for you. Never mind the so-called wandering or faraway places. I just want to sing this love song beside you. Chapter 156. Tang Ke's heartfelt singing. The calm and gentle song made the audience, both in the virtual and real worlds, stare in disbelief. They had never known that Tang Ke could actually sing, and sing with such feeling. Most importantly, it's a song they've never heard before. It was just the beginning, but they could already hear the difference. Who the hell did this song come from? Danko's voice pauses here and there, and the music accelerates slightly at the moment, and the pace of his song's words, with it, speeds up ever so slightly, sending you the winds of March, the rains of June, and the landscapes of September. How beautiful it is to be your wedding dress when the snow is falling all over the place, sending you every dream, every waking, the long love of companionship. The song is like a gentle rain that fills the virtual world with warmth. There was no cheering or clamor. Everyone was immersed in Tangku's song. His gaze went to Zhang Yashuan in the audience. His eyes filled with tenderness. This song was the one he gave to Zhang Yashuan and sang to everyone. There are no flashy lights, ho-hum vibrations, or brilliant special effects, but all the viewers could feel the love and emotion that Tangku was trying to convey. Zhang Yashuan, who was sitting in the audience, lightly covered her red lips, her beautiful eyes glowing with happy tears. She was wondering before what kind of show Tangku was going to get. So secretive. Turns out, he was only preparing himself for a surprise. This show of love to the world is so romantic and moving. Tangku stood alone on the stage, with only an ordinary light shining on him, ordinary and plain. But in the eyes of the audience, the Tangku at this moment was so sacred and honorable. A beautiful and soft singing voice came out of his mouth and spread between heaven and earth, sending you the winds of March, the rains of June, and the landscapes of September. How beautiful it is to be your wedding dress when the snow is falling all over the place. If the years are merciless and you and I grow old, all is gradually forgotten. I will engrave your name in my heart, because you're the one in this life. When the song ended, Tangku looked fondly at Zhang Yashuan in the audience. Two beams of golden light reflected the two men, four eyes locked. Each other's inner thoughts were in the middle of this deep gaze. At this moment, it was as if only Tangku and Zhang Yashuan were left in the scene of tens of millions of people. Wow! I don't know who was the first to applaud, followed by a mountain of applause. This is the tens of millions of live viewers, sending their blessings to the Tangku couple. Damn, I have to eat dog food to play a game, but I don't know why, but I want to cry. Donkor Biggie is too much, but I can't help but want to give my blessing. It's so romantic. Sister Yashian is so happy. If there was a man who confessed to me like this, I would definitely marry him on the spot. Old Tang and Sister Yashian have been married for so many years, and Old Tang still loves his wife so deeply. I didn't realize that such love actually exists. Sister Yashian, be happy. Good Old Tang, who says that life after marriage becomes dull, or even has more conflicts and is not as happy as it used to be before marriage? If anyone dares to say that in the future, I will directly throw today's video at him. Sincere wishes from tens of millions of people to Mr. and Mrs. Tonka. At this moment, Zhang Yashuan's delicate cheeks were already covered in tear stains. She smiled beautifully. The happiness in her heart was beyond words. Don Cole also looked at his wife from the stage with a smile full of charm. Instead of getting off the stage right away, he picked up the microphone and said, "This song is my original song called 4 Seasons for You. It represents my love for Yashian and is also a blessing to all. I hope that everyone will be able to be there for their loved one in every season, and with him or her. Watch the years go by and the seasons change." His words resonated with tens of millions of people. If one just blandly stated his love for Yashian, he would only receive the blessings of others. But if one takes one's own love and adds more than one blessing when giving it to others, it will then gain favor and resonance with everyone. This is love and peace. To put it plainly, it's hello, me, everyone. Don Cole is awesome. Thanks for the blessing, Don Cole. Sublimated. Suddenly the theme is sublimated. This opening ceremony today is really great. I didn't realize that the most exciting part of this opening ceremony wasn't the chorus of more than 30 superstars, nor was it Sister Yashian's opening King Bomb, but rather, it was Big Brother Tangku's heartfelt confession. Suddenly it feels like, Big Brother Tangku is a treasure boy, so I want to snatch him over. A number of pretty-looking girls, committing nymphomania, said. A few boys on the side snorted. Come on, just you guys still want to compare with Sister Yashian? Most people know about those things back in the day. Therefore wanting to tease Tangku away from Yashian was absolutely impossible. Whether it was Tangku's love for Zhang Yashuan or Zhang Yashuan's love for Tangku, all unimaginable and unattainable by all. Thank you all for attending this grand opening ceremony. I wish you all the best of luck in finding your desired other half. Next, Donkor grinned. It's game time. Welcome to Devour the Universe. Boom. Abruptly, a white crack appeared over the dark environment. This crack gradually diffused and enlarged, and dazzling light shone in from outside. The crowd felt a little less comfortable, followed by a loud boom. Everything around them turned into energy particles and scattered in all directions. A city full of sci-fi elements came into view. The figures of tens of millions of people disappeared one after another, being teleported to their respective cities and birthplaces. These are addresses they picked out in advance. the big venue disappeared at the same time as the game officially opened. A setting that takes place in the future with multiple sci-fi elements filling the streets. The players looked around excitedly and inwardly. The first thought that comes to mind is, what a real world. It's a good thing that these sci-fi elements are things that reality doesn't have, or else they'd really be confused with reality. A panel of tasks appears in front of each person, visible only to them. The next step was the official game time, and Tangko didn't bother them anymore, letting the players figure it out on their own. This game is quite rich in content and encompasses more than the player can imagine. Tangko and Zhang Yashuan, on the other hand, quietly left the virtual world. Snort! The glass baffle of the virtual gaming capsule opened, and cold air emanated from within. Tangko and Zhang Yashuan got up at the same time and smiled at each other while looking at each other. These days see you mysterious. Originally is the whole this ah. Zhang Yashuan laughed gently. Yeah, it's a good thing practicing songs in a virtual training room doesn't bother my throat. Tangko said. How is it? Still satisfied? He had practiced all his singing with the help of Origins, but there was still too little time. When he sang, Origins actually secretly helped fix the sound a bit before finally presenting that shocking scene just now. Full marks. I loved it. Treat yourself tonight. Zhang Yashuan ran to her husband and gave him a kiss. Tangko heatedly laughed twice and said with some fear, no need to be too intentional about treats. It's good to be like that in the old days. It's not that he's vain, but he's really afraid of being sucked dry. Who dares to say that masculinity is infinite, and that it runs rampant amongst the beauties? Tangko was definitely the first to jump out and smack him. Chapter 157 Major groups enter the virtual world. The virtual reality game's opening ceremony dropped and went straight to the top of the hit list. With tons of screenshots of the game out there, it has caused countless people to marvel. Players enter the game with a newbie tutorial mission that introduces the background of the game as well as the life mode. They realize it when they actually know the game. It turns out that everyone can have multiple primary careers, as well as multiple secondary careers. The main occupation is to become a martial artist, as well as a psychic chanting teacher. The cultivation of each weapon is the direction of a main profession, and the side professions are chef, star, caster, officer, etc. Whatever is available in reality is available here. What is not in reality is here. The main profession is aided by a system to learn, so that players can quickly become a talented martial artist. However, the sub-profession relies on the player's own abilities and talents, and will not be assisted by the system. So if you want to make money on a side hustle, you need to realistically master the skills of that hustle to do so. Such a condition allows life's unemployed artisans to finally have a place to excel. More and more people are joining the virtual world. The whole internet is buzzing about the virtual world, the second world of mankind. Some people have questioned whether the real world in which human beings now live is really real. If reality is also a virtual world, there seems to be no way for humans to recognize it at all. This is a question that has actually been brainstormed before the birth of virtual games. Only back then, such topics were far away. It's different today. With a completely unseen virtual world in front of people, one has to think about this insightful question. What's the point of thinking about it? All I know is that this game is invincible. The hitman said he didn't care that much. Instead of thinking about this nonsense, you should enjoy the game in the moment. Can I ask if anyone else plays Otherworld? I heard it's pretty good too. A person who had purchased VR glasses said coyly. No way. No way. There's still people going for Otherworld now? I'm afraid it's not cuties. Oh, what's the Otherworld? I've never heard of it, much less know what a Yu Chang is. I love Haika. Old Dawn is awesome. Now Tamasumi's VR game, Otherworld, has long since cooled off. Before Tangko's virtual game was even available, there were many people who went to experience Yu Chang's VR glasses and marveled at the immersion of the game. However, as soon as Blackko's virtual game was up and running, everyone closed their voices. It's really not comparable. Tamasumi's VR glasses are not even on the same level as Haika's VR gaming pods. While VR glasses are cheaper for a bit, people would still rather spend a bit more and get a virtual gaming pod. VR glasses can only be used to play one game, and VR gaming pods are more than just playing games. It also brings more entertainment to the table. People can enjoy a different kind of concert performance and touch their virtual idols directly in the virtual world. It's like being in the middle of the real world, yet more colorful than the real world. The virtual game opening ceremony had already exploded on the internet, and Zhang Yashuan, Origin, and Tangko, in particular, had gained a lot of fame. The chorus of more than 30 top singers is not as hot as they are. Tangko is on fire because of his songs, while Zhang Yashuan is on fire because of her dancing. The hottest, however, is artificial intelligence Origins. Because of her existence, countless geeks have seen another possibility. They can finally touch their virtual idols. Virtual idols are also a culture on the internet. with a fan base no worse than that of real-life internet celebrities. If only virtual idols could appear to the public like real people, you can be promoted directly to a traffic star. Because of this, the big bosses of a number of virtual idol companies had added Tangku wizards. Want to take your virtual idol and induct it into the virtual world? Tang could directly let Origins take over his prestige and negotiate cooperative projects with these bosses. The bosses and secretaries at Wilson's End were completely unaware. The one who was discussing the issue with them wasn't even Tangku, but Origins. They were quite moved in their hearts at the moment, feeling that Tangku was in such a position, going so far as to be willing to spend time on them and talk about business details, treating everyone with such respect. Surely there's a reason why Donkor is able to be a big shot. In addition to these companies that approach Tangku for cooperation, many groups are targeting the game, Devour the Universe, for the profits it generates. With the support of the state, those unemployed people have applied for financial assistance for virtual gaming pods. A large number of unemployed people enter the virtual world to earn money. Over time, virtual gaming has become a place of income for many people. It's virtual gaming, but more like a chunk of the new world. A large number of people moved into it, feeding countless people in the Dragon Kingdom. Various major groups have invested heavily in the virtual world and set up gaming guilds. The players also sensed something was wrong. They can't see the business opportunities, but they can see that the reason behind these groups moving in is inevitably because of the benefits. Big Brother Tangku has really opened up a new era once again, and the virtual world will become another road to riches. Very well, I can't understand other business opportunities, but when it comes to playing games, I, stranger, have never been afraid of anyone. The virtual game is equivalent to a new continent. The sooner you get in there, the more territory you'll open up, and when the time comes, it will generate unimaginable wealth. Good lord, is this a trade secret leak upstairs? Not a trade secret, just a personal opinion. May I ask who is upstairs? Just call me Win. I'm planning on starting a guild. Anyone want to come? There. I'm going to eat and drink after Big Brother. The devouring universe has exploded globally, with huge amounts of money flowing into the virtual world. The commission on the recharge amount from Tangku's side was already an astronomical figure. His wealth and fortune are skyrocketing at an alarming rate. Donkor had received too many messages in the meantime, and thankfully Origins had helped take over. Otherwise he really had trouble concentrating on technology. It takes a lot of time each day just to respond to each other's messages. Master, a special person has added you as a friend. The blonde lowly flashed in front of Tangku. She held her delicate chin and looked dully at Tangku, who was focusing on developing the armor in front of her. Special people? Special how? Tangku's demeanor was bland, holding a welding pencil in his hand as he welded a husk. The kind where you can't find out information. It should be someone on the national side, but I checked and no one on the national side has ever used this Wikipedia number. Origins gently drifted to the desktop and sat down, wiggling his white calves. I guess it should be someone from the military. Probably not the low-status kind. Chapter 158 Major General Wen says she's a sister. Hearing the words military, the movements in Tangku's hands also gave a start. All along, the people he's been exposed to have been on the state side, and the state sends representatives from the Academy of Scientific Research. In the view of the country's top brass, Tangku, who was engaged in science and technology, would have been more chatty with the researchers. It was a pity that they didn't understand Tangku's character. As a result, the relationship between the two sides has declined rather than increased, making each other a bit stiff. The country's side no longer dared to send people over to Tangku at will, and Donko is secretly inventing weapons to prepare himself to defend himself. The military is really his first contact. The military is looking for me? Is it hard to believe that my weapons have been exposed? The thought had just flickered before he shook his head in denial. If his weapons were really exposed, the military would have been the first to come over and block the door. Not Gavazin anymore. Tangku calmly picked up his cell phone and tapped on the friend request. One requests to add you as a friend. After casually clicking agree, it took less than 2 seconds for the other party to send a message. WEN, hello, my name is Cho Yunqing. Tangku Imeng. Oh, I've heard a lot about you. My name is Tangku. What? Win, I don't think I'm famous. Am I? It's hypocritical to brag. Tanker, who said that? You think I don't go online? Tanker, wasn't it you who was on the internet earlier, yelling all day that Hot Roller was your wife? This. WEN, good lord. So you've been following my moves. Through a brief exchange, Tangku realized that the other party didn't seem to be quite what he thought. Wasn't it the military? One couldn't blame Don Cor for having a wrong understanding of the military. After all, he hadn't been in the military and didn't really know. In fact, people in the army are no different from ordinary people, and their personalities are all very lively and cheerful. In their daily time period, they likewise enjoy all sorts of entertainment and know all sorts of internet terriers. But once it's time to carry out the mission, all distractions are collected. What the military shows to outsiders is their serious and grave side, so it can give off a stereotypical vibe. Tanker's dream, let's get down to business. What do you want from me? Well, I'm looking for you for two things. One, by the way, I forgot to tell you about my identity. I am a Major General of the Army of the Dragon Kingdom, and this conversation represents the military of the Dragon Kingdom, and I have two things to say to you. Nice guy, and a Major General. Tangku opened his mouth. He was truly surprised. This guy, who looks a little comical, is actually a Major General. Is this what real people do? Tangku didn't reply, quietly waiting for the other party's next words. First things first, the military side needs a large number of virtual gaming pods, so they want to order a batch from your side. Tangku raised an eyebrow and immediately thought of the other party's purpose. If he hadn't guessed wrong, the military was trying to use the virtual world as a military training base. Of course, it's also possible that they're trying to get some inspiration for high-tech weapons from Devour the Universe, or maybe they plan to learn some of the combat skills inside. Although this is a virtual game, some of the things you learn in it can be applied in reality. It's like having a player become a martial artist in a game and use a long sword. With the assistance of the system, he could wield many bizarre sword techniques. This sword technique was interspersed with the correct way to use a long sword. After being skilled, using it in reality can actually still have a few rhymes in it. As long as you don't use those knife skills that go against physics, it's not really a problem to use it for a dry run. They are not outrageous, as the blade techniques in them are all skills whose origins evolved from the basic blade techniques. At the end of the day, it's really just basic swordplay, and the military is even more proficient in this area. They can perfectly utilize the benefits that the virtual world gives them and train like crazy. Tanker, that's no problem. What about the second thing? The other person is going to give the money anyway, not just reach out and ask for it. To him, the military is just a client. The second thing is that the Dragon Countryside wants you to take control of the sales of the game pods. The main target is overseas buyers, and I'm sure you know how much the virtual world helps militarily. What the other party meant, Tangku was able to understand. It's for him to keep an eye out for overseas purchasers to prevent any overseas military from getting mixed up in it. In the matter of training armies in the virtual world, only one, the Dragon Kingdom, would suffice. Tangku lightly laughed twice and casually typed a response. Okay, this is not a problem. He actually didn't care about foreigners training with virtual gaming pods. In Tangku's opinion, powerful technology is fearless of any military force. Currently humans feel that armies are powerful and that multiple people manipulating weapons can be devastating. It's really all because the level of technology in most countries is just not there yet to do the crushing. Like when the nukes were dropped on Neon. Neon couldn't fight it off no matter how much they trained their military. 2 nukes straight up made Neon Korea call for their daddy. That's the power that comes when the level of technology crushes the other side. Tangku Imang, I thought you added me for something. Okay, I'm going to get busy. Not to mention. Don't go away. Just now it was on behalf of the military. Now it's on behalf of me personally. Tanker, what else you got going on? How can I say I'm a fan of yours? Can't you treat me like a spicy roll? Tanker, I'm sorry, but hot rolls are girls, aren't you? What? Who says I'm not a girl? I'm a girl too. Tanker's dream? Are people so desperate nowadays? How dare you force yourself to say you're a sister? It's too shameless, isn't it? And the man was a major general. I'm really a sister. Why would I lie to you? Tangku Imang, okay. You're doing? Tell Spicy Roll to come to my gaming guild for me. Donkey, can't you just add her yourself? It's not hard to find out Hot Roll's wiki number with your status, is it? Embarrassed, I'm not being rejected here. She's dead set on not agreeing to my friend ad. Tangku Imang, okay. I'll ask her to agree to be your friend for a while. You can slowly talk to her later. Don't bother me. Tangku impatiently switched to Spicy Roll's message bar and sent a message before directly asking Origins to take over the prestige number. He had to go work on his iron battlesuit, and was really too lazy to talk to anyone. In addition to a beautiful wife, the development of the steel armor took longer than Tangku had imagined. Until now, he had also only worked on an exoskeleton-like framework, 100,000 miles away from armor like Iron Man's. Chapter 159, Haika Nano Armor. Donkor thought at first that Iron Man's armor was easy and could be built quickly. I didn't realize until I started building it myself that the plot of the movie definitely cut down on the development time of the armor. How could the development of steel armor be so easy? It takes a long time to build on materials alone. Of course, it could also be caused with Tonka's over-the-top development of armor. He has mastered a different tech tree than the Tony's tank, so build the armor in a different direction. Tonka is ready to build it all at once. Mark 50 Nano Armor. Of course, by this point, this Mark armor will also be renamed Blackco Nano Armor. Building this armor required compression and folding technology in addition to nanotechnology. Compression and folding combined with nanotechnology is what turns the armor into a regular t-shirt. When you're out and about, you don't carry an armor or suitcase around, do you? Though Danko stays at home most of the time, but it's a lot easier to turn into clothes. It is also suitable for dealing with unexpected situations. Tanko was building armor and learning knowledge at the same time, thoroughly immersed in the joy of developing technology. And on Chen Beishuan's side, he also took Tanko and gave things, developed and tested them with adjustments. In the middle of these days, it was officially released to the public. It's just a shame that, despite the name of the Blackco company, but yet, because exoskeletons are not something that everyone can use. So the people who are concerned about exoskeletons are people in the medical or military field. Although the scope of involvement is small, it has caused a lot of shock waves. Either way, it's something produced by Blackco, and the black technology still pulls full weight. Good. What an awesome mechanical skeleton. This thing completely replaces human severed limbs. In a downtown rehabilitation hospital, an old man with a broken arm, dressed in a military uniform, looked at his right hand in horror. He was in old tears, his left hand trembling as he stroked his mechanical right arm. It is as if you are touching your own arm, possessing a distinctive touch. The neural device not only allowed this old man to control the mechanical arm at will, even the touch felt by the mechanical arm could be clearly transmitted to his nerves. Congratulations, Grandpa Xiao. A valiant woman walked in front of the old man. She was dressed in her uniformed attire, and the rank of the shoulder boards on her shoulders clearly represented that she was a major general of the army. Although she was wearing a military uniform, her curvaceous figure was hard to hide. A smile surfaced on his delicate face as he looked at the old man in front of him. It's Yun Qing. Grandpa Xiao wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes with his palms and said happily, "You have to help me properly thank this kid called Tanko. If it wasn't for him, I'm afraid that I wouldn't be able to find the feeling of my right arm in this lifetime." When Zhao Yunqing heard this, she nodded seriously and said, "No problem, I'll pass it on to him." This mechanical skeleton arm was exactly what Zhao Yunqing had brought back to this old man. "Grandpa Xiao, I intend to let the elite troops of the Dragon Group, all of them enter the virtual world for training, but the military side is being hindered, so I hope you can say a few words." Zhao Yunqing looked at Grandpa Xiao seriously. This matter was of great concern. The military is currently split into two factions, with half in favor of the military entering the virtual world. The other half were concerned that training in a virtual world would reveal a lot of secrets. To put it bluntly, it's the fear of Origin leaking information. No matter how much Origins blew it off, there were still half a dozen people on the military side who were afraid to fully trust the thing. After all, the virtual world was networked, so who knew if someone would break through Origin's defenses and spy on the information inside? The plan proposed by Zhao Yunqing was also met with stagnation, but with Grandpa Zhao's help, this matter could easily succeed. He's got a lot to say. Still, well, I know. I'll go say a few words then. Grandpa Xiao smiled amiably and continued to caress his mechanical arm as if he was looking at his first love. Such a scene is played out in major rehabilitation centers. Future Skeletons puts on sale more than just mechanical skeletons, but also mechanical exoskeletons. Sleeving outside the human body can assist many people with neurological deficiencies to regain the ability to walk as a normal person. Those who have been paralyzed in wheelchairs for years have regained dominion over their bodies with the help of mechanical exoskeletons. These exoskeletons are solar-charged and made of coca alloy throughout. No fear of water and fire erosion, not to mention collision. Bathe directly in the exoskeleton and you won't have any problems. But the most hacky bit isn't all that. Rather, it hosts an abbreviated version of AI. When the user is going to sleep, this exoskeleton will act as a robot with self-awareness, detaches from the user and waits until the user wakes up, then automatically puts the exoskeleton back on for the user. It completely eliminates the need for others to take care of it. It allows paralyzed people to take care of themselves as well. And living alone is not a problem at all. Big Brother Tangku is indeed the same Big Brother Tangku he once was. He hasn't forgotten to benefit the people. Love, love, love. Kudos to old Don. I thought that old Tang had been livering his savings all this time and hadn't gotten into technology, but I didn't expect that just after he came out, he would deliver two black technologies, the virtual gaming capsule and the mechanical exoskeleton. Do you think these mechanical exoskeletons will enhance one's fighting ability like in the game? I think it's very possible, but it doesn't appear that Dongkor's big brother is going in that direction. It seems like Tangku just wants to be a quiet businessman and doesn't want to get involved that much. Indeed, no at all. The internet is full of praise for Dongkor. After the fermentation of the internet, people are also convinced of what is in their minds. Don Cole just wants to be a businessman. Even people on the state side of the fence are thinking the same thing. Therefore no one was sent over to Tangku again, much less dare to take the initiative to let him build military items. It could be said that Tangku's act of confusion had successfully diverted many people's attention. Nowadays, only Origin and Zhang Yashuan knew that Tangku was building some self-defense weapons at home. On top of that, no one knew he was hiding laser weapons, or even electromagnetic cannons, in his house. Isle of Man TT? What the hell? At this time, Tangku stood at the entrance position of his home, looking at the letter handed by the bodyguard. Here's the letter that came in the mail and the shipping location is actually from the Isle of Man TT. Tangku showed a puzzled look on his face and opened the letter to read it. Cowardly Mr. Donkor. I wonder if you remember a mole who once had his life ruined by you. I think you may have forgotten, but I don't mind helping you remember. I've heard that your locomotive skills are comparable to those of a car god, but in my opinion, it's just bragging. You just haven't met me yet. Come find me at the Isle of Man TT if you dare. I'll be here waiting for you. This kind of challenge letter full of middle-aged and two-dimensional. Looking at the corners of Tangku's mouth slightly twitching. The name Lulu was also left in the bottom right corner. The moment he saw this name, Tangku's pupils shrank. Isn't this guy? Who was it? It's a little bit familiar. Forget it, don't even recognize it. Tangku casually threw the letter into the trash can, not bothering to pay any more attention to it. Chapter 160 Lulu's Perfect Plan. On a certain well-known island, Lulu leaned against the balcony of the cottage, her face handsome and cold as she gazed into the distant east. He is none other than Lulu, who lost his job earlier because he took a shot at Donkor. Snowed in. No company dared to use him. The road to stardom is destroyed. The internet has no memory. Lulu quickly disappeared from view after losing his star path. Not many people even remember him, including his former fans. Maybe it gets brought up occasionally, but it's all talk with him as the butt of the joke. This made Lulu feel very angry and resentful, and he didn't feel he had done anything wrong. He's just getting high off his mouth and indulging his fans in their nonsense in the process. As a result, it has been reduced to this situation today, which is really too angry. With no way out, he finally chose what he had dreamed of. That is to become a professional race car driver. He used the money he earned over the years to modify his locomotives, competed in many locomotive races and made a small name for himself in the locomotive community. Originally, he had already abandoned the past, but only failed to let go of his hatred for Tangku. If it wasn't for Tangku, he wouldn't have been reduced to this. The most irritating thing was that Tangku didn't take him seriously from start to finish. That contemptuous and ignorant attitude of Tangku at the beginning became a lifelong nightmare for Lulu. Many times in his sleep, he'd get so pissed off that he'd throw blind punches and knock the female model sleeping next to him out of bed. Tangku, now you're, must be furious that a being you regarded as a mole would challenge you to the level of your locomotive, and I guess now you must be maintaining that Augusta F4 Claudio of yours, right? It's a shame it's all useless and nothing more than an exercise in futility. Lulu shook the wine glass in his hand and sneered to himself. You would never have guessed that what I want is your life. His teeth clenched and his face showed a fierce color. At the thought of the upcoming scene, he felt a sour feeling inside, and even couldn't help but laugh out loud. Just a few days ago, he was living a retired life in some small city in the Dragon Kingdom, playing with motorcycles and beautiful women every day. Life is not too bad, but the arrival of two distinguished guests shatters his peaceful days. These two people are Dong Kailu of Ho Fong, and Xu Fong of Yuchang. What the two men are looking at is Lulu's grudge against Tangku. The two conglomerates promise to give Lulu a huge sum of money as soon as he lures Tangku abroad. It could even put him back on the road to stardom. But Lulu doesn't hesitate to reject these tempting offers and instead makes a crazy request. He wants Tangku's life. Dong Kailu and Xu Fong were both shocked. They just wanted to lure Tangku away, then use the opportunity to sneak into Tangku's home and steal the technological achievements, but didn't dare to think in that direction. Tangku is now a great treasure of the country, and to want his life is to gamble with your own. But at Lulu's urging, the two men also had the idea. This is indeed a perfect opportunity to kill Tangku. So after the three of them negotiated, Lulu was responsible for luring out Tangku. Tung Kailok and Xu Fong will contact foreign assassins to launch an assassination operation against Tangku. On the domestic side, Dong Kailu and Xu Fong would also bring people to infiltrate Tangku's house and steal scientific research results. With the three of them in agreement, Lulu traveled to the Isle of Man TT and mailed a letter to the Donkers. He put his mocking and lonely words on the letter. It could be seen from the contempt with which Tangku treated him that Tangku was a condescending person. According to Psychology to Project, when Tangku saw such words, he would surely know that it was a young plot. Being a skilled car driver, Tangku would definitely show a sneer and then brightly choose to accept this challenge. Everything was in his plan. It was just perfect. Thinking of this, Lulu once again let out a loud laugh. raised his glass of red wine, and said with bravado, "Come on, Tang-ku, I'm here for you." On the other hand, Tang-ku's home, Tang-ku, who was seriously studying the armor, suddenly sneezed. Lulu thousands of calculations, only did not count correctly is that Tang-ku simply do not remember who he is. The letter that was thrown in the trash had been intermingled with various snack packages. The cleaning dog wrapped the garbage into a bag and threw it into the garbage collection truck with all the garbage from the house. Poor Lulu was still on the island waiting for Donkor to arrive. Donkor, he guessed, was hard at home developing his armor. As for the Augusta F4 Claudio or whatever, it's long since been left to eat dust over at his old house. Crunch! The two mechanical palms were set on Tang-ku's hands, and the position of the palms also emitted a light blue ghostly light, looking full of science fiction. Success! A glove capable of flight. Tang-ku was in tears. After so many days of engineering, he was finally getting the steel armor of the hand and foot area. As for the torso, thighs, arms, head, etc., all of them have yet to be built, but it doesn't matter. These parts are all defense and it's easy to build them. What matters is energy interoperability, the connection of limb nodes. As long as those get done, the rest isn't a big deal. Origins, adjust the data. I'm taking off. Tang-ku was excited. Remember to adjust. If I hit the wall. Origin. Got it, responded Origins shakily. A data panel floated in front of Tang-ku, and the data of the two gloves quickly adjusted on the panel, finally synchronizing to a single value. It's ready. Oh, master, go and try to fly. But don't fly too high. It's easy to be discovered. Oh. Don Cior nodded and walked out onto the open balcony, taking a slight deep breath. He could feel his palm, a force ready to be released. Boo! Suddenly, two strands of energy bloomed from Tang-ku's palms, forming two azure air flames. His body flew up in the air, driven by the energy propulsion. Wow! Tang-ku's exclamation of surprise echoed in the courtyard, and there was also an energy magnetic field around it, shielding it from outside filming equipment. This is a force field that was made specifically to prevent anyone from prying into the home. Whether it's cameras or satellites, the images captured will always be of a mediocre mansion. No matter how much Don Cole goes in and out of the house, the shooting footage is always still. Therefore Tang-ku could fly as much as he wanted. As long as he didn't fly outside the force field, he wouldn't be discovered. Hearing the alarming sound echoing, Zhang Yashuan jogged out of the drawing room in a slight hurry. Seeing Tang-ku flying around in the air, the exclamation of surprise was from joy, and only then did she return to her usual gentle smile. The bodyguards outside the entrance of the house were surprised by the flying Tang-ku. They even forgot about the alert mission and looked at Tang-ku in the sky in horror. What's this whole thing again? It can actually fly? Zhang Yashuan's beautiful eyes glowed repeatedly as she shouted to Tang-ku. Phew! Tang-ku gradually familiarized himself with the sensation of flight and slowly landed in front of Zhang Yashuan. The glow in his palm faded and he smiled as he said, "This is the armor I researched to protect you. It seems like it's fun. I want to play too." Zhang Yashuan blinked, like a curious baby, and asked tentatively. Chapter 161, Trying to Create New Elements. Tang-ku smiled faintly and said valiantly, "Of course, Origins." Understood. Origin's voice came out of some machine. The instant its words fell, the mechanical glove in Tang-ku's hands suddenly dispersed, clanking. One by one, the parts were suspended in mid-air, and then assembled in a well-organized manner onto Zhang Yashuan's white jade hands. Wow, parts can fly. When did you get this? Zhang Yashuan marveled. Just got it out. In order to build this thing, it took me a long time. This is still only a semi-finished product. When the time comes to complete the body, we each have a set. Traveling the world can be. Hubby is awesome. Hey. Tang-ku was full of pride as he showed off to his wife, and Zhang Yashuan didn't mince her words of praise. Take off. Tang-ku said softly. Boo. Two azure aura flames bubbled out from Zhang Yashuan's palms, and her petite body slowly rose up. Slightly nervous. Relax. Just think of it as shopping. Don't pay any attention to it at all. Just point your palms at the soles of your feet. The origins will automatically adjust for you. Don Cior was smiling and encouraging, giving his wife courage. With origins present, flying is actually pretty easy, and you don't need to get a lot of things on your own. If there is an obstacle in front of you, origins will also help to adjust the direction to avoid it. Zhang Yashuan nodded slightly and gradually flew up after relaxing her body. Wow, it really flies. So sci-fi. She flew slowly through the air for a few rounds, and a childlike, bright smile appeared on her stunning face, curious about everything around them. This feeling of rising up in the air was like that of an immortal, and a sense of grandeur was born in his heart. Looking at the distant buildings of the magic city, she stood in the air, as if she were a fairy looking down on the earth, and would be on top of the world. Only after flying several circles again did Zhang Yashuan slowly fall down. the excitement on her face not dissipating for a long time. Happy, ha, there'll be more joy later. Tang Ko laughed. Hubby is great. Muah. Zhang Yashuan hugged Tang Ko and left a red lip print on his face, then trotted back inside, ready to prepare a loving dinner for Don Cor himself. Tang Ko smiled and said to the surrounding bodyguards, "This matter must not be spread out. If the news leaks," his voice became a bit icy, and the bodyguards around him were chilled. "Don't worry, Mr. Tang, we definitely won't say anything about this matter," the bodyguard leader said respectfully. The other bodyguards nodded cautiously. They wouldn't dare to joke with their little lives. Although it is a society of law and order, those who work as bodyguards know that the world is not as safe as they think. After a slight warning to the bodyguards in the house, Tang Ko didn't bother anymore. Since he was working for him as a bodyguard, it was inevitable that something would be discovered. These bodyguards are actually quite good at what they do and haven't leaked anything so far, so there was no need to hide it. As long as these people wouldn't reveal anything about Tang Ko's family, there wouldn't be any problem. If someone did reveal it, Tang Ko still had plenty of backhanders to deal with. Back in the basement again, the next step was to work out some details. Although the mechanical palms could allow Tonka to fly, the flight was too primitive. There's also the fact that this thing can only be used for flying, and has no means of attack. How can steel armor have no means of attack? Therefore Tang Ko had to think about the direction of upgrading the means of flight, as well as the means of attack of the armor. Starting with the means of attack, Donkor could actually add the laser and electromagnetic cannons that he already has at the moment. The problem, however, is that the energy that currently supports the flight of the armor is a means of extracting the elements, converts the surrounding elements into energy, suitable for brief bursts. After a burst, it has to be recharged and released again. If we really fight a long battle, or a large battle, Tang Ko was afraid that this thing will be jammed. It looks like a new type of reactor will have to be developed to make it work. Tony Stark can create new elements. It's not like I can't with my black tech system. Tang Ko's face got serious. He felt that he with the black technology system was not at all inferior to Tony Stark in the movie. Ku alloy could be worked out by him, so why couldn't he create Ku elements? After making up his mind, Tang Ko decided that the problem of energy would be solved by creating new elements, and that means of recharging and releasing energy in the heart of the basilisk can be used as a backup. In case the energy unit is damaged by someone, you can still use this means to renew yourself for a while. Tang Ko was in a peaceful time, but his mind was already thinking about war. He stands at a higher angle and sees more. The current peace doesn't give him a sense of security at all, and the only way he can have it is when his own technology crushes the globe. Not that he's too jumpy, but after being stabbed once, Tang Ko deeply understands how small the power of the individual is in front of the country. Once the energy problem is solved, it will be able to carry a variety of weapons at will. Then the next issue is the means of flight. Still using electromagnetic propulsion? Still, electromagnetic propulsion is good for burst acceleration, not for long flights. Long flight? Tang Ko suddenly froze and immediately opened the planner. Quickly found that anti-gravity device program that had been written down. He had thought about this before when he was considering the smart flyer, but it got in the way of something else he was working on at the time, so put the smart flying car thing on the schedule. Nowadays, when considering armored flight, thinking about it brings us back to the original point. That's where the knowledge connection comes in. Something seemingly unrelated will always, at some point, be associated with something else. Energy is taken care of with the creation of new elemental reactors, and anti-gravity is used for flight. Perfect. With a clap of his hands, Tang Ko excitedly plunged into the work of learning and research and development. This development was half a month in the making. Dong Kaila sent his men to pass by Tang Ko's neighborhood every day, squatting day and night. Finally furious, he called Lulu. "What the hell are you up to? I asked you to lure Tang Ko out of the house. What the hell did you do? It's been half a month and he's still at home?" Lulu, who stayed on the island for half a month, was full of embarrassment. "I don't know what's going on. Obviously I've speculated about the other side's character according to psychology. There shouldn't be a problem. Damn you to death. What a pig teammate. Not useful at all." Dong Kaila cursed profusely. Since the other party was incapable, there was no need to be polite with him. "You, Dong Kailu, what do you mean? What can I do if Tang Ko doesn't come out? Can you go lure him out? Why didn't you tell me earlier if he didn't come out? Only now? I think you're the one with a hole in your head, aren't you?" Lulu was also pissed off, but he had been waiting stupidly on Man Island for half a month. Tang Ko didn't even go out the door. This Dong Kailo actually didn't tell him. Who the hell is in over their head here? Chapter 162, It's all been guessed. The two of them spoke to each other, directly at each other. Each thinks the other is in over his head and takes all the fire out on the other. Dong Kaler and Lulu sparred for a full hour, with all sorts of expletives coming out of their mouths at an alarming rate. They argued so loudly that their voices were muffled. After getting tired of arguing, the two were finally calming down on their way to catch their breath and rest. Although they both thought the other was a brainiac, there was some use for them after all. Lulu is the main attraction for Donkor on Man Island, and right now he can't draw Donkor out. It can only be done by Kyle Tung himself. Listen, I'll find a way to lure Tangko out, but you have to create as many conditions as possible for me on the island of Man. If Tangka still comes back alive, then there's no need for you to live either, Dong Kai said sternly. Humph, got it. Lulu coldly grunted, unimpressed in his mind. Want him dead? He doesn't think Dong Kai Lok is capable of that yet. Isn't it just money? He made a lot of money when he was a star, and he still has the ability to protect himself. The call was rather unpleasant, but there was still that hint of effective communication in there. During this next period of time, Dong Kaila had people go over to Tangka's doorstep every day, pretending to be a fan of Lulu's. He calls out and taunts Donko for being a wimp for not daring to have a locomotive race with Lulu. Some people even took eggs and threw them at Tangka's house, and were subdued on the spot by the bodyguards. But whether it's beating the crap out of these people or arresting them all and handing them over to the police, instead, these people come in waves, endlessly. Zhang Yashuan looked at the camera screen with her brows slightly knitted, and said somewhat angrily, "What's wrong with these people? How long has it been since Lulu cooled off? Why are there still fans coming over to cause trouble? The matter is odd in every way, and sooner or later it is not played out. It took so long to make trouble? I thought who Lulu was, but it's the same guy who turned on me earlier." Don Cor sat on the couch, fiddling with a spherical instrument. There's something wrong with these people at first glance. Did Origins find out where they came from? Origins responded, "We weren't able to track down the leader of all of them, but there are 3 people who were captured by cameras on the street who came into contact with Dong Kailu." A screen unfolded in the void and presented itself to Tangku. This was captured by a street camera. Origins uses police cameras to find traces of the 3 men's movements. These 3 had all talked to Dong Kailu for some time before they came to Tangku's side to cause trouble. Dong Kail? Lulu? What is the relationship between these 2 and what do they want? Tangku indifferently looked at the image in front of him. The first thought that first popped into his mind was that the other party wanted his life. They want to lure me out of the country and take me out? Tangku pondered. What? They actually don't die and still want you dead? Zhang Yashuan was a bit angry inside. This was really endless. Using all kinds of broken tricks, Tangka put down the instrument in his hand, surprised that this spherical instrument actually fixed in mid-air, not moving at all. It was as if it had landed on the ground, quite smoothly. He cupped his chin and said with a serious face, "No, I'm afraid it's not as simple as we think. According to Hao Fong and Yu Cheng's prudence, they shouldn't dare to touch me during this period of time. The countryside wasn't powerful enough, but it definitely wouldn't give anyone else another chance to attack Tangku. Anyone who dared to do so would undoubtedly be jumping into the fire themselves." You mean it could be Lulu who wants you dead? Zhang Yashuan wasn't stupid. She immediately understood Tangka's meaning. This Lulu isn't it? Obviously he jumped too much and made a fool of himself, and he's actually blaming it on you, even wanting your life? Tangku also shook his head and smiled bitterly. Some people's minds are just so dark. What can I do? Although I also think it's a bit exaggerated, but this possibility is very high. And I think that this Lulu has definitely egged Donkulu on. Otherwise Donkulu wouldn't have been so eager to help Lulu, and recruited troops to come over and disgust me. That said, another question arises. Since it was Lulu who wanted Tangku dead, why would Donkulu go to help him? Could it be that, egged on by Lulu, Dongkeel's murderous intentions have resurfaced, and he's killing people with a borrowed knife in the process? Aha! It's quite possible, but that wasn't enough to make Dong Kail act. What do you think this Dong Kailu is trying to do? Tangku looked at his wife, wanting to hear her opinion. Tung Kailok used to be Zhang Yashian's suitor, so his wife should know this person better. I think. Zhang Yashuan knitted her willow brows in thought, her long black silk legs folded together, and suddenly her expression was stunned. It's hard to believe that he wants to. Thinking about what? Don Cor blinked, his eyes forced to lock onto his wife's beautiful legs. Technology. He wants what I'm afraid is your scientific research. Zhang Yashuan's eyes looked at Tangku with a grave expression, voicing her inner thoughts. The result is to find that her husband is staring at their own black silk a hard look. Angry, her small fist hammered Tangku's chest. Dare I say that while she was here analyzing, Tangku was here deserting, and it was still the kind that got horny. Did you say scientific research? Tangku then came back to his senses. You mean Lulu wants to lure me over to Manshima TT to finish me off and then Donkulu steal from my house? Nice guy. 2 birds with 1 stone? This calculation is really full. Eat people without spitting bones are not so excessive. One wants his tech, the other his life. Zhang Yashuan sighed. So what are you going to do? Looking at this situation, if you don't go, they definitely won't stop. But the Man Island side is bound to have a dragnet laid down. It's a million times impossible to go. And that's annoying. Though no matter how much noise is made outside, it won't affect Donk's home. But letting the other side go on like this is not an option. Even if the problem of the disturbance is solved, Dong Kai Lok will still look for other ways. There is only 1,000 days to be a thief. Never 1,000 days to prevent a thief. It's going, but not by me. Donkor grinned and got up to sit on the spherical device that hovered in the void. The thing was the beginnings of an anti-gravity device, and the moment he sat on it, the sphere sank and swayed slightly for a few moments. Then it rose up again and returned to its original suspended height. Pretty smooth. This Dong Kai Lu must be resolved at the earliest opportunity. But we have no evidence to arrest him now. So let's wait for him to expose himself voluntarily. At those words, Zhang Yashuan's red lips slightly opened. Before he could say anything, Tang Ku added, I'll get a robot to go over there and have some fun with what's his name Lulu, while I myself will be at home to see what this Dong Kai Lu is trying to pull. Using a robot to go over there? You shouldn't be thinking of. Zhang Yashuan said with a stunned look on her face. Tang Ku's eyes narrowed slightly as he laughed. That's right, get a simulated robot. Chapter 163 Bionic Material Synthesis Technology. Bionic robots are not difficult in intelligence, but in bionic materials. Or rather, it's the fact that for Donkor, the intelligence aspect was solved a long time ago. All that remains is the manufacture of bionic materials. Examples include artificial fibers, artificial bone, elastic membrane materials, and so on. These things are another big job if you really get them. So Tangku wasn't going to get so many things, nor did he intend to actually build a bionic man out of it. All he had to do was get a bionic human-like material and mount it on the face of a mid-level robot. Being able to disguise himself as Don Sior was enough. Instantly thinking, Tangku immediately slid a few times against the void. Information on bionic material science is turned over through holographic projections. With origins here, anything that was recorded into the network could be flipped right through by Tangku. Of course, the paid books he was paid to watch. You can't read a book for nothing. Ding! Congratulations on the successful upgrade of basic bionic material science knowledge, and the acquisition of top bionic material synthesis technology. Beautiful. A one-time learning completion. With a wave of Tangku's palm, the books in front of him dissipated into spirit children. He called out the phone interface from sliding the gesture again, discovering the prestige of Origin hosting and actually chatting about so many things that Jin Yumeng, Tang Yunxin, Chen Zimo, Chen Beixian, with mom and dad, in-laws. There is so much information that Donkor's jaw drops. Most outrageously, Origins actually responds to his behavior in a way that fits his style. In other words, Origins now had a thorough grasp of Tangku's personality as well as his style of speaking. These days, Tonka upgrades the Origin code from time to time. The Origin is now at 2.4. The more frightening Origins are gradually available to replace more jobs. Tonka is also constantly adding all sorts of restrictions to Origins, just to prevent accidents. The entire network of the Dragon Kingdom was already in Origin's grasp. It would be a disaster on a global scale if Origins went rogue. Tangku clicked on Chen Zimo's chat message and asked him to help find a temporary factory, then send the intermediate robots over to the factory to build Tangku's bionic mask. Chen Zimo message was a direct second reply. Worthy of being a proper secretary? Extremely efficient. Only decent secretaries work the fastest. Those who are immodest are not working, they are being. While waiting for Chen Zimo to find the factory, Tangku also flipped through the messages of the others to see what kind of stuff Origins had been chatting about. In case my friends talk about it one day and I don't know anything about it, I'm afraid I'll be treated as schizophrenic. He clicked through them one by one, starting with mom and dad's messages with his in-laws. It's all about every aspect of life. Things that aren't too big, but you can feel that the family cares. Chen Beishuan's messages with Chen Zimo were all about work issues, and the rest of the girls sent messages that were all ing about virtual games. Like what's wrong with this game blah blah blah, let's have Donko improve it. What other areas were done well and continue to work on them in the future, as well as asking what will be updated in subsequent versions. What's even more outrageous is that there are those who show off their achievements in the game to Tangku. Tonka looked speechless for a moment, but luckily there was Origin Trust, there to respond patiently. Nowadays there are several guilds established in the virtual game. Among them were Zhang Yashuan, Jin Yumeng, Spicy Roll, and the 4 Women of Wen, who founded the Female Emperor Guild. It is one of the current top 10 guilds with extraordinary strength. These things, Tangku was completely unaware that his wife had mixed so much in the game. Since the guild was all female, it also attracted a lot of covetousness from the LSBs. Many would molest guild girls, which would lead to guild wars. Currently friendly with the Empress Guild were 3 civilian player guilds. The Dark Star founded by Wu Yunqi respectively. Sake created by Stranger. as well as the Dragon and Tiger sect founded by Qing Lan and Everlasting Dog Legs. The 4 guilds were all top 10 grand guilds, and the guild leaders were all chart toppers. With excellent talent and strength, they stand out from countless players on the leaderboards. The same strength that these people boost in the game will be boosted in reality. Therefore many players are particularly keen on practicing, and the game's punches can be used in reality. That's adding a self-defense skill to the reality of who you are. It's natural that such an easy way to train will attract countless touts from martial arts enthusiasts. The virtual game is quite lively. Why don't I usually hear you tell me about it? Tang Ke turned his head to look at his wife who was eating strawberries next to him and asked, "What's there to say?" With Zhao Yunqing as the military background, the guild will definitely not collapse, Zhang Yashuan replied lazily. Hearing this, Tang Ke felt that this was indeed the case. Zhang Yashuan and the others' guilds were really fearless of anyone with Zhao Yunqing. Zhao Yunqing was a major general, and had previously brought a large group of soldiers into the game for training. This is a hidden force that will exert amazing power at critical moments. Just then, Tang Ke received a message from Chen Zimo. He'd already found a factory and asked Tonka to send intermediate-level robots there. Look at the efficiency of this work. It is really satisfying. Tang Ke immediately opened his computer and wrote his bionic material building process into it. Then have Origins go through the network and upload it to an intermediate robot to build the bionic mask. For his part, Donkor continues to work on his anti-gravity device, which now has a simple prototype. It won't be long before it can be utilized in various technologies. For example, smart flying cars, flying skateboards, and black nano armor. A few days later, Don Kaler in a cafe in the center of the Magic City was wearing AR glasses, looking at the image suspended in front of him with an impatient expression. On the screen are several surveillance cameras, all of which are on Don Kor's way out the door. He's had people squatting in the neighborhood for a long time, and he's had people go over and cause trouble every day. As a result, Tang Ke remained unchanged, staying at home and never coming out. Damn, fat geeks aren't even as geeky as he is. This guy is such a wimp. Dong Kaila gritted his teeth and said, "It's just a locomotive race, but you don't dare to fight." Had he overestimated Donkor? I've never seen anyone so meticulous. Boss, Tang Ke's Augusta is being shipped over. It looks like it's in play. At that moment, the sound of surprise from his little brother came from Dong Kai's AR glasses. Immediately afterward, the surveillance feed cuts to the drone. The driver, Big White, can be clearly seen pushing the locomotive, which Donkor races, into the house. Great, this guy finally took the bait. Dong Kai's clenched fist hammered out a muffled sound on the desktop. The people around him cast their eyes at the same time. Chapter 164 Tang Ke's God's Perspective. Who is this guy? What a loser. That's right, banging on the table in public. Thanks to his svelte looks. Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't be overheard in case it's a pervert who might be stalking us. Many of the girls in the coffee shop whispered. Dong Kai's face became a bit ugly, but with important matters at hand, he no longer paid attention to the opinions of the people around him. The most important thing to focus on right now is whether or not Donkor is actually headed to the Isle of Man TT. He stared intently at the hovering image and waited for a full 2 hours. Finally meeting Donkor in person, dressed in a black and gold racing suit, pushing his Augusta F4 Claudio, he walked out with a smile on his face. But soon, he put his helmet back on, hiding his handsome face. Escorted by his bodyguards, he rode off on his motorcycle. With a thud, Dong Kaila hammered the tabletop again. Beautiful. It's truly a royal mess. After all this crap, it's finally forced Tang Ke out. Informed Zhu Fangfang to act tonight. Dong Kaila turned his head and spoke to the bodyguard at the back. The action would begin the moment Tang Ke left the Dragon Kingdom. Dong Kailu was a bit impatient. As long as he steals Tang Ke's research and development results, it will be his day to soar. On the other hand, sitting at home Don Cior laughed out loud. At the moment, he was lying comfortably on the sofa, with several holographic projection panels floating in the void in front of him. The first is a camera feed from inside the cafe. Dong Kai's every move was presented to Tang Ke. The second is an image of Kyle Tung's AR glasses. Dong Kaler hadn't thought at all that what he had seen and heard had fallen into Tang Ke's hands. Anything that can be networked, Origins can hack into. The third image shows the first view of the locomotive. Outside, piloting Augusta was none other than the intermediate-level robot wearing a bionic mask. Donko has made various modifications to him so that he is built exactly like Donko when he puts on his racing suit. The reason why he put on his helmet so quickly to cover his face was to prevent any deviation from being seen. After all, it's just a bionic mask, and mid-level robots aren't bionic robots. Facial expressions don't change. At first glance one wouldn't notice anything yet, but after looking at it for a long time one would realize that the expression is very stiff and unnatural. So the first thing Tang Ke did was to have the intermediate robot put the helmet on. Everything Dong Kaila saw from beginning to end was something Tang Ke deliberately did to him. If Tangko hadn't turned off the force field protection, Dong Kaler's watchman drone wouldn't have said anything about filming Tangko's front door. I'm afraid that halfway through the flight, we're going to lose the signal outright. Any image Dong Kaler saw was what Tangko wanted him to see. Those who didn't want him to see anything, couldn't see anything. In addition to this, there is a fourth display panel. Projected on it is the image of a watchman drone, scouting the neighborhood. All those minions of Dong Kailu who were squatting on the road were captured by the watchers. Their every move was within Tangko's grasp. Now it's just a matter of seeing what Dong Kale wants to do. The man was pretty discreet. Never mentioned anything about his plans or anything on his cell phone. I guess I've done a lot of sinister things to become this skillful. Don Cor was monitoring their every move from a god's perspective. The departure formalities were all completed a few days ago. The intermediate robots arrived safely at the private airport for their flight to the Isle of Man TT. There were no obstacles along the way. Tonka's fake departure attracted the attention of multiple parties. This also includes the Dragon countryside. The special forces sent to monitor, is to protect Tangko. Seeing that Tangko wanted to leave the country, the top brass of the Dragon Kingdom were all startled. But they have no right to restrict Tangko's personal freedom and can only follow him abroad. In a moment, half of the bodyguards in Tangko's house were gone. The special forces guarding the neighborhood all followed Tangko out of the country under false pretenses. Boss, those people near Tangko's house are suspicious. Do we really not need to care? On the airplane, a trooper asked out loud. The man at the head of the group said in a deep voice, "Do you think Tangko would not know that someone is spying on him? Even our presence has probably been detected by him a long time ago. Tangko didn't bother with these people. We don't have to. Just do a good job of protecting them." Those people who were squatting on the road had already been checked on the Dragon countryside. If he hadn't guessed wrong, Tangko was luring a snake out of its hole, preparing to eliminate the other party in one fell swoop. Only, isn't it too risky to go abroad? The man's brow furrowed, and then he closed his eyes and stopped thinking about so many things. Since the top brass of the Dragon Kingdom hadn't even spoken, it was useless for him to think about it anymore. What the Dragon Kingdom is thinking, and what Tangko is thinking, none of these things are known. Night. After Zhang Yashuan finished drawing today's cartoon, she entered the virtual game world to play with her girlfriends. Tonka was in the basement, perfecting his mechanical exoskeleton. At the moment, the black Kanano armor already had a simple shape frame, a mechanical skeleton that connects from the palms of the hands to the position of the spine and spreads from the spine to the legs and feet. The three locations, arms, torso, legs and feet, had been completely connected. Wireless loading of the origin would also allow the mechanical exoskeleton to act on its own. Tangko put this exoskeleton on his body and flexed it into motion with a creaking mechanical spooling sound. He was tested in an open spot in the basement with a series of walks, runs, jumps, backflips and other maneuvers. There is a significant increase in all attributes. A punch on the strength tester exploded with 1,000 kilograms of force. Running speed was measured on the treadmill and reached 100 meters per second. In strength and speed, it surpasses the limits of today's humans. This is still just a preliminary test, using only electrical energy. If loaded with new energy, the power of the outbreak would subvert global cognition and be comparable to the power of the gods. It's not even a dream come true to blow up a mansion with one punch. Master, there's an emergency situation outside. Tangko was testing the mechanical exoskeleton when Origins suddenly appeared in front of him, shouting with a humanized emotion. What's wrong? Tangko was puzzled for a moment. There were so many great whites in the house, as well as magnetic robots with laser weapons. It's not like you have to panic so much in any situation, right? That being said, Origins is really becoming more and more human-like, and actually shows anxiety. Origins didn't bull **** and just played the footage of what had just happened. Only a large amount of gas suddenly rose up around the house, obscuring the view. When the smoke cleared, all of the bodyguards who stayed near Tangko's house all fainted on the ground. The great whites were immediately put on alert, and the doors and windows of the house were even more tightly closed under Origins' control. But no matter how much the cameras probed and captured, with thermal imaging turned on, they failed to capture a single trace of the enemy. Chapter 165. Is this a glass door and window? Seeing this, Tangko's brows also furrowed. What's going on here? Did someone hack the camera, so you can't shoot anything? It shouldn't be. Can't there be an AI in the world that's stronger than Origins? Tangko didn't believe that in this world, there was an AI that existed that was stronger than Origins. If it did, the world would have entered the age of intelligence long ago. But how do you explain this? The cameras couldn't capture anything, but one by one the bodyguards fell, and there were even gunshots fired. The bodyguards outside, the Great Whites, were subjected to multiple gun attacks and their bodies staggered to the ground. It was as if these bullets came out of nowhere. Bullets were fired out of nowhere, without warning, in no fixed direction. Although the bodyguard, could dodge some of the bullets, he was also unable to dodge all of them due to his lack of speed. It was eventually pierced through the inflatable body underneath the koaloi exterior by the impact of multiple bullets. Invisible Man? No, it's a camouflage stealth technology that shields cameras and detection instruments, even thermal imaging and X-rays. Tangku immediately snapped out of it after a brief moment of confusion. He had developed so many black technologies that he was naturally able to associate something with them. Looks like it's Kyle Tung's men coming over. Yes, Xian guessed correctly. These people are really running after my scientific research. Tangku sneered. Looking back at his wife in the game, he didn't bother to wake her up. Don Cor walked out of the basement alone and looked in the direction of the window. Just outside stood a group of gun-toting men covered in silver-white paint. Several time bombs were glued to the glass panels, and the red lights flashed more and more sharply, followed by a sudden explosion of booms. Boom! Fire and smoke rose up into the sky and spread out in all directions. Tangku looked calmly at the unchanged glass doors and windows, and picked up the pair of blue light flashing horizontal bar AR glasses on the desktop. Faintly, he said, Origins, activate the force field to block wireless signals and build a 6-meter high wall around it. Anyone who comes here tonight can't leave. Crunch! These glasses, which were full of sci-fi elements, were fixed directly onto Tangku's head and would not come off no matter how much he shook them. As his voice fell, a rustling sound resounded in the courtyard. Densely packed with miniature magnetic robots, they emerged from nowhere. In this dark night, it looked like a rat swarm. It was followed by less than a few seconds. A tall stone wall, built by miniature magnetic robots, rose up from the ground. Wow! The smoke from the explosion outside gradually cleared, but the light in the neighborhood suddenly dimmed. The pupils of the intruders, covered in silver-white paint, snapped shut. With so many time bombs blasting, the glass in front of them was intact. Not even a crack was left. Is this nifty that it's really glass and not a blast-proof iron wall? Even more outrageous was the stone wall that suddenly rose up behind them. It was as if a prime sky pressed down, blocking their way back. For a while, all the intruders became turtles in a jar, in and out of a dilemma. What the hell is going on here? Quickly inform the people outside. The leader bellowed. I can't, the signal is down. One of them immediately shouted, the communicator in his hand rustling. Damn, what's going on with this place? Countless people are shocked that bombs can't burst glass doors and windows. The huge wall that loomed behind them in vain. The sudden failure of the communicator. Encountering all sorts of unexpected situations is filled with a sense of eeriness. Damn it, this is definitely Tangku's black technology. Dong Kaili's face was ugly and he was furious. It was not only the mercenaries who broke into this place, but also Dong Kaler himself. These mercenaries don't know anything about technology. They have to come from him personally. And Dong Kaler also wished that he could take away Tangku's technological achievements with his own hands. It was his favorite feeling to win. However, there have been a billion little surprises in the progress so far. What's the use of talking about this now? Hurry up and find a way to retreat. Xu Fangfang was similarly here, panicking internally. When faced with the unknown, humans are instinctively fearful. The back is blocked by the wall. We can't retreat at all. We can only go through this house. The mercenary leader's voice lurched. All eyes looked inside the door and window at the same time. Only a figure in a mechanical exoskeleton, wearing a pair of AR glasses, looked at them with the corners of its mouth turned up. Fire! Dong Kaili's eyes went cold and he bellowed. Bang 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 bang! In an instant, gunfire poured out in flashes of fire. The bullets hit the glass of the doors and windows, making a crackling sound like a rainstorm. Tangku stood at the door and window position, looking blandly at the rampage of these people. His entire house has been remodeled with industrial nanites, eco alloys. Even the seemingly ordinary glass doors and windows have coalloy in them, and the hardness is still above that of the Great White, letting the gunfire rain down. The glass in front of Tangku was not cracked at all. Click, click, click. The mercenaries snapped the grips of their guns a few times, realizing that they had run out of bullets. The clamor stopped and everyone looked at Tangku in shock, as well as spilling bullets all over the place. Origins, can you scan each other through my AR glasses? Donk, who was wearing AR glasses, was able to see everyone's faces clearly, but no one seemed to be scanned on the AR glasses. Couldn't see anyone, but was able to catch the trajectory of the bullet as it was fired. Origins responded. I can assist my master in bullet dodging through my mechanical exoskeleton. At those words, the corners of Tangku's mouth rose as he held the two laser sword launchers in both hands and approached the door and window positions. In that case, let's give them a good time. Snort! Abruptly, the doors and windows opened automatically. Tangku was positively exposed to these people as he smiled and walked slowly out of the house. The hard soles of the mechanical exoskeleton snapped as they stepped on the pile of bullets. The doors and windows in the back were closed again to prevent anyone from sneaking in. Isn't this Dong Kailu and Zhu Fangfang? Bringing so many people to my house in the middle of the night seems a bit impolite. Tang Ko laughed with a bland demeanor. This breezy performance of his exuded an unspeakable aura. The crowd flinched inwardly, and their eyes became grave. Tang Ko is not a little cutie. He dared to walk out like this, absolutely emboldened. Then again, looking at the mechanical exoskeleton he was wearing, his confidence might have stemmed from that. Tang Ko, I admit that your technology is somewhat subversive to the human imagination, but do you think that with a set of mechanical exoskeletons, you can't fight against guns? Dong Kaila said in a cold voice. With several crunching clicks, the mercenaries had their bullets changed. The icy cold muzzle of the gun locked onto Tang Ko, ready to fire at any time. You all know that my technology subverts human imagination, so my mechanical exoskeleton, why can't it resist guns? Tang Ko said with a smirk. Chapter 166, Technology that subverts the human imagination. Words. Dong Kaila snorted coldly, his eyes filled with sarcasm. Is it possible that you can still dodge bullets? How ridiculous. Your biggest mistake is arrogantly standing in front of me. Can humans still fight guns? I'm afraid it's a brain fart. Arrogance isn't arrogant like this. Fire. Dong Kaila didn't bother to go on with the nonsense and bellowed. In a flash, dozens of people present simultaneously snapped the hilt of their guns. The fire was like a flower in bloom, and the clamor of gunfire resumed. Bang! 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 A bullet spun and shot out, sweeping with chi energy. Time, for a moment, seemed to slow down a bit. Tang Ko grinned as a blue and white laser sword suddenly formed in his hand. On his AR glasses, he was presented with dense red beams of light, which were the trajectories of the bullets. A crunching sound rang out, and driven by the mechanical exoskeleton, Tang Ko moved as well. His speed was as fast as lightning, transforming into a stream of light, actually weaving and dodging through the rain of bullets. A dense stream of bullets slashed past him with a sharp sound, but there just wasn't a single bullet that could hit him. Phew! In the blink of an eye, Tang Ko appeared in front of the mercenary. His body lurched, bringing up a powerful wind whistling. The mercenary's pupils shrunk violently as he was about to react. With a clang, the blue light sliced past his eyes with a residual shadow that, the mercenary screamed out in misery as one of his arms was chopped off on the spot by the laser sword. There was a poof of blood. The teammate beside him was stained red all over by his blood, staining his body. Tang Ko's eyes stared slightly, forcing himself to endure the discomfort. The laser swords in both hands swung up again, flashing in this dark night like the scythe of death. A whistling sound rang out, and a line of blood splashed across the air. The blue laser cut off the rifle pointed at him at the left muzzle with a sword, cut off the other guy's finger in the process. The screams resounded again, and the mercenaries woke up. They all aimed at Tang Ko's position and fired again. Bang! 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 With the roaring gunfire ringing in his ears, Tang Ko held his lightsaber and transformed into a war god. The body quickly dodged the bullets that came rushing in, while running forward at a fast pace. Waving the lightsaber in his hand, he chopped down towards the bullets that could not be dodged. A particle popped in midair and was split in two, rubbing out sparks of starlight. Snort! Tang Ko was like a hurricane, carrying a mechanical clanging sound as he flashed past a dozen people. In the moment he paused in his stance, the mercenaries in the back screamed out at the same time, their guns all chopped in two by Tang Ko's laser sword. Some had their arms chopped off, others had their waists slashed. Blood stained a few meters in a circle, and the smell of blood was sickening to the nose. How had Dong Kaler and Zhu Fangfang ever seen such a bloody picture? The entrails all fell out of the man in bunches of blood and gore. The two had been so shocked by the scene in front of them that their heads went blank. It's too fast. Everything that happened just now was in an instant. The expected image of Don Cor being beaten into a persimmon did not appear. On the contrary, nearly a third of Dong Kaile's mercenaries were bleeding and had their arms and legs chopped off. What? What did this guy do? Damn! Is he a monster? So fast. Shoot and pull back. This guy is dangerous. Be careful not to get close. The mercenary leader bellowed, pulling the overly frightened Dong Kaile to withdraw after a quick step while snapping his rifle to attack. In their eyes, Tang Ko was a monster at this moment. It's amazing that there are people whose speed can keep up with bullets and even cut through bullets in rapid fire. This is completely beyond human existence. What the hell is going on? Could it be that Tang Ko had developed a genetic potion? Dong Kail was incredulous, and he was finally coming back to his senses as he was being tugged by the mercenary's collar. Unable to stop himself from doubling over and vomiting, he was pale to the bone. Though he hadn't done a lot of dirty work, it had been left for others to do. He'd never seen such a bloody scene himself. Is Mr. Dong alright? The leader of the mercenaries, a foreigner, inquired out loud in awkward Chinese. Dong Kaila gasped for several breaths and stood up with a somewhat frail body. He turned his head with some trepidation in his eyes, looking towards Tang Ko, who was in the middle of dodging bullets at the back. It felt like the Grim Reaper was harvesting human lives. so fast that it dragged out stumps. The AR glasses, which emitted blue ethereal light, drew two curved rainbows in the air. Every folded corner wobble represented a mercenary crippled by Danko. He was approaching at an astonishing speed, leaping up his body, lagging and spinning, swinging his lightsaber. Pust, Tang Ku, who had gradually adapted to the bloody scene, struck out more and more viciously. He no longer stayed his hand and directly stabbed his opponent through the heart, taking a life. If he hadn't tried to be less bloody, he might have even decapitated the other man right off. The laser sword's damage was extremely high, cutting through steel and iron plates as if they were tofu. Not to mention the fragile human body. Cutting it up didn't even feel like an obstruction, as if it was cutting through the air. These mercenaries were also characters who had climbed through life and death, and saw that their teammates were being broken down one by one. With hardened faces, they decided not to retreat any further and collectively swarmed forward. Kill! The mercenaries rushed up en masse on all sides, armed with sharp daggers and sandhawk pistols. Someone intends to restrict Tang Ku's mobility, but he is not expected to be faster. Any enemy that got close was cut by his two laser swords. With the mechanical exoskeleton, Tang Ku's speed and strength surpassed human limits. Plus, during this period of time, he had been learning combat techniques from Origins every day. Now is the time to try it out in a small way. As for how well it works, the enemy lying at Tang Ku's feet was the result of his training. One by one, the enemies were put down by him, but they all attacked him fearlessly as if they were death squads. When faced with a bullet, Origins automatically manipulates the mechanical exoskeleton to help Tonka dodge it. While the camera can't capture a painted enemy, it can still capture the trajectory of a bullet the moment it's fired. Tang Ku's house is filled with cameras, and Origins is able to watch Tang Ku's side of the house through the cameras with no dead angles. So even if there were bullets coming from the back, Tang Ku was still able to dodge them quickly, as if he had eyes in the back of his head. Dozens of people surrounded Tang Ku alone, and the sounds of fighting interspersed with the sounds of firearms echoed through the area. The mercenary leader led Dong Kai Lu and Zhu Fangfang to prepare to retreat, but the 6-meter-high wall blocked all their retreat. Mr. Dong, we have to go through this house in order to have a way out. The mercenary leader pointed at Tang Ku's mansion. No, we can't even get in. The bullets won't penetrate. How are we going to get through? Dong Kai Li's face was very ugly, and the matter of stealing technology had long been put behind him. Where's the care in stealing tech now? It's hard to stay alive. Chapter 167, Crushing Little Test of Strength. Climb up on the roof, go through the house, and escape. The mercenary leader gazed up to the roof. There's the only way out of there. There's no way out of there. The wall at the back had closed off the way out, and the only other end of the house that was wall-less was the other end of the house. Climb up? Xu Fangfang looked at the large house that was more than 10 meters high and felt a wave of powerlessness inside. No need to panic. I can climb up to the second balcony, pull you guys up, and I'll go up to the third. The mercenary leader glanced back as he spoke. Feeling that time was running out, he stopped paying attention to the two hesitant men and took the lead in climbing towards the large balcony on the second floor. As a mercenary leader, the body is still good. A small assisted run down and he stomps on the wall in quick succession as his body gradually rises. A little distance away from the balcony, he lost his power. But don't panic. The leader of the mercenaries, quick as a flash, took the short knife he had held in his hand ahead of time and stabbed it hard into the wall panel. This was a pivot point, and with a little more lending of strength, he would be able to successfully climb up to this 4-meter-high second floor. However, there was a loud ding. The ear-piercing sound echoed in the air, and the strong vibration made the mercenary leader's entire body numb. His knife, it won't pierce. What the is this wallboard? The mercenary leader's mouth twitched slightly as a million horses raced in his mind. The wall panels of normal people, aren't they all hollow or wooden? Why is this thing so hard? Bang! The mercenary leader fell heavily to the ground. If he hadn't reacted quickly and adjusted his stance quickly, he was afraid that he would have injured his spine this time. Dong Kai Lu and Zhu Fangfang watched this with expressionless faces, from the mercenary leader showing off his maneuvers to falling on his face at the end. Handsome was on the ground in less than 3 seconds. It's embarrassing. Dong Kai Lu and the two of them wanted to laugh but couldn't. If the head mercenary can't get on, then there's no way out for them. Nice crotch-pulling climbing ability. Mocking laughter came from the back, and the three of them simultaneously blanched. Looking back, he saw Tang Ku holding a laser sword with a cold smile on his face, like Shura from hell. Pacing. Those mercenaries behind him had all collapsed on the ground at this moment, blood flowing all over the place. Dozens of mercenaries armed with swords and guns swarmed the area, and the end result was total defeat. Xu Fangfang's voice trembled slightly as she panicked. Tang Ku, what do you want to do? Do you want to kill me? Do you know what my status is? If you kill me, you can't afford the consequences. Tang Ku's pace didn't stop as he asked rhetorically. Then do you know what my status is? To actually bring so many people to kill me? No, it's not. We're just here to steal. We don't intend to kill you. And, as if seeing a glimmer of hope, Dong Kailuo eagerly explained, and haven't you already left the country? Why are you here? He clearly saw Tang Ko leave and sent someone to follow him from the beginning to the end. It wasn't until after the plane left that he made his move for the night. But bizarrely, Don Cor is actually at home. What the hell is going on here? Everything that happened tonight was so weird and bizarre. Dong Kailuo couldn't even tell if this was technology or magic. Stealing? I don't think it's stealing. How can breaking into my house with so many people be called stealing? It's clearly robbery. Tang Ko sneered a few times, the coldness in his eyes growing stronger. If he really left the country, Zhang Yashuan at home was afraid that she would be in trouble. Wanting him to let Dong Kailuo go was simply impossible. Is it hard to believe that you really intend to kill us? Dong Kailuo said with a gloomy voice. Kill you guys? No, no, no. How are we going to end the group behind you by killing you directly? Tang Ko slowly advanced, and the two of them, Dong Kailuo, hid behind the mercenary leader and kept retreating. Hearing that Tang Ko wouldn't kill them, the two of them inwardly breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Stand still, advance any further, or you'll be blamed for my impoliteness. The mercenary leader warned Tang Ko in a loud voice in awkward Chinese. He stepped diagonally and held his short sword, ready for battle. Bang! Suddenly, Tang Ko stomped his paw, and the grass was stomped out into a mud pit. His figure flashed, instantly arriving in front of the mercenary leader, and he stabbed out with his sword, cutting out a sharp sound. The mercenary leader's hands were equally extraordinary. His body slightly sidestepped, and the laser sword sliced through his shirt. The short knife in his hand slashed at Tang Ko's neck position without mercy. Whistling out with a strong wind, Tang Ko lightly grunted as the laser sword rotated 180 degrees in his hand. The laser guards his arm, blocking the mercenary leader's short knife attack. Just as the opponent's short blade was about to touch the laser sword, it lurched in midair. The mercenary leader's military boots suddenly kicked out, striking Tang Ko directly at the location of his knee. This kind of amazing pause and specialization just isn't something that the average person can do. But Tang Ko was just as uncomplicated. With his origins plus mechanical exoskeleton, all respond as quickly as possible to oncoming attacks. Driven by the mechanical exoskeleton, Tang Ko lifted his feet in vain, using the mechanical exoskeleton on the soles of his feet to parry the damage of the opposing military boots. Bang! A dull crash sounded, and Tang Ko grinned as the power of his foot suddenly increased. Without giving the other party time to react, he directly stepped into the ground. Boom! A mud pit suddenly appeared on the grass, as if a spider web had split. A loud rumbling sound was interspersed with the mercenary leader's heart-rending screams, his forehead sweating as his entire paw was flattened. In this instant just now, he could vaguely hear the sound of bones breaking. He forced himself to endure the severe pain and tried to pull out his paw, but realized that the other party's strength was so great that he couldn't pull it out at all. Blood seeped out of his pants leg as he bellowed. Without a second thought, the short blade slashed at Tang Ko once again. Madaka! The blue light flashed by, and Tang Ko's speed was so fast that it was hard to catch with the naked eye. The mercenary leader grimaced and looked at his broken blade in horror. He knew that Tang Ko's speed was terrifying, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. This suffocating sense of oppression was like facing a huge dragon without any resistance. Immediately after that, the blue light once again crossed in front of him, frightening the mercenary leader into dodging with his head hastily lowered. Quickly pulling the pistol from his waist, he aimed it at Tang Ko's head and was just about to snap the handle. Abruptly, blood light appeared at his wrist in vain. Intense pain followed, pounding his cerebral nerves. The mercenary leader's palm was directly sliced off by Tang Ko. He was filled with terror, unable to break free or fight back. He could only watch the blue blade of light, like the scythe of the god of death swinging, viciously stabbing into his heart area. Pust! The laser sword penetrated the mercenary leader's chest cavity, announcing Tang Ko's crushing victory. Tonka lifted his foot slightly, and without the power of traction, the mercenary leader's body collapsed heavily, shaking up a slight amount of mud and sand. Chapter 168. Zhang Yashuan, who was hard to refuse. Dong Kailu and Zhu Fangfang were scared inside. They retreated and retreated until their backs were against the towering wall, which caused them to sit helplessly on the floor. Failure. One slip of the tongue. Everything that had happened this night had turned both of their imaginations upside down. The harmless Tang Ko actually possessed such terrifying power, and his battle strength was even more terrifying than the bodyguard Dabai. For a moment, the scene fell into silence. Tang Ko did not take a shot at these two. Next, let the police come over to deal with it. Can they behind the person also caught out together? Dong Kor beckoned, and two watchman drones flew to his side. Through the AR glasses, he drew a circle with his finger aiming at the silhouette of the two people on the opposite side of the room and said faintly, "Attack the range I drew." Thumbs up. In a flash, Two miniature electromagnetic cannons shot out of the watcher. Dong Kai-lu and Zhu Fangfang were startled and did not have time to make a dodge. Electromagnetic energy bloomed between the two, knocking them out instantly. Wow! The miniature magnetic robots climbed up the 6-meter-high wall, and in less than a few seconds, the wall was dismantled without leaving even a trace. Tanko had Origins set up the scene, faking it to look like Big White was fighting the enemy. During this time, Origins tells Don Cole that all these bleeding people can be recaptured by the camera. After turning around a few times, Tanku realized that the reason the detector couldn't detect these people was precisely because of the silver-white pigment on each of them. Good lord! Black tech paint. Not only does this thing block cameras, it also blocks radar and thermal imaging. Anything that can be shot is null and void when it comes to this thing. But he was also quick to discover the drawbacks of these paints. As long as it is stained by blood, it will simply lose its effect. Tanka secretly took some and kept it for research. This thing is great. It blocks all current probes. If you get it on the house, you can make the Donker's house more invisible. In order to avoid exposing a series of troublesome issues, he decided to conceal this black tech paint. He gave both of the unconscious Dong Kai-lu a little smear of blood to get rid of this black tech pigment effect. Then that's when the police side was notified and the force field shielding was removed. A large number of watchman drones flew out to go after these mercenary outfits. The mercenaries out there didn't apply these black tech paints. After all, the stuff was expensive. Not a major offensive player. 2 is a waste. The mercenaries who had met them outside had no idea what was going on inside. The internal situation had long been shielded by Tang's force field, and these people only sensed that something was wrong, but stayed in the neighborhood to crouch. So a watcher drone locked everyone down. Instead of doing something rash, he chose to follow and report the location to the police. Let the police deal with these people. Don Cor returned to the underground lab to take off his mechanical exoskeleton. The wife is still in the middle of the virtual game, oblivious to what's going on in the outside world. But the police would be here soon, so they had to wake Zhang Yashuan up. Tonka is shown to the outside world as having gotten on a plane to the Isle of Man. He didn't want to reveal his use of a robot dummy just yet. It would be another load of crap if people found out. People are afraid of fame and pigs are afraid of strength. Tangku is now being watched by people all over the globe, and his every move will startle the heavens. Pa, get up! Donkor tapped a button to send his voice into the game. Zhang Yashuan, who was training in the virtual world, suddenly received a message from Tangku and couldn't help but stare. Get up? Zhang Yashuan glanced at the time in consternation and realized that it was only 2 in the morning. Good lord, has Stinky Boy lost his mind? Getting her out of bed in the middle of the night. It's not like you want to exercise again, is it? Thinking of this, her pretty face reddened and she let out a bah cry, secretly cursing Tangku for being a colorful critic, but dutifully quit the game. What did you call me for in the middle of the night? Zhang Yashuan asked helplessly as she climbed up from the virtual game pod. Tangka hammed and hawed. I encountered a bit of an unexpected situation, and I need my wife's honor to step in. What is it? Zhang Yashuan's face showed curiosity. Tangku made a long story short. After briefly explaining the situation, Zhang Yashuan went back to her room to change her clothes and sat gracefully in the living room of her home, waiting for the police to arrive. Tangku, on the other hand, entered the virtual training room and began training combat techniques. He hadn't expected the battle to come so quickly, but he was very pleased with the performance tonight. It was true that Origin's combat skills were the strongest in the world, the strongest in existence. Such a short training time had given Tangku this kind of skill. Of course, there's the mechanical exoskeleton to thank for that. It's what enhances Donkor's strength and speed, thus crushing the enemy. After receiving a call from Origins, the police arrived quickly. When they saw the blood and limbs all over the ground, even the heavy case officers who had been in criminal investigation for many years couldn't help but suck in their breath. What a bloody scene! This is a premeditated act of terror. Ah, Tangku is out of the country. These people came to Tangku's house to steal technology? A criminal investigator frowned. It's just running towards technology. See those 2 fainted people. I remember it's Hao Fong and Yu Cheng's. The other man raised his head slightly, signaling the crowd to look into the distance. Tung Kai Lok and Zhu Fongfong, who were handcuffed, were woken up by a police tap. They looked at everything around them blankly. Their insides panicked a batch. The cops are coming. But soon, Dong Kai La calmed down, and he planned to report Tangka for researching laser weapons and even privately developing genetic agents. This is the only way for him and Zhu Fongfong to live. You guys take the guy back to the station for questioning. The other guys handle the scene, and I'll go in and ask for information. Yuan Weiye gave the order and walked into Tangku's house. The warm bright yellow light makes the house look serene. Inside and outside the house are like 2 worlds. No matter how bloody and scary it is outside, the house is still quiet and peaceful, like a paradise. Zhang Yashuan sat gracefully in the living room. brewing tea and entertaining the visitors. I'm first grade superintendent, Yuan Weiye. Yuan Weiye showed his identity and sat down and asked directly, may I ask how much Ms. Zhang knows about what's going on out there? He didn't bother to drink the tea that Zhang Yashuan had made, nor did he make any polite remarks. His official duties did not allow him to be leisurely, and it's really hard to take it easy with that scene outside. If this matter were to come to light, it would definitely cause a strong sensation. Yuan Weiya had to figure out, first thing, what was going on. From the looks of it, the dead foreign mercenaries were cut by some kind of sharp instrument, but these injuries were too flat, as if caused by a large cutting machine, which was a suspicion. I think the only sharp weapon that Great White can use is a kitchen knife, right? Could it be that Tang Ku had given his own Great White some kind of black tech weapon? Chapter 169, Seeing Lulu on Manshima. Yuan Weiye did not dare to be too arbitrary. After all, he was not a forensic doctor. Exactly what was injured needs to be verified by a professional. Zhang Yashuan calmly sipped her tea and smiled. I'm very sorry. I'm not clear about what's going on outside. I was playing a virtual game just now, and it was Origins who notified me of the situation, and only then was I informed of an overview. Upon hearing this, Yuan Weiye took out his notebook and recorded something on it. Once again, he asked, so how much do you know about the Great White at home? And has Donkor studied anything related to cutting weapons? Zhang Yashuan replied blandly, my family's Dubai is mediocre, and as for my husband, he only develops commercial technology and never researches weapons. Goddamn mediocre. The corners of Yuan Weiye's mouth twitched slightly, hearing the other party's unwillingness to reveal information to himself. But still, he said with some reluctance, Ms. Zhang, there are still 2 survivors outside who are your acquaintances, and if you don't tell me the details, the progress of our work on this side will be hindered. Not saying anything, isn't that embarrassing for them? What I said is the truth. I don't know what this police commissioner is saying? Zhang Yashuan gently blew a mouthful of tea, seemingly puzzled, and asked. Yuan Weiye's face boarded up, and inwardly he said, worthy of being Zhang Hongguang's daughter, speaking so airtight, completely different from those people he met in the past. I just looked at the dead man's wounds. They were caused by an instantaneous cut from a sharp instrument, something that no Great White could do, since the other side won't eat the soft ones. Let's do the hard ones, Yuan Weiye said directly and openly. If you're not willing to talk, we'll find out sooner or later. This is just wasting our time. Ms. Zhang is so uncooperative. Could it be that Tang Ku is hiding some homemade weapon? Hearing these words filled with warnings, Zhang Yashuan continued to sip her tea in a breezy manner. Seeing that the other party was unmoved, Yuan Weiye spoke again. I understand what you're worried about, but you don't have to panic. The other party's behavior is an act of terrorism, and you guys killing the other party is self-defense and won't be punished by the law. As for the homemade weapons thing, it's not a problem as long as it's not too much. Yuan Weiye felt that Zhang Yashuan was reluctant to open her mouth because she was worried that she would be regulated. However, Zhang Yashuan didn't think so, and her mission was to not expose any information about Tang Ku. The fact that Don Cor is still in the house can't be exposed. Mechanical exoskeletons can't be exposed either, and black tech weapons even more so. There are too many secrets hidden in the house, and when you talk too much, it's easy for things to break. Zhang Yashuan is not a detective or a master psychologist. In order to avoid being discovered by the other party as a problem, she sipped her tea with a light smile from the beginning, her tone unhurried. This heart alone crushed the vast majority of people. Officer Yuan is afraid of a misunderstanding. The intruder's wounds should have been caused by a machete. I have some sword and knife weapons at home, crafted from Ku alloy. Zhang Yashuan smiled faintly as she had Dubai walk over holding 2 large, bloodied swords. What Officer Yuan is talking about should be these 2 large knives, which Dubai put back in their original position after using them. Perhaps this is the reason that caused Officer Yuan to misunderstand us. Zhang Yashuan let out a faint smile and once again leisurely sipped her tea. The Cor alloy machete should count as a homemade weapon, and it's not a problem to inflict cutting damage if it's strong enough. Yuan Weiye's gaze went to Dubai and realized that there was indeed blood on the blade. He waved to the officers outside to take this back. Although there was so much truth in what Zhang Yashuan said, perhaps it was really him thinking too much. But Yuan Weiye's intuition told him that things were definitely not as simple as he thought. Zhang Yashuan is definitely hiding something. Since that's the case, we won't bother you much. We'll inform Ms. Zhang if we have any updates. Yuan Weiye didn't stay any longer and got up to head out. His footsteps suddenly lurched as he turned back and said, remember to notify Tang Ku and tell him to hurry back to the country. The intruder this time, it's not as simple as imagined. After saying that, he directly stepped out of the room. Zhang Yashuan still smiled gently and slowly sat there sipping tea. She waited until all the officers outside had withdrawn before she called out the holographic projection interface and informed Tang Ku. The police are gone? Tang Ku, who was in the virtual training room, asked directly. Zhang Yashuan replied as she showered inside the bathroom. It's gone, but they suspected you of hiding weapons and said that they want you to hurry back to the country. After hearing this, Tang Ku smiled. It's normal for them to be suspicious, but as long as they can't find out, it's useless to be suspicious anymore. As for the foreign fake body, coming back was out of the question, and he hadn't figured out what Lulu was up to yet. If he just came back, then wouldn't his bionic mask be wasted? Play it any way you want. But, Zhang Yashuan dried herself and laughed teasingly. You're talking to me within the virtual world. Are you not going to go upstairs to sleep? I'll lock the door then. Don't At home you still lock what door Upon hearing that he wanted to lock the door, Tang Ku was instantly anxious. If you're not up here in a minute, I'll lock the door. Coming. The following day, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan were lying on the sofa together, and a 360-degree holographic projection screen surrounded the two of them. This is the first view of an intermediate robot. With the addition of holographic projection, the immersion is total. At the moment, the intermediate robot was still wearing a helmet, but it was able to give a full 360-degree view. It's Tonka's special helmet, which looks like a helmet but is actually a giant camera. The moment the intermediate robot put on the helmet, its perspective was connected to this helmet camera. The place where the intermediate robot was at the moment was on a track. There were many foreign spectators standing on either side of the room, buzzing and clamoring. There were over 30 locomotives on the track, like beasts roaring. In the position of the right side of the intermediate robot, it is Tang Kushuyu. No, it's Lulu, who has only been seen once on video. If he hadn't known in advance that this person would be here, Tang Ku really wouldn't have recognized who this person was. Didn't think you still came. Hunkered down for so many days. I thought you didn't dare to come. Lulu laughed out evilly, like a fictional villain. The helmeted intermediate robot turned its head to the right, and Tang Ku Lianmai said, the reason I'm not coming out is just that I'm working on something. Do you think everyone is like you, with nothing to do every day? He taunts Lulu, brightly, as an unemployed person. This is a permanent pain in Lulu's heart. There had been a bright path before him, but a death wish has resulted in not even having a job today. I'm burning money on modifying my locomotive every day, and I don't know when it's going to end. Laugh. I know you must be laughing right now, but soon, you won't be able to. Lulu yelled with a scowl on his face, scaring everyone around him inside. For those who didn't know, he was in a drunken rage. Chapter 170, How Vicious. Yeah, but I feel like you only move your mouth. Tang Ku laughed and smoothly lay down, head resting on his wife's black silk thighs and a couple of smooth strokes. So slippery. Zhang Yashuan ignored Tang Ku's behavior, having long since seen this. She ate the fruit in her bowl and picked up a grape and waved it in front of Don Cor. No food. Don Cor shook his head, forgetting to turn off his voice. Idiot? Very well, I'll let you talk tough when you're dying, like a raging baboon. Lulu gritted his teeth and put on his helmet. He thought that Tang Ku's last words were also addressed to him. Since his voice was a bit low, he mistook Tang Ku for calling him an idiot. Lulu's anger can be completely ignited. He turned his head in the direction of the other side and nodded slightly, signaling the start of the operation. The Isle of Man TT motorcycle race, known as the most spectacular and dangerous motorcycle race in the world. The average speed of the car is over 200 km per hour and the top speed is over 330 km per hour. Hundreds of warriors have died on this road today, yet it still attracts the world's best motorcycle warriors, fighting for their lives. Tang Ku remembered that the mic hadn't been turned off yet, and casually slid his fingers a few times. After turning it off, suddenly asked, this hot day, still stay at home. Why you want to wear black silk? Zhang Yashuan's stunning face surfaced a smile, gently touching Tang Ku's hair. I do not wear the old colorful batch at home. Touch what? Hearing this, Tang Ku directly sat up. Listen to what's being said? It's really outrageous. Tang Ku's handsome face boarded up, and he said with a straight face, there's one thing I must tell you clearly. I'm not old. Anything can be misunderstood, but not this. Zhang Yashuan cried and laughed, thinking that her husband was going to do something. Fine. You're not old, little colorful batch, okay? Zhang Yashuan said as if she was coaxing a child. Don Cor then hemmed and hawed, once again resting his head on his wife's slender thigh. I have to say that Zhang Yashuan's legs are really moist and well proportioned, and their proportions are quite perfect. After the foreigners had been abing for most of the day, the countdown on both sides finally ended. The intermediate robot and the Augusta underneath it, performing a man car, uniformly manipulated by Origins. It is simply one piece of machinery. The open Augusta F4 Claudio is a front runner, directly in the front row position. Not to be outdone, Lulu and the other riders gave chase with a roaring roar. Right off the bat there are winding curves, and the intermediate robots make extreme pressure curve maneuvers through the corners at blisteringly fast speeds. The rear riders are outlaws, no slower than a mid-level robot. The whole crowd clamored, and the number of spectators surrounded the entire track. Drones were even overhead to broadcast the entire event, drawing the attention of people from all over the world. Dragon Domestic is no exception. With Lulu's deliberate publicity, a lot of people got the message. Danko travels to the Isle of Man to participate in the world's most dangerous biker race. Dankor Biggie again? Good man. Moncler Greenbacks. The big man Tang Ku is back in action, and the king of locomotives is going to blow up foreign fish ponds. I'm a bit worried. It's the Isle of Man. The mortality rate is high. The Longguai audience was emotional, but they were also a little worried about Tang Ku. Locomotive racing is inherently dangerous, not to mention the Isle of Man where the death rate is extremely high. The slightest mistake will cost you your life. I heard Lulu was there. The bastard turned out to have run off to play with locomotives. How ridiculous. Just he dares to challenge Big Brother Tang Ku. I'm afraid he's out of his mind, right? Well, I have a feeling that this is not a simple matter. Perhaps the drunkenness is not. What does that mean? Someone sensed that this matter was not simple and explained. Lulu is just a half-wit. I'm afraid he knows himself that he can never win against Tang Ku. But why did he take the initiative to challenge Tang Ku, and to go to the Isle of Man at that? Don't you all think it's suspicious? Many people woke up when this statement was made. Yeah, is Lulu really a cutie? Is he? If he was really stupid, he wouldn't be making so much money. Even if he's going to challenge Dankor's strengths, he's not going to go to a place like the Isle of Man. Is he? You really don't take your life seriously? This guy Lulu couldn't be thinking of a big brother Dankor blundering and letting him just perish on the Isle of Man. Could he? So vicious. Nah, it's not that simple. After all, it's just a gamble. And if I were Lulu, I'd be sure to make it bad halfway through. So ruthless? Aren't you afraid of getting caught? He's abroad. That's what he's got going for him. The internet is getting louder and louder, and all of them are calling out Lulu for her viciousness. Don't worry. Big Brother Tang Ku is the meat and potatoes of the Dragon Kingdom, and the people of the country won't watch Big Brother Tang Ku get hurt and die. That's right, Lulu's wishful thinking is wrong. Humph. With the car skills of Big Brother Tang Ku, no matter what problems he encounters, he won't. Bang. Suddenly, loud gunshots echoed through the forest. The audience was so shocked that they lost their faces and fell to the ground at the first opportunity. The intermediate robot, which was in the middle of a pressure bend, was suddenly hit in the head by a bullet. His entire body slid down with the car, sending a shower of sparks across the ground. For a moment, everyone in the room was dumbfounded. The holographic projection screen in Tang Ku's house also blacked out a small portion at this moment. The 360-degree view becomes 330 degrees. Good lord, another sniper me. Just outrageous. Tang Ku opened his mouth, feeling speechless. Was his own head so valuable? Everyone came over to blow his brains out. Luckily it's a fake pass. Otherwise this one might just be blocked by the force field shield. These people are really too much. It's obvious that you're just honestly developing technology and writing novels at home, but they always want you dead. Zhang Yashuan fought for Tang Ku, her jade hand gently stroking Tang Ku's hair. It's probably because I'm too handsome and am envied. Tang Ku hammed and hawed, not caring with anger. The intermediate robot glided all the way out, and all the viewers in the Dragon Kingdom were cold inside. The special forces that were protecting Tang Ku's safety on this side of the Island of Man were also scared out of their wits. Tang Ku turned out to be shot in front of them. Just when everyone thought Tang Ku was cold, the side-sliding intermediate robot adjusted the direction of its square body in vain. Man and car in one. Stick to the ground sparks with a lightning bolt of perfect pressurized corners across the aisle. Immediately ahead, the road enters a series of curves. Its body seemed to possess infinite strength as it rose violently. The locomotive was brought up and backed up to the other side, and then again pressed into a perfect bend. Extremely fast and moves in a fluid manner. The side-slip sparks seemed to be its background special effect, adding to the charm of the locomotive. Wow! The whole room was in an uproar, shocked from the bottom of their hearts. Chapter 171, Assassins from different countries acting at the same time. Don Seor was shotted while pressing the bends and was fine with it. It's amazing how you can save a car back in the field after sliding that far out on the side. It even managed to enter the chain of corners and continue to press the corners unharmed. What the hell kind of godly operation is this? This one operation alone was enough to completely seal Tang Ku as a god. Big Brother Tang Ku is being sniped. Run, Big Brother. Saved. Why isn't anything happening at all when Big Brother Tang Ku has his head blown off? Nonsense. Who is Tang Ku? How can he run out and make waves without a little means of self-preservation? Awesome. The black technology that can block sniper headshots, and this saving pressure bending show over me. Donko is still the same Donko, and the car is still solid as ever. Biggie's picking up speed, he must be dodging snipers. See Donkers come back to save the day, intact and continuing to pick up speed. The special forces were suddenly relieved inside. At that moment just now, they really thought Tangko was gone. Everyone move in and find all the lurking killers. The leader of the special forces bellowed into his communicator. At the same time, he inwardly sighed. Tangko would come here, so he really had prepared for it. They couldn't live up to Tangko's risking his life, and they absolutely had to eliminate all the killers in one fell swoop, and bring out all the culprits behind the scenes as well. The sniper retreated immediately after the blow failed. There are multiple ambushes behind us, and he's not the only killer. This operation was a costly one, with a large number of assassins hired just to take Tangko's head. Bang! There was another ringing sound. This time, however, the bullets failed to hit the mid-level robot. Instead, it hit Augusta's cool alloy body, flashing a spark. The locomotive piloted by the intermediate robot was getting faster and faster, and had already transformed into a black and gold residual shadow, like a long rainbow passing through the racecourse, bringing up a strong wind and whistling forward. Those riders who took advantage of it to overtake during its sideways slide were also overtaken again by the intermediate robot. This guy still has life-preserving means, but rightly so. How could he come over here without a backhand? Lulu grunted inwardly. That's good. It's no fun at all if you die too quickly. He grinned and carefully pressed the bend. It didn't matter if the speed was slow. Anyway, there were many obstacles ahead, and Tangko would definitely be held back in speed, just in time to see how he dies in the back. As for the match or whatever, Lulu didn't care at all. See, he wasn't going to play this Thai tournament with his own life, and the purpose of coming here was to make Tangko die. Several more shots in quick succession followed, but none of them hit the mid-level robot. A couple of times it was even dodged as he bent it. The audience wasn't sure if this was coincidence or strength to dodge bullets. From the initial apprehension, to the full-on revelry and horror at the back of the room, the audience gasped as one bullet shot askew. The sniper's face went green, feeling intensely insulted. Drop your weapons and crouch down with your heads in your hands. At that moment, a sudden bellowing came from behind him, and the sniper inwardly said that it was not good. Without looking back, he turned straight around and ran, parkouring up the floor to escape. The special forces of the Dragon Kingdom immediately opened fire, but they were not surprised by the sounds coming from the other two directions. One shot was aimed at theirs, the other at Donkor. A gun battle ensued, with the sound of gunfire continuing, sharp sounds cutting through the ears and blowing up a cloud of dust and ash. The troopers immediately picked up their communicators and relayed enemy positions to their teammates. Nope, the men who attacked Tangko are not the same group. Suddenly, a message came from the communicator, causing everyone to freeze. What? There's someone else? What is the identity of the other person? They, from all countries. The people who said it were also incredulous. That's a lot of ING work. Surprisingly, there were other people involved besides the assassins that Hofang and Tamasumi had found. Is Tangko's head so horrible that it scares countries? Arrest them all. Anyone who makes a move on Tangko, arrest them all for me. And if necessary, shoot them directly. The Special Forces leader shouted with a resounding voice. Circumstances change, but no matter what, keep Tangko safe. It's their first priority, to keep Donkor safe. The secondary mission is to take out the forces behind these people and bring them all to an end. On the track, the mid-level robot galloped in the Augusta, majestically leading the way in the front row position, causing the entire Dragon Nation to cheer. It was in the most dangerous island of man, and Tangko actually beat all the knights, which really boosted our country's prestige. The most outrageous thing is that, with the killers chasing them, they still play calmly. This heart alone is enough for countless people to admire. What a bull! Anyone else would have terminated the match by now and run for cover in the safe zone. Origins, send all the information about the people we just scouted on the road to the Dragon Kingdom side. Also, connect the headsets of the Isle of Man Special Forces people and give them a point report. At home, Don Cor looked calmly at the image in front of him. On the contrary, Zhang Yashuan was particularly interested in this first view of the locomotive. This camera helmet is extremely high definition, even more so than the camera of a watchman drone. The positions and faces of those snipers were all accurately captured by the cameras. After the origins were analyzed, the forces behind these people were derived, and with whom they have had contact in recent times. The members of the special forces who were chasing the enemy on the Isle of Man, as well as the top brass of the Dragon Kingdom, all received the message of origin. Tonka can be an effective aid by giving the enemy position to the special forces. Tangko didn't intend to expose the fake body thing if he could. That's why it's an excellent choice to get rid of these killers as early as possible. The runners on the track Because of the pressure given by Tang-ku, they followed suit and accelerated. But not everyone has that ability to drive that fast on the Isle of Man. This led to a gradual loss of control of the locomotive and crashes. With more and more accidents, this Isle of Man race became the most accident-prone ever. Boom! Another locomotive crashed into a city building, and the entire locomotive fell apart with it. Spectators panicked and avoided, and those who moved slower were even more affected by this locomotive wave. Vehicles scattered on the track and gunfire raged across the city. Instead of going up and stopping it, the police on the Isle of Man just evacuated the people. I don't know what they think. Maybe they can't do anything about it. Or maybe they've been paid off a long time ago. The whole of the Isle of Man is in chaos. The mid-level robot was still galloping in his locomotive, dodging bullets with a floating body. There was a loud thud as someone finally hit it in the head again. The force of the powerful impact deflected its body and once again it slid sideways with the car. But no matter how much its body made contact with the ground, the intermediate robot always kept its entire body close to the locomotive. Many saw its thighs rubbing on the ground and it hurt to watch. Fortunately, the racing suit was also specially made, and even after all this friction, there were no tears. It looks like a dress, but the dress is actually the equivalent of a tire. It is quite heavy to wear on a person and has an unpleasant odor, but intermediate robots don't have to worry about that. Chapter 172 Big Bang, Lulu's Tragic Death. The reason for getting such a racing suit. The main purpose was to try and prevent the clothes from accidentally scratching and thus exposing the body of the mid-level robot. I didn't expect to use it as a tire and rub it on the ground multiple times. Netizens even exclaimed that the quality of Tang-ku's racing suit is too good to be worn out like this. However, the holographic projection screen on Tang-ku's side was once again missing 30 degrees of field of view. The intermediate robot can't hold out much longer. If it continues like this, we won't be able to see anything, Zhang Yashuan said with her willow brows slightly knitted. It wasn't clear if she was worried about the robots or blaming these Slayer people for interfering with her first view screen. Tang-ku sighed. It can't be helped. There's not enough manpower on the Dragon countryside, and this time there are actually so many people who killed me. It's really dangerous abroad. Luckily, the shells of the intermediate robots were also replaced with Ku-alloys, so they didn't have to worry about being broken. The camera helmet, however, is not made of Ku-alloy, so keep it up. That leaves only the eyes of the intermediate robots, which are able to see the picture. We're just going to sit and watch? Zhang Yashuan turned her head and asked. Tang-ku shrugged. What else could it be? We weren't there, and our robots were supposed to be used to attract the enemy, mainly for the special forces to capture. The purpose of letting the fake body go over there is to draw out Hofong and Tamasumi so that they can get evidence of the crimes committed by these two groups. The two groups were completely abolished to put an end to the problem. Doesn't your mid-level robot have a weapon? Find a way to him up? Zhang Yashuan winked and smiled playfully. Come on, are you trying to expose my weapon? And to avoid accidents, I disarmed the robots. Ha ha ha. Donkor laughed softly. Zhang Yashuan blankly glanced at Tang-ku. So this robot is a scapegoat. It seems to be like this, Tang-ku said with an embarrassed look on his face. The mid-level robot was destined to be a scapegoat from the moment it left the house. Tonka was even prepared for the possibility that it wouldn't be able to come back. All because his technology wasn't strong enough. Having a system doesn't make it possible to take off straight away. It also requires Tang-ku to work hard to learn the knowledge before he can do so. The system is nothing more than a means of jumping through hoops. It's like Tang-ku learning first-grade knowledge that can be upgraded to second and third-grade knowledge through the system. With luck, you can even jump right into middle school knowledge. It will jump, but it won't jump too much. And even with the knowledge, it would take Donkor to make it. Technology doesn't just appear out of nowhere. But none of this needs to be rushed too much. Now Tang-ku has enough means of self-preservation. With a good living environment, he could take his time with development and research, quietly become a technological juggernaut, and then shock everyone. Tang-ku was even planning to write an autobiography titled I Who Secretly Researched Technology for XX Years. Shocked the world. What's that thing up ahead? Zhang Yashuan pointed to the front of the intermediate robot's viewpoint, where someone had thrown a square piece of something onto the track, alternating colors of red and blue, and a red light blinking. This looks like... Tang-ku took a closer look and suddenly widened his eyes. It looks like a bomb. Boom. As soon as the words fell, fire filled the air in front of the intermediate robot. The roar was accompanied by a horrifying heat wave that swept through the area, and the intermediate level robot was drowned in this fire with its human and vehicle. It was too late for the racers in the rear, who were following close behind, to try to dodge. One after another, they rushed into the midst of the fire. Boom, boom, boom. Flames lit up their locomotives and explosions went off continuously. Wreckage with flames flew through the air, igniting the surrounding trees. The black smoke shot up into the sky, and the hot flames swept like a tsunami. instantly flooding a circle of more than 500 meters. Dozens of spectators were injured and burned, and some of the players perished on the spot. The sudden turn of events stunned the global audience. Someone actually threw homemade explosives onto the track, an act worse than a terrorist attack. Lulu followed suit, confused himself as he saw a sea of fire ahead. What's going on? Lulu braked hastily, but braking sharply at 200 kilometers per hour is a very dangerous thing to do. He couldn't control the body at all and bounced off with the car. He fell miserably to the ground and rolled several times. No! Lulu cried out in horror. This wasn't what was planned at all. Why are there explosions and seas of fire on the track? It was his last thought before he was born, followed by an explosion and a wave of heat. He tried to get up and run, but how could a man outrun the flames that came from the explosion? Lulu was instantly overwhelmed by the explosion and burned to the point where he couldn't even let out a scream. That's how it ended his life. It was supposed to be a setup for Don Cole. Unexpectedly, the people who had set their eyes on Tangka came from countries all over the globe, one more ruthless than the other. Lulu died not realizing that he had made a death wish. The global audience's pupils shrank, sensing the horror of this event, as dense pop-ups frantically crossed. Zhang Yashuan was so frightened by this turn of events that she grabbed onto Tangku, her face showing horror. Boom! Abruptly, a clamor like a wave came out from the sea of fire. The audience, who were in the midst of shock, were attracted by the voice. The voice is, "No way? Holy, that's the sound of an engine." The Dragon Nation audience were wide-eyed, and their first reaction was, another miracle from Tangku. But how is that possible? With such an explosion, could Tangku still survive? Even if your car is made of Kualloy, but your person is not made of Kualloy. In the anticipation of the people of the Dragon Kingdom, it was not to be. A figure driving a locomotive rushed out of the smoke and flames, bringing up a long trail of flame. It was as if he had come from the abyss, his body's burning with fire, his face billowing with black smoke, misty black smoke from wrapped around its body, as if it had transformed itself into smoke, floating in the floating air. Rumble. The sound of engines like a wave traveled again, and the clothes and helmets of the intermediate robots were destroyed by the explosion. Even the people in the car were scorched black by the flames, and the audience on the Dragon countryside let out a collective cheer. Out! It's Big Brother Tangku who's come out. He's come out of hell. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Can this even be survived? This Nima is too awesome. Big Brother Tangku is awesome. Let there be as many predicaments ahead as there are. They can't withstand the black technology of Big Brother Tangku. Explosions don't scare me. Who else? These foreigners are in fear of Big Brother Tangku, so they use such dirty tricks, but they still can't help Big Brother Tangku. The Dragon Country audience all became Tangku fans, marveling at his car skills and shocked by his methods. And the Killers people were cracking up. Bombs can't even kill you. Is that a human being? Give me a bazooka and blast this guy to death. I don't believe he can still face block shells. The leader of the Killers was furious. Wait, something's wrong. The brow of the assassin with the binoculars tightened, locking onto Dongkor's face. Chapter 173, Tangku is an alien? The assassin continued to watch with binoculars and realized that the black smoke from Tonka's face had not dissipated for a long time. It felt like a car that had been set on fire, with smoke radiating from the body. This only happens with machinery. Tangku is a human being. How can smoke come out of his face? It's not scientific. It seems to be exposed. Pillowed on his wife's black silk thighs, Tangka's face showed a helpless color, and his fingers slid a few times on his wife's thighs, maneuvered the intermediate robot to stop the locomotive. The match no longer had any meaning, and the people chasing him right now were no longer the ones Lulu had arranged. Rather, there were people from all countries, and the scene was so chaotic that they didn't know what to do next. Even Lulu, the mastermind of the event, was caught in the crossfire and perished in the rear. Plus the mid-level robot's clothes and mask were lost to the flames. This game is well and truly over. Stopping the locomotive driver, the smoke from the mid-level robot's torso gradually cleared. Under the stunned gaze of countless people, the mechanical face was revealed. This icy face gave the impression that it was full of contempt for life. Everyone fell into silence at that moment. Even the pop-ups in the live broadcast room stopped swiping. The mechanical face of Tangka made the crowd's brain circuits spin a bit. All sorts of strange thoughts flashed by, but the next second they were shaking their heads in denial. What the hell is going on here? Why did Tangku turn into a robot? Could it be that Tangku was a robot from the very beginning, and that there was someone else behind the scenes controlling him? Is Tangku a puppet? Or is he not human at all? Asterisk 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 I have a feeling this is an alien. Right. Or how else would he look like this and have so much black technology? Could it be that Tangka's identity as an alien has come to light? It can't really be aliens. Numerous conjectures surfaced, and the Tangku alien theory gained the most people's approval. Donko came out of nowhere with tons of black tech products. Each of these is a technology beyond its time and is admired by researchers around the world. It was as if he had come to bring change to the world of mankind. But can humans really do that? Create so much technology all by themselves? If Tangku was really an alien, and has mastered so much high technology, wouldn't it be easy for him to conquer the Earth, and the other alien partners behind him? Doesn't it mean that the Earth has actually been under the surveillance of aliens for a long time? The crowd felt a chill run down their spines at the thought. For a while, the audience was first confused, then appalled. Immediately as fear ensued, a deadly silence filled the air. The matter of Tangku's ability was actually questioned in the hearts of many people. Such skepticism is infinitely amplified abroad. Foreigners say that Tangku is just a puppet, and that the ones who really developed the technology are the researchers behind the Dragon Kingdom. They didn't think that Tangku could create so many technologies by himself, and each of them had a different direction. This Tangku is really a puppet, the foreign assassin exclaimed in shock. It's actually a robot. Tangku is a robot. He's not human. This person never existed. Surely it's all Dragon Kingdom behind this? Tangku is just a stand-in robot. There's no such thing as Tangku. The Dragon Kingdom. What a terrifying country. There's a change in the mission. All retreat. The leader of the killers immediately ordered everyone to retreat. Tangku has turned into a robot. How can this be killed? In all their years as assassins, they had never encountered one so outrageous. Don't say these killers are confused. The special forces that were protecting Tangku's safety were also all confused by Tangku's face. What's the deal? Tangku is a robot? He's not human? The captain of the special forces was stunned. Nope, don't be carried away by the voices of those around you. This robot is a dummy. At that moment, the voice of a high-ranking member of the Dragon Kingdom came from the communicator in his ear. From the very beginning, Tangku didn't come over, but used a robot to fake a trip out of the country. Good one, Don Cor. He not only fooled the top brass of the Dragon Kingdom, he also fooled the global audience. This is an unprecedented move to draw a snake out of a hole. Sitting at home, Tangku heard this and got up with a big smile. He connected the voice function and maneuvered the intermediate robot into a holographic projection. Snort! A holographic projection image of Tangku was projected from the eyes of the intermediate robot. Tangku sat on the sofa, crossed his legs and smugly laughed. Surprise, guys? Didn't think it was just a fake body, did you? And I'm still at home in person, blowing the air conditioning, eating fruit, enjoying my wife's massage, and watching you guys play, he said, and picked up a cup of tea. Raising his cup to the people around him, he said, "It's such a hot day. Aren't you guys afraid of heatstroke? Let's drink tea together to cool down." Tangku's smug look caused the global audience's mouths to twitch. Drop your sister. What the hell? This back and forth change in drawing style and atmosphere is a little hard to get used to, especially thinking back to earlier, when they cheered and worried about Tangku. They wanted to beat him up so badly. Dare I say that all their previous emotions were being directed at a robot. Don Cole didn't come to the Isle of Man at all, much less to any locomotive races. That's too meticulous, isn't it? Nice guy. I'm ing straight up nice guy. Why didn't you say so earlier? The captain of the special forces, who had carried out thousands of missions, couldn't help but burst out at this moment. The Tangku they were sworn to protect was actually a robot. The executives of the country saw the dashing Tangku, and the intermediate robot standing on the track. Both were too angry to speak. The globe was moved by it, but it turned out to be a fight against the air. It's so infuriating. Don Cor actually teased the global audience. Holy, so that's what happened. This is outrageous. Ha 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 ha. Is worthy of being a big brother of Tangku. Is this the Don Kirk big man? Love love love. No wonder he doesn't fear bullet attacks. It turns out that the person he's fighting isn't a human at all, but a robot. You'd think Don Cor had come over for the tournament, but really he's at home enjoying himself. I'm a little angry about being screwed, but I feel happy again when I think that old Don is safe now. The netizens of the Dragon Kingdom turned their anger into joy and flirted. The moment the robots were exposed was a really neat moment that confused a lot of people and even put them in a fearful state of mind. I'm afraid that in the whole world, the only person who could do such an act was Tangku. Slipped and slipped. The rest is up to you. But don't spare anyone who assassinates me. They must be made to pay accordingly. Tangku drained the tea in his hand and smiled faintly at the special forces in the distance. With that, the holographic projection was turned off. Chapter 174. What bad thoughts could Tangku have? Dragon Kingdom. Inside the high-level conference room, the chief similarly turned off the holographic projection screen and said to those around him, Tangku is fine. He's enjoying himself at home. This Tangku, what a surprise. Another senior staff member laughed. However, the chief superintendent of police was a bit upset. Only yesterday I had someone go to Tangku's house, but he didn't show up. Thanks to us being so worried about him, He was so guarded against us that he didn't tell us. Another spoke up, telling the truth. It's not just those things, but based on our investigations, we've found a couple of interesting things that I feel compelled to take advantage of this meeting to report. The chief superintendent stood up and, to the puzzled looks of the crowd, he opened the conference room and nodded to those outside. A moment later, Yuan Weiya walked in with a folder. He bowed to everyone present, his voice resounding, "I am first grade superintendent Yuan Weiya, and I went to Tang Ke's house yesterday to gather information and investigate." Drops. He pressed the remote control in his hand and the holographic projection image was presented to everyone. At the same time he took many photos from the folder, and laid them flat on the conference table. The photographs document the first scene at Don Kirk's house last night. "Let me start with the scene," Yuan Weiya said in a deep voice. "After we received the origin alarm, we went to Tang Ke's house at the first time, and what met our eyes was a pile of corpses with blood flowing all over the place. The total number of deaths is 47, and the number of survivors is 2. The dead were all cut by sharp blades, the bodies were cut into severed limbs, and also we found some bullets on the ground that had been sliced in half." With that, he pressed the remote control button again, and the holographic projection screen appeared with the bullets left behind by the Tang Ke family. Only the bullet on it appeared in 2 halves, neat and smooth, as if it were a half bullet made by special craftsmanship. If it wasn't for the fact that Yuan Weiya didn't look like he was joking, I'm afraid no one would believe what he said. "Are you sure this is a bullet that was cut out at the scene and not a collector's item? That's too neat. What did the other guy cut it with and who cut the bullet?" Neither the intruder nor the great white robot is likely to run around idly slicing bullets. As for the bullets fired, how could they have been chopped? And, even a robot can't cut a bullet in flight in half. Where does the great white get that kind of speed? While they have not developed the great white, they have had researchers test and disassemble it. Knows exactly where the performance limits of the great white are. Therefore this speech was directly denied by their subconscious. Hear me out first. There's a lot more to the strangeness, and this is just the first suspicion at the scene. Next is the second point. Those 2 who survived the scene are Zhu Fangfang of Yucheng, and Dong Kaler of Haofang. Yuan Weiya didn't answer the other party's question and continued. On top of that, the Tang Ke family's watchman drones also gave us the location of those receivers outside. All have been captured after a night's search. Interestingly, these receivers' statements are completely different from those of the 2 survivors. That's the key thing. The case also gets weirder and weirder at this point. Yuan Weiya wondered if these people had hit a ghost, saying things that were incomprehensible. The responders outside said they saw their partner go into the Tonka's yard and then strangely disappear. Immediately after that, the signal went out, and no matter how much they called, there was only a rustle coming through the combs. Speaking of which, the executives in the conference room pricked up their ears. It's kind of creepy for some reason. Is this a ING ghost story? Go in there and disappear strangely and without a word. How can a living person disappear in plain sight? Yuan Weiya continued. While Dong Kailu and Zhu Fangfang's statements said that they approached Tang Ke's mansion and planted a bomb, but the bomb failed to explode the glass of Tang Ke's house. Instead, behind them, a tall wall rose, blocking their retreat, even from the moonlight. Immediately after that, it was Tang Ke who appeared, and according to these 2 men's descriptions, Tang Ke at that time was wearing mechanical exoskeleton armor and holding 2 glowing sword blades in his hands. His voice lurched, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. Then Tang Ke took all the mercenaries and killed them all. The people in the conference room, listening to this, fell into silence. Yuan Weiya was also speechless. He also felt that this was something a drug addict would say. At that time, after listening to the statement of Tung Kailok, the first thing he did was to bring him for examination to see if he had taken drugs. It turned out that not only did Tung Kailok not take drugs, even Zhu Fangfang's statement was exactly the same. I don't know if it was pre-prepared or not, but you shouldn't make such a childish excuse to prepare in advance, should you? You're, the chief, sitting at the head of the table, laughed awkwardly. Sure it's not made up? It wasn't that he didn't trust the other man, but that was just a bit ridiculous. Chief, I'm not kidding, but the 2 survivors' statements are this. Yuan Weiya said seriously. Originally, I was also a bit skeptical, but after the forensics identification came out, there was instead one thing that corresponded. Corresponded? What can correspond? Someone asked out loud. How can there be one thing that corresponds to something so bizarre? About the dead man's wounds, Yuan Weiya said. Forensic identification found a trace of cauterization on the cuts, and the man is extremely consistent with the glowing sword blade the survivor described. If that's right, this thing is probably a laser sword. Anyone else would have been the first to deny the claim. But if this came from Tang Ke, anything is possible. Are you saying that Donkor developed the laser sword? The chief asked. Yuan Weiya nodded. Yes, after the laser sword was established, it's not unlikely that survivor said Tang Ke was wearing a mechanical exoskeleton. But even if Tang Ke got a combat-type mechanical exoskeleton, there's no way it's powerful enough to kill all the mercenaries by himself and even dodge bullets easily, right? One of the executives carefully perused the information on the holographic projection before asking his own question. Mechanical exoskeletons add just a little bit. You're talking about directly allowing someone to dodge bullets or even cut through them. You think you're watching a sci-fi movie? The chief did not make an affirmative or an affirmative. Instead, he shifted the direction of his thoughts and said squarely, let's not talk about whether or not this mechanical exoskeleton's augmentation is that powerful, but this rising wall alone is bizarre. How should it be explained? Because of this, our investigation is in the middle of a quagmire. Yuan Weiya respectfully said. We speculate that Tang Ke's family is afraid that they are in possession of no less than 3 types of undisclosed technology, which also includes homemade black technology weapons. Chapter 175, Anti-Gravity Device, Flying Skateboards. According to Yuan Weiya's speculation, all the bizarre and weird phenomena. I'm afraid that Tang Ke's technology is at work. For example, the disappearance of teammates seen by outside receivers is likely a kind of technological means of shielding their vision. Raising a fence would presumably be a means of building a house instantly. And mechanical exoskeletons and laser swords and whatnot. Is there any shortage of outrageous technology created by Tang Ke? When things are not decided, all when he black technology words, all the problems are no longer a problem. The executives in the conference room were constantly looking over the information. The more he looked at it, the more his brow furrowed. They felt that Tang Ke was hiding too much. What exactly Tang Ke wanted to do and what was being planned behind his back, they had no idea. Some have also made the claim that Donkor is threatening. But the chief immediately vetoed the matter and did not allow anyone to mention it again. The emergence of such a black tech genius in the Dragon Kingdom was a joyous occasion. Can't let the genius get cold feet. Chief, Tang Ke is unwilling to disclose information. Let us reinvestigate. Before Yuan Weiya could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the chief raising his hand. Go and investigate the forces behind Dong Kailu and Zhu Fangfang, and find out all the dirty deeds they've done, all in one go. After dragging this out for so long, this is a rare opportunity. If we can't get rid of these tumors, it won't be justified. The chief's face was expressionless as he said, there is no need to investigate about Tang Ke, and there is no need to investigate. Your mission is to capture these terrorists, not to investigate what is behind Tang Ke. As long as Donkor has no thoughts of treason, there is no need to do any investigation. The chief had realized that if he continued any further, it would only make Tang Ke disgruntled, so he added to a middle-aged man in military uniform. Regarding the protection of Tang Ke, withdraw it as well. He has the ability to defend himself without us. Understood. The uniformed man nodded without any nonsense. Well, that's the end of the meeting. So go about your business. The chief was the first to rise, and was escorted away by the crowd. The meeting seemed to have solved the problem. But then again, it seemed to have solved nothing. But the one thing that has changed is the state's surveillance and investigation of Tang Ke. The chief decided to take a gamble and stopped paying attention to Dunk's situation. What he felt Don Cor needed was not the protection of the state, but personal freedom. There are good and bad things about this. The downside is that the country will know nothing about the future Donkers. What is Tang Ke's attitude towards the Dragon Kingdom, and will he emigrate or commit treason? All of these things will be in Tang Ke's own hands and will not be restricted by anyone. But the benefits will come. As long as Don Cor doesn't have bad intentions, everything he created was to grow the Dragon Kingdom. The chief was gambling that Tang Ke was a kind and patriotic man who would not have any bad intentions. If this matter had been known to Tang Ke, he would have definitely stated, what bad thoughts could Tang Ke have? But it's a study of technology. Get a technological weapon that crushes the globe and never be bound by any country again is just that. After Tang Ke turned off the holographic projection screen, he once again plunged into the study of technology. Today's exposure of the intermediate robots is already making waves on the internet. The simulated robots are even being touted by the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Asked Tang Ke to hurry up and build simulation robots to solve the problem of sexual happiness of single dogs. Donko also responded online, next year for sure. This statement was made by internet users who have not been exposed to the pigeon culture. The whole internet is partying and raising a glass. In response, Tang Ke just smiled and didn't say anything, going back into the lab to continue working on the anti-gravity device, as well as the Black Ke nano armor. The anti-gravity device is in its final stages and another month has passed. The anti-gravity device was successfully introduced and stabilized a bunch. Donk fitted the anti-gravity device to the mechanical gloves and mechanical paws. A counter-thrust pushed his body from the ground to mid-air. He stood smoothly in the air, as if his feet were on an air ladder, moving upward step by step. This was a test of the anti-gravity device, which could be seen from Zhang Yashuan's viewpoint. Tang Ke was climbing above step by step, then suddenly jumped down from above. Phew! Just as he was about to touch the ground, his form lurched, and a slight buzzing sound emanated from his mechanical arms and legs. The invisible force pressured the grass and trees below to bend as if they were being crushed by gravity. Soon, however, the grasses and trees were once again erected. Well, the gravity device is perfect to put on a car with a skateboard. After thinking about it for a while, Tonka picked up the skateboard he never played on at home, removed the wheels, and installed the anti-gravity device. After adjusting the values on the computer, he tossed the skateboard casually into the air. The skateboard fell out of the air but hovered there steadily with 10 centimeters to spare from the ground. Tonka placed the skateboard on the tabletop and levitated it, adding another device to it to secure the feet. When a person steps on it, it rises up mechanically. The entire foot, along with the ankle, is secured by a mechanical wrap. The purpose is to prevent people from falling while flying. Beyond that, there are multiple details that need to be refined. For example, if you encounter a tight situation, you will need to unlock your feet. This can be controlled with voice control, cell phone control, etc. There's also automatic obstacle avoidance, as well as automatic gravitational orientation. In case someone passes out on their way with a flying skateboard and suddenly falls from a great height. This requires the flying skateboard to have the ability to recognize whether the user is showing off or because of an unexpected situation. Here again, aspects such as detection have to be considered. Only, this flying skateboard in front of us is just an experiment. It's not necessary to get that much detail, as long as it can fly. Details and other stuff to get when the product goes on sale. After getting the flying skateboard, Tanka stepped on the red circle of the skateboard with both feet. It felt like stepping on a piece of stair step, smooth and firm without a single wobble. If you were to step on it with your eyes closed, you would think you were going up the stairs. The next moment, a squeak sounded. A layer of white mechanical soft armor rose from the skateboard and wrapped around his feet. But Tanko was suddenly confused again, because he forgot to set his flying skateboard to fly. What moves are required to elevate and descend? And what moves are required to get the skateboard to traverse left and right? These are things he's forgotten. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's true that the more you build technology, the more your brain shows off. Donkor tapped his head and put an origin chip in the skateboard. As for the way the skateboard operates and whatnot, I'll think about that when the real thing is released. Now let Origins help maneuver the controls and experience the feeling of a flying skateboard first. Origins, let's go for a stroll in Magic City. The flying skateboard rose at once as he got back on it. Follow Tonka's instructions and fly towards the city center. Chapter 176 Seizure of Major Groups. Phew, the flying skateboards are extremely fast, but not too outrageous. It's not that you can't fly faster, but the wind pressure is just too much to handle. As he flew to Mordor, another problem came to mind, and that was the wind pressure problem to be solved. Otherwise this speed really isn't cool enough. The official release can be made without this feature, which controls users from flying too fast. But it's better to fly as fast as you can on your own flying skateboard. In addition to the wind pressure issue, there is the lack of sun protection. In this unusually hot weather, Tanku had only flown a few hundred meters before he felt as if his entire body had entered a roasting oven. This stuff is only good for nighttime use, or to add a means of UV isolation. Donkor was forced to lower his altitude, using city buildings to block the sun's rays. He was flying 10 meters in the air, with an endless avenue of traffic below him, flanked by towering office buildings. People are working earnestly in office buildings, holding their telephones between their heads and shoulders, ballpoint pens in their hands writing rapidly on white paper. Just then, a dark shadow crossed quickly past their glass window. The crowd's first thought was whether they had misread the situation. Did a dark shadow pass through just now? A woman asked in dismay. I think I just saw that in my afterglow, agreed my coworker. What the hell? Is it hard to be Superman? What the heck is Superman? I think it's 80% just a drone. No, you guys, look downstairs. Someone warned. It was then that the crowd looked downstairs and realized that pedestrians on the side of the road were looking up and pointing in the direction of the distance in alarm. Tanko flew at a fairly low altitude, and wherever he passed, there were shouts of astonishment onlookers. Many people recognized Tanko's appearance, and while their hearts were relieved, they were also overwhelmed by Tanko's new technology. It's Big Brother Tanku. He's come up with new technology. Flying skateboards. My god, this is the stuff of my dreams. Big Brother Tanku is so handsome. Good lord. This is specially coming over to show us, isn't it? I'm guessing this will definitely hit the market soon. Looking forward to it. Flying skateboards are out. Aren't flying cars not far behind? Tanku had gotten flying cars before, only they were very rudimentary back then. The internet has also discovered this after some exploration. That's a prototype, and I'm afraid there's still a long way to go before a real flying car. Now the creation of flying skateboards means flying cars are coming. It was so much faster than they had expected. After all, The flying car was something that Tangku had only shown once, and since then, it had never appeared or been mentioned again. People know flying cars won't be far away, but they won't be coming out this soon either. How could they have imagined that Tangku, who possessed a black technology system, was simply beyond their imagination? His technology can jump tiers at any time and create something that will turn humanity upside down. There is no circular gradualism with you at all to speak of. If he had been placed in ancient times and started researching technology, Tangku would have ended up creating an alternative era of technological hodgepodge. Cyberpunk, at its best. The topic of Tangku's flight in the Magic City instantly shot up the hot search list. Anyone who sees him will use their AR glasses or cell phone and take a picture of him. Flying has always been a human dream. Now own an airplane. But that's not freeing for the dream of flying. That's why sports like skydiving and skating were born. Only, they are just as technically demanding and too far away from the average person. But flying skateboards and flying cars are a different story. It is the true sense of the word, allowing even ordinary people to have the ability to fly. After turning around, Tangku stepped on his flying skateboard and returned home. Zhang Yashuan sat in the brightly lit drawing room, listening to music and drawing the manga plot. Seeing Don Cor return through the floor-to-ceiling window in front of her, she smiled and nodded in greeting. Don Cor pushed open the glass door and stepped inside the drawing room. Feeling the cold air sweeping over him, he breathed a long sigh of relief. Intelligent flying cars will be available soon, and this anti-gravity device works very well. And anti-gravity, look at your face, it's all red from the sun. Zhang Yashuan got up and walked towards Tangku. The foundation, to buy, also followed, emitting cold air to cool down Tangku's temperature. It's okay, grown men should get a tan so they can have healthy skin. Tangku smiled and patted his white arm, now becoming a little white and red under the ultraviolet rays. Silly Kezi, it's very easy to get sunburned when someone like you, who doesn't get much sunlight, is suddenly exposed to the sun. Zhang Yashuan cried and laughed as she took a towel and wiped her husband's sunburned parts. It's okay, I have a great white at home anyway, just put some ointment on it. Tangku casually said, by the way, I just went to the Haofeng headquarters building and found that no one was at work and the entire building had been seized. The reason for flying to Mordor was not to show off his flying skateboard. Instead, it was to check out Haofeng's group building. It's been a month, and there's been more change out there than expected. After the exposure of the fake body, the mid-level robot returns home on an airplane. Due to its heroic behavior, Tonka lets it stay at home and become an experimental robot in the lab. If a simulation robot is built in the future, it will be the world's first simulation robot. It was also considered Tangku's compensation for it. And those killers on the Isle of Man have only captured a third of them. Most of them were the assassins that Dong Kai Lu and Lulu had found. After all, they were the first ones to strike. And those killers from various countries, there are fewer arrests. And these people were not valuable enough to get any useful information out of them. The hiding tactics at the top of countries are so much more sophisticated than those of conglomerates. The police have gotten a lot of useful information from the mouths of the intruders caught inside the Dragon's Kingdom, and the killers caught abroad. After following the trail, the police managed to find evidence of major syndicates plotting to kill Tangku. One by one, the group was seized. An old boss does something and all the people under his hand are in the know and complicit. One incident came to light that implicated multiple murders. The numbers are reaching alarming levels. There are also some old cases that have been answered in this incident. Behind the huge money industry are multiple human lives piled up. When these announcements were made, they shook the nation to its core while clapping their hands. One of the biggest group of companies is Haofeng and Yucheng. Two large conglomerates were also completely seized in this operation. But the bad news is that Guan Juanhao of the Haofeng group is not even in the country. He didn't come back for a whole month. And I don't know if he was busy with work or if someone tipped him off. Otherwise, it would not have dragged on until the last few days to seize the Haofeng group. Chapter 177 Global Drought is coming. The police side was planning to wait until Guan Juanhao, the predator, returned before taking action. But as the wind grew louder, the forced wait of a month was fruitless. The police did not dare to delay any longer, so they directly seized Haofeng and Yu Chang, including Zhu Kailiang of the Yucheng group. All of them were put in jail. The only one who was still unaccounted for is Guan Juanhao alone. Even his wife and children were taken. Guan Juanhao himself unclean even if, so that the police did not expect is that his wife and children are equally unclean. Guan Juanhao's wife owns a huge gray industry chain, and his son has done a number of rapes and killings of people's women. Those cases that couldn't find their source were all squashed by Guan Juanhao for his son. Quan Ho's daughter, on the other hand, was a schoolyard bully, beating up students on campus and even compelling them to take drugs. There have been a number of incidents of suicide by jumping from a building due to drug abuse, which were in fact caused by the daughter of Quan Ho. It can be described as indirect sexual homicide. To say that the only clean one is the wife of Zhu Kailiang of Yucheng Group. She is a silly woman who was completely in the dark about her husband's behavior with her daughter. That day, Zhu Kailiang's wife cried into a tearful person. She didn't realize that her husband and daughter were involved in the attack on Tang Ku. Obviously, her family and Zhang Yashuan's family were still on good terms, but she didn't expect that they would become deadly enemies. What a world! That's good. Finally these tumors have been pulled out. You can get your stuff at ease. Zhang Yashuan replied with a smile. No. There's also that group of lunatics abroad, as well as Guan Juanhao who's hiding abroad. Tang Ku immediately waved his hand. These people are afterthoughts, but the way things are going right now, as long as Tang Ku stays in the country, there won't be any problems. It's time to eat and drink. As long as you don't leave the country, you'll be fine. Zhang Yashuan gave the towel a wash and would hand him the wet wipes. Tang Ku took it and then asked, "Those special forces people from the country haven't come yet?" Zhang Yashuan shook her head. "No. Listening to Origins, the other party has returned to the army. I think the stateside might know that you don't like being watched, so they gave us freedom. It's that they couldn't monitor it, so they gave it up, and at the same time, they were also betting that this decision of theirs would win me over." Tang Ku laughed. "Let's just say that Longhua made the right decision with this one. As long as he doesn't run a stakeout, he really won't do anything to the Dragon Kingdom, and he won't say anything about transferring citizenship or treason. After all, this was the place where he was born and raised, and he was still very attached to the Dragon Kingdom. After all, this is his hometown." And Donkor thought to himself that he was a patriotic man, only, he won't be brainlessly patriotic. If an enemy country bullied the Dragon Kingdom, he wouldn't mind helping. "I know you're the best." Zhang Yashuan once again coaxed the child like a child, stroking Tang Ku's head and said with a smile, "It's a pity that it's so hot, otherwise I would definitely take you on a trip to another city." Tang Ku sighed. It's been a long time since he's traveled. The first period of time was spent getting technology to make money. The middle period was spent getting technology to protect themselves, and the latter period was spent gaming the major groups. It was finally time to stop worrying about safety, and it turned out to be as hot as lying on a barbecue grill. It's useless to go out with an umbrella, the steaming temperatures on the ground alone are enough to give you a heat stroke. The weather is getting hotter and hotter. It's a bit odd. Shouldn't we make some preparations? Zhang Yashuan said with some concern. The temperature outside was now around 39 degrees with the hottest temperature reaching 44 degrees. You know, this is the magic city, not a desert area. This constant daily heat is a bit of an anomaly. According to the weather forecast, temperatures will continue to rise behind us. So let's get ready for the heat. This weather is indeed weird. Origin, did you get any news from your place? Tang Ku asked into the air. Origin suddenly appeared in front of the two while pulling a virtual panel. Pointing to the message on it, he said, "Master, I have just received news from multiple sources that this year will usher in an unprecedented global drought. So Origin suggests that the master make preparations. Recently, a lot of crops have started to be damaged, and even some poultry, chickens, ducks, pigs, cows and whatnot, have been dying from the heat. Sustained, food will increase in price dramatically and become something everyone goes crazy for." Origins listed her intelligence, as well as her analysis, to Tang Ku. After hearing this, Tang Ku then realized, this global drought is feared to cause famine. On top of that, active volcanoes are subject to eruption possibilities in hot weather. If the volcano erupted, it would cause a whole host of problems. Feeling a pang of fear just thinking about it, Tang Ku had to take this matter seriously. If that was the case, then he'd have to put off the Black Cone nano armor thing. Again. No way. A global drought? This is too serious. Zhang Yashuan exclaimed in shock. No country would dare to inform the population of such a thing for fear that they would be thrown into a panic, which would result in a mad rush to the supermarket. It's true that it's serious, but it's not necessarily. It's just a prediction, but we still have to do something to prepare for it. Tang Ku rested his hand on his chin, pondering the next plan arrangement. The first step was to scour the mall while the news was now unknown to the masses. The house is big enough to stock up on a lot of stuff anyway. The second thing was that Tang Ku was going to get a greenhouse and grow some fruits and vegetables or something on his own. In the face of drought, greenhouses can be used to grow fruits and vegetables on the dragon side as well, but it is difficult to grow as large a number as in days gone by. Fruits and vegetables will still be on the market, and will be the presence of a mad rush. Tang Ku didn't want to go grabbing food with these people. Wouldn't it be nice to have the strength and financial power to directly grow the freshest fruits and vegetables to enjoy? Self-sufficiency is the way to go. The land in Tang Ku's hands could be much more than just this area at home. Zhongjin Group had given Tang Ku several pieces of land at first, and one of the large pieces of land was used to build a factory. There are two other large parcels that have been kept in reserve. Moreover, this plot of land of Tang Ku's family was only 1, 200 square meters. The total area of this plot of land is 2,786 square meters. There's over 1,000 square meters unused. However, Tonka does not plan to use the land here to build a greenhouse, because he still has to save room to build black technology. He's going to put the greenhouse on those 2 spare lots. In this way, there is no need to worry about the food aspect. The next thing is what the drought lacks the most: water. Speaking of fresh water, Tangku immediately thought of the drinking fountain program that he had written down on his planner earlier. Chapter 178: Construction of the Super Eco Building. This water dispenser is not a water dispenser. Ordinary water dispensers are filled with fresh water and water flows out of the dispenser. But this water dispenser Tangku was going to build was a fresh water resource formed by extracting elemental particles from the air. In slightly unscientific terms, it's creating something out of nothing. When this thing is built, it can be converted into drinkable fresh water as long as there are elements in the air. The problem of food and water can be easily solved. And as for the heat and all that, as long as you don't go out of your house, this is the best place to get away from it all. Donkor was smiling, feeling quite satisfied with life. The drought is not as terrible as I thought. It seems that we can only play in the virtual world. You take your time to get it. I'm going to play La. Zhang Yashuan waved goodbye to Tangku. Unexpectedly, he was violently pulled by Tangku. No, you have to give a kiss before you can leave. What? So mushy? Zhang Yashuan cried and laughed. All the old married couple, Tangku will always show from time to time, as the first love of a young boy-like attachment. It feels like my own husband can't seem to grow up. Zhang Yashuan closed her beautiful eyes. Her arms encircled Tangku's neck, and her sexy red lips printed on it. Alright, I'm going to play the game. Go go go. Don Cor Hamden Hod. Before turning around to work on his own stuff. The reason for this is not because of naivety. Rather, couples need a little bit of love in their humdrum lives. Behavior like this can remind each other of the good times they once had when they were just together. Otherwise the blandness goes too far and it becomes boring. Tangku made a shopping list for to buy. Some everyday items to stock up on, followed by storable food and drinks. Although Tangku can grow his own vegetables and fruits, but some processed snacks and stuff are still only available through purchase. Things like cookies and chips are stored for a long time. After getting the list of lists, each of the 10 great white men went to a large shopping mall and made their purchases. Some people find out about the big white purchases, but don't get the reason behind them and don't care much about them. Rich people like to buy big piles of stuff to keep at home, or have parties or whatever, and they need tons of food and drinks. It has long been commonplace to see this kind of purchasing spree. Tangku sat in the living room, drawing drawings on a drawing board. He is not only going to grow vegetables and fruits, but he is also going to get the livestock industry. You can't just eat vegetables. You need meat, so it's either don't do it or do it to the best of your ability. Make yourself self-sufficient for anything in the future, and it's healthier to eat when you raise it yourself. Just 2 large plots of land, one for growing fruits and vegetables and the other for livestock development. He designed 2 separate super buildings. It's called a super building because it has such a large footprint. The area of one building is more than 3,000 square meters. On top of that, Donko adds multiple floors to this foundation. Keep one type of poultry on one floor. Each of the 6 animals, pigs, cows, sheep, chickens, ducks and geese, is on a separate level. Each floor is 6 meters high, and the spacing between floors, and also 4 meters thick. The equivalent of creating a floor would require a 10-meter high space. The goal is to be able to have empty spaces to add black technology. Livestock are in need of an ecological environment, with sunlight and comfortable temperatures in addition to dirt and grass. Donko will add a thermostat system to the building, as well as a sunlight simulator, allowing the building to simulate a comfortable ecological environment with fresh air, moderate temperatures and plenty of sunlight. Such an ecological simulation would require a huge amount of money and a certain level of technology to achieve. Maybe someone can make a simulated ecosystem, but it can never compare to a real one. But what Donko is trying to get is the exact same ecosystem as the outside, even better than the outside. The weather is now so hot to an appalling degree that cattle and sheep are dying of living heat out there. For this reason, Donko has spared no expense, creating this superb building that covers more than 3,000 square meters and is 60 meters high. He designed a sunlight-absorbing device at the roof location to convert solar energy into electricity, to power the building and drive other technology throughout the building. To have sunlight even in such a large interior, you need to simulate sunlight. Tonka learns the knowledge while designing the building. Finally, through the system, we gain knowledge of a black technology that can simulate an ecological environment. It is a black technology for energy conversion and can be applied to building walls and glass. Whenever the sun hits a building wall or glass, the sun's rays are absorbed and then perfectly simulated indoors. With this, the sunlight inside and outside the house will achieve the same effect. At the same time, the high temperatures outside the room will not yet affect the interior. This technology can be used in greenhouses for growing vegetables and fruits, which is even more effective than greenhouses. And the sunlight and temperature inside the room are adjustable through the system. The drawings of the two super buildings were finally drawn after half a month of Tang's time. It's also getting hotter and hotter every day outside as forecasted. The high temperature in the Magic City reached 47 degrees. The number of people suffering from heatstroke is increasing, and many are afraid to step out of their homes again. Tangka tensed up inwardly as well, immediately asking Chen Zimo to help finish gathering the materials needed for the construction. Then he went through the holographic projection screen of the Great White, sitting at home utilizing miniature magnetic robots and industrial nanites. The construction of the super building began. Even though it wasn't his home, Don Cor felt that moving the Cor alloy would make the house stronger and harder. In the future, this was the place where his food would come from, and he couldn't afford to have any accidents. In such hot weather, Tangka naturally could no longer personally go to the construction site, so just let the Great White go over there and install a holographic projection camera inside it. Tonka sits at home and gets a first-hand sense of the environmental scene around him. He was armed with a neural transmitter and remotely manipulated the miniature magnetic robots with the nano-industrial bugs. Don't mention how cozy it is. Such a vast project took Tangku a full week to finally complete. In a week's time, a super building gradually took shape in the presence of countless people. On the outside it's pretty much the same as an ordinary office building, but it's huge. The walls and glass are dominated by a dark blue hue, and there's the addition of cocoa alloy that keeps it from refracting harsh light. The outside can't see the inside, but the inside can clearly see the outside. The whole process of its birth has been documented. The top brass of the Dragon Kingdom also finally realized why Dong Kai Lu and the others were blocked by the fence that day. Turns out it's this construction type of black tech that's doing the trick. Chapter 179, another miracle in the history of architecture. The top brass of the Dragon Kingdom gradually began to believe it as well. Tangko might actually have a, combat-ready mechanical exoskeleton. For this reason, they also held a meeting to ask for the views of the people. Should we ask Tangku for this technology? However, after much discussion, the head of the Long Kingdom felt that it would be better to let it go. This was just their speculation. If they just went to the door to ask for it, it would definitely cause Tangku to recoil. As Tangku became more and more capable, the higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom were now very afraid that a genius like him would simply walk away in a fit of pique. So before you ask for anything, think carefully about whether you want to do that or not. The chief thought that since he had decided not to bother Donkor anymore, then it's best not to go to him for any tech that he has no intention of releasing. The technology of the Dragon Kingdom was strong enough now anyway, and they had gotten several of the technologies given by Tangku. Nowadays, among the global countries, it is definitely considered to be the #1 country in terms of science and technology. There was no need to offend a heavyweight like Tangku for the sake of one thing. Tangku was truly worthy of being the world's most talented inventor. Just this black technology in the construction category is enough to drive countless people crazy. The chief took a deep breath and couldn't help but exclaim out, "Yes, completing a super building in 7 days really shocks the world." Someone seconded, "Recently a lot of foreigners have come over to visit, so remember to pay more attention, never have any accidents, and don't let them get too close." Understood. By the way, what is this building used for? Tangko? I'm not sure, and we haven't been inside to see the inside. Just as they were wondering what Tangka's building was used for, the internet had already made huge waves. A video of the entire process of building the super building was put in the news. This video has become an unprecedented documentary, which is another miracle in the history of human architecture. It has attracted prominent figures in the architectural field from many countries, but one thing led to another. It was discovered that this house-building microbot was actually transported to a second large open space. Another round of construction has begun. All the prominent figures rushed over to gather around to witness the miracle. Asterisk. What is Lao Tang trying to do? Even if he builds a world wonder, he actually wants a second building. Good things come in pairs? Just outrageous. What is he trying to do with such a big house? Can't see inside. This glass looks black. Who knows? There's no news on that. I guess it's to please my daughter-in-law. Ha 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 ha. Anything that is not stated is old Tang pleasing sister Yashin. Just right. To construct such a large building in 7 days is unprecedented. Say, what are these miniature robots? The new products of Big Brother Tangko? They're simply construction artifacts. The internet sound explored a lot. It was a pity that no one knew what Tangko was trying to do by getting such a big high-rise. And there's a strict order on the state side that no one is allowed near it, saying it's a construction zone. In fact, everyone in the Dragon Kingdom knew that it was a fear that someone might sabotage it. After all, there were too many people targeting and jealous of Tangko, and there were foreigners in the crowd, so one had to be careful. Many people watched here in the blazing sun and carrying the heat, want to witness the birth of yet another miracle. But as it gets hotter by the day, in just under 3 days, all those who wanted to witness the miracle left in droves. Only a camera was left there, and the camera ended up dying from the heat. As comfortable as it was to watch the building rapidly take shape, it was no more comfortable than it was to joke with your life. In such high temperatures, one can only be in the shade, eating ice cream, blowing cold air and filming remotely with an ultra-high-definition camera, or maybe take a Watchman drone and shoot it. The only equipment that can withstand such high temperatures is, I'm afraid, the products of the Heike company. What's wrong with this weather? It hasn't been this hot in years past. Even if the heat persists, it shouldn't be this bad. This persistent heat seems like it has no end. It gets hotter every day. Don't say that. I'm blowing so hard on my 16-degree air conditioner every day that I can't pay my electric bill. Many areas are experiencing drought and cracking of the ground, etc. And I have heard that many crops have been destroyed by the heat. Do you think we should stock up on food? I feel it's necessary to be prepared before it becomes a problem. Makes sense. I'm going to the grocery store right now. While watching a live stream of the miniature magnetic machines manufactured home, netizens chatted idly, talking about the drought in question. Hundreds of people are not cuties. Many of them are still very discerning. Some people have analyzed the situation and found that if the heat continues and crops are destroyed, food prices will rise. So stocking up on a little bit of grain while you can to prevent prices from skyrocketing when the time comes would definitely not be a bad thing. Several more days passed, and Tangka's second building was also completed under the public's attention. For some reason, an inexplicable sense of pride rises within just watching the completion of this splendid building. Perhaps this pride comes from the human race. The power of intelligence is the power of small human beings to build buildings hundreds and thousands of times taller than themselves with technology. And Tangka here is even more than a god. It's awesome that you can build such a grand and glorious body of architecture without having to do anything. Reporters from all the major platforms wanted to interview Tangku and ask him what he was trying to do by constructing these two buildings. It was a pity that from beginning to end, no one saw Tangku had appeared. Instead, Chen Zimo appeared once and was disliked by dozens of microphones in his face, which were almost inserted inside his mouth. Mr. Chen, may I ask what Tangka's purpose is in constructing these two buildings? As Don Corps secretary, can you disclose a little? May I ask if Don COR is planning to build the headquarters of Black COR? I'm terribly sorry. I'm just a punching bag and know nothing about what the boss is going to do. So please move over. Chen Zimo, surrounded by reporters, sat in the car, hot and sweaty. In fact, he knew what Tangku was going to do, but Tangku asked him not to reveal any information out. He was also subtly told to stock up on more food at home. Out of his trust in Tangku, Chen Zimo did as he was told, and also asked Jin Yuming to stock up on food at home as well. As it turned out, only a few days later, apocalyptic talk spread across the internet. It says that the sun is about to devour the mortal world and flood the earth. The reason it is getting hotter is precisely because the earth is getting closer to the sun. Hilarious comments like this are not lost on most people. But another issue is recognized by many. That's where the drought comes in, and it triggers a famine. The high temperatures are continuing and getting hotter by the day. It has already resulted in the destruction of a large number of crops. Even the poultry, which were kept in captivity, were killed by the heat of the day. Chapter 180, Summer Vacation Sanctuary. Not everyone can have that kind of money to install greenhouses or coolers for poultry as well. If you get a greenhouse for poultry, the electricity bill won't be enough to sell the poultry. Only someone like Tangko has the kind of money and strength to get a simulated ecosystem for poultry. And Donko is a man of technology. His entire electricity bill comes from the sun. Since it's getting hotter by the day, turn that heat into electricity to power the whole building. It also absorbs the sun's rays to create a cozy environment. One for all. That's how technology has changed. To others, the hot heat only makes it difficult and agitated. But here in Donkor, the heat becomes an energy source. The internet is becoming more and more opinionated. The demise of crops and poultry means that prices in the market are bound to rise. In time, fresh food will become a luxury. It's prohibitively expensive. This was not a good sign and scared the people so much that they started going to the supermarkets. Son, go inform your third aunt and come over to grab it together. What are you doing? It's mine. Hey, I got this thing first, let go of me. The major shopping malls and supermarkets were jammed with people, as if locusts had swept through, sweeping away the goods in the malls and supermarkets. It can be a little embarrassing to go sweeping alone and feel a little silly about your behavior, but after 2, 3, and gradually evolving into hundreds, there would no longer be anyone who felt that sweeping was a foolish act, but instead there would be a collective scramble to be the first to buy something. Seeing others stocking up creates fear in anyone who didn't want to stock up in the first place. Feel like you're at a big disadvantage if you don't follow the masses. As a result, malls and supermarkets across the country are emptying out. People wait in front of the mall early in the morning in order to be able to grab something from the mall. The moment the door opens, all crawl in from the ground in a mad rush. In the true sense of the word, there was a scramble for each other and even arguments and beatings. In response, the state side had to issue an emergency notice. Tell the people of the country that there is no need to scramble. The state will absolutely make sure that every single one of the people is fed. However, this notification is not really very effective. It's just easing that panic phenomenon a little bit, and it's still time to grab what you need to grab. The dragon countryside actually counts for something. In those areas abroad, the competition for supplies is even worse. There were even people shooting and robbing just to get a tiny piece of bread. Dozens of people have been killed or injured as a result of looting for supplies. What this drought has triggered is a global human panic. The news in each country constantly broadcasts information saying that the country has a policy to deal with it. In the meantime, let the people not panic or create a narrative. It even moved to a well-intentioned lie that it wouldn't be long before the rains would come. This information appeased many, but there were still those who didn't believe it. After all, it's been 2 months since we've had any rain, and no country on the planet has had any rain. A disaster of this magnitude is, in the eyes of mankind, a major natural disaster. What to do? I feel so panicky. All kinds of information is spreading around the globe about the drought, saying it's the biggest drought ever. I've stocked up on plenty of drinking water and food, so no panic for now, but we really don't know how long this disaster will last. It's hot. It's hot as hell. If this keeps up, I really can't hold out much longer. Secretly, the air conditioning in the level 3 virtual gaming pods is exceptionally cool and uses less power than your home air conditioner. A netizen named Sky Pirate Smuggling passed by and revealed a shocking secret. Countless netizens were first stunned, then remembered the virtual game thing. Level 1 and Level 2 virtual gaming pods are not air-conditioned. Level 1 virtual gaming pods allow access to games, and Level 2 pods begin to focus on the experience. Tier 3 gaming pods are completely for the user. Not only do they have nutrient solutions, but they also have a thermostat system. No matter how hot it is outside, lying inside the gaming pod is quite comfortable. Warm in winter and cool in summer. Even when there's an explosion outside and you're lying in a Level 3 gaming pod, you won't feel a hint of heat. Recently, many players of Tier 1 game pods have been forced to turn off the game screen when they receive a message that the body temperature is too high while playing the game. The moment they woke up, they were covered in sweat. A lot of people are complaining that this game pod is just too hot. Tier 2 gaming pod and Tier 3 gaming pod players, however, have not said anything about this. People who can afford a Level 2 virtual gaming pod have absolutely no shortage of electricity bills. Before entering the virtual world, the air conditioning was turned on to blow hard. The Level 3 virtual game pod players, even without turning on the air conditioning, directly lie in. No, if I can afford a Level 3 virtual gaming pod, do you think I'd be missing that little air conditioning bill? The netizens couldn't help but spit out. Ha 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 ha, it's a bit Versailles, but the Level 3 virtual gaming pods sure are cool. I'm all about blowing on electric fans and then going to the virtual world to escape the heat. I seem to have discovered a new continent. Good lord, so that's how it works. Blowing a fan isn't as comfortable as blowing an air conditioner, but it's still a good way to sleep. And once we're in the virtual world again, this hot discomfort goes away. A netizen shared a tawdry maneuver. This approach was unanimously endorsed. The reason for air conditioning is really all because it is just more comfortable than a fan. In fact, the current heat situation. You can never get heat stroke if you stay at home with a fan. The only downside is that it's uncomfortable and too stuffy to be quiet. But it's not the same with a virtual game pod. Even if it's just a Level 1 virtual gaming pod, just blow the fan into the virtual world. What you feel in reality is not going to be substituted inside the game. The game pod will only present data to the player, informing them of their physical condition and whether they need to be forced out of the game. As long as the player's body remains healthy and free of abnormalities, there will be no problems. At the same time, players are able to spend the hot day with a cozy feeling in the virtual game. The virtual world is thus held up as a mecca for summer vacationers. Many people with a little bit of assets, who originally did not intend to play games, have also gotten their hands on a virtual gaming pod. The virtual world suddenly became the spiritual food for the people of the Dragon Kingdom, with a flavor of hiding from reality in it. This has led to virtual gaming being thrust into the limelight during this time. Many have called virtual gaming what it is, a new age of toxicity. Just as once novels, computers, cell phones, etc., were dismissed as products that poisoned the young, a boycott is gradually emerging on the internet, allowing the state to step in and take control. Chapter 181, the highly expensive virtual game pavilion. Those who boycott virtual games appear, as do those who praise them. In terms of numbers, the number of people who boycott virtual games is actually just a small percentage. As things stand, virtual games provide people with mental pleasure and opportunities to make money. And now there's an additional summer vacation feature. Overall, the pros still outweigh the cons. The main talking point about the con side of things comes from virtual games can lead to addiction and dereliction of education. Some parents say that their children spend all day talking about going to the virtual world to make money, but in reality, they are just playing games. In response, Tang-ko helplessly said, "I've gotten the underage anti-addiction. What's wrong with playing games for kids?" It's true that parents are all the same no matter what world they are in. Many parents feel that their children's poor academic performance must be a result of not spending enough time studying. By increasing the time spent studying and decreasing entertainment, you can create good grades. But in reality, this way doesn't work for everyone. Don Kor's only wish is that in the future he will be an enlightened parent, know how to combine work and play without over-squeezing your child's recreational time. He was profoundly aware of how great the pressure of studying was on students nowadays, and needed entertainment to release it. Can a child really learn when he is not doing well in school and then not allowed to entertain himself and forced to study in his room? As a passerby, Donko said he was forced to study in his room back in the day, full of thoughts about what to find to have some fun with. Rubik's Cube toys on the desktop, comic books on the shelf, MP3s in the cupboard. Anything not related to learning, he used to play with. There was absolutely no learning inside the room because there was no learning at all. Black coca products are still a great way to protect against underage. I see a lot of restrictions that are geared toward minors, whether it's in-game protection or anti-addiction aspects. Right, Donkor is very considerate. I really don't understand what these parents are talking about. It's just that parents don't understand. It's true that you can make money inside the game. The bear kid next door to me, he made money inside the game. His parents are old and happy. Netizens have said that virtual games are not psychotropic poison, but the best invention in this era. I want to play virtual games too, but I can't afford a virtual game pod. Again, I can't afford it. I can only envy and watch it live. Would love to experience one? Really just one. Is there any big guy who can lend me a virtual game pod to play with? Please. Hey, 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 is it a girl? It's not impossible to lend you some fun, but you have to. Upstairs is a pervert LSP solid. Girls should never seek him out. Can't I say I want her to help me with my homework? Nice guy. Underage driving a big car. Reported. The cheapest level 1 virtual gaming capsule was priced at $100,000. Even a used level 1 virtual gaming pod costs tens of thousands of dollars. There are many families who simply cannot afford it, or who cannot afford to spend the money. So these people can only watch it live on the internet. Grass. I just had my big number blocked. Suddenly, a trumpet emerged. Except that his message was just a blip in the forum and was quickly drowned out. Tang-ko looked through the information at home, and suddenly a new idea popped up. Open an entertainment venue like an internet cafe. Only replace the computers with virtual gaming pods. No one with that kind of financial resources and free time would go out and buy so many virtual gaming pods. They can't buy that many virtual gaming pods either. Virtual games are in a constant state of shortage right now, and the drought is keeping people at home. Virtual games, however, allow people who stay at home to see the bustling world again. Donko, as a developer, can have a large number of virtual gaming pods. There were many rich people in the Dragon Kingdom, but those who had the capital to buy virtual game pods to play were still in the minority. Just like when computers were first created, most people didn't have computers in their homes. People tend to go inside internet cafes to experience it, and that's when it's the hottest period. It is only because of the birth of the cell phone that it has gradually impacted the status of internet cafes. If Tang-ko were to get a virtual game experience store, again, it would only be hot for about 10 years. That's why in 10 years, Donko will choose to close all of its experience stores. 10 years is enough time to make a virtual gaming pod a must-have in every home. Tang-ko casually edited the message and made the announcement. In order to satisfy the gamers who love games, so I decided to open virtual game halls in major cities. Please have the intention to cooperate with the bosses. Can drop information to our company mailbox. Why don't you call it an experience store? Or a so-and-so bar? Now the internet cafe are promoted to internet cafe. Tang-ko to get the store. Naturally not willing to show weakness. As a high-profile product, it would be more compelling to call it a virtual gaming gallery. As soon as the news was announced, Tang-ko sent a message to Chen Zimo, the beater, asking him to arrange matters. Those who couldn't afford to buy virtual gaming pods were instantly thrown into ecstasy upon hearing the news. So, even if we don't have the money to buy a virtual game pod, we can still experience the joy of the virtual world? Good lord, Big Brother Tang-ko is a big shot. Kudos, kudos. It was only when old Tang said that I snapped out of it. There's a big business opportunity here. Without further ado, I'm going to apply for the opening qualifications of the virtual game pavilion. Some people just like to say half the words because he finds out he can make money. So he stops talking. But the word is out. And smart people already understand the business opportunity. The dumber ones are still watching and confused. This is the gap between the rich and the poor. Not in the amount of money, but in the smell of business opportunities. As long as you are able to grasp the business opportunity, together with a certain amount of boldness, you can easily create a lot of wealth. Easier said than done. Don Cole isn't going to remind these people that he's throwing out opportunities. It's up to these guys to catch it. How do you still have time to work on this virtual gaming house when you've got your water fountain done? Zhang Yashuan came with light lotus steps and elegantly sat beside Tang Ku, bringing a fragrant wind with her. A water fountain. That's the one in front of you. Tang Ku smiled and patted the, roughly 50 centimeter tall, pure white machine on the desktop. The shape is similar to a regular water dispenser and looks more like a coffee maker. The only difference is that this machine has dense, tiny mesh holes on the sides. Zhang Yashuan reached over to touch it and felt a breeze suction. Is this really not an air purifier? Zhang Yashuan teased. As soon as he heard this, Tang Ku immediately became anxious. That's questioning his skills. What air purifier? This is a water dispenser. Even if you put it in the desert, it can still produce water. Try it if you don't believe me. Tang Ku hummed twice lightly, sniffing his wife's fragrant breeze, suddenly came to feel it, and couldn't help but carry his wife into his arms. Chapter 182, A Mediocre Water Fountain. Tang Ku's groping hands were casually slapped away by Zhang Yashuan, her pretty face blushing. Alright, stop groping blindly. She was just about to try this water dispenser, whether it was really as powerful as Tang Ku said. As a result, the next moment, he was picked up and groped for a while. If you continue to give your husband this kind of touch, whether or not this magical water dispenser will produce water I don't know. She's going to anyway. Zhang Yashuan picked up the pink couple's cup on the desktop, put it under the drinking fountain's interface, and snapped the switch button. Pure water clattered out of it, filling the glass in less than 3 seconds. She looked left and right, feeling as if this thing was really that magical. So she picked up Don Cor's blue cup and filled it again. 5 cups in a row were brought over to the house, all filled, and none of them showed any signs of the water fountain drying up. Amazing. Does this water dispenser form pure water in real time? Zhang Yashuan asked. Right. All that water you just saw clattering down was pure water that started to form the moment you flicked the switch. Tang Ku smiled and nodded. It's not that hard to manufacture. With a basic knowledge of elemental conversion, he had this water dispenser out in less than a couple days. When normally left on, the dispenser automatically absorbs elements from the air. Harmful or irrelevant elements are eliminated by the machine. The moment the user flicks the switch, the elements retained within the machine combine to form pure water that flows out. You can drink this water straight? Yes, it can. It's cleaner than any water, and I've had Origins test it and there's nothing wrong with it. Tang Ku took the initiative to pick up the cup and drank it. The feeling of drinking this pure water would not have any flavor. Even the mineral water you buy is not as good as what this water fountain makes. Zhang Yashuan also took a sip, and had an indescribable feeling that was marvelous. It was as if, in this moment, she enjoyed drinking water. Fatty happy water doesn't even taste as good as this pure water. It's great. Do you want to mass-produce this? Zhang Yashuan asked. If this was mass-produced and sold, it would absolutely explode in sales, especially in arid areas. With this, human beings no longer worry about running out of water to drink. Of course it's going to be mass-produced. This thing will solve the problem of fresh water resources. Tang Ku silently opened his cell phone and sent another message to Chen Zimo. Anyway, no matter what it was, just tell Chen Zimo and he would naturally take care of it. Zimmer Chen, water fountain? What water fountain? Chen Zimo, who was working at home with the air conditioner blowing, was a bit confused at the moment. Just now, Tang Ku had asked him to plan for the virtual gaming hall. What the hell was this turn of events with a drinking fountain? Tang Ku Meng, it's a water dispenser I just came up with that absorbs elements in the air to form pure water for human consumption. Chen Zimo, and this kind of unscientific black technology? Tang Ku Meng, it's called black technology. Do you think it's scientific? Chen Zimo, okay, so did you name this water fountain? Tang Ku thought for a moment and responded. Let's call it the flatulent drinking fountain. Say the machine doesn't say it. Civilize you and me. Plain and simple? Don's a real humorist. Chen Zimo couldn't help but spit out a sentence inwardly. If this thing can be called mediocre, then the others should simply run headlong into the ground. Chen Zimo took a deep breath and began to contact the company personnel. Opened another project planning about mediocre water fountains. Due to the high temperatures, Black Company has employees working from home. Nowadays with holographic projection technology it is entirely possible to turn on holographic projection at home. Colleagues are also able to communicate with each other and it feels like a real person is sitting next to them. Supervise each other to prevent laziness and work together in an organized manner. The benefits of being an employee of Blackco are excellent. Where the company owns the product, every regular employee can be equipped with a set. That's a lot of money for a beatnik to give away. How many black tech products does Blackco have? Other than that, just a nanomedical pod is enough to make people squeeze their heads to get in. Nanomedicine pods worth billions and billions of dollars are something that the vast majority of people who work their entire lives can't afford. However, by becoming a full-time employee of Blackco, you can get a set for free. This is more excessive than pie in the sky. Therefore, since the establishment of Blackco, anyone who has become a full-fledged employee has not left the company so far. Don course tech after tech. Only the cuties, before leaving the company. Of course, Blackco is not stupid. Every employee has had their background investigated by Gene Origin, and by joining Blackco, the employees' lives are actually being watched by Origins. In the event of a leak, all Black Coca products are recalled by the company and the employee is sent directly inside the jail. The virtual gaming gallery and the flat-out water fountain project are going on at the same time. The virtual game is also getting more and more players, and the global temperature is getting warmer and warmer. Like the temperature of a furnace, it distorted the air a little. The whole city seemed to be empty, and everyone stayed at home, afraid to go out. Even if you have to go out for something, you have to do it in a car with air conditioning, and the driving has to be done with care and caution, with plenty of cracks in the concrete roads in the city. If you're not careful, you could fall into the middle of a subsidence. The only figure moving in the streets is the Great White. They are repairing broken roads in the heat and under the baking sun, as well as sweeping dead animals off the ground. Yes, the temperature has reached 50 degrees hotter today. Some birds, along with stray cats and dogs, could not withstand such high temperatures and died violently in the streets. The luckier animals slipped inside the human habitation building and rubbed the cold air that flowed through the door. But even so, there are still many animals dying of thirst and starvation in the streets. The stores of the city had all closed their doors and no one was open for business at all. So these animals don't always turn over things, even if they go through trash cans. It could be flipped over and scalded alive from the heat. Both the temperature of the sun and the ground, which is enough to cook an egg in an instant, are quite deadly. Even some of the reservoirs and lakes have been steamed nearly dry by the heat. Water is becoming more and more scarce and food has become scarce in just under a month. People around the globe are in a state of panic and it feels like the end times are really coming. The Dragon Kingdom has repeatedly stated that there will be no shortage of food and drinking water. No matter how hot it gets outside, food can be grown in greenhouses, and fresh water resources, if any, can be refined by seawater to satisfy the entire nation. Although this is very costly, it is one of the means. Those who had the foresight to stock up on food and water ahead of time were secretly grateful. But as the heat continues, they're running low on storage. Chapter 183, What Liquid? The Night I Missed You. The heat stabilized around 55 degrees until the 4th of July holiday in October. This heat is extremely disruptive and many people are out of work and just stay home every day. Some of the wires were so hot that they caught fire, and the moments when the home lost power and internet access were nearly devastating. Luckily, there are big white robots that circulate around the country every day, solving all sorts of problems. Even if the power goes out, it will be reconnected by the Great White as soon as it survives this time. Once again, Great White is the hero of the Dragon Kingdom, maintaining the environmental conditions of human life. For this reason, the National Research Institute has come up with a kind of wire over there, which is not afraid of high temperatures. Have Big White go and change every house to prevent power outages. Nowadays, people live their lives almost exclusively on air conditioning. The country has also lowered the price of electricity as a result, to avoid people who are really so poor that they can't even afford to blow the air conditioner. My God, when will these days end? It's so horrible that I'm living directly in the virtual gaming house and haven't been home in 7 days. Me too. The virtual game hall is so fragrant. The home also have to pay for their own air conditioning, but also cooking and cooking, hot and tired. Want to play games and have to run over. Really can't top it. Ha 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 ha, all in the same boat. I'm living in a virtual gaming house too, ordering food every day, blowing the air conditioning, playing games after eating. It's fast. The Dragon Nation just loves bitterness. No matter how bad life is going, chatting on the internet for a while will lead to happiness by assimilating into the sandy netizens. The virtual gaming gallery also started last month, opening stores in every city. Many people are the first to run to the virtual game hall to experience the degree of fire than when the internet cafe opened even more powerful. Good guy. I've been looking for no less than 7 virtual game halls. All of them are full of people. Can't play at all. I can't play with an available seat either. I'm in the virtual gaming hall waiting for someone to force me offline. I've been waiting in line here for 2 days. I've been waiting for a week, and I've been here every day talking to people in line. And who's better than me? 666, 6666. Is this the misery of the big city? We don't have many people going out on this side of the fourth-tier city. Or you can change the city. For a small amount of money, you can enjoy the virtual gaming world. Many people experience the virtual world once, and from then on, they can't get out of hand, and they just charter a plane to play until they are forced to go offline. Then get back in line at the pavilion and wait for the offline time to end. In the meantime, many people are crammed inside the virtual gaming pavilion, dabbling in air conditioning and eating steak and rice as they wait for players to disembark. When you're sleepy, you sleep on the desktop in the lounge area, and when you're dirty, you go to the bathroom and take a shower. I don't know if Tangku had anticipated this, but in every virtual game hall, there were bathrooms, and it's extremely clean in terms of hygiene, just like a 5-star hotel. Did you guys notice a detail? Why do you get steak and rice at the virtual gaming house? This. Right. Now that food is so scarce. Why is this meat still being served to customers within the virtual gaming hall? There's steak and rice? Why is there only instant noodles and steamed buns over here? Don't brag about being awesome. I don't sell food at all on my side, but I do sell drinking water, and it's the kind you get when you buy as much as you want. Food and water today are becoming a global scarcity. Water, in particular, is even more scarce than food. There are very few places out there that sell pure water anymore, and more are waiting for the water to be turned on regularly on this side of the country. As a result, a large number of people run to the virtual gaming halls, not to access the internet, but just to buy water to drink. Thanks for the invite. I'm in the virtual gaming hall and I just finished my chicken steak dinner, and I can tell you unequivocally that the chicken steak tasted great and was fresh. It was a bit pricey, but it was reasonable. A player who had just finished eating inside a virtual gaming pavilion posted his experience to the internet. It's the middle of a drought, and almost all the meat you get to eat is frozen, and it's up to the people to grab it. If you can't grab it, you'll have to wait for the meat food that the state distributes every few days. But that meat really wasn't very good and didn't come out as flavorful as it used to be. Asterisk 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 asterisk? Seriously? I'm going to eat at the virtual gaming house right now. Good lord. I'm in. It doesn't matter if it's expensive or not. It just has to taste good. I really miss fresh meat so much right now. It had been more than 2 months since they had eaten fresh meat, and the people had never dared to imagine that they would actually have such a day. After getting used to being well fed and clothed, the sudden lack of food is a chilling experience inside. One of the reasons for the panic came from this. How did this happen? The privilege of Big Don Cole? He has a supply of fresh meat? Is this the rich man? Damn it! Someone suddenly said something sensitive. If it were in the past, people would just be mindful of it. But it's different nowadays, in a period when everyone doesn't have enough to eat, in favor of the rich and powerful who have their mouths full. This can easily ignite the human mindset of hatred of the rich. Why should the rich and powerful have fresh meat, and they, the people, have to eat poor quality meat that has been frozen for who knows how long? Could it be that the top brass of the Dragon Kingdom are actually like the top brass of foreign countries, focusing only on profit? Right. Why is it true or false that a virtual gaming house can provide fresh meat? I want to protest. This is too much. We go hungry every day while the rich enjoy themselves every day. Don't think nonsense everyone. Tangko Big Brother open live. Not right. Is Yeshian sister open live? Go over to ask not know? Someone posted a link out of the blue on a forum where the discussion was raging. Since the outbreak of the global drought, Zhang Yashuan hadn't opened a live broadcast. There must be a reason why they are suddenly on the air now. It was mostly Tangko who had requested the live broadcast, not Zhang Yashuan. As a result, tens of millions of people flocked to the live broadcast in order under the publicity of the netizens. Tangko and Zhang Yashuan were sitting at the dining table, elegantly slicing the iron plate steak made by Dubai. The two clinked their glasses of red wine and took a light sip before slowly savoring the steak on the table. They moved gracefully and slowly, their handsome faces coupled with extraordinary temperament. Like nobles. What the hell? Live streaming food? Just a regular daily live stream? After waiting so many days for a live broadcast, it just turned out to be so mediocre? Steak. My god. Danko really does have a source of fresh meat. It's just an abomination. Thanks to the fact that I was so pink of him before. From now on, pink to black. Me too. Even if you secretly eat fresh meat, you actually openly show it off. Is the research and development of technology screwed up your brain? I think Tangku was floating. The live broadcast room was filled with hostility and abuse. Tangku and Zhang Yashuan completely ignored their water friends. Instead, they calmly finished the sumptuous meal. With the last sip of red wine in her throat, a slight blush appeared on Zhang Yashuan's delicate face, looking as if she was wearing light makeup. In fact, at home she was veiled the entire time. Even so, she was as beautiful as ever, as stunningly beautiful as a fairy. untainted by a trace of mortal dust. After eating, what do you want to do by opening a live broadcast? Zhang Yashuan wiped her red lips and asked with a light smile. She actually had some guesses as to what Tangko was going to do. The reason why I asked it was actually on behalf of the viewers of the live stream. Just when everyone thought that Tangko would answer the question head-on. Instead, he suddenly tossed his hair and said flirtatiously, "I'm on fluids." "What fluids?" "Thinking about your night, Zhang Yashuan." Viewers of the live stream. Chapter 184 Eco-Building for Health Reasons. Tangka's sudden words made the live broadcast room suddenly quiet. What kind of love story is that? It's so awkward. So Tangko captured Yashian's heart with his earthy words of love? It feels like I'd be fine on my own. This thought flashed through the minds of tens of millions of viewers, all at the same time. The live broadcast audience looked at the flirtatious Tangko with black lines all over their heads, not knowing what to say. Zhang Yashuan cried and laughed, scolding under her breath. "Be serious. What tricks are you playing here again?" She knew that these were not Tangko's own words. In the past he would not have said such earthy words of love. It's just so awkward that you get goosebumps listening to it. Ha 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 ha, to liven up the atmosphere. I remember the original words of a certain wine gongzi, just to try out the effect. Tangko laughed and returned to his usual normalcy. What's the point of learning these messy things if you don't learn the good ones? Zhang Yashuan blankly glanced at Tangko and said in a bad mood, "Ahem, don't learn to talk like him from now on." Tangko lightly coughed twice and looked at the live broadcast camera with a light smile. "I know what you're all wondering, and I'll be answering your confusion in this live broadcast. At the same time, this broadcast is kind of a bandwagon broadcast and a Black Coca product launch promotion." Not waiting for time for the audience to react, he continued. "Firstly, it's about the food in the virtual gaming hall. I bet the one topic that's all over the internet right now is where the fresh meat in the virtual gaming gallery is actually coming from. Ta-da!" He snapped his fingers and a wide holographic projection screen suddenly appeared around him. What was presented inside was a beautiful green prairie, with tender green grass swaying in the breeze. The blue sky was endless, and peaceful white clouds slowly drifted by. Hordes of sheep were scattered all around and were lazily munching on the tender green blades of grass, as cozy as they could be. The audience didn't get it. What was Dongkor doing? Putting on a documentary? It's beautiful, isn't it? Tangka's voice pulled the audience's thoughts back and smiled lightly. This is actually this morning's image. Isn't it curious where there is such an ecological environment? Isn't it already hot out there with no sheep activity at all? Now I'll answer your questions about this ecosystem, which is actually indoors. With a dripping sound, 5 more huge holographic projection screens were arranged and unfolded behind Tangku. The animals in each image are different, ranging from pigs, cows and sheep to chickens, ducks and geese. Each species enjoys an ecological space adapted to them, and the great white robot is looking after them nearby. Good lord, does anyone know where this is? It doesn't feel like it's hot at all. Really? Old Tang, don't fool us. Where else is there such a green grassland now? That's right. I hear a lot of the green grass is drying up and wilting from the heat. Viewers were skeptical, feeling that the images were just faked by Tangku using holographic projections. Now, not to mention such beautiful grasslands, even the forests have decreased. The scorching heat caused many trees to suddenly burst into spontaneous combustion, burning down one lush forest after another. The worst was on the Australian side, where an active volcano erupted, setting 6 million hectares of forest ablaze. Houses were destroyed and animals died in droves. The forest had been a great place to escape the heat, but suddenly became an inferno. The blaze's burning has so far failed to extinguish the already hot conditions. Because of this burning of the forests, global temperatures have risen again. Tonka leered and said, "This isn't outside, it's indoors." With that said, the screen shifted again and 6 images were spliced and combined to form a super building. The audience went wide-eyed. Why does this building look familiar? Like I've seen it somewhere? There's no need to be skeptical. This is the very same super eco building I built some time ago, and this is where I source my meat. There's another super eco building that I used to specialize in growing vegetables and fruits. Abruptly, as Tangka's voice fell, another super building appeared in front of the audience. Inside, the same great white was walking around, but the surroundings had changed from grasslands to a farmland. A wide variety of vegetables and fruits were grown there, and the gentle sunlight shone down, spraying droplets of water dripping from the leaves. Just from the picture, you can feel that the temperature is definitely the best greenhouse for growing vegetables and fruits. Just look at it and feel comfortable. So guys, are you still wondering what my 2 super buildings are for, and where I get my food from? Tangka smiled and casually waved his hand, turning off the holographic projection screen. Everyone in the live broadcast room couldn't help but be stunned. If what Tangka said was true, wouldn't that mean that he had predicted the drought a long time ago? Asterisk 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 asterisk? Is this the big guy, using thousands of square meters of big land just to create a super eco building? How much electricity does this damn thing use in a day? Power consumption is nothing to be afraid of. Do you think Tang Ku will not be able to afford the electricity bill? How did Lao Tang know that the drought was coming? And why did he start building the eco-building so long ago? Was it a coincidence? Who knows? I feel it must not be as simple as a coincidence. Tang Ku has a message path, and purposely didn't say anything? Looking at the pop-ups in the live broadcast, Tang Ku felt helpless, but an explanation had to be made. Creating 2 eco-buildings is really just a way to get yourself some healthy food. The arrival of the drought in the ecological building I built was a complete coincidence. Believe it or not, I believe it anyway. He wouldn't dare say that Origins had stolen the information from the state. If it was known, it is not the country, but the global user that Donko was trying to explain. This has been about everyone's privacy. The fact that Origins can steal information about the country also shows that everyone's life is under Origins surveillance. It's going to be more than trouble if this is known, so it has to be rounded off with a lie. As far as power consumption and all that, it's actually solar energy the whole time. And my whole eco-building is a heat-absorbing apparatus that converts all that heat into energy. Once again, Don Cole began his most skillful set of words, changing the subject. Sure enough, after this change of topic by Tang Ku, the atmosphere of the live broadcast immediately changed. From questioning Tang Ku to all kinds of marveling. Good lord, the whole building is a solar heat converter? Does it get any more outrageous than that? It turns out that rich people don't just buy things to eat, they buy seeds and poultry to cultivate and then eat them. In order to grow vegetables and raise poultry, you made 2 eco-buildings for us sake? Is it true that poverty limits my imagination? Big brother Tonka, I'm wondering if the virtual gaming hall will always provide us with this food? Chapter 185. Isn't it amazing? Netflix is such a real person. When you're not happy, just yell this guy Tang Ku. When he was happy, he would say Lao Tang and Tang Ku big brother in one breath for a while. You can't tell if these people are fans or jet-setters. Regarding the meat and vegetables in the virtual gaming pavilion, they are actually extra from my house and are offered in limited quantities, Tang Ku said. I'm sure you've also found out that the virtual game halls in some areas don't sell food. Only the virtual game halls in some big cities do. As big as my eco-buildings are, there are only so many of them. So I'm only going to take the extra I have and use it to help people. The meat and vegetables from his ecological building are not just provided for himself and his wife, and also the parents at home, and the in-laws. We'll take out some meat for the virtual gaming house, totally more than you can eat. That's why the quantities are extremely small and won't be available to outsiders for a long time to come. Also, anyone who comes spamming me even like this, I'll come to your door tomorrow and fight you offline. Tang Ku didn't forget to add one last thing, and the audience couldn't help but chuckle. Those old jet-setters who were still a bit impulsive, the keyboards they were pounding on all stopped at this moment. They are really afraid that Tang Ku will come to their door. For some reason, the same thought popped into everyone's head. This guy is really going to do it. Tang Ku, these threatening words are not joking. If someone really dared to spray him, immediately door. He knows how scary the internet spammers can be. People who are clearly doing everything in their power to help others get sprayed all over the place just because they suddenly cut off their help. In order to prevent such a thing from happening, he had to snuff out any hint of it in the first place. Alright, hurry up and get to your point. Zhang Yashuan looked helplessly at Tang Ku, who was humming lightly, and voiced a reminder. Oh, yeah, almost forgot. Tonka then remembered that this opening wasn't meant to be an explanation, and he walked to the other side of the room. Zhang Yashuan, who was holding up her cell phone, moved the camera along with Tang Ku. The luxurious mansion fell into the live broadcast, and countless viewers felt a wave of envy. Who wouldn't want such a big beautiful house? Tang Ku walked over to the drinking fountain and tapped it. Ladies and gentlemen, this opening is to give you a surprise. This thing is called the flat-out drinking fountain. A machine that was pure white in color and resembled a coffee machine was placed on the tabletop. Looking dumbfounded at everyone in the broadcast room. Why are you introducing this? Who doesn't have a water cooler? Is the point the water cooler? The point is there's no water right now. What's the point of selling water fountains at this time? And with a big black tech guy selling water fountains here, it always felt like something wasn't right with the picture. It feels like a degenerate celebrity who runs off to bring in fakes on air. It feels ordinary to me. Why don't you introduce flying skateboards and flying cars, big guy, and forget about water fountains? There's no water to drink, Biggie, and how you've degenerated to selling water fountains. Have you run out of steam? Nice guy, Jiang Lang is done. The crowd felt embarrassed and urged Tang Ku to stop being so depraved. Seeing these sand-sculpted pop-ups, Tang Ku couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Since it was so unpopular, he might as well tease these people. Hear me out. This water fountain is not what you think it is. Just flip the switch and water will come out. He took the cup and put it under the drinking fountain connection and flicked the switch. After receiving a full glass of water, He laughed. How was it? Fantastic, isn't it? Live viewers. Good lord, this I know. Just put the water in a cup and you can drink it. Amazing, isn't it? I can pick up noodles with chopsticks. How's that? Amazing, isn't it? I threw the basketball on the floor and it bounced. How's that? Isn't that amazing? I just posted a shitogram and I got blocked. How's that? Isn't that amazing? This should be pretty common. The sand sculpture netizens are still that familiar flavor, and have followed suit to troll Tangku's breathless actions. Looking at this mocking words from the audience, Tangku just didn't make a sound. When their agitation was over, then he laughed and said, "Don't be in a hurry. Let's take a look at the next step. What is called magic." With that, he asked Dubai to bring in a large water basin and then flick the water fountain switch. Drinking water hit the water basin with a clatter and kept flowing and flowing. At first the crowd was unimpressed, thinking that Tangku was going to play some new trick, but the next scene left them puzzled, because such a small water dispenser actually dispenses more water than its own size. The most outrageous thing was that the large water basin below was full. A second large water basin came in and in less than a moment it was filled again. The water from the water fountain kept flowing and didn't stop at all. The water boys are finally waking up. Donko is still the same Donko, and always comes up with more than you can imagine. Well, take this water and water the flowers or cook. Don't waste it. Tangka smiled and turned off the water fountain switch, letting Dubai take this water to go. The next thing you know, without him having to open his mouth, the discussion on the air was already in full swing. Everyone saw what the magic that Tangku had just described was really a thing. Good lord, this water dispenser you tell me is mediocre? Unlimited water release? There's really no receiver to tease us? Do you think Big Brother Tangku has the need to lie to us? Who said that Tangku is a jungle? That's just them being blind. Why does this water fountain have a constant flow of water? And how the hell does it do that? The live stream had blown up, and more people were watching it. Now that people around the globe are staying at home, internet users are at an all-time high. The number of people in Zhang Yashuan's live broadcast room had now reached 300 million. There was an audience both at home and abroad, and many were thinking of Tangku making a fool of himself. I didn't realize that the end result was that the clowns were actually themselves. Tangku had intentionally not picked it out earlier, favoring the function show to them, not for the face, just for fun. This water dispenser, through the retina on both sides, absorbs elements from the air to create water. Tangku laughed. As long as there are still elements in the air around it, it can produce a constant stream of water. It's the most mediocre of all my inventions so far, so it's named Mediocre Water Dispenser. Compared to other technologies, this stuff is just a derivative. Indeed, it was one of the most common in his hands, but to the average person, how the hell can you call that mediocre? Especially during this drought. This thing is a godsend for the world. Just after this object was announced, Chen Zimo and Tangku's cell phones received a large number of messages. It's all about the rich and powerful in society. The first thing they did was to find Heike's site and try to buy the first water fountains. The whole internet was stunned. As long as there are still elements in the air, you can create pure drinking water. This thing is almost like a perpetual motion machine. Chapter 186, Real Food for Thought. The announcement of the water fountain was known across the internet in just under 5 minutes. More and more people flocked to the live broadcast, and there were many foreign viewers. They all came to find out if it's really as awesome as the internet says it is. Where's the water dispenser? It's the one in front of you. Come and show it to us, the people of Neon. And if it's okay, we'll invest in buying a bunch of them. Shilpa, I think this thing is blown. How can there be a water fountain with endless drinking water? I feel like it's a front. It's a scam. Quickly, show your product and let me see if it's really as powerful as you say it is. Words from various countries crossed the pop-up screen, causing strong discontent among the people of the Dragon Nation. The live streaming room already has a real-time translation function, and a line will appear below the foreign text, automatically translated. Now the live broadcast has long been oriented to the world. Only the domestic live broadcast software. More Dragon users. Suddenly there are so many foreigners running to the mediocre water fountains. Seeing this arrogant tone of command from them, the Dragon Key Immortal immediately applied to go to war. What the hell? Hurry up and get the hell back. Don't disturb our pleasure. Grass. Here comes a bunch of stupid X. The house manager quickly kicked people. Don't give foreigners in. That's right. This kind of farce X isn't kicking yet? That's not good. I need to ask Tangku and Sister Yashian before I can do that. The house manager was a little embarrassed. He didn't wimp out on foreigners, but in case he was running to work with Tangku, it wouldn't be good to kick him out privately. Housekeeping kicks people out. All those who aren't from the Dragon Kingdom. At this time, Tangka suddenly vocalized. The drinking fountains are limited in number, and are currently only sold to people in their own countries. But of course, overseas people with Dragon Country household registration can also purchase them. When these words came out, these foreign spectators were immediately infuriated. Shelter. What gives you the right to kick us so Dunkor can do whatever he wants? It's just outrageous. Is this the way of hospitality in the Dragon Kingdom? Baka. Wait for me. You'll definitely get what's coming to you. All of these openers were asked to leave by the house manager after one pop-up. Tangka said disdainfully at this. And hospitality. No courtesy or respect at all. Coming up here and speaking to me in a commanding tone. And you still want me to have hospitality? That's right. These foreigners are just spoiled by some people who think that foreigners have privileges within the Dragon Country. Old Dawn did the right thing, and it does teach these people a lesson. A lot of foreigners pretend to be amiable and friendly in our Dragon Country, and cheat who knows how many silly girls out of their guns. It's so disgusting. Tangka's words resonated with many in the Dragon Nation. The fact that he kicked someone out is even more of a slap in the face. No matter what the status of the other party is or what they are here for, they are all kicked out. Limited quantities available. Sold only to Dragon Nation. I'm afraid that the only one who has such a bottom line is Tangku. All of this water is directly drinkable. And you can rest assured that the elemental content that should be in the water is here. And there won't be any problems. Tangku made an assurance, while gesturing his hand to call up the selling interface. This water dispenser is priced at $10,000. And only 10,000 units have been produced on the factory side, so hurry up and place your orders. First come, first served. Hundreds of millions of viewers were dumbfounded to hear that this thing was actually only $10,000. Can't afford a virtual gaming pod, but this water dispenser is still affordable. The most important thing is that this water dispenser is a must-have in people's daily life. A must-have. You can buy it and use it for the rest of your life. Hundreds of millions of people frantically clicked on the shopping link the moment it appeared to grab it. Within seconds, 10,000 water fountains were sold out. Those who hadn't grabbed the drinking fountains immediately wailed and prayed for Tangku to let the factory side hurry up production. Those who didn't buy it don't need to be in a hurry. The factory side is already in a hurry. And if you want to taste this water, you can buy it in the virtual gaming hall. If you can't afford to buy it, you can go to the virtual world to drink it as well. And if you don't have any fresh food to eat, you can also go to the virtual game to feast on it. The next is the link to buy the virtual game pod. So hurry up and place your order if you need it. Tangku's words were seamless. Just after selling the water dispenser, the next moment he jumped to the sale of virtual gaming pods. The most excessive thing was that his words made everyone suddenly flinch. There is a lack of delicious food in real life, but you can still go into the game to eat a big meal. I can't believe they forgot about such a thing. All they do all day is brush up and brush down. Right. There are so many delicacies in the virtual world. We can't eat the previous delicacies in reality. We can eat them in the virtual world. Is the food in the virtual world the same as in reality? Absolutely the same. I've eaten there many times. Except the food in there costs just as much money and doesn't fill a realistic stomach. So I don't really go there. My nigga. This is also heavenly invincible, right? The ratio of the currency of the virtual world to the currency of the Dragon Kingdom was 1-to-1. And the price of food in the virtual world was a little bit cheaper than in reality. Mostly it's when you have an online party with your guildmates that you choose to eat virtual world cuisine. After all, if you have this money and get it to buy food in reality, doesn't it smell good? Why eat in the game? The food you eat inside the game can't fill your stomach in reality. The virtual world of food, as far as the players are concerned, is meant to be a money pit. That's why many people are reluctant to spend money and forget about it over time. But it's different now. And the reality is that money can't buy such delicacies. I've been nibbling on buns and eating instant noodles every day. This is where the value of virtual food becomes less of a chicken feed at this point in time. It became a delicious memory for mankind. No matter how many buns are nibbled in reality, just head over to the virtual world for a hearty meal. Now that's real spiritual food. For a while, those who would not have been able to spare the money for the virtual gaming pods, after hearing this, it was finally painful to click buy. While spending money sourly, they inwardly cursed. Tangku was a salesman's ghost. In this time of global drought, the introduction of water fountains is a good thing. But the promotion of this virtual gaming pod in the back is very much a sales ghostwriter's ability in there. Instead of talking about the game, it's about the food. Recommendations that focus right on the kind of things that people are lacking the most today. What had to be admitted was that Tangku's words did make sense. Now that food is beyond the reach of money, you might as well go out and spend hard in the virtual world. Chef careers are happy inside. It's springtime for them. With this push from Tangku, the number of people in the virtual world reached its peak. The chefs are even making a killing, making a fortune in the virtual world. Chapter 187, Slow work makes fine work. Definitely not being lazy. Shut down the live feed. Tangku looked at today's turnover and couldn't help but feel saddened. It turns out that a few words from myself can lead to such huge economic flows. Do you think I should change my career to become a bandwagon anchor? Tang Ko flirted. If he came to be a bandwagon anchor, he might be able to mimic those acting bandwagons from his previous life, to bring a different kind of fun to the world. Come on, aren't you afraid of being told that you're a Jianlang talent? Zhang Yashuan laughed softly twice. Tang Ke sniffed, pretending to be angry. How Jianlang is exhausted, but I just got a drinking fountain out. But your novels are still about famous detectives until now. Zhang Yashuan winked playfully. Tang Ke's novel had been updated for so long, with a daily word count of 30,000 to 40,000 words. But the plot, above, never showed signs of ending. A lot of people on the internet are saying that Donkor has jaded himself and is ready to write this book for the rest of his life. I still have a lot of stories in my head. I just haven't taken them out for a while. Tang Ke was a bit unconvinced. With the idea coder in place, he was perfectly capable of double or even triple booting. And each book is 30,000 or 40,000 words a day. It was only that Tang Ke felt that a thin stream was the way to go, which was why he didn't bring out all his other works. Why don't you take it out? It was Zhang Yashuan's turn to be curious. If you have something good, shouldn't you take it all out so you can make more money? Fine-tuning, understand? You can't be too eager to finish the story. The readers won't be able to read it. I'm looking out for them, Tang Ke said with a serious face. If readers saw him say that, they would absolutely say, big deal. Zhang Yashuan saw through it and didn't say anything. She just smiled sweetly. I'm done with my comics. Since you have so many stories, why don't you give me two? Two? Tang Ke was stunned and thought for 2 seconds. That's fine. 2 is 2. After 2 experiments with anime works, it has been clearly affirmed. The anime that was a big hit in the last life is perfectly feasible to put here. So next, you can bring out the last long anime. Ha? You're taking out 2? What's the story? Quickly tell me. Zhang Yashuan grabbed Tang Ke's arm with some excitement. She just casually mentioned it, but she didn't expect Tang Ke to actually say that he could give her 2 stories. What a great surprise. It's okay to tell you, but Tang Ke hemmed and hawed, backhanded his wife and picked her up. Sitting on the sofa, we just finished eating. Don't we need to exercise and digest? And regardless of whether his wife objected, he kissed him directly in the face. Sex patch. Zhang Yashuan's small mouth pouted as a touch of redness surfaced on her stunning face. Then she greeted her. Around 9:30 p.m., Tang Ke and his wife came out of the shower and sat together in the home theater to watch Spellbound Back to War. The two had watched this anime no less than 3 times, and at the moment they were merely leaning in to make small talk. So the 2 anime works you're going to give me, what type are they? Zhang Yashuan's voice was very soft, and she seemed to be a bit tired. Big White walked in with 2 cups of hot milk and placed them on the tabletop before quietly leaving. Tang Ke picked up the milk and took a sip, smiling. These 2 anime are long, enough for you to draw for a long time. An anime that still focuses on blood and emotion called Naruto. When it comes to Naruto, this anime is a long one. If Zhang Yashuan paints a little slower, she is probably able to accompany a generation of people growing up. The story of this anime has a lot of bugs, but it doesn't hurt. The point is that the fervor and emotion in it has made countless teenage girls wave tears in their eyes. It feels like I'm reading someone else's story, and it feels like I'm reading my own. It is because the protagonist's experiences are, more or less, similar to those of the audience and thus resonate. It's the coming-of-age story of a generation of protagonists, with all its sorrows and joys. The other one is a little different, featuring mopeds to fight, called Pokemon. What's the story of Pokemon Go? The first image that pops into most people's minds are the various sprites, not the story plot. Pokemon Go's biggest draw. It's a cute elf, not a coming-of-age story for the main character. This is very different from Naruto. Naruto is a portrayal of the story's setting and characters, creating a uniquely charismatic character, as well as an entire worldview. Pokemon, on the other hand, is all about watching elves get cute, battle, and day-to-day. As for the protagonist Koji, it's more like a breeder, helping the viewer lords raise each Pokemon. Tang Ke recounted the general type and content of the 2 works to Zhang Yashuan. Are you asking me to paint both works together? Would that be too slow? Zhang Yashuan is used to a work being completed quickly. The speed at which she draws comics is among the top kind within the industry. Suddenly she was asked to paint a work slowly for years to finish it, and she was a little less comfortable with it. Remember what I said before. It's important to be subtle and not too pushy. Tang Ke eloquently said, a work to be fine. First of all, we must be slow. Slow work is fine work. The same is true for creation. The reason it's slow is to create better work, and it's definitely not because of laziness. Understand? His seemingly reasonable, yet somewhat strange words caused Zhang Yashuan to be a bit confused. It seems that Tang Ke's update speed has been quite fierce. Out of the work is not a problem, but there's nothing wrong with slow work, and it's true that doing slow work seriously can make a work better. Zhang Yashuan blinked, not bothering to pick up Tang Ko's words. I don't know if she was fooled or not. The two of them leaned together quietly, enjoying the cozy temperature of the room and the animation playing on the projection screen. After watching an episode, Origins automatically plays the next episode for them. At this time, Zhang Yashuan suddenly said, as good as anime is always two-dimensional. And even with holographic projection, you can't turn them into 3 dimensions. Tang Ko was stunned and nodded his head expressionlessly. Yeah, it's a shame. Holographic projection cameras are now available and are used in many live-action movies and TV shows. The captured images can be played back directly through holographic projection. The audience is immersed in the scene as if they were actually there. Theaters expanded as a result, giving birth to holographic movies with even more horrific revenues. There are already people working on holographic anime, but this stuff is predominantly 3D. It is a picture formed by 3D modeling and then holographically projected. The amount of work behind this is considerable. 2D anime, on the other hand, doesn't have any way to be incorporated into holographic projections, unless there's a godly painter who paints the entire two-dimensional world. The amount of work is more time-consuming than 3D modeling, and no company is even willing to try it. Chapter 188, The Heike Group. Many people say that the future of anime is holographic anime. The only thing that can get out of the holographic anime road is 3D anime. This statement is gaining more and more recognition that the era of 2D anime's decline is approaching. The fact that 2D anime is still prevalent today is solely because holographic anime hasn't been created yet. Whether it's 2D anime or 3D anime, it's a huge amount of work to try to make a holographic projection. Tang Ko habitually stroked his wife's slender thighs with a contemplative face. Even if they did make a holographic anime, those classic anime of the past, which were always two-dimensional, could never be turned into holographically projected works, unless someone is willing to spend a lot of money and effort to reset these pieces. When he thought of this, another thought came to Tang Ko's mind. Scanning holographic imaging. Flat animation can be scanned, calculated and analyzed by the Origin, and then formed into a holographic projection image. In this way, it doesn't take a lot of time and effort, whether it's a 2D anime or a 3D anime. Just do the anime as you always have. The rest is given to an instrument or software to scan and make a holographic anime. This kind of black technology is the most test. In fact, the origin of the ability to recognize and computing. With current origination capabilities, recognizing anime scene images is not a problem at all. Computing power, with the ever-enhanced brain computer in place, was likewise not a problem. The smart brain computers were the same as Origins, and Tang Ko would give them a wave of upgrades in his free time. The computing power of today's smart brain computers is a full 30% higher than before. Continuing on, the smart brain computer will have to switch from electronic to quantum before it can improve its performance again, or maybe create new elements. There may be something to be found from the new elements to boost the speed of the thinking computer. There is the presence of the intelligent brain computer plus Origins, which scans the remaining work of holographic imaging. Just write the code and make it. Needless to say, Origins' ability was too powerful and helped Tang Ko do a lot of things. There are so many things that are done with her help. Bow, I got you a few more sets of clothes. I don't know if you like them. Zhang Yashuan, who was shrinking in Tang Ko's arms, suddenly looked up and said, as long as you bought it, I like it. Tang Ko smiled. Zhang Yashuan waved a few hand gestures in the air, asking Big White to bring the clothes over. She went on to say, the dress is different this time. I drew the pattern. You drew it yourself? What pattern did you draw? Tang Ko said with interest. Just look, here comes the dress. Zhang Yashuan saw Dabai walk in and immediately got up, taking the clothes from Dabai's hands. She came in front of Tang Ko and spread out the 2 white short sleeves, smiling smugly. Dang dang dang. Look quickly. Does it feel familiar? Tang Ko cast his gaze, only to see 2 sketched realistic characters on the clothes. A man and a woman are embracing. The one on the left features 2 people in a standing position. The long-haired girl buried her face in the short-haired boy's arms, her smile revealing happiness. On the other dress, the boy is sitting on the couch and the girl is sitting on the boy's lap. The boy buried his head in the girl's arms and smiled the same happy smile. The boy and the girl on the clothes had a rather familiar look. It was none other than Tang Ko with Zhang Yashuan herself. Both dresses are men's and the sketched figures come to life. Both of their smiles were full of happiness, with deep love in their eyes. Tang Ko smiled and took the clothes, exclaiming from the bottom of his heart, it's not bad, the pattern is lovingly designed, and it's still the 2 of us. I like this dress. I'm sure the wife didn't put a lot of thought into this lifelike sketch. Seeing the clothes, Tang Ko felt his wife's full love for him. Didn't you get yourself 2 of these clothes? Don Cor asked. Yes, I got the couple's model. I didn't let Big White bring my 2. The pattern is the same. Zhang Yashuan smiled and nodded her head. Seeing that Tang Ko was satisfied, she was also quite sweet inside. Donkor had done so much for her, and there was nothing she could give to Donkor herself. So that's what gave rise to the idea of designing your own patterns for your clothes. Gifts don't care about being expensive, they care about the thought. Thank you, wife. I love these 2 dresses. This is more expensive than any of my dresses. Give me a kiss. Tangka laughed as he carried his wife to sit on his lap and gave her a hard kiss on her blown-out face. Zhang Yashuan's slender arm encircled Tangka's neck, the fragrant wind blowing on his face, saying, "What about me? Am I important? Hey, I'll take it even if it's heavier." Tangka hammed and hawed. Bummer. I wasn't talking about that heavy. And I'm not heavy. I can feel it. You're not heavy at all. Oily mouth Zhang Yashuan blanked Tangku. She suddenly remembered something and put away her playfulness. Right. Let's let that Spirit Stone studio with Tianji do these 2 works as well. Yeah, who else would it be? Don Cor was puzzled, not understanding why his wife suddenly asked about it. Well, I think that since we're putting out so many anime for them to do, why don't we just acquire these 2 studios and make them a branch of Haika? Zhang Yashuan voiced her thoughts. The 2 studios' current anime was provided by both Tangku and Zhang Yashuan. Might as well just buy them out and merge them together into their own industry. With Tangka's financial power today, it wasn't difficult to acquire these 2 companies. Also, we now have too many kinds of tech products that already include cars, robots, drones, mechanical exoskeletons, AR glasses, medical pods, gaming pods, and more. Zhang Yashuan's voice lurched as she solemnly said, "It's time to set up the group." Other companies grow a product into a group and then develop other industries to further grow themselves. And Tangka here, a small company, but even the headquarters is inside the Hongtai Group building. So many technological products have been developed in different directions. It's not even a group. All the miscellaneous stuff, all in one company. Such a messy plan and still able to keep it so organized, purely on Chen Zimo's outstanding ability. Anyone else in this company would have been a mess. That makes sense. I'll have Chen Zimo get it. Don Cor rather listened to his wife, who he felt was right. So immediately call out the projection panel and send a message to Chen Zimo. Groups and companies are not the same. A company is a separate legal entity. A group is not. The group manages each branch in a unified manner, and the company can only take care of itself. When Chen Zimo received the information, he immediately categorized all the technological products and set up Duo Plus. Each company identified a blackened company, Patriarch to serve as company president. Hiko was promoted to Hiko Group. Chapter 189 Drought to be followed by extreme cold? The benefits of incorporation are easier and more convenient management and increased productivity. It would also be better to merge the anime studio and Chen Beishuan's future skeleton company under the operation of Chen Zimo. In less than a week's time, Zhang Jiasher's Spirit Stone Animation Studio, Chen Beishuan's future skeleton company, and Tianji Animation Company. Successful acquisition with huge funding from the Black Corp Group. The 3 companies became completely subsidiaries of the Heko Group, but they did not enjoy the benefits of Heko's products. At the same time, the original Blackco company has branched out into a number of branches. Great White Robot for one company, Kirin Smart Car for one company, AR Glasses for one company. In the future, the only way to get a Black Coca product is to rely on the year-end bonus. Either way, the Blackco Group is not a welfare delivery cutie group. If you want something good you first have to show results. Doing so will better motivate the employees of each company. The hot weather continues. A large number of reservoirs and lakes have dried up to the bottom, and the yellow soil cracks and spreads out in cobwebs. The people are having a hard time, and food is getting less and less every day. There are more and more people in the hospitals and the pressure on the country is quite high. Most of these people admitted to the hospital were suffering from heat stroke and dehydration, or starvation comas. The underlying cause was not addressed as much as it was after being taken to the hospital for treatment. The area outside the building is completely off limits, and anyone who wants to get around has to be in a cold air-filled car. However, Tangko was quite comfortable at home and even had the means to have a spicy hot pot, room temperature in your home, always at the most comfortable temperature. There were also force field shields propped up to insulate much of the heat. Even the large yard at home doesn't feel as hot. Great White spends his days tending to flowers and plants. This place is a paradise. It wasn't that Tangko was unwilling to help the people of the Dragon Kingdom, but he was equally powerless. Even if all the cows and sheep in the eco building were slaughtered, it wouldn't satisfy everyone. Might as well keep some cattle and sheep to breed and grow and make your life a little more comfortable. The only help he can give to the people of the Dragon Kingdom, it's the accelerated mass production of flat water dispensers to solve the problems on water resources in the Dragon Kingdom as much as possible. The rest of the food problem is what the country needs to focus on. Based on my years of experience in the field, we shouldn't just look at the surface of the drought. We should think about something deeper. In a live interview on Dragon TV, a professorial figure was saying with a solemn face, We are experiencing an unprecedented global drought, but it will pass sooner or later and we need not worry about it. All the doomsday talk is a lie. Instead of thinking about doomsday, let's think about what will come after the drought. The interviewer asked cooperatively, after the drought? So Prof. Liang has thought so deeply. Is it about the protection of the earth after the drought? The audience couldn't help but shake their heads in mockery as they saw this. Another program to comfort the people. They've watched a lot of these programs, all about getting people to be optimistic about the drought and working together to get through this disaster. But do those words work? Perhaps it is indeed good chicken soup for some pessimists, but there is no substantial role. Not as good as the virtual game Tang could get more can give people spiritual help. Prof. Liang pushed his glasses and seriously came out with a shocking news. No, ecology is something that will be balanced. From ancient times to the present there is the saying that the extreme heat will be followed by the extreme cold. The only way to do this is to conform to a balanced ecological system. His voice became heavier and heavier. We need to get ready now, to face the extreme cold. Wait until the drought passes to make preparations. Everything will be too late. His words froze the audience, as well as the young lady he was interviewing, in their tracks. It's a little different than what you've heard in the past. In the old days, the analysis and interview programs were all kinds of reassuring the people that the drought would pass in a month or two. Turns out it's December and it's as hot as living on a grill. There was no rainfall, no snow, and no breeze. I was expecting this interview to be the same pie in the sky to comfort the horrified people. However, it was never expected that Prof. Liang would actually say a piece of news that would make the people even more horrified. Even the filming crew looked to their boss and asked if they wanted to abort the broadcast. The interviewing young lady was very good at her job, and immediately said seriously, Professor Liang, may I ask if you have any basis for this claim? You can eat nonsense, but you can't talk nonsense. As a professor, actively spreading rumors here is a very serious matter. I'm not talking nonsense, but I'm cautioning the nation and the top brass that we must be prepared to deal with it. And here's my analysis that you can take and study. Professor Liang was unassuming, tapping his fingers twice on the frames of his glasses. A holographic projection instantly appeared, presenting a dense amount of profile information on it. He published this information directly uploaded to the live stream. My peers who were watching the live stream immediately downloaded it. At this look, everyone's eyes widened and a shiver ran through their insides, because this report is quite credible. There are multiple references to incidents. Unsurprisingly, once the drought passes, there will be an unprecedented extreme cold. Is this heaven's punishment for us? An old man watching the report said in a trembling voice, the drought has already caused a lot of trouble, and if we get extreme cold again, won't a lot of people have to die? Another researcher sighed, it's us who didn't protect the Earth's environment, so natural disasters followed. This report is going to be publicized globally, so if the extreme cold is really coming, then be prepared to deal with it at this very moment. If the extreme cold arrives, food will shrink again. The conditions for growing vegetables and fruits will become more demanding. It is important to prepare in advance to minimize the consequences of the extreme cold. What? The drought was followed by an extreme cold? Tang Ku, who was writing a software program, was so shocked by his wife's words that he accidentally stepped on a device under his feet. There was a mechanical clanging sound. His legs were then sheathed in layers of armor, forming mechanical thighs. After so many months of research, Tang Ku had managed to build the Black Ku armor. Only technologies such as new elemental energy and nanofolding compression remained to be gotten right. And the program he was writing now was scanning holographic imaging software. It is possible to make an anime or movie, turn it into a hologram. Yeah, that's what Prof. Liang said on TV, and he even published the analysis report, which has now received extreme attention from the higher-ups in the Dragon Kingdom. Zhang Yashuan's jade finger slid the page in the void, then tapped a few times, showing the information she saw in front of Tang Ku. Seeing the report above, and the response from the higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom, Tang Ku couldn't help but frown. Chapter 190, Scanning Holographic Imaging. If the extreme cold would really arrive, Tang Ku would also have to be prepared to deal with it before he could do so. The brunt of this is the two superb eco-buildings. From the heat of the drought to the freezing cold of the extreme cold, the solar aspect of the eco-building is then greatly diminished. In severe cases, it can also lead to insufficient power supply to the super eco-building. After all, the super eco-building relies on the sun's heat for all its energy, though you can also use the electricity provided by Dragon, and you can certainly afford to pay for it anyway, but it's also the same as, well, putting the energy drive of your own eco-building in someone else's hands. Once the circuits go out, both buildings are going to be cool. That's why it's a little more reassuring to have the energy side of things taken care of by yourself. The second is the ability of the two buildings to keep out the cold, but that's not much of a problem. With industrial nanites added to the Ku alloys, The two super eco buildings are excellent for both cold and heat protection. The immediate preparation is to make the two eco buildings capable of generating electricity not only from the heat but also from the cold. Getting scanning imaging out of the way first. Tang-ko rubbed his temples, feeling a little tired and headachy. It's really one thing after another. Emergencies were frequent, leaving him with a schedule that was piling up more and more. Luckily, with the vast amount of knowledge in his head, he didn't need to learn anything new for a while. He slid his hand in a casual gesture, and a piece of the armor came off at his feet and stacked neatly on top of each other. Time passed quickly as Tang-ko tapped on the software code that scanned the holographic imaging. After dinner, he finally got the software manufactured. Tang-ko named the software Stand Up. It means that flat objects become three-dimensional. The reason for such a quirky name is to make the software seem unique and more memorable. This software is going to be open to the public and take a resolution charge. Importing an anime episode of Ghostbusters Blade. The software and the smart brain computer operate simultaneously. It took about 10 minutes of waiting before it was finally parsed. Tang-ko slid a bit in the void, called out the holographic projection, and clicked on the anime to play it. His computer and the holographic projection at home are interoperable with each other. The moment he clicked play, under the holographic projection, the image of the underground laboratory changed at once. The snow was heavy and as far as the eye could see, it was all white. Tang-ko was sitting in the dimly lit woods with his chair. The environment he was in moved along with the picture. A teenager is carrying an unconscious young girl on his back, running wildly through the snow. Heavy breaths exhaled from its mouth, forming a white mist. Anxiety and disbelief were written all over the teenager's face, and the young girl on his back had blood all over her forehead, dripping down her torso and onto the snow. Why it's come to this? The teenager breathed heavily and muttered, "Don't die, thy doozy, don't die, I will absolutely save you." That's right, what's playing at the moment is the opening animation of the first episode of Ghost Destroyer's Blade. The screen was still in 2D anime style, but Tang-ko felt like he was in the scene at the moment. Legendary, came to the secondary world, realistically drawn. He sits in a 2D world, yet feels the 3D perspective. The feeling is indescribably marvelous. He casually turned off the holographic projection screen and slumped down on the virtual gaming pod. Origins, import the anime from earlier into the virtual game pod. After saying that, Tang-ko directly closed his eyes and pressed the game pod button. In the next second, he arrived in the world of Ghost Destruction Blade. This time he stood in the world of anime and watched as the anime protagonist, Charcoal Gyru, ran from the front and then passed over himself. Tang-ko stood still, with no intention of leaving. He wanted to see what the world would be like if he didn't follow the protagonist's perspective. After waiting for a few moments, the scene turned in vain. The scene camera switches to the cozy routine of the Charcoal Gyru family before the accident. It doesn't follow the main character's camera, and when the time is up, it also jumps straight to the screen. Don Cor came up with the first answer he wanted. Then there was continued watching and waiting as Charcoal Gyru descended the mountain alone. He likewise did not follow until after Charcoal Gyru had left completely. Tonka realizes that all of Charcoal Gyru's family is in a state of stillness at this moment. The parts of the anime that aren't depicted will go straight to still frames to replace them, unless there's a recollection of the plot to fill in, and then the origin to construct and splice it together. Don Cor cupped his chin in thought as he waited for the plot to continue to flow. Meanwhile, heading in the other direction, after roughly a few hundred meters, he encountered an invisible wall that blocked Tang-ko's way. An unpainted world would be the same as a wall of air in a game. By the early morning of the next day, Charcoal Gyru's family was still in the still frame. The moment Charcoal Gyru returned home, these static characters suddenly had a picture shift. It turned into a corpse with blood flowing all over the place. Seeing this, Tang-ko directly exited the virtual game pod without looking any further. He already knew everything he wanted to know. When shown in holographic projection, it follows the anime camera movement throughout. Only the flat surface becomes a three-dimensional picture. And if it's played in a virtual game pod, viewers are able to go directly into the anime world and walk around at will. But the downside is that the shots that don't tell a story go into stasis, unless what happens to each character is described, or the origin privately adds to the way the character acts. Otherwise, still images are inevitable. In this case, watching anime with a virtual gaming pod is completely unnecessary. A direct holographic projection following the camera along is the best viewing experience. After coming to a conclusion, Tang-ko once again tapped the code a few times. A modification was given to this software so that the video it parses out cannot be implanted into the virtual gaming pods, lest someone get inside a virtual gaming pod and watch it, then run out and spray him with the news that this software is crap and not perfect at all. It's that real. After getting the scanning holographic imaging software, Tang-ko put his energy into remodeling the Super Eco building. Possessing miniature magnetic robotic processing industry nanites, He can make the built building without demolition and directly replace the construction materials. Extreme cold. Extreme cold. Let's hope it won't really come. Tang-ku sighed. Over the next few hours, he took the building's black technology of absorbing heat and converting energy and tweaked and modified it, allowing it to absorb not only heat, but also cold, gusts of wind, flames, rain, and more. It's just elemental transformation. He's played with it a lot. Over the course of a few days, he added all the features he could, and manipulating the magnetic robots with the industrial nanites. He performed a wave of enhancements and remodeling on the two eco-buildings, as well as his own mansion. Chapter 191 Creating New Elements. While Tang-ku strengthened the house, he also uploaded the scanning holographic imaging software to the network. Something that was enough to change the course of the movie and television industry didn't make much of a ripple, because right now people are struggling to make ends meet, struggling to get by. Entertainment and enjoyment and all that is simply not something to think about right now. Many entertainment stars have moved into the virtual world to make money in it. What's the need for holographic projection when we have virtual worlds? Therefore, the scanning holographic imaging software has only been noticed by a few seasoned fans. They were quite grateful that Donkor had gotten this out of the way and changed their movie-going experience once again. There are a lot of great films and TV shows that are destined to not be reset into holographic movies. There may be hope for the anime, but those live-action movies will only be a shame. After all, many of the actors in the movie are old. This software was created to make up for the regrets of these movie fans. Most people have had a pretty bad time in recent times. The main reason comes from the shortage of food and, as Prof. Leung said earlier, the drought is followed by extreme cold. This is causing anxiety for too many people, and more people believe that the end times are coming. The global atmosphere seemed a little dead as the internet began to circulate all sorts of horrific statements. The sweltering heat is even more distracting and quite agitating. Prof. Leung spoke again during this period, saying, after the drought comes the extreme cold, but after the extreme cold, the normal ecology should be restored. So please the people must not give up and lie flat. In the face of the voices on the internet, Donkor was oblivious, for he was busy with something extremely difficult, the creation of new elements. Tony Stark and Iron Man created the new element, with the prismatic accelerator, to create the new element. But this stuff doesn't mimic that. Tony Stark's new element is predicated on his father's notes. Then add your own technological knowledge to create it. Not only does Donkor not have a notebook on the new elements here, his own tech tree is completely different from Tony Stark's. So if he wants to create new elements, he has to do it his way. The way Tonka was able to think of was to use a miniature collider. Let the elements collide with each other and give birth to new elements. This collider uses electromagnetism, which is Tonka's best skill, to control different kinds of elements to collide with each other by electromagnetism. The universe is so big that there are definitely more elements in existence than those on the periodic table. The periodic table of elements records nothing more than the elements that man has already discovered. There are bound to be many more elements in the universe that mankind has simply failed to discover. Tang-ku sat at home, his eyes glued to the holographic projection apparatus. There was a directional control joystick in his hand that maneuvered two large instruments that looked like drills in the picture. As he moved his joystick, the position of the tips of the two instruments drew closer together. Snort! A streak of blue-violet lightning flashed back and forth between the two tips. The entire laboratory was filled with the power of thunder, as if there was a thunder snake scurrying around the chamber. When the two tips were completely opposed to each other, strong fluctuations erupted at the location of the center gap. Buzz! A white sphere swayed between the two, as if it were a sphere with a consciousness, imprisoned in midair. No matter how hard it tried, it was hard to break free. But just then, the white ball suddenly bloomed with dazzling light. The entire lab was flooded with white light. Immediately afterward, the camera went black in vain with a loud rumbling sound. Tang-ku immediately turned his gaze to another holographic projection screen. All that could be seen was a house made of kualloy, shaking violently, half a dozen times before it finally subsided. Ugh! Failed again? Don Cor let out a long sigh, and the room resounded with the sound of origins. What a pity, master! This is the 108th time it has failed. This numbing number represented the fact that Dunk had already performed a similar experiment and failed 108 times. Creating new elements was more difficult than he thought. Luckily that lab is placed on the factory side and the rattling it causes won't affect the house. Plus that lab was specially built by Tang-ku with kualloy. Even after 108 impacts, it was still solid. The only things that burned were the two colliders. Every time a test fails, it's an explosion. Everything inside the lab was going to be destroyed by the explosion. Not even the dregs were going to be left. Such an explosion could even skew the kualloy. In the footage captured by Great White as he walked in, he was able to see that the entire house was scorched black, as if it had experienced a fire. Proceed to the next test. Intermediate level robot assembly collider. Don Cor took a deep breath and adjusted his mindset to come back. His black Ku armor was completely finished. All that was missing was the energy unit. No matter how many times he failed, he had to create the new element out of it. With the collision of elements over and over again, it is inevitable that new elements will emerge. Only, the process will be long and protracted. This is the equivalent of flipping a card. There were countless cards in front of me, the vast majority of which were useless and empty. But once you find it, it's the gateway to a new world. Zhang Yashuan walked into the lab with a glass of milk and gently placed it on the desktop next to her. I was about to leave when I suddenly remembered there was something I hadn't said. Turning around just in time to see the sighing Tang Ku, she walked up with a gentle smile. Failed again? Tang Ku looked up at his dumpy wife and smiled bitterly. Yeah, it's too hard. I believe in you and will make history. Zhang Yashuan held her husband's hand and comforted out. Well, my mind is actually quite good. It's just a little bit of a shame. Tang Ku replied with a smile. It's almost New Year's. Are we going back home this time? Not going back. The drought is not good for going back. My parents are at home and haven't left the house. Hearing his wife's words, Tang Ku shook his head. Before the drought arrived, Tonka had his parents prepared. At the same time, he used magnetic robots and industrial nanites to fortify the house of his mom and dad, along with his in-laws. COR alloys are added to buildings to shield them from a great deal of heat. On top of that, food from both Super Eco buildings is sent back to parents at home on a regular basis. As for those relatives back home, Don Cor's mom and dad are claiming that the distance is too great for the meat sent over to rot away, so Don Cor didn't get to send the food back. Anyway, it's too hot to leave the house at all, and no one is going to go to Tang Ku's mom and dad's house to verify it. This year's Chinese New Year is going to be one of the most unique ever. The once stormy journey home for New Year's Eve has been forced to stop under this global drought. Those who fought in the field didn't make it back to their hometowns. All the high-speed trains and planes were used to transport food from all over the country to assist each of the most affected places. Chapter 192, Ku Elemental. Buzz. A humming sound emanated from the factory lab, and a brilliant glow bloomed between the two colliders. Congratulations to the master for creating a new element again. Unfortunately, this element is too mild to be used as an energy driver. Origin sighed, feeling sorry for his master. Danko has tested it hundreds of times, and the funding for the materials to blow it up is an astronomical amount. During this time, he created a variety of new elements. From the excitement of the first time, to the tastelessness after many times, all of these new elements can't be used as energy sources. They are either too mild or highly toxic. Got it. Move on to the next test. Add 2 more modified colliders to try. Tang Ku numbly said. Another useless new element. I can't say it's useless. Maybe it can be used in other ways in the future. Elements can be combined with each other. So when you have time to work on combinations, you might find something special. 2 modified colliders, prepared in advance, were carried into the lab by intermediate-level robots. It landed with a heavy thud. With failure after failure, Tonka also continued to optimize the performance of the collider. Stability and heat resistance become stronger, and there is basically no explosion. Even if it did explode, the collider wouldn't say it was destroyed too badly. And sometimes under explosions, intact, the 4 colliders showed a cross-placement, and Tang Ku adjusted the parameters of each collider on the computer. Electromagnetism began to be released from the 4 machines, driving a crackling sound. A tiny sphere of azure light began to converge, as if it were the light of the opening of the heavens, filled with a sense of uniqueness. For some reason, Tang Ku's numb heart actually stirred this time. He had a strong feeling that it would work this time. This ball of light particle was particularly distinctive, and the vastness of the energy seemed to contain a sea of stars. The light was extraordinarily bright and absorbing. Is it going to be a thing? Tang Ku's face showed surprise, and he hurriedly struck the keyboard, ready to stabilize the data. Origins. Understood. Without Tang Ku saying anything more, Origins understood Tang Ku's meaning and ran the intelligent brain computer calculator. Each piece of data is double-checked, while the entire process of the element's birth is recorded. Thumbs down. Abruptly, several azure lasers shot out from the ball of light. The Ku alloy walls were swept red with these lasers, splintering 2 centimeters thick. Origins immediately raised the angle of the 4 colliders. The lasers instantly merged into one giant laser that shot straight up to the roof. Buzz. Instead of rushing out of the lab, the laser was aimed at a voluminous circular device hanging from the ceiling. In a flash, the laser seemed to sink into the ocean. All the energy it emitted was all absorbed by this circular device. A ray of light lit up from the circular device, as if it were a building structure suddenly lit up in the darkness of the night. At this moment, Tang Ku was quite excited, and his hands were trembling a bit as he struck the keyboard. Congratulations, master. We did it. Snap, snap. The 2 Origin Lolitas projected out and fired the salutes in their hands, showering the sky with golden light. It finally worked. Go to create a new element and never get this crap again. Tang Ko leaned back in his chair violently and laughed out loud. It was now March, and he had spent nearly 6 months trying to create the new element. Even the Spring Festival is spent in research. Even when exercising at night, some inspiration about the creation of new elements pops up. It's just outrageous. Tang Ko felt like he was getting possessed during this time. No wonder genius scientists were all crazy. Totally forced. It would drive a person crazy to spend so much time and energy researching one thing. Fortunately, Tang Ko was only slow in creating elements, and inventing technology was still fast with the help of the system. If he were to research so much technology on his own, he would absolutely have to become insane. The electromagnetic energy from the collider gradually dissipated, and the circular device on the roof slowly landed and descended. The device is suspended in anti-gravity and is quite stable. The purpose is to carry the driving energy of the new element. Several great whites walked into the lab, packed the device, and immediately sent it to Tang Ko's house. Pa, I've created a new element that can be used as an energy source. Tang Ko rushed into the drawing room at the first opportunity, picked up Zhang Yashuan, who was in the middle of drawing, and kissed her on her red lips one after another. Feeling joy, the first person he thought of sharing it with was his own daughter-in-law. Zhang Yashuan was confused by Tang Ko's kiss as she drew. Just as she was about to open her mouth to speak, another woman's voice came from outside the door. Yes, Xian, you are also too cool here. The other party's voice lurched, and Tang Ko turned his head to look. It was actually Kim Wumong, who he hadn't seen for a long time. Me Nima, I came over to play with you Xian once in a while. As for welcoming me like this? The corners of Jean Wuming's mouth twitched slightly as he scratched his ears in anger. Showing her off as soon as she arrived was definitely intentional. It's Jean Wuming. When did he come to my house? How did he originate without informing me? Tang Ko coughed lightly twice, not feeling embarrassed. What was said was even a little bit perfunctory. In fact, when he's busy, Origins doesn't even say irrelevant messages to bother him. Unless it's something more important. Origins is able to tell when something is important or unimportant. Master was busy, so Origin didn't inform. Origin suddenly flashed out, somewhat aggrieved. Tang Ko immediately waved his hand, making her disappear from her spot. Meng, good boy, don't be angry. We didn't do it on purpose. Zhang Yashuan smiled as she walked over and hugged the pitiful Jin Yuemeng, suddenly adding, we usually do this all the time. Kim Wumeng, that's too much. Tang Ko smiled and took out a few bottles of fatty happy water from the refrigerator. These were previously hoarded and hadn't expired for a while. Come on, drink an ice broad drop and cool down. He waved at Jin Yuemeng. Seeing that it was Coke, Jin Yuemeng immediately widened her beautiful eyes and gladly took it. Snap open the Coke and go straight to work. She hadn't had a Coke in a long time either. Previously stocked up on food, too little on the beverage front, and Coke hadn't been drunk in a long time. Ah, cool. Jean Wuming let out a long sigh. You didn't come over here on such a hot day to simply catch up with me, did you? Zhang Yashuan smiled and said, you said that you too. It's not good to go directly to the virtual world if you have something to do, and you can play and communicate face to face. Probably here to rub it in. Tang Ko laughed. Nonsense. I'm not. Jin Yuemeng immediately retorted, but her small mouth betrayed her thoughts with a sucking sound at that moment. She did come to rub it in. Who doesn't know that Tang Ko's family has 2 eco-buildings and lives a life of ease? Chapter 193, Black Ku armor introduced. Kim Wumong, who was exposed by her own saliva, was suddenly embarrassed with her small face, explaining anxiously, I really didn't come here to rub it in. I want to talk to Xian about something. But then his tone changed and he laughed. Of course, you guys are sure to keep me here for dinner. And I begrudgingly agreed to do so. Ha. Seeing her best friend's infatuated smile, Zhang Yashuan rediscovered the feeling she had at the beginning. At that time, Tang Ko was still just a novel writer, and she was just live streaming her daily routine at home. Every now and then, Kim Wumong would come over to their house and get fed a mouthful of dog food. The little life was ordinary, but it was also beautiful. It's so nostalgic. What a glutton. Zhang Yashuan flicked Jin Wuming's forehead. Jin Wuming angrily touched his forehead and suddenly said, by the way Xian, do we want to go on a trip? Traveling? Zhang Yashuan was stunned. Is your brain hot? Traveling in this weather? There's not even a living thing outside. Do you want to be roasted into a yakiyumeng? I really don't understand what's going on in this girl's head. Well, no. I mean when the drought is over. Why don't we go on a trip? The news said that the drought will be followed by extreme cold. Travel the hell out of it. Zhang Yashuan didn't have the good sense to say. Jin Wuming looked full of pity. What a pity. There are still so many attractions I haven't been to. Isn't it just as good to go inside a virtual world? Tang Ku interjected in disbelief. The creation of virtual gaming pods has also led several companies to start developing things in this area. It's just that virtual game development is so difficult. No one has made a virtual game yet. Instead, some sightseeing spots have been made and put into the virtual world. It allows users to visit all the major tourist attractions without leaving their homes. How can it be the same? Virtual is virtual. I can still distinguish between reality and virtual. Jean Yuemon's small mouth pouted as she delicately said. Suddenly she brightened up, trotted over to Tang Ku, and asked, "By the way, big brother Tang, did you get a skateboard that can fly? And is the car that can fly finished as well? If we had flying cars, we could travel everywhere." Tang Ku laughed and said, "No, the flying skateboard was made, but I haven't made the flying car yet. In fact, it would be fine as long as it was installed." But he didn't want Jean Wuming to take Zhang Yashuan out with him. "What are you doing wandering around in this heat?" Hearing that there was no flying car, disappointment surfaced on Jean Wuming's pretty face. "It hasn't been built yet, so when will you build it?" "I don't know. I'll tell you then," Tang Ku said casually. Flying cars and all that, purely depending on his mood. You can't sell more than a few smart flying cars in these environmental conditions. Tonka is not very interested in this area of research. After talking for a while, a van stopped in front of the house. The driver, Great White, came into the house carrying a large box. Tang Ku's face showed joy, and he directly threw Jean Yumong aside without paying any more attention. His new element arrived. "I'll get busy, you guys take your time." Saying that, Tang Ku followed Big White and walked in the direction of the basement. Jean Yumong was just about to go forward, but was pulled back by Zhang Yashuan. "Let's have a chat. Don't bother your big brother Tang anymore." Oh, Kim Wumong nodded her head obediently. Back inside the basement, Great White moved the device that emitted the blue light to the ground. Tang Ku picked up a couple of special silver-white tubes and connected them to the circular device and then to the computer with a data cable. At the other end of the tube was a paintbrush-like object. With the push of a button, there will be exported energy. Tang Ku opened the computer data and began to assemble the container against the data panel. The name of the new element, Tang Ku named it Ku. Anyway, it was an element that hadn't been named, so Tang Ku could name it whatever he wanted. No one can object even if they are named cats and dogs. A large pile of parts assembled into a Ku element containment device that looked similar to Iron Man's reactor. Tonka picked up the paintbrush that was connected to the tube and tapped it on the Ku elemental accommodator. In an instant, the Ku elemental accommodator, which had gained energy, suddenly lit up with an azure glow. It's as if stars are dotted on the instrument. Full of hazy beauty. Origins, assemble the Heko armor. Tang Ku was a bit excited, as a mechanical assembly sound rang out. The silver-white Heike armor was assembled one part at a time, forming a humanoid armor that stood in front of Tonka. This piece of armor is missing a hole where the chest would be. The size of the Ku elemental accommodator in Tang Ku's hand just matched. With 2 clicks, the Ku elemental containers were pressed into the armor, and a glow spread throughout the armor as far as the eye could see. It's like a godly costume in a game that gets special effects. Donkor snapped his fingers with a tada, and the armor in front of him disintegrated in the void, then flew to his side to reassemble again. The mechanical sound came again. This pleasant squeak extraordinarily crisp. It connects from the arms and legs to the torso and spreads to the head. Clack! The mask filled with a sense of mechanical indifference was finally covered, obscuring Tang Ku's handsome and heavenly face. He was also drawn up a few inches in height in his black Ku armor. The internal picture is quite clear, and the field of view feels like it's not wearing armor. But then you look down and see your own mechanical body, full of power. A variety of information and data floated before Tang Ku's eyes, clear and unobstructed. All data is normal. The new elemental energy is quite stable. Master, go next door to the Ku Alloy training room and show off your skills for a bit. The originating voice rang in his ears, and Donkor grinned. Anti-gravity activated. The body floated up into the air and flew towards the room on the right where the door automatically unfolded. Phew! The flight of the black Ku armor wasn't fast or slow, but this flight in full armor felt different from the previous flight in 2 palms. Is completely different. At the moment he truly felt the joy of Iron Man. Tang Ku passed through several lab rooms in succession and finally came to a wide training room. This training room is quite large and brightly lit. It is considered a fusion of the -2 and -1 floors, with a height of 8 meters. Buzz! Tang Ku raised his palm, and azure energy coalesced in the center of his palm's position. The scope had appeared in the line of sight, locked onto a Ku alloy cylinder. In the next moment, a long rainbow ray burst out. Shoo! Boom! Terrifying energy fluctuations swept across the field, and the pillar made of Ku alloy. All of them were blown apart on the spot by this energy. Crumbs spilled to the ground, and a crimson-red color remained on the debris for a long time. Sure enough, Ku alloy can't stop this energy at all. Tang Ku's heart was slightly in awe, looking at his palm with a slight shock. How strong are the defenses of COR alloys? Even a frontal blast from a bazooka would hardly leave a scratch. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it is the hardest metal in the earth. But even so, it was easily destroyed by this energy. Chapter 194, Guan Junhao hiding in the Dragon Kingdom. If someone from the outside world knew about it, the Dragon Kingdom would probably make Tang Ku turn in the Black Ku armor in the first place. Weapons of such a grade are just too outrageous and powerful. One person could easily destroy a small country. Something like this could not be placed in the hands of a civilian. If they do not agree, the Dragon Kingdom will certainly take appropriate countermeasures. Confronting business-oriented black tech. With black tech weapons, the country is holding a different attitude. Of course, this was only Tang Ku's speculation. He didn't dare to arbitrarily decide what the Dragon Kingdom would definitely do, but it was best to be careful. The glow on the chest of the black core armor dimmed a bit after one shell. According to the data, there are probably 4 or 5 more launches. Currently this Ku elemental energy container is only temporary and imports a limited amount of energy. Don Cor also needs to optimize this energy container to make the best possible use of the driving energy created by the element Cor. I've already mastered a little bit of the compression and folding technology. The next step is to deeply strengthen the knowledge in this area, and then integrate the nanotechnology to create the Black Ku nano armor. After arranging the plan in his mind, Tang Ku was once again busy with his research. Building black tech is much easier. There is a clear route, and a black tech system to add to it. Unlike creating a new element, there is no goal, no framework, and no system to help, purely on Dunk's ability and luck. The fullness of the isolated days made Dunkor unable to feel the passage of time. Located inside a certain cold cave in the Dragon Kingdom, there were dozens of people inside enjoying the cold air, and weapons were being crafted in their hands. A gun barrel was instead reflected in the dim light with an eye-catching luster. Zip! Electricity flashed through the barrel of the gun, startling back those around them. However, the expected explosion did not appear, and these people were instantly relieved, joyful colors appearing on their faces. Master, the means of attack is available. A middle-aged man wearing short sleeves and shorts turned his head and said to the white-haired man at the back. The white-haired man opened his cloudy eyes, and with the scruff on his face, he looked rather haggard. Keep going. Tang Ku definitely has a lot of backstabbing left in him. Keep researching for me. I can wire you whatever amount of money you need. The gaunt middle-aged man's voice was hoarse, and his tone was filled with intense hatred. Even if Zhang Hongguang, who was familiar with him, was here, he would still have trouble recognizing this person, who was none other than Haofan Group's boss, Guan Junhao. The group was shut down and all the family members were arrested. What you fought for all your life disappears overnight. Under this multiple blows, Guan Junhao, full of black hair, are white with worry. The Dragon Kingdom thought he was hiding abroad, but in fact he ran back to the Dragon Kingdom in the back. Maybe it's a case of the more dangerous the place, the safer it is. Not only did Guan Junhao not starve or die of thirst during this drought period, instead, they found a place of otherworldly beauty. This cave is so cold that normally, a night's sleep here would be a direct farewell to the world. But in the midst of this cataclysmic 50 plus nearly 60-degree day, the cave became a sanctuary from the heat. Guan Junhao is here with dozens of researchers to develop technology, just to get revenge one day. You guys continue to arrange the plan. I want a foolproof plan that absolutely does not allow for failure. Guan Junhao spoke again. He had only one chance, and if he failed, he would die without burial. There's no rush. It has to be foolproof. There's no rush. There's no rush. Guan Junhao's spirit was a little off. Repeating those 3 words can't be rushed over and over again. The people around them seemed to be a bit afraid of Guan Junhao, and they all obeyed obediently, continuing to study the technology. But they all knew in their hearts that Tang Ku's technology was even more terrifying, and it was harder than climbing up to heaven to take Tang Ku down. The group of people responsible for coming up with the idea frowned. It's impossible to take down Tang Ku directly, but we'll have to start with the people around him to do it. Someone close to him? His wife, Zhang Yashuan, seems like a good choice. It's not good. Now that Zhang Yashuan is staying at home like Tang Ku, it's hard to start. Maybe we can lure Zhang Yashuan out. Master, the Ku element contains a special particle that can be used to upgrade the smart brain computer. Origins published the results of the tests within the factory, leaving Tang Ku feeling quite shocked. Originally, he was just trying to get Origins to parse the element of Ku. It doesn't matter if you don't find a particle that boosts the computer. Anyway, there are a lot of unnamed new elements, so let Origins take its time to parse them out. If we don't have one yet, we'll have to work on quantum computers. But what was never expected was that Origins found particles that could replace electrons, directly on the element Ku. Can this thing replace electronics? Donk asked. According to the analysis, this particle could completely replace electrons and make the smart brain computer more powerful. Origins replied, But I would suggest that the master have the brain computer combined with the Ku energy device. The energy of such particles is so massive that over time it will save up excess energy with nowhere to release it. A Ku energy device is a container that holds the Ku elements. That's what's mounted on the chest of the black core armor, along with a few other aspects of energy that are also connected to the core energy unit. The energy source of many things in Tang Ku's house are replaced with Ku energy sources to power them. Even power generation uses Ku energy, so a tiny bit of Ku energy can drive all the appliances in the house. To put it bluntly, the hardware needs to be upgraded as well. Donkor understood what Origins was talking about. The hardware was not worthy of such particles and there would be excess energy spillage. The more they accumulate, the more the brain computer will be destroyed by these particles instead. Yes, Master either upgrades the hardware or uses the Ku energy device to recycle the excess energy particles. Origins sat next to Tang Ku and nodded. Upon hearing this, Tang Ku pondered for a moment and thought of something interesting. Origins, I'll leave this hardware upgrade to you. Help me upgrade the hardware. Can you finish it? Tang Ku laughed. He wanted to see if Origins could do a better job of upgrading the hardware if they were allowed to do so. Origins has powerful analytical skills, and having her help upgrade the hardware might have unexpected results. I'll upgrade. Okay. To Tang Ku's some surprise, Origins agreed rather casually. It's as if upgrading hardware is as easy for her as arithmetic addition, subtraction, multiplication and division. Don Cor nodded in satisfaction and then walked back into the living room. Bao, are those clothes you got in the check room? Tang Ku shouted to Zhang Yashuan in the drawing room. Yes, it's already been washed and placed in the check room. What's wrong? Zhang Yashuan asked curiously. Nothing, I'm going to get a nano armor that can turn into various clothing outfits, and I plan to get the clothes you designed into it as well. Tang Ku smiled and explained. Chapter 195, inviting Big Brother Tang Ku to take action. Yeah well, don't get your clothes dirty. Zhang Yashuan continued to draw her Naruto manga after a reminder. Got it. After this period of study and reinforcement, Tang Ku mastered the knowledge of compression and folding and nanotechnology. It was already enough for him to build the Black KO nano armor. After Tang Ku scanned the appearance of the clothes, as well as the pattern, and imported it into the computer, begin building the Black KO nano armor. The so-called nano armor is a part of the armor that is folded and compressed to form only the size of a nanometer. Armor that is folded into nano-sized pieces can be freely arranged and combined to form the look you want. Donk writes small bits of code on the computer and enters the requirements into the header. Origins would then manipulate the machinery and nanites in the factory to fold and compress the armor as required. To the extent of today's technology, technological things basically don't need to be operated by Tang Ku. All he had to do was give the order. Finally, I'm done. We can continue researching weapons and intelligent flying cars. Tang Ku stretched his back, in a rather pleasant mood. The development of the Black KO nano armor took too long, and most of the time was delayed here at New Element. Master, there is something I need to report to you. When Tang Ku came to lie down flat on the living room couch, Origins appeared through a holographic projection, and Lori's body sat directly on top of him. Seeing this, the frightened Tang Ku hurriedly got up. Though Origins was just a projected image, and sitting on him was not at all tactile. But if his wife sees him, he won't be able to explain himself. You can't touch Origins in reality, but you can in the virtual world. Origins Lori blinked in bewilderment, not understanding why her master was reacting so dramatically. According to her knowledge of secondary otaku, she should be quite fond of little Loli sitting on her body. Doesn't the owner like secondary? But with all the anime stories he's come up with, why doesn't he belong to the secondary geeks? Origins was puzzled, but added a note to the database that the owner did not like to be sat on by Origins. Cough. Go ahead. What is it? Tang Ku lightly coughed twice and calmed down. Origins replied. In the recent past, some people have come under the Super Eco building in the hot sun to cause trouble, threatening to make us donate all the contents of the building. These people were mad with hunger and knew that Tang Ku's Eco building had a lot of meat and vegetables inside. A large population was privately organized to pull banners in front of the building. It was a pity that they did not receive any response. Zhang Yashuan simply ignored these people. As more and more people converged, they grew bolder and bolder. City officials and police officers have stepped in. First, he was kind enough to tell these people not to make trouble in such a sun. They could easily get heat stroke. However, the friendly attitude of the police and the city authorities is, on the contrary, fueling these people's anger. Someone even led a tirade, saying that Tang Ku enjoyed life every day and they could only nibble on steamed buns. Now that the people are starving, Donko was reluctant to donate the food in the eco building. Cursing and cursing, some people actually started to try to rush into the eco building. Immediately afterward a large wave of people began to follow suit and rushed inside, and the police and city police could not cope with so many people. Luckily, there were plenty of bodyguards in the eco building. To buy, who suppressed the intruders on the spot. Such incidents are not just happening in the Magic City, they are also taking place around the globe. Several large-scale scrambles broke out in the Dragon Kingdom, and many people's storage warehouses were ransacked. The state sent a large number of men to suppress these looters by force. This is already classified as a riot. The people who were robbed weren't the worst off. Those who fled were the worst off. Many of the looters passed out on the spot from the heat as they fled. If it was just a fall to the ground, it wouldn't be much of a problem. At most a slight concussion to the head. But some people who fall down a hill or hit their head on a sharp object die directly on the spot. Such an incident was quite serious, and the head of the Dragon Kingdom immediately convened a meeting to mobilize more treasury and funds. They intend to learn from Donkor and create an ecological building. In the face of disaster, the country decided to enlist the help of Tonka for once. So let Origins contact Tonka, only for Origins to respond to the state. Tonka is creating new elements in the near future and cannot be disturbed during this critical period. When these words came out, all the top brass of the Dragon Kingdom stared in disbelief. Create new elements? What the hell? In this period when everyone was worried about hunger, Tangku actually had the mind to create new elements. Is this the spirit of research? Love it, love it. No, the point is not to focus on new elements today. Instead, we need to immediately get Donko to step in and provide the technology to build the eco-building. People from the state are coming for me? Alright, let them come. Tangku was a bit surprised by the country's attitude. The country seems to be treating him a lot more politely than before. Is this what strength brings? Longguat actually waited for him to finish his research instead of going straight to the door. After Tonka himself agrees, then let Origins notify them. It's unbelievable to say. The Great Dragon Kingdom was so polite to one person. The higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom were helpless. Who made Tangka's ability too powerful? And still creating new elements. This is something that must be taken seriously globally. Of course, if Tangka didn't come out for too long, they'd have no choice but to come to the door and disturb them. Learning that Tangku is out of the gate. It is the end of Tangku's research. The head of the Dragon Kingdom decided to pay a personal visit, and brought along Major General Zhao Yunqing, who had a good relationship with Tangku's wife. Making connections and all that, as a leader is the best at it. Soon, the head of the Dragon Kingdom arrived at the entrance of Tangku's house, escorted by more than a dozen modified Kirin intelligent military vehicles. When Zhang Yashuan heard that the chief was coming in person, she immediately stopped her brush, opened the doors of the mansion and be greeted in the parlor with a fine tea. Mr. Donkor, first time. A smile appeared on the chief's resolute face, giving the impression of a spring breeze. He was followed by many soldiers, with weapons in their hands, looking around warily. All the soldiers stood guard outside and didn't come in, trusting Tangku quite a bit. The only acquaintance, Zhao Yunqing, followed the chief into the house and even smiled and nodded at Tangku. Tangku gently shook the large, broad hand in his palm and politely said, "Good day, chief. I'm very safe here. Even if a nuclear bomb hits, I'll be fine." He was sort of half joking with that, to lighten the atmosphere. The visitors all smiled, not taking it too seriously. In fact, this force field shield of Tangku's could really protect against nuclear bombs. Today's force field shields no longer absorbed elements to form force field protection. Instead, it was powered directly by Ku energy, and the defense was at an all-time high. Unless it's a hidden black tech weapon, or an alien attack. Otherwise Don Kor's house is definitely the safest place on Earth. Little friend Tangku is a lot kinder than I expected. It seems that my subordinates' rumors were wrong. The chief cheerfully laughed. Chapter 196, The People of the Dragon Kingdom, Be at Ease. The Tangku that the chief had heard from his men was an extremely arrogant man. There is no love for the country and there is something vaguely rebellious about it. But after this initial meeting, Tangku was not at all the same thing as what they had told him. Looks like we need to educate the bull ***** when we get back. Zhang Shanshan, who was far away from the volunteer stronghold, suddenly sneezed, marveling that she shouldn't be able to catch a cold even in this hot weather. The group of people walked into the house, and the chief told Major General Zhao Yunqing to sit down as well. Being in the military, she also shrugged it off a good bit. It was only after both Tangku and Zhang Yashuan had spoken that she was finally allowed to sit down. The opening is still polite, but it's much more cordial and doesn't seem stiff or awkward. The chief, though a national leader, spoke in an unofficial manner. Tangku felt like he was not in front of the head of the Dragon Kingdom, but rather a grandpa playing chess in the park. The atmosphere was quite relaxed. Having said that much, let me also say my purpose. This time I came over to ask for something. I'm sure young friend Tangku has guessed it as well. The chief said directly. Food is quite scarce on the Dragon countryside, and there have been many riots lately, which is all because of my poor leadership. That's why I want my little friend to step in and provide the construction techniques. as well as the principles and guidelines for the operation of the super eco building. His face was serious, and he collected his earlier smile. When he talks about national issues, his aura changes with it. The chief at this moment was finally no longer a chess-playing grandpa, but the head of the country. Tang Ke's complexion couldn't help but be serious. It was true that a big shot was a big shot, and his aura could actually influence others. But soon, Tang Ke once again resumed his original light smile. As a traveler, what great storms have you not seen? The fact that a man who even owned the system would be affected by the other party for a second was proof that the chief's aura was extraordinary. In the face of disaster, I can provide the technology to help the country through. Tang Ke nodded seriously, then said, but I have one request. At those words, Zhao Yunqing and Zhang Yashuan's faces changed slightly, feeling that there was something wrong with Tang Ke's actions. It's a global disaster. If Don Cole makes an offer to collect, even if the chief agrees, the people of the country will not agree. In severe cases, you may be labeled negatively for it. You say, the chief said in a deep voice. The corners of Tang Ke's mouth rose, saying, I see that these parcels of land near my home are wooded clearings, and I would like to buy them, but since it is that they are all state land, I do not have the right to buy them. At these words, everyone in the room froze. They thought Tang Ke was going to mention the money, but they didn't realize that they just wanted to buy the land near their home. Don't worry, I can pay whatever it takes, Tang Ke added. Also the construction techniques and everything within the eco building, I can provide at no cost. He not only sends technology, but also money. In fact, Tang Ke could have traded his technology for the land. Even the state side has to pay him more money to cover the value of his technology. But Dongkor didn't do that. That would have only labeled him negatively. There's no need to tarnish your reputation for so much as a drop of money, but casually offer the scientific and technological results of your research to the state without compensation if you want. What's the difference between this and handing over all the treasures from grave robbing to the state? Don Cor hasn't been so brainless. Even in the face of disaster, one should not talk about profit, but also charge something symbolic, like charging $1, or exchanging information, or opening up privileges or whatever. That's what makes Donko's technological achievements seem worthwhile. The countryside is also more able to feel Tang Ke's attitude, not tool people who the state can claim things at will. As for why you chose a lot near your home, of course, it was because Tang Ke was going to continue expanding the house and make the underground laboratory even bigger. That's no problem. The neighborhood is all wilderness. No one moves around. When he came, the chief had already seen the neighborhood and knew that only Tang Ke lived here. In order to express your contribution to the country, these plots of land have been directly gifted to you by the state. And once again, I thank you, little friend Tang Ke, for providing your technology free of charge. The chief stood up and bowed deeply to Tang Ke. Tang Ke and the others also hurriedly rose to return the greeting, their hearts slightly flattered. Chief doesn't have to be so polite, Tang Ke immediately said. No, this is necessary, and I thank you on behalf of the people of the Dragon Kingdom. I am also a part of the Dragon Kingdom. There is no need for that. Tang Ke inwardly cried and laughed, chatting with the chief here for a long time more. Big White came with a mobile hard disk and handed it to the chief through Don Kor's hand. The chief received the hard disk with a serious face before handing it over to Zhao Yunqing beside him. Thank you again for your contribution, little friend Tang Ke. We'll leave first. The chief smiled. Well, be careful on your way. By the way, I have finished neural control devices here, as well as a large number of miniature magnetic robots. Take them and use them. It'll save you time in production. As Tang Ke's words fell, a large number of miniature magnetic robots rushed onto the van with a clattering sound as if they possessed spirituality under Origin's control. The driver, Great White, got the neural controls from the basement and walked back to the van to wait. Thank you very much for Mr. Tang Ke's help and Yashian's good tea. Zhao Yunqing lifted her chest high and gave a standard military salute with her proud figure. Bye-bye Rhyme Ching. Zhang Yashuan smiled and waved. Her figure was not at all inferior to Zhao Yunqing's, while there was a fairy aura added to it. Under the watchful eyes of both Tang Ke and Zhang Yashuan, the army escorted the chief away. Leave with more caution than when you came. Now they have to protect not only the head of a country, but a few more scientific and technological achievements that could change the nation. After sending off the chief, Tang Ke and his wife lay comfortably on the sofa and chatted. It was enjoyable to drink a cold drink and watch a holographic movie. Little Kezi, I want to hear you sing. Zhang Yashuan rested her head on Tang Ke's shoulder and smiled. But I don't know how to. Cheat, you've gotten 3 songs out, and they've all exploded online. Zhang Yashuan pouted. Hurry up, I want to hear you sing, and it's something I haven't heard before. The 3 songs she was talking about were the previous 2 Tigers Love to Dance, Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss, and 4 Seasons for You. All 3 of these songs were internet sensations and national hits for more than a few months. I've heard it all before. Okay, I'll sing. Tang Ke was helpless, but who let him spoil his wife? Zhang Yashuan's face showed delight as she perked up her ears to listen. A moment later, a magical brainwashing lyrics came out of Tang Ke's mouth. You love me, I love you honey Snow Ice City Sweet, another relaxing day. After the Dragon Kingdom obtained the technology provided by Tang Ke, they made a public announcement at the first opportunity to stabilize the people's hearts. Dragon Country official, the people of the Dragon Country are asked to be at ease. Tonka provided the state with the internal technology of the eco-building at no cost, as well as the speed-building technology. Our country will soon be able to feed the entire nation adequately, and absolutely no one will ever go hungry again. From today onwards, no one should panic, let alone hold any procession. If found, will be severely punished. Chapter 197, Infrastructure of the Dragon Kingdom. Turbulence in other countries. What is lacking on the dragon side is the means of farming, and there is no shortage of cows, sheep and vegetables, because the weather is so hot. The greenhouses built by the dragons are dying tons of cows and sheep and rotting acres and acres of vegetables every day. What they are missing is the environment that allows vegetables to survive with cattle and sheep. Nowadays, with Tang Ke's technical support, as long as the ecological building is established, whether it is vegetables and fruits, or cows, goats, chickens and ducks, they are all able to survive and reproduce the next generation. This provides a constant supply of fresh meat and fresh vegetables, which greatly solves the problem of hunger among the people. The people who got the news exclaimed out in surprise, and the internet, which was dead silent due to the famine and drought, was once again on fire. Tang Ke has made a move? Is he finally offering his technology to the country? The internet sighed out in awe, not realizing that Tang Ke was actually willing to take out so much science and technology at once and provide it to the country free of charge. The official announcement of the Dragon Kingdom didn't say a word about Tang Ke's request for land. It counts as selling Tang Ke a favor, which can further increase Tang Ke's contribution, and at the same time, it's a good way to win Tang Ke's favor with the Dragon Kingdom. The chief himself said that the land was a gift from the state to Tang Ke, totally doesn't count in the deal. It's long overdue. The country is not technologically advanced enough. It's long overdue to find Big Brother Tang Ke. I really didn't expect that Big Brother Tang Ke would be so selfless. Are the troublemakers over in Magic City out of their minds? They actually broke into the ecological building. Good man. I wish Big Brother Tang Ke happiness and a long life. Finally we see hope. Indeed the most reliable is still old Tang's black technology. Anything the state put out earlier ended up not being realized. All of it is empty talk. What a nice thing to say in the beginning. What with everyone having enough to eat and not running out of food. And the result? The Dragon Kingdom simply couldn't take that much food. After all, the Dragon Kingdom had too many people. But this time was different. It was well known how powerful Tang Ke's technological capabilities were. The state cooperates with it, and that is bound to be a horse's race. The people are finally feeling hope, not pie in the sky. This announcement succeeded in calming the rioting population. The Dragon Kingdom side is also building factories and neural controllers as fast as they can. Regarding the construction drawings for the eco-building, the top designers in the country were involved in the design of the eco-building. In every city, the state is building a superstructure even more voluminous than Tonka's eco-building. Eco-buildings in every city have to be resistant not only to heat and earthquakes, but also to cold. The purpose is to prepare in advance for the extreme cold that may come. Except for the nanotechnology, Tang Ke provided all the technology about the ecological building to the Dragon Kingdom. The technology for absorbing energy conversion is at the heart of the eco-building, so it must be provided. As for nanomites reinforcing and strengthening buildings and whatnot, Tang Ke didn't feel the need to provide it. The state is quite a big deal, and they're going to create even bigger eco-buildings. The building would have to be constructed entirely of Cur alloy, otherwise it would be prone to the possibility of collapse. Ordinary reinforced concrete can't withstand such architectural design, and if it's all built out of Cor alloy, the architects can let their imaginations run wild, get a different body of architecture. Nanotech reinforced buildings and whatnot are completely redundant for the Ku alloy building. Once again, the Dragon Kingdom has issued a proclamation calling for people to participate in construction efforts that could lead to a full day of food faster. During the work, the state will ensure that everyone involved in the infrastructure is absolutely fed. As soon as this message was sent out, the people, who were idle and hungry at home, immediately joined in this vast infrastructure. The Dragon Kingdom has always been an infrastructure powerhouse, hardworking and extremely efficient. Unlike some non-state where a brick is passed through dozens of hands, one by one, the Dragon Kingdom carries out a major infrastructure project, and foreign countries have likewise received the news. The thought that the top brass in their own countries are still enjoying themselves and that other people's countries already have a solution to the problem of hunger. The foreign people were instantly displeased and issued a collective protest. The leaders of these countries are also human. and immediately declared that the Dragon Kingdom was lying. I don't believe Tang Ko would be so selfless as to provide such important technology to the Dragon Kingdom without compensation. Don't talk about technology, Donkor is a complete fraud. He doesn't exist. That's right, Tang Ko is nothing more than a puppet robot made by the Dragon Kingdom. The voices began to present two schools of thought, one protesting the incompetence of the leaders and demanding that they be allowed to step down. The other faction is in favor of the leaders and feels that the Dragon solution is, in fact, a lie. But the holographic projections that you questioned earlier were shown on Man Island. What explains this? I've heard that the robot on Man Island is a dummy deliberately put over by Tang Ko, a real character who is the greatest genius inventor in the world. The leader of the Northern Kingdom is incompetent. Hurry up and step down. If they don't step down, we can only go to the Dragon Kingdom to seek help. Damn it, why isn't Tang Ko from our Eagle Kingdom? You're all wrong. In fact, Donkor is from Stick Country. No. Only our Neon country can give birth to a genius like Tang Ko. That's why he's from Neon. Look at his anime story. It's just as awesome as our Neon people. Overseas networks are quite lively, with humans around the globe frantically swiping through the software for information. The top management of each country is now very headstrong, and the conference room is not as calm as they show to the outside world. The top brass of each country spend almost all of their time in the conference room. They haven't negotiated a reasonable program since the drought arrived. All that can be thought of is to abandon the poor and take the rich with them to enjoy their days. Since we can't solve the problem of hunger, let's solve the problem of hungry people. No one in their country with money and power will ever go hungry anyway. But the plan was so cruel that it would tarnish their country's reputation. They won't use this plan until they have to. There are only two ways to go about it today. One is to seek the help of the Dragon Kingdom, and if they don't want to do that, then oppress them with rhetoric. If that doesn't work, oppress them in the name of the United Nations. At a meeting of the top brass of the North Country, a program was proposed. That's a bit of a strong approach. The Dragon Kingdom must have a lot of undisclosed technology with Tang Ko's help. They won't be afraid of us, a blonde man said with a stern face. At this time, the person next to him immediately snorted out coldly. Humph. It's not like the Dragon Kingdom is the only one with unpublished technology. Every country has its own hidden means, and the Dragon Kingdom is no more powerful than it is with powerful weapons. After all, Donkor is just an entertainment businessman, not a weapons dealer. The tech that Donkor invented was all recreational and not much of it could be used for military purposes. Even if it did, it wouldn't make much of a difference. These leaders were not in the least bit afraid of Tang Ko. Chapter 198 Intelligent Flying Cars. At that, the middle-aged man at the head of the table crooked his mouth. Eyes indifferent, he said, tell me about the second option, leaving the first one as an alternative. Although they were strong in the Northern Kingdom, the Dragon Kingdom wasn't weak either. It is better not to start a conflict until it is absolutely necessary. He knew that the Dragon Kingdom was people don't offend me. I don't offend you country. Because of this, as long as they didn't have a conflict in the Northern Kingdom, the Dragon Kingdom wouldn't come over to trouble them. So much to play with. Let's start with something else first, and then use the last resort if we really can't do anything else. The Northern Kingdom didn't necessarily fear the Dragon Kingdom either. They had just as much technology behind them that hadn't been publicized. If we really fight, we don't know who will win and who will lose. Thinking of this, the man in charge couldn't help but sneer. The person who had previously proposed the option spoke again. As for the second option, that would be to find Tang Ko, go through the Dragon Kingdom to deal with Tang Ko, or we can directly look up Tang Ko's contact information. Looking for Tang Ko? The leader frowned slightly. He wasn't a big fan of this Tang Ko guy, or rather, he didn't like it as long as it wasn't a genius from his own country. This kind of person will only shake up the Northern Kingdom's dominance. I don't really like this program. Even if the success rate is low, it will also look like we are incompetent in the Northern Kingdom and actually need to ask for help from Tang Ko of the Dragon Kingdom. The Primarch vetoed in a tone of indifference. With these words, a silence fell over the scene. They really can't think of a better method. It's not that they can't think straight, but the tech tree is here. Different national policies and different environments predisposed to different solutions. In that case, we'll just have to use the alternative. The man in charge tapped the desktop a few times, rather irritated. He felt like his men were a bunch of rice bowls who couldn't come up with anything. I do have an option, but it would be a bit risky. A thieving man next to him muttered in a careful voice as if he was afraid to be heard. There's a Guan Junhao in the Dragon Kingdom who is a mortal enemy of Tang Ko. He has a secret connection with us. We can provide the manpower and technology so that while he kills Tang Ko, he can bring back the technological drawings in Tang Ko's hands along the way. Many of the people present recognized who Guan Junhao was. At one time, Guan Junhao was a gangster in their northern country and was quite famous. Plus a while back, he'd run over to the northern side of the country to hire away a bunch of researchers. These things are known to the top brass in the north. His son was the one who planted his head to steal the technology before, and you're sure it's okay to let him? The father, go over there again now? The man at the head coldly swept his eyes at the man who proposed. Don't worry, President. As soon as Guan Junhao succeeds, our men will go and bring back Tangka's technology. Besides, the thieving-browed man smiled grimly. So what if we fail? It's just a loss of some men and horses for us anyway. After these words, everyone in the room was silent. They did not show any agreement, but they did not make any objections either. Obviously, there is an inner approval for this kind of thing. It's just that they are more hypocritical and willfully silent, thinking to preserve their image. Other people's lives are indeed worthless to them, hiring others to be born and die. They don't care how much the hires have sacrificed. They only care if the mission has been accomplished. Then the matter is in your hands. Mr. Scott. The man in charge laughed softly twice, and everyone around him smiled, as if a PY deal had been struck. Tangku had just stepped out of his family's garage as he installed the anti-gravity device onto the Kirin smart car, also took the wheels off the car. What do you need tires for when you're flying cars? After the 4 wheels were dismantled, Tangku again asked Big White to transport the car over to the factory. Reconstruction of the car's shell and chassis. The addition of the Ku energy device also gives the Smart Speedster another breakthrough in speed. Another industrial nanomite was used to reinforce the Smart Flyer, and there were force field shields thrown in as well. A set of operations that are heartbreaking. For those who don't know, Don Cole is preparing to drive and attack the armory. The car was enhanced and upgraded from start to finish, but Tangku was still not satisfied. He felt that a strong defense wasn't enough. He had to add some weapons into the mix. Laser weapons and electromagnetic cannons, both mounted with compression folding technology. This Kirin intelligent flying car was not as fast as a fighter jet though, but the defense and means of attack hangs over all fighters. Origins, do you think there's anything missing from my intelligent flying car? Tangka looked at the intelligent flying car that had been transported back to his home with satisfaction and asked out loud. The exterior of the Smart Flyer has changed very little, except that the 4 tire locations are covered with Ku alloy plates. The underside of the car, with much of the hardware removed, is also covered by Kur alloy hard panels. Only one circular light-emitting device remains, located directly in the center of the undercarriage. Anti-gravity was released, allowing the Kirin intelligent car to hover smoothly in mid-air. This kind of sci-fi-filled car, the more Tangka looked at it, the more he liked it. It also lacks a deformation function. The owner can utilize the compression and folding technology to give the car the ability to deform, which will allow the car to have a faster flight speed and adapt to any airflow impact. Even diving to the bottom of the sea is not a problem. These last words were said in unison by Tangku and Origin. The flying car that goes up to the sky and into the sea is especially exciting when you think about it. The oceans cover about 71% of the Earth's surface, and only 5% of the oceans have been explored by humans. Tangku was equally filled with a desire to find out what was actually in the depths of the sea. If the intelligent flying car could dive to the bottom of the sea, he would be free to explore the mysteries of the ocean. But to dive deeper, you have to solve the problem of oxygen and water pressure. This is another project program. I'll look into it later when I have time. Donkor once again made a note on his planner. Next he'll be expanding his house and building large weapons. The only thing that is a threat to others is a large weapon. And there are so many large weapons that Donkor thinks of: railguns, space-based cannons, Conan cannons, Skyhawk artillery. There are also the more exaggerated fission cannons, plasma cannons, Gauss cannons, and annihilator cannons. Of course, the latter is a bit of an overstatement. Those were things used for interstellar battles, and were still a bit far away from Tangku. Super electromagnetic cannons and railguns would be a good thing to research. As for space-based cannons, they require launching space-based laser satellites into space in order to strike the Earth. A space-based weapon would be doable at Tangku's level, but it would require a lot of preparation. That's why Tangku decided to get the simplest railguns and Kerner guns first. Chapter 199, Meng Meng disappears. Yes, Xian in trouble. The so-called railgun is actually a type of electromagnetic gun. It was easy to build using electromagnetism, which Tonka was most familiar with. Tonka had even made an electromagnetic cannon, and with just a few tweaks, he could give birth to a railgun. Except that this adjustment, for the average scientist, is an insurmountable mountain. Lastly, there is the cornucopia cannon, a projectile that utilizes the cornucopia energy to release. How powerful Tangka didn't know. Anyway, once it was made, it would be a descending blow to Earth. After these 2 weapons were built, Tangka would be able to walk sideways on Earth as well. The Dragon Kingdom opens its infrastructure work, and the Northern Kingdom secretly contacts forces lurking within the Dragon Kingdom to go help Guan Junhao. For his part, Tonka is making a massive expansion at home, mainly to the underground lab. The next step is to build underground exits to the surface. Then there's the mobile elevator, which allows Donkor to move quickly underground. All the large parcels of land near the home became Tangku land, the equivalent of buying a mountain. Continuing to expand deeper wouldn't be a problem. No need to worry about someone digging into his underground lab. Cozy if we keep digging like this, really won't it cave in? Zhang Yashuan was idly bored and ran inside Tangku's lab. Looking at the large, well-lit cavernous pit ahead of her, she couldn't help but ask out loud. Her voice echoed through the large pit, and with some fear she stood in front of the large pit that looked out over the bottom. Big White rode up and down in the intelligent flying car, and the magnetic robots were densely packed, as if they were an ant colony, crawling between the walls and pits. The scene of digging and building at the same time is quite bizarre. It looks like an alien creature building a base. Luckily the cave pit was illuminated by a light. It would have been very oozy if it had been dark. Don't worry, it looks like there aren't any supporting bodies, but in fact the sediment is mixed with layer after layer of Kerr alloy. A collapse is unlikely to happen in my area. Tangka stood beside his wife with his arms folded and a smile on his face. The top appears to be pure clay, but in fact there is a large amount of mesh membrane made up of coralloy that binds the sediment more firmly than tree roots. Creating a dungeon is not a problem at all if you have the means to do so. The top is never going to collapse. Alright, as long as it won't collapse, I'll go back and wait for that girl Meng Meng first, Zhang Yashuan said helplessly. She was too lazy to care that much. Since Tang Ku said it wouldn't, then it definitely wouldn't. Jin Yuemeng came to our house again? Tang Ku was stunned. What? No? Zhang Yashuan lightly hummed twice, then explained. This girl has been asking me if the intelligent flying car has been gotten out yet, and being forced to do so, I told her about it. As it turned out, just as I finished, this girl was yelling to come over, and I told her not to come, that you wouldn't approve of her traveling in a car. Zhang Yashuan knows why Jin Yumeng is so obsessed with the intelligent flying car. It is not just that he wants to travel, but it's really not a good time to be out in this weather, she said helplessly, but this girl said she's just here to look around, definitely not traveling, so I agreed. Just take a look. Won't let her go out with a smart flyer anyway. Tang Ku laughed. I guess I want to eat meat again, so I'm just finding an excuse to come over and rub it in. More than likely, I'm going to go wait for her upstairs, and when I come over I'll make sure to give her a hard time. Zhang Yashuan waved her fist, then returned to the first floor hall alone. After looking at the excavated basement for a while, Donkor went to work on his own railgun project as well. 2 hours passed. The time came to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhang Yashuan watched the holographic movie for a long time, and was a little puzzled as to how Mo had not yet come. So I sent her a couple messages and froze after waiting for 10 minutes with no response. She attempted to call again to inquire and was prompted to turn off her phone. What's going on? Shouldn't have fallen asleep at home? Zhang Yashuan almost fell asleep herself, so she thought that Jin Woming might have just fallen asleep. She went upstairs and changed into a short sleeve with a small, soft, comfortable skirt. The dress also has her own design on it. What appears to be a mediocre short sleeve is actually a variation of the black Ko nano armor. Cozy, I'll go to Meng Meng's house. This ninny might be asleep at home, and I can't reach her on her cell phone, so I'm afraid something might happen. Zhang Yashuan spoke to Tang Ku through the holographic projection. Tang Ku froze slightly and nodded. Okay, but remember to bring a bodyguard. No need. I'm wearing your black Ko nano armor. I'll be fine. Okay, why don't I send you there in a smart flyer? It's only a 20-minute ride. I'll just take the smart car there. Zhang Yashuan rejected Tang Ku's good intentions. The intelligent flying car was still being used as a means of transportation underground. If it's taken away, the speed of construction will be somewhat affected. Anyway, it's pretty safe over here in Dragonland, so there's no need to take any flying cars. Alright, be careful on the road. Tang Ku nodded. Zhang Yashuan waved her hand to turn off the projection screen and rode alone in the Qilin intelligent car to Jin Yueming's house. Tang Ku, who was researching and designing the railgun, suddenly remembered that Jin Yueming's family shouldn't have less cameras either. Origins, is Kim Woo-mung at home? Drops. A screen unfolded in front of Tang Ku, and the camera switched several times in succession. Although the entirety of Jin Woo-mung's home is not on display, the doorway camera is able to see it. Jin Woo-mung left home about an hour ago. She left an hour ago. She should be at our house by now. There's no mall to shop at outside. Why hasn't she come over yet? Tang Ku frowned, feeling a bit strange. Origins, check the street cameras. He gave the instruction again, but Origins responded. Master, the street cameras, all destroyed by the heat, can no longer be found usable. Can't find it? That's kind of hard to do. Where's Kim Woo-mo's cell phone? Where was it before it was turned off? As Tang Ku's words fell, Origins immediately invaded the satellites to locate the position of Jin Yueming's cell phone before it was turned off. The final result was locked in, less than a kilometer away from Tang Ku's house. Notify Yashian and have her come back immediately. Tang Ku immediately shouted. Zhang Yashuan, who was on her way, suddenly had her cell phone vibrate, along with a message from Origins, which she hadn't had time to read yet. Origins within the Qilin intelligent vehicle suddenly voiced out. Sister Yashian. Sister Jean Yuming is lying in that car next to her. Mo's in that car? Zhang Yashuan was puzzled and looked across the road at the only vehicle. It's a black Mercedes-Benz, cornering the corner ahead. Origins, sure it's Mo? Very sure. The master gave this intelligent car of ours the same detection system of the Watchers. It can't be wrong, Origin affirmed. Follow it, Zhang Yashuan directly ordered, a serious look appearing on her delicate face. At the same time, he opened his cell phone and saw that it was a call from Tang Ku. She thought Tang Ku should have guessed something and was just about to pick up the phone when she realized that the phone suddenly hung up. Chapter 200 Traps. Zhang Yashuan opened the information bar and realized that there was no signal in this place. Sister Yashian, there's no more signal here, and the detection system has been shielded by strange energy, so we'd better turn back? Origins sounded a bit anxious this time. At the moment she became offline and couldn't connect to the internet at all. Zhang Yashuan also realized that something was wrong and immediately told the Qilin intelligent car to turn around. But they never got a signal after a long drive on the road after the turnaround. The weirdest thing was that the scene around us seemed to keep repeating itself. No matter how you drive it, it's a straight stretch of road. It was clear that a turning intersection should have appeared ahead, but after more than 10 minutes of traveling, it was still on the straightaway. Even the surrounding trees felt extraordinarily familiar. It was like a ghost hitting the wall in a ghost movie, causing Zhang Yashuan's whole body to be creeped out. Origin, what's going on here? Zhang Yashuan asked eagerly. The originating voice also responded with a slightly anxious voice. I'm sorry Sister Yashian, my detection functions are all disabled, and the network can't connect, so I can't analyze it at all. Big deal. What the hell is going on here? The origin is also unclear, and the only way for the Kirin smart car, which can't connect to the satellite signal, is to keep accelerating. Zhang Yashuan's willow brows knitted slightly. Origin parking. I'll go down and take a look. Crunch. The Kirin smart car made an emergency stop and came to a halt in the center of the main street. But the moment the car door opened, Zhang Yashuan immediately detected a layer of rippling fluctuations. It was something like a barrier. And sure enough, something had enveloped the unicorn car. Zhang Yashuan inwardly became alert and touched the heart of Xuanwu on her jade finger. Get out of the car and walk out without fear. In an instant, the image in front of him was like entering a virtual world, suddenly changing from a tree-lined avenue to a slightly dimly lit cave. The layer of rippling shields that wrapped around the intelligent Qilin automobile also instantly shattered at this moment. A cool chill sweeps through the air and is refreshing. There were hundreds of people around as well as several black Mercedes sedans that surrounded Zhang Yashuan. There were several other large devices on the car, with faint energy fluctuations that hadn't completely dissipated. The rippling fluctuations that enveloped the unicorn vehicle just now were released from these instruments. On top of that, these people surrounding Zhang Yashuan, all of them held gun weapons that emitted a ghostly light in their hands as they teasingly looked at Zhang Yashuan. The weapons looked similar to the laser weapons she had at home, packed with powerful energy. Zhang Yashuan quickly scanned her surroundings, her demeanor calm and not flustered. Soon, she saw a Mercedes-Benz sedan with a familiar figure lying on it, none other than her best friend, Jean Yameng. I wonder what you all are up to. Zhang Yashuan's voice was clear and cold, as if she was a high goddess interrogating mortals. It was as if it was the other party, not her, who was in danger at the moment. Worthy of being Tang Ke's wife, to be so calm in the face of such a situation. It's Tang Ke who gave you the means of defense, right? The voice was distant and close, and the men gave way. A gaunt man with white hair walked up, his face smiling coldly. But no matter what means of defense Tang Ke has given you, you're doomed to not being able to leave this place. There were more than 200 people in this cave. All of them were the killing people who mixed with the underworld and the special forces of the Northern Kingdom. All of them with extraordinary skills, together with the black technology weapons built in recent times. Restricting a Zhang Yashuan could not be too easy. Want to fight your way out of here unarmed? You think you're the protagonist of a mystery novel? I advise you to tie your hands. You can suffer less. We are not people of pity. We advise you to put away your nobility and arrogance. The visitor was none other than Guan Juanhao, his eyes filled with hostility. If Zhang Yashuan dared to disobey, though not so much as to say kill, but his men would be the first to shoot and give Zhang Yashuan a hard time. After all, Zhang Yashuan was an important bargaining chip to attract Tang Ke, and if he wanted Tang Ke to fall into the trap, he had to keep Zhang Yashuan alive. Suffering? I'm sorry, I don't want to suffer, but you might. Zhang Yashuan's delicate face still maintained a smile, and her tone was so calm that she was surprised. I know Tang Ke is very powerful and possesses many weapons, but we have the same. Don't think that just because you have Tangke behind you, we won't dare to touch you. Mason, Guan Juanhao snorted coldly. The foreign man beside him, who was holding an ordinary weapon, directly raised his automatic rifle, aimed at Zhang Yashuan's shoulder position, and snapped the gun handle. Bang! A bullet spun and shot sharply, bringing out a cracking sound. However, an azure blue barrier suddenly surfaced on Zhang Yashuan's body. Pust! Under the muffled sound, the bullet seemed to hit the middle of the void. Upon touching this barrier, it was disintegrated into particles on the spot. Oh, so there is a means of defense. No wonder you are emboldened. Guan Juanhao's eyebrows rose slightly, and in his heart, he said that this was indeed the case. If you think this thing is the capital of your arrogance, you're sadly mistaken. Squeak! Abruptly, someone raised a firearm with lightning to aim at Zhang Yashuan, lightning energy converging and flashing on the muzzle. Phew! An azure beam of light turned into a long rainbow and shot towards Zhang Yashuan. This time, however, the part he was aiming at was changed to Zhang Yashuan's long legs. This was because they were worried that this beam of light, if they were not careful, would blow Zhang Yashuan's head off. Boom! The force field shield once again braced itself from the heart of Xuanwu. The azure beam of light collided with it and exploded into surging and brilliant ripples of energy. Thumbs down. The beam lasted for several seconds before it eventually stopped due to lack of energy. Guan Juanhao couldn't help but frown, feeling a little tricky, because Zhang Yashuan was still standing intact. The ability of the force field shield far exceeded Guan Juanhao's prediction. What the hell is this shield that can even block a laser gun so easily? Sorry, Mr. Guan Juanhao, it seems that your weapon is not as powerful as my family's little Kezi. Zhang Yashuan smiled faintly. Guan Juanhao and the others had regretful faces and reacted immediately. They rushed towards Jin Wuming's Mercedes sedan with lightning speed. They realized that they couldn't help Zhang Yashuan, so they adjusted their plan. Directly from Jin Yumeng, using her as a hostage to force Zhang Yixuan to give in. The reason they arrested Jin Wuming was to trick Zhang Yashuan into coming out. Then using Zhang Yashuan as a hostage, he asked Tang Ke to come over to the banquet single-handedly. That's the only break they've found. But Zhang Yashuan could not do as they wished. She also rushed towards Jin Yuemling's position at the first opportunity. Don't move. Move again and we'll just shoot that car. Someone bellowed in English. However, Zhang Yashuan was not moved at all and rushed over without any hesitation. Shat, she doesn't even know English. She's purposely not giving an about us. You dumbass. The people around them burst out cursing under their breath and didn't hesitate to shoot. In this flash of lightning, Zhang Yashuan's jade finger tapped twice on the pattern of the clothes. Chapter 201 Black Coat Armor makes its debut. A layer of machinery with a snorting sound surfaced and spread across her clothes at an alarming rate. It was as if liquid metal was gushing out from the surface of the body, densely composed of steel armor. First it covers the torso, then the limbs. Energy rays spilled through the points of articulation, forming crimson steel armor. With a clang, the armored mask covered Zhang Yashuan's stunning face. Boom! In an instant, the anti-gravity device erupted, and the sudden burst of power caused the ground to be shattered to inches. Zhang Yashuan transformed into a stream of light and arrived on top of the black sedan in the blink of an eye. Her feet were heavy on them, causing the roof of the car to sag slightly. Boom! At the moment Zhang Yashuan stepped on the Mercedes sedan with both feet, several lasers shot out sharply. The lasers were like raindrops hitting an umbrella with a muffled ticking sound. The force field shield held up by the heart of Xuanwu blocked out all lasers. The sudden change left everyone in a daze. Almost thought I was in a sci-fi blockbuster here. What the hell is this armor and how did it come about? The crowd's mouths grew wide as they stood still. Guan Juanhao was also confused. This was completely beyond his expectations. Or, who the hell would have thought it? Looking at this exquisitely crafted set of crimson armor on the roof of the car, it glowed with a bright silver sheen. Everyone felt an invisible sense of oppression. Zhang Yashuan's speed just now directly exceeded the laser speed, blocking all the attacks. Guan Juanhao's eyes chilled as he backed away and shouted, "Attack! Leave no stone unturned and attack me." He didn't believe that this broken armor could still block the attacks of so many people. Seeing Zhang Yashuan's attitude, Guan Juanhao no longer intended to leave anyone alive. Buzz! As Guan Juanhao's voice fell, the crowd immediately snapped the hilt of their guns. Dozens of lasers raced in, sending ripples through the force field shields. Zhang Yashuan was also nonchalant, lifting her hand instantly. Origins assisted in aiming and locking onto the enemy. The same beam of energy shot out from her palm. Shoo! Boom! The beam instantly pierced through an enemy. Co-elemental energy washing away the opponent's laser. The energy advanced unstoppably and finally exploded within the cave wall. A large amount of debris rolled down and spilled, burying the research equipment on the ground. Colorful lasers swept through the cave in quick succession, exploding in wave after wave of vibrations. Some people noticed the unusual nature of the force field shields and chose to rush forward to engage in melee combat. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yashuan's fighting skills were equally not bad, plus the power boost from the black Ku armor. In just one look, he was kicked away by Zhang Yashuan. Some were even blown away by Zhang Yashuan's cannon, injuring a large swath of teammates in the crowd. Anyone who plays virtual games has more or less mastered some fighting techniques. The moment she put on the black Ku armor, Zhang Yashuan was like being in the middle of a virtual game. Keeping in mind that Devour the Universe is also a sci-fi game, the armor in the game is extremely similar to many of the features of the Heko armor. Even though it was Zhang Yashuan's first time using the black Ku armor, she was still able to know what equipment and functions were available. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, a strong man holding a large dark shield rushed in with heavy footsteps. Zhang Yashuan's cannon blast on it didn't even manage to cause any damage. Bang! The opponent slammed into Zhang Yashuan like a brute, but it was blocked by the force field shield once again. Electric lasers of electricity collided between the two, making a crackling sound. At the same time, they have finally discovered a break in the force field shield. The key object of protection of the heart of Xuanwu was Zhang Yashuan herself, and did not include the Mercedes sedan at her feet. The moment Zhang Yashuan was hit by a melee attack, the force field shield directly shrunk to just the size of wrapping around Zhang Yashuan, and the Mercedes sedan below lost its force field protection. So, someone laughed with glee and started firing lasers at the Mercedes car. Zhang Yashuan's brows knitted slightly as she ignored the impact of the large shield under the protection of the force field shield. Her back armor suddenly unfolded, the machinery seemingly composed of emptiness, layer upon layer. It ended up forming the barrels of two electromagnetic cannons that rested on her shoulders. Buzz! Electromagnetic energy fluctuations flickered and converged into white points of light. Immediately afterward, dozens of consecutive balls of light shot out from the barrel one after another. It's like a machine gun burst, with the frequency and speed of fire. Capture and lock all incoming lasers by Origin Assist. The ball of light and the other party's lasers collided into each other, exploding into a vast wave of energy. Boom 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 boom. A roar exploded and the entire cave trembled violently. Tang Ku asked Origin to notify Zhang Yashuan to return in a hurry, but after a few seconds, the Origin response was that Zhang Yashuan's signal was broken. Tang Ku was shocked inwardly, secretly saying that it was not good. As he thought, something might have happened to Jin Womeng, and the targeting could be to draw him or Zhang Yashuan out. Give me the location of Yexian's signal break. Don Cor frowned and ordered Origins as he walked out of the lab. He grabbed the silver skateboard hanging on the wall and tossed it around. Instead of falling to the ground, the flying skateboard hovered steadily in mid-air. Tang Ku didn't have time to delay. Putting on his AR glasses, the moment his feet stepped on the skateboard, the machinery covered his ankles with the sound of spindles, stabilizing his body after. Tang Ku directly leapt up in the air, transforming into streams of light and trailing residual shadows. A force field shield rose from the skateboard, insulating it from the heat outside, as well as the pressure of the oncoming wind. Even the sound of the wind that cut through his ears was perfectly blocked. However, the air inside the force field shield was extremely circulating, as if it was in the middle of a forest. The air is fresh and the temperature is moderate, but at this moment, Tang Ku's speed had reached 1,000 kilometers per hour. He followed the instructions provided on the AR glasses and soon arrived at the place where Zhang Yashuan's signal was cut off. As it turned out, there were only roads and woods in the vicinity, with no sign of any human activity at all. And the signal is connected. Master, all signals here are normal. The reason for the interruption of Yexian's sister's signal, I'm afraid it's caused by the interference of certain devices. It's recommended to search the nearby mountain ranges. Based on the time projection, the other party can't have traveled too far, and the following is the search range I have projected for my master. The originating voice comes through the AR glasses, while a picture unfolds, along with the best search route. Tang Ku's face was cold to the extreme as he flew out again, though he knew that his wife, who had the black Ku armor, wouldn't be harmed in any way, and running out on her own wouldn't be a problem at all. However, the anger within Tang Ku was still uncontrollable. How dare anyone come and touch him, and do it to his wife? It was challenging his bottom line. Tonka flew out again with a dozen watchman drones behind him. Follow at about the same speed and do a full search of your surroundings. Chapter 202, Crushing the Cave. Tang Ku's arrival. After searching for about 10 minutes, the AR glasses suddenly locked onto an unusual place. There was a mountain peak there, but there was a violent shaking coming from it. Tang Ku didn't even think about it and directly stepped on the flying skateboard and rushed over. Boom! With a loud bang, Tang Ku's AR glasses locked onto a crimson figure. It was Zhang Yashuan, who was wearing the black Kanano armor, who flew out of the smoke while holding Jin Yumeng. The mountain peak in the rear collapsed, blowing up rolling smoke. as well as explosive fire filled the air, like a pouring mouth spitting flames. Following close behind were dozens of stocky men wearing mechanical exoskeletons and wielding large shields and guns. Give chase, damn pussy, actually destroying the cave. The strong man in the lead cursed out in anger. Chief, we'd better retreat. The cave is gone and our signal shielding is broken. A junior brother couldn't help but shout that the means of shielding the signal was gone, indicating that Zhang Yashuan could call for external assistance. If Tang Ke came with high-tech weapons, he was afraid that he would be cold. Damn it, damn. I didn't expect her to have such a hand. It's really out of our expectation. This time the plan was clearly prepared perfectly. First, he used Jin Wuming as bait to lure Zhang Yashuan out. All they had to do was to squat on Zhang Yashuan's must-go path. Then utilize devices that block signals, moving holographic projections that create illusions, and black tech devices that block detection capabilities, to make the Kirin smart car, a Kirin smart car, drive all the way to their base camp inside the cave. But no one expected that Zhang Yashuan had been caught. Instead, there was such a big surprise, a set of black Ku armor, that it made all their plans fall apart. The special forces with mechanical exoskeletons all felt what it meant to be crushed by technology the moment they saw the armor. These people's mechanical exoskeletons and weapons were in front of Zhang Yashuan's set of black Ku armor. It appears to be worthless. Cough cough cough. Everyone freeze. Kill her for me. Wang Juanhao blackened his face and walked out of the smoke. He also wore a mechanical exoskeleton that enhanced the attributes of his entire body. Otherwise it would have been really hard to escape from this cave collapse. He was also holding a large suitcase full of black tech weapons. Some of them he had invested his heart and soul in over the course of the days. Some of them were given to him by the top brass in the north some time ago. The hot temperatures made many people uncomfortable and they were sweating just from running out. With temperatures in the 50s, it's really hard for humans to stay here for long periods of time. Mo, wake up. Still sleeping? Zhang Yashuan patted Jin Yueming's face, but realized that no matter how much she patted, she was always unconscious. It's probably a coma caused by the drugs these guys got. One of the foreign men, once again, rushed forward with heavy steps. Zhang Yashuan's face changed slightly as the mechanical folds on her black Ku armor unfolded, forming a circular gun port on her arm. Azure Ku elemental energies converge and emit an ethereal light. It hit the top of the opponent's shield with a loud boom. Bang! The energy this time caused the shield to explode on the spot, but the person also reacted extremely quickly, letting go of the shield the moment it exploded. He himself bounced up, augmented by his mechanical exoskeleton. Click! The man raised his firearm as he descended from the sky, locking onto Zhang Yashuan. This firearm of his was different, a big laser gun supplied by the north. Coverage is up to 3 meters and only one shot can be released. No matter how powerful Zhang Yashuan's protective shield was, it would definitely be overwhelmed by his shot. Zhang Yashuan also sensed the extraordinary nature of this energy and was about to launch her flight ability to dodge. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure that was coming at speed. The corners of the floating man's mouth rose as a triumphant smile appeared. His lagging ability was extremely strong and his floating body was very smooth. Just as he was about to snap the handle of his gun, a strong wind whistled from the side. With a clang, the silver-white skateboard came from the side against his face. Yes, the skateboard went right into his face. Boo! The force of inertia was like a large truck crashing into him, directly impacting his skull with a crunching and cracking sound. Even the mechanical exoskeleton was shattered on the spot, turning into pieces and spilling out. The man flew out horizontally like a kite off its string. Tang Ke's face was handsome and cold as he stepped on his flying skateboard and hovered in midair. The crowd was in awe, staring at the suddenly appearing Tang Ke with varying expressions, especially Guan Juanhao. The expression on his face changed again and again. First, his heart tightened, and then his face showed ecstasy. Finally a hideous laugh came out. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect you to come after all. It's really heaven's help. Didn't he get all this stuff just to lure Tang Ke out? Now Tang Ke had not only come, but he was also single-handed, without any help. What's the difference between that and giving away your head? Is it better to say that Don Cor has confidence? Or is it better to say that he is arrogant? Guan Juanhao excitedly opened the suitcase, which contained several gun weapons in rather bizarre shapes. Tang Ke's eyes scanned the surrounding area icily, and after the AR glasses scanned Zhang Yashuan for no injuries, he breathed a sigh of relief. He landed down beside his wife, his flying skateboard hovering upright. The place was no longer shielded from signals, and the AR glasses scanned the faces of everyone present for big data analysis. Information on each was quickly obtained. All of them are from the north. Researchers, special forces, gangsters. There was no doubt that behind these people stood the high-ranking figures of the northern kingdom. Tang Ke was quite angry inside at the moment, but he knew that he couldn't let his anger go to his head. We'll settle the score with the north after we settle the matter at hand. As for those in front of us, he won't spare any of them. When the AR glasses scanned Guan Juanhao, the other party's detailed information was displayed. Compared to before, Guan Juanhao's appearance had changed quite a bit. Not only was the man emaciated, but his demeanor and hair color had changed. This is a change that presents itself only after a person has suffered a great blow. So he's going to take his pain and work it into Doncor. Let Don Cor feel the pain. The two special-looking firearms were quickly assembled by Guan Juanhao. There were also several mechanical additions to the mechanical exoskeleton that made his frame look a bit bloated. Yes, Xian, you take Jin Yu Meng back a bit. Tang Ke's palm pressed down on the vertical hovering flying skateboard. In a flash, the flying skateboard turned into a particle. From the position of Tonka's hand it began to float and rotate, from left to right. With the bell ringing of clashing glass, Tang Ke removed the AR glasses and casually tossed them to his wife. A fluttering particle, with the sound of mechanical folding and expanding, formed a suit of silver-white armor over him. The whole thing is shiny and ethereal, full of mechanical beauty. This flying skateboard is a flying machine at the same time as it is a piece of black KO nano armor. Through compression folding technology, a piece of armor was hardened and compressed into a flying skateboard. It's as if Tony Stark took a piece of armor and compressed it into a suitcase. Tonka just followed the example of his opponent and fused the flying skateboards at the same time. Chapter 203 Guan Juanhao who feels direct in his hands. Tang Ke, there's a way to heaven you don't go. There's no door to hell to barge in. Didn't think I was in the Dragon Kingdom, did you? And even less did you think I'd be looking for you to take revenge, did you? Holding the two gun weapons, Guan Juanhao felt like he was holding the world. Watching Tang Ke go from being unarmed to an ironclad man, his heart was all indifferent as well. One could imagine how confident he was in the weapon he held. He snapped at Tang Ke. I'm standing right in front of you. Look at me. Phew. Before Guan Juanhao finished speaking, Ku energy beams suddenly shot out from Tang Ke's palm. Guan Juanhao gravity stepped, and the suitcase on the ground flew up on the spot, blocking the beam. Bang! Amazingly, the suitcase was actually only scorched and blackened by the beam of light. Rather than blowing up instantly, it was being pierced by energy at a rate visible to the naked eye. Guan Juanhao didn't dare to slow down and rolled around on the ground with the power of the mechanical exoskeleton. Boom! The energy pierced through the suitcase's defenses, blowing a large crater in the ground and filling it with smoke. Tonka raised his hand again, and a cannon muzzle was assembled in his arm. Immediately afterward, another beam of light with agitated energy particles shot towards Guan Juanhao. The Northern Special Forces weren't spectators either. As they raised their laser weapons and shot at Tang Ke, Guan Juanhao immediately ran, so fast that he dragged out residual shadows. Boom! The sand-filled dirt floor exploded again, and Guan Juanhao leapt and landed on the ground and rolled over several times to get up, with some minor woes. The gun in his hand also prepared Tang Ke, launching a blazing attack. Buzz! Boom! The moment the handle of the gun was snapped, the crimson light dyed all the surrounding colors a brilliant red. It was as if a red dragon opened its pouring mouth and devoured towards Tang Ke. Powerful waves of air swept across the room. The agitated energy particles caused the already hot temperature to rise a few more points. Guan Juanhao had a mechanical exoskeleton, but he was also shocked by the recoil and his feet rubbed out a mark. Zhang Yashuan's pupils in the distance shrunk violently, and her cries of alarm were drowned out by the rumbling of the beams of light. Wherever the beam passed, the dirt had to unfurl a cauterized channel for it. In the face of this vast aura of energy, Tang Ke's heart had no ripples, but from beginning to end, he was expressionless, as if he was scared silly, and stood still without moving. In addition to this crimson beam, there were colorful laser rays following around. This wave of attacks was long planned. It was also something Guan Juanhao had been looking forward to for a long time, and everything was in his plan. Under one cannon, even a city would be instantly obliterated. Go to hell, Tang Ke! Guan Juanhao laughed hideously and maniacally. Suddenly, Tang Ke raised his palm. The force field shields converged centrally to a position directly in front of them, forming a circular shield of azure blue color. He was oblivious to the laser rays around him, heeding only the crimson ray directly in front of him. The harsh energy particles swept in. Rumble! The force field shield collided with the crimson beam of light, erupting with a loud boom. The ground trembled in a 100-meter radius, and heat waves crashed out in waves. Arm-thick laser lightning whipped about, blasting crater after crater into the ground. Tang Ke let the crimson beams of light impact, and the force field shield in front of him remained standing, and those lasers shooting from other directions. It hit his black Ku armor directly with a clanging sound. To the dismay of the crowd, their lasers had actually only grazed a little bit of abrasion marks on the black Ku armor. What the hell kind of armor is this? How come it's so tough? How is it even possible to block a laser weapon? Keep firing, it's showing wear and tear, and with a sustained attack, it'll break through sooner or later, the chief bellowed, and the crowd responded in kind, launching another round of laser blasts. Seeing this, Tangko couldn't help but sneer. These people are really treating him like a living target. Master, lock on complete, ready for energy refraction attack. In that brief moment, Origins had locked on to all the surrounding enemies. Tangko's torso pressed against the force field shield, and the circular shield began to become angular. The angle is adjusted according to physical refraction to direct the beam energy in other directions, and he was aiming at the very enemies who were shooting at him all around. Instantly, the crimson beams refracted and unfolded on the force field shield, forming dozens of crimson rays that scattered. Boom, 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 boom. The crimson rays contained violent energies that scattered and swept in different directions. Rocks and sand exploded one after another within a few hundred meters, interspersed with human screams and cries of grief. Those gunmen were all pierced through their bodies by the lasers, and all the splattered blood was vaporized in the air by the beams. Those who reacted faster, even if they were not pierced through their bodies on the spot, they were also hit in the vitals by the rocks that blew up next to them, and some of them had their heads blown off on the spot, while others had their limbs blown off. The scene was in dismal condition. Boo! At that moment, Tangko took a step forward against the crimson ray. Guan Juanhao inwardly, followed by the second step. The third step, Tangko advanced faster and faster, turning from walking to running. It was only the moment he neared the front of Guan Juanhao that the other party finally snapped out of his shock. The crimson beam had faded, leaving only a rolling firearm in his hand. Guan Juanhao immediately threw away his firearm and drew a sharp blade from his waist area. Snort! Rolling crimson surfaced on the 1-meter sharp blade, slashing at Tangko with a cracking sound. Madaka! A sharp piercing sound echoed nearby, and Guan Juanhao's arm was shaken by his own blade. Tangko actually gripped this heat-cutting blade with his bare hands. The rolling heat made the black Ku armored gloves. Snort! He gripped it hard, and with a bang, the blade rotted into pieces on the spot. The crimson glow disappeared with it, and Guan Juanhao's pupils shrank. With the increase of the mechanical exoskeleton, he quickly raised his other firearm and aimed a burst of fire at Tangko. But how could his speed beat the speed of the black Ku armor? Guan Juanhao was fast, but Tangko was faster. A laser sword blade suddenly formed in Tangko's hand, slicing out a sharp sound in the air. Buzz! The laser drew a pike in front of Guan Juanhao. The firearm in his hand also turned into two in that instant. Without waiting for him to react again, Tangko had already punched him in the chest cavity. Kala! Guan Juanhao's chest bones were crumbled on the spot, and his internal organs were overflowing with blood from the heavy punch. Under the black Ku armored mask, Tangko's face was cold to the core, without a trace of sympathy in it. His other palm directly pressed down on Guan Juanhao's face. Well, the powerful force crushed Guan Juanhao's head, and a look of pain appeared on his face. But then they forced themselves not to scream out in misery, accompanied by a clicking sound in their ears. It was the sound of cracking bones. Ha! Ha! At this moment of imminent death, Guan Juanhao suddenly grinned as blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. Those hate-filled eyes were also covered in blood. It was ultimately defeated. He put everything he had into the program. It turned out to be a total loss. Chapter 204, Toy-like Technology. Eye-opening blitz. Guan Juanhao hated very much inside. Hated everything about Tangko. What's more, he hated the fact that the Dragon Kingdom had actually appeared as Tangko, without the presence of Don Cor. The first kidnapping was a victory for their Hofang group. There wouldn't have been any of this crap to follow, much less cause their family to die. The starting point of everything stems from the existence of the man Tangko. Today's failure is all the more so because Tangko was too capable and too well prepared. Zhang Yashuan, who was clearly unarmed 1 second, turned into a full-bodied, iron-armored man with black tech weapons the next. With such a level of technology, how come Nima doesn't announce it and has to hide it? It's like fishing, waiting for him to take the bait. Guan Juanhao had never hated someone so much. Even if it meant death, he would drag Tangko to die with him. Tangko, my whole family is all your fault. Die with me. Guan Juanhao bellowed in a stern voice, blood splattering in his spittle. Immediately after that, the mechanical exoskeleton on his body suddenly lit up with a red light. All the weapons left around, all of them turned into bombs at this moment. Rumble. The instantaneous explosion engulfed everything in a circle of hundreds of meters, not giving anyone a chance to react, including Tangko and the others. They were also drowned in flames. The roar was so loud that the earth trembled for hundreds of meters in a radius. This was Guan Juanhao's last resort. Primitive and rudimentary. Your technology is as good as a toy to me. Tangko calmly stepped out of the flames and smoke, his black Ku armor somewhat charred by these flames. Yet it only blackened the surface and didn't affect the interior one bit. A few wisps of flame hanging from his armor were extinguished by the breeze as he walked. Tangko was not inwardly surprised by the black technology that Guan Juanhao had mastered. Each country has undisclosed technology and weapons. It was only natural that the Northern Kingdom would be able to provide Guan Juanhao with laser weapons. as well as force field technology to shield signals. Only, whether it was the weapons that Guan Juanhao had gotten himself out of, or those black technologies provided by the North, it's all too rudimentary and primitive for Don Cor. It couldn't even break the shell of his black Ku armor, and such a weapon posed no threat to him. The neighborhood was all dirt and sand, with no combustible material for the flames to burn. The smoke and flames quickly dissipated. The figures of Zhang Yashuan and Jin Yumeng were revealed, and both women were protected by force field shields. From Zhang Yashuan's expression, she was able to tell that she and Jin Yumeng hadn't been harmed in any way. Wow! Layer by layer, the black Ko armor faded and drifted as particles, reconstituting itself in the air as a flying skateboard. Only the flying skateboard became somewhat charred, as if it had been scorched. Without the armor in his body, Tang Ke clearly felt the ground under his feet rolling a bit. Zhang Yashuan's black Ku armor also changed back to short sleeves, as if the armor had never appeared on her from start to finish. Just like a fairy sitting on the dust of the mortal world, she quietly looked at Tang Ke. My treasure, did it freak you out? Dank trotted over, his demeanor shifting extremely quickly. He was a different person from the murderous one from earlier. With your armor and force field shields protecting you, what could happen? Zhang Yashuan laughed softly. On the contrary, it's this girl Meng Meng who doesn't know when she'll wake up. She stroked Jin Yuemeng's hair, a smile spreading across her face. This girl is also really outside the fight to death, but she sleeps well. Jin Yuemeng's head was resting on Zhang Yashuan's thigh, and his sleeping posture was quite elegant. Tang Ke put on his AR glasses again and scanned Jin Yuemeng's physical condition. Origin said that Kim Wumo will wake up soon. Tang Ke simply sat down as well, quietly waiting for Jin Yuemeng to wake up. By the way, call Kirin's smart car as well as medical grade white to come over. As for the smart car inside the cave, under multiple explosions, thoroughly buried under the mound, even with electromagnetic propulsion, it simply couldn't get up there. The two sat on the dirt floor chatting and waiting. A force field shield was released from the flight skids, insulating them from the scorching heat. If it wasn't for the insulating ability of the force field shield, the two would not be sitting on the ground, let alone sitting on the ground. I'm afraid that even standing for a long time feels like a burn on the soles of my feet. After all, the ground here had been exposed to the heat for more than a few months, and the temperature was quite frightening. Say, were you scared of today's encounter? Don Cor asked. What's there to be afraid of? So much protection, even a little bit of a tiny overkill. Zhang Yashuan winked playfully. The moment she put on the black Ku armor, she felt like she was in a virtual game world, yet different from the virtual world. Two similar yet different experiences that feel wonderful. So you're that good of a fighter? Not afraid? But I'm afraid, Tang Ke said with some surprise. This was the first time that his wife had faced so many enemies, and she hadn't even panicked a bit. The wife's heart is still strong. Not afraid, not afraid. I loot treasure by my guard. Zhang Yashuan smiled and reached out to touch Tang Ke, in a big sisterly manner. Tang Ke was also playful. He knew his wife loved to pretend to be a big sister, so she said in a resigned manner, I'm not afraid if I want a kiss. Fine, kisses, muah. Zhang Yashuan's red lips came up to Tang Ke, and the two lips wanted to kiss together. At this time, Jin Yumeng, who was resting on Zhang Yashuan's thigh, suddenly woke up. Open-eye blitz. She looked at the two people kissing each other in front of her with a blank expression, her mind short-circuiting for a moment. Who am I? Where am I? What is it now? Suddenly, she was full. What the hell is this? I must not be awake, Jin Yuemeng muttered, closing his eyes again before opening them again. It was still Tang Ke and Zhang Yashuan. They heard Kim Wuemeng's mumbling below them, so their lips parted and they looked down. The two happened to be looking at each other. Jin Yuemeng felt like a little baby being gazed down at by her parents. At this moment, Jin Yuemeng's pretty face instantly turned red. I don't know if it was shame or anger, but it descended into a violent beating anyway. Aha! I've had enough. What's going on here? Jin Yuemeng immediately climbed to his feet and clutched his head in a flurry. Waking up to see two people kissing here, and in this desolate wilderness. It's just outrageous. Due to Tang Ke's opening lightning strike with Zhang Yashuan, it made Jin Yuemeng not even think in the direction of how he fell asleep now. Anyway, it's just pissed off. Pissed off to the point of open-mouthedness. Meng Meng is awake. Zhang Yashuan cried and laughed. Tang Ke nodded gratefully. It looks like it's no big deal. Alive and well. You're dancing the lion dance right away. You look great. More energized than a spiritual boy. Why are you two here? No, why am I here? And where is this place? Jin Yuemeng finally voiced the confusion in his mind. She tried to think back and finally remembered that she was on her way to her best friend's house when she was suddenly kidnapped. Chapter 205, Technology is a Condom. Jin Yuemeng went out in the Kirin smart car and played a hologram game in the car. As you play, suddenly there is a cue from Origins. Said something was wrong and asked if she wanted to notify the police. Kim Woo-mong doesn't understand what's going on, but she takes off and tells Origins to notify the police immediately. Yet the next second, Origins tells her that the signal is blocked. What's the point of having a cute girl? It's not really a fault that the Kirin smart car isn't actually strong enough. Rather, technology is always advancing, and where there are means of shielding, there are means of counter-shielding. If there's anti-blocking, someone will develop it, an anti-blocking device. With anti-masking means, it's natural to research anti-masking. Technology is the condom. The introduction of Tang Ke's black technology has long pushed the level of technology in this world. When one person advances, global technology follows, rather than staying put. So, Jin Woo-mong repeated what happened to Zhang Yashuan. With this new means of force field shielding, the Qilin intelligent automobile drove on and reached the inside of the cave. The holographic projection illusion then dispersed, and Jin Woo-mong was too scared to get out of the car. Whichever thought that the other party actually took out a red light-emitting electric drill. After drilling into the car window for most of the day, he finally drilled through her window and pointed a gun at her. Kim Woo-mo obediently gave in, got out of the car, had a towel put over his mouth and nose, and then passed out. Waking up again, it was Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan kissing picture. You were knocked out? There's no difference in your body, right? Zhang Yashuan said with some urgency in her tone. With so many fierce men around, being a pretty munchkin can be dangerous. Jin Yuemeng, the silly girl, then reacted and was so scared that she immediately touched herself. After not sensing anything out of the ordinary, it was a relief. It seems that these people are the ones who lick blood from the tip of the knife and don't have much interest in women or anything else. For them, getting the job done is the #1 priority. Women and whatnot don't affect how fast they can draw their guns. The flowery Kim Woo-mong also dodged a bullet with this. If he had met those ordinary kidnappers, he would have been afraid that he would have lost his body by now. Chen Zimo said that he was almost green. It's good that it's fine. Let's see if you girls still dare to run outside all day. Zhang Yashuan pretended to be angry. No one is on the city streets right now. Plus the cameras are all damaged by the heat. That's why these people are so rampant. Directly tampering with the sights of the Kirin smart car with a large device that takes people away hard. There are quite a few prerequisites for this type of hijacking. It's about having holographic projections on the roofs of all 4 cars along with signal shielding devices. One of the vehicles approached the target and blocked out the other's signal. Then a second vehicle approaches, gradually forming a holographic projection image of the target vehicle. Keep Origins from noticing the problem in the first place. In this way, the 2 cars coming up behind them would not be seen. Thus, one in front of the other, forming a cross-magnetic field. Take the Kirin smart car and turn it into a completely retarded car. For cars have no problem taking the target car wherever they want. This thing was also a product of Guan Junhao spending a huge amount of money and purchasing a number of research inventions before he could barely make it, although the prerequisites are difficult to fulfill. In this age when everyone stays out of the house, this method would be quite simple and crude. No one on the street will even see it. Just go hard. As for why Kim Woo-mo went out, it wasn't a coincidence. Rather, Guan Junhao had caught on to Jin Yumeng's playful nature and knew that she would run to Zhang Yashuan's house every so often. Guan Junhao sends someone to crouch near Kim Woo-meng's house and act as soon as he comes out. Needless to say, he was quite meticulous with this plan. Well prepared, with a plan in place. It was a pity that, after all the calculations, only Tang Ke's level of technology had not been calculated correctly. The current Guan Junhao had already lost his life, and he hadn't even been able to leave his ashes behind. Scared the hell out of me. Woo-hoo-hoo. With a sobbing voice, Jin Woo-mong hugged her best friend and pampered her. Zhang Yashuan had long been used to this and cooperated to comfort her. The 3 of them waited here for a few moments before the Kirin smart car arrived. Chen Zimo also came, as well as people from the country likewise all came. Hearing that something had happened on Tang Ke's side, they could be completely terrified. That's really breaking the law at the foot of the heavens. Dozens of cars pulled up and down, looking at the large crater and debris in front of them. The crowd was appalled. What's going on here? Mr. Dongkor, are you guys okay? First grade police superintendent Yuan Wei hurriedly came and was relieved to see that the 3 of them were all fine. It's okay, you guys take care of it here. I've got a car still buried in the ground. Help dig it up. Tang Ke said blandly. Also, have the Northern Kingdom give me an explanation. He patted Yuan Wei's shoulder meaningfully. Is Mo okay? Chen Zimo nervously ran to Jin Yuming's side and saw his girlfriend smiling heartlessly. He then put down his heart, turned his head to Tang Ke and Zhang Yashuan, and said, "Many thanks to brother Tang. Many thanks to sister Yashuan. If it is not you guys, Meng she is afraid. It's fine, just going along for the ride." Tang Ke smiled and nodded. In fact, Jin Woo-mong was completely implicated in the kidnapping. Guan Junhao's target was Tang Ke, not Jin Woo-mong. By the hand? I can't believe I was only saved in passing. How can this be? Ye Xian, you take care of him. Upon hearing that she was only saved in passing, Jin Yameng immediately hugged Zhang Yashuan's arm and cried. However, Zhang Yashuan only laughed softly. Saving you, by the way, is not bad. My family's little Kezi was originally here to save me. Kim Wu Meng. Well, even her best friend is bullying her. Alright, no more jokes. Go back to rest earlier. It's too hot out here to stay for long. Zhang Yashuan touched Jin Yameng's hair and was helpless in her heart. Obviously, he was just kidnapped, and now he's acting like he's fine. When she was first kidnapped as well, she was still in the mood to hold up her cell phone and broadcast live in that situation. This girl is so heartless. Tang Ku and the others wore smiles and didn't make any more stops as they sat in the Qilin intelligent vehicle. The group of police officers watched and took off. Yuan Weiye took a deep breath and watched Tang Ku and the others leave. Just now, Tang Ku's words were very plain, but he could feel the anger in Tang Ku's heart. The calmer it was, the more it represented Tang Ku's considerable dissatisfaction with the North. Although the tank didn't tell the details, Yuan Weiye knew. Tang Ku's comment about letting the North give an explanation suggests that the person behind this incident is the North's top brass. That's a lot to take in. Yuan Weiye took a deep breath, and seeing that his subordinates were frozen in place, he immediately shouted without good humor. Work! What are you waiting for? The crowd was aghast and immediately busied themselves with the collection at hand. Chapter 206, The Northern Kingdom has actually conceded defeat? Early the next morning, after collecting sufficient evidence, the Dragon Kingdom issued a notice to the Northern Kingdom. The researchers and special forces of the Northern Kingdom have carried out an act of kidnapping against the family of Tang Ku, a genius inventor from the Dragon Kingdom. A full account must be given within a day. This time, the dragon's announcement was quite strong. It was announced to the whole world and all the evidence was given to the United Nations. It could be said that this time, the Dragon Kingdom was giving orders to the Northern Kingdom. If we don't get a satisfactory answer today, the consequences will be something no one wants to see. When the people of the Dragon Kingdom saw the news, the entire internet was abuzz. Good lord, another kidnapping in the country for the big man Tonka? This is too rampant, isn't it? I heard it was Tang Ku's family, which means that Yashian's sister was kidnapped? The last group behind the kidnapping of Yashian's sister has all but collapsed, and this time it's actually the North's turn. It's so audacious that the Northern Kingdom's hand has reached within our Dragon Kingdom's territory. This matter must not end here. That's right. Support Tang Ku, support the Dragon Kingdom. Those who commit crimes against my Dragon Kingdom will be executed even though they are far away. Tang Ku's reputation was now sky high within the Dragon Kingdom. Providing ecological building technology free of charge is a responsibility to each and every one of the people. Hearing that Tang Ku was offended by a foreigner, all the netizens felt unprecedented anger. This matter must not be tolerated. The gravity of the situation was also felt by all countries. The Dragon Kingdom, which had always been relatively calm and friendly, was so tough this time that everyone was surprised. They all sensed that Tang Ku's position in the Dragon Kingdom was quite large, but to the surprise of countries around the globe, the North, which has always been tough, has actually conceded this time. In less than half a day, Northland responded to the incident. The people of the North expressed their heartfelt apologies for what happened to Mr. Tonka's family. The scientific researchers as well as the special forces who attacked Mr. Tang Ku this time were all compelled and bribed to become traitors. The matter was not the work of the North's senior management, but the North remains willing to take on the matter. May I offer a sincere apology for this matter and compensate Mr. Tang Ku for hundreds of billions of dollars. The response of the Northern Kingdom stunned the people of all nations. Even the people of the Dragon Kingdom and the higher-ups never expected it. This one was so unexpected. With such a hand of cards, the North will not be able to straighten out the dragons. The powerful North not only responded, but also took the initiative to apologize, and even took out $100 billion. By all accounts, this apology from the North is sincere, though leaving himself out of the picture with this incident. But it also showed the attitude of the Northern Kingdom. They didn't want to offend the Dragon Kingdom or Tang Ku. Seeing the response from the Northern Kingdom, the Dragon Kingdom side also contacted Tang Ku and asked him what he thought. At home, Tang Ku sneered out. The North appears to be sincere, but the top brass are skimming the surface with this incident. How could they be let off so easily? Tell the North country not to play dumb with me. We all know whether they're involved in this or not. Tell the North country to hand over Scott, or I don't mind blowing their white palace to the ground. Getting the North to turn Scott over was a mercy, though the originating collection of evidence all points to a high-ranking Northlander named Scott. But to say that there was no president of the North in it, Tang Ku would never believe it to death. He wouldn't be talking to the North if he had built a railgun by now. One blast through. Who cares what's inside the White Palace? Directly all obliterated. With the railgun in hand, who dares to call his bluff? It's just a shame that the railgun isn't finished yet, but it didn't matter. It wouldn't be long before Tang Ku's technology would completely crush the world. Just let them be smug for a while. We'll settle old scores with the North after we build the railgun and the Conan cannon. Hearing these strong words from Tang Ku, the chiefs all raised their eyebrows as well. There were only two possibilities for Tang Ku to dare say this. One is to exaggerate just to express inner anger and resentment. The other was that Tang Ku had already mastered the black tech weapons that crushed the North. The chief speculated that according to Tang Ku's character, if he really had mastered this kind of black tech weapon, it should have been the first to open fire on the North. Not here for the North to give an account. But Tang Ku wasn't the type to exaggerate. Therefore, the chief thought that Tang Ku should now have mastered the prototype of a black tech weapon. I'm afraid it won't be long before this black tech weapon is released. Tang Ku's ability is getting beyond our imagination, the chief exclaimed. The people around them wanted to say something, but eventually chose to keep their mouths shut. They all want to say that Donkor has too much power and needs to be reined in. But if we really go after Tang Ku, who has the power to do so? And who can bear the consequences? I know what you're thinking. The fact that Tonka has contributed so much technology to our country is proof of patriotism. The chief blandly said, let him develop. Tang Ku is a freedom-loving person. As long as we don't bother with him, then he will never be an enemy, only an ally. Take Tang Ku's original words just now and pass them on to the North. And this news will not be released to the world. The North also wants to save face. Tang Ku, this is too strong. Private notice to the North on the line. With this current trend, there's a 90% chance of compromise, as long as they don't embarrass themselves too much. After the Dragon Kingdom relayed Tang Ku's words, as they were, to the Northern Kingdom, they quickly received a response. The North really turned Scott over. But everyone understands that this guy is the one who came up with the plan. But he's also just a scapegoat. Without the consent of the President of the North, Scott could not have come up with any more plans than he did, and they would not have been implemented. Regarding the Northern Kingdom's explanation, I wonder if little friend Tang Ku is still satisfied. The head of the Dragon Kingdom conversed with Tang Ku through a holographic projection video across the room. Tang Ku smiled slightly and sipped his tea. I can't say. I don't know. That's an intriguing statement on his part. Even the chief, who had read countless people, was somewhat unable to understand Tang Ku's meaning. Is it hard to believe that they are really ready to prostrate themselves for a while and then settle the score with the North? Nice guy. If that's the case, he's definitely a nice guy on the spot. Alright, this amount of $100 billion will be wired to little friend's account in a few days, so I won't bother. The chief laughed helplessly. Goodbye, chief. Tang Ku nodded with a faint smile, and the holographic projection image suddenly disappeared. His smile tightened as he contemplated the kidnapping. One of the most crucial things is the other side's shielding means. Or maybe it's the weak signal from the base station. No matter how strong the signal reception of Tang Ku's Qilin car was, it would still be blocked out by some means. It's time to build your own satellite. The world's tech tree is growing by leaps and bounds, and what was once technology is gradually becoming inferior. The only safest way to use all aspects of future technology products is to use your own. Chapter 207, launching its own black tech satellite. The only way to get a signal that wouldn't be cut off by other people's technological shielding was for Tang Ku to get a signal transmitting device of his own. He intends to use satellites to signal himself and monitor every corner of the globe. The main reason why humans have not used satellites as signal transmitters stems from the inability of satellites to provide multiple individual data links. The other thing is that when satellites are in space and pass through the atmosphere, a lot of signals will be unresolved. And satellites are costly to build and not good for upgrading after launch. This is why humans transmit signals from base stations, not satellites. But these problems are no big deal at all with Donkor. The question of cost is naturally ignored. Donko has plenty of money. As for the technical problems encountered in signaling, this was as good as nothing to Tang Ku, who had a black technology system. Not only is Tang Ku going to launch his own satellite, he's going to get a black tech satellite. Powerful signals are just one. Donko is going to load different types of black armor and weapons inside this satellite. Armor and weapons can be acquired anywhere, anytime. In the future, this satellite will be upgraded into a space-based weapon by Tang Ku, and even spliced into a space capsule. It can be said that this satellite is the starting point of Tonka's journey into space. It carries with it a difficult mission. At the same time Tonka was developing the satellite, the Dragon countryside is building super eco-building after super eco-building at an alarming rate. Not only does it house poultry such as cows, sheep, chickens and ducks, but also a variety of animals, especially the national treasure, the panda, which is quite precious, but likes to break out of jail and die. The state has gone to great lengths to protect it. Now that the eco-building is up and running, Longwei is the first to put pandas inside. The mass heat death of living beings was finally stifled. Animals such as pigs, cows and sheep are once again in their normal habitat, and fruits and vegetables have been transplanted into the eco-building. Over time, the Dragon Kingdom has been able to provide large quantities of fresh vegetables and fresh meat to the people of the country. It's finally time to eat real meat. And although the meat in the virtual world is also delicious, every time I come out I'm starving and it's just a hard time. The Dragon Kingdom is awesome. Long live Tangku. We've got a lot of fresh vegetables coming in from the city that keep pretty well, and I just bought 2 days worth of vegetables to go with the beef, on our side as well. This time the Dragon Kingdom really didn't paint any bigger pictures, that's for sure. Don't even look at who's stepping in this time. That's Big Brother Tangku. People's hearts were filled with gratitude for Tangku. The fact that the Dragon Kingdom was able to solve its food and water problems all stemmed from Tangku's hand. Without Tangku's presence, I'm afraid that the situation on this side of the Dragon Kingdom would be similar to that abroad. Before I knew it, it was June. Foreign countries were plunged into famine and starved many poor people to death. Only the rich didn't die a single time. Not even from sickness. The days of the Dragon Kingdom are gradually improving, and the virtual games are getting hotter and hotter. A lot of people's jobs have shifted to within the virtual game. Work and earn money in the virtual world and spend money and enjoy it in reality. The Dragon Kingdom has become the ultimate purgatory in this drought. Tangku, the person who gave it all, was at home, carefully studying the super satellite. He erected a new house in another open spot in his home. Inside were dozens of mid-level robots, busy around a satellite. They maneuvered instruments of various sizes to fortify the satellite in every way. For the launch method of the satellite, Tonka used anti-gravity and electromagnetic propulsion. Just leave all the work of flushing out the planet to anti-gravity. Once in space, electromagnetic propulsion can be utilized to make short flights and get satellites into planned orbits. Signaling is just using electromagnetic waves to emit. It's something I'm most skilled at, and armor and weapons are loaded simply by using compression folding. Tangku perused the information about the knowledge of space. Flight in space was completely different from flight in Earth. If you want to upgrade to a space-based weapon, you have to give the satellites a huge amount of laser energy, which can be added on in the future. Since you're going to upgrade the satellite by adding it, you need to give it the ability to connect well in advance now. It's like building blocks, launching a block with multiple interfaces into space. The subsequent upgrade is to launch more blocks to merge with the first one. Grouped together, it becomes one large block. To put it bluntly, the composition of the capsule is building blocks, while a satellite is a satellite. A capsule is a capsule. But who says satellites can't be combined with capsule? It's just that mankind's current technology is limited and that's why they're separated. With a black tech ability like Tonka's, satellites can become space capsules, and space capsules can transmit satellite signals. It can even fire super lasers to blast enemies from space. Master, the armor and weapons are loaded. The satellite has been compressed to its optimal form using the compression and folding technique and is ready to be launched at any time. The data panel suddenly presented itself, and Tangku observed the data on it, as well as the armored weapons carried. The appearance of Tonka's satellite launcher is also like that of a rocket. However, it was not very large, only about 5 meters in height. It looks like a model rocket, and no one would even think twice about a satellite. After all, with a rocket this small, you're saying it can fly into space? I'm afraid I'm going to laugh my ass off. Looking at this satellite launching device, Tangka nodded his head in satisfaction. Yes, have the magnetic robots remove the ceiling and prepare for the launching job. Understood. At Origin's controls, the magnetic robots swept through like locusts, taking the ceiling with a clattering sound and dryness. The hot sun was beating down on us, but luckily we had the indoor air conditioning to wash away some of the scorching heat. Temperatures have dropped a bit in recent times compared to earlier. That's a good sign. Proof that the drought, as experts say, will pass in a little while, but it is not known whether extreme cold will follow. Without leaving the house, Tangka sat directly in front of his workbench, staring at the data on the holographic projection screen. It's not like it's a real rocket launch, so there's no need for a launch site, much less a need to leave the site. Begin. Tangka smiled. Okay, now start firing. Origins responded. Buzz. Elemental energy filled the bottom of the rocket, emitting a blue ethereal light. Exhale. The anti-gravity device activated and the rocket flew instantaneously. There is no data monitoring or tense countdown. It's so simple, even a little sloppy, to just launch a rocket straight away. The rocket rose rather quickly and flew out of the house in an instant, bringing with it a howling gust of wind. In less than a moment, it had already arrived at 5,000 meters in the air. As could be seen through the holographic projection screen, the rocket, which was only 5 meters tall, was continuing to ascend at an astonishing speed. When it reached 100 kilometers, the 2-meter-high base came off the rocket. 100 kilometers already belongs to as the limit of space. The rocket base didn't just smash down randomly, but fell back to Tangka's house with precision and smoothness. The rocket, which was left 3 meters tall, seemed to lose its weight and its speed skyrocketed again. Chapter 208 decided to take a long vacation. By the time they reached an altitude of 100 kilometers, the anti-gravity device had completely lost its effect. The rest of the power was derived entirely from electromagnetic propulsion, and the rocket's ground lit up with an azure glow, a burst of thrust using the element Ko as an energy source. Let the satellites rise several levels higher again. Tangka stared at the data on the panel, the corners of his mouth gradually rising. A successful satellite launch has been declared the moment it enters space. When the satellite reached 200 kilometers, the rocket's torso began to change form. Two signaling wings unfold from the rocket. A pale white glow emanated from the satellite, propelling itself forward quickly through space. The scene was also captured by satellites from various countries. Such flight speeds have stunned researchers around the globe. What country launched this satellite? What a fast-moving speed. To be able to fly so fast even in space? It's not supposed to be a flying machine, is it? Dragon Kingdom. It must be the Dragon Kingdom. According to the orbit capture, it was launched from the Dragon Kingdom, but on the Dragon countryside, no one has announced the launch of a satellite. What's going on here? Researchers from all countries were stunned and appalled at how fast the satellite was moving. Some have speculated that it must be electromagnetic propulsion. That's why satellites are in space, flying so fast. The researchers on the Dragon side, on the other hand, were at a loss. Who launched the satellite? The question flashed by, and a familiar figure appeared in the middle of everyone's mind. Don Cor. The only one capable of launching his own satellite without relying on anyone's power is this guy. The satellite launched by Tonka was noticed by countries around the globe. On reaching 300 kilometers, the satellite was officially in orbit. It deformed again as a whole, and its wings turned toward Earth. Layer by layer, it unfolded under the watchful eyes of countless people, gradually growing in size from just under 3 meters tall. The folded co-alloy was being released at a rate visible to the naked eye. The folded wings that emitted the signal fluctuations were released from a length of 1 meter to a length of 20 meters. Compression folding technology. For the first time, it is known to researchers around the world. Oh by God, am I blind? It's getting bigger? Good lord. It's getting bigger and longer at the same time. My God, how the hell did that happen? Is it possible that the satellite is made of sponges? The sponges have to be engorged too. It's in space and there's a vacuum all around it. Researchers around the globe were holding their heads in shock, eyes under their glasses filled with shock. It's compression folding technology. The Dragon Kingdom researcher marveled. Tangku has actually invented compression and folding technology that can fold and compress any metal at will. It's just incredible. How much black technology is this guy hiding? This technology completely overturns human perception. I'm so curious to know how it works. Researchers are crazy, and to be at this level is to be filled with a desire to explore knowledge. Now that a technology has emerged that will overturn human perception, they have a strong curiosity to find out what it is all about. The people hurriedly contacted the chief, hoping that the chief could step in and obtain this technology from Tangku, but it was flatly rejected by the chief. Are you kidding me? How could Tangku just give them such a black technology? If he ran to Tangku to ask for this skill, the relationship that he had managed to pull together with Tangku would probably go down the drain in an instant. Failing to get the chief's consent, the Dragon researchers showed their disappointment. After the satellite in space unfolded, the Earth picture was presented to Tangku's screen. The signal connection was successful. Master, everything is just as the data projected. The satellite has successfully entered orbit, and in the future, there will be no need to worry about the signal being blocked. Origin's cheerful voice rang out, and Tangku's mood was similarly joyful. He clicked on the screen to zoom in, and the satellite imaged quite quickly, without any lag. Tangku kept zooming in until he could see the entire magic city. You can even see the big clean white man at the moment, sweeping the empty streets. This imaging technology is also one of the black technologies. It was even able to see through the Tangku family's force field shielding, and possessed a detection function stronger than that of the Watchers. Even if the satellite is in the middle of space, it can be as effective as a watchman probing in front of a cave. With satellites, with means of defense, and with black KO armor that can be counted as a means of attack, Tangku rubbed his tense shoulders, feeling too tired for a while. Take some time off for a while. In order to deal with the enemy, Tonka can't stop inventing one technological invention after another. He'd almost forgotten that he was a fiction writer, not a tech savant. Now that Guanjuanhao had been resolved, the northern side had conceded. For the time being, Tangku didn't have any enemies. The only potential threat is the evil dragon of the north. Their admission of weakness this time was extremely inconsistent with their previous demeanor. There is no doubt that they are brewing something. Tangku didn't bother to think about it that much and decided to relax for a while. He walked towards the drawing room, and what met his eyes was Zhang Yashuan, who looked like a fairy. She was wearing a teal dress and sitting in a soft chair. The white jade hand gripped the paintbrush tightly and carefully traced the lines on the white paper. No matter how advanced technology was, Zhang Yashuan still felt that pen and paper were more sensational to draw with. Zhang Yashuan, in her paintings, is always as beautiful as ever. People say that serious boys are the most handsome. Likewise, serious girls are the most beautiful. Pa, why don't we take a long vacation together? Don Cior pushed his way in and sat down next to his wife and wrapped his arms around her waist. Taking a long vacation? It's surprising that you workaholic would actually say that. Zhang Yashuan laughed softly. Yeah, you don't paint, I don't study technology, and I don't write novels. How about we play games, watch movies, and eat food together these days? Sounds good, but are you sure you won't run off to work on something new on a whim again? Zhang Yashuan was half convinced that her husband had been like this more than once. The promised break turned out to be less than 2 or 3 days. Suddenly there was a flash of light and another brand new technology was born. I promise not to do anything for a month. Ah no, 2 months. Tang Ke face seriously said. If the offense, I will. So what do you do? I'll just give you a kiss? Nice try. Zhang Yashuan gave him a blank look without any good humor and added. If you run off to work within 2 months, you'll be punished for sleeping in the guest room for a week. Would it be too harsh? You can't be cured if you're not ruthless. Okay, Don Cor sighed, but it also solidified the idea that he was going to take 2 months off. After all, it's lonely if you sleep in the guest room. Chapter 209 Double Play Pod. A pact between the two to take a 2-month-long vacation from now on. So you're going to stop painting now? Don Cor laughed. Fine, no drawing. Zhang Yashuan helplessly put down her brush. Since she had made an agreement, she had to set an example. Tang Ke hammed and hawed, picked up the milk tea on the tabletop, and asked, have you ever had this pearl milk tea? Nope, just had big white mix it up, stuck a straw in it and haven't drank it yet. Didn't drink it? Then I won't drink it. Tang Ke put down the milk tea with some disappointment. Zhang Yashuan instantly cried and laughed. Okay, I've drunk it okay. Really, doesn't it smell better with saliva? I don't believe you. Take a sip and show me. Tang Ke passed the milk tea to his wife's mouth. Zhang Yashuan had no choice but to open her red lips and sucked a mouthful of pearl milk tea on it. Just then, Tang Ke suddenly brought his face over and kissed his wife on the cheek. Zhang Yashuan was suspicious and asked after swallowing the milk tea. What's going on here? Don't you say you want to drink milk tea? What are you kissing me for? It's called Pearl Bobo milk tea. Zhang Yashuan. Why don't you say, no pearls, no milk tea, just bobble? Zhang Yashuan covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Let's go. Go sit in the living room. Since I don't paint anymore, there's no point in staying in the studio. The couch in the living room is a little more comfortable and reclines. To do it in the living room? It's not a good idea at this hour, is it? Tang Ke looked at the sunny sun outside and hesitated. What's wrong with that? Zhang Yashuan blinked, noticing that her husband's face did not look right. On second thought, I couldn't help but poo-poo. Little colorful batch, think of what? In broad daylight as much as think of these. I'm worried for your kidneys. With that she blushed a little and took the lead to the living room. Tang Ke's face was embarrassed, so it was his own misunderstanding. He came to the living room with Zhang Yashuan, and in the meantime, he took out 2 cone ice creams made by Dubai from the refrigerator. What a sweet ice cream. Zhang Yashuan's pink tongue licked a few mouthfuls. Her beautiful eyes curved into a crescent moon, revealing a happy smile of a foodie. Tang Ke smoothly wrapped his arm around his wife's waist and said, no sweeter than your smile. His sweet words. Once again, Zhang Yashuan amused. What's going on you today? Have been here all sorts of meaty words. The dog is not as licky as you are. It can't be helped. I especially want to tease you when I'm idle. Tang Ke hammed and hawed. In fact, there's nothing fun about being idle. It's not like there's anywhere to hang out outside. And even though the temperature has dropped a bit, it's still hot. All Don Cor could think of was to find his wife to play with and molest her. Why don't you play the virtual game too? Zhang Yashuan suddenly remembered that her husband hadn't even created an account since he developed this game. Come to our Empress Guild and be the only man? A virtual game? Ha! Tang Ke rubbed his chin. That said, his virtual game is still a work in progress. Now that the game's content has been updated to a chapter of cosmic adventures, the plot goes to the front and center. And he hasn't even gotten into the game to experience it himself yet. It's not that he doesn't go for the experience, but anything he wants to play, he can play in the virtual training room. It's long since tasteless, but entertainment isn't always about the game being fun. It's about who you play with. As long as you're with your wife, the tasteless game becomes fun because of it. That's fine, but I'm only going to look around and not participate in the game. Tang Ke nodded in response. The game is not the main objective. Go inside the game to be with your wife. It's also a feast to see the blasting fall of a cosmic battleship with her. Wait for me. I'll get a game pod inside the living room. After Don Cor finished, he ran towards the basement. Zhang Yashuan opened her mouth with some small anger. Inwardly, I said, if you don't come out later and I find out that you're inventing in there again, You won't be able to go into your room and sleep for the rest of the week. Well, a week seems a bit long. Zhang Yashuan realized that this was not good. What if her husband suffocated? I heard Tanka say in the past that when a boy goes too long without that, he has to use his hands to solve it. It's not good for your health if you don't address it. Zhang Yashuan was still a bit worried about her husband's body. Neither of them have had children so far, so it would be bad if they waited until it was time to have children and they couldn't because of health reasons. Never mind. Little Kezi will surely run pathetically to plead for mercy, so just let him off begrudgingly when the time comes. She pretended to be angry as she sat on the couch, voice typing text on the holographic projection screen and chatting with her girlfriends. Nowadays, Zhang Yashuan's girlfriends were not only Jin Yumeng, but also Tang Yunxin and Zhao Yunqing. The four have been brought together by the bond of the game, which has given them a deep friendship. It was until dinner time when Zhang Yashuan couldn't help but want to go find Tang Ku. He finally emerged from within the basement. Behind him was a dark-bodied, mid-level robot, holding a giant virtual gaming pod out. This intermediate-level robot was Tang Ku's fake body from last time. Don Cor didn't remove the marks from it. It's as much of an honor for a mid-level robot as a bullet hole for a soldier. Tang Ku also gave it an exclusive name, Glory Butler. The glory is that it had replaced Dunko in the locomotive, taking on the danger of the Isle of Man TT. Stewardship, on the other hand, is what it is now. Although the body was still an intermediate robot, many things inside were more advanced than intermediate robots. In terms of strength and speed, it far surpassed all the robots invented by Tonka. With a muffled thud, the huge virtual gaming pod landed heavily on the back of the couch. The length was still over 2 meters, but the width reached 4 meters. And this virtual gaming pod is no longer in the form of a recliner, but has completely become a bed. It also had pillows and comforter covers in it. Pink and pink. You've been messing around for so long just to get this? Zhang Yashuan was somewhat speechless. Hey, it's called a 2-player playpen. Tanko proudly introduced, after we lie in. Directly is the sleeping posture. The game pod can let us enter the game together, but also with telepathy this small cheat function. Exclusive to our family, not for sale. He gave a thumbs up and smiled like a child. Zhang Yashuan also laughed, playfully. Sure you're only going to lie on it and play games? Of course it's not just about playing games. We can play games. Hey, Tanko laughed out evilly and gave a you-know-what look. For this reason, he had made it a point to adjust the height of the shroud over the game pod, by more than a meter. For what? Of course it's to prevent your arms and legs from moving around while you sleep and you'll accidentally bump into it. This thing can no longer be called a virtual gaming pod, but should be renamed a virtual gaming bed. You can play games and still play games on it. The culture of the Dragon Kingdom is profound. Chapter 210, Soft and Gentle Zhang Yashuan. Seeing her husband's entire virtual game bed, Zhang Yashuan cried and laughed a little. Is this the creative power of the little colorful batch? In order to be able to lay together, they actually got a 2-player playpod. Zhang Yashuan laughed softly. I'm really convinced. Come and eat. Big White had cooked the meal on time and set it out on the table. The rich aroma of the dish came through and was appetizing. Tonight's dish was sautéed chicken and fresh shrimp and cooking wine in a plate of bok choy. Simple and rustic, but delicious. After a full meal, the two take a walk in the yard of their home. Sunset dusk spilled over the two men's white t-shirts from afar, the heat causing a distorted sunset that gradually gathered its own light. Force field shields keep the heat out. Hand in hand, the two strolled under the dying dusk. From time to time, there was a silver bell-like laughter that resounded in the courtyard. Zhang Yashuan's smile was quite beautiful, along with the golden glow that dotted her side face, looking at Tang Ku a little misty-eyed. It is a blessing of 2 lifetimes to be able to marry such a wife yourself. Back then, before the two of us met, did you ever bother to think about what would happen if we didn't get together? Tang Ku sat down on the grass with Zhang Yashuan, looking at her stunning face and chatting about the past. It's always nice to reminisce, especially after you get what you want, and then reminisce back then. The heart will always emit the very right emotion. Yeah, it was pretty confusing. Zhang Yashuan gently pulled her hair to the root behind her ear and softly replied, I'm not sure about the road ahead, but I know that you are my navigation. Just listen to your words and you will find your way out. She smiled sweetly, waves of light rippling in her beautiful eyes. At this moment, Tang Ku was a bit smitten. No matter how many years with his wife, she's in his heart, always as stunning as when we first met. Is this the culture, man? It's much more interesting than my earthy love story. Tang Ku's old face was actually slightly red at this moment. He looked away, not wanting his wife to see, but Zhang Yashuan was quite perceptive. Or rather, it was her knowledge of her husband. Even without looking, he knew that Tang Ku was a sign of shyness. Treasure, are you shy? Let me see if there's any blushing. She leaned over Don Cor, her head sidling over to peek. Not at all. How could Don Cor admit it? but there was no stopping his wife from getting closer. His body was all wrapped up in his wife's arms, and there was a fresh scent coming from him. There was no choice but to let her watch her blushing self. As a result, Zhang Yashuan's exquisite face got closer and closer, and finally her red lips tenderly kissed Tang Ke's mouth. Tender as water. This was what Tang Ke had always said about Zhang Yashuan, and it was also the reason why he would fall in love with Zhang Yashuan. Your earthy love words are not earthy to me at all. That's exactly what makes you cute. Zhang Yashuan wrapped her arms around Tang Ke's neck while sitting directly on his waist. Good guy, so good at flirting with men. Who did you learn that from? Honestly, Tang Ke pretended to be angry and glared fiercely at his wife, which is not learned from anyone, just a sudden thought. Zhang Yashuan laughed playfully. In fact, she had always been very good at it. She just rarely showed it in the old days. If she shows it every day, there's no place for Tang Ke's earthy words of love. Humph, what a misbehavior. You are punished for serving the bed tonight. Tang Ke hugged his wife's petite body and got up, lowering his voice to say in a domineering manner. Yes. Zhang Yashuan also did not resist. Her legs immediately ringed Tang Ke's waist, as if a tree kangaroo hanging on Tang Ke. Now every day have exercise. Tang Ke has long since ceased to be that year. Only right books do not exercise thin man, fit and muscular without looking bulky. Picking up his wife, who was less than 100 pounds, was a breeze for him. Tang Ke hugged Zhang Yashuan and walked back inside, setting down at the two-player game pod. Is your majesty in such a hurry? Zhang Yashuan looked scared and used the quilt to cover her marvelous body. This time it was Tang Ke's turn to be speechless. Although this two-player game pod could indeed be used for exercise, but it's not like he's going to try to exercise on it right away. He really just wanted to get in the game with his wife and play a little virtual game. Still playing or not? Really? If not, let's go back to the room and play immediately. Tang Ke lightly grunted. Zhang Yashuan laughed and responded. Fine, I won't tease you. Come on up. Tang Ke flashed a triumphant smile and dutifully climbed into the virtual gaming pod to lie down and cover himself with the covers. Habitually, he took his wife into his arms, soft as a bone. Not afraid to come out all sweaty? No fear, the house has a thermostat system. Just have Origins turn up the cold. After saying that, Tang Ke pressed a switch on the outside, and the two of them closed their eyes and their consciousness entered the virtual world. The reason why the switch is mounted on the outside is to prevent it from being touched accidentally during movement. Swish! Sniffing the fresh scent of his wife's body, the familiar sensation of traveling through the world hit him, and he opened his eyes again. Tang Ke arrived at the white space used for character creation. This interface was for players to enter their names, as well as adjust various body data. Not everyone likes to reveal their true appearance. They can use data to modify their appearance and height. With the update of the version, the ability to change races is now even introduced. Tang Ke didn't modify his appearance, but pondered what name to give. As they say, the longer the name, the more dominant it is. That's why he gave himself an extra long name, Immortal Dreaming Murmurs of the Tao of Eternal Life. After clicking OK, the scene around him changed again. Arriving in the familiar yet sci-fi city, there were many players around here recruiting guild members. There are also players selling a variety of specialty snacks in the neighborhood. There was a lot of foot traffic, and it was so lively that it was as if we were once again back in the food court before the drought. Ha! There's another newcomer. Come and see our vigorous guild. Lots of vigorous potions. Newbies don't listen to them. Come to our philosophy club. It's full of talented, well-spoken people and you'll be absolutely happy. A large group of people swarmed around Tang Ke. Before Tang Ke could say anything, they argued with each other instead. Why do I feel as if this person looks a bit familiar? At that moment, someone noticed Tang Ke's handsome face. It was only then that the surrounding people surveyed Tang Ke's appearance, and it seemed to look so familiar. It always feels like I've seen it somewhere before, but it's the first time I've seen it. This familiar and unfamiliar feeling made everyone freeze in place. Suddenly, there was a sound of agitation from the rear. Zhang Yashuan was like a generation of female emperors approaching the mortal world, coming with her feet on a flying machine and landing beside Tang Ke. Chapter 211, Virtual World Tour. The moment Zhang Yashuan stood next to Tang Ke, the feeling of déjà vu greeted everyone, and everyone snapped out of it. Wasn't this nifty Donkor? No wonder it looks so familiar. I've seen it on TV and the internet. Good lord, it's Big Brother Tang Ke coming. I said, why does it look so familiar? Wrong. It's the hero of our Dragon Kingdom. Do heroes come to play games too? The hero should be traveling. After all, it's so hot. It's boring to stay at home for too long. Do you need a tour guide for the big guy? I can go. Big Brother Tang Ke needs you guys? With Sister Yashian around, where is your turn? The players were quite enthusiastic, even more so when they knew it was Tang Ke. They can have the presence of mind to play in the game without worry, but it was also thanks to Tang Ke's hand that they were fed and watered. Now that they've seen the main man, everyone wants to come up and say a few words. It wasn't bah humbug, but gratitude for Tang Ke from the bottom of his heart. In the player's mind, Tang Ke was the savior and hero, and his heart was filled with reverence. Hello everyone, I'm just here to hang out for a bit. I'm not involved in the internal situation of the game, so you don't need to worry about me joining in and upsetting the balance between players. Tang Ke greeted the crowd and took it upon himself to inform them of his purpose in coming to the game. It's also a way of telling players that the game won't change just because he's here. There will be no change in what condition the Zhang Yashuan Guild is in. We know Biggie is the fairest of them all. Big brother, we don't care about that. Tell us if you've developed any new technology recently? Does the big guy have any thoughts on the drought? And do you have a response if the extreme cold arrives? Player after player asked question after question, each one coming with good intentions. Tang Ke laughed. I will only give a brief answer to your questions. He's here to play games with his wife, not to attend a press conference. A brief word or two in response to all the love for him. I haven't been working on technology lately. I'm going on vacation for 2 months. Don't worry, the novel will still be updated. Anyway, the novel is long overdue with millions of words written and sent out regularly every day. Drought and all that. It's as good as nothing to me. And as to whether there will be an extreme cold coming, I'm not sure, but what goes around comes around. If extreme cold does occur, I will also develop brand new technology to help the people of the Dragon Kingdom get through it. Tang Ke's face was serious, not joking. If it was true that extreme cold had arrived, then he was bound to make a move. Extreme cold is much more dangerous than drought. The drought is just a lack of water and food. The rest of the time just stay home and blow the air conditioning. But the extreme cold will just freeze to death. If those are tens or even hundreds of degrees below zero, mankind will go straight into the ice age. Therefore, in the face of extreme cold, Tang Ke had to pay attention. Of course, the extreme cold may not be as bad as you think, just colder. A heater in each home might have gotten through. Great. It's really a blessing to have Big Brother Tang Ke in our country. Only my Dragon Kingdom can give birth to such a heavenly figure. God bless my Dragon Kingdom for 1,000 years. Big Brother Tang Ke is awesome. I love you, Mr. Tang Ke. Long live Tonka. Countless players cheered, drawing more and more people to come. Hundreds of players stepped out on flying skateboards or from teleportation devices, just for the sake of seeing Donkor and coming over to cheer him on. Tang Ke and Zhang Yashuan cried and laughed, surrounded by 10,000 people until they returned to the female Emperor Guild territory. It was only then that these people finally didn't come any closer and just said goodbye to Tang Ke on the outside. Yo, is this the hero of my country, Tang Ke? A woman named Wen smiled as she approached, though her appearance had produced a change. However, Tang Ke still recognized that it was Zhao Yunqing, as her prestige name was also one. Brother Tang, Don Gigi. 2 more sisters ran up to Tang Ke and shouted in clip voices. Their names are Mo as a cutie and Spicy Roll. It was none other than Jin Yumeng and Tang Yunxin. Tang Ke again put his eyes to his wife's game ID. Yixian is a sister yo. Good lord. It feels like only Zhao Yunqing's ID is the most common here. Big Brother Tang's is so long. Jin Yumeng stared at Tang Ke's ID inside out. Tang Ke sniffed and couldn't help but cough lightly twice. Please, can you speak in full? It's easy to be misunderstood if someone outside hears it. Longer name, more dominant. He explained casually, then found a couch to sit on. Zhang Yashuan poured Tang Ke a cup of fatty happy water, sat down and said, in a few days it'll be the plot of the Star Beast invading Earth. There's no protagonist Luo Feng in the game, and I don't know if I'll be able to win. The player's strength increased quickly, but he still wasn't too sure about the Star Beasts. Many people said that the Star Beast shouldn't be as powerful as they thought. If they were truly unbeatable, what the hell would they be playing at? Star Beasts attacking Earth? Wasn't that an episode a long time ago? Don Cor froze, not understanding what was going on. The so-called Star Beast is the boss in the Devour the Universe novels that lets the protagonist die in the same place. After fighting the Star Beast, Earth humans officially stepped into the universe. But now that the players are in the middle of the universe, why is this Star Beast just coming? It's like this, because there's no protagonist Luo Feng in the game. The Star Beast was delayed in its birth by me. Origins suddenly shows up to explain this. Hearing this, Tang Ke smiled and replied, I see, this is a very thoughtful decision. Without Luo Feng's presence, it was almost impossible for players in the game to take out the Star Beast. But even if it's delayed, the Star Beast's strength has grown. Zhao Yunqing sighed. When the women heard this, they also had a helpless look on their faces. Virtual games are anything but real. By delaying the appearance of the Star Beast, it would become stronger as a result. It is never easy for players to defeat the Star Beast. Messing up will end in failure. It's fine. If we can't beat it, I'll just exterminate the Starry Sky Beast. Tang Ke comforted. Didn't you just say you wouldn't participate in the game? Zhang Yashuan blanked him. Dare I say that what I just said was a fart? How can it be the same? This is a plot need. The star beast must be killed. If the player can't kill it, then the plot story won't be able to follow the background of the novel. Tang Ku immediately retorted. But his statement was clearly considered to be nonsense by the women. Brother Tang, when will you show me your flying car? Jean Wuming came over to inquire. She was not dead set on the smart flying car until now. Chapter 212, Mo's Wish. The girl, Jean Wuming, wanted the smart flying car more than what would happen within the game. Tang Ke said somewhat breathlessly. Why are you so obsessed with intelligent flying cars? People want to travel in flying cars and travel to countries. Jean Wuming's small mouth pouted, seeming to have a pouty and cute flavor in it. Zhang Yashuan couldn't help but knock her forehead. You've been kidnapped and you still dare to go around making waves. How big is your heart? Tang Yunxin, who was at the side, hid her mouth and snickered, and was glared at by Jean Wuming, who was rubbing his forehead. Big brother Tang's intelligent flying car must be very safe, as long as I don't get off. Jean Yumeng said with a straight face. Tang Ko raised an eyebrow, and really gave this girl the right words. This intelligent flying car he had built not only had a strong defense, but also possessed a powerful means of attack. If Zhang Yashuan had been traveling in an intelligent flying car in the first place, not to mention the North's laser weapons, even a laser magnum couldn't shoot it. As a reminder, the laser weapon was something Guan Juanhao asked the North researchers to come up with. Technically, it belongs to Northland Tech, and if you don't go on a trip, you won't be able to see these sites later. Jean Wuming's little face is full of seriousness. She's not joking, but she really wants to go on a trip. Mo is afraid that the extreme cold after the drought will change the world's environment drastically, and then you will never see the beauty of the world as it once was. Spicy roll Tang Yunxin whispers to Tang Ku, informing him why Jean Wuming is so obsessed with traveling. So that's what you're afraid of. Jean Wuming's concern was also right. If the extreme cold really came, it would indeed change the scenery of many places. The only way to see it again in the future is to experience it in holographic projections and virtual worlds. The current drought alone has caused many places to lose their original colors, such as some of the lakes, mountains, woods, and so on. Alright, I can lend it to you. I'll lend it to you after the Star Beast fight. Tang Kun nodded and actually agreed. Yeah, big brother Tang is great. If Sister Yashian wasn't there, I'd really want to give you a kiss. Jean Yuemeng cheered out, causing Zhang Yashuan's beautiful eyes to glare. Good lord, if she wasn't there, wouldn't her husband be forced to kiss by this ninny? Feeling the murderous aura coming, Jean Yumeng immediately shrunk his head and said humbly, Hey, just kidding, Yashian's sister is not here. I don't dare to kiss. Seeing this, Tang Yunxin snickered once again. What are you laughing at? Do you dare to kiss? Jean Yuemeng glared at Tang Yunxin. The only one younger than her in here was Tang Yunxin. That's why she always likes to superficially bully Tang Yunxin to show off. Behind the scenes, the two were close. Che just know how to bully me. Have the guts to bully Sister Yashian? Tang Yunxin was not the least bit afraid. The two women fought, taking pillows from the couch and throwing them at each other. The people of the guild had long been accustomed to noisy scenes. Zhang Yashuan knitted her eyebrows slightly and asked Tang Ke softly, How did you promise Meng Meng? What if she gets kidnapped again? This is going abroad. It would be fine if they were playing within the dragon's country, but running abroad could be a huge increase in the danger factor. Long had a comfortable life at home, but it's still miserable abroad right now. Those poor people have been driven mad and every night they break into the rich neighborhoods in groups just to grab food and water. Gunfights are constantly happening abroad and people are dying every day. It's fine. I have satellites that can monitor the planet, and I can launch the armor, allowing Origins to remotely manipulate the armor to fight. Tang Ko replied blandly, and I have a great certainty that the current Northern Kingdom will definitely not make any moves. Even if the Northern Kingdom really dared to continue to make a move, Tang Ku had complete certainty that he would be able to preserve Jean Yuemeng and return. Then he had an additional reason to hit the White Palace of the North with a straight face. It's safe to say that having Kim Woo-mo travel is actually the best of both worlds. Not only can he help Jean Wuming fulfill his dream, but he can also see if the North has bad intentions, the equivalent of drawing a snake out of its hole. If there were no snakes in the hole, naturally, all would be happy. Alright, Zhang Yashuan agreed with Tang Ke's words. I'm going too. Tang Yunxin suddenly said, Go on. You two go and have fun together. Have company to be happy. Tang Ke turned his head to look at Zhao Yunqing. Do you want to go too? Protect these two silly girls by the way? Who's a silly girl? Tang Yunxin immediately retorted. Tang Ke smiled and didn't say anything, just quietly looking at Zhao Yunqing. If Zhao Yunqing had brought these two girls with her, the safety factor would have been higher. Alright, I'll take a vacation then. Zhao Yunqing replied helplessly. If it were the old her, she would have absolutely refused. But during these times, she had developed deep friendships with Zhang Yashuan and the others. She didn't want to see anything happen to her girlfriends either. After a few brief conversations, the group decided to travel after fighting the Star Beast. A few days later, the virtual gaming world has seen its first extinction. The golden horned beast among the starry sky giants appeared in the center of the Pacific Ocean. Terrifying energy fluctuations swept across the globe, and the strongest of the NPCs, as well as the players, came in their flying machines. Tanko was also on the flying machine, looking through the window at the golden horned behemoth below that was like a golden horned pterodactyl. Boom! 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 The golden horned beast raged madly on the surface of the sea, its energy fluctuations turning into circle after circle of golden energy shockwaves. The laser cannons on the battleship kept blasting, but they were blocked by the energy shield released by the golden horn behemoth. Players used all their means to execute severe attacks on this golden horn beast. Roar! The golden horned beast let out a long whistle, and the terrifying sound waves made Tangku and the others inside the flying machine feel deafening. Donkor immediately lets on the permission dog mode, allowing Origins to shut down his pain sensation. Under a long whistle, countless powerful people were shaken on the spot, their mouths and noses spilling blood, and they fell into the Pacific Ocean. Damn it, how can it be so strong? How the hell can we fight? Retreat, the beast is going to attack our craft. This guy doesn't even seem to have a scratch. How is he going to fight? Is there a system error? The players' faces were bitter, and they hurriedly backed away in fear. If you die in this game, everything on your body is dropped in the Pacific Ocean and you can't even try to salvage it. Even so, there were still batches of players who were torn to pieces on the spot, their bodies turning into points of light and spilling into the sea. Instead of moving forward, Zhang Yashuan's Empress Guild withdrew some distance first to observe the gap between the players and the golden horned beast. It feels like it's still true. There's no way to fight. Players and NPCs were in a completely crushed situation in front of this golden horn beast. Do we have to outsmart them? But all the people present could not think of any wise way to fight a golden horned beast. Thus, Zhang Yashuan's gaze turned to Tangku, wanting to ask for his opinion. Chapter 213, Starry Sky Beast. Watching the show and being eaten. Who in the audience could know the golden horned beast better than Tangko? He created all this stuff, so I'm sure there's a solution. Feeling the gazes of the crowd casting their eyes, Tangko's face was expressionless, as if everything was under control. In fact, he didn't know what to do at the moment. The way that could be thought of was that he would go up there with his hang-on and second the golden horned beast. But will this upset the game balance? Really, to this moment, Tangko only began to consider. Their own open hang-up words will not destroy the game balance. If this continues, the Earth is afraid that it will be destroyed by the golden horn beast. Little Kezi, do you have any solutions? Zhang Yashuan asked. The energy fluctuations outside were continuous, and violent vibrations came from the people's flying machines. Multiple guild forces were combining their efforts to attack the golden horned beast, and the number of casualties continued to grow. More and more players chose to evacuate the scene, leaving the space for the top 10 guilds. They have realized that this is not their battlefield. Trying to take the head of the golden horned beast or whatever had absolutely nothing to do with them. Instead of wasting time here, why don't you go to the shore and clear the monsters to get more quest points? Tangku replied expressionlessly. There's no way around it. Only strength. Where's the speculative way to face a bulldozer like the Star Beast? You can only stop its progress by being stronger than it. Zhang Yashuan and the others found this quite tricky, and they contacted people from other guilds to convene discussions. Nowadays, the only way to put aside past grudges is to discuss ways to deal with each other. After the 10 guild presidents briefly talked, they arranged the order of each guild's attack. Boom! Tangku and the others' flying machine shook violently in vain, and a red alarm flashed up inside. Zhang Yashuan grabbed Tangku and flew outside at the first opportunity. The roaring din was deafening. The golden horn beast's roar erupted with vast might, and the battleships in the sky and the sea were all shattered one after another by the shockwave. NPCs and players died in batches, blood staining the entire sea with gore. 8 of the 10 major guild presidents rushed up, and wind, rain, thunder, lightning, and other battle techniques were declared. For a time, it actually formed a brief suppression of this invincible golden horn beast. You go up and fight without me. Tangka let out a faint smile and turned on the cheat function again. A shield was placed over his body, and then he just stood in mid-air, gazing at the tragic battlefield. Zhang Yashuan blinked her beautiful eyes and didn't bother with Tangku anymore. Wearing armor and carrying a lance, he charged straight at the golden horn beast. Wow! There were thunder and flames blossoming from her body, and the gun came out like a dragon, curling up a giant dragon silhouette intertwined with thunder and fire. The 8 presidents who were suppressing the golden horned beast in front of them dodged in a matter of moments. The thunder and fire dragon struck by Zhang Yashuan slammed head-on into the golden horned beast, and the entire surface of the sea raged in an instant. The violent roar set off a monstrous tsunami, and the golden horned beast was submerged by this thunder and fire dragon. Its body was making snorting noises. Good chance. The president of the Sake Guild, strangerly, shouted violently and descended from the sky with his battle axe in hand, his entire body erupting with golden light. An axe slashed down, as if opening up the sky and cutting through the void. The moment Zhang Yashuan dodged, an axe slashed at the golden hornbeast. The golden armor had several cracks appearing with a click at this moment. Zhao Yinqing held a huge cannon in her hand and fired at the golden hornbeast. Rumble. The vast mighty energy washed away the clouds in the sky, and the sea was vaporized by this energy to create a channel. The purplish-red energy shock bombarded the golden horned beast's body, and the armor that appeared cracked instantly shattered. Ear-piercing screams rang out as the players beamed with joy. This wave of joint attacks from the 10 guild presidents worked. Mang mang. Spicy roll. Zhang Yashuan lightly drank. The two of them, Jin Yumong and Tang Yinxin, maneuvered two large instruments that looked like drills. When I saw this, Tang Ke's first thought was, why does it look so much like my collider? His thoughts flashed. Only two girls were seen, one located in front of the golden horned beast and the other in the back. Snort. The two drills slammed into the golden horned beast one after the other, erupting in alternating black and white thunderous light. The shattered armor of the golden horned beast fell off in layers at this moment, turning into fragments in the sky and spilling into the rough sea. The ear-piercing screams resounded once more as its body slowly sank to the bottom of the Pacific Ocean. Great! We seem to have one, worthy of being one of the top 10 guilds. They really are all big shots, especially the Empress Guild. Although they are all women, they are ridiculously strong. Nope, no mission accomplished notification. Players exclaimed out in shock, giving the power of the top 10 guilds a sigh of relief. But before he could be happy, an irresistible suction force came from inside the sea. Whether it spilled debris, oceans of water, or residual energy, they were all sucked into a black hole, and a terrifying aura once again swept across the field. And the energy fluctuations were even more terrifying than the previous ones. The players present all had their faces changed, and some failed to react and were sucked into the black hole on the spot. The so-called black hole is actually the pouring mouth of the golden horned beast. The golden horned beast's ability was to split and devour, and it had just been born without a split yet, but devouring was likewise an extremely terrifying ability. The entire universe and stars can be devoured. The protagonist in the novel is the one who seizes the golden horned beast and opens the path of invincible devouring. The devouring power of the golden horned beast was unleashed, absorbing all the objects around it and continuously repairing its own wounds. The energy within its body was also climbing, causing all players to turn pale. At this rate, what the hell? Such an energy fluctuation had surpassed all player levels. Just uninstall the game and forget about it. Play the hell out of it. I've never seen such a difficult mission. How is this going to be fought? The 10 great guilds had lost half of their people on their side, and the presidents had all consumed a large amount of essence from their full cooperation just now. They can't afford to do it all over again. Roar! The golden horned beast rushed out from the bottom of the sea, and its devouring power increased dozens of times. One bite engulfed several of the top 10 guild presidents and launched a blazing attack towards the others. Vast might shook the heavens and earth, and the shockwave shook humans into bloody foam on the spot. The player team directly collapsed under this wave of attack, and was unilaterally crushed by the golden horned beast. The people on the Empress Guild side were also frightened and immediately retreated, their beautiful eyes filled with gravity. Just then, Zhang Yashuan suddenly realized that her husband was still standing in the same position he was in, and hadn't left from the beginning to the end. She just wanted to call out to Tang Ke to come over, but she didn't realize that the eyes of the golden horned beast had already locked onto Tang Ke, in a radius of 1,000 meters. Tang Ke was the only one standing there, looking with interest at the rampaging golden horned beast below. Suddenly no danger was perceived to be coming. Chapter 214, accidentally putting a monster in seconds. Such a tiny creature had the audacity to stand above and look down on it all the time. The golden horned beast expressed its anger. As a clan of star beasts, it was one of the 12 gods in the universe. The creatures of this planet, who dared to despise it so much, were simply looking for death. Instead of releasing Devour, the golden horned beast directly rose up in the air from the surface of the sea. Tang Ke froze in place, obviously not expecting the golden horned beast to suddenly attack him. The pouring mouth seemed like heaven and earth opening and closing, instantly swallowing Tang Ke inside. Zhang Yashuan subconsciously shrieked out and rushed up at the first opportunity. She had completely forgotten that this was just a game, and that even if she died, she would be revived. At the moment her heart was in turmoil. However, after the golden horned beast devoured Tang Ke, its huge body didn't fall into the sea again, but was suspended in mid-air. Or maybe it's like it's been pushed up against something and can't get down. Roar! The golden horned beast desperately struggled up in the air as monstrous energy swept out, accompanied by mournful sounds. Tang Ke, who was swallowed alive, was not eaten, much less digested. He was in a dark space, out of reach. However, he had a shield around him that helped him counteract all the damage from the outside world. It was the plug-in feature he turned on. As a game developer, any perk ability you want can be given directly by Origins. Tangko was fixed in midair and didn't move, so the eaten Tangko was in the golden horned beast's stomach. On top of it, as long as the golden horned beast didn't spit him out, he was stuck in midair. The comical scene froze the players outside. What's the situation this is? I'm just watching the show. How come I'm still being attacked? Origins, what are you up to? Tangko was speechless. The golden horned beast was nothing more than a pile of data. It was logical that Origins should be the one to manipulate everything. So how come he was still swallowed up? I'm terribly sorry, Master. I gave random behavior to the monsters in the game. Origins' voice said with some embarrassment. While Origins manipulates the entire game world, there are still common code programs used for some things. Take for example the monster's attack behavior, which defaults to attacking on sight. It's fine. Help me light up the surroundings. It's too dark here. Tangka sighed helplessly. Yes, Master. Raging, a golden flame ignited before him. At that exact moment, the golden horned beast struggled its body, and its body accidentally touched this flame. Monstrous flames instantly ignited within it, and the originally black space was transformed into a sea of fire in an instant. The scorching heat was searing madly, and the stinging pain inside caused the floating golden horned beast to scream in agony. Zhang Yashuan, who was flying towards it, was all shaken off by the scream. The golden horned beast opened its mouth, and flames bubbled out from within. It kept devouring the heaven and earth aura to fill itself, and swirling surges appeared in the sky and the sea. But this flame of Origins was a flame of the highest order, the equivalent of a destruction program. The moment it ignited inside the golden horned beast, there was no stopping it. No matter how much it devoured, it could not extinguish the flame burning inside. Seems to have accidentally set the golden horned beast on fire. Origins accidentally made a mistake as she hurried to extinguish the flames inside the behemoth. But it was too late. By the time it extinguished the flames, the golden horned beast was already in a dying and seriously injured state. Tangko was even more speechless. Although the origin was a bit of an odd way to light a fire, but wasn't his command just now even more bizarre? Obviously just let Origins send him out. Why do you have to let Origins light the lamp? Maybe it's a case of the upper beam not being right and the lower beam not being right. What kind of owner makes what kind of AI? Master, should I repair the golden horned beast? Origins asked in a small voice like a little girl who had made a mistake. No one can beat it if it's fixed. It doesn't matter what it's made to look like. I'm going out. Now the big crippled golden horned behemoth is just good enough to allow players to have a gaming experience with a little bit of challenge. Just leave the rest to the players. Okay then, agreed Origin good-naturedly. In the next second, the golden horned beast's body began to tremble violently. The players outside sensed that something was wrong with the golden horned beast as it opened its mouth wide and seemed to be in considerable pain. The massive body trembled in the air as the energy blasts began to bloom in an unorganized manner. Boom! A loud and futile noise startled all the players, and the golden horned beast's lingering body exploded in vain. The blood was like a torrential downpour, and flesh and blood splattered across the sky. Tangko was alone, standing in the midst of this bloodied midair. The indifferent demeanor seemed to be ignoring the blood and flesh flying across the room, and a casual dress was dancing in the wind. Just like a generation of Jedi Masters, the players were staring at what was in front of them with wide eyes, frozen, their heads going blank. Tangko froze in midair, the dim surroundings suddenly permeable and bright. Seeing the rain of blood around him, as well as the dumbfounded crowd, he couldn't help but close his eyes and hold his forehead. Feels like I got an artificial retard. Seeing his master's upset look, Origins realized he had done something wrong again. I told you to get me out of here, but I didn't tell you to just blow up the golden horned behemoth. The corners of Tangka's mouth twitched slightly, although blowing up the golden horned beast was also one of the ways to get him out. But who in their right mind would do that? Shouldn't he have teleported him straight out? How did he blow up the golden horned beast? Did you create your own world so you can do whatever you want? I'm sorry, Master, said Origin pitifully. Forget it, don't be so stupid next time, Tangka said helplessly. He stood alone in the middle of midair, and the corpses of the golden horned beasts were like heavenly flowers, poofing into the sea. Tangka's forehead-raising gesture seemed like the loneliness emanating from a strong man. Even Zhang Yashuan and the others were stunned by this sudden situation. The invincible star beast struggled a few times in the air and let out a miserable sound. Then it just blew up. What the hell? All the players were confused. Just now, he was still thinking and worrying about how to solve this starry sky beast. Didn't even have time to retreat. This starry beast was just blown up by Tangku. So the golden horned beast's weakness was inside. Or did Tangku use some large bomb? Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell? Lao Tang is open, isn't he? Good lord. He's only been creating numbers for a few days. He must be open. What happened to the promise of staying out of the game? That was too much to pretend just now. But if he doesn't come out and take care of the golden horned beast, the earth will be lost. So the solution for the golden horned beast is for Big Brother Tangko to come over and just blow it up? This couldn't have been prearranged, could it? It's possible. This talk was unanimously recognized by the players. Otherwise, why is it time for Tonka to enter the game? Just in time for the big boss to make his debut, and to personally take out the boss? Chapter 215, Watching the Morning Sun with You. No wonder this golden horned beast is so powerful. It turns out it's not for us to fight at all. It's for Big Brother Tangko to pretend to use. The player slaps his hands together in realization. They all came to their senses. It's ironically difficult for the big guy to figure out how to mess with it in order to play hard to get. The goal is to try to make the player unable to beat it. Then come out and spike the monster themselves and just be damn good at pretending. Do you guys believe me when I say that it was just an accident and the system made a mistake? Tangko faced the whimsical crowd and awkwardly said, No at all. Yeah, the system is wrong. We get it. Yeah. Luckily Big Brother Tangko fixed it in time. Thank you so much. Big Brother Tangko is so powerful. One casual strike and the boss is gone. Good man. It's just too embarrassing. No. It's too good. You just said awkward, right? No. Absolutely nothing. How is that possible? You heard wrong. All the players in the scene were quite literate. Since Tangko wanted to pretend to be a pussy, it was natural that he couldn't break it down. Who is Tangko? He's the hero of the Dragon Kingdom. What's wrong with a hero wanting to show off? Besides, Tangko was still the developer of this game, so he deserved to come over and pretend for a while. So everyone was brazen and mindless in their bragging, the pompous acting. The whole thing was embarrassing for Tangko. Wanted to explain, but didn't know how, because no one even believed that he really wasn't here to play hard to get. It's a mind-numbing blow, but it has to be said. The moment the golden horned beast suddenly exploded into pieces, Tangko stood alone in the middle of the field, with an indifferent expression that especially had the flavor of a hidden master in it. Where's the promise to stay out of the game? Zhang Yashuan's voice sounded in Tangko's mind. It's a perk of the two-player gaming pod that enables the two to hear each other's words without having to open their mouths. I really didn't start the game, much less try to get involved in it. Tangko cried and laughed. It was Origin who made a big mess, first burning the golden horned beast to death, then directly blowing it to pieces. Good lord, the golden horned beast has to be abused by the two of you all over again before it dies. Zhang Yashuan revealed a speechless expression. The golden horned beast said, I thank you so much. Wow, Big Brother Tang is so awesome. Are you open? Jin Yuemeng stepped on the flying machine to Tangko's side and patted his shoulder. No, how could I possibly open up? Tangko immediately shook his head in denial. Well, we believe your sophistry is not right. It's an explanation. Tang Yunxin smiled and said, they weren't the only ones who had gathered around. Many players had gathered around. It was full of bragging voices, so embarrassing that Tangko couldn't wait to find a crack to drill up. I'm a bit tired from playing the game, so I'll go down first, guys. Have a good game. Tangko haha laughed. Can't afford to mess with it and still can't avoid it? After saying that, he ignored the reactions of the people around him and directly logged out of the virtual game. He woke up leisurely, and Zhang Yashuan in his arms opened her eyes with him. The two lay on a double play bed, facing each other in a circular embrace. Being able to watch the morning sun with you is my happiest moment, Tangka said fondly. Zhang Yashuan snorted a laugh and flicked her jade finger on his forehead. Just woke up and made such a mess. Why are you so cute? The two entered the game at night, and as the whole night passed, it came to morning time as well. It was now a little after 6 in the morning, and the hot sun had already reflected on the earth. In the past they were up at 8 or 9 o'clock. Got up a little earlier today though because of Donk's early exit. How can you use the word cute to describe your handsome husband? I like to say you're cute. Cute little Coco. Cute. Zhang Yashuan playfully teased Tangku, feeling full of fun. The two playfully went to the sink and after brushing their teeth and washing their faces, Big White had already cooked a healthy breakfast. Another plain day. Jingle bells. Suddenly, while eating breakfast, a holographic projection screen showed someone calling. The three big words Jinyumeng disturbed Tang's elegance for the day. Of course he knew what the other party was here for. Nothing more than borrowing a smart flying car. Yashian. I'm going over to play with you. Kim Wumo appeared within the video screen, bouncing around with some excitement. If you get a double ponytail, it'll go even better. Looking for me to play? I think you came here for the intelligent flying car, right? Zhang Yashuan teased. Geez, what a load of nonsense. Jin Wumeng grinned widely. I'm going over there with hot rolls right now, so remember to save us a breakfast. Good guy. Still want to come to dabble. Not planning to dabble in a midday meal before leaving, right? Tang Ko coldly said. I'm not. It was Hot Roller's idea. Jin Yuemeng hurriedly denied it while pulling out Tang Yunshin beside him. No, I'm not a snacker, Tang Yunshin said with a small mouth and an aggrieved look. You two were together early in the morning? Zhang Yashuan was puzzled. Yeah, I thought we were going on a trip, so Hot Roller arrived at my house the day before yesterday. Tang Ko couple felt a little speechless. It turned out that Tang Yunshin is more looking forward to this trip than Jin Yamana. Jin Wuming finished and waved her hand at the camera. Hang up first, we'll talk again when we get over there. After that, she winded up turning off the video. Packing up his clothes, he took Tang Yunshin with him to Tang Ko's house. A few moments later, the two girls walked into Tang Ko's house with their suitcases. They were the first to run to the table to enjoy the delicious breakfast made by Great White. Zhang Yashuan cried and laughed. Obviously Spicy Roll was a very well-behaved child, but as a result, after playing with Jin Wuming for a long time, the painting style was brought askew. The two are still very gentle and ladylike when they are outside, but every time he was in front of Zhang Yashuan, he was just like a little girl who couldn't grow up. Stupid and foolish. Eat slowly, don't choke. Zhang Yashuan didn't have the good sense to say. Tang Ku operated the holographic projection panel a few times. There was a slight rattle from outside, and the green grass suddenly unfurled. If you stood here and looked down, you would realize that it was Tang Ku's lab below. A hovering car rose quickly from within the basement to the first floor moments before the grass closed up again. No seams could be seen, as if the place had never unfolded at all. No one would have known that it was actually hollow underneath. The slightest of tinny noises didn't go unnoticed by the two snackers. It was only when they finished eating that they realized that the intelligent flying car had been set up in the courtyard. Looking at the hovering flying car, Jin Yameng and Tang Yunshin both exclaimed in surprise, as if they were curious babies. Going up and down on the car there, I found that no matter how much weight was added, the car didn't sink in the slightest. This kind of thing that defies physics makes the two women have a lot of fun. Tang Ko and Zhang Yashuan ignored them, and the two of them enjoyed their two-person world in the gym. Exercise and flirt at the same time. By lunchtime, Zhao Yunqing also arrived at Tang Ko's house in the Qilin intelligent car. After the three girls dallied at Don Kor's house, it's finally time to set sail for their global journey. Chapter 216, Courageous Girls, Not Afraid of Difficulties. What are the functions of this intelligent flying car? I'll have Origin introduce them to you. As long as you're inside the car, even missiles won't be able to kill you. Tang Ko stuck his hands in his pants pockets and said blandly, blah, 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 what missiles are bombing us? No nonsense. Tang Yunshin pretended to be angry. Jin Yuemeng waved her little pink fist and fearlessly said, brave Meng Meng, not afraid of difficulties. Donko, Zhang Yashuan. Tang Yunshin blinked her big pretty eyes and followed suit. Brave Roll, not afraid of difficulties. Yeah, Rhyming Ching quickly shout with us brave when. Bang! Zhou Yunqing interrupted Kim Wu Meng's uproar by tapping her on the forehead. Don't interrupt. You too, listen to Tang Ko finish. Zhao Yunqing's head was filled with black lines. These two girls are really hard to reassure. I guess this trip, I'm afraid to be exhausted. Regarding the childish behavior of several sisters, Tang Ko was indifferent as if he didn't see it. He added lightly, and yeah, I launched my own satellite, and this intelligent flying car is using my satellite signal, so you don't have to worry about getting your signals blocked. And if something happens, remember to notify us first. This bodyguard, Dubai, you guys take it with you too. It will be useful in a critical moment. Saying that, the glorious butler held the bodyguard's Great White's case and put it into the smart flying car. Zhao Yunqing nodded. No problem. Let's set off then. I'm kind of regretting agreeing to come over to greet these two girls. It feels too hokey. She sighed, a sense of powerlessness rising. The three women said goodbye to Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan, then rode the intelligent flying car and swooshed out of the two's field of vision. Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan were still standing at the doorway, looking in the direction where the flying car disappeared with faint smiles on their faces. Intelligent flying cars haven't been announced. Meng Meng's You Flyer around the world this time will probably be known globally. Zhang Yashuan smiled faintly. It's okay, flying skateboards were born. Flying cars aren't outrageous, and it's about time for smart flying cars to come out. Tang Ko leaned against the doorframe, a shimmering light flickering in his eyes, not knowing what he was pondering. With the birth of flying cars, I'm afraid cars will be phased out in the future, right? Zhang Yashuan casually said. Tang Ko shook his head. A flying car has its charm. A car has the same charm of its own. The images of catapult starts and drifting through corners were constantly presented in Tang Ko's mind. He's not a racer, but he gets caught up in the fervor of racing. Cars with wheels will be phased out the day smart flying cars are officially released. It's not that no one loves cars with wheels anymore. Rather, Building cars is no longer profitable and manufacturers will just quit one by one. The only ones left are the automotive enthusiasts who will continue to hold on to their fervor. It's like the birth of the cell phone, which hit the market for landlines. The only people who still use the landline at home with affection are those old-timers from back in the day. Tangko very much like racing, like the kind of blood boiling when drifting. This is the smart flying car cannot bring the feeling. Bao, let's make a movie together? Tangka smiled and looked at Zhang Yashuan. The sudden words caught Zhang Yashuan off guard. Make a movie? When this came out of Tangka's mouth, it always felt like a strange picture. What movie are you going to make? She inquired despite the doubt in her mind. Making a movie about racing drifts is sort of my remembrance of racing. Tangko laughed. He wanted to bring the classics of his last life to this world, while he had time. It's also about leaving behind a classic masterpiece for a dying automobile. Zhang Yashuan laughed bitterly. We are not professional actors. I'm afraid it's hard to make a good work. And who are you going to find to make the movie? Tangko took his wife's small hand and returned to the living room. As he made the tea, he said, the acting skills are lacking, so we can have Origins come in and help us modify our expressions and demeanor. It's mostly fun. Think about it, we have nothing to do right now. Wouldn't it be nice to make a movie? And with the streets empty, it's the perfect time to make a racing movie. Hearing this, Zhang Yashuan felt as if what he said did make sense. Now that the two of them were on vacation, idly playing games at home every day seemed a bit too decadent. We're the only two actors? Do we need to find anyone else? Well, of course it can't be just the two of us. We'll have to call in a few more people. Tangko opened his address book to see who he could contact. He's going to be making the last heads up and needs a couple of guys with good looks and car skills to hold up the scene. The first person he thought of was Chen Zimo, followed by the uniquely named Chen Beixian. These two are not actors, but with Origins here, acting is not an issue at all. Chen Zimo does know how to drive, whether it's a car or a motorcycle, and it's the kind that can drift. Given Chen Zimo's face value, Tangko decided to cast him as Takahashi Ryosuke. Chen Beixian's words are unclear, but he plays, in the movie, the protagonist's best friend, Aki. There are no car skills required for this character, just tout the protagonist as awesome, but 4 is still not enough. Flipping through his address book, Tangko found the two writers who had once, in the restaurant, taken the initiative to invite him to race, Chen Yangjun and Zhu Bowen. The two were former McLaren team pros who have now retired to make money playing games in the virtual world. They were still good drivers, and they just happened to be people Tangko knew. The positions of Nakazato Tsuyoshi and Tsudo Keiichi were arranged for the two of them. On top of that, Tangko also thought of another powerful actor, Feng Zhong. He's a better age to take on the role of the father of the main character in Head On. The rest of the characters are inconsequential supporting characters. Just get a few random drag queen actors. But script-wise, Danko decided to change things up a bit. The first thing is the names of the writers. He replaced everyone's name with their real name. Simple and memorable. And then there's the most important plot point of all, which is the identity of the heroine. In the original Headlong D, the heroine is a practicing red light district. By the time she reaches Tonka, she becomes a loyal and gentle woman. The hero and heroine meet on campus. Tangku also added a special section to the script, a dog food segment for the male and female leads. Even though he is a car god, he has a lifetime of regrets. Even the fastest AE86 can't catch up with that lost youth and love. Even the fastest AE86 can't catch up with you leaving. One can only go forward with a hard head. A quote that was hot in the last life will not be coming back from this production. After all, the hero and heroine use their real names. Wouldn't it be denigrating your own wife if you went by the original? Chapter 217 Rainstorms and Super Typhoons. With his own fictional abilities, Donkor drastically revised the script. Sort of a magically altered version of Headbanger D, but much nicer and sweeter. The relationship between the hero and heroine, in particular, becomes more pure love. The only one on the name is Feng Zhong, who does not use his original name but is called Tang Long, and is known as Brother Long among the racing community. As for the other aspects, Tangko has kept them all intact. The location of the big battle was still Mt. Akira, which also existed in this world, but not many people knew about it. Only those who race cars and motorcycles know about this place, Mt. Akira. However, Tangko believed that once the movie was aired, Mt. Akira would become a household name. After all, who doesn't like to drive except serious authors? Does this count as breaking our agreement? Looking at Tangko, who was pounding the keyboard, Zhang Yashuan asked suspiciously. Of course it doesn't count. Tangko immediately retorted. I'm writing a movie script, not a novel, and I'm not researching technology. I'm playing. You can't just play the keyboard and be working, can you? If keyboarding is working, then wouldn't playing games be all work? Okay. Zhang Yashuan also felt that this was indeed the case, and she sat next to Tangku, Looking at the words on the screen, a story of youthful fervor unfolds. Everyone on these lists invited by Tang-ku came. Also coming was the famous director that Fong Jong had helped bring in. Hearing that Tang-ku was going to invest in a movie, whether or not with a playful mind, the director still came. As long as Tang-ku provides the script, he has the ability to make the story perfect. Chen Zimo and the others felt a bit surprised, and it was only when they saw both Tang-ku and the director in place that they finally believed it. He's really planning to make a movie. Tang-ku even had the BGM for the movie ready, and the title of the song was Drift. The hot heat appears to be starting to decrease consistently, while the world is in ecstasy. Experts are getting worried. Clouds across the globe are beginning to swirl and converge, threatening to form storms and typhoons. The global heat is causing glaciers at the North and South Poles to melt, but the global rise in water is not as bad as expected, due to the fact that all of the seawater is being vaporized by the high temperatures in large quantities. The vaporized seawater doesn't disappear into thin air, they all converged in the sky, and now that the temperature is returning to normal, these evaporated seawater, too, are about to pour down. According to the satellite, a global rainstorm, or even a tornado typhoon, is about to hit. The researcher from the Dragon Weather Bureau frowned and reported his information to the higher-ups. The same Prof. Liang of the extreme cold theory, who was in the conference room earlier, vocalized, "This rainstorm is the foreplay of extreme cold, and after the rainstorm there will definitely be extreme cold, and it is even possible that the global temperature will start to drop by leaps and bounds in the course of the rainstorm." The man on the other side of the room also spoke up and added, "It's not just about heavy rains and extreme cold, but typhoons and tornadoes are also a priority for us to guard against. With this trend, the role of the typhoon could lead to an unprecedented tsunami, and we must strengthen the protection of the coastal areas. Extreme cold, torrential rains, typhoons, tsunamis, problem after problem. Not only the dragon countries' headache, the global countries are overwhelmed by this, especially a certain island country. If a tsunami hits, their country will definitely be flooded by this unprecedented tsunami. The fact that a drought could lead to so many problems was not anticipated by anyone. It's not that we didn't anticipate heavy rains, but we didn't anticipate that the drought would actually last this long. The fact that melting North and South polar glaciers have not allowed sea levels to rise is not a cause for joy. Nature is secretly storing up her power for a big global release. Have all the major cities strengthened their waterproofing, seal off the coastal areas, and forbid the people to go near the sea during this time, the chief ordered in a hushed voice, pondering whether to seek Tang-ku's help. Nowadays the concept of looking for Tang-ku when things are not decided has penetrated the hearts of the people. It was as if Tang-ku possessed the power of creation and was able to save the people and their lives. The chief inwardly denied the thought immediately. He was the head of a country. How could he let Tang-ku help him with anything that came up? Even the rainwater problem could not be solved. Then he, the head of the seat, simply give Tang-ku to sit. The Dragon Kingdom can't rely on Tang-ku to solve everything. They must also show their due strength to make the people trust and feel at ease. Countries around the world are preparing for heavy rains and typhoons, and the heat is gradually returning to normal. The people nearly burst into tears as they felt the temperature return. This familiar temperature is finally back, though it's still about 38 degrees at the moment, which is in the high temperature range, but it's really so much cooler compared to the previous 50+ degrees. This familiar temperature is just too good. That's right, the drought is finally over and we can finally go out shopping. I'm going crazy, please open the mall. I want to spend money. Even if the mall wanted to open, there would be no goods to sell. The goods in the mall were all built on the factory side, and now that the factory had only just resumed work, there simply wasn't that much supply of goods. Now the people's demand for snacks is so great that factories are beginning to hire large numbers of workers, working overtime day and night. Making more food is making millions more. I saw on the news that although the temperatures are coming back, we're going to get torrential rains and even extreme cold. So let's prepare ahead. I feel like it's highly probable. With the drought that's been here for over a year, another rainstorm wouldn't be too much to ask for at all. This damn weather is so strange. If you want a constant supply of goods, everyone, come work with me in the factory. Good man, this is it. Temperatures have recovered, leading a wave of part-time work frenzy. People have long been at home crazy, working for so many years, or the first time to feel the original working is so happy. Even if it's just doing assembly line work inside a factory, it all feels like a lot of fun. While the temperature is gradually recovering, Tang-ku's movie has also officially wrapped. Yes, 2 months in, the filming of Heads Up is over. As long as the actors don't laugh and read their lines with slight emotion, leave all the rest to Origins, and you'll have a whole movie with a full cast of movie stars. Origins constantly corrected the actors' expressions and also their vocal inflections. Even the editing, the soundtrack, the color palette, etc., are all under her control. Every shot switch, soundtrack playing in every location. tonal adjustments, etc. are just right. It can be said that this heads-up is far superior to the movie that Tang Ko saw in his last life. It also adds a number of different story shots, one of which is the dialogue shot at the beginning of the Drift song. Isn't this a handsome car? This is the car. Super grippy. Two men turned their car keys and walked down the street. Hey, one of them suddenly tapped the companion beside him. Ha, what's wrong? Puzzled, his companion's eyes went to a man in front of him who was wiping his car with a rag. What kind of car is that next to it? Tang Jia Tofu. Why is that car so shiny? Ha. Let me ask him about it, alright. The companion looked at the car wiping boy with a scornful face and asked, Young man, what kind of car do you have there? AE86. What is it? The car polishing boy looked up, revealing that handsome, heavenly face. AE86? Float it, whatever.